A young boy hailing from the terrestrial realm unexpectedly finds himself in the enchanting Alola region of the elfin world. The radiant deity that frequently graces his dreams, alongside the celestial guardians of the sun and moon colliding with it. What could possibly be transpiring? Let us engage in battle, Zygarde. For the sake of our future, we shall never concede, even if it costs us everything. Zeraora. Chapter 1. The Radiant Deity of Dreams. This is a world enveloped in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Not to mention the flora and fauna intrinsically linked to luminosity. All that meets the eye is an expanse of pitch-black boulders and an overwhelming solitude. Where am I? The handsome protagonist, Roa, stands amidst this shadowy realm, gazing at the desolate surroundings, his heart racing with trepidation as he desperately searches for an escape. Just as Roa frantically scans his surroundings, a portal shimmering with iridescent waves suddenly materializes in the sky above. That is the Ultra Wormhole. Roa's eyes widen in astonishment at the unexpected appearance of the Ultra Wormhole, his tone laced with incredulity, as if suddenly recalling something. Could it be that this is? Events seem to unfold in accordance with Roa's thoughts. A lion's roar resonates from within the Ultra Wormhole, compelling Roa to lift his gaze toward the enigmatic portal still emanating a mysterious aura. As the sound draws nearer, a majestic white lion, radiating the fervor of the sun, leaps forth from the Ultra Wormhole, leaving Roa utterly astonished. This is Solgaleo. Solgaleo's emergence is not the end, for immediately following is a shrill cry, heralding the arrival of a deep blue bat-like Pokémon. Its wings adorned with golden crescent moons, while the remaining points are embellished with stars of the same hue. This must be Alola, Roa exclaims in amazement, his gaze fixed upon the floating deities of sun and moon, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth is happening here? Why have both Solgaleo and Alola appeared? Just as Roa grapples with his confusion, a faint sound of stones cracking emanates from the cliff behind him, the noise growing increasingly pronounced. Boom! A tremendous roar erupts from the base of the cliff, soon followed by the emergence of a creature composed of black crystals, each hand bearing 3 sharp claws. Its body is enshrouded in razor-sharp, triangular crystals, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is the radiant deity, Necrozma. Roa, an interloper from the Alola region, is no stranger to this Pokémon. He recognizes it as the legendary radiant deity of the Alola region, albeit in its dimmed form. Meanwhile, in the artificial island known as Ether Paradise, an alarm blares within the research facility of the Alola region. What has transpired? A statuesque, an alluring woman inquires of the 3 researchers busy examining an array of instruments. A massive ultra aura has been detected in the Alola region, responds a female researcher with short white hair and a slightly tan complexion. How could such a powerful ultra aura manifest? Could it be that an ultra beast has emerged? Barnet, where is the ultra aura located? The alluring woman, upon hearing this, becomes anxious and urgently presses for answers. It is at Malamalo Island. Barnet, after a brief flurry of activity on the computer, locks onto the target at Malamalo Island. I shall dispatch personnel to investigate immediately. The golden-haired enchantress promptly exits the laboratory. Meanwhile, the guardians of the 4 islands in the Alola region, the Tapu, also sense this formidable ultra aura, turning their gaze toward Malamalo Island. As for Roa, the events continue to unfold. Necrozma must have been awakened from its slumber, drawn by Solgaleo and Alola. He muses, his tone imbued with certainty despite the interrogative form. For Roa is indeed someone who has witnessed the Pokémon Sun and Moon. Much like the unfolding narrative, Necrozma launched an assault against the celestial beings Solgaleo and Alola. In retaliation, the deities of day and night began their counterattack, resulting in a fierce clash among the 3 legendary Pokémon of the Alola region. Unfortunately, it was the hapless Roya below who suffered the consequences, as the shockwaves from the titanic struggle wreaked havoc upon the ground, leaving Roya to evade the flying debris and the rampant energy surges emitted by the divine entities. Suddenly, while attempting to avoid the aftermath, Roya stumbled over a stone and collapsed onto the ground. As if misfortune had conspired against him, a colossal beam of light hurtled towards Roya, leaving him with no refuge. He could only close his eyes and scream as he faced the impending moment of death. Roya, still ensconced in slumber, was abruptly jolted awake, leaping out of bed with a loud cry. After a considerable interval, he finally opened his eyes and surveyed the familiar confines of his room, realization dawning upon him that he was indeed at home. So, it was merely a dream, he mused, inhaling the comforting essence of his surroundings, and he sighed in relief. Lying back on his bed, he reflected on the relentless battles of the three deities in his dream, his mind incessantly pondering the nature of this vision. Why did I dream of Necrozma and the others? Reclining in bed, Roya found his thoughts wandering aimlessly. A glance out the window revealed the bright morning sky, and the clock on his dresser indicated it was already 7 a.m. Rising from his bed, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. While attending to his grooming, Roya's gaze was suddenly captured by his reflection in the mirror. His golden locks cascading elegantly, complemented by skin so fair that it would evoke envy in many a woman, revealing a strikingly handsome young man. "I look truly dashing," he remarked, momentarily lost in admiration of his own visage. After completing his morning routine and reveling in his appearance, he ventured alone to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. It is pertinent to illuminate the character of Roya. Over a decade ago, he inadvertently found himself in the Pokémon world, having lived from infancy to the present. Thus, he is a native inhabitant of this realm rather than an interloper occupying another's body. Roya's parents were once esteemed researchers at the Ether Paradise, but tragically lost their lives during an incident while studying the Ultra Wormhole when Roya was merely 10 years old. Following a period of profound despair, Roya, with the support of friends like Mao and Kachi, gradually regained his former self. "Breakfast is ready, Jolteon," Roya announced, having finished preparing the meal, as he released Jolteon from its Pokeball. "Meow," came the response as a flash of light materialized a yellow feline Pokemon before Roya, his beloved Jolteon. Roya had encountered Jolteon in the woods after his parents' passing. The lonely Jolteon and the solitary Roya quickly forged a bond, becoming steadfast companions, with Roya utilizing his Pokemon. "Time to eat," he declared, placing the food before Jolteon and returning to the table to indulge in his delectable breakfast. A sudden, peculiar noise startled Roya, prompting him to scan his surroundings in search of its source. "Data loading, 1:10:50. The ensuing voice transformed Roya's initial alertness into delight, for the arrival was none other than an essential item for all travelers. "My golden opportunity has finally arrived. It was worth the wait of over a decade." 70:100. System loading complete. Host confirmed as Roya. The mechanical voice resonated within Roya's mind. "What system are you? What functions do you possess? Where's my novice gift package?" Roya inquired eagerly, immediately pressing for answers upon hearing the completion of the loading process. "I am." Chapter 2. The Sign-In System. Data loading. 1:10:50:100. Loading complete. Host Roya confirmed. The Supreme Sign-In System greets the host. The system's mechanical voice resonated within Roya's heart. "The system has finally awaited your arrival." Upon hearing the sound of the system loading, Roya felt an exhilarating rush. Now that the loading was complete, the courteous nature of the system startled him slightly, prompting a playful remark. "I never expected you to be so polite for a system. This system is designed exclusively to serve the host. It is only natural to inquire politely." In response to Roya's astonishment, the system replied in its emotionless, mechanical voice. "Very well." Roya, undeterred by his previous jest, shrugged with mild disinterest and returned to the matter at hand, inquiring about the system's specific functions. "What are your precise capabilities?" This system is the Supreme Sign-In System. When the host arrives at certain designated locations, a sign-in will be triggered. Completing the sign-in allows for the acquisition of sign-in items. However, one can only sign in once per day. The system responded stiffly. What items are included in the sign-in? Upon hearing that sign-ins could yield a plethora of items, Roya's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pressed for more details. Sign-in items may encompass various special abilities, such as the power of eternity, along with numerous abilities and items from the Pokémon world, as well as Alliance coins, among others. In essence, I possess everything that exists in the Pokémon realm, and also what does not exist within it. Alliance coins, you say? That means I could strike it rich. After the system's explanation, Roya immediately set down his chopsticks. His excitement palpable. Roya's parents had already left behind a considerable fortune, but raising Pokémon required substantial financial investment, rendering what appeared to be a fortune to ordinary eyes merely a drop in the bucket. Now, with an alternative means to acquire Alliance coins, Roya finally felt a sense of relief. Then let us sign in quickly. Hearing about the various items the system offered, Roya eagerly urged the system to proceed with the sign-in. Given that this is the host's first sign-in, a novice gift package bonus has been triggered. Congratulations, host. You have received a legendary enhancement. Wow, a legendary enhancement. This is incredible. Upon hearing about the legendary gift, Roya could not help but rise from his chair, startling the nearby Zeraora, which turned to cast a reproachful glance at the interruption of its meal. My apologies, Zeraora. After apologizing and soothing Zeraora, Roya resumed his seat, though his focus remained fixated on the system. Gazing at the legendary gift package quietly resting within the system's realm, Roya endeavored to calm the elation swelling within him. And with a voice tinged with anticipation, he commanded the system, "Open the sign-in gift." The sign-in gift opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the growth skill Radiant Power, the Eye of Insight, Advanced Breeder Skills, and 10 million Alliance coins. The system announced the contents of the legendary gift in its mechanical tone. Amazing, what a bounty. Upon hearing the items included in the legendary gift, Roya lost all interest in his breakfast, hastily setting down his chopsticks to focus on these newfound treasures. What is the purpose of Radiant Power? Could you provide a detailed description of these 4 items? Roya examined the 4 items. He understood the significance of the other 3, but the Radiant Power was unfamiliar to him, having never encountered it in either of his lives, despite having some understanding of powers such as Aura, Eternity, Dragon Mastery, and Supremacy. Radiant Power originates from the Radiant deity of the Alola region. Its purpose is to enhance the bond with 1's Pokémon, improve healing abilities, and enable the understanding of Pokémon speech. Once the host assimilates it, they will achieve a beginner level, which will rise with proficiency in its usage. The Eye of Insight can scrutinize various attributes of Pokémon, such as their skills and qualifications. The Advanced Breeder skill grants the knowledge and abilities of an advanced breeder upon use. Alliance coins are the principal currency of the Pokémon world. In accordance with Roya's request, the system provided a detailed exposition. The Eye of Insight can even assess qualifications. Hearing this, Roya felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, Pokémon's qualifications and strengths can be categorized into Rookie, Ordinary, Elite, Gym Leader, Champion, and God Tier, among others. As for the specifics beyond this, they remain unknown for now. I see. After listening to the system's elucidation, Roya finally gained some understanding of this world. I will use Radiant Power, the Eye of Insight, and the Advanced Breeder skill immediately. Without further contemplation, Roya chose to utilize these abilities upon learning their specific functions. Understood. Loading. As the system's voice faded, a warm current coursed through his entire being, including his eyes. Simultaneously, his mind was inundated with a surge of knowledge, an influx of advanced breeder insights flooding into Roya's consciousness. While he embraced Radiant Power, within the dreamscape of his mind, a profound chasm revealed itself. And amidst a cluster of black crystals, part of it suddenly shattered, unveiling a rainbow-hued eye that emitted a faint glow within the abyss. After a period of adjustment and organization, Roya fully assimilated these powers and skills, emerging as an advanced breeder. The system is indeed impressive. Even without a shred of breeding knowledge, I have effortlessly become an advanced breeder with the aid of the skill card. Feeling the transformation within himself, Roya couldn't help but express admiration. Now, let us test the Eye of Insight. Eager to experience his newfound abilities, Roya turned his gaze toward the still feasting Zeraora. Pokémon, Zeraora. Type, Electric. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, Male. Level, 59. Qualification, God Tier. Moves, Thunderbolt, Bulk Up, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder, Plasma Fists, Volt Switch, Agility. Zeraora, the Thunderclap Pokémon, approaches its foes with the speed of falling lightning, using its sharp claws to shred them apart. Indeed, it is a divine beast. This attribute panel is exceptionally luxurious. Gaining insight into Zeraora's information left Roya momentarily speechless. Just as he reveled in his joy, the ringing of an alarm clock shattered the tranquility of the moment, jolting Roya from his reverie. He instinctively reached for the source of the sound, his phone alarm. Groggily glancing at the time displayed on his phone, he realized it was nearly 9 o'clock, and he was immediately wide awake. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Hastily, Roya set aside his unfinished meal, recalled the now finished Zeraora, and hurriedly shut the door of his home, sprinting towards the Pokémon School. Chapter 3, Pokémon School. Oh no, I'm going to be late. As Roya recognized the time slipping away, he hurriedly departed his home, racing towards the Pokémon School. On the way, he utilized the Pokémon move Quick Attack to dash at breakneck speed towards the school. After a strenuous effort, Roya finally arrived at the classroom just before the bell rang. Alola, Roya. As Roya leaned against the classroom doorframe, panting for breath, his classmates Kachi, Lily, Mallow, Mai, and Water Lily greeted him with the customary Alolan salutation. Upon hearing their greetings, Roya reciprocated warmly. Alola, everyone. What happened to you? You look quite disheveled and have arrived rather late, asked the long-haired, golden-haired Lily with curiosity. Indeed. You're even later than Kachi today, remarked the chubby Mallow, glancing at his watch. I was merely helping my family with some deliveries. Kachi, with his dark complexion, rolled his eyes at Mallow's jest. I was delayed due to some matters at home. Roya slowly returned to his seat while responding to the questions posed to him. What transpired? Inquired Mao, who had vibrant green hair and a sweet bamboo creature perched on her shoulder. Just as they were engaged in lively conversation, a teacher clad in a white lab coat and shorts entered the classroom, making his way to the podium and greeting Roya and the others with a smile. Aloha, everyone. Aloha, Professor Kukui. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Professor Kukui, their instructor specializing in Pokémon techniques. Now, let us commence today's lesson. Upon observing the classroom's silence, Professor Kukui swiftly initiated the day's curriculum. Meanwhile, a vessel from the artificial island known as Ether Paradise docked at the shores of Melamele Island, disembarking 4 individuals. Leading the group was a beautiful woman with flowing golden hair, a striking visage, adorned in a gown of platinum hues, none other than Luzamin, the overseer of Ether Paradise. Today, we shall endeavor to uncover the cause of the ultra aura that appeared last night, Luzamin instructed her companions. No problem, just watch me, confidently declared a researcher named Zeraora, sporting short green hair and green glasses. However, much time has elapsed since last night. The chances of discovery are slim, retorted Dr. Barnett, characterized by her silver-white hair and sun-kissed complexion, as she observed the still instrument in her hands. In any case, let us investigate first, she concluded, leading Barnett and the others toward the peculiar occurrences on Melamele Island. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Pokémon School was on the verge of concluding its lessons for the day. However, before the class could dismiss, Professor Kukui halted proceedings due to a significant announcement. Oh, there is an important matter to address today, so we shall conclude the lesson here. What important matter? Inquired the blue-haired girl, Shui Lian, hastily. Well, Professor Kukui glanced at Shui Lian before shifting his gaze to Roya. Me? Roya questioned with a hint of confusion, pointing to himself uncertainly. The other students, Lily, Kachi, Mamane Mao, and Shui Lian, shared expressions of curiosity. Today marks your 15th birthday, and there are some decisions regarding your future that require your input, Professor Kukui explained. Observing the intrigued faces of the students. Decisions? Roya pondered, sensing the seriousness in Professor Kukui's demeanor, gradually realizing the implication. He then directed his gaze back to the professor. Indeed, it pertains to whether you wish to continue your studies or to receive your starter Pokémon and embark on a journey. Noticing the astonished look in Roya's eyes, Professor Kukui affirmed his thoughts. In the world of Pokémon, one could receive their starter Pokémon from various regional professors upon reaching the age of 15, provided that a fee of 100,000 Poke dollars had been paid yearly since birth. Although the Alola region had not established an official league, one could still obtain a starter Pokémon and a Pokédex. Roya's parents had already settled the necessary fees upon his birth, allowing him to partake in this opportunity. That is amazing, Roya, Kachi exclaimed, leaping to his feet, fists clenched with enthusiasm. This means you'll encounter numerous trainers and battle alongside them. I'm practically on fire with excitement. So what will Roya choose? Asked the gentle Lily, her curiosity piqued. The attention of everyone, including Professor Kukui, shifted toward Roya. I've decided to obtain a starter Pokémon and challenge the various regional tournaments to compete against trainers from each area. After a moment of contemplation, Roya resolutely made his choice. That is fantastic, Roya. You must give it your all. Lily and the others rushed forward to congratulate him upon hearing his decision. Since you've made your choice, it's time to receive your Pokémon, Professor Kukui interjected, retrieving 3 Pokeballs and placing them on the table, releasing the 3 Pokémon into the open. In a flash of light, Alola's 3 starters, a grass-type Rowlet, a water-type Poplio, and a fire-type Litten, materialized before them. So adorable, exclaimed Mao. Shui Lian and Lily, their faces lighting up with delight. Roya, which one will you choose? Professor Kukui asked, his smile reflecting the excitement surrounding the trio of Pokémon. Roya examined the attributes of the 3 Pokémon closely. Pokémon, Rowlet type, grass, flying ability, overgrow gender, male level, 5 potential, gym class moves, tackle, growl, leafage. Pokémon, Poplio type, water ability, torrent gender, female level, 5 potential, gym class moves, pound, growl, water gun, bubble. Pokémon, Litten type, fire ability, blaze gender, male level, 5 potential, champion class moves, scratch, growl, ember, fire fong, lick. Upon utilizing his observation skills, Roya discerned that Litten possessed extraordinary potential, far surpassing the other two, reaching champion class. This realization stirred excitement within him. I choose Litten, he declared confidently, acknowledging the fire type's superior capabilities. Litten is indeed an excellent choice, Professor Kukui remarked, a wistful expression crossing his face, likely reminiscent of his own fiery partner, the Incineroar. This will be your companion. Cherish it well. With that, Professor Kukui handed Roya Litten's Pokeball and recalled the other two Pokémon. I will, Roya assured the professor, crouching down to pet Litten, saying, I look forward to our adventures together. Meow. Litten licked Roya's hand in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Congratulations, Roya. As he received his Pokémon, Roya was soon enveloped in congratulations from Lily and the others until Professor Kukui intervened to restore order. Do you have any plans ahead? He inquired. I intend to challenge the Indigo Plateau Conference in the Kanto region. Then you can visit Professor Oak in Pallet Town to obtain your Pokédex, added Principal Oak, who had just entered the classroom. Noticing Roya's bewildered expression, Principal Oak elaborated, I have some documents that need to be delivered to Professor Oak. And it just so happens that you're headed that way. You can collect your Pokédex at the same time. Understood, Roya nodded in acknowledgement. What day do you plan to depart? Mamane asked from the side. The day after tomorrow. I'll gather supplies tomorrow and set off the following day. Then let us host a farewell party at my house tomorrow, proposed Mao, hailing from Aina's restaurant. Hooray! The others cheered in unison. After a lively discussion, the school day came to an end, and they all agreed to meet for the farewell party the next day before heading home. As Roya was resting at home, a prolonged sound caught his attention. He quickly dashed outside, discovering a yellow figure floating in the air. Who are you? Chapter 4, Kaku, the Guardian of the Night. Later that evening, after returning from Pokémon school, Roya was in the kitchen preparing his dinner. Suddenly, a long, piercing sound resonated from outside the house, capturing Roya's attention. This sound felt remarkably familiar. As Roya listened, a sense of recognition washed over him, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Intrigued, Roya promptly stepped outside, gazing in the direction of the sound. At that moment, a swift yellow figure darted past him, startling Roya. It was none other than Tapu Koko. The sound he had just heard was indeed emitted by Tapu Koko. Upon seeing the guardian of Mele Island from the Alola region, Roya immediately remembered the familiar call. Species, Tapu Koko type. Electric, Fairy ability. Electric Surge level, 105 qualification. Tier 2 deity moves, Thunder Shock, Volt Tackle, Fairy Wind, Electric Terrain, Wild Charge. Tapu Koko seemed to be beckoning Roya. Upon noticing Roya's gaze, it gently flapped its wings and soared towards a nearby forest. Hurry up, Zeraora. Roya understood that Tapu Koko was guiding him, and thus ran alongside Zeraora towards the direction of Tapu Koko. In this manner, Roya and Zeraora followed Tapu Koko until they reached a spacious clearing in the forest. Tapu Koko, are you looking for me? Upon seeing Tapu Koko come to a halt, Roya promptly inquired. Tapu Koko nodded in response. Do you have something to discuss with me? Despite the presence of Tapu Koko before him, Roya remained somewhat curious. Tapu Koko pointed at Roya, then at Zeraora, indicating, do you mean to battle Zeraora? Roya quickly grasped its intent. Tapu Koko nodded affirmatively. No problem, then let us commence. Although Roya did not fully comprehend Tapu Koko's motives, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. Upon receiving his agreement, a radiant golden aura emanated from Tapu Koko, swiftly enveloping the entire area. This is electric terrain, Roya thought, recalling its ability to amplify electric-type moves. Bolstered by his mentor who specialized in Pokémon moves, he focused intently. Be cautious, Zeraora. Zeraora, use quick attack. At Roya's command, Zeraora glimmered with a soft white light and surged towards Tapu Koko with remarkable speed and strength. However, Tapu Koko raised its shield-like hands, effortlessly blocking Zeraora's quick attack without budging an inch. Realizing his move was ineffective, Zeraora quickly bounded back to Roya's side. Zeraora, use Volt Tackle. Acknowledging the futility of the previous attack, Roya ordered Zeraora to strike from a distance. Zeraora amassed a powerful surge of electricity, but once again, Tapu Koko's shield thwarted the assault with no effect. At that moment, Tapu Koko abandoned its defense, rapidly closing the distance to Zeraora and executing a brave bird attack, sending Zeraora staggering back several paces. Zeraora, are you alright? Roya immediately inquired with concern upon witnessing Zeraora's injury. Zeraora shook its head, signaling that it was fine. Alright then, let us continue our assault. Use Fire Punch. Zeraora ignited its arms in flames, aiming at Tapu Koko, but the Guardian deftly evaded, compelling Zeraora to retreat. Zeraora, Attack the ground with Volt Tackle. Noticing the previous attacks were ineffective, Roya commanded Zeraora to target the ground. As Volt Tackle struck the earth, dust erupted, obscuring the vision of both Roya and Zeraora from Tapu Koko. Now, Zeraora, use Shadow Clone. As the haze gradually dissipated, numerous replicas of Zeraora appeared, momentarily confusing Tapu Koko, which did not respond. Zeraora, unleash your full power with Plasma Fists. Realizing that the earlier attacks bore no fruit, Roya chose to go all out for a decisive blow. With a mighty roar, Zeraora's arm gathered immense energy and slammed into the ground, unleashing a torrent of lightning-shaped energy towards Tapu Koko. Unfazed by the formidable attack, Tapu Koko raised its shield to confront Zeraora's Plasma Fists. Upon impact, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, leaving Roya unable to discern the outcome, forcing him to wait anxiously. After some time, as the smoke dissipated, Roya discovered that Tapu Koko had retreated into its shell, successfully withstanding Zeraora's onslaught. Once it sensed the absence of further attacks, it emerged from its protective shell and gazed at Roya. After a brief moment of mutual observation, Tapu Koko suddenly appeared beside Zeraora, radiating electric energy that enveloped both Zeraora and itself. Zeraora, Roya exclaimed in alarm. However, he soon realized that Zeraora did not appear to be in pain. Instead, it closed its eyes, displaying an expression of serenity. What is happening? Roya pondered, scratching the back of his head before inquiring with the system. This is Tapu Koko imparting its electric affinity to Zeraora. It is a fortuitous event, the system responded, albeit in a somewhat mechanical tone. Understanding the significance of this for Zeraora, Roya patiently awaited the outcome. After several minutes, Tapu Koko concluded its energy transfer, cast a glance at Roya, and departed, leaving Zeraora in a state of enlightenment, its aura intensifying in Roya's perception. A few more minutes passed before Zeraora's aura stabilized, and it opened its eyes, eagerly recounting its transformative experience to Roya. After reassuring Zeraora, Roya activated his Pokédex to analyze the changes. Species, Zeraora type, electric ability, Volt Absorb level, 61 qualification, Tier 2 deity moves, Volt Tackle, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Thunder Punch, Plasma Fists, Thunder, Electric Terrain. Staring at Zeraora's attributes, Roya was astounded. He had not anticipated that, with Tapu Koko's assistance, Zeraora would ascend to the elite level, marking a significant milestone for Roya. Just as he was reveling in this joy, a commotion behind him snapped him back to reality. Turning around, he found 4 individuals standing before him, the familiar faces of Luzamin and her companions, who had come to search Melemele Island. Who are you? Upon spotting Roya in the forest at such a late hour, they appeared puzzled, especially since he seemed somewhat familiar. Greetings, Chairwoman Luzamin. I am Roya, a student from the Pokémon school. Upon recognizing Luzamin and the others, Roya felt a slight easing of his apprehension. Oh, you must be Lily's classmate, Luzamin said, her expression shifting to one of realization. What are you doing out here at this hour? She inquired, noticing the disheveled state of the ground behind him. I was training my Pokémon. Roya quickly concocted an excuse, though it was clear that the elite members of Ether Paradise were not easily deceived. There must be some hidden secrets behind your presence here at such a late hour. Chairwoman, we should apprehend him for questioning, suggested the ominous Zeraora. Enough. Zeraora, he is not a suspicious individual, Luzamin reprimanded Zeraora, then turned to Roya with a gentle tone. It is getting late, you should return home. After hearing this, Luoya nodded and subsequently bid farewell to them, departing from the place and returning home. Why did he not stay? Zhaobo was still unable to comprehend Luzamin's decision. He was merely a child, yet to uncover the source of the Ultra Aura. Could he continue on this path? Beside him, the silver-haired Dr. Burnett inquired, after a day of searching without results. Shall we return? Luzamin contemplated for a moment and decided to leave this place, heading back to the Ether Paradise. Very well. The group then left the forest under the cover of night, making their way towards the dock. Not far from them, Tapu Koko quietly perched upon a dense branch, watching them depart before vanishing from sight. Chapter 5. Setting sail upon returning home. Luoya meticulously reflected on the earlier assistance from Tapu Koko and the subsequent events involving Luzamin, finding himself increasingly perplexed. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly recalled a previous dream, coupled with the fact that Ash had also dreamt of Solgaleo and Lunala in the original story, which quickly drew the attention of the island guardians of the Alola region. Could it be related to that dream? Luoya pondered while lying in bed, and suddenly, he sprang up as if a revelation struck him. Of course, the radiant power. If he was not mistaken, Tapu Koko sensed his radiant power, which spurred its appearance to assist him, while Luzamon's presence was linked to the Ultra Aura. As Luoya unraveled the chain of events, clarity dawned upon him. Relieved, he finally eased his mind, allowing himself to drift into slumber, and before he knew it, dawn broke. The following morning, Luoya ventured alone to the city's shopping mall, where he procured numerous travel essentials, such as a spatial backpack, sleeping bag, tent, and a change of clothes. With his newfound proficiency as a top-tier breeder, he mastered the method of crafting energy cubes, making the production of berry and energy cube machines indispensable. In the afternoon, at the invitation of Mallow, he arrived at her family's restaurant, Anna's Kitchen. After a brief walk, Luoya stood before the entrance of Anna's Kitchen. Bang! As he pushed open the restaurant's grand door, he was startled by a burst of festive fireworks. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Mimikyu and Kiawe each held a firework, greeting Luoya as he entered the restaurant. Surprise! Mallow, Kiawe, Lily, Professor Kukui, and others shouted in unison to congratulate him. What is all this? Luoya was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, feeling somewhat at a loss. This is a farewell party in your honor. You must do your best on your upcoming journey. Lily, noticing Luoya's confusion, stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Looking at his friends and mentors, Luoya's eyes glistened with emotion. He could not help but rub his eyes and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. All right, it's time for the main event. Kiawe, noting the time, promptly ushered Luoya to the dining table, where he ceremoniously cut the cake prepared by Mallow, marking the official commencement of the farewell gathering. Friends from school engaged in cheerful conversations and savored the delicious food. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, Professor Kukui approached Luoya and inquired, "Have you decided when you will leave?" "Tomorrow morning," Luoya replied, momentarily startled by the professor's presence, but ultimately answered honestly. "Tomorrow morning?" "Yes. There's only one flight to Viridian City in the Kanto region, so we must rise early," Luoya explained to Professor Kukui. "I see." Professor Kukui nodded, acknowledging the timing before stepping away, leaving Luoya somewhat bewildered. Soon after, Mimikyu and the others gathered around, laughter echoing through the restaurant. Thus, Luoya and his companions spent their final day in the Alola region at Anna's Kitchen until nightfall, when they reluctantly parted ways. The next morning, having already packed, Luoya closed the door of his home, preparing to leave for the airport. At that moment, as he turned around, he spotted Professor Kukui leaning against a car parked at his doorstep, waving at him. Upon witnessing this, Luoya realized the reason behind the professor's inquiry about his departure time. He had intended to accompany Luoya on his journey. Consequently, Luoya entered Professor Kukui's car, and together they headed to the airport in Hawali City. However, Luoya was taken aback to find his classmates from Pokémon school, Kiawe, Lily, Mallow, Mimikyu, and water-type trainer Lana, waiting for him at the airport. "You all." Luoya was overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. "You must do your best." "Luoya," Mallow smiled encouragingly. "I'm so looking forward to the gym challenge. I wonder how it differs from the grand trials," Kiawe remarked excitedly. "You must win." Lana chimed in. "We'll be watching the Indigo Conference. Good luck." Lily added enthusiastically. "I will bring back the victory," Luoya declared, clenching his fists in determination upon hearing their well wishes. "Above all, stay safe during your travels." Professor Kukui and Principal Oak expressed their concern for safety as educators. "Yes, I will be cautious, and besides, Tapu Koko will be there to protect me." Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, an announcement echoed through the terminal. "The flight to Viridian City in the Kanto region is about to depart. All passengers, please board promptly. Goodbye, everyone." Hearing this announcement, Luoya paused his conversation, bid farewell to his friends, and turned away, heading towards the plane. "Goodbye. Do your best." The voices behind him prompted Luoya to momentarily halt. He waved his right hand and continued onward. Once the plane took off, Luoya gazed out of the window at the receding islands of Alola, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Yet, he quickly composed himself, brimming with anticipation for the journey ahead. After several hours of flight, the plane finally landed at Viridian City Airport in the evening. Upon disembarking, Luoya followed the crowd out of the airport. In the city, Luoya beheld the stark contrast between Viridian City and the Alola region. His spirit ignited with fervor. "I will definitely win the Indigo Conference." Thus, with a resolute mindset, Luoya arrived at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. Since Tapu Koko and Litten had not engaged in battle and were in excellent spirits, he didn't require any healing. Instead, he booked a room at the Pokémon Center to rest for the night. After enjoying dinner with Tapu Koko and Litten, Luoya did not forget to contact his teachers and friends from Alola, informing them of his safe arrival in Viridian City. Following an extensive chat, He finally prepared to rest, gearing up for the next day's visit to Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town to collect his Pokédex. As instructed by the esteemed Professor Oak himself, this would enable Luoya to become an official Pokémon trainer of the league. With eager anticipation for the next day, Luoya gradually drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 6. Professor Oak's lab. Early the next morning, Luoya departed from the Pokémon Center, aiming to reach Pallet Town as soon as possible. After finding a direct bus route from Viridian City to Pallet Town, he boarded the bus. It must be said that the speed of the bus was impressive, and within a matter of minutes, Luoya arrived in Pallet Town. Pallet Town is a quaint village situated in the western region of Kanto, characterized by its predominantly white architecture, thus often referred to as the White Town. However, the town itself is not particularly renowned. Rather, it is the illustrious Professor Oak's research facility, situated on the outskirts, that has garnered global fame. After all, Professor Oak is quite distinguished in the realm of Pokémon studies, and as a result, the town of Pallet has also gained considerable recognition. Later on, Ash's triumphant victory as the champion of the Alola region once again cast the spotlight on Pallet Town. After disembarking, Roa inquired with a local resident about the location of the Oak Research Lab, which he learned was located in the suburbs. He promptly made his way towards the outskirts of Pallet Town, soon beheld a research facility built against the mountains, adorned with a large white windmill. This was the famous lab. However, upon his arrival, the atmosphere seemed somewhat unusual, as a throng of Pallet Town residents had gathered at the entrance, engaged in cheerful conversations. Additionally, several cheerleaders were performing a dance while chanting, "Gary, Gary, so dashing, Gary, Gary, the greatest." Upon witnessing this, Roa realized that today was the day Ash and Gary set off on their journey, and he felt a sense of surprise. What a coincidence. Nonetheless, Roa did not linger on this thought. Instead, he exerted considerable effort to push through the crowd until he reached the entrance, where he rang the doorbell. "Hello, this is the Oak Research Lab. Who are you?" A youthful, vibrant voice called from behind the door. Shortly thereafter, a boy clad in a blue shirt and sporting a brown spiky hairstyle opened the door and inquired of Roa. "I am Roa, here to collect my Pokédex." Upon recognizing that it was Gary who had opened the door, Roa explained his purpose. "Please, come in." Upon learning that Roa was there for the Pokédex, Gary raised an eyebrow and allowed him entry. "Who is this visitor?" Professor Oak, noticing someone had entered the lab, asked Gary. "Hello, Professor Oak. I am Roa from the Alola region. I've come as per the request of my friend, Professor Kukui, to collect the Pokédex." Upon seeing Professor Oak, Roa immediately bowed and clarified his reason for being there. "Oh, so you are the Roa that Kukui mentioned. My memory almost failed me," Professor Oak exclaimed, slapping his forehead, as he recalled his cousin's prior mention of Roa. "I have your Pokédex ready." "Thank you, Professor Oak." Roa expressed his gratitude upon realizing his Pokédex was prepared. "It's a trivial matter. As it happens, novice trainers are currently receiving their starter Pokémon. Would you like to join us?" Professor Oak proposed to Roa. "Certainly, I would be glad to." Roa followed Professor Oak into the lab, where he found that 3 individuals, including Gary, were already present, one boy with fiery red hair and a girl with long blue hair. "Here are the 3 starter Pokémon, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Please choose one," Professor Oak announced as he released the trio of Pokémon before the group. Roa took this opportunity to assess their attributes. Both Charmander and Bulbasaur possessed gym-level potential, while Squirtle was an exception. Pokémon, Squirtle. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Level, 5. Qualities, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun. A Squirtle of champion quality. It seems Professor Oak may have pulled a few strings for his grandson. I presume the red-haired boy would opt for the extroverted Charmander, while the girl would likely choose the more placid Bulbasaur. Roa mused internally, contemplating the qualities of the 3 Pokémon. As Roa had anticipated, the 2 trainers swiftly selected Charmander and Bulbasaur, while Gary chose the Squirtle he had longed for. "This is your Pokédex. With it, you can learn more about various Pokémon. Additionally, here are 5 Pokeballs as a token of appreciation," Professor Oak stated, presenting Roa and Gary with Pokeballs and 4 Pokédexes. After receiving the Pokédex and Pokeballs, the other 2 trainers bid farewell to Professor Oak and departed the lab, while Gary lingered, presumably waiting for Ash. "Professor Oak, could you please upgrade the National Pokédex?" Observing Professor Oak was now free, Roa took out the previously mentioned Pokédex and made his request. "Of course, Gary, yours can be upgraded as well." After Professor Oak took their Pokédexes, he proceeded to operate the computer at the back. "Hello, Roa, you are from the Alola region?" During the upgrade, Gary engaged Roa in conversation. "Indeed, I am here to challenge the Indigo Conference," Roa replied to Gary's inquiry. I too am preparing for the Indigo Conference. You shall be defeated by me, the great Gary. Gary declared with youthful arrogance, eliciting a slight irritation from Roa. Just wait until you encounter me. You might find yourself defeated before the match even begins, Roa shot back, unreservedly. Why you? Just as Gary was about to retort, Professor Oak returned with the upgraded Pokédex, interrupting their exchange. It is all set. He then handed the Pokédex back to Roa and Gary. Roa received the Pokédex without acknowledging the visibly frustrated Gary, expressed his gratitude to Professor Oak, and promptly exited the lab, bypassing Gary. Curse you. I will surely defeat you, Gary exclaimed in exasperation as he called after Roa, who merely waved his hand in acknowledgement before stepping out of the research facility, leaving Professor Oak shaking his head in bemusement. Upon exiting the lab, Roa soon spotted an individual clad in pajamas stumbling past him, rushing into the research facility. This was none other than the protagonist of the Pokémon world. However, that was in the past. The current protagonist was Roa himself, and he felt a surge of confidence. System, sign in. Roa, recalling the unique nature of the Oak Research Lab, promptly called out to activate the system for sign-in. Sign-in at the Oak Research Lab completed. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 quality enhancement potions, 5 luxury balls, and 1 million league coins, the system announced, detailing the rewards from his sign-in. What effect does the quality enhancement potion have? Although he had a general idea of its purpose, Roa sought a more specific understanding. The quality enhancement potion is applicable to Pokémon with qualities below champion level, enhancing their quality by 1 tier. However, it may only be used once per Pokémon. The system explained to Roa. So, my Litten can evolve into champion quality? Roa inquired, eager to confirm the potion's effects. Indeed, after receiving affirmation, he promptly released his Litten and administered the potion. Soon, under the potion's influence, Litten's quality evolved into champion, and its level increased. Pokémon, Litten. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 10. Qualities, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Scratch, Ember, Lick, Quick Attack. What a splendid harvest. Roa's journey in Pallet Town not only yielded a Pokédex, but also a quality enhancement potion, a rather advantageous item. He felt immense joy. His spirit lifted as he hummed an unknown tune, bounding forth towards Viridian City. Chapter 7, Ho-Oh. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Roa opted not to return by vehicle as he had upon his arrival. Instead, he chose to walk to Viridian City. The reason for this decision was, of course, to catch a glimpse of the legendary Pokémon photographer. Oh no, it was Ho-Oh. As Roa strolled along the country path, a sudden rustle from the bushes caught his attention. He swiftly approached the source of the commotion and discovered a pair of rivals, a Pidgey and a Spearow, engaged in a fierce battle. Pidgey and Spearow have perpetually been rivals, frequently clashing in fierce battles, as trainers often encounter them contesting for territory in the wild. Thus, it is not surprising that Rola finds himself witnessing such a confrontation. However, what astonishes Rola is the discovery through his investigative eye that this particular Pidgey, despite possessing a notably lower level than the Spearow, manages to gain the upper hand in their skirmish, demonstrating its exceptional prowess. This revelation stirs Rola's interest, prompting him to contemplate capturing this remarkable Pidgey. Species, Pidgey type, normal. Flying ability, Keen-Eye gender, male level, 10 potential. Champion moves, Peck, Sand Attack, Gust, Wing Attack. Brave Bird. The presence of Brave Bird at such a low level suggests it is a hereditary skill, affirming the Pidgey's outstanding potential. As the battle unfolds, Rola observes Pidgey soaring through the air, engulfed in azure flames, launching a swift assault on the nearby Spearow, swiftly incapacitating it. Moments later, a dazed Spearow struggles to flee, leaving the victorious Pidgey behind. Noticing Pidgey's inclination to depart, Rola emerges from his hiding spot behind a tree, challenging the Pidgey. Pidgey, let us engage in battle. Should you lose, you shall accompany me. Upon hearing Rola's words, Pidgey tilts its head thoughtfully before nodding in agreement, adopting a battle stance. Go, Litten. A flash of brilliance reveals Rola's companion on the grassy field, poised to confront Pidgey. Litten, use Ember. Litten immediately releases sparks towards the airborne Pidgey. Yet the agile creature deftly evades the attack. In retaliation, Pidgey unleashes a gust, sending a tempestuous wind toward Litten. Quick attack, Litten, Rola commands. And Litten swiftly dodges the onslaught, closing the distance to Pidgey. Use Scratch. Litten's front paw glimmers with a bright light, catching Pidgey off guard as it descends from the air, pinning it to the ground. Now, use Quick Attack. Litten transforms into a white blur, dashing toward Pidgey, who is still recovering, sending it flying once again. Litten, use Ember. Litten fires another barrage of sparks at Pidgey, who soon succumbs to the assault, collapsing to the ground as Litten returns to Rola's side. Rola rushes to the injured Pidgey, placing his hand on it, and channeling his radiant power to heal it. Under the influence of this radiant energy, Pidgey quickly regains consciousness, perceiving Rola's benevolent intentions and care, which fosters a sense of affection toward him. "Would you be willing to be my Pokémon?" Rola inquires, presenting an empty luxury ball to Pidgey. Feeling the affinity emanating from Rola's radiant energy and recalling the healing, Pidgey presses the button on the Pokeball without hesitation, surrendering willingly. "Come forth, Pidgey." Rola releases Pidgey, smiling warmly. "I look forward to our journey together." Pidgey responds with a joyful cry, perching on Rola's shoulder and nuzzling against him, signifying its newfound companionship. Rola then introduces Pidgey to Litten, and witnessing the three Pokémon bond harmoniously brings a subtle smile to his face. After successfully capturing this promising Pidgey, Rola provides it with a potential-enhancing item, elevating its potential to champion and increasing its level by 3. With Litten and Pidgey by his side, Rola continues his journey toward Viridian City, challenging various Pokémon encountered along the way. After defeating them, he offers healing and leaves behind energy cubes as tokens of gratitude. As Rola travels, an unexpected torrential downpour descends upon him, catching him off guard. However, he swiftly recalls his 2 Pokémon and shelters beneath an umbrella, pressing onward. Simultaneously, he notices a swarm of Spearow ascending toward a specific location, triggering a memory that compels him to pursue the flock. In a sprint, Rola soon arrives near Ash, who is besieged by the relentless attacks of the Spearow, just as a colossal lightning bolt strikes the ground. Upon reaching a nearby hill, he witnesses a breathtaking scene. Under Pikachu's electric assault, Spearow rain down like a tempest, while the remaining ones flee in disarray, leaving Ash and Pikachu collapsed on the ground. Just as Rola prepares to check on Ash, the downpour abruptly ceases, revealing a vibrant rainbow in the sky. On the opposite end of the rainbow, a golden-red figure gradually approaches Rola and Ash. A melodious bird call resonates as the figure draws near, prompting Ash and Pikachu, who are still on the ground, to rise and gaze toward the silhouette beneath the rainbow. They behold a bird-like Pokémon adorned with feathers of 7 radiant colors, exuding an aura of nobility, none other than the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh, revered in the Johto and Kanto regions, commonly referred to as the photographer. Rola hastily retrieves his camera, ready to capture the magnificent sight. As Ho-Oh glides above Rola and Ash, its wings create a cascade of colorful sparkles that descend, forming a breathtaking spectacle. Rola activates his investigative eye to analyze Ho-Oh's attributes. Species: Ho-Oh type, fire, flying ability, pressure level, 115 potential, legendary moves, sacred fire, take off, whirlwind, sacred flame, life droplet, overheat, flamethrower node. Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokémon, soars through the skies, using its resplendent wings, and is a creature of myth and legend. What splendid attributes! Rola marvels at the impressive lineup of abilities. As Ho-Oh senses Rola's gaze, it turns to look at him, instantly perceiving the radiant energy emanating from Rola. Their eyes meet, and Rola feels the overwhelming pressure of a legendary being, causing him to tremble momentarily. Fortunately, this oppressive aura dissipates swiftly as Ho-Oh ascends into the distance, leaving behind a single iridescent feather that gracefully drifts into Rola's hands. This is the rainbow feather. Rola quickly recognizes the name of the feather, feeling a mix of astonishment and curiosity as to why Ho-Oh would bestow it upon him. Pondering this mystery, he soon dismisses it from his mind and approaches Ash. Upon reaching Ash's side, he overhears him murmuring, "What Pokémon is that?" "That is the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh," Rola explains, stepping into view. "Ho-Oh?" Ash turns to Rola, intrigued. Indeed, legend has it that anyone who encounters Ho-Oh will be blessed with good fortune, Rola continues, glancing in the direction Ho-Oh departed. "By the way, you're the one I met at Professor Oak's lab, aren't you?" Ash suddenly recalls Rola's earlier presence. "My name is Rola, hailing from the Alola region." Rola introduces himself in response to Ash. "I'm Ash," Ash replies, offering his name in return. "Speaking of which, doesn't your Pikachu need healing?" Roya gazed at Ash, who was cradling his injured Pikachu. Such an injury could not be mended by mere healing potions. A visit to the Pokémon Center was imperative. Seizing the opportunity, Roya scrutinized the legendary Pokémon, Pikachu. Species: Pikachu. Type: electric. Ability: static. Gender: male. Level: 10. Potential: semi-divine. Moves: Tail Whip, Thunder Shock, Growl, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt. A Pikachu of semi-divine potential. It was no wonder it was revered as a legendary Pokémon. Observing the impressive attributes of Pikachu, Roya felt a twinge of desire. Though he was already committed to his own Jolteon. I must head to the Pokémon Center, Roya remarked. Upon hearing this, Ash quickly grasped the urgency and dashed towards the Pokémon Center in Jubilife City, prompting Roya to follow suit. However, as they arrived in Jubilife City, a commanding female voice rang out from behind them. Halt. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Team Rocket. Stop right there, trainer. As Roya and Ash passed a small police station, a sharp call from behind made them halt in their tracks. Turning to look, they beheld a female officer clad in a blue uniform, her long blue hair cascading down her back. This was none other than Officer Jenny of Jubilife City. You two must stop. No suspicious individuals are permitted to pass, Officer Jenny declared, blocking their path. I am not suspicious. Ash shot back, irritation evident in his tone. I need to take my Pokémon to the Pokémon Center immediately. Upon hearing Ash's plea, Officer Jenny leaned down to examine the injured Pikachu in Ash's arms and said, such a severe injury. How unfortunate. Quickly, show me your identification. Identification? What is that? Ash replied, bewildered. The mention of identification struck a nerve, leaving Roya astounded by Ash's ignorance. You cannot pass without identification, especially given the presence of Pokémon thieves, Officer Jenny stated with authority. What should I do? Ash's expression turned frantic at this revelation. Officer, here is my Pokédex, Roya interjected. Observing Ash's panic, he retrieved his Pokédex from his backpack and handed it to Officer Jenny, then turned to Ash to explain, Professor Oak's Pokédex can serve as identification. After Roya's explanation, Officer Jenny activated the Pokédex, which emitted a mechanical voice. This Pokédex belongs to Roya. Keep up the good work, Pokémon trainer. Additionally, if this Pokédex is lost, it cannot be replaced, so please take care. A message from Professor Oak of Pallet Town. Oh, so that's what it is, Ash exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He hastily produced his own Pokédex from his pocket and presented it to Officer Jenny. After a brief inspection, Officer Jenny permitted both Roya and Ash to proceed and kindly offered to drive them to the Pokémon Center. Moments later, she emerged from the police station's garage with a patrol car, swiftly transporting Roya and Ash to the Pokémon Center. Yet, just as they arrived, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Slow down, Officer Jenny. With Officer Jenny's rapid speed, they quickly reached the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy conducted an examination and, amidst her scolding, ushered Pikachu into the operating room for treatment. Subsequently, Ash's demeanor soured, and he appeared despondent. Roya, do you think I am unfit to be a trainer? This is merely a part of the journey for any trainer. Ultimately, you have grown, have you not? Roya consoled. So, just exercise caution in the future. I understand now. Ash replied, finally revitalized. Spotting the phone at the Pokémon Center, he decided to contact his mother. Shortly after Ash hung up, the phone rang, and he promptly answered. To his astonishment, Professor Oak appeared on the screen. Roya, too, recognized him, remembering that it was Ash who had mentioned the professor's name. After a brief conversation, Ash steered the discussion towards Ho-Oh, requesting Roya to corroborate his claims. What Ash says is true, Roya affirmed, having been summoned by Ash. He even shared a video he had recorded, showcasing Ho-Oh. Unbelievable, Professor Oak exclaimed, pressing his face closer to the screen. Please send me that video. Reluctantly, Roya complied and transmitted the video. However, Professor Oak swiftly ended the call, stating he needed to analyze the footage. Meanwhile, a girl with short orange hair approached Ash, wielding a damaged bicycle, seeking retribution. This was Misty, who had previously crossed paths with Ash. After some discussion, they momentarily set aside the bicycle issue and focused on comforting Ash. Before long, Pikachu emerged from the treatment room, resting on a hospital bed, with Nurse Joy proclaiming that it merely required some rest to fully recover. Just as Roya and Ash began to feel at ease, a cloud of ominous black smoke suddenly filled the room, leaving them bewildered. What is happening? Ash asked, covering his mouth and nose. Since you have inquired with such sincerity, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard peace, and to embody love and truth, we are the charming yet malevolent Team Rocket. Prepare yourselves, for we are here. From the smoke emerged Jessie and James, proudly announcing their presence. What do you intend to do? Ash demanded, anger flaring. Why? To seize the precious Pokémon of the Pokémon Center, of course, Jessie replied with a sinister grin. I will not allow that, Nurse Joy asserted, stepping forward. Is that so? James scoffed dismissively. And I stand with her, Roya declared, positioning himself alongside Nurse Joy to confront Team Rocket. Then we shall not hold back. Go, Weezing. And you, Ekans. Jessie and James dispatched their Pokémon. Go, Cyndaquil. Pidgey. Roya countered, deploying his own Pokémon in response to Team Rocket's novice-level creatures. An unfamiliar Pokémon? We shall take it, James exclaimed. Ekans, use Poison Sting. Wheezing, Smokescreen, commanded Jesse and James as their Pokémon advanced on Roya and the others. Cyndaquil, Ember. Pidgey, use Whirlwind. With the force of Roya's attacks, the adversaries were driven back. At that moment, Ash's Pikachu, aided by other Pikachu, regained its vigor and unleashed a thunderbolt towards Team Rocket. Amidst the conflagration of lightning, flames, and smoke, a tremendous explosion ensued, propelling Team Rocket and their Pokémon away, leaving behind a parting remark. What an unpleasant sensation. With Roya and Ash's assistance, the Pokémon Center temporarily returned to tranquility, allowing them to rest for the night. On the opposite side, Team Rocket, blasted into the air, found themselves dangling from a high tree branch, suddenly fixating on Ash's Pikachu, plotting to capture it. What about that other kid? James inquired. Better not, Jesse replied, recalling the overwhelming power of Roya's Pokémon, quelling their ambitions. They continued to hang from the branch, braving the cold wind until dawn. Chapter 9. The Forest of Jubilife. Pidgey. Whirlwind. In the tranquil expanse of Jubilife Forest, a young boy commanded his Pidgey in battle against a Beedrill. Under the tumultuous influence of the violent winds unleashed by Bobo, Dagius swiftly succumbed to incapacitation, collapsing onto the ground. This boy was none other than Roya, who had ventured forth alone from Shurgian City and was currently traversing the verdant expanse of the Shurgian Forest, simultaneously honing his skills while making his way towards Nibi City. The Shurgian Forest stands as the largest wilderness in the Kanto region, connecting Shurgian City and Nibi City, serving as an essential passage to the latter. It is also a sanctuary for a multitude of bug-type Pokémon, including Caterpie, Weedle, and Beedrill, and even hosts traces of rare bug-type creatures such as Scyther and Dagia, rendering it a veritable paradise for bug-type Pokémon. While Roya diligently practiced within the Shurgian Forest, Ash, who had just risen from slumber at the Shurgian City Pokémon Center, learned from Nurse Joy that Roya had departed alone towards the Shurgian Forest. How could this be? Why didn't he wait for me? Ash pondered, his heart sinking with disappointment, leaving him in a state of despondency. Why would Roya take you, a mere burden, along? Misty chimed in, casting a disparaging remark at Ash. Speaking of which, what brings you here? Upon hearing Misty's words, Ash turned his gaze towards her. Naturally, it's about my bicycle, Misty retorted, recalling her beloved bike, her temper flaring. Oh, I see, Ash replied, his spirits diminishing further upon realizing that Misty was here solely for her bicycle. In any case, I shall follow you until you compensate me for my bicycle. I understand. I will repay you when I have the funds, so please refrain from mentioning the bicycle again. Meanwhile, Roya continued his training amidst the Shurgian Forest, engaging in battles with suitably leveled Pokémon to bolster the strength of his own companions. As noon approached, a pang of hunger struck him, prompting him to head towards a small creek he had discovered earlier, where he intended to prepare his lunch. With remarkable swiftness, he arrived at the creek, retrieving his cooking utensils from his spatial backpack and instructing his Pokémon to gather some dry twigs from the surroundings. Thus, by the riverbank, he commenced the preparation of his meal as well as energy cubes for his Pokémon. After spending over an hour, he finally concluded his lunch break. Following a brief respite, Roya laid out a training regimen for Huoban Meow and Bobo. Bobo, you must continually attune yourself to the energy of Steel-type Pokémon and master the Steel Wing technique. As for Huoban Meow, direct your sparks towards that rock, progressively intensifying the flames until they evolve into a burst of fire. Roya tailored their training according to their respective attributes, while Jalaula was required to meditate by the creek, attuning to its own energy. In the meantime, Roya retrieved a fishing rod he had purchased in the Alola region, hoping to discover suitable water-type Pokémon in the vicinity. Thus, he observed Bobo and Huoban Meow's training while fishing. During this time, he managed to catch several water-type Pokémon, albeit of rather common quality, such as Magikarp and Goldeen, the majority being Magikarp, which he reluctantly released back into the water. As Roya's focus shifted back to Bobo and Huoban Meow's training, he suddenly felt his fishing rod tremble vigorously, as though something beneath the surface was tugging at the bait. Initially dismissing it as another Magikarp, he merely tugged gently on the rod, intending to release it back into the creek. However, as he reeled it in, a rather unattractive fish-like Pokémon, a pale yellow with some black spots, emerged before him. This is, Roya exclaimed, a gleeful expression gracing his face, for he had unexpectedly hooked a Chinchou. Pokémon, Chinchou. Type, water. Ability, adaptability. Gender, female. Level, 10. Aptitude, champion. Moves, water gun, bounce, tackle, confuse ray, mist, dragon breath, mirror coat. A champion grade Chinchou. complete with 2 inherited moves. What could it possibly be doing in the Shurjian forest? Ruoya pondered the curious presence of this Hoenn region Pokémon in Kanto, particularly one of such formidable quality, yet could not decipher the reason. Could it be that encountering Ho-Oh truly brings good fortune? Resigned to attributing this to sheer luck, he prepared to accept the Chinchou with a mixture of elation and tears. Bobo, prepare for battle, Ruoya called out to the training Bobo, instantly ceasing its training. Bobo flew to Ruoya's side, fixing its sharp gaze upon the Chinchou. In response, the Chinchou floated to the surface, unleashing a jet of water towards Bobo. Bobo, evade, Ruoya urged, and Bobo promptly soared into the air, effortlessly dodging the attack. Bobo, unleash a whirlwind. Upon hearing the command, Bobo flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce gust that lifted Chinchou from the water, rendering it momentarily immobile. Bobo, finish it with Brave Bird. At Ruoya's command, Bobo enveloped itself in azure flames and struck the Chinchou at tremendous speed, sending it crashing to the ground. Go, Pokeball. Witnessing the scene, Ruoya swiftly tossed a luxury ball to capture the Chinchou. Buzzing with anticipation, the luxurious ball shook vigorously before finally emitting a satisfying click, indicating a successful capture. I have captured Chinchou, Ruoya exclaimed in a moment of exhilaration, mimicking Ash's signature pose when capturing Pokémon. Bobo chirped joyfully in celebration, sharing in Ruoya's triumph. Come forth and meet your companions, Chinchou. Ruoya released the newly captured Pokémon. With a flash of light, Chinchou appeared in the creek, where it was enthusiastically greeted by Hua Ban Miao, Jalala, and Bobo, who engaged in cheerful conversation with the newcomer. After fostering their camaraderie, Ruoya returned them to their Pokeballs, organized his backpack, and continued deeper into the Shurjian forest. As Ruoya ventured onward, a rustling noise from the grass behind him caught his attention, prompting him to halt and investigate. Suddenly, a sound akin to tearing air resonated from behind, startling Ruoya. Who goes there? Chapter 10, The Warrior Boy. As Ruoya traversed the path within the Shurjian forest, a sudden sound of air being ripped apart emanated from behind him, followed by the emergence of a rather large figure, poised to make a move against him. Sensing the unusual presence, Ruoya swiftly pivoted, bending low to deliver a punch to the assailant's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain before collapsing to the ground, groaning in distress. After a moment, Ruoya scrutinized the would-be attacker, discovering a stout youth clad in samurai armor, with an unsheathed sword resting beside him. What do you think you are doing? The warrior boy, regaining his composure, struggled to rise, glaring at Ruoya with reddened eyes. Unfazed by the accusation, Ruoya countered, I ought to ask you the same. Attacking me with a samurai sword. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall escort you to Miss Junsha. Upon hearing Ruoya's intent to report him to Officer Jenny, the warrior boy panicked, disregarding his own injuries as he hastily explained, I merely wish to inquire if you hail from Masera town and to challenge you. I meant no harm. Is this how you extend a challenge to others? Ruoya pressed on, unwilling to relent. I only intended to give you a taste of my prowess. I sincerely apologize for my improper conduct. The warrior boy could only bow his head in repeated contrition. This time I shall let it pass. Hoping there will not be a next, Royan understood that there was no malice intended, hence he did not exert excessive pressure. Subsequently, Royan turned to leave, but the samurai youth called out to him from behind. Wait, are you a new trainer from Pallet Town? The samurai youth, still not willing to give up, pursued Royan with his inquiry. What is it about Pallet Town trainers that captivates you so? Noticing the youth's keen interest in trainers from Pallet Town, Royan asked curiously. It is because 3 trainers from Pallet Town have already defeated me, so I wish to triumph over the next Pallet Town trainer I encounter. The samurai youth explained to Royan. I see. Royan nodded, then introduced himself. I am Royan, hailing from the Alola region, not a trainer from Pallet Town. Then please accept my challenge. With that, the samurai youth bowed respectfully to Royan. Very well. Seeing his sincerity, Royan pondered briefly before acquiescing. Our battle rules shall be 2 against 2. How does that sound? The samurai youth excitedly announced the rules upon receiving Royan's consent. No problem, Royan replied. I shall send out my Heracross. He released a gray Heracross, which brandished its large horns at Royan. Pokémon, Heracross. Type, Bug. Ability, Swarm. Gender, Male. Level, 15. Qualification, Elite. Moves, Pin Missile, Harden, Focus Energy, Cut, Tackle. Come forth, Pidgey. Observing the imposing Heracross, Royan dispatched his own Pidgey. Pidgey, unleash a hurricane. Royan commanded. Pidgey promptly summoned a fierce tempest directed at Heracross. Heracross, use Tackle. The samurai youth directed Heracross to charge through the gale towards Pidgey. Pidgey, Steel Wing. Upon hearing this, Pidgey swiftly transformed its wings into a metallic sheen and lunged towards the oncoming Heracross. However, after a brief stalemate, both Pokémon retreated slightly. Heracross, use Cut. Heracross's claws glimmered with white light as it lunged at Pidgey. Pidgey, use Brave Bird. Pidgey emanated blue flames as it surged towards the approaching Heracross. Before Heracross could lay a claw on Pidgey, it was struck and sent flying by Pidgey's Brave Bird attack, losing its combat capability. Heracross, are you alright? Upon witnessing Heracross's defeat, the samurai youth reluctantly recalled his Pokémon. You are truly impressive, but my next challenger is this. Come forth, Metapod. A green Metapod appeared on the battlefield. Pidgey, continue the fight. Royan still relied on Pidgey. Metapod, harden. Heeding the command, Metapod radiated a metallic glow, significantly enhancing its defense. Gazing at the Metapod before him, Royan reminisced about a memorable battle involving Ash, where two Metapods repeatedly used Harden, resulting in an awkward standoff. Amused by the thought, Royan couldn't help but chuckle, leaving the samurai youth somewhat bewildered. Regaining his composure, Royan commanded, Pidgey, unleash a hurricane. Pidgey summoned a fierce wind that struck the immobilized Metapod, slamming it to the ground and rendering it unable to battle. Metapod, the samurai youth, seeing his Pokémon unconscious, felt a pang of sympathy and recalled it into its Pokeball for rest. You are truly remarkable, Royan. The samurai youth approached Royan, giving him a thumbs up. You flatter me. Royan graciously accepted the compliment, preparing to recall Pidgey when an unexpected event transpired. A radiant white light began to emanate from Pidgey, growing increasingly intense until enveloping the surroundings. This is the light of evolution. Pidgey is evolving. Royan's face lit up with joy. Soon, the silhouette within the white light grew larger, and as the glow dissipated, a majestic Pidgeotto appeared before Royan. Pokémon, Pidgeotto. Type, normal, flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, male. Level, 18. Qualification, champion. Moves, quick attack, gust, sand attack, hurricane, wing attack, steel wing, brave bird. Pidgey, no. Pidgeotto, you have finally evolved. Royan rushed forward, stroking Pidgeotto's head feathers, which it affectionately nuzzled against Royan's hand, displaying a contented expression. Congratulations on your evolution, Pidgeotto. The samurai youth, with a glint of envy in his eyes, congratulated Royan. Thank you. By the way, you are heading to Pewter City, correct? The samurai youth suddenly recalled something and inquired. Indeed. Just continue along this path, and you will reach Pewter City. The youth pointed out a road. I understand, thank you. Royan expressed his gratitude and proceeded along the indicated path. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to the samurai youth, saying, there is still one trainer from Pallet Town. I believe he has already entered Viridian Forest. I see, thank you. Then farewell. Royan waved goodbye to the samurai youth and continued on his journey. Chapter 11. Fierce Battle with Poachers. Fire Meow, Fire Fong. Royan observed the battle between his Fire Meow and a Oddish and promptly issued his command. Upon hearing the order, Fire Meow's fangs were instantly enveloped in flames, and it lunged at Oddish, delivering a fierce bite that left Oddish incapacitated. Well done, Fire Meow. Royan approached his Pokémon and affectionately patted its head, praising it. Meow? Fire Meow purred contentedly, closing its eyes in delight. Subsequently, Royan went to the unconscious Oddish, placing his hand upon it to channel his healing light, reviving Oddish. You've worked hard, Oddish. Royan produced some energy cubes and offered them to Oddish, which gratefully accepted before bouncing away happily. Watching Oddish depart, Royan suddenly recalled something and asked the system, is it possible to sign in at Viridian Forest? Yes, you can sign in. The system replied succinctly. Then I shall proceed with the sign-in. After some consideration, Royan opted to sign in. Location, Viridian Forest. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the Viridian Power. 1 Miracle Seed, 5 Luxury Balls, and 500,000 Alliance Coins. The system enumerated the rewards. Viridian Power is indeed a remarkable boon. Hearing that the sign-in rewards included Viridian Power brought Royan immense joy. Viridian Power is a gift bestowed upon children born near Viridian Forest every decade, primarily characterized by its healing abilities for Pokémon and understanding their inner thoughts. Most impressively, it can enhance a Pokémon's strength without any side effects. However, it is a rare gift, currently known to be possessed only by that little yellow creature. But I already possess the healing light, which carries similar energy. Isn't this a bit wasteful? Royan pondered aloud regarding his healing light. The host can merge Viridian Power with healing light, thereby enhancing the latter. After the fusion, healing light will reach an intermediate level, significantly boosting its healing capabilities, the system elucidated. Understood, I shall merge them immediately. Upon grasping the potential of Viridian power, Royan promptly chose to fuse them. At that moment, streams of green light began to pour in from the surroundings, flocking into Royan's body like moths to a flame. The radiant power within Roya has been gradually amplifying after absorbing the strength of Tokawadai, reaching the intermediate level, while his physical prowess has also ascended to a new echelon. The power of Tokawadai is truly remarkable, and the other miracle seed is quite commendable as well. It can be temporarily retained until he captures a grass-type Pokémon to bestow it upon. As Roya contemplated these matters, he stored the remaining items in his system space. Just as he was preparing to continue his journey, an urgent voice reached his ears. Quick, save them. What is this? Roya halted his steps, filled with confusion as he scanned his surroundings. Quick, save them. As Roya hesitated, the voice persisted. What is this voice, system? Still unaware of who was calling him, he inquired of the system. This is the voice of the Tokawadai forest, seeking your assistance due to the traces of the Tokawadai power within you, the system clarified. Understanding dawned upon Roya after the system's explanation, and he called out to the surrounding Tokawadai forest. Where shall I go to help? After his exclamation, a path materialized in his mind, guiding him forward. Following this path, he walked for approximately half an hour, eventually hearing laughter and the cries of Pokémon nearby. Upon hearing this, Roya stealthily approached the source of the sounds. Behind a large tree, he beheld 5 poachers extracting numerous Pokeballs from their vehicle, while several incapacitated Pokémon, including a Tauros, a Scyther, and a few Oddish, lay on the ground, helpless as the poachers captured them in Pokeballs. Beside them flitted several Butterfree, likely responsible for putting these Pokémon to sleep with their powder. Roya promptly summoned his Fire Meowth and Pidgey, instructing them to remain silent. Before stealthily positioning himself behind the tree, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Butterfree accompanying the poachers. Fire Meowth, Pidgey, quick attack. Upon uttering these words, they were enveloped in radiant light, charging at the unsuspecting Butterfree with remarkable speed, knocking them to the ground. Who goes there? The poachers, alerted to the commotion, immediately heightened their vigilance and spotted Fire Meowth and Pidgey, who had vanquished their Pokémon. Realizing the necessity of revealing himself, Roya stepped out from behind the tree and addressed them. It is I, of course. A mere child, do you seek death? The leader of the poachers scoffed, relaxing his guard upon noticing Roya's youthful appearance. Underestimating others may cost you your life. Unfazed by the leader's menacing words, after all, they were not the infamous poachers with lettered names, and with the presence of his Zeraora, he felt no fear. Roya retorted, you will soon witness my prowess. Come forth, Arbok. The leader unleashed his Pokémon, revealing a purple Arbok before Roya. Child, I shall claim your Pokémon. Boss, impressive. Boss, you're magnificent. The leader's subordinates cheered him on. Pokémon, Arbok. Type, poison. Ability, shed skin. Gender, female. Level, 25. Aptitude, ordinary. Moves, poison sting, glare, bind, bite, smog, toxic fong. Oh, is that so? Roya observed the Arbok, puzzled as to why an ordinary level Pokémon could instill such confidence in them. Arbok, poison sting. The poacher's leader immediately commanded his Pokémon to attack. The Arbok opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of purple poison stings aimed at Roya. Pidgey, Hurricane. Fire Meowth, Ember. Roya countered, directing his Pokémon to retaliate. Despite the level disparity, a 2-on-1 battle still favored him significantly. Fire Meowth's Ember clashed with the poison stings, resulting in their mutual disappearance, while Pidgey's Hurricane struck Arbok, pushing it back several paces. Realizing the precarious situation, the poacher's leader quickly turned to his subordinates and shouted, What are you doing? Hurry and assist. Yes, boss. They responded immediately. Beedrill, use Twin Needle. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Sandshrew, Poison Sting. Ekans, Poison Sting. Together with the poacher leader's Arbok. Arbok, use Toxic. A total of 5 attacks surged toward Roya, who, at that moment, had only Fire Meowth and Pidgey at his disposal, placing him in a dire predicament. Chapter 12, The Conclusion. Arbok, Toxic. As the poacher leader and his 4 underlings launched their simultaneous assault on Roya, the situation became increasingly perilous. However, Roya remained unflustered, maintaining an air of calmness that irked the poachers. Come forth, Zeraora. Roya, unfazed by the incoming moves, leisurely summoned his Zeraora. In a flash of light, a feline-like electric-type Pokémon appeared before him. Zeraora, Thunderbolt. With a slight smirk, Roya commanded Zeraora to unleash a Thunderbolt, dispersing all of their attacks effortlessly. How could this be? Witnessing their full-on assault rendered utterly ineffective, and with Roya standing firm against 5 of them, the poachers faltered, trembling as they questioned, Who on earth are you? Hearing them utter this infamous question from the realm of special effects, Roya aptly replied, I am merely an ordinary trainer passing through. Ordinary? The poachers exchanged bewildered glances at Roya's words. Surrender now, Roya instructed them. Dream on. The outcome is still uncertain. The poacher leader shouted defiantly, Arbok, Venoshock. Still not giving up, are you? Then I shall not hold back. Observing their obstinacy, Roya commanded his Pokémon, Zeraora, Thunderbolt, Fire Meowth, Fire Fawn, Pidgey, Brave Bird. Under Roya's guidance, his Pokémon unleashed a flurry of moves that engulfed the battlefield, defeating all of the poacher's Pokémon, leaving them all unconscious on the ground. How could this happen? At that moment, the poachers collapsed, unsure of what to do. Will you surrender, or would you prefer the experience of an electric shock? Roya inquired with a smile. Though Roya's visage was strikingly handsome, to the poachers, he appeared terrifying, compelling them to await their inevitable binding. Now be good. From seemingly nowhere, Roya produced some coarse ropes and bound the poachers to a tree. He then retrieved his phone, dialing the authorities, and after informing Miss Junsha of his precise location, he began releasing the captured Pokémon, who expressed their gratitude before departing joyfully. Just then, Fire Meowth began to exhibit unusual behavior, radiating a brilliant white light that grew increasingly intense. This was the light of evolution. Fire Meowth was finally evolving. Given Fire Meowth's higher level compared to Pidgey, Roya had previously been concerned about its delay in evolution, but now he realized it was simply awaiting the right moment. Congratulations, Infernape. Roya beamed at the newly evolved Infernape. Pidgey fluttered over, chirping in celebration as well. Pokémon, Infernape. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 20. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Ember, Tackle, Fire Fong, Flamethrower, Bite, Quick Attack. Following the evolution of Infernape, Roya continued to await Miss Junsha's arrival. Within half an hour, Miss Junsha arrived at Roya's location. It's you, little brother. The person who has arrived is none other than Miss Junsha, whom Roya encountered earlier in the city of Tokiwa. Behind her are a dozen or so police officers from Tokiwa City. Upon alighting from the vehicle, her gaze immediately fell upon Roya, who was leaning against a tree. Are you Miss Junsha from Tokiwa City? Roya inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity, for Miss Junsha bore a resemblance to many others, and Roya, not being familiar with her, found it challenging to discern any differences. Indeed, she replied, Roya, your assistance has proven invaluable. We have been pursuing these poachers for quite some time, and thanks to your help, we have finally apprehended them. Miss Junsha gestured towards the poachers being escorted to the police car. It was merely a trifling endeavor. Roya responded with a faint smile. Nevertheless, we shall reward you for your efforts. Miss Junsha remarked appreciatively. Please provide your bank account details, and we will transfer the reward to you. At the mention of a reward, Roya's eyes brightened, and he promptly relayed his bank account number. Very well. My account number is XXXXX. I've noted that down. The reward should be credited to your account by tomorrow. Do keep an eye on it, Miss Junsha replied, jotting down the details. I understand, Roya nodded. Very well, we shall take our leave now, Miss Junsha said, bidding farewell to Roya before boarding the police vehicle, which then departed from the Tokiwa forest, heading back towards Tokiwa City. As Roya watched the police car fade into the distance, the prospect of the forthcoming reward uplifted his spirits. He began to hum a little tune as he continued his journey through the Tokiwa forest. After rendering assistance in the Tokiwa forest, Roya chose not to leave immediately, but instead remained to hone his skills. He devoted time to training his evolved Pidgey and Litten, with a particular focus on his Magikarp. Thanks to Roya's abundant supply of high-quality energy cubes and frequent battles against the Kingler residing in the stream, Magikarp's condition improved remarkably. After spending several days in the Tokiwa forest, Roya finally approached the exit. Gazing at the distant city of Nibi, he was overwhelmed with emotion. I have finally emerged, he mused, having spent a week in the forest, which had imbued him with a sense of primal existence. He seated himself on a nearby rock. You there, young man? What brings you to this place? A voice, weathered and profound, startled Roya from his reverie. Who are you? He asked, puzzled. Chapter 13, Nibi City. At last, Roya arrived at the entrance to Nibi City, standing before the bustling urban landscape. He was struck by a wave of nostalgia for his week spent living like a wild man in the Tokiwa forest, and the thought of the vibrant city life ahead made his heart soar towards Nibi City. Youngster, what are you doing here? A voice from behind interrupted his daydreams, causing him to snap back to reality. Sir, scaring someone can be quite dangerous, Roya retorted as he turned to see a burly man with a scruffy beard, sitting on a rock. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar, prompting Roya to inquire, Do you need something, sir? Apologies, but you've stepped on my merchandise. The man pointed at a stone beneath Roya's foot. Oh, my apologies, Roya said instinctively, retracting his foot. As he looked at the man, a name flashed in his mind. The current gym leader of Nibi City, Brock's father, a man named Takashi. After a moment, he confirmed that this was indeed the irresponsible father of Brock. Young man, are you in the market for stones? Takashi inquired, noticing Roya's lingering gaze. Upon hearing that Takashi was selling stones, Roya's attention shifted to the makeshift stall. However, upon closer inspection, he found no evolution stones among the wares. These so-called treasures are nothing more than ordinary stones, he thought, feeling a sense of betrayal akin to that which he experienced while reading novels back on Blue Star. Young man, have you found something you desire? Takashi urged, noticing Roya's prolonged scrutiny of his display. These stones are commonplace and serve no real purpose. Why would anyone want to buy them? Roya replied, disappointment evident as he failed to locate any rare evolution stones. These are local specialties of Nibi City. They make for excellent pickling stones. Takashi countered quickly. No, thank you, Roya replied, unwavering despite Takashi's insistence. He prepared to leave and enter the enticing Nibi City just ahead. Young man, do you require a guide? Nibi City is quite expansive. Takashi called after him, eager to initiate his next venture. I do, Roya paused, contemplating before turning back to Takashi. Excellent. That will be 50 poke dollars, Takashi promptly stated. Seeing Takashi's eager demeanor, Roya retrieved 100 poke dollars from his pocket and handed them over, saying generously, keep the change. Thank you, kind patron, Takashi beamed as he led Roya towards Nibi City. As they walked, Takashi turned to Roya, inquiring, where shall we head first? The Pokémon Center, Roya replied, rolling his eyes at the sudden shift from young man to patron now that money had exchanged hands. Thus, Roya followed Takashi, who regaled him with tales of Nibi City as they made their way to the Pokémon Center. After a brief journey, they arrived at their destination. Patron, we have reached the Pokémon Center, Takashi announced as they entered. Thank you, Roya replied politely. Farewell, Takashi said before departing, likely returning to his stall. Roya approached Nurse Joy at the front desk, presenting several Pokeballs to her for his Pokemon's restoration. Despite possessing healing abilities through his radiant power, he could not shake off the fatigue that weighed on him mentally. By the way, Nurse Joy, could you please assist me with registering for the League Conference? Roya suddenly recalled the poster for the Quartz Conference adorning the wall of the Pokémon Center and remembered that he had yet to register in Tokyo City. He promptly handed his Pokédex to Nurse Joy for registration. Certainly, please hold on a moment, Nurse Joy replied with a smile. Taking Roya's Pokédex and entering the details into her computer. Roya from the Alola region, registration complete, a mechanical voice echoed from the computer, signaling the successful registration. Nurse Joy returned the Pokédex to Roya, smiling as she said, Roya from Alola, your registration is complete. Here is your Pokédex, please keep it safe. At that moment, Nurse Joy seemed to recall something and turned to retrieve a box, which she handed to Roya. Oh, this is a complimentary badge case, please accept it. Roya graciously accepted the badge case from Nurse Joy, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Nurse Joy. You're welcome. To participate in the League Conference, you will need to obtain 8 gym badges. You may challenge the gyms to earn them, Nurse Joy reminded Roya as he accepted the badge case. I understand. Roya nodded slightly, acknowledging her guidance. By the way, Nurse Joy, could you arrange a room for me? Roya realized he had yet to secure accommodations for the night. Certainly. Here is your room key card. Please keep it safe. Nurse Joy handed Roya a key card. From the moment of birth, one can become a legitimate trainer of the Alliance by paying an annual sum of 100,000 Alliance coins, thereby receiving an initial Pokémon and a Pokédex provided by the Alliance. In addition, trainers enjoy complimentary healing services at Pokémon centers and discounted accommodations, although a modest fee is still required for a private room. Upon arriving in Nibi City in the evening, it was deemed unwise to challenge the gym at that hour. Thus, Roy decided to visit the Pokémon shop to procure essential supplies, as his previous provisions had been nearly depleted in the Viridian Forest, necessitating a replenishment. After expending nearly 100,000 Alliance coins on various necessities, primarily food and berries, Roy's Pokémon benefited from his advanced breeding skills, receiving only the finest energy cubes, which contributed to their robust health. Following his shopping excursion, Roy returned to the Pokémon Center, intending to rest well for the upcoming gym challenge. Suddenly, as he prepared for sleep, an idea struck him, prompting him to address the system. Sign in. The sign-in location was Nibi City, and upon successful completion, he was rewarded with a metal coat and a sum of 100,000 Alliance coins. Although the rewards felt somewhat meager, they were better than nothing. Accepting the items, Roy proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed. Thus, under the serene glow of the moonlight, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 14. Nibby Gym, Battle with Brock. Having spent an extended period in the Viridian Forest, Roy suffered from sleep deprivation. Despite the assistance from the power of light, he felt fatigued and ultimately slept until 10 a.m. Upon awakening, Roy quickly freshened up and purchased breakfast at the Pokémon Center before setting off in the direction he had previously scouted, heading towards the gym. Soon, he arrived at a towering structure, its roof and surroundings bearing the marks of stone. Indeed, the Nibby Gym epitomized the essence of a rock city. After a moment of admiration, Roy pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. Upon entering the gym, he immediately noticed the absence of light, prompting him to call out, "Is anyone here? I have come to challenge the gym." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, revealing Brock, the gym leader, seated high upon a platform. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Roy from the Alola region, here to challenge the Nibby Gym." Roy introduced himself. "I am Brock, the gym leader of Nibby. I accept your challenge." Noticing Roy's origin from another region, Brock refrained from offering the same advice he had given to Ash. He then activated the battle arena, prompting Roy to take his designated position. The rules of the Nibby Gym stipulated a 2-on-2 battle, allowing challengers to substitute Pokémon mid-match. Victory was claimed by the side whose Pokémon could incapacitate both of the opponent's Pokémon. "Let the battle begin," Brock declared, outlining the rules. After informing Roy of the gym regulations, Brock released his first Pokémon. Go, Geodude. A brown Geodude materialized on the battlefield. Pokémon, Geodude. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Rock Head. Gender, Male. Level, 18. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Tackle, Defense Curl, Rollout, Rock Throw, Rock Tomb, and Mud Sport. A standard Geodude posed little threat. Observing the appearance of Geodude, Roy released his own Pokémon. Come forth, Pidgey. Pidgey. A robust Pidgey soared into the air. Roy commanded, "Pidgey, unleash a whirlwind." The powerful gust enveloped Geodude. However, the flying-type move proved ineffective against the rock-type Pokémon. Unperturbed by his Pokémon's predicament, Brock calmly instructed Geodude, "Use Defense Curl, then Rollout." Responding to Brock's command, Geodude curled into a ball, enhancing its defenses, and then rolled through the whirlwind, breaking free. Pidgey, use Sand Attack. Roy remained unfazed by Geodude's escape, directing Pidgey to kick up dust, obscuring Geodude and Brock's vision, causing confusion. Pidgey, use Double Team. With Roy's command, multiple Pidgey illusions filled the air, leaving Brock and Geodude momentarily unable to discern the real one. Then, Geodude, use Rock Throw. Brock quickly devised a plan, ordering Geodude to break through the illusions. In a flash, Pidgey emanated a radiant glow, evading the falling rocks with remarkable agility. Pidgey, Steel Wing. Roy prepared to deliver the final blow to Geodude. Pidgey's wings glimmered with metallic sheen before striking Geodude forcefully, sending it flying. The Steel-type move, being super effective against rock types, rendered Geodude unable to battle. Impressive. Brock praised Roy as he recalled the unconscious Geodude. "Now, how will you handle this one? Come forth, Onyx." As the words left his lips, a colossal gray serpent composed of jagged rocks emerged onto the battlefield. Brock's Onyx. Pokémon, Onyx. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Rock Head. Gender, Female. Level, 23. Qualification, Elite. Moves, Bind. Rock Throw, Harden, Rock Tomb, and Dragon Breath. Can Pidgey continue to battle? Roy wondered, eyeing the formidable Onyx. Pidgey nodded affirmatively, eager to press on. "Very well, Pidgey. Use Double Team." Roy sought to obscure Brock's vision yet again. "Onyx, Rock Throw." Brock swiftly commanded, instructing Onyx to shatter the illusions. Pidgey, dodge with Quick Attack. As the rocks rained down, Pidgey deftly evaded them, though exhaustion began to set in. "Now's your chance. Onyx, use Tackle." Taking advantage of Pidgey's fatigue, Onyx charged forward, sending Pidgey flying and rendering it unconscious. "Thank you for your efforts, Pidgey," Roy said as he recalled his defeated Pokémon. Gazing at the imposing Onyx on the field and pondering, even my fiery Meowth would find it challenging to overcome this beast. "It seems I must rely on Zeraora." Resolutely, Roy retrieved Zeraora's Pokeball and released the Pokémon. "Come forth, Zeraora." Zeraora materialized in a brilliant flash. "What Pokémon is this?" Brock, unfamiliar with Zeraora, gazed with curiosity. "Zeraora." Roy announced its name before turning to Brock. "Let the battle continue." "Very well, Onyx, Tackle." Brock commanded, urging Onyx to charge at Zeraora. As Onyx bore down with tremendous force, Zeraora stood unfazed, effortlessly absorbing the impact with its arms, merely taking a few steps back, entirely unscathed. "How is this possible?" Brock exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a swift motion, Zeraora seized Onyx's head, spinning it around before launching it away after several rotations. Double kick. In an instant, Zeraora leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning, delivering 2 swift kicks to the airborne Onyx, sending it crashing to the ground. Finish it with Volt Switch. Jellicent's right hand radiated a brilliant white light as it delivered a powerful punch to the Onyx, sending it crashing into the rocks on the arena floor, shattering the stones behind it. Consequently, the Onyx was rendered incapable of battle. With the Onyx's defeat, the victor of the match was revealed to be Roa from the Alola region. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Brock applauded enthusiastically, addressing Roa, and then presented him with a hexagonal gray badge. Here is the gray badge. Please accept it. Roa graciously accepted the badge from Brock, expressing his gratitude. After engaging in a brief conversation with Brock, he bid him farewell and departed from the Pewter City Gym, making his way back to the Pokémon Center. Just as Roa entrusted the injured Pidgey to Nurse Joy, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Roa. Chapter 15, The First Battle with Ash. As Roa handed his Pidgey to Nurse Joy and prepared to wait in the resting area, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Ash and Misty, along with their guide, Wubong. Ash, wearing a joyful expression, waved excitedly at Roa and quickly ran over to him. It's you, Ash. Roa greeted him with a smile, nodding at Misty and Wubong standing nearby. Roa, why did you leave without saying goodbye in Pewter City? I wanted to travel with you. Ash complained as he approached. My apologies, Ash. For now, I prefer to travel alone and not with others, Roa replied apologetically. Though deep down he thought, it really depends on the person. Well, that's disappointing, Ash said, visibly deflated upon hearing Roa's response. Just then, Ash's attention was caught by a promotional poster on the wall of the Pokémon Center, and he walked over to examine it. That's the Alliance Conference being held in the Kanto region, Roa explained as he noticed Ash's interest in the poster. The Alliance Conference? So, it's a competition with many trainers? Ash, though somewhat oblivious to emotions, quickly grasped the concept of Pokémon battles. Indeed, there will be hundreds of participants, Roa replied thoughtfully. That's fantastic. I want to participate, Ash declared with determination. You think you can compete in the Alliance Conference? Misty scoffed at Ash's enthusiasm. What's wrong? Ash asked, scratching his head in confusion. To enter the Alliance Conference, you must challenge 8 gyms and earn their badges first, Roa clarified. So, you need to challenge gyms. And Pewter City has one. Alright, I'm going to challenge the Pewter Gym, Ash exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Are you really planning to challenge the Pewter Gym? Wubong, who had appeared behind Ash, smiled and addressed him. Wubong, are you going to take me to the Pewter Gym? You don't stand a chance, Wubong replied with a chuckle, his tone laced with mockery, before departing the Pokémon Center under Ash's frustrated glare. By the way, Roa, did you earn the Pewter Gym badge? Ash suddenly recalled Wubong's departure and quickly inquired. Yes, I have obtained the gray badge from Pewter City, Roa confirmed, retrieving the badge from his backpack to show Ash. That's amazing, Roa. Want to battle me? Ash's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he fixed his gaze on Roa's badge. Sure. Roa considered for a moment before agreeing to Ash's challenge. However, I need to wait a bit. My Pokémon are still recovering. Right, mine are too, Ash realized, reminded by Roa's words that his own Pokémon were also recuperating. With no battles to be had at the moment, and it being noon, Roa, Ash, and Misty decided to have lunch together at the Pokémon Center. Let us get started, Roa, Ash exclaimed eagerly after finishing his meal and retrieving his Pokémon. Of course, Roa replied. I'll be the referee. Misty volunteered, raising her hand. Thank you, Misty, Roa responded gratefully. The three then made their way to the battle arena within the Pokémon Center, ready to settle their match. Now, we have Ash versus Roa. The rules are 3-on-3. The first to have all their Pokémon unable to battle loses. Let the match begin, Misty announced, following the previously agreed upon rules. Come forth, Pidgey. Roa tossed his Pokeball into the air, and a robust Pidgey appeared on the field. Pidgey, I'll send out my Pidgey too. Ash followed suit, releasing a noticeably smaller Pidgey. What a strong Pidgey, it's clearly superior to Ash's, Misty observed, discerning the difference between the two Pokemon. That's not fair. Mine is definitely stronger. Ash protested, slightly disgruntled by Misty's comment. Alright, Ash, you can attack first, Roa interjected, cutting through the exchange between Ash and Misty. Okay, Pidgey, use Whirlwind, Ash commanded, gesturing for his Pidgey to launch an attack. Pidgey, let's use Whirlwind too, Roa instructed, and his Pidgey unleashed a powerful gust that easily overpowered Ash's attack, sending it reeling back several meters. Is your Pidgey alright? Ash asked worriedly upon seeing the situation unfold. Once assured of its safety, Ash continued, Pidgey, use Quick Attack. Ash's Pidgey, enveloped in a bright light, dashed toward Roa's Pidgey at high speed. However, it was quickly evaded. Pidgey, Steel Wing, Roa commanded. And his Pidgey struck Ash's Pidgey with its metallic wings, knocking it to the ground and rendering it unable to battle. Good job, Pidgey, Ash said as he recalled his fainted Pokémon, then sent out another Pokeball. I'm counting on you, Butterfree. In a flash of light, Butterfree appeared before the spectators. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder, Ash commanded, and as soon as he finished speaking, Butterfree flapped its wings, releasing a cloud of sleep-inducing powder toward Roa's Pidgey. Whirlwind, Roa's Pidgey countered, creating a gust that dispersed the powder and pushed Butterfree back a few steps. Pidgey, use Brave Bird, Roa ordered, and his Pidgey, enveloped in blue flames, soared through the air, striking Butterfree with incredible speed and knocking it down, leaving it unconscious. Butterfree, it's up to Pikachu now, Ash said, recalling the incapacitated Butterfree and sending out his final Pokémon. You're my last hope, Pikachu. Come back, Pidgey, Roa said, having already pushed Pidgey to its limits. He sent out another Pokémon. I'm counting on you, Litten. In a flash, a black and red feline Pokémon appeared, adorned with a yellow bell around its neck. What Pokémon is that? Ash asked, pulling out his Pokédex, but it yielded no results. This is Litten from the Alola region, the evolved form of Litten, Roa explained. I see, but Pikachu and I will still win, Ash declared confidently, unwavering in his belief. Honestly, I wonder where he gets all that confidence, Misty remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash shouted, and as soon as he finished, Pikachu unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt aimed at Litten. Litten, use Flamethrower. In a fierce clash, the fiery feline unleashed a torrent of flames from the bell around its neck, colliding violently with Pikachu's electrifying assault of 100,000 volts. However, the level of the fiery feline was evidently superior to that of Pikachu, resulting in a powerful surge of flames that overwhelmed and struck Pikachu directly. Pikachu, cried the little electric mouse, writhing in pain from the searing onslaught. Fiery feline, conclude this duel with Flame Fang. The fiery feline, with sparks emanating from its fangs, charged toward Pikachu and sank its teeth into its opponent. Pikachu, the electric mouse succumbed to the fierce attack, collapsing onto the battlefield, having lost its fighting capability. With Pikachu out of commission and all three of Ash's Pokémon defeated, this battle was claimed by Roy. Witnessing the outcome, Misty announced the result. Pikachu. Ash hurriedly scooped up Pikachu and rushed back to the front desk to hand over his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Are you alright, Ash? Questioned Roy and Misty as they returned to the front desk, having recalled their Pokémon. I'm fine. Although I lost this time, I will definitely win back next time. Ash replied, though somewhat disheartened, he still exuded determination. Then let's do our best, Roy encouraged, patting Ash on the shoulder. Yes, first. The goal is to obtain the gray badge from the Pewter City Gym, Ash affirmed, setting his sights on the next objective. I'm going to challenge the gym now. With that, he rose, eager to head to the gym. Your Pokémon are still recovering. Are you planning to go without them? Misty suddenly grasped Ash's ear, admonishing him. Ouch. Chapter 16. Team Rocket at Moonview Mountain. I want to challenge the Pewter Gym. Ash, initially glum, immediately perked up with excitement and prepared to head to the gym. Wait. Your Pokémon are still recuperating. You aren't seriously considering a solo challenge, are you? Misty, unable to bear it any longer, pulled the spirited Ash back and uttered words that struck him harshly. I suppose you're right. Ash snapped back to reality, recalling his Pokémon still in recovery, his enthusiasm waning. Observing the deepening bond between the two, Roy chose not to intrude, content to watch them with a smile. Once their playful banter ceased, Roy approached Ash and Misty, bidding them farewell. Ash, I too must depart from Pewter City. Is that so? I understand, Ash responded, momentarily taken aback by the realization that they would not be traveling together. I will wait for you up ahead. Give it your all, Ash, Roy encouraged. Yeah, I will, Ash replied, and with that, Roy turned to leave the Pokémon Center in Pewter City, setting his sights on his next destination, Slateport City. After bidding farewell to Ash and Misty, Roy made his way towards Slateport City. After a while, he arrived at the towering Moonview Mountain, situated between Pewter City and Slateport City. Moonview Mountain is renowned for its abundant population of Clefairy and the meteorite that once fell here, which transformed into moonstones. Additionally, ancient Pokémon fossils have been discovered here, contributing to the collection at Pewter City's Fossil Museum, thus attracting numerous trainers annually for exploration. So this is Moonview Mountain? Roy stood at a distance, gazing at the magnificent mountain before him, feeling a tinge of anticipation for the adventure ahead. With that, Roy continued his journey, entering the cave-paved paths of the mountain. The trek across Moonview Mountain requires considerable time and poses some danger to trainers. Hence, the League established this route to significantly reduce travel time. Armed with a flashlight, Roy navigated the dark mountain path, feeling his way forward while examining his surroundings. Suddenly, a pink Clefairy darted into Roy's line of sight, moving hastily as if fleeing from some pursuer. It collided with Roy's leg, tumbling to the ground. Clefairy. Scrambling to its feet, the Clefairy beamed at Roy, expressing joy while calling out to him. You mean to say there are villains after you and the Great Moonstone? Through his understanding of the radiant power, Roy quickly grasped the Clefairy's message. Overjoyed that Roy understood, the Clefairy hopped excitedly, beckoning him to follow as it began to move in a certain direction. Are you leading me somewhere? Roy pondered, chasing after the retreating Clefairy. After traveling a short distance, Roy overheard a conversation. That moonstone is enormous. If we present it to Boss Giovanni, we'll surely receive a grand reward, perhaps even a promotion. Indeed, and with it, we'll also net a multitude of Clefairy. What a windfall. Boss Giovanni. Roy mused to himself, recognizing the individuals as members of Team Rocket. Hurry. Let us move them quickly to avoid complications. Yes, let us expedite this. It will hasten our ascension. The two Team Rocket members hastily intensified their efforts. Just then, a crisp voice rang out from behind them. Who goes there? Show yourself. Startled, the duo turned to find Roy standing before them. A little brat like you dares to confront Team Rocket? Their initial shock faded, and they relaxed their guard, adopting a more brazen attitude. Underestimating others comes at a price. Roy calmly retorted, undeterred by their threats. Kid, don't say we didn't warn you. In unison, the two Team Rocket members sent forth their Pokémon. Go, Zubat. Appear. Arbok. The foes unleashed their villainous Pokémon, Zubat and Arbok, both at the ordinary level. Through keen observation, Roy discerned their Pokémon were merely level 20. So he remained unfazed and summoned his own. I entrust this to you, Fiery Feline and Pidgey. In a burst of light, the two Pokémon materialized before Roy. Kid, we'll be taking your Pokémon too. Arbok, Poison Sting. Zubat, Supersonic. The Team Rocket members launched their offensive. Dodge. Roy calmly commanded his Pokémon to evade the incoming attacks and initiated his own counteroffensive. Pidgey, use Whirlwind. Fiery Feline, unleash Flamethrower. The two Pokémon, having successfully dodged the onslaught, immediately executed their respective moves against Zubat and Arbok. The unprepared Zubat and Arbok were struck and sent crashing against the wall. Damn it, keep attacking Zubat. Arbok, use Poison. The Team Rocket members, witnessing the turn of events, urged their injured Pokémon to continue the assault. Give it up, you cannot win, Roy stated. Continuing to direct his Pokémon, Pidgey, use Gust, and Fiery Feline, quick attack. Wrapped in blue flames, Pidgey and glowing with white light, Fiery Feline struck Zubat and Arbok, rendering them unconscious. How can this be? The two Team Rocket members stood frozen in shock. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Roy's Pokémon, they surrendered, allowing Roy to bind them. Afterward, Roy also called the authorities. Before the police arrived, he freed all the Clefairy that had been captured. Soon, Miss Junsha from Nibby City arrived at Luoya's location accompanied by several police officers. After commending Luoya, she departed with two members of Team Rocket, who were destined to face imprisonment. Following the gift of a moonstone from Pippi, Luoya resumed his journey towards Hualan City. Chapter 17. The evolution of Magikarp. The distance to Hualan City was now minimal, and Luoya decided to camp for the night. He arrived at the edge of a lake. Observing the darkening sky, he resolved to stay there temporarily. After releasing his 4 Pokémon and arranging their training, he sought an appropriate spot to pitch his tent. Upon completing the tent, Luoya prepared dinner for himself and his Pokémon. After their meal, Luoya noticed that his Magikarp was emanating a faint white light, which glimmered brilliantly against the dimming backdrop. Is it about to evolve? However, after waiting for a while, Luoya observed that the light did not intensify, leaving him puzzled. The evolution of Magikarp necessitates a sufficient level of beauty, and after extensive feeding with premium energy cubes, it was evident that Magikarp had reached the requisite standard. Yet, the evolution was still delayed. Could it be due to insufficient battle experience? Suddenly, Luoya grasped the crucial point and devised a plan. He proceeded to the riverbank, retrieved his fishing rod from his backpack, and began to fish. Before long, a fresh Kingler was hooked, and Luoya commanded his Magikarp to attack. Magikarp, use Dragon Breath. The Magikarp complied, unleashing a Dragon Breath that struck Kingler, incapacitating it. However, observing that this battle did not yield the desired effect, Luoya continued to fish. Time flew by, and after an hour of fishing by the lake, Luoya caught numerous water-type Pokémon. including Kingler and Goldeen, all of which undoubtedly contributed to Magikarp's experience. Magikarp, use last resort. The Magikarp leapt from the water, colliding with the Goldeen, extinguishing its last remnants of spirit and rendering it unable to battle as it gradually sank. As Loya resumed fishing, the white light surrounding Magikarp intensified, soon enveloping the entire fish. Is it evolving? Loya watched in awe as the silhouette within the light grew slender and elegant, leaving him momentarily speechless. With the dissipation of the white light, Magikarp transformed into its evolved form, Milotic, which emerged gracefully from the water, emitting a soothing sound that immediately calmed the previously excited Loya. Milotic! Loya exclaimed joyfully. Milotic, upon hearing Loya, gracefully entwined around him, its cream-like, smooth skin brushing against him, expressing its affection. Wonderful, Milotic! Loya responded, gently caressing Milotic. After releasing each other, Loya utilized his Pokédex to examine Milotic's attributes. Pokémon, Milotic type, water ability, Marvel scale gender, female level, 25 potential, champion moves, water gun, whirlpool, dragon breath, hydro pump, water pulse, water flow ring, mystical guard. Note, Milotic. The gentle Pokémon radiates a soft aura that can soothe anger and hatred, long regarded as one of the most beautiful Pokémon. At this moment, Zeraora, Litten, and Pidgey joined in to congratulate Milotic. Observing the harmonious scene among his Pokémon, Loya unconsciously smiled. Following the metamorphosis of Magikarp, Loya recalled his Pokémon and stepped into the tent, drifting into a contented slumber. The following morning, after completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, Loya shouldered his backpack and set forth towards the nearby Hualan City. The journey to Hualan City took approximately 2 hours, and Loya finally arrived. As he walked towards the Pokémon Center, he observed the bustling crowds and vehicles, along with the towering buildings lining the streets. Unlike the heavy atmosphere of Nibi City, Hualan City was imbued with a youthful, invigorating spirit that Loya found delightful. Additionally, Hualan City was one of the prominent developed cities in the Kanto region, boasting a rich variety of water-type Pokémon, with its gym specializing in them. However, the thought of the antics of the three sisters at the Hualan gym elicited a wave of exasperation. Shaking his head, Loya dismissed the chaotic thoughts and continued towards the Pokémon Center. After refreshing himself and savoring a delicious lunch, Loya gazed at the Hualan City map he had purchased and proceeded towards the Hualan gym, a veritable paradise for many men. Soon, Loya arrived at the entrance of a large aquarium building, where he observed a long queue of men waiting to enter, stretching for several meters. Were it not for the gym insignia adorning the building, Loya might have mistaken it for an aquarium celebrating aquatic ballet rather than the Hualan gym. Seeing the lengthy line, Loya resigned himself to joining the end of the queue, preparing to wait for his turn to enter the Hualan gym. After nearly half an hour, he finally purchased the necessary ticket at the front desk and gained entry into the gym. Upon entering, Loya was struck by the sight of the seats around him, all occupied by men, with not a single woman in sight. How rare! After spending some time searching for a vacant seat, Loya finally settled down. Shortly after, the Hualan trio, Sakura, Ayum, and Peony, emerged amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the male audience. Dressed in alluring swimsuits, they gracefully stepped into the central swimming pool, greeting the audience before showcasing their exquisite figures as they danced in the water, eliciting fervent cheers from the crowd. Amazing! So sexy! I love them! The continuous barrage of such exclamations filled Loya's ears, leaving him speechless. Nonetheless, he had to admit they were indeed captivating. Thus, Loya focused his attention on the Hualan trio, drawn to their allure, though not merely in admiration of their beauty, but rather in appreciation of their artistry. As time passed, the enchanting aquatic performance gradually came to a close, yet Loya did not follow the crowd out. Instead, he ventured further into the gym to fulfill his purpose. Just as he was searching for the Hualan trio, a magnetic female voice called from behind. Little brother, this area is not open to the public. Chapter 18. The Challenge of Hualan Gym. Little brother, this area is not open to the public. As Loya walked into the backstage area, exploring in search of the Hualan trio, he heard a gentle voice near him. Turning around, he was greeted by none other than the Hualan gym leaders, the Hualan trio themselves. What a stroke of fortune! He had expected to search for some time, yet they appeared before him effortlessly. As Loya opened his mouth to speak to the Hualan trio, they interrupted him. Handsome little brother, you must be here for an autograph, right? I am, one of the sisters. Gazed at Loya's handsome face with a playful smile. Not yet. Before Roya could finish his sentence, another voice interrupted him. However, it is rather impolite to barge in unannounced, said Peony, leaning towards Roya. I apologize. Roya felt a twinge of guilt for intruding, and thus he offered his apologies to the three sisters. "Never mind, come here. I'll give you my autograph, and then you can leave," said the eldest sister, Sakura, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, urging Roya to proceed with his request to conclude the matter. Enough, just come over," the three sisters urged. "I am here to challenge the gym," Roya stated. Observing their insistence on him receiving their autographs, a wave of exasperation washed over him, leading him to reveal this astonishing truth that left them in disbelief. "What? You are here to challenge the gym? How so? Were you not here for an autograph?" Upon learning that Roya was there to challenge the gym, the sisters' spirits deflated immediately. What happened? Noticing their disheartened demeanor, Roya reflected on the unfolding narrative and began to comprehend the situation. Is it impossible to challenge the gym today? Seeing their glum expressions, a sudden concern gripped him as he imagined their Pokémon might have been defeated and sent to the hospital. "No, follow me," said Sakura, the leader. Realizing that a battle was unavoidable, she then led Roya to the gym's battle arena, a grand aquatic venue. "We are the owners of the Hualon Gym. I am Sakura. I am Iris. I am Peony." Upon arriving at the arena, the Hualon sisters introduced themselves to Roya. "I am Roya, hailing from the Alola region." The match commenced, pitting the Hualon sisters against Roya from the Alola region, with the rules set for a 3-on-3 battle, where victory is claimed when all Pokémon from one side can no longer battle. At this moment, a referee stepped forth, announcing the rules. During the match, the gym cannot switch Pokémon. The challenger will attack first. The battle begins. "Go, Froakie." Peony was the first to send forth her Pokémon. A flash of light revealed an 18-level Froakie standing on the wooden platform in the pool. "Go, Milotic." Roya, in turn, summoned his freshly evolved Milotic for this aquatic showdown. With a shimmering appearance, Milotic emerged gracefully from the water, its elegant form and creamy skin captivating the hearts of the Hualon sisters instantly. "What Pokémon is this? So beautiful." Peony gazed at Milotic, utterly mesmerized, while Sakura and Iris also expressed their admiration. "This is Milotic, a water-type Pokémon from another region," Roya explained. "Little brother, let's trade. I'll exchange my Froakie for yours." Peony smiled sweetly at Roya from across the arena. "What? Peony got ahead of me. I want to trade too." Sakura and Iris complained from the sidelines. "Not a chance," Roya replied without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Milotic, overhearing Peony's desire to trade, became agitated and shot a fierce glare at her after realizing Roya's refusal. "All right, let's proceed with the gym battle," Roya stated, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. "Fine," the sisters reluctantly agreed. "Milotic, use Aqua Jet." With a sigh of relief at finally returning to the gym challenge, Roya issued the command. Milotic, fueled by anger, charged toward Froakie. "Froakie, dodge." Peony urged her Froakie, which swiftly leaped into the water to evade the impending attack. "Milotic, use Hurricane." Milotic gracefully waved its fan-like tail, conjuring a whirlwind that whipped up the water in the pool, sending Froakie soaring into the air, repeatedly battered by the gale. Ultimately, as the hurricane dissipated, Froakie plummeted into the water, rendered unable to battle. So powerful. Peony marveled as she watched Milotic effortlessly take down her Froakie, leading her to recall it and exit the battlefield. "Next is me," Iris declared, rushing to the battle position. "I trust you with this." She then tossed her Pokeball, revealing a 19-level Goldeen in a burst of light. "Goldeen, water gun." The Goldeen swam to the surface, unleashing several jets of water toward Milotic. However, Roya refrained from giving any commands, allowing the water gun to strike Milotic, which, to no effect, merely brushed it off. Dragon Pulse. Milotic let out a cry as it gathered rich dragon-type energy in its mouth and surged toward Goldeen. "Goldeen, dodge," Iris exclaimed, recognizing the move's potency. Yet, it was evident that evading was futile. Dragon Pulse followed closely behind Goldeen, swiftly striking it down, leaving Goldeen unconscious and floating on the water's surface. "Goldeen is unable to battle. Milotic is the winner," the referee announced. "Oh dear," Iris sighed, feeling disheartened as she recalled her Goldeen and retreated to the sidelines. "Lastly, it's my turn. Go, Starmie." Sakura threw her Pokeball into the water, summoning a 22-level Starmie, which emerged in a flash of purple light. "Starmie, use Confusion." The red gem on Starmie's chest glimmered as it unleashed a psychic wave, immobilizing Milotic temporarily. "Break free." Upon hearing Roya's command, Milotic glowed briefly before effortlessly shaking off the psychic hold. How is that possible? Sakura was taken aback by this turn of events. "Milotic, Ice Beam." As soon as the words left Roya's mouth, Milotic fired a chilling beam of white light at Starmie, encasing it in ice. "Starmie, finish it," Milotic, with Dragon Breath. Milotic unleashed a powerful dragon breath, striking the frozen Starmie and sending it crashing into the wall, where it lost consciousness. Starmie is unable to battle. All Pokémon of the gym leaders have lost their combat capability. Milotic is the victor. This challenge has been won by Roya, the referee declared, announcing the final results. You are truly formidable, little brother, Sakura said as she recalled Starmie and approached Roya. You flatter me, Roya replied humbly, maintaining his modest demeanor. Here is the blue badge of the Hualan Gym. Please accept it. Sakura handed the badge, gifted by the little sea lion, over to Roya. Thank you. He accepted the blue badge and placed it in his badge case. Subsequently, he bid farewell to the Hualan sisters and departed from the Hualan Gym. By the way, system check-in. Upon stepping outside, Roya gazed at the Hualan City before addressing the system. Location, Hualan City. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received. Chapter 19, Tormenting Little Mao. Location confirmed, Hualan City. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 mysterious water droplet, 5 luxury balls, and 200,000 league coins. The system recounted the rewards from this check-in. Mysterious water droplet, a water-shaped gem that enhances the power of water-type moves when held by a Pokémon. Satisfied with the items received from the check-in, Roya retrieved the mysterious water droplet and bestowed it upon his future water-type powerhouse, Milotic. Upon witnessing the enigmatic droplet bestowed by Roya, Minos joyfully nuzzled against him, taking some time before Roya managed to gently extricate himself and reclaim the Pokeball. Subsequently, he retraced his steps back to the Pokémon Center in Hualan City. Just as Roya was in the process of healing his Pokémon, a brazen voice emerged from behind him. You are the one from my grandfather's laboratory, aren't you? Recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar, Roya turned around, only to find several lovely young ladies surrounding a boy with a brown hedgehog hairstyle. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was none other than Shigeru Okido, the grandson of Professor Okido, whom he had encountered at the Okido laboratory previously. Are you talking to me? Did you not hear me? Shigeru remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction as he noted Roya's delay in responding. Feeling the imposing demeanor of Shigeru, Roya was momentarily irked by the audacity of this insufferable child. He cast a sideways glance at Shigeru, a trace of disdain lacing his words. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the grandson of Okido. What did you say? Shigeru, already somewhat irked by others referring to him as Professor Okido's grandson, was further incensed by Roya's unabashed declaration. I said, the grandson of Okido. Roya continued to provoke. How dare you? Let us have a Pokemon battle then. Shigeru declared, his indignation palpable. I'm ready for whatever you throw at me, Roya replied. Unperturbed. I will prove you wrong, Shigeru asserted, and with that, he led his entourage to the battle arena at the Pokémon Center. Roya followed suit, and both took their positions at opposite ends of the battlefield. Let me make this clear, it's not too late to concede, Shigeru threatened, arms crossed defiantly. The outcome is still uncertain, Roya countered. Very well, I will ensure you acknowledge my superiority, Shigeru proclaimed, striking a proud pose. Shigeru, so handsome. Shigeru, so amazing. Cheered his enthusiastic cheerleaders, leaving Roya in a state of bemusement. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly claim victory, Shigeru confidently assured his supporters. The rules of the match are 3-on-3, and substitutions are not permitted. How does that sound? Roya outlined the provisional rules to Shigeru. No objections, Shigeru replied dismissively. All right, let the battle commence, Roya declared, launching a Pokeball towards the battlefield. Go, Nidorino. Shigeru called out first, and a robust Nidorino materialized in a flash of light. Pokemon, Nidorino. Type, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. Gender, male. Level, 20. Aptitude, Near King. Moves, Poison Sting, Double Kick, Peck, Fury Attack, Toxic Spikes. Upon assessing Nidorino's attributes, Roya released his own Pokeball, Bring Me Victory. Minos. In a dazzling display, Minos emerged, poised to face Shigeru's Nidorino. Minos, I didn't expect you to possess such a rare Pokemon, Shigeru remarked, showcasing the breadth of his knowledge, a testament to being Professor Okido's grandson, far surpassing that of the current Ash. It's merely luck, let us begin the battle. Roya stated succinctly. Nidorino, Poison Sting. Shigeru commanded, as Nidorino unleashed a barrage of purple poison needles towards Minos. Minos, Water Gun, Roya shouted, and Minos swiftly opened its mouth, releasing a jet of water that dispersed the poison needles and surged toward Nidorino. Nidorino, evade, Shigeru instructed, and Nidorino darted around the arena, skillfully avoiding the oncoming water gun, ultimately escaping unscathed. Nidorino, Focus your energy, Shigeru ordered, as Nidori Ino radiated a bright light, concentrating its energy while fixating on Minus. Now, Nidori Ino, use Fury Attack, Shigeru exclaimed. As Nidori Ino charged towards Minus, Roya remained calm, awaiting the perfect moment. Just as Nidori Ino was about to strike, Roya shouted, "Now, Minus, Aqua Tail." With a swift motion, Minus enveloped its tail in water and swung it at the oncoming Nidori Ino, sending it hurtling backward, staggering several steps before finally coming to a halt, panting and visibly fatigued. "Minus, Hydro Pump," Roya commanded. Minus unleashed a powerful hydro pump, striking Nidori Ino, who was too drained to evade, rendering it unconscious and collapsing to the ground. "Curse it. I'll concede this time," Shigeru grumbled as he recalled the fainted Nidori Ino, his frustration evident. Meanwhile, his once vibrant cheerleaders now appeared disheartened. Young Master Shigeru has actually lost. Shigeru, undeterred by his supporters' dismay, focused intently on Roya. Having gleaned Roya's prowess from their previous clash, he steadied himself. "Now, I entrust you to me, Biberi." As he released the Pokeball, a Biberi materialized in a burst of light, prompting Roya to assess its attributes as well. Pokemon, Biberi. Type, Normal, Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Female. Level, 23. Aptitude, Near King. Moves, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Agility, Peck, Air Slash. Impressive indeed, Roya mused, admiring the Biberi that was far superior to the one Ash had trained. "Biberi, Quick Attack," Shigeru commanded, and Biberi glimmered with light as it darted towards Minus. "Minus, Light Screen," Roya instructed, and a series of white barriers appeared before Minus, intercepting Biberi's quick attack. "Minus, Whirlpool," Roya directed, and Minus unleashed a water-type whirlpool towards Biberi. "Biberi, Evade with Agility," Shigeru called, and Biberi deftly dodged, leaving behind only an afterimage as the whirlpool missed its mark. "Biberi, Air Slash," Shigeru commanded, as the agile Biberi soared above Minus, unleashing a white air slash toward the unsuspecting Pokémon. Minus. Chapter 20. A ruthless lesson for Shigeru continues. Biberi, Air Slash. Utilizing its speed, Biberi evaded Minus's whirlpool and positioned itself above Minus, launching an air slash attack. Caught off guard, Minus had no time to dodge and braced for the impact. However, in this critical moment, Roya maintained his composure and promptly directed the somewhat bewildered Minus. "Minus, use Water Ring." Upon hearing Roya's command, Minus steadied itself and conjured a thin layer of water to envelop its body, effectively blocking Biberi's air slash. "How is this possible?" Shigeru gasped in disbelief, witnessing his previously confident attack being thwarted without so much as a scratch, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Roya quickly commanded Minus, "Minus, it's our turn to counterattack, Whirlpool." Using the same move, the outcome was drastically different as Minus summoned a swirling whirlpool that ensnared the airborne Biberi, subjecting it to relentless damage. Biberi. The ensnared Biberi emitted a piercing cry, suffering under the onslaught of the whirlpool. "Biberi." Shigeru, awakened by the anguished cries, shouted urgently. "Minus, deliver the final blow, Ice Beam." Roya snapped his fingers, directing his Minus. "Minus." Mutwo emitted a gentle call, then unleashed a chilling beam towards the swirling whirlpool harboring Pidgey, instantly encasing both the whirlpool and Pidgey in solid ice. Pidgey, the final Dragon Pulse. Witnessing Pidgey immobilized, Mutwo unleashed Dragon Pulse, shattering the ice around Pidgey and sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Another defeat. Observing the battlefield's grim state, Green's cheerleading squad felt disheartened, their previously animated hands now motionless as they stared blankly at Green. He recalled the fallen Pidgey into its Pokeball, gripping it tightly in his right hand, his expression one of deep frustration. Would the battle continue? Noticing Green's forlorn demeanor and his hesitation to send out another Pokemon, Roya inquired, his tone tinged with anticipation. If Green chose to forfeit, it would be a disappointment. However, if he opted to persist with unwavering resolve, perhaps he could earn Roya's respect once more. After a brief moment, Green suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Roya's, the fierce determination that once radiated from him now replaced by a newfound maturity. "Of course, even if I lost this time," Green stated firmly, his demeanor transformed as if he had donned a new visage. Roya regarded Green's resolute expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before responding with warmth, "As you wish. I entrust you with my ace, Wartortle." Green hurled the Pokeball toward the arena, and amidst a brilliant flash, a hairless Wartortle materialized. Species, Wartortle type, Water ability, Torrent gender, male level, 25 potential, champion moves, Water gun, water pulse, withdraw, shell smash. Rapid spin, hydro pump. Wartortle appeared vibrant and spirited. Wartortle, I'm counting on you in this battle. Green called out encouragingly. Wartortle clenched its fist, responding confidently. Wartortle. Water gun. Witnessing Wartortle's enthusiasm, Green's previously tense heart began to ease, and he smiled as he issued his command. Mutuo water gun. Mutuo retaliated with its own water gun. The two attacks colliding and nullifying each other. Wartortle, hydro pump. Realizing that water gun would not harm Mutuo, Wartortle switched tactics to break through. Immediately, Wartortle withdrew into its shell and spun toward Mutuo, but as it was about to strike, Roya quickly devised a countermeasure. Mutuo waterfall. Following Roya's command, Mutuo wrapped its tail in water and delivered a powerful strike against the incoming Wartortle, pushing it back. Wartortle, are you alright? Green anxiously called out as he saw Wartortle being pushed back. Wartortle glanced back at Green, shaking its head to indicate that it was unharmed, then fixed its gaze back on Mutuo. Let us continue, Wartortle. Satisfied with Wartortle's condition, Green relaxed and commanded, use water pulse. Upon hearing Green's order, Wartortle concentrated water energy in its hands, forming a water sphere, which it then hurled at Mutuo. Mutuo, hydro pump. Mutuo, undeterred, fired a hydro pump that collided with the approaching water pulse, surging forward toward Wartortle. Withdraw. Wartortle retreated into its shell, allowing the hydro pump to strike harmlessly against its shell. Shell smash. Wartortle emerged from its shell, enhancing its offensive capabilities. Mutuo sing. Mutuo unleashed a captivating melody that halted Wartortle in its tracks, its eyes turning into hearts as it gazed dreamily at Mutuo. Oh no, Wartortle is enchanted. Green realized the peril too late and shouted, but it was futile. Dragon Pulse. Roya commanded with authority, and Mutuo unleashed a torrent of dragon energy, transforming into a radiant white dragon that collided violently with Wartortle, sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious and unable to battle. Wartortle. Green rushed forward to check on his fallen companion. After ensuring that Wartortle was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief and sprayed a high-grade healing potion over it. With the potion's effects, Wartortle quickly regained consciousness. Lowering its head, it seemed to express guilt for the defeat. It's all right, it's all my fault, Green comforted, understanding Wartortle's sentiments. I may have lost this time, but I will surely win next time. After recalling Wartortle, Green approached Roya. I want to be waiting for you ahead, Roya remarked with a gentle smile. Suddenly, he shifted his demeanor, speaking to Green with earnestness. However, if you continue on this path, you will not surpass me. Surprisingly, Green smiled lightly and replied, I understand your meaning. I will embark on my journey alone from here. Remember, the one who will defeat you can only be me. Do not lose to anyone else. With that, Green departed alongside his cheerleading squad, heading back to the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. What a proud young man. But having awakened early to the realities of his journey, how immense will Green's potential become? Roya pondered as he watched Green's retreating figure. After some contemplation, Roya recalled Mutuo from the battlefield, offering praise before returning to the front desk. Chapter 21, Beastmaster Xiaoming. After obtaining the badge from the Azure Bay Gym and defeating Green at the Pokémon Center, Roya did not leave Azure Bay City immediately. Instead, he purchased supplies for his journey and rested for a day before departing for the next city, Withered Leaf City. However, the journey was anything but tranquil. At this moment, on the road to Leaf City, a Pokémon battle was underway between Roya and a bug-catching boy by the roadside. Litten, Ember. At Roya's command, the bell on Litten's neck released a robust pillar of fire, striking the opposing Beedrill. Under the fierce assault of Ember, Beedrill was rendered unable to battle, crashing to the ground. Beedrill, are you alright? The bug-catching boy rushed over to Beedrill's side, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming its well-being, before recalling it into its Pokeball. He then approached Roya, his eyes sparkling with admiration. You're truly amazing. Too kind, Roya replied with a modest smile. By the way, how many consecutive victories do you have? The bug-catching boy suddenly inquired. I believe it's around 30. Roya answered after a moment's thought. 30 consecutive victories? That's incredible. With your skills, you might even defeat Beastmaster Xiaoming. Beastmaster Xiaoming? Roya recalled hearing that name before, likely from the storyline, though the details were hazy in his memory. Yes, Beastmaster Xiaoming has been running an informal gym ahead, challenging passing trainers. And he currently boasts a streak of 90 victories, the bug-catching boy elaborated, noticing Roya's interest. Where can I find him? Upon hearing this, Roya's curiosity piqued, and he pressed the bug-catching boy for more information. Just up ahead. Upon concluding his words, he gestured towards a direction. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Roya proceeded in the direction indicated by the insect-catching boy. After traversing a distance, Roya stumbled upon a large campsite, encircled by a fence that enclosed a central tent and a battleground. At that moment, within the confines of the battleground, a youth clad in adventure attire wielded a whip, training his sandshrew as he executed various maneuvers. This individual was none other than the renowned beast tamer, Xiaoming, as described by the trainer earlier. Species, sandshrew. Type, ground. Ability, sandveil. Gender, male. Level, 26. Qualification, gym. Moves, sand attack, rollout, scratch, roll, poison sting, fury swipes, swift, dig. A level 26 sandshrew. No wonder it had achieved an impressive streak of 90 consecutive victories. Moreover, the training of that sandshrew appeared to be quite exceptional. It seemed that its reputation was well-deserved. Roya mused as he observed the sandshrew's attributes. As Roya gradually approached the campsite, he caught Xiaoming's attention, prompting the latter to heighten his vigilance. Hello. I have heard of the beast tamer Xiaoming and have come to challenge you. Noticing the wariness in Xiaoming's eyes, Roya articulated his purpose for visiting. So, you are here to challenge me? Come on in, Xiaoming replied, his caution slightly abetted upon hearing Roya's intention, allowing him to step into the battleground. Let us begin swiftly. I am eager to secure my 91st consecutive victory, Xiaoming exclaimed as he saw Roya positioned opposite him. Then let us commence, Roya responded mildly, casting a nonchalant glance at Xiaoming. The battle rules will be one-on-one. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Go, Sandshrew. Upon hearing Xiaoming's command, the Sandshrew dashed to the center of the arena. Go, Litten. In a flash of white light, the red and black Litten appeared before the Sandshrew, confronting it boldly. What Pokémon is this? Xiaoming inquired, having never encountered Litten before. It is Litten, a Pokémon from another region, Roya elucidated. I see. Let us hasten to battle. You may attack first, Xiaoming urged. Then I shall not hold back. Sandshrew, use Poison Sting. With a flourish of his whip, Xiaoming commanded the Sandshrew. Upon receiving the command, the Sandshrew opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of poison stings towards Litten. Litten, use Ember. Roya swiftly countered. And under the fiery assault of Litten's Ember, the poison stings were incinerated one by one. Sandshrew, use Rollout after hardening. Noticing his first strategy falter, Xiaoming promptly shifted tactics. The Sandshrew then utilized Harden to bolster its defenses, rolling into a ball and charging towards Litten. Dodge with quick attack. Hearing Roya's command, Litten glimmered with white light, evading the approaching rollout. Thus unfolded a scene where Litten sprinted ahead, closely pursued by the rolling Sandshrew. After a brief chase, both Pokémon retreated to their respective trainers' sides. Sandshrew dig. Xiaoming continued to wield his whip, instructing the Sandshrew to burrow underground, where it swiftly vanished from sight. With the Sandshrew's sudden disappearance, Litten became momentarily flustered. Stay calm and focus, Roya advised, and upon receiving his command, Litten regained its composure, carefully attuning to any movements of the Sandshrew. Utilizing his connection to the light force, Roya quickly sensed the Sandshrew's approach and prepared to adapt. Suddenly, as Roya observed the Sandshrew emerging, he directed Litten, use Flamethrower to the left rear. Upon hearing Roya's words, Litten pivoted and unleashed a flamethrower towards the left rear, striking the Sandshrew as it surfaced from underground. The Sandshrew, scorched by the flames, cried out in anguish, prompting Roya to seize the opportunity. Litten, use Double Kick. Litten swiftly approached the beleaguered Sandshrew, executing a double kick that sent it hurtling back towards Xiaoming. Despite its efforts to rise, the Sandshrew collapsed, unconscious. You have won, Xiaoming said, retrieving the fainted Sandshrew, a bittersweet expression on his face as he addressed Roya. Well done, Litten, Roya acknowledged while recalling his Pokémon. Then turned to the sorrowful Xiaoming, remarking, can you not accept defeat after just one crushing loss? I, Xiaoming stammered, momentarily at a loss for words under Roya's scrutiny. You resemble a frog at the bottom of a well, able to see only a fragment of the sky, content to prey upon weaker Pokémon rather than journeying forth to challenge stronger foes. Without such endeavors, you shall never grow, Roya imparted his wisdom. I understand now. I will embark on a journey, Xiaoming replied, enlightenment dawning upon him, and he expressed his gratitude to Roya. I look forward to our future duel, Roya smiled gently, extending his right hand. Indeed, Xiaoming reciprocated, shaking hands with Roya. By the way, I have heard you possess training machinery. Could you sell me some? Roya suddenly recalled and inquired of Xiaoming. Take them. No charge, Xiaoming replied, entering the tent and retrieving several training machines to hand over to Roya. After Xiaoming's warm hospitality, Roya bid farewell and departed, while Xiao Ming began to pack his belongings. Not long after Roya's departure, Ash and his companions arrived. Addressing Xiao Ming, "You are the beast tamer Xiao Ming, correct? What brings you here?" "I am preparing to leave for my journey," Xiao Ming replied, pausing his tasks to respond to Ash and his friends. "Did you achieve 100 consecutive victories?" Misty asked curiously. "I lost," Xiao Ming said with a faint smile. "You lost?" "Yes, to a trainer named Roya," Xiao Ming explained. "Are you referring to Roya?" Ash and his companions exclaimed upon hearing the name. "Indeed, do you know him?" "Yes, where is he?" Ash pressed urgently. "He left not long ago," Xiao Ming replied, prompting Ash, Misty, and Brock to hurriedly pursue after Roya. Meanwhile, as Roya continued his journey, he suddenly heard a familiar call from behind, capturing his attention. "Roya, wait for us." Chapter 22, Pokémon Academy. Roya. As Roya walked along the path towards Leafy Town, a familiar voice rang out, prompting him to halt and turn around. "Wait for us, Roya." He noticed Ash sprinting towards him, followed closely by Misty and Brock, the gym leader of Nibby. "Slow down." Ash, Misty, and Brock gasped, struggling to keep pace with Ash. Upon seeing Roya stop, Ash dashed up to him, breathing heavily as he exclaimed, "I finally caught up with you, Roya." In the meantime, Misty and Brock joined them, and Roya nodded in acknowledgement. "Ash, how did you know I was here?" Roya inquired, intrigued. As Ash's demeanor suggested, he had sought him out rather than stumbled upon him by chance. "It was that beast tamer Xiao Ming who informed me," Misty interjected, sensing Roya's curiosity and clarifying. "Ah, I see. But why is Brock following you?" Roya recalled Xiao Ming and inquired about Brock's presence. "My dream is to become an exceptional Pokémon breeder, so I entrusted the gym to my father and am traveling alongside Ash," Brock explained, answering Roya's question. Xiaoxia is also the youngest member of the Hualan City Gym. Ash, brimming with excitement, eagerly recounts his travel experiences to Ruoya. "Hey, Ruoya, let us battle," Ash declares, unable to contain his enthusiasm after sharing his tales of adventure. "I must decline," Ruoya responds without a moment's hesitation, observing Ash's spirited demeanor. "Why not?" That single question deflates Ash's earlier fervor. "Because the timing is not right, and moreover, it is ill-advised to engage in a battle alone at this hour. Let us postpone it for now," Ruoya explains, casting a sympathetic glance at Ash, who remains undeterred. "All right then," Ash concedes reluctantly. "In that case, let us travel together." Initially disheartened, Ash quickly regains his spirits and invites Ruoya to accompany him. "Very well, but we can only journey together for a short distance," Ruoya replies, unable to resist Ash's hopeful gaze. He agrees to travel with them, albeit briefly. Ruoya's reluctance stems from the trio's evident lack of direction. He fears that their company might lead them into uncharted territories, consuming more time than necessary. Thus, he believes it is more prudent to travel alone. And so, Ruoya embarks on the journey to Key City alongside Ash and Xiaoxia. However, one fateful afternoon, an event disrupts their tranquil expedition. "Where on earth are we?" Xiaoxia complains, surveying the fog-enshrouded forest around them. "It seems we are lost again," Brock states, revealing a harsh truth. "This is all your fault. How could you lead us astray?" Xiaoxia scolds Ash, expressing her frustration. "Let us take a break," Ruoya interjects, his expression filled with exasperation as he attempts to quell their quarrel. "Now seems an opportune moment for a snack," Brock suggests, producing an array of treats and refreshments from his backpack and setting them on a nearby table. "I would like some apple tea." Xiaoxia raises her hand toward Brock. "With quality tea leaves and the fine water from Tsukimi Mountain, we only need some firewood." "Who will gather it?" Brock inquires of Ruoya and the others. "Gathering firewood is a task for boys." Xiaoxia promptly dismisses the idea. "Then it falls to me," Ash replies, his face filled with despair. "There's no need to prepare anything. Ahead lies a Pokémon Academy. Let us explore that instead," Ruoya suggests, glancing at the map in his hands. "A Pokémon Academy?" Ash echoes, bemused. "Is it not the prestigious academy with exorbitant tuition fees?" Xiaoxia, being a local of Hualan City, is evidently familiar with the institution. Indeed, this foggy weather is likely a result of their activities. How can there be fog in the afternoon? "Without further ado, let us set forth," Ash declares, his spirits lifted at the prospect of not having to gather firewood. He strides confidently in the direction Ruoya indicated. Xiaoxia and Brock exchange glances, feeling a sense of resignation, and follow Ruoya. After traversing a short distance, they notice a glow emanating from ahead, which piques their interest, prompting them to quicken their pace. As they approach, they see a group of students gathered around a treadmill, one student energetically running on it, while their discussions reach Ruoya's ears. "What Pokémon is that?" The leader of the group holds up a photograph, questioning the runner. "Is it a Zubat?" Though shrouded in fog, What you guess may not necessarily be a bat Pokémon. A student with green hair interjects. That is a Pidgey, the running student answers. Indeed, knowing is only natural. What I wish to inquire is, what skills does it excel in? Pidgey is proficient in Gust, learns Sand Attack at level 5 and Quick Attack at level 12, the runner replies, maintaining his pace. When does Pidgey evolve, and what is its evolved form? The group continues their inquiries. The running student falls silent, failing to provide an answer, and subsequently trips. What are you all doing? Ash rushes over, concerned. I do not wish for outsiders to interfere. This is our special training, the brown-haired student retorts. I cannot feign ignorance to this matter. Ash clenches his fists resolutely. Enough. Let us end today's events here, the brown-haired student says dismissively, leaving Ash fuming beside him. I am Xiaochun. Thank you all. The runner, now identified as Xiaochun, expresses gratitude to Roya and the others while leading them through the Academy's impressive facilities. Upon mentioning his 2 badge qualifications, Xiaoxia bristles with indignation. Are you implying you could defeat me? I am from the Hualan Gym. As a water-type gym, Xiaochun responds, demonstrating on a nearby machine with a simulated battle, swiftly defeating a stereo. That was merely a simulation. If you have the ability, let us battle one-on-one, Xiaoxia retorts, her anger igniting at Xiaochun's nonchalance. Very well, Xiaochun agrees, and the group proceeds to the battle arena. However, it becomes evident that Xiaochun's Oddish is easily bested by Xiaoxia's stereo. How could this happen? Oddish has excellent resistance against water-type attacks, Xiaochun exclaims in disbelief. Hence, you are inadequate, a clear voice chimes from behind them. Chapter 23, Sayaka Yudo. As Xiaochun finds himself in deep confusion, a melodious and slightly haughty voice interrupts, drawing the group's attention. They turn to see a petite girl with flowing black hair adorned in a student uniform, exuding an air of charm. She is none other than the prodigy of the Pokémon Junior class, Sayaka Yudo. Ah, so you are Sayaka Yudo, Xiaochun calls out, recognizing her. You will undoubtedly be a beauty in 8 years. Brock and Ash gawk at her, instantly smitten, much to Xiaoxia's dismay. Indeed, do you mean to say you can defeat me? Xiaoxia recalls Sayaka's earlier remark, her ire rekindled. Is that not obvious? Sayaka regards Xiaoxia with disdain. Then let us battle. Xiaoxia challenges Sayaka immediately. I would be delighted to oblige. The fierce rivalry ignites between the 2 girls. Go, Geodude. Sayaka sends forth her robust Geodude. Let us go, Stereo. Xiaoxia counters with her seasoned Stereo. Geodude, use rollout. Sayaka commands, and Geodude curls into a ball, rolling towards Stereo. Stereo, water gun. Stereo leaps to evade Geodude's charge, aiming its water gun, but it proves ineffectual. Geodude shatters through the water gun and collides forcefully with Stereo, sending it flying into the pool outside. How could this be? Xiaoxia, Ash, and Brock are momentarily stunned by the outcome, while Ruoya remains calmly observant. This exemplifies level suppression. As long as 1's level is sufficiently high, they can conquer anything, Sayaka proclaims proudly. Ruoya discerns the level disparity between the Pokémon. Stereo stands at level 22, while Geodude boasts level 28, a notable gap indeed. Thus, the outdoor trainers among you are not particularly impressive. Shengdai continued to express his disdain towards Ash and his companions. It was evident that this sentiment also included Luoya, which stirred some discontent within him. In retaliation, he remarked, if the trainers from the Pokémon Academy are so formidable, why has no one ever made it into the top 36 of the Indigo Conference? According to Luoya's understanding, in the previous editions of the Indigo Conference, no student from the Pokémon Academy had managed to reach the top 36, all having been eliminated by other trainers. What did you say? Luoya's words instantly enraged Shengdai and his companions, drawing their attention squarely upon him. I mean, it is we outdoor trainers who have eliminated all of you. Luoya responded calmly, unfazed by their ire. I wish to challenge you to prove you wrong, Shengdai declared, raising his Pokeball in a challenge to Luoya. If you seek to be humiliated, then I shall oblige. Luoya accepted the challenge. Go, Golem. Shengdai sent forth his level 28 Golem. Step forth, Milotic. With the intent to deliver a decisive blow, Luoya dispatched his Milotic, which had reached level 29 through numerous battles and was on the verge of attaining elite status. A water-type Milotic? Even if it holds an advantage, that signifies little. Shengdai dismissed Luoya's Milotic, commanding Golem. Golem, use rollout. Upon receiving the command, Golem curled up its limbs, forming a spherical shape, and rolled toward Milotic. Milotic, hydro pump. Luoya said coolly, and Milotic unleashed a powerful hydro pump, sending Golem hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. How could this happen? Sheng Dai and the other students beside him wore expressions of disbelief as they beheld Golem's swift defeat at the hands of Milotic. So what if that occurred? Go, Cub 1. Sheng Dai tossed another Pokeball, releasing a petite level 29 Cub 1 onto the field. What Pokemon is this? Ash, seeing a creature he had never encountered before, quickly pulled out his Pokédex. Cub 1, the lonely Pokemon, wears the skull of its deceased mother on its head and cries loudly when it feels lonely, the Pokédex informed Ash. Ah, so it's a Cub 1. Cub 1, Bone Club. Upon summoning Cub 1, Sheng Dai immediately commanded it to attack. Cub 1, obeying, hurled its bone towards Milotic. Milotic, Psychic. In an instant, Milotic's eyes glowed, seizing the bone and Cub 1 itself, lifting them into the air, rendering them unable to struggle. Cub 1, break free. Sheng Dai shouted desperately, attempting to free Cub 1. But his efforts were in vain. Water Pulse. Unable to evade, the ensnared Cub 1 was struck head-on by the Water Pulse, meeting the same fate as Golem, losing its ability to battle. How could this transpire? Sheng Dai gazed at the outcome, his countenance filled with despair, while his supporters shot Luoya hostile glares. What? Do you wish to engage in a group assault? Luoya dismissed their threats without concern. The students, already incensed, upon hearing Luoya's words, were further provoked and released their Pokemon, such as Oddish, Pidgey, and Geodude, charging at Luoya. However, they were all swiftly vanquished by Milotic. Incredible! Ash and his companions expressed their astonishment. It seems that the so-called geniuses are nothing extraordinary, Luoya remarked as he recalled Milotic, smirking, only to be met with furious stares. That young man is rather excessive. An elderly figure emerged from the teaching building. Principal. The other students reverently called out upon seeing the old man. Isn't it so? Luoya retorted. Ahem. Luoya's candid remark irked the principal, as it was a truth he could not refute. However, he had not come out for this reason, but rather for another purpose. Young man, do you wish to enroll? The principal soon inquired, having noted Luoya's potential. I don't have that much money, Luoya replied in a mocking tone. In truth, his finances would be a mere trifle for the Pokemon Academy, yet he had no desire to enroll in such a subpar institution. You can be exempted from tuition fees. The principal, eager for Luoya to join, pressed on. No, thank you. Luoya continued to decline. Why not? The principal, intrigued, asked. Firstly, the students here are too weak, which sufficiently demonstrates the school's lack of prowess. Luoya shot a glance at Sheng Dai and the others, who returned his gaze with indignation, and continued. Moreover, I am already a student at the Pokemon Academy in the Alola region, and I will not withdraw. The Alola region? The Pokemon Academy? This revelation left the principal and Sheng Dai utterly incredulous. Alola region? Where is that? Ash, completely unaware, questioned, clearly out of his depth. The Alola region is a far-off place, Brock explained from the side. Very well. The principal, aware of the Alola region, had no choice but to relent. All right. It has been quite some time. I must take my leave. Luoya prepared to depart, bidding farewell to Ash, the principal, and Sheng Dai before turning to leave. I will definitely defeat you, Sheng Dai shouted in frustration from behind. Luoya merely waved his hand, not pausing in his stride. Wait for me, Luoya, Ash called out, hurriedly pursuing him. However, having already witnessed their lack of direction, Luoya declined to accompany them, parting ways at the entrance of the Pokemon Academy. Thus, Luoya journeyed alone towards Leaf Village. Chapter 24, The Radiant Lighthouse. After parting ways with Ash, Misty, and Brock at the Pokemon Academy, Luoya embarked on his solitary path to Leaf Village. Following several days of traveling and braving the elements, he arrived at an expanse of strait known as the White Strait that afternoon. Gazing upon the boundless azure sea, complemented by stretches of golden sandy shores, it resembled a picturesque seascape. Standing by the shore, Luoya allowed the refreshing sea breeze to caress his face, feeling a tension that had once gripped him begin to dissolve. This place is truly beautiful. I can rest here for a while before Ash arrives, Luoya mused, glancing at the ocean and a lighthouse in the distance. And considering the formidable Dragonite, he resolved to linger for a time. With this thought, he strode towards the Radiant Lighthouse. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a door adorned with various illustrations of Pokemon from the Kanto region. After observing for a while, Luoya pressed the doorbell. After a brief moment, a youthful male voice emanated from within. Hello, this is the Radiant Lighthouse. Who is it? Greetings, Professor Radiant. I am a traveling trainer passing through and hope to find lodging for the night, Luoya replied to Professor Radiant. A traveling trainer? Within. Professor Radiant pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, come in. Upon uttering this, the door swung open automatically, and Luoya stepped inside. As he entered, He immediately spotted a Kabuto seated upon a high pedestal, and knowing about Professor Radiant, Luoya recognized that this Kabuto must be him. For only Professor Radiant would don Pokémon attire to truly experience the essence of Pokémon. Come here and lend me a hand. Upon noticing the arrival of Roy, I hastily sought his assistance. Very well. With that, Roy approached and pressed a button on the fossilized attire, quickly emerging from within. Thank you, young man, expressed Professor Jangmo-o, who had just stepped out. Greetings, Professor Jangmo-o. I am Roy from the Alola region. Roy introduced himself. You hail from Alola? Inquired Professor Jangmo-o. Indeed, Roy confirmed, aware that this revelation would lead to an acknowledgement of his prowess as a trainer. You flatter me, he replied modestly with a slight smile. I wish to train here for a while, so I may trouble you subsequently, Roy stated to Professor Jangmo-o. Can you prepare egg fried rice? Was Professor Jangmo-o's unexpected query. I can, and I also know how to stir-fry noodles, Roy answered. Then there is no issue, Professor Jangmo-o mused. Much like Professor Okito, Professor Jangmo-o was not adept in the culinary arts, often resorting to instant noodles. Thus, he would not let the opportunity of having a capable cook like Roy slip away. Consequently, Roy settled at Jangmo-o Lighthouse and the White Strait, dedicating most of his time to training, save for a few days spent resting with his Pokémon. As balance is indeed the essence of truth. One evening, after completing his training and preparing to return to Jangmo-o Lighthouse, a familiar voice caught Roy's attention. He followed the sound to find 3 familiar figures. Where's my Kingler? I can't find it, Ash exclaimed, frantically searching for his Pokeball, having looked for quite some time without success, prompting him to inquire of his companions Misty and Brock. Ash, when your Pokemon exceeds 6 in number, they are transported to the Pokédex issuer, Brock explained. What does that mean? Where has my Kingler gone? Despite Brock's explanation, Ash remained puzzled. And just as Brock was about to elaborate further, Roy interjected. Your Kingler is with Professor Okito, he said, stepping beside Ash and revealing the location of his Pokemon. Oh, it's you, Roy? Ash exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Roy approach, with Misty and Brock equally surprised. However, Ash was still confused. Why is Kingler with Professor Okito? Because a trainer can only keep 6 Pokemon at a time, and any excess are sent to designated locations. If the recipient is a Pokédex holder, then the Pokemon will be sent to the professor who issued the Pokédex. Roy paused for a moment before continuing, which is Professor Okito. I see, Ash said, finally grasping the situation, but then grew anxious. If it's with Professor Okito, does that mean it's in danger? His exaggerated concern left Misty, Brock, and even Roy somewhat speechless. What are you worried about? Brock asked, voicing the collective thought. Professor Okito is just a quirky old man, so I'm a bit worried. Ash replied with a rather nonsensical justification. There's a phone in the lighthouse. You can call and check. Roy pointed to the nearby Jangmo-o Lighthouse. Really? Ash inquired, eyes widening. Of course, follow me, Roy replied, leading Ash and the others inside the lighthouse. Roy, training completed, upon entering, they found Professor Jangmo-o engrossed in his research. Noticing Ash and his companions, he asked, who are they? They are Ash from Mossera Town, Brock from Nibby Gym, and Misty from Hanada Gym. Roy introduced them to Professor Jangmo-o. Hello, Professor Jangmo-o, Ash greeted with enthusiasm after Roy's introduction. Greetings. By the way, they are here to stay the night and borrow a phone. Roy informed the professor of their purpose. No problem, the phone is right there. And there are plenty of rooms available for you to choose from, Professor Jangmo-o replied, too preoccupied with his research to attend to them himself. Roy then led Ash and the others to the phone, where Brock curiously asked, Roy, do you know Professor Jangmo-o? You seem quite familiar with each other. I've been staying here for a while, so I got to know him, Roy explained with a smile. After Ash contacted Professor Okito, Professor Jangmo-o recognized Ash and his companions, warmly welcoming them. By the way, why are you living here, Professor? Ash asked, perplexed, as it was unusual for anyone to reside in such a desolate place. I am here for a Pokémon that has never been seen before, Professor Jangmo-o elucidated. A Pokémon that has never been seen, exclaimed Brock and Misty in curiosity. What kind of Pokémon could it be? I can't wait to find out. Ash's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You'll have the chance tonight, Roy interjected, responding to Ash's eagerness. What do you mean? Ash asked. This evening, Professor Jangmo-o is prepared to welcome this mysterious Pokémon, Roy clarified. Really? Ash turned his gaze toward Professor Jangmo-o. Indeed, he confirmed, noticing Ash's eager expression. He then surveyed Roy, Brock, Misty, and Ash, continuing, this Pokémon is believed to be the largest ever discovered. No one has seen its true form. Professor Jangmo-o led the group to the balcony of the lighthouse, gazing at the misty sea in the distance. Moreover, this Pokémon wanders the world in search of its companions. Does this Pokémon not have family or friends? Misty inquired. Precisely because it does not. It roams the world, Professor Jangmo-o explained. For it is a unique Pokémon. One day, I suddenly heard a voice from across the sea, Professor Jangmo-o recounted, producing a recorder that emitted a sorrowful wail. I want to see you. I long to meet you. This is the essence of what I heard. Thus, to encounter it, I replicated that sound, transmitting it across the sea via this lighthouse. And one day, I received a response. At this point, Professor Jangmo-o's excitement was palpable. Hence, I surmised that this Pokémon will come here to reunite with companions it has not seen in decades. I am eager to meet it. Will you capture it? Ash asked. A question that rendered the room silent. What purpose would there be in capturing it? For me, merely encountering this Pokémon would allow for a deeper understanding of this world. Professor Jangmo-o replied with a gentle smile. Thus, he had remained here for so long, yearning to meet this Pokémon. Roy added in support of the professor's dedication. With that, Professor Jangmo-o's recording continuously transmitted from the lighthouse, reaching far and wide. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the other side of the sea, slowly approaching the lighthouse. Look, it's the Pokémon we've never seen before, Misty exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting the enormous silhouette, pointing in astonishment. A group of individuals swiftly directed their gaze towards the horizon, where a figure approached the lighthouse, emanating a voice filled with longing to meet. At last, it was here. How magnificent its form. Dr. Jangmo-o was utterly exhilarated, gripping the railing tightly, yearning to leap from the lighthouse and unveil the true identity of this enigmatic Pokémon. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions stood in awe, momentarily rendered speechless. Only Roya, stroking his chin in contemplation, furrowed his brow, already cognizant of the truth within, pondering. This must be the ancient Dragonite, indeed colossal in stature. Yet, a nagging sensation lingered in Roya's mind, as if he had overlooked something crucial. After much deliberation, he could not pinpoint it, so he set it aside for later consideration. What Pokémon is this? Ash inquired, gazing at the imposing figure with immense anticipation. I believe I have discerned its identity, Roya declared, pointing at the grand silhouette as he addressed Dr. Jangmo-o and Ash. Species, ancient Dragonite. Type, flying dragon. Ability, multiscale. Gender, male. Level, 99. Aptitude, level 3 god. Moves, Hurricane, Dragon Tornado, Dragon Pulse, Flame Punch, Flamethrower. At that moment, Roya's analysis revealed the basic attributes of this ancient Dragonite to him. What Pokémon is this? The urgency in Dr. Jangmo-o's voice was palpable as he grasped Roya's arm, eager for answers. Indeed, Roya, what Pokémon is it? Ash echoed, his curiosity piqued, while Misty and Brock also turned their eager gazes towards Roya. Given its stature, it must be a Dragonite, Roya elucidated to Dr. Jangmo-o. Dragonite, Dr. Jangmo-o, Misty, and Brock exclaimed in unison, while Ash remained bewildered, unfamiliar with the Pokémon's identity. Without a doubt, it appears to be a colossal Dragonite, Roya continued. After considering Roya's words, Dr. Jangmo-o scrutinized the towering dragon silhouette, and after thorough examination, he concluded, indeed, this figure is certainly a gigantic Dragonite. It seemed the identity of this mysterious Pokémon had been unveiled. Oh, I nearly forgot about Team Rocket. Roya suddenly remembered the previously overlooked trio. It seemed he needed to take action, otherwise, an unfortunate incident could ensue. With this thought in mind, he excused himself from Dr. Jangmo-o and the others, making his way to the cliff's edge. Upon peering down, he spotted the infamous Team Rocket trio, Jesse, James, and Meowth, who were poised with some unknown rocket launchers, preparing to target the enormous Dragonite. This Pokémon is immense, James exclaimed, staring in awe at the colossal Dragonite. I shall capture it and present it to Giovanni, thereby usurping that detestable Meowth. Meowth declared, lost in a reverie of ambition. Even Jesse and James succumbed to fanciful daydreams of promotion and riches. Fiero Air Cutter. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Roya summoned his Fiero to launch an attack against the two humans and one Pokémon perched on the cliff. What is this? The trio, still enraptured in their fantasies, suddenly found themselves confronted by an attacking Fiero, momentarily stunned. What an annoying feeling. Ultimately, under the onslaught of Fiero's air cutter, the trio was propelled away, yet they did not forget to utter their final declaration. What was that sound? At the lighthouse, Ash seemed to hear a noise. But upon closer inspection, he found nothing and dismissed it from his mind. Meanwhile, the colossal Dragonite approached the lighthouse, noticing the absence of its companions. After casting a glance at Dr. Jangmo-o and the others, it departed, retreating into the fog and subsequently vanishing from sight. Having discerned the identity of the mysterious Pokémon, Dr. Jangmo-o and his companions returned to their quarters, satisfied and ready for slumber. The following morning, Dr. Jinghui awaited Roya and Ash at the lighthouse entrance to bid them farewell. "Doctor, will you remain here?" As they parted, Roya inquired. "Now that I have uncovered the identity of the mysterious Pokémon, I must return to my research facility, Doctor." Jinghui replied. "After all, there remains much yet to explore. Then we shall take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality during this time." Roya expressed his gratitude to Dr. Jinghui before setting off alone towards Leaf Green City. Chapter 26. Leaf Green Gym. After bidding farewell to Dr. Jinghui and Ash S Group at White Sea Channel, Roya embarked on his journey alone to the next city, Leaf Green City. After several days of wilderness survival, he finally arrived at the coastal city of Leaf Green. Leaf Green City, located at the southern entrance to the sea, is a bustling hub in the Kanto region, equipped with a Pokémon Center and friendly shops, serving as a vital harbor for vessels such as the St. Anno. As Roya stepped into Leaf Green City, he immediately noticed the stark contrast to Nibi and Hanada cities. Being a port city, Leaf Green was evidently more developed, bustling with a diverse population from around the world. As he traversed the streets, observing the throngs of people and the towering buildings lining the roads, he made his way towards the Pokémon Center. Yet, Roya did not forget an important matter. Thus, he began conversing with the system. "System, check-in. Location confirmed, Leaf Green City. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Electric Plate 1, Mysterious Map 1, 500,000 Alliance coins." The system enumerated the items received during this check-in. "What is this electric plate?" Roya inquired, eyeing the stone slab within the system's space, already forming conjectures in his mind. "Do not indulge in overly optimistic thoughts, host. Please note the word replica that follows." The system preemptively dispelled Roya's fantasies. "What is it then?" Roya asked with curiosity. "This is a replica of Arceus's electric plate. It does not possess such formidable capabilities," the system clarified the distinction. "And what functions does it hold?" Roya pressed on. "While it lacks the powers of Arceus's original plate, it can enhance the potency of electric-type moves, thereby bolstering your Zeraora's strength." The system elucidated the utility of the electric plate. "And this mysterious map?" Roya shifted his focus to a map that piqued his interest. "This map encompasses the vicinity of Leaf Green City. By following its indications, one may uncover unexpected treasures. However, you must first acquire the orange badge from the Leaf Green Gym to unlock its potential. You are worthy of it," the system concluded playfully. "I understand." With that, Roya redirected his attention to the path ahead, resolving to utilize the map after challenging the Leaf Green Gym. After some time, he arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center in Leaf Green City. Just as he prepared to enter, a frantic voice echoed from behind. "Quick, move aside. Rattata, you must hold on." Turning to investigate, Roya spotted a trainer clutching a singed Rattata, frantically rushing into the Pokémon Center. Curiosity piqued among Roya and the onlookers. They followed him inside. Upon entering the center, they witnessed the trainer hand over his scorched Rattata to Nurse Joy, who promptly ushered it into the operating room, leaving the anxious trainer outside in a state of distress. Observing this scene, Roya speculated that it was likely the handiwork of Leaf Green Gym's leader, Matisse. The gym leader of the Withered Leaf City, Majishur, is a veteran, thus he has little tolerance for foolishness. Consequently, when numerous trainers, ignorant of their own limitations, challenge his gym, his patience wears thin. However, as a gym leader, he cannot refuse these challenges, leaving him with no choice but to resort to drastic measures. After a period of surgical intervention, the trainer's Rattata has been successfully treated and moved to the recovery room. At this juncture, Luoya seizes the opportunity to hand his Pokeball to Nurse Joy for some recuperation while discreetly inquiring about the situation. "Nurse Joy, what was that about?" Luoya asked. "That was a consequence of challenging the Withered Leaf Gym," Nurse Joy replied. "For some reason, in recent days, gym leader Majishur has been increasingly heavy-handed. This is already the 20th instance." With a sigh, her tone conveyed subtle discontent towards Majishur. "I think I understand," Luoya remarked after absorbing Nurse Joy's words, along with the context from the original narrative. After exchanging a few casual words with Nurse Joy and retrieving his revitalized Pokémon, he prepared to head towards the Withered Leaf Gym to challenge Majishur and earn the orange badge. According to the map of Withered Leaf City in his possession, Luoya soon found himself standing before a large building marked with a lightning bolt symbol, unmistakably the Withered Leaf Gym. As Luoya stepped inside, he was met by a group of unruly youths who regarded him with disdainful glances. "Look, another little baby has come to play. He must be fearless," taunted a short-haired man. "I am Luoya from the Alola region, here to challenge the Withered Leaf Gym," he replied, unfazed by their derisive remarks, delivering his purpose in a calm demeanor. "Boss, here's another sacrifice," one of the delinquents muttered, turning to inform Gym Leader Majishur of Luo Ya's persistence. Let me take a look. A robust figure rose from behind the delinquents and approached. Luo Ya focused on the newcomer, who exuded a military aura and sported flamboyant golden hair. This was Majishur, the gym leader. Upon reaching Luo Ya, Majishur placed a hand on his shoulder, teasingly observing his shorter stature. So, you are just a little baby. I will prove to you that I am not a baby, Luo Ya retorted, brushing off Majishur's hand, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice, as he resolved to show the gym leader his true capabilities. After all, anyone would feel irked by being called a baby. Ambitious, Majishur acknowledged, retracting his earlier flippancy and offering praise. Follow me, he commanded, leading Luo Ya to the battle arena within the gym, where they each took their respective positions. At that moment, a delinquent stepped forward from the crowd, serving as the referee for the match. He announced the rules. The battle begins now, with gym leader Majishur of the Withered Leaf Gym facing off against Luo Ya from the Alola region. This will be a one-on-one battle. The match concludes when one Pokémon is unable to continue. There is no time limit. Let the battle commence. I hope gym leader Majishur will give it his all, Luo Ya said, watching as Majishur prepared to release his Pokémon. This statement caught Majishur off guard, and he gazed at Luo Ya incredulously. Are you serious? Absolutely, Luo Ya affirmed with a nod. What an intriguing youth. I hope you won't regret your words, Majishur replied, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Ya. I will never regret it. Very well, come forth, my darling, Majishur declared, retrieving a luxurious Pokeball and tossing it into the arena. In a burst of light, a yellow figure emerged, radiating powerful electrical energy, leaving the onlookers in awe. This Pokemon is. Chapter 27. The battle against Majishur. Are you certain you wish to challenge my ace? Majishur's eyes narrowed, an overwhelming pressure descending upon Luo Ya. Of course. Luo Ya stood resolutely, unperturbed by the oppressive aura. Ha! You bold young lad. With just that statement, even if you lose, I shall grant you the badge. Majishur laughed heartily, impressed by Luo Ya's composure. Then let the battle begin. Go, Electivire, Majishur commanded, releasing a golden Pokémon adorned with black stripes into the arena, revealing the formidable Electivire. Pokémon, Electivire type, electric ability, motor drive gender, male level, 58 potential, champion moves, glare, shock, thunderbolt, thunder, thunder punch, electromagnetic wave, swift. The sight of a peak champion level Electivire was indeed astonishing. Even Luo Ya felt a twinge of surprise, as he had anticipated Majishur's ace to be merely a gym-level Pokémon, only to discover it was a champion. Kid, I didn't expect your eye for talent to be so sharp, Majishur remarked, momentarily taken aback, before urging, now, release your Pokémon. I entrust you with this battle, Zeraora. Luo Ya called upon his original partner, knowing his other Pokémon were still in the early stages of their evolution, far from reaching champion status. Only Zeraora was a fitting choice. As the Pokeball opened, Zeraora materialized in a brilliant glow, standing opposite Electivire, emanating an aura of a champion that enveloped both Electivire and Majishur. This is a champion-level Pokémon. What in the world is this creature? Majishur questioned, taken aback by the formidable presence surpassing even his Electivire. This is Zeraora, my first partner, Luo Ya introduced. Ha ha ha, I grow ever more eager for our duel. Let us commence, Majishur exclaimed, his demeanor exuding an exhilarating intensity. Very well, you may attack first, Luo Ya responded. Then I shall not hesitate. Electivire, Thunderbolt, Majishur commanded with a sweeping gesture. Upon receiving the order, Electivire aimed its twin tails at Zeraora, unleashing a powerful Thunderbolt. Zeraora, use Quick Attack. In response to the oncoming Thunderbolt, Luo Ya chose not to reveal Zeraora's charge ability, instead directing Zeraora to swiftly evade the attack and close the distance to its opponent. With remarkable agility, Zeraora dodged the surging electricity and advanced toward Electivire. Zeraora, Flame Punch. As Zeraora neared Electivire, one arm ignited in blazing flames and struck towards Electivire. Electivire, Thunder Punch. Majishur, not willing to be outdone, ordered Electivire to counter with Thunder Punch. Yet, Zeraora's prowess was evidently superior, causing Electivire to be forced back several steps. While Zeraora remained steadfast. Is Electivire all right? Majishur inquired with concern, noting the retreat of his Pokémon. As anticipated, the outcome was nothing but a shake of the head. Thus, we must continue our offensive, Electivire. Once Majishur confirmed that Electivire was unscathed, he initiated another attack. Electivire, use Iron Tail. Upon hearing Majishur's command, Electivire leapt towards Zeraora, its two tails shimmering with a brilliant white light as they slashed downwards. Zeraora, use quick attack. Just as Electivire's iron tail was about to make contact, Zeraora deftly evaded the strike with its incredible speed, seamlessly positioning itself behind Electivire. Zeraora, iron tail. Seizing the opportunity while Electivire was momentarily caught off guard, Zeraora's iron tail struck true, sending Electivire hurtling through the air. Is Electivire alright? Majishar's heart tightened as he observed the fallen Electivire. Fortunately, it struggled to its feet, signifying that it was still in the fight. Truly a hero in the making. You are, Luoya, Majishar mused, realizing that what he initially thought was merely a family member's Pokémon was, in fact, one he had nurtured himself. You flatter me, Master Majishar, Luoya replied humbly, unfazed by the praise. Let the battle continue, Master Ma. Alright, Electivire, use Mega Punch. With that, Electivire charged at Zeraora, preparing to unleash its powerful attack. Zeraora, employ Shadow Clone followed by Quick Attack. As soon as the words left Luoya's lips, Zeraora dashed across the battlefield, creating an increasing number of shadowy duplicates with each swift movement. Consequently, Electivire found itself unable to discern the real Zeraora, striking only at mere illusions. Zeraora, use Aura Sphere. Upon hearing Luoya's command, the shadows of Zeraora raised their hands, gathering energy to form not a mere basketball-sized sphere, but a massive aura sphere several meters in diameter. Launch. With a grand sweep of his arm, Luoya commanded Zeraora to hurl the colossal aura sphere towards Electivire. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion resonated, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, it revealed Electivire lying motionless on the ground, its eyes resembling spirals of incense. With Electivire rendered incapable of battle, Zeraora emerged victorious, thus declaring Luoya the victor hailing from the Alola region. After assessing Electivire's condition, the referee announced the results of the match. Thank you for your efforts, Electivire. Majishar consoled his Pokémon before returning it to its Pokeball for a well-deserved rest. He then approached Luoya, giving him a thumbs up. Luoya, you are the most outstanding trainer I have ever encountered, bar none. You are too kind. Luoya replied, feeling a hint of embarrassment at Majishar's repeated compliments. This is the orange badge from the Leafy City Gym. Please accept it. Majishar received a badge from one of his aides and handed it to Luoya. Luoya graciously accepted the badge, placing it into his badge case, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Majishar. You've earned it. Besides, I gained invaluable experience from today's battle, Majishar replied generously. Likewise. Subsequently, Luoya bid farewell to Majishar and departed from the Leafy City Gym, making his way back to the Pokémon Center. On his journey back, Luoya contemplated his next steps. Having secured the orange badge, the forthcoming plot would involve the SS.N. However, it seemed there was still some time before that. So it would be prudent to investigate the location indicated on the mysterious map. What secrets does this enigmatic map hold? What treasures await? The anticipation was palpable. Chapter 28, Dragonite Island. To his astonishment, it was this very place. Upon unveiling the map, the first thing that caught Luoya's eye were the bold letters proclaiming Dragonite Island map. Is this truly the legendary Dragonite Island? Luoya pondered, glancing at the location marked on the map, filled with a sense of wonder. Dragonite, a first-generation semi-legendary Pokémon, is notoriously elusive in the wild. Current intel suggested that the Dragonite species primarily resided within the dragon nest of the Yulong family in Chengdu, as well as in the Land of Dragons in the Unova region, making sightings in other locales exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the latest Pokémon journey introduced a wild Dragonite habitat, shrouded in mystery, as it emerged into the public eye after rescuing fishermen in distress. This very island near Leafy City became known as Dragonite Island, from which Ash captured one of his principal Dragonites. This was precisely the destination of Luoya's expedition. However, upon glancing at the darkening sky, Luoya realized that the day was drawing to a close, prompting him to return to the Pokémon Center for a night's rest before setting out at dawn. As he retraced his steps, he meticulously mapped out his plans for the following day, his pace quickening with anticipation. At the break of dawn, Luoya rose early. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, he ventured alone to a deserted cove on the outskirts of Leafy City. Here, he released his sole water-type Pokémon, Milotic, preparing to ride it to Dragonite Island. Some may wonder why he did not rent a yacht. Luoya had indeed contemplated this, but in the original narrative, a massive barrier obstructed access to Dragonite Island, explaining its obscurity. Renting a yacht could risk damage to the vessel. Hence, riding Milotic seemed the safer option. Milotic, I entrust you with our journey ahead, Luoya said to his aquatic companion. Miwu. Milotic nodded eagerly, turning to allow Luoya to mount. Once settled on Milotic's back, he directed it towards the coordinates marked on the map. Initially, Luoya anticipated a smooth journey to Dragonite Island. However, to his dismay, even with his usually impeccable sense of direction, he found himself lost at sea, much like Ash in his many adventures. It seems that after all these years of chasing after rabbits, today it was the rabbit that outsmarted him. Gazing at the endless expanse of Azure Ocean, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet calamity seldom comes alone. What had begun as a clear sky was soon engulfed by dark clouds, accompanied by fierce winds, leading to a torrential downpour. Despite the storm's ferocity, Luoya and Milotic pressed on. After traversing a distance against the rain, they still had yet to glimpse Dragonite Island, the ocean stretching endlessly before them. At this point, Luoya could no longer contain his frustration and addressed the system. Your map can't be a sham, can it? Why have I followed it and still not found Dragonite Island? Perhaps you are the one who is lost. Do not place the blame on me, the system retorted, its lack of physical form preventing it from rolling its eyes at Luoya. Then where is it? Just tell me directly, Luoya implored. After a moment of silence, the system finally relented. You are not lost. Per se Luoya's expression stiffened, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. All right, fine, you are not lost, the system admitted, observing Luoya braving the storm. Then where is it? Luoya inquired, eager for answers. Right in front of you, the system replied. But Luoya found it hard to believe. That can't be. There's nothing but water before me. He gazed at the vast ocean, disbelief etched across his face. You must continue forward a bit further, the system explained. Very well, I shall trust you, Luoya conceded, urging Milotic onward. After traversing a bit further, a magnificent sight unfolded before him, rendering Luoya speechless. A colossal tornado formed from peculiar clouds enveloped an entire island, while outside, the rain poured relentlessly, yet within, the sun shone brightly. Could this truly be Dragonite Island? Roya gazed at the hard-won objective, his heart fluttering with apprehension, fearful of being reverted to his original form by the system. This was under the control of Dragonite and its kin, designed to prevent detection by outsiders, was it not? Roya inquired of the system while observing the barrier before him. Indeed, crossing this barrier is all that is required. The system provided the answer he yearned for. Milotic, let us proceed and breach this barrier, Roya commanded his Milotic beneath him. Obediently, Milotic continued to swim forward, swiftly crossing the barrier and arriving at the central island, known as Dragonite Island. Upon setting foot on Dragonite Island, Roya beheld several Dragonites, Dratini, and Dragonair scattered across the isle. The Dragonites were tending to the Dratini and Dragonair, with some Dragonair practicing flight, while Dratini rubbed against rocks, shedding their skin. Upon reaching the island, Roya did not conceal his presence, but boldly approached the Dragonites. Surprisingly, the Dragonites did not exhibit any signs of panic or wariness towards the newcomer. Instead, they regarded Roya with friendly smiles. Their demeanor left Roya both astonished and somewhat puzzled. However, this was not the moment for exploration. Capturing a Dragonite was of utmost importance. Thus, he approached them and asked, "May I capture one of your kind?" After a brief exchange of glances among the Dragonites, one of them let out a sound. Woo. You mean to say that it is permissible, but I must first gain the Dragonite's consent? Roya discerned their intent through the radiant power, a hint of delight in his tone. Woo. Upon hearing Roya's words, the Dragonite nodded. What suggestions do you have? Roya queried, for only they would know who among them wished to leave Dragonite Island. Responding to Roya's question, the Dragonites waved their arms, beckoning him to follow them. Understanding their intention, Roya promptly accompanied them to the very center of the island. Here, he discovered an even greater number of Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonites than before. Following the Dragonites' gestures, Roya began to wander the island, searching for a Dragonite that captured his fancy. However, after traversing numerous locations, he found that most were of Elite 4 caliber, with a few at the champion level. Notably, one Dragonite of champion caliber expressed its need to protect its companions and showed no inclination to leave, leading Roya to refrain from pressing the matter. While he continued his search, a particularly majestic Dragonite suddenly caught his eye, engaged in a fierce battle with another Dragonite, consistently maintaining the upper hand. The display of valor from this Dragonite struck a chord within Roya's heart, compelling him to take notice. After utilizing the Eye of Insight for further examination, his interest only intensified. Chapter 29, The Capture of Dragonite. Observing the ongoing duel where this Dragonite dominated, Roya was thoroughly captivated. Without delay, he activated the Eye of Insight to assess this Dragonite's attributes. Species, Dragonite. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Multiscale. Gender, Male. Level, 63. Potential, semi-divine. Moves, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Flamethrower. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rage, Outrage. By the heavens, a semi-divine potential Dragonite. Thank you, Jade Emperor, and may Buddha's blessings be upon me. At that moment, Roya's emotions were beyond description. Perhaps sensing Roya's approach from a distance, the Dragonite swiftly dispatched the elite 4-level Dragonite before shifting its gaze towards him. Acknowledging that it had noticed him, Roya approached the Dragonite with a smile. Upon reaching the Dragonite, he extended an invitation. Greetings, Dragonite. Would you be willing to become my partner? After hearing Roya's proposition, the Dragonite fixed its large eyes upon him, causing a wave of tension to wash over Roya and enveloping the atmosphere in a palpable heaviness. Yet, this tension dissipated almost instantly, replaced by the Dragonite's nod of agreement. Woo! The Dragonite roared in response, conveying its intent. You mean to say that in order to capture you, I must first defeat you? Roya interpreted the Dragonite's meaning, and it nodded in affirmation. Very well. Facing the now battle-ready Dragonite, Roya had no choice but to engage. Among his Pokémon, the only one capable of challenging it was Zeraora. Roya retrieved Zeraora's Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. In a flash of light, Zeraora appeared before the Dragonite. Upon seeing Zeraora, which matched its own aura, the Dragonite's wariness heightened, its gaze filled with caution. Zeraora, let our new companion witness our prowess, Roya exclaimed, grinning at his longtime ally. Aru? Zeraora responded to Roya's call, unleashing a mighty howl. Zeraora, use Volt Tackle. As soon as the command left Roya's lips, Zeraora swiftly executed the powerful attack, launching it towards the Dragonite. Unfazed, the Dragonite opened its mouth wide, unleashing Dragon Pulse, which clashed violently with Volt Tackle, resulting in a spectacular explosion that engulfed both attacks in a brilliant light. Shadow Clone followed by Quick Attack, Roya commanded with a wave of his hand. Responding immediately, Zeraora created multiple shadowy duplicates, dozens of Zeraoras appearing on the battlefield. They then charged at the Dragonite with Quick Attack, sending it staggering back several paces. In response to the myriad of indistinguishable Zeraoras, the Dragonite gathered a massive amount of Dragon-type energy in its mouth and launched it into the sky. The energy transformed into a meteor shower, cascading towards Zeraora. That's Draco Meteor. Roya recognized the move and quickly ordered, Zeraora, use Protect. Just as the meteor shower was about to strike Zeraora, a faint blue barrier emerged, shielding him from the onslaught. Despite the meteor shower's immense power, it could not breach the Protect barrier. Once the meteor shower subsided, Roya promptly commanded, Zeraora, use Agility. With lightning speed, Zeraora began to circle the Dragonite, making it difficult for the Dragonite to lock onto its target. Zeraora, unleash Plasma Fists. As Roya sought to conclude the battle, he instructed Zeraora to employ its signature move. Zeraora, upon hearing this, appeared behind the Dragonite, charging its arm with immense electrical energy before delivering a powerful blow to the unsuspecting Dragonite, sending it crashing into several rocks before finally coming to a halt. Zeraora then returned to Roya's side. Observing the now motionless Dragonite, Roya approached alongside Zeraora. Upon nearing the Dragonite, he noticed it had not lost consciousness but was struggling to rise, albeit with significant injuries. How are you, Dragonite? Will you join me as my partner? Roya inquired, looking into the eyes of the Dragonite. Woo! The Dragonite, sensing Roya's formidable strength, called out while nodding in agreement. At the Dragonite's affirmation, both Roya and Zeraora beamed with joy. Upon noticing the injuries on Dragonite, Roya extended his right hand and placed it gently upon the creature, channeling his radiant energy to commence the healing process. Initially, Dragonite was merely curious about the reason behind Roya's touch, but as warmth emanated from his hand, accompanied by the alleviation of its wounds, it soon realized that Roya was bestowing upon it the gift of healing. Once the treatment was complete, Dragonite nuzzled against Roya's hand in a gesture of gratitude. Sensing the creature's affection, Roya produced an empty luxury ball and inquired, would you like to become my partner? Dragonite, gazing into the kind eyes of Roya, did not hesitate. It pressed the button of the Pokeball with its hand, allowing itself to be drawn into the ball without a hint of resistance. Roya beamed with joy as he observed the ball in his hand, devoid of any struggle. Subsequently, he released all of his Pokémon, allowing them to become acquainted with one another. Taking this opportunity to rest after a long journey across the sea, which had been further complicated by a tempest, he recalled that he had not checked in today. It seemed a thought struck him, and he turned to the system, asking, "Can I check in at Dragonite Island?" After a brief pause, the system replied, "Yes." "Then let us proceed with the check-in," Roya declared, surveying the surroundings of Dragonite Island. Check-in location, Dragonite Island. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Dragon Fong, 10 Luxury Balls, and 500,000 League Coins. What a bountiful harvest. As the exhilaration from the system's rewards surged within him once more, Roya contemplated distributing these items among his Pokémon. He called forth both Jolteon and Dragonite, presenting them with the Electrium Z and Dragon Fong. With these items equipped, the strength of his primary Pokémon, Jolteon and Dragonite, saw a notable increase. As time swiftly passed, after resting on Dragonite Island for a while, Roya prepared to depart and return to Leaf Town. He bid farewell to the Dragonites on the island, and after a heartfelt parting, he mounted Dragonite, embarking towards Leaf Town. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Leaf Town, as Roya was about to recall Dragonite to head back to the Pokémon Center, a boyish voice called out from behind, causing him to halt. "Are you that trainer?" Roya turned in the direction of the voice and spotted a boy clad in a school uniform, whose familiar appearance triggered a moment of recognition. "You are." Chapter 30. The Arrival of Go-Hao and Ash. "Who are you?" Upon hearing someone call out to him, Roya turned to investigate. He soon recognized the boy in the Leaf Town Pokémon Academy uniform, with short reddish-brown hair. Goodness, isn't that Go-Hao? Though his exterior remained calm, inside, he was a tempest of emotions. Go-Hao, also known as Go, is a character introduced in the latest Pokémon animated series, a companion of Ash. After a fateful encounter with a Mew in his childhood, he dreamt of having it as his starter Pokémon. However, upon meeting Ash, he shifted his aspirations to capturing every Pokémon in the world, relying solely on Pokeballs and never engaging in battles, which earned him the title of One Ball Super. Though he could capture multiple Pokémon, he lacked the spirit of a true trainer, leading to widespread disdain among viewers, including Roya, who nearly broke his table in frustration upon first watching him. What on earth is he doing here? Even the usually silent system was roused by Go-Hao's presence. "You don't care for him either?" Noticing the system's unexpected disdain, Roya was taken aback. Could the system harbor feelings about individuals? Is it even possible for anyone to like him? The system's tone dripped with contempt. All right then. In truth, Roya himself shared the same sentiment. To deal with this individual, this system offers a misfortune talisman free of charge, effective for 1 day, specifically for Go-Hao. Just as Roya was about to redirect his attention, the system unexpectedly chimed in, presenting an item. What is this? Roya gazed at the misfortune talisman resting within the system's space, perplexed. Rest assured, this talisman will only cause a minor stroke of bad luck. It poses no threat to life, merely a lesson, the system assured, understanding Roya's hesitation. "How do I use it?" Roya inquired. "Simply attach the talisman to him." "I understand." After nodding in comprehension, Roya shifted his focus back to Go-Hao. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Upon regaining his senses, Roya was met with the irksome voice. "Indeed, what do you want?" Though slightly irritated, he managed to smile. "I want to see your Dragonite," Go-Hao stated presumptuously. "That's not possible." Upon hearing the rude and presumptive request, Roya felt a surge of annoyance and swiftly declined without a second thought. "Such a tightwad," Go-Hao scoffed. "It's best to capture one yourself," Roya asserted with a moralistic tone. "I wouldn't wanna. My first Pokémon will definitely be a Mew," Go-Hao declared, exuding arrogance. "Then best of luck to you," Roya replied, patting Go-Hao's shoulder, during which the misfortune talisman discreetly adhered to him, dissipating into a white light that vanished into his being. After affixing the misfortune talisman, Roya bid Go-Hao farewell and proceeded towards Leaf Town, leaving the unfolding events for another time. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center in Leaf Town after a shopping spree, Roya overheard discussions about a trending incident, and since Go-Hao's name being mentioned, prompting his curiosity to delve into the matter. "Hey, did you hear? What happened? Why are you grinning so widely?" There asked this guy named Go-Hao who was stung all over by a swarm of bee drill. He was stung everywhere, even in that particular spot. "Ha!" The speaker couldn't contain his laughter. After some investigation, Roya pieced together the sequence of events. It turned out that after parting ways with Go-Hao, he had been wandering aimlessly in the wild, carelessly tossing stones, which hit a caterpie. Initially, the caterpie was prepared to overlook the incident, but Go-Hao, undeterred by danger, continued to hurl stones at it, inflicting severe injuries. This caught the attention of a swarm of bee drill, who began to chase him, only relenting when a forest ranger intervened. By that time, however, he had already been thoroughly stung. "Wow, that misfortune talisman is potent," Roya mused, understanding the talisman's effects. Of course, a product of the system is always of the highest quality, the system boasted with pride. "Is he going to be all right?" Roya pondered, still concerned for Go-Hao. Rest assured, he will only suffer minor external injuries. His life is not in jeopardy. The system provided the worst-case scenario. That is a relief. Roya exhaled a sigh of relief. After grasping the full context of the situation, Roya entrusted his weary Pokémon to nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center for recovery while he ordered himself dinner, preparing to indulge in a well-deserved meal. As Roya immersed himself in his work, 3 plates of food were placed on the table he occupied, and he sensed the presence of 3 individuals settling beside him. Curiosity piqued. Roya lifted his head to discern their identities, only to discover that it was Ash and his companions. "Hello, Roya." Ash greeted him warmly upon noticing his gaze. "When did you arrive in Leaf City?" After exchanging pleasantries, Roya inquired, noting the disheveled state of Ash and his friends, which suggested they had only just arrived that day. "We just got here this afternoon," Brock replied. "Quite late, indeed." Upon hearing that they had only just reached Leaf City, and recalling their departure from the White Straits a day later, Roya speculated, "I take it you got lost?" "Yes, indeed," Misty admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as they had indeed been wandering aimlessly. However, Ash brushed off the incident and turned the conversation towards Roya's recent endeavors. "Roya, have you challenged the Leaf City gym yet?" "Yes, I've already obtained the orange badge," Roya responded. "That's fantastic. I can't wait to challenge the Leaf City gym myself," Ash declared enthusiastically, his spirits momentarily ignited. "Today, Pikachu and the others are quite exhausted and need a day of rest," Misty interjected, dousing Ash's fervor. "By the way, how formidable is the gym leader here?" Ash suddenly inquired, shifting his focus back to the gym. "Quite powerful, I assure you," Roya replied, sensing Ash's eagerness. "I really want to challenge it soon and earn the orange badge," Ash exclaimed, his anticipation palpable. Eventually, under Misty's firm guidance, Ash settled down, and their dinner unfolded quietly. Chapter 31, The SS and Afterward, Roya departed from the Pokémon Center, wandering alone through the bustling market of Leaf City, eager to admire its scenic beauty and distinctive architecture. As he strolled past the port, he encountered Team Rocket's Jessie, James, and Meowth, who were in disguise and distributing something to passersby. After a moment of contemplation, Roya realized they were handing out tickets for the SS, and, with that thought in mind, he approached them, hoping to procure a ticket for himself. As he was keen to explore the luxurious vessel. "Wow, what a formidable little brat. What brings him here?" Jessie exclaimed, startled to see Roya approaching. "Don't worry. We've disguised ourselves. He won't recognize us," James reassured her in a hushed tone. "Right?" Jessie recalled her disguise and steadied herself, then conceived an idea. "We could give that brat a ticket and seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson while also capturing his impressive Pokémon." "Brilliant idea." James praised her immediately. "Agreed." Meowth nodded in affirmation. As Roya entered the vicinity of Team Rocket, he was swiftly surrounded by the trio, who proceeded to celebrate his arrival with a flourish. "Congratulations. You appear to be an exceptionally lucky individual." "What do you mean?" Roya asked, taken aback by the sight of James in his feminine attire, which sent shivers down his spine. "Today, you've won a prize. We are hosting an event here, and we would like to offer you a complimentary ticket for the SS, and," Jessie announced with a smile. "Indeed, with this ticket, you can attend the lavish party aboard the SS and meet numerous trainers from all corners of the world," James added, equally cheerful. "Is it truly complimentary?" Roya feigned interest, intrigued. "Absolutely," Jessie declared, handing him the ticket before they hurriedly departed. "How amusing," Roya mused, gazing at the ticket in his hand and reflecting on Team Rocket's swift exit. After contemplating his newfound ticket, Roya resolved to board the SS and, recognizing that opportunities to experience such luxury were rare, even if circumstances mirrored those of the original story, he could rely on his Milotic and Dragonite to navigate any potential peril. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the ship's owner. The sheer opulence of the SS and being rented out, offering free tickets, while also planning to sink it later, was truly extravagant. Since the SS and would not open to the public until the following day, Roya reluctantly left the port and returned to the Pokémon Center. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Ash rushing in, cradling an injured Pikachu, followed closely by Misty and Brock, their faces etched with concern. Roya immediately surmised the situation. Ash must have lost a battle against Lieutenant Surge, resulting in Pikachu sustaining injuries, which prompted their urgent return. He quickly joined them, asking, "Is Pikachu all right?" "We don't know yet," Misty replied, shaking her head. "Ash, are you okay?" Roya inquired, approaching Ash after gaining insight from Misty. Ash remained silent, his eyes fixated on the operating room. Seeing this, Roya stood by, waiting alongside Misty and Brock for news. Before long, Nurse Joy emerged, pushing Pikachu on a stretcher, and Roya and Ash rushed forward to inquire about its condition. Upon learning that Pikachu was out of danger, Ash and his friends let out a collective sigh of relief. When Nurse Joy revealed that Pikachu's injuries were due to Lieutenant Surge's Raichu, she produced a Thunderstone and presented it to them. "What is this?" Ash, still naive, asked, not recognizing the stone. "This is a Thunderstone. It can facilitate Pikachu's evolution into Raichu, potentially enabling it to defeat Lieutenant Surge's Raichu," Nurse Joy explained. Upon understanding the Thunderstone's significance, Ash eagerly took it and placed it before Pikachu, asking, "Pikachu, do you want to evolve?" To everyone's surprise, Pikachu swatted the Thunderstone away with its tail, vocally protesting, "Pika Pika, Pikachu. What does that mean?" Misty wondered aloud, puzzled, as even Ash, who spent much time with Pikachu, was at a loss. "It means it wishes to defeat Raichu in its current form," Roya quickly interpreted, understanding Pikachu's intent. "Is that true, Pikachu?" Ash asked, turning his gaze to the ailing Pokémon. "Pikachu," it affirmed with a nod. "Then let's defeat Lieutenant Surge and his Raichu as Pikachu," Ash encouraged. His determination rekindled. "But how can we possibly defeat Raichu?" Misty inquired, her question momentarily stalling Ash and Pikachu's enthusiasm. "Victory can be achieved through speed," Roya proposed, offering a strategy. "What do you mean?" Ash, Misty, and Brock leaned in, intrigued. Lieutenant Surge's Raichu is newly evolved, thus its speed has yet to be fully enhanced. Pikachu can leverage its speed to secure victory, Roya patiently explained, observing their curious expressions. "Exactly. Raichu's speed isn't exceptional. As long as Pikachu hones its speed, it can triumph over Raichu." Brock chimed in, recalling their previous encounters. "So Pikachu just needs to enhance its speed for a chance at victory," Misty concluded, understanding the plan. "Thus, Pikachu, we must embark on rigorous training." Upon discovering the method to defeat Magishur, Ash's spirit ignited with fervor. After Pikachu's recovery from the hospital, Ash embarked on intensive training focused on speed. Following a rigorous regimen of training, Pikachu's velocity experienced a remarkable enhancement. Ultimately, utilizing its tail as a lightning rod and demonstrating extraordinary speed, Pikachu triumphed over Magishur's Raichu, securing the orange badge from the Leafy Town Gym. Chapter 32. The Battle Aboard the SS, and wow, what a magnificent ship. Upon arriving at the harbor of Leafy Town, Roy, Ash, Misty, and Brock beheld the grandeur of the SS and, unable to suppress their astonishment. "Indeed, this luxurious cruise liner surpasses my model by leagues," remarked Misty, still awestruck by the sight of the actual vessel after having seen its model. "Let us board quickly." Ash, brimming with anticipation to explore the opulent cruise ship, urged the group, his expression betraying his eagerness. "We should indeed board," echoed Misty and Brock, sharing Ash's enthusiasm, while Roy too felt a thrill at the prospect of sailing for the first time in his life. Thus, the group joined the throng, queuing to board the ship. After a considerable wait and ticket inspection, they finally stepped aboard the SS, and it is worth noting that their tickets were acquired after obtaining the orange badge, graciously gifted by Jesse and James. Upon entering the cruise liner, Roy and his companions were utterly captivated by the splendor before them. The lavish decor, the swimming pool on the deck, the sumptuous banquets, and the bustling crowds, all of it mesmerized their senses. "Incredible!" exclaimed Ash, leading Misty and Brock through the grand hall, where trainers from various regions exchanged stories about their Pokémon and perused numerous stalls, eliciting smiles from Ash. "Look at my Charmander. It's so sleek, a testament to its health," boasted a boy clad in a brown shirt to another boy dressed in blue. "My Charmander has hints of orange in its flames. Quite rare, isn't it?" retorted the boy in blue. "That pales in comparison to my Squirtle. Its shell is remarkably sturdy," chimed in a boy wearing light purple. Ash, filled with pride, couldn't he help but join in, showcasing his own Charmander. While Ash reveled in the camaraderie, Roy chose to part ways with them, wishing to explore the cruise ship independently. Thus, after bidding farewell to Ash and the others, Roy wandered through the ship, browsing stalls selling Pokeballs, clothing, and accessories, thoroughly enjoying himself. During his leisurely stroll, he encountered the legendary Magikarp salesman, who was in the midst of deceiving James into purchasing the infamous Magikarp rumored to yield gold. Roy merely smiled faintly at the scene before quietly moving on. As Roy meandered into the battle area, he noticed a gentleman engaged in combat with a lethargic Butterfree against a small Rattata. The Butterfree seemed familiar, prompting Roy to approach, eager to uncover more. The Rattata succumbed, resulting in Butterfree's victory, as the referee announced. Pokémon, Butterfree. Type, Bug, Flying. Ability, Compound Eyes. Gender, Male. Level, 20. Aptitude, Near Champion. Moves, Confusion, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, String Shot, Tackle, and Psybeam. That is a near champion Butterfree, and it belongs to Ash, Roy mused, recognizing the situation as he recalled Ash's past Pokémon exchanges. It dawned on him that this gentleman had deceived Ash, claiming that trading Pokémon would forge friendships worldwide, leading to the exchange of Butterfree for Rattata. My dear, you've triumphed again. How impressive. A splendidly dressed lady approached the gentleman, showering him with praise. It's merely the favor of Lady Luck, Madeline. He feigned modesty. How distasteful, Roy thought, repulsed by the gentleman's insincerity in claiming victory through the exchange of powerful Pokémon. Who else dares to challenge my Butterfree? The gentleman called out to those around him. An opportunity presented itself. Roy felt compelled to confront him. I shall challenge you, he declared, stepping forward to the battle arena. Very well, send forth your Pokémon, the gentleman replied, eyeing Roy. Come forth, Pidgey. Roy released his Pokémon into the arena. Butterfree, use confusion. The Butterfree recognized its opponent, hesitating momentarily before obeying its master's command, its eyes gleaming as it unleashed confusion to immobilize Pidgey. Pidgey, break free. The now elite Pidgey easily escaped the psychic grasp. Quick attack, Roy commanded, and Pidgey, with lightning speed, struck Butterfree, knocking it to the ground. Butterfree, use Psybeam, the gentleman urged, witnessing the unfavorable turn of events as Butterfree struggled to rise. Pidgey, unleash Brave Bird, Roy encouraged, preparing for the final blow. Surrounded by blue flames, Pidgey surged forward, breaching the Psybeam and striking Butterfree decisively, rendering it unable to battle. Butterfree has lost its fighting capability. Thus, Pidgey is the victor, the referee announced, observing the battle's conclusion. Your prowess is commendable. To have defeated my recently caught Butterfree, the gentleman acknowledged, retrieving his unconscious Pokémon and approaching Roy. It's nothing extraordinary, Roy feigned innocence, understanding the gentleman's true nature. What do you think of my Butterfree? The gentleman unexpectedly inquired. I think it's rather impressive, Roy replied. Would you consider trading? The gentleman suggested. Trading? Roy pretended to be puzzled. Indeed, by exchanging Pokémon, we can cultivate friendships with trainers worldwide. It's a splendid idea, isn't it? He coaxed. Splendid indeed, the lady chimed in, joining the gentleman's persuasion. It does sound appealing, Roy feigned interest. Shall we trade? The gentleman pressed. Not at all. Roy's expression shifted from innocence to seriousness. What? The two elegantly dressed individuals were taken aback. You expect me to trade my powerful Pidgey for your mediocre Butterfree? Do you take me for a fool? Roy retorted, confronting their assumptions. Moreover, Pokémon are our companions. We cannot simply exchange them so readily. Indeed, the spectators echoed in agreement. You are being unreasonable. The gentleman glared at Roy before hastily departing with his companion. Watching them retreat, Roy shook his head, resolute in his decision to locate Ash once more. Roy wandered within the cabin for a while before he spotted Ash, who appeared somewhat dejected in the corridor, consoled by Misty and Brock. Approaching him, Roy remarked, the pain of losing a companion is truly unbearable, isn't it, Roy? Ash looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly questioning how Roy was aware of his Pokémon exchange. Once you capture a Pokémon, you must treat them as your comrades. Ash, what do you consider Butterfree to be? Roy expressed his indignation toward Ash. I consider it a companion, Ash stammered, barely managing to articulate his thoughts. Then why did you exchange Butterfree? Did you even consider its feelings? Roy admonished Ash. I was wrong. Ash lowered his head, acknowledging his mistake upon hearing Roy's reprimand. You should apologize to Butterfree. Not to me. Before Roy could finish his sentence, Ash hurriedly left to retrieve his Butterfree from the gentleman, with Misty and Brock hastily following suit. After chastising Ash, Roy, feeling somewhat disheartened, entered the cabin, seeking to soothe his spirits. Just as he was about to indulge in the delectable food laid out on the table, a figure clad in a long coat with stunning wine-red hair caught his eye. Who could that be? Chapter 33, Kana and Team Rocket. Oh my, it's... While relishing his meal, Roy suddenly spotted a striking figure in a light yellow coat with beautiful wine-red hair, adorned with gold-framed glasses. An unmistakable identity surfaced in his mind. That is Champion Kana. Roy felt a surge of astonishment and excitement. After all, Kana was one of the elite four of the Kanto region, renowned not only for her formidable prowess, but also for her exquisite beauty, embodying the archetypal cool woman. Among all those he had encountered, only Luzman, the chairman of the Ether Foundation, could rival her in elegance. But why was Kana here? Roy pondered the plot carefully and confirmed that Kana had not made an appearance, prompting a wave of contemplation. Could this be the butterfly effect triggered by my actions? A thought surged within him, leaving Roy astounded. Previously confident in navigating the storyline while maintaining a sense of superiority, he now felt a disconcerting sense of losing control. When did I begin to harbor such thoughts? Roya, lost in thought, slumped into a chair behind him, murmuring to himself. In that moment, he recalled the Pokémon companions who had stood by his side and the spirited vigor of his past, shaking his head to cast aside all distractions. Resolutely deciding, I must be more vigilant from now on. After an internal struggle, Roya experienced a transformation. He no longer viewed life as an outsider, but instead embraced this world, truly becoming a part of it. Presently, he dismissed any concerns regarding Kanna's presence, reasoning that if danger arose, he could always flee given his strength. With this thought, Roya felt rejuvenated, his entire demeanor shifting dramatically. Congratulations, host, on your newfound self-awareness. The system was the first to notice the change in Roya. You're aware of my past behaviors, aren't you? Although phrased as a question, it was infused with certainty. Indeed. But this is something I cannot remind you of. It is for the host to comprehend on their own, the system replied. I understand now. A faint smile graced Roya's lips as he refocused his attention on the cruise ship, becoming alert. Suddenly, the lights in the grand hall dimmed abruptly, throwing the attendees into a state of panic. However, with the emergence of two figures, the lights returned, revealing Team Rocket's Jesse and James, albeit James appeared somewhat dejected, likely having realized he had been deceived. Who are you? One individual questioned immediately upon spotting the sudden arrival of Jesse and James. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard the peace of the world, to enact love and truth with a touch of wickedness, charming yet adorable villains, Jesse and James, we are Team Rocket, traversing through the universe. A bright tomorrow awaits us. With Meowth concluding the last line, a horde of Team Rocket members clad in black uniforms appeared, equipped with devices capable of siphoning Pokémon from their trainers. Hand over your Pokémon, Jesse commanded, and Team Rocket activated their devices, commencing the extraction of trainers' Pokémon. Some members approached trainers, demanding their Pokeballs. Soon, one approached Roya and Ash, but Ash, unperturbed, sent out Pikachu, who unleashed a thunderbolt attack on Team Rocket, incapacitating one of the members. Rather than allowing you to take our Pokémon, we shall fight you to the end, Ash declared, surveying the unconscious Team Rocket member. He's right. I agree. Two others quickly echoed. Let us join forces. With that, everyone released their Pokémon, and under the leadership of Ash, Misty, and Brock, they began to overwhelm the Team Rocket members one by one. Fantastic. We finally defeated them. With the united effort of numerous trainers, they managed to corner Team Rocket, including Jesse and James, in the center. Just as the trainers prepared to retaliate, Jesse suddenly shouted towards a corner of the hall, "Help us, Lance!" At Jesse's cry, many trainers turned their attention to where she was looking, becoming increasingly vigilant. What a bunch of useless fools. At that moment, a figure clad in a black Team Rocket uniform, a black hat obscuring their green hair, stepped forward. You are Lance, one of Team Rocket's 4 generals. Someone recognized him and exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, Lance regarded the gathered trainers with a calm gaze. As one of Team Rocket's 4 generals, he ranked just below the leader, Giovanni, with each general possessing formidable strength, making them a source of concern for the Pokémon League. One Elite 4 member alone cannot defeat us. As someone surveyed the multitude of trainers around, their earlier panic subsided. I never claimed it was just me, Lance replied, shifting his gaze elsewhere. To make an appearance so soon, how unexpected. At that moment, a woman with red hair emerged from another corner. Dressed in a white gown adorned with the Team Rocket emblem on her chest, her face adorned with a hint of a sinister smile. Athena, another of the 4 generals. What are we going to do? Upon seeing 2 of Team Rocket's 4 generals, the crowd immediately fell into disarray. Are you not coming out, Champion Kanna? However, Lance paid little heed to the panicking trainers, for his primary focus was the concealed Kanna among them. How did you know I was here? Realizing she could no longer hide, Kanna stepped forward, removing her disguise to confront Lance. That's a secret, Lance replied, feigning mystery. In truth, without Lance's words, Kanna surmised that it was likely some fallen member of the League who had leaked her whereabouts. Just you alone? It seems today may not bode well for you, Kanna. Athena mocked, observing that only one of the Kanto Elite 4 stood before them. How will you contend with both of us? With that, she and Lance squared off against Kanna, the tension in the atmosphere reaching a critical level. Chapter 34, Confrontation with Lance. Now, we are fortunate to have 2 elite-level powerhouses. What will you do? Athena, one of the Elite 4 of Team Rocket, teased as she playfully twirled her hair while addressing Kanna. Perhaps you could escape. But the others aboard this vessel may not be so fortunate. What will you choose? Even Lance, standing nearby, interjected with a sardonic tone. Casting a menacing glance at the crowd gathered in the hall, causing them to instinctively recoil in fear. Kina glanced between the two formidable members of Team Rocket's Elite Four and the innocent civilians behind him, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. That may not be the case, Lance. Just as Lance reveled in his intimidation of Kina, a clear voice rang out from the crowd, momentarily catching him off guard. A young man emerged from the throng, stepping confidently beside Kina to confront Lance. "Who are you?" Lance inquired, scrutinizing the remarkably youthful figure before him, delivering the infamous inquiry known throughout the realm of special effects. "I am merely a passing trainer. There is no need for you to remember me." Roy responded with a smile reminiscent of a certain beloved character, delivering a classic retort. "You are?" Kina asked curiously, regarding the newcomer beside him. "Kina, I am Roy, hailing from the Alola region." Although Roy contemplated delivering the iconic response again, he refrained, considering Kina's esteemed status, and instead introduced himself earnestly. "Roy, do you believe you can contend with Lance? He is indeed an elite-level opponent." Kina cautioned Roy, recalling Lance's formidable strength. "Fear not. While I may not be able to vanquish him entirely, I can certainly hold him at bay," Roy asserted with confidence. "You little brat. Are you underestimating me?" Lance, upon hearing Kina and Roy's casual conversation, felt slighted, and his anger flared. "What do you think?" Roy smirked disdainfully, instantly escalating the tension between them, while Kina stood his ground against Athena. "Who is that person? Does anyone know him?" The crowd murmured among themselves. "That is Roy." A voice cut through the chatter. It was Ash, who recognized Roy instantly. "I never imagined Roy would possess such formidable strength," Misty remarked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Roy. "If they engage in battle, it could be perilous. We should evacuate the crowd quickly." Brock, ever the voice of reason, suggested. With the assistance of Brock and the others, the surrounding populace distanced themselves, though this did not affect the four individuals at the center of the confrontation. "You foolish child, prepare yourself. Go, Houndoom." Lance scoffed and hurled his Pokeball, summoning a dark, canine Pokémon that materialized before Roy. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Dark, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 63. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Ember, Glare, Howl, Bite, Quick Attack. Flamethrower, Dark Pulse. The elite-level Houndoom indeed lived up to Lance's reputation. Roy mused as he assessed Houndoom's attributes. "Are you afraid, little brat? If you are, kneel and call me Grandpa Lance, and I shall spare you." Lance taunted, mistaking Roy's silence for fear, which only fueled his arrogance. Roy ignored Lance's provocation and shifted his gaze to Kina and Athena, who had both sent forth a Dragonite and a Venusaur, respectively, engaging in a fierce battle. The attributes of these two Pokémon came to Roy's attention. Pokémon, Dragonite. Type, Ice Water. Ability, Hydration. Gender, Female. Level, 73. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam. Mist, Water Pulse, Heavy Rain, Rain Dance, Absolute Zero. Pokémon, Venusaur. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Level, 62. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Petal Dance, Leaf Blade, Leech Seed. Poison Powder, Toxic, Growth. With a champion-level Dragonite, Kina was indeed poised for victory. It must be said, the Elite Four of Kanto, despite lacking a champion, were undeniably formidable. Observing Kina's prowess, Roy couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. However, Roy's attention soon returned to the audacious Lance. "Allow me to witness the might of Lance. One of the Elite Four of Team Rocket. I entrust you with this, Dragonite." Roy released his Pokeball, and a Dragonite appeared opposite Houndoom, exuding an even greater aura of dominance. "An elite-level Dragonite. Are you of the dragon lineage?" Lance exclaimed in disbelief, drawing the attention of Kina and Athena, who were locked in their own fierce struggle. "Are you afraid? If so, call me Grandpa, and I shall let you go." Roy echoed Lance's earlier taunt, mimicking him perfectly, which only incensed Lance further. "Damn it, allow me to showcase my strength." Lance seethed, promptly commanding Houndoom to attack. "Houndoom, use Flamethrower." Houndoom complied, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Dragonite, raising the temperature in the vicinity. "Dragonite, Hydro Pump." Roy countered, and Dragonite retaliated, launching a Hydro Pump to collide with the Flamethrower, creating a spectacle of steam and smoke as the two moves clashed. However, it was evident that Dragonite's strength surpassed that of Houndoom, and with its enhanced Hydro Pump, it began to push back against Houndoom. Soon, Houndoom was struck by the Hydro Pump, staggering several steps back, sustaining damage. "It seems your strength is not as impressive as you claimed," Roy remarked, observing the outcome with a smirk directed at Lance. "Damn it, Houndoom, use Dark Pulse." A frustrated Lance continued to unleash his assault. "Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse." As the command left Roy's lips, Dragonite unleashed a Dragon Pulse. A wave of energy materializing into a white dragon that obliterated the Dark Pulse, striking Houndoom, who was unable to evade the attack, sending it flying. Houndoom, what are you doing? Get up! Lance shouted desperately at Houndoom, who struggled to rise at his command. Good job, Houndoom. Use Shadow Clone. Following Lance's instructions, Houndoom's body shimmered and multiplied, creating numerous shadowy duplicates that rushed toward Dragonite. Dragonite, use Hurricane. Observing the multitude of Houndooms, Roy focused and, through the power of light, pinpointed the real Houndoom, directing Dragonite to execute a hurricane attack. Under Roy's guidance, Dragonite swiftly struck the actual Houndoom, lifting it into the air and inflicting continuous damage until the move dissipated, causing Houndoom to plummet to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Houndoom. Roy stared in disbelief at the fallen Houndoom. Your strength is hardly remarkable. Roy taunted Lance once more. You merely had good fortune. Lance's demeanor softened as he recalled his incapacitated Houndoom, producing another Pokeball, and declared to Roy, your next opponent is this one. With a flash of light, a Pokemon appeared before Roy and Dragonite. What is this? Chapter 35, Confrontation with Lance 2. Next, your opponent is this one. As Lance released his Pokeball, a Pokemon materialized before Roy and Dragonite. Is that? Coughing. Roy recognized the Pokemon immediately. Indeed, it is my Coughing. Let us see how you fare against its might. Lance laughed heartily at Roya, proclaiming, Coughing, poison type, with the ability Levitate, male, level 65, and of elite quality. Its moves include Sludge, Explosion, Smokescreen, Double Hit, Tackle, Shadow Ball, and Mud Bomb. Roya, observing Coughing's attributes, silently mused to himself, with Coughing capable of using Explosion. I must exercise caution. Coughing, unleash Shadow Ball. Upon hearing Lance's command, Coughing swiftly conjured 2 Shadow Balls and hurled them towards Dragonite. Dragonite, use Brick Break. In response to Roya's order, Dragonite's hands glimmered with a white light as it executed Brick Break, shattering the Shadow Balls with precision. Coughing, deploy Smokescreen. Realizing his initial attack had failed, Lance sought to obscure the vision of Dragonite and Roya. Consequently, Coughing expelled a substantial cloud of black smoke, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze. As visibility dwindled, Dragonite began to scan its surroundings, alert for Coughing's imminent strike. Just then, a jet of flames surged towards Dragonite, which narrowly evaded the attack. Dragonite, use Hurricane. Noticing the failed ambush, Roya immediately commanded a counterattack. Complying, Dragonite unleashed Hurricane, swiftly dispersing the smoke and sending Coughing tumbling to regain its composure. Dark Pulse. Observing that Coughing had stabilized, Lance pressed the offensive once more. Following orders, Coughing released a violet energy wave aimed at Dragonite. Dragonite, evade. At Roya's command, Dragonite gently flapped its wings, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, to Roya's astonishment, Coughing suddenly appeared beside Dragonite, landing a hit that sent it crashing to the ground. That was a surprise attack, Roya exclaimed, taken aback by Coughing's maneuver. Indeed. Now you recognize its prowess, Lance replied smugly. Dragonite, are you alright? Ignoring Lance's taunt, Roya inquired about Dragonite's condition. Roar. Dragonite affirmed its well-being with a few cries. Rising to continue the confrontation, Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse. Without hesitation, Dragonite unleashed Dragon Pulse towards Coughing. Coughing dodge. Upon hearing Lance's urgent call, Coughing attempted to evade. But under Dragonite's command, the Dragon Pulse turned sharply, striking Coughing and knocking it down. Dragonite, press the attack with Solar Beam. Following Roya's command, Dragonite gathered an even more potent energy, launching a fierce solar beam at the incapacitated Coughing. In a resounding explosion, Coughing succumbed to its loss of combat consciousness and collapsed. Damn it, another defeat, Lance muttered under his breath, preparing to send out his third Pokemon. However, he was taken aback to find that the battle between Kona and Athena had concluded, with both of Athena's Pokemon losing consciousness under the might of Lapras. Realizing the dire situation, Athena approached Lance and said, "This is bad. We must evacuate immediately." Lance, upon hearing her, glared menacingly at Roya and remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall spare you for now." With that, he recalled his Pokeballs. At that moment, Athena released an elite-level Alakazam. Just as Roya and Kona were poised to attack, Athena interjected, "You won't be able to pursue us." No sooner had she spoken than an explosion erupted from the ship's hull. "What have you done?" Kona shouted furiously at them. "Nothing much, just blew up the ship's engine." "Enjoy yourselves," Athena replied with a playful smile, promptly vanishing from Roya and Kona's sight. That was teleportation, Roya realized, understanding their method of escape, but feeling helpless to intervene. Indeed, but our utmost priority now is to prevent the ship from sinking. Hearing the panicked cries from the crowd aboard, Kona swiftly led Roya to the deck. Releasing all her Pokémon, Lapras, Shelder, and White Sea Lion, Kona summoned her 6 Pokémon, issuing commands to unleash Blizzard and Ice Beam upon the sea. Kona instructed her Pokémon to freeze the surface of the water, aiming to slow the ship's descent. Understanding Kona's intentions, Roya summoned his Milotic and Dragonite, commanding them to use Blizzard and Ice Beam as well. Simultaneously, Roya called out to the trainers on board, "Everyone, remain calm. Trainers with Ice-type Pokémon, please direct your attacks at the sea to freeze it while we await rescue." Upon hearing Roya's words, and witnessing Kona's efforts to freeze the ocean, the crowd rallied together, releasing their Ice-type Pokémon to assist in the endeavor. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the surrounding waters were frozen, trapping the ship above the surface while Kona signaled for rescue. Within an hour, a rescue vessel, led by Miss June Shaw, swiftly arrived. With the aid of numerous officers, all passengers aboard the ship were safely transferred to the rescue boat. "Thanks to your assistance, we averted a major disaster." Kona expressed her gratitude to Roya upon reaching the rescue vessel. "I merely did my part," Roya humbly replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "Regardless, your help was invaluable, and I believe the League will reward you for it," Kona remarked with a gentle smile. Observing Roya's modest demeanor, "What kind of reward?" Upon hearing the word reward, Roya's eyes gleamed with interest. "Haha, it should be some League currency." Kona chuckled at Roya's sudden enthusiasm. Realizing his earlier lapse in composure, Roya straightened himself, acknowledging Kona's laughter. After conversing for a while, Kona excused herself, and the rescue boat successfully returned to Leaf Green City. As night fell and fatigue set in from the day's events, Roya returned to the Pokémon Center to rest, preparing to set sail for the next city, Blimpuric, the following day. Chapter 36. Blimpuric. At long last, they had arrived. Aboard the cruise ship bound for Blimpuric, Roya gazed at the inviting beach within reach, his heart brimming with anticipation. "Is that Blimpuric? How beautiful!" Ash leaned over the railing, peering towards the distant city of Blimpuric. "The ocean, the beach, and lovely ladies. What a splendid place!" Brock exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with infatuation as he gazed longingly at the city ahead. "And let us not forget me, the enchanting girl Misty." Misty chimed in, daydreaming of herself in a swimsuit, unable to suppress a delighted smile. Roya, having shifted his gaze from the distant Blimpuric to the antics of Ash, Brock, and Misty, felt a mix of bemusement and amusement, reflecting on their personalities. Truly amusing, he thought. Yet, as he continued to admire the approaching Blimpuric, his thoughts wandered back to the events of the previous day. Unlike the original narrative, this time, one of the Elite Four, Kona, had appeared aboard the S, and, alongside 2 members of Team Rocket's elite. What secrets could lie behind this unexpected occurrence? All of this far exceeded Roya's expectations. Could it be? Suddenly, a significant matter regarding Team Rocket came to mind. The artificial Pokémon project, the birth of Mewtwo. It seemed that Team Rocket's nefarious actions were an attempt to divert the League's attention, allowing Mewtwo to grow without interference. What a tumultuous time it was. After thoroughly contemplating the intricate web of cause and effect, Roya found a serene calm enveloping him, and he couldn't help but reflect deeply within. At that moment, the ship duly arrived at the renowned vacation city of the Kanto region, Lampluch. This coastal city, characterized by its pristine white sands, azure waters, and warm sunshine, complemented by the presence of sunbathing beauties, has become a magnet for a multitude of trainers and tourists seeking respite, thus establishing itself as a veritable paradise of leisure in Kanto. As Roya disembarked, he noticed that the vessel was filled with passengers, all eager to explore Lampluch. When the ship docked at the harbor, the passengers surged forth in a frenzy, the sheer volume overwhelming for Roya. After following the throng off the ship, he bid farewell to Ash and his companions, who intended to stay at the Pokémon Center, and made his way alone to a luxurious hotel situated not far from the beach. Having booked a room online in advance, given the high influx of visitors to Lampluch, it was prudent to secure accommodation beforehand. Once he settled into his lodgings, Roya ventured to the hotel's exclusive private beach. As it was not open to the public, only a handful of individuals were lounging and frolicking on the sands. He found a secluded spot, set up a beach chair he had rented from the hotel, and released his Pokémon to play and relax, cautioning them not to wander too far, as they were quite precious and he wished to avoid inciting envy from others. This was also an opportunity for his Pokémon, long under stress, to unwind. After all, balancing work and rest is paramount. Thus, Roya reclined on the beach chair, donning sunglasses and beach shorts. His gaze drifting to the frolicking Pokémon nearby, and he soon succumbed to slumber. After a considerable duration, he was jolted awake by a wet sensation on his cheek. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered several of his Pokémon had gathered around him, with his fiery feline, Flareon, playfully licking his face. The reason for their awakening was simple. They were hungry. Noticing the sun had reached its zenith, he returned to his room to retrieve the energy cubes he had prepared for them. After feeding his Pokémon, Roya became aware of his own stomach's protests. He recalled his Pokémon and stepped out of the hotel, intent on finding a restaurant for a meal. As he wandered the streets in search of a dining establishment, a familiar and elderly voice called out behind him, "Roya." Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Professor Oak accompanied by a lovely woman with chestnut hair, none other than Ash's mother, Delia. They stood together, and the professor waved cheerfully. Upon recognizing Professor Oak, Roya approached them and greeted, "Hello, Professor Oak. What brings you here?" The professor explained, "I am here to attend a Pokémon conference." Roya then inquired, "And who might this be?" Although he recognized her as Ash's mother, he pretended not to know her since they had never met. "This is Delia, Ash's mother." Professor Oak introduced. "Hello, Aunt Delia," Roya said, acknowledging her after the introduction. "By the way, what are you searching for here?" Professor Oak, having observed Roya's aimless wandering, inquired curiously. "I'm looking for a restaurant to eat," Roya explained. "Just so happens, I know a great place." "Come along," the professor suggested. "All right," Roya agreed, following Professor Oak to a nearby restaurant. As they walked, the professor suddenly expressed gratitude. "There is something I wish to thank you for." "What is it?" Roya asked, puzzled by the sudden commendation. "It's about Gary. After his battle with you, he has matured significantly. His demeanor has become much steadier," Professor Oak elaborated. "And my son, Ash, tends to be a bit reckless. Yet he often mentions how much you've helped him and expresses his gratitude," Delia chimed in. "Oh, they are all my friends." "It's only natural," Roya said, feeling a bit bashful under their appreciative gazes. The trio continued towards the restaurant, engaging in light-hearted conversation, soon arriving at a place called Grandpa Lou's. "Is this?" Roya's eyes lit up as he recognized the familiar establishment. "Isn't this the restaurant where Ash and his friends used to work in the original series? Have you been here before?" Professor Oak inquired, noticing Roya's reaction. "No, I've merely heard stories about it," Roya replied, shaking his head. "Oh, the food here is quite delightful. You should return when you have the chance," Professor Oak recommended. "Certainly," Roya responded, and following the professor and Delia inside, they were met with an exclamation of surprise. "Professor Oak." As Roya, Delia, and Professor Oak entered Grandpa Lou's restaurant, they were greeted by the astonished voices of Ash, Misty, and Brock, who were all working there. "Ash," Roya exclaimed. "What brings you, Professor Oak and Roya here?" Ash asked, clearly intrigued. "We happened to meet outside and decided to dine together," Roya explained. "But what are you three doing here?" he continued, eyeing Ash curiously, as were Professor Oak and Delia, who shared the same expression of inquiry. "Well," Ash stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Roya turned his attention to Misty and Brock for clarity. After some explanation from them, Roya learned the whole story. It appeared that after parting ways with Roya at the port, Ash and his friends had gone to a nearby beach to play. They stumbled upon Grandpa Lou's yacht moored by the shore and, caught up in the fun, unintentionally took it out for a joyride. Unfortunately, an error during their escapade led to damage to the vessel, which Grandpa Lou later discovered. Lacking funds for restitution, they were compelled to work off their debt, while also hoping to assist Grandpa Lou in realizing his dreams. "That is quite the tale," Roya, Professor Oak, and Delia remarked with bemused expressions. Just as Roya prepared to comment further, a taunting voice interrupted his thoughts. "Ash, it hasn't been long since we last met. And you've already let yourself go?" "Gary." Ash shot up, glaring at his rival. "I didn't expect to hear something so amusing right away. It seems you've retained your title as the least impressive trainer from Pallet Town," Gary retorted, feigning ignorance to Ash's irritation. "What are you doing here?" Ash demanded, still bristling. "I'm here for a meal, of course," Gary replied nonchalantly, then turned to Ash, commanding, "Hurry up and bring out the dishes." Watching the two bicker, Delia couldn't help but chuckle. It seems Ash and Gary's rivalry remains as spirited as ever. "Is it really appropriate for you to meddle in relationships?" The oblivious Xiaoxia and Xiaojing observed the quarrel between Ash and Shou, feeling quite exasperated. Little did they know, this was merely an expression of friendship between Ash and Shou, who had grown up together. Despite their harsh words, they genuinely cared for one another. Professor Oak, noticing the expressions of Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, understood their confusion and took it upon himself to elucidate the situation. Ah, I see. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing nodded thoughtfully after hearing Professor Oak's explanation. Enough of the bickering. After a while, Professor Oak intervened to halt their dispute. For the sake of your grandfather, I shall let this slide. I too shall relent, considering Professor Oak's standing. The two exchanged glances, snorted in unison, and promptly returned to their respective places. I believe I have a solution that could benefit you both. Reflecting on a previous incident, Professor Oak proposed an idea. What kind of solution? Why not host a beach beauty pageant? This would surely attract a crowd, he suggested. What a splendid idea. Ash and the Elder Yin immediately embraced the proposal. Thus ensued a grand beach beauty pageant, drawing numerous participants, including Sho, who unexpectedly arrived with several of his girlfriends. Known contestants included the lovely Xiaoxia, Musashi, the cross-dressing Kojiro, Sho's girlfriend who was kicking competitors off the stage, and Ash's mother, Hanako. However, the beach beauty pageant incited jealousy in Elder Yan's rival, Granny Yin, who commanded her underlings from Team Rocket to sabotage the event. Corrupted by greed, Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyasu piloted a submarine shaped like a Gyarados to wreak havoc. With a thunderous crash, the submarine launched a torpedo that struck nearby structures, instantly devastating the venue and sending the crowd into a panic. Team Rocket, you have caused trouble once again. Ash quickly deduced the source of the chaos. Hurry, summon Pikachu, he exclaimed, as the torpedoes continued to wreak havoc. Go Heatmore. Realizing that the missiles were heat-seeking, Roa dispatched his Heatmore to battle. You little brat. No matter how formidable you may be, you cannot defeat us. Musashi, Kojiro, and Nyasu, emboldened by the missiles, launched one toward Roa. Heatmore unleashed a torrent of flames upon the submarine at Roa's command. The scorching blaze not only engulfed the submarine but also triggered the missiles, leading to Team Rocket's downfall as they were blasted away, inadvertently demolishing Granny Yin's restaurant in the process. With Granny Yin's interference eliminated, the beach beauty pageant thrived, allowing Elder Yin to swiftly earn the funds needed for yacht repairs, after which he set sail for a leisurely trip. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia and Sho bore expressions of disbelief and dismay. How could I lose to Aunt Hanako? My girlfriends were bested by Aunt Hanako. They lamented. She was quite the flower of Shinshin Town in her youth. Professor Oak chuckled from the sidelines. Oh no, you flatter me, Hanako replied modestly. Ultimately, Aunt Hanako claimed the crown of the beach beauty pageant, as contemporary men tended to prefer more youthful competitors, and of course, Roa cast his vote for Hanako. After such an exhilarating day, Roa returned to the luxurious hotel, content and ready to prepare dinner for his Pokémon before settling down for the night, anticipating another day of adventure. Chapter 38, Ominous Signs. How could I have imagined embarking on this journey with you all? Roa gasped, sprinting to the port, watching the communication ship depart, while lamenting to Ash and the others trailing behind him. My apologies, Roa. Ash could only offer a sheepish smile, understanding that their tardiness was the cause of the delay, with the next ship not due for another 3 hours. What had transpired that morning? Rewind to that day. After 2 days of rest at Blue Plush, Roa and Ash bid farewell to Professor Oak and set off along the coastline, heading toward Judai Port to catch a ship to the next city. However, under Ash's guidance, they transformed a half-hour journey into an hour-long trek, resulting in the ship leaving the port right before their eyes. So, Ash, are you cursed? Roa sat on the shore, gazing at the already departed vessel, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Sigh, it seems fate has dealt us this hand. Ash lay back on the dock, resigned to his fate. I suppose I'll set off alone on my Manafi, Roa contemplated, feeling the urge to embark solo. Don't be foolish. Drifting alone at sea is perilous, Xiaojing promptly interjected, seizing Roa's arm. Indeed, Xiaoxia and Ash chimed in, preventing Roa from leaving. As their playful banter continued, a battered seahorse emerged on the surface of the water before them. What is that? They quickly recognized the creature afloat, but Ash, being unfamiliar with Pokémon, didn't recognize it. That's a seahorse. Xiaoxia, a water-type Pokémon enthusiast, rolled her eyes at Ash's ignorance. A seahorse? Ash fumbled for his well-used Pokédex, aiming it at the creature. Seahorse, a dragon-type Pokémon, maintains balance with its coiled tail and expels ink from its mouth. The Pokédex promptly provided the information. What an adorable seahorse. Xiaoxia instantly took a liking to it, but soon noticed its injuries. But it's hurt, and there's no Pokémon Center nearby. Yet, the seahorse paid no heed to its wounds and urgently called out to Roa and the others, seemingly trying to convey a message. What is it saying? Ash, Xiaoxia, and Xiaojing exchanged puzzled glances. In response, the seahorse expelled a copious amount of ink onto the water, drawing 2 pictures and calling out to Roa and Ash. The seahorse was warning them of an imminent attack by the agate jellyfish and the poison sting jellyfish. Roa, understanding the Pokemon's message, translated for the group. At that moment, an explosion erupted from a nearby under-construction luxury hotel, and they witnessed numerous sailors leaping from the ship. What are you waiting for? We must rescue them. Xiaoxia immediately released her Staryu, Shiny Starmie, and Goldeen to assist in the rescue, while Roa and the others commandeered a yacht to save those in distress. What on earth has happened? After the rescue mission, Ash inquired of Roa, who had grasped the seahorse's warning. That hotel? Roa gestured toward the luxury establishment under construction. What about the hotel? Xiaojing pressed for clarity. It was once the home of the agate jellyfish, but someone destroyed their habitat, provoking their retaliation. The recent incident with the ship was caused by the agate jellyfish and the poison sting jellyfish, Roa explained, reiterating the seahorse's message. Even the seahorse, previously unseen, emerged to nod in confirmation of Roa's accuracy. How outrageous! How could they do such a thing? Xiaoxia, a fervent admirer of water-type Pokémon, expressed her indignation. So the seahorse was warning us to be wary of the agate jellyfish and the poison sting jellyfish. Xiaojing interjected. Indeed. The seahorse nodded slightly on the surface of the sea. What should we do now? Xiaoxia asked, her anxiety palpable. Just as the group was deliberating on a solution, a frail voice emanated from a loudspeaker behind them. People of the town, listen carefully. If you can drive these agate jellyfish back into the ocean, you stand a chance to win 1 million. This place will surpass Blandpluch City. No sooner had the echo of the announcement faded than a throng of townsfolk surged forth. Converging at the seaside, their eyes fixed on the water. The moment the jellyfish breached the surface, they would unleash a deadly assault. Soon, the owner of the hotel, Granny Jean, arrived in a tank, accompanied by the trio from Team Rocket. The allure of 1 million Alliance coins stirred excitement among the crowd. What should we do? Observing the growing fervor among the people, Xiaoxia and Ash exchanged worried glances, turning their gaze to Loya, who had previously demonstrated considerable prowess. Leave it to me. Recalling the phone number left by King Kona a few days prior, Loya met their pleading looks with resolve. He retrieved his phone and contacted King Kona, who quickly appeared on the screen. Loya, what can I do for you? It's King Kona, Xiaoxia exclaimed in delight, her admiration for him evident. However, Loya paid her no mind, instead recounting the entire situation to Kona. What? I'll send someone over immediately, and I shall come as well. Kona's voice was filled with fury as he addressed Loya and the others, and then he hung up. That's wonderful. Xiaoxia's face lit up with joy at the prospect of Kona's arrival. Yet, the situation was urgent. Brock stared intently at a cluster of dark shapes emerging from the sea. Hey, what are you all standing around for? Get moving. Granny Jean urged Team Rocket, who had somehow navigated their yacht to the center of the agate jellyfish swarm. We're on it, they replied. Just as they prepared to act, an agate jellyfish beneath their vessel unleashed a burst of orange destructive energy, sending them flying from their cruise ship. Coincidentally, the homemade 3-cup vinegar they had prepared splashed onto one of the agate jellyfish, causing it to glow with a brilliance akin to daylight. A massive whip emerged from the Radiance, ensnaring Team Rocket's Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. As the light gradually faded, a colossal blue figure materialized before the onlookers at the shore. What is that? How could this happen? The jellyfish, under the influence of Team Rocket's vinegar, swelled in size, and soon a gigantic stinging jellyfish ensnared Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. As the evolutionary glow dissipated, a formidable and colossal stinging jellyfish emerged onto the surface of the sea. What an enormous stinging jellyfish! The crowd gathered at the shoreline gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Brock echoed their sentiments, muttering in disbelief. Ash promptly consulted his Pokédex. Stinging jellyfish, a jellyfish Pokémon, the evolved form of agate jellyfish. Its countless tentacles are its most potent weapons, earning it the nickname Rogue of the Sea. This colossal stinging jellyfish is far beyond what we see in the anime. It nearly rivals the height of a small monster. Even Loya, who had prepared for this moment, found himself momentarily taken aback. He activated his scanner eye to examine the attributes of the massive stinging jellyfish. Pokémon, stinging jellyfish. Type, water. Poison. Ability, constantly pure body. Gender, male. Level, 72. Qualification, champion. Moves, bind, poison sting, acid, sonic wave, water pulse, hydro pump, destructive beam. With champion level strength and its current immense form, the residents of Jiu Port were in for a challenge. However, Loya surmised that Kona was likely on his way. Meanwhile, the gigantic stinging jellyfish advanced toward the opulent resort hotel under construction, wreaking havoc with its massive form and elongated tentacles, reducing the structure to rubble in mere moments. How dare you destroy my hotel? Attack! Granny Jean shouted, rallying her 4 subordinates to fire cannons at the enormous stinging jellyfish. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile, only serving to draw its attention. In response, the jellyfish summoned its minions and unleashed a tidal wave toward the town of Juyuport. Once ashore, the colossal stinging jellyfish released Musashi and Kojiro before directing its minions to commence widespread destruction of the town's buildings. Why are the agate jellyfish behaving this way? They will be despised for their actions. Xiaoxia, having fled to the mountains with the crowd, gazed incredulously at the rampaging jellyfish. It is because they cannot bear the destruction of their home, and thus seek revenge. Ultimately, this is a consequence of the townspeople's own making, Loya remarked. A hint of disdain in his voice. What did you say? The townspeople glared at him, but they refrained from retaliating, recognizing the truth in Loya's words. Meanwhile, the immense stinging jellyfish abruptly ceased its rampage, lifting Meowth, ensnared by its tentacles, to address the crowd. We are the agate jellyfish and the stinging jellyfish. It is you humans who have ravaged our habitat, and thus we shall retaliate by destroying your dwelling. None are entitled to condemn us. With that declaration, it resumed its assault, inflicting further damage upon the town. Is this what the seahorse was trying to warn us about? That coral reef is the home of the agate jellyfish. Xiaoxia recalled the seahorse's earlier warning, suddenly enlightened. Nevertheless, despite the seahorse's counsel, they could not dissuade the stinging jellyfish from its intentions, which were reinforced by its powerful tentacles. Fortunately, with the assistance of Ash's Pidgeot, they managed to rescue Meowth. I shall lend my aid. Witnessing the devastated city, Loya resolved to intervene. He released his Dragonite, clearing the path through the agate jellyfish while advancing toward the colossal, stinging jellyfish alongside Ash. I will join you. Ash summoned all his Pokémon to counterattack the agate jellyfish. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Just as the massive stinging jellyfish was about to wreak further havoc upon the buildings, Dragonite's Dragon Pulse interrupted its actions. What do you intend to do, human? The colossal stinging jellyfish regarded Loya, sensing a unique aura of kinship emanating from him, which stayed its immediate aggression. Stinging jellyfish, cease your destruction at once. Loya implored, Dragonite echoing his plea. It was humans who first ravaged our home. We are merely retaliating, the stinging jellyfish countered. The people have come to realize their mistakes. Please forgive them, Loya continued to plead, yet the stinging jellyfish merely halted its movements without conceding. This response filled Loya with hope. Its inaction indicated a willingness to negotiate. The destruction of your home was the act of a select few. They will face severe consequences from the Alliance. So please, relent. We will no longer harm your home. Just grant us your forgiveness. After much coaxing from Loya and the Pokémon fighting valiantly in the city, the colossal stinging jellyfish finally relented. Let this be the last time. Remember this well. After speaking, she hurled the Meowth in her hand away and prepared to lead her minions back into the sea. However, Granny Jean was unwilling to concede. And just as she was about to launch an attack with her weapon, a chilling voice interrupted. Halt. This voice drew the attention of Ruoya and the Tentacruel, revealing Kona, accompanied by a group of officers, apprehending Granny Jean. You have violated the laws of the Pokémon League by unlawfully destroying the habitats of wild Pokémon. You shall face hefty fines and imprisonment. Kona's heart seethed with anger as she surveyed the desolation surrounding them. Yet, she quickly composed herself and addressed the formidable Tentacruel, saying, Rest assured, we will promptly dismantle the illegal structures and arrest all involved parties. Henceforth, no one shall dare to disrupt your home again. The massive Tentacruel nodded in acknowledgement before retreating into the sea with its band of minions, vanishing from sight. Once Ruoya witnessed the Tentacruel and the Agron disappearing, he approached Kona, soon joined by Ash and his companions. We owe you a great deal this time. Otherwise, matters would have become quite troublesome, Kona remarked to Ruoya. This statement held truth. Had the situation escalated, while some individuals might have faced severe punishment, the Tentacruel and Agron would likely have been eradicated by the League. For such threats to humanity are intolerable. This was simply our duty, Ruoya humbly replied, shaking his head. I must attend to other matters. We can discuss further when time permits. Acknowledging the many responsibilities on Kona's shoulders, she commanded her officers to commence the apprehension of the culprits. I wonder what the deal is with that enormous Tentacruel? Brock pondered aloud. Perhaps it is a warning from the sea to humanity, Ruoya replied with a faint smile. Indeed, Brock responded, mirroring Ruoya's smile. By the way, Ruoya, what Pokémon is this? Although Ash had seen it aboard the Saint, and he did not recognize it. This is a Dragonite, Ruoya explained. Dragonite. How impressive. Chapter 40. The Jengar of Violet City. Why aren't you traveling with us, Ruoya? Ash exclaimed incredulously upon learning that Ruoya would not be joining them on their journey as their ship docked. I intend to visit Violet City. Our paths diverge here. Ruoya explained, looking at Ash with a hint of resignation as he clung to him. Very well then. Seeing Ruoya's firm resolve, Ash reluctantly boarded the ship with Misty and Brock to continue their journey. Following the Tentacruel's siege at Signwood Harbor, Ruoya chose not to accompany Ash and his friends to the next destination, opting instead for solitary travel. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, Ash and his companions were bound for Maiden's Cape, where a millennium-old Jengar resided, but Ruoya found that unappealing and thus deemed it unnecessary to join. Secondly, and more importantly, Ruoya felt that Ash's group was far too unpredictable. Getting lost was a frequent occurrence, and he preferred to avoid their company for the time being. However, should a significant event arise, such as an encounter with a legendary Pokémon, Ruoya would gladly join. With that, after bidding farewell to Ash and the others at Signwood Harbor, Ruoya soared towards Violet City on his Dragonite, intending to capture a ghost-type Pokémon. The swift flight soon brought him to Violet City, a quaint town nestled in the northeastern region of Johto, renowned for its Pokémon Tower, primarily serving as a burial site for departed Pokémon. This had made it a favored haunt for ghost-type Pokémon, leading to their congregation in large numbers. The eerie presence of these specters often left the townsfolk in a state of lethargy, prompting many of the youth to leave, leaving behind only the elderly. Ruoya's purpose for coming was to capture a ghost-type Pokémon, with notable options such as Gengar, Mismagius, and Drifblim available. Given that Gengar was particularly famed in Violet City, Ruoya had come to seek it. By midday, Ruoya, riding Dragonite, arrived in Violet City. As ghost types were primarily nocturnal, he decided to rest at the Pokémon Center before venturing to the Pokémon Tower later that night. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. After exchanging pleasantries with Nurse Joy, Ruoya made his way to the Pokémon Tower. Wow, such a magnificent structure. How come I didn't experience this in the anime? Upon arriving at the base of the tower, he was struck by its towering majesty, vastly different from the small towers depicted in the anime. Overwhelmed with awe, Ruoya stepped inside the tower, but, for safety, released his Zeraora to ensure his protection. As he entered, the dimness enveloped him, casting him into a realm devoid of light. Ruoya promptly retrieved a flashlight from his backpack to illuminate the darkness. As he ventured deeper, a chilling wind began to swirl around him, brushing against his exposed skin, sending shivers down his spine and creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, the beam of his flashlight flickered and extinguished, engulfing him in darkness. Instantly alert, Ruoya pressed against Zeraora, heightening his sense of vigilance. A cacophony of eerie laughter echoed in his ears, heightening his tension. I cannot remain passive, Ruoya thought. Recognizing the spectral mischief at play within the tower, Zeraora, use Reveal. The Reveal technique emitted a blue energy field from Zeraora's body, dispersing the illusions conjured by the ghost types and exposing any hidden specters. Under Zeraora's Reveal, Ruoya glimpsed several mischievous Ghastly and Haunter attempting to cast hypnosis upon him and Zeraora, but upon being discovered, they vanished into thin air. The flashlight's glow returned, illuminating the tower once more. Observing the fleeing Ghastly and Haunter, Ruoya chose not to pursue them, as their abilities did not pique his interest. Instead, he ascended to higher floors, encountering various ghostly pranks along the way, all of which were thwarted by Zeraora's Reveal. During a conversation with one Haunter, he learned of a particularly powerful Gengar located at the tower's summit, prompting Ruoya to set his sights on it. Before long, Ruoya reached the tower's pinnacle, where the ambience felt even darker and colder than before. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence behind him, as though something was observing him. Turning to investigate, he was startled to find a purple Pokémon materializing before him, his target, the exceptional Gengar. Once he regained his composure, Ruoya scrutinized Gengar's qualities and abilities, utilizing his Poke Vision to gather information. Pokémon, Gengar type, Ghost, Poison ability, Cursed body gender, Female level, 63 potential, Champion moves, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Lick, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Shadow Punch, Curse, Dream Eater, Psychic. Upon examining the attributes of Gingawe, Luoya was immediately intrigued. He approached Gingawe and inquired, Gingawe, may I have the honor of capturing you? When it came to capturing Pokémon, Luoya maintained a laid-back attitude. If it was meant to be, it would happen. If not, he would not be disheartened. After contemplating Luoya's proposition, Gingawe acquiesced, albeit with the condition that Luoya must first defeat it. No problem, Luoya responded readily. Then turned to Jalaula. I'm counting on you, Jalaula. After nodding in acknowledgement, Jalaula stepped forward to confront Gingawe. 10,000 volts. Jilao unleashed a formidable surge of electricity towards Gengui. Moments later, Gengui retaliated with a beam of purple light that collided with the electric attack, resulting in both energies dissipating without yielding to one another. The two Pokémon locked eyes, and after a brief period, Gengui, clearly restless, swiftly materialized before Jilao and struck with a shadow punch. Flame punch. Jilao, under Luo Ya's direction, countered with a flame punch, meeting Gengui's shadow punch in a fierce clash. However, Jilao evidently held the upper hand, pushing Gengui back. Electroweb. Following the successful strike, Jilao swiftly conjured an electric net, ensnaring Gengui before it could evade, rendering it immobile. 10,000 volts. Jilao unleashed another powerful electric attack, which knocked out the ensnared Gengui, incapacitating it. Go Pokeball. Witnessing this turn of events, Luo Ya tossed a luxury ball, capturing the unconscious Gengui without resistance, as it lacked the awareness to struggle. At last, I have captured it, Luo Ya reflected, gazing at the retrieved Pokeball, a testament to his late-night efforts. Shortly thereafter, Luo Ya released Gengui and administered a healing potion. With the added influence of the Radiance power, Gengui swiftly regained consciousness. Gengui, do you wish to become my partner? Luo Ya inquired earnestly. After scrutinizing Luo Ya for a moment, Gengui nodded affirmatively. Then we are partners, Luo Ya declared, extending his hand, which Gengui joyfully reciprocated. Oh, I almost forgot to check in. Following the successful capture, Luo Ya suddenly recalled his oversight. He could register at the Pokémon Tower. You remember to check in? The system remarked incredulously. How could I forget? Luo Ya retorted with conviction. What about Blue Pluck City? He hesitated, realizing that he had indeed neglected to check in there, causing his tone to falter. Not just almost, but truly forgot, the system replied, a hint of exasperation evident. Does the system possess an automatic check-in feature to prevent such lapses in the future? Luo Ya queried, suddenly inspired. It does. Then please activate it, he instructed, prompting the system to enable the automatic check-in function. Check-in location, Pokémon Tower, Ziyuan Town. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received. Chapter 41, Evolution and Golden City. The system's mechanical voice echoed. I am aware of these items, but what are their specific functions? Luo Ya asked curiously, eyeing the items in the system's storage. Cursed Symbol, a bizarre and eerie talisman that enhances the power of ghost-type moves when held by a Pokémon. Gengui Mega Stone, an essential item for Gengui's Mega Evolution. Vitality Block, revives a fainted Pokémon and restores all of its health. The system elaborated on the items upon Luo Ya's inquiry. These are indeed valuable items. The Cursed Symbol can be bestowed upon Gengui, while the Gengui Mega Stone, lacking a keystone for now, will remain unused. As for the Vitality Block, I shall keep it for unforeseen circumstances. Luo Ya thoughtfully organized the items. Gengui, this is for you. It will enhance your strength. Following the plan, Luo Ya presented the newly acquired Cursed Symbol to Gengui. Gengui. The moment Luo Ya unveiled the Cursed Symbol, Gengui sensed its potential benefits. Upon learning it was meant for him, Gengui jubilantly bounded around Luo Ya in excitement. As Luo Ya handed over the Cursed Symbol, it transformed into a radiant white light and seamlessly integrated into Gengui's being. Now, let us depart from this place. With his objectives at the Pokémon Tower accomplished, and indeed exceeded, Luo Ya prepared to retrace his steps back to the Pokémon Center in Ziyuan Town. Upon arrival, he encountered Nurse Joy, who was pacing anxiously at the entrance. Upon spotting Luo Ya's return, she exhaled in relief and exclaimed, "You've finally returned. I was beginning to consider calling for Lon." For context, Lon was the overseer of Ziyuan Town. "Apologies for causing you concern, Nurse Joy. Rest assured, I am safe," Luo Ya replied, feeling a twinge of guilt for her worry. "It's nothing. I am simply relieved that you are back safely," she assured him, dismissing any lingering concerns. Remembering Luo Ya's purpose for visiting the Pokémon Tower, she inquired, "Did you manage to capture a ghost-type Pokémon?" "Absolutely. It's quite an impressive one," Luo Ya responded, satisfaction evident in his tone. "That is wonderful. It's getting late. You must rest. Young ones should not stay up late," she urged, guiding him inside and encouraging him to sleep. "I'm still just a child," Luo Ya muttered, his lips twitching at the remark. Yet he complied with Nurse Joy's insistence and retired to his room for the night. The following morning, Luo Ya checked out with Nurse Joy and set forth towards his next destination, Golden City, where he intended to challenge the Golden Gym leader, Naji. Flame Meow Jetfire. At Luo Ya's command, Flame Meow unleashed a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the approaching ABO snake. As the flames subsided, a charred ABO snake lay before them. ABO snake. A camping boy, witnessing the scene, rushed to the ABO snake's side, applying a healing ointment before returning it to its pokeball for recovery. He then approached Luoya, extending his right hand in admiration. "You're truly impressive." "Too kind," Luoya replied humbly, maintaining his modest demeanor. Suddenly, a flash of light interrupted their conversation, drawing their gaze towards the source, where they beheld Flame Meow enveloped in a radiant white glow, the light intensifying. "This is the light of evolution," the camping boy exclaimed, recognizing the phenomenon. Luoya remained silent, fixated on the increasingly grand form emerging from the luminescence. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing a majestic, red and black striped tiger, adorned with a fiery belt around its waist. "Congratulations, Flame Meow." "No, it's now called Blazing Roar Tiger," Luoya exclaimed, unable to contain his joy as he embraced the newly evolved Blazing Roar Tiger, his heart brimming with happiness. Pokémon, Blazing Roar Tiger. Type, Fire Dark. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level, 39. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, DD Golden Hook, Spark, Flamethrower, Cross Cut, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch. "Congratulations," exclaimed the camping boy, witnessing the evolution of Roya's Pokémon. "Thank you," replied Roya, and after conversing with the boy for a while, he continued on his journey towards Golden City. As Roya traversed the mist-laden forest bordering Golden City, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Yet, when he looked around, he found nothing amiss. Upon exiting the forest, a diminutive figure appeared, watching Roya's retreating silhouette, whispering softly, "You've finally arrived." Then, with a gentle breeze, the figure vanished as if it had never been there. On the other side, after leaving the forest, Roya noticed that the mysterious gaze had dissipated. Could that person be? He pondered, but chose not to dwell on it, instead arriving at Golden City. Before him sprawled a vibrant city, its lights aglow even in the evening, bustling with crowds wandering through its streets. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the most prosperous city in the Kanto region, akin to the bustling Manjin city of Chengdu. As night had fallen, Roya had no time for leisurely exploration and, using the map of Golden City in hand, he navigated to the Pokémon Center. Upon entering, he approached Nurse Joy at the reception, saying, "Nurse Joy, could you please prepare a room for me? Also, I entrust my Pokémon to your care." After handing her his Pokeball, she smiled and replied, "Certainly, here is your room key. Please take care of it." While waiting for his Pokémon to recover, Roya ordered dinner at the Pokémon Center. Once he finished his meal, his Pokémon was fully revitalized. He then returned to his room, freshened up, and settled into bed. Meanwhile, not far from the Pokémon Center, atop a building, a small figure gazed as the light in Roya's room dimmed before disappearing into the night. Chapter 42, The Battle at the Golden Gym. The following morning, after a night of rest and rejuvenation, Roya, invigorated, followed the map to the location of the Golden Gym. Gazing at the grand and magnificent structure before him, he marveled, "Truly, the Golden Gym is an impressive sight, far larger than the previous ones I have encountered." The lives of the affluent are indeed quite simple. Just as Roya was about to step into the gym, four individuals suddenly appeared before him, causing him to instinctively take a few steps back. Ash. Upon recognizing the sudden arrivals, Roya quickly identified Ash, Misty, and Brock, while the fourth person was none other than Nessa's father, known to those familiar with the anime. "Roya," Ash exclaimed in surprise upon spotting his old acquaintance. "What brings you here?" Roya noticed the disheveled appearance of his friends, deducing the circumstances. After his inquiry, Ash and the others exchanged glances before recounting their predicament. Just as the plot had unfolded, they had been defeated by Nessa in a gym challenge, only to be rescued by her father. "You stand no chance against Nessa," Nessa's father stated flatly. Roya felt a twinge of annoyance at his tone, especially since Nessa's current predicament was, in part, his responsibility. The thought alone stirred his irritation. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, Ash interjected, "Can you tell us how we might defeat Nessa? With your current abilities, defeating Nessa is impossible." "Perhaps it's best to concede," Nessa's father replied monotonously. "Aye." Just as Ash was about to respond, Roya seized the opportunity to interject. "To stand a chance against Nessa, you will need a Ghost-type Pokémon." "Ghost-type Pokémon?" Ash and the others queried, intrigued. The leader of the Golden Gym, Nessa, specializes in Psychic-type Pokémon. Only a Ghost-type could potentially overcome her, Roya elucidated. "Where can we find a Ghost-type Pokémon?" Ash pressed eagerly. At Ziyuan Town, Roya provided the location. Upon learning that Ghost-type Pokémon from Ziyuan Town could defeat Nessa, Ash bid farewell to Roya and set off with Misty and Brock towards their destination. Meanwhile, Roya disregarded Nessa's father's aloof demeanor and, under the astonished gaze of the latter, stepped into the gym. "Good luck to you," Nessa's father murmured, feeling the weight of Nessa's psychic powers and opting to distance himself from the situation. Upon entering the gym, Roya was led by an apprentice to the battle arena, where behind a curtain, he spotted Nessa and a small doll in her possession, the very same doll that had been observing him the previous day. "I am Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge the Golden Gym," he introduced himself, formally initiating the challenge. "Very well, but should you lose, you must play with me," the doll spoke, its voice resonating through the room. "Is this the extent of psychic ability? Remarkable." Roya marveled at the concept of telekinesis allowing a doll to speak and even shrink individuals. "However, I would prefer to see the real Nessa," Roya added, intrigued by her rumored beauty from fan fiction in his previous life. "Agreed." With that, a tall figure lifted the curtain, revealing Nessa in her true form. Her flowing long hair danced in the air, and the fragrant scent enveloped Roya, captivating him momentarily. With a striking figure and an icy demeanor, she embodied the archetype of an aloof ice queen. "The rules of the match are one-on-one. Should you lose, you will play with me," Nessa stated coldly. "Very well," Roya replied confidently, assured of his abilities. Following her command, the doll's Pokeball opened, releasing a yellow, slumbering Abra onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Abra type, psychic ability, synchronized gender, female level, 32 potential, elite moves, teleport, confusion, Psybeam, psychic, hypnosis. An elite level Abra, combined with Nessa's psychic enhancement, posed quite a challenge. Roya contemplated his strategy. "Go, Blaziken!" he exclaimed, releasing his fire-type Pokémon to face Abra. "Blaziken, use DD Golden Hook," Roya commanded. Blaziken crossed its arms and began to spin towards Abra. "Abra, teleport," Nessa ordered, and with a flash, Abra effortlessly evaded the attack. Confusion. Nessa continued to direct, attempting to control Blaziken, but the dark-type resistance rendered it ineffective. Frustrated, Nessa's eyes gleamed with determination, and Abra began to glow with the light of evolution, transforming into an Espion before Roya's eyes. Pokémon, Espion type, psychic ability, synchronized gender, female level, 40 potential, elite. Move set, Psyche, immobilization technique, illusion ray, mental force, teleportation. Reflective barrier. The sudden surge in power left Roya astounded as he examined the attributes of Gyarados, yet he maintained his composure. Dark Pulse. As Gyarados advanced menacingly, Roya swiftly commanded his blazing Roar Tiger to collide its purple Dark Pulse with Gyarados' illusion ray. However, the Dark type had the advantage over the Psychic type, and soon, the Dark Pulse surged toward Gyarados. Gyarados, teleport. Just as the Dark Pulse approached, Gyarados utilized teleportation to evade the attack. Blazing Roar Tiger, Fire Vortex, igniting the entire battlefield. Heeding Roya's command, Blazing Roar Tiger's belt unleashed a torrent of searing flames, setting the arena ablaze. The relentless teleportation of Gyarados was abruptly halted, forcing it to endure the flame's wrath. Blazing Roar Tiger, Shadow Ball. As soon as the words left Roya's lips, Blazing Roar Tiger conjured a shadow ball the size of a basketball and hurled it toward Gyarados, launching one after another. In no time, under the assault of Blazing Roar Tiger's shadow punch, Gyarados, weakened and overpowered, succumbed to unconsciousness, transforming back into Kadabra in a dazzling display. With Gyarados unable to continue, Roya was declared the victor by an unseen referee. "Here is your golden badge." As Roya recalled his Blazing Roar Tiger, a golden badge floated before him. He cast a gentle smile at the still serious Nasi and accepted the badge. Having completed the challenge at the Golden City Gym, Roya prepared to depart. Before leaving, he turned back to Nasi, suddenly exclaiming, "Nasi, I bet you look stunning when you smile." With that, he paid no heed to her expression and swiftly exited. Upon hearing Roya's words, Nasi momentarily froze, and then her frosty demeanor melted into a smile, akin to a ray of winter sunshine, illuminating the entire room. Unfortunately, Roya did not witness this, a significant regret. As Roya stepped out of the Golden Gym, he conversed with the system. "What rewards do I receive for this check-in?" "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Rewards include." Roya's gaze was drawn to an item in the system's inventory, causing an instant surge of joy. This is Chapter 43, Rainbow City. The check-in location was the Golden City Gym. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Super Ability 1, Calming Bell 1, and 1,000,000 league coins. The system announced the results of the check-in. Gaining the same super ability as Nasi was indeed a remarkable fortune. Roya's attention was immediately captured by the leading super ability, leading him to ponder a question. "System, Can this super ability be fused with radiant power like the previous eternal power? Indeed, like eternal power. Merging with radiant power significantly enhances it and augments the characteristics of the super ability, meaning your radiant power can also be utilized as a super ability. The system promptly responded to Roya's inquiry. Very well, let us merge the super ability with radiant power. Upon hearing the benefits of fusion, Roya promptly instructed the system to proceed with the merging. Understood. The system acknowledged, subsequently infusing the radiant power into Roya's own. As Roya completed the fusion command, he felt a white light surge into his body, a warm flow coursing through his veins, eliciting a satisfied exclamation. However, the warmth dissipated quickly, yet the benefits lingered, leaving Roya feeling invigorated. System, display my attribute panel. Eager to assess his condition, Roya requested the system to reveal his attributes. Host, Roya. Gender, male. Age, 15. Residence, Alola region, Melee Island, Hawali City. Ability, intermediate radiant power. Pokémon, Zeraora, Blazing Roar Tiger, Milotic, Pidgey, Dragonite, Gengar. Still at the intermediate level? Why is my radiant power still classified as intermediate despite the fusion with the super ability? Observing that his radiant power remained at the intermediate stage, Roya inquired of the system. The advancement of radiant power is quite challenging. A single super ability alone cannot elevate it to the advanced level, the system explained. What must I do to progress to the advanced level? It requires the fusion of 2 additional distinct abilities. No other methods are currently known, the system replied. I understand. After absorbing the system's explanation, Roya found peace with the situation, acknowledging that elevating radiant power would not be an easy feat, and set the matter aside for the time being. After conquering the Golden City Gym, instead of returning to the Pokémon Center immediately, Roya ventured to the shopping center in Golden City. Being the most luxurious city in the Kanto region, the shopping center here was far more vibrant than those in other Kanto cities. Here, Roya spent considerable time procuring a plethora of supplies, including new clothing, an assortment of berries for crafting energy cubes, and various food items necessary for outdoor camping, accruing nearly 100,000 league coins. It is undeniable that being a trainer is a financially demanding profession. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, he could manage to support so many Pokémon. The following day, rather than waiting for Ash and the others to return to Golden City, Roya pressed onward towards the next gym location, Rainbow City. Thus, as Roya journeyed toward Rainbow City, he engaged in battles with wild Pokémon and trainers alike, soon accepting a challenge from another trainer. Go, Scyther. A fortunate bug-catching boy released a relatively rare Scyther. Go, Pidgey. Roya sent out his own Pidgey. Scyther, Fury Cutter. Hearing his trainer's command, Scyther immediately slashed at Pidgey with its twin blades. Pidgey, quick attack. Pidgey executed a swift maneuver, evading every strike from Scyther with remarkable speed. Pidgey, Hurricane. After dodging the Fury Cutter, Roya instructed Pidgey to unleash Hurricane. With a gentle flap of its wings, a tempest swept Scyther into the air, leaving it vulnerable. Brave Bird. Upon hearing Roya's command, a blue flame enveloped Pidgey, crashing into the airborne Scyther, sending it crashing to the ground, its eyes spiraling, and it lost its fighting capability. Scyther. The bug-catching boy rushed to the fallen Scyther, confirming it had merely exhausted its energy, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. You are truly impressive, he said to Roya. Oh, you flatter me. After conversing with the bug-catching boy for a while, Roya bid him farewell and continued along the path. After several days of travel, Roya finally arrived at Rainbow City. Observing the familiar throngs of people and the towering skyscrapers lining the streets, he couldn't help but reflect, city life is undeniably superior. Recalling the days spent camping in the wilderness, he realized it paled in comparison to urban living. Rainbow City ranks as the second city in the Kanto region, just below Golden City. It boasts luxurious shopping complexes, bustling game halls filled with visitors daily, and the most renowned perfume shops. In summary, while Rainbow City may not rival Golden City in grandeur, it holds greater popularity. Naturally, the first order of business upon arriving in Rainbow City is to visit the Pokémon Center, as accommodation remains quite important. Roya did not possess the same fervor as Ash, who immediately sought to challenge the gym upon entering a new city. Upon arriving in Rainbow City, Roya opted to rest for a day at the Pokémon Center to recuperate before attending to his affairs in the city. The following morning, he departed from the Pokémon Center and, guided by the map, made his way to the most popular perfume shop in Rainbow City, owned by the gym leader, Elisha. Unlike Ash, who often remained oblivious to the finer nuances of life, Roya held a genuine interest in fragrances. Reminiscing about his friends from the Alola region, he decided to purchase several bottles of perfume as gifts for them. Thus, he promptly entered the perfume shop. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Greeted a strikingly beautiful attendant upon his entrance. I would like to purchase a few bottles of perfume, Loya replied. What type are you looking for? The attendant's smile widened at his request. I wish to buy some perfumes for my friends. Could you kindly recommend a few? Loya inquired. That depends on their preferences. Please tell me a bit about them, the attendant suggested thoughtfully. Upon hearing her words, Loya shared details about Lily, Mao, and Shui Lian, after which he followed her recommendations and selected several suitable fragrances, spending approximately 100,000 alliance coins. Just as Loya was about to leave, a graceful woman clad in a kimono entered the shop, prompting the attendants to greet her respectfully. Loya turned to glance at her and swiftly recognized her identity. It was she. Chapter 44, The Battle at the Rainbow Gym. As Loya prepared to exit the perfume store, the cordial exchanges among the attendants caught his attention, compelling him to pause. Each attendant reverently greeted, "Good day, manager." This piqued Loya's curiosity, leading him to turn back and behold a captivating figure before him. His gaze was drawn to a woman with lustrous black hair, adorned in a pale yellow kimono, embodying the image of a refined Yamato Nadeshiko. It was Elisha, the trainer of the Rainbow Gym. Loya quickly recognized the enchanting woman before him. Perhaps due to Loya's unwavering gaze, Elisha soon noticed him and gracefully approached, inquiring softly, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" "You are the manager, Elisha, are you not?" Loya responded immediately upon her inquiry. "Indeed. Are you here to challenge the gym?" Elisha replied without hesitation. "Yes. May I ask when you are available?" Loya asked eagerly. "Today is my day off. How does tomorrow morning sound?" Elisha pondered for a moment before confirming a time. "That works perfectly. I shall arrive at the gym at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning," Loya assured her, pleased with the arrangement. "Then, I look forward to our meeting tomorrow." Elisha replied with a warm smile, finding a fondness for the young man before her. Until tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Elisha, Loya took the newly purchased perfumes to a courier service to arrange for their delivery back to Alola. Following this, he explored other areas of Rainbow City, procuring some supplies before returning to the Pokémon Center. The next morning, Loya departed from the Pokémon Center, arriving punctually at the entrance of the Rainbow Gym. The gym, which specialized in grass-type Pokémon, was architecturally designed to resemble a colossal Bellossom, mirroring Elisha's own Pokémon. Truly, the design of a grass-type gym is uniquely charming. Loya marveled at the sight before him as he stepped inside the gym. "May I help you?" A receptionist intercepted him as he entered. "I am Loya. Here by appointment with manager Elisha," Loya explained. "Let me check." "Yes, Loya, you are indeed scheduled for this morning," the receptionist confirmed after a brief search, leading him to where Elisha awaited. Elisha was tending to a Bellossom in a small indoor botanical garden, surrounded by various grass-type Pokémon. Upon spotting Loya, she approached with a smile. "You've arrived, Loya. I have come as promised, manager Elisha," he replied with a smile. "Time is of the essence. Shall we commence our gym challenge?" Elisha suggested, glancing at the clock. "Certainly," Loya affirmed, following Elisha to the battle arena within the gym, where a female referee stood poised in the center. "Now, we shall witness a battle between Loya from the Alola region and gym leader Elisha. The rules are as follows: a 3-on-3 battle, during which the gym leader may not substitute Pokémon. Victory is awarded when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Let the match begin." With the referee's declaration, she stepped outside the arena. "Go, Vine Whip." Elisha initiated the duel by sending forth a blue Vine Whip, which materialized in a flash of white light. Pokémon, Vine Whip type, grass ability, chlorophyll gender, female level, 31 qualification, gym moves, Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Bind, Stun Spore, Absorb. Mega Drain, growth, ancient power, an elite level Vine Whip. Loya quickly discerned its prowess and recalled his nearly evolved Pidgeotto, retrieving its Pokeball and tossing it into the arena. "Go, Pidgeotto." Pidgeotto. With a flash of brilliance, a robust Pidgeotto emerged, letting out a triumphant cry. "Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack," Loya commanded, as Pidgeotto swiftly closed the distance to Vine Whip. Charging toward it. "Vine Whip, use Vine Whip," Elisha instructed, and Vine Whip extended its tendrils to strike at the approaching Pidgeotto. However, the agile bird evaded with a few deft wing beats, colliding forcefully with Vine Whip. Pidgeotto used Air Slash. As Pidgeotto soared, Loya directed it to unleash a barrage of white blades towards Vine Whip. "Vine Whip, protect." Elisha called out just in time, summoning a faint green barrier that absorbed the oncoming Air Slash. "What a pity," Loya mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the turn of events. "Vine Whip, use Seed Bomb," Elisha commanded, and Vine Whip opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of green glowing seeds aimed at the airborne Pidgeotto. "Pidgeotto, use Hurricane." Pidgeotto flapped its wings vigorously, generating a powerful gale that dispersed the seed bombs. Thwarting Vine Whip's offensive. Shadow Clone. Seizing the moment, Loya instructed Pidgeotto to create multiple copies of itself, filling the arena with illusions. Vine Whip. Use Leaf Tornado to obliterate those shadow clones. Elisha ordered, and a flurry of green leaves engulfed the Pidgeotto clones hovering in the air. Pidgeotto use Hurricane. The multitude of Pidgeotto replicas flapped their wings in unison, summoning a fierce wind that scattered the leaves. Pidgeotto use Air Slash. Loya shouted, and Pidgeotto, with wings aglow, unleashed a flurry of white blades directed at the grounded Vine Whip. As a succession of air blades struck the vine monster, it succumbed to a cacophony of anguished cries, rendering it unconscious and unable to rise, thus losing its combat capabilities. Thank you for your effort, Vine Monster. Upon witnessing the vine monster's loss of consciousness, Elika retrieved it into its Pokeball. Your strength is commendable, but I shall not concede, she declared, producing another Pokeball and tossing it onto the ground. As the light flickered, the silhouette of another Pokémon manifested on the battlefield. Chapter 45. The Acquisition of the Rainbow Badge. Your strength is commendable, but I shall not concede. Elika withdrew her incapacitated vine monster and subsequently summoned, addressing Roa, come forth, Gloom. As the Pokeball opened, Gloom emerged amidst a radiant glow. Pokémon, Gloom. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Level, 32. Aptitude, Gym Leader. Moves, Vine Whip, Bind, Poison Powder, Leaf Tornado, Acid, Seed Bomb. Pidove, continue the battle. Utilizing his investigative insight, Roa swiftly discerned Gloom's capabilities and instructed Pidove to persist in the fight. Gloom, unleash Poison Powder. Responding to Elika's command, Gloom promptly released a cloud of poisonous powder towards Pidove. Pidove, create a gust to blow it away. Roa, not wishing for Pidove to be affected by the toxic powder, directed Pidove to disperse it with a fierce wind. Under the force of Pidove's gust, the poisonous powder was scattered, unable to approach Pidove. Pidove, dash in with a quick attack. Upon hearing the command, Pidove soared into the air, enveloped in a shimmering white light, darting towards Gloom. Gloom, utilize Leaf Tornado. Following Elika's instruction, Gloom released a flurry of green leaves towards the airborne Pidove. However, the swift Pidove effortlessly evaded the attack. Gloom, use Vine Whip to evade. Faced with the incoming Pidove, Elika commanded Gloom to brace itself with its Vine Whip against the ground, leaping gracefully to evade Pidove's assault. Gloom, unleash Leaf Blade. Having safely landed, Gloom immediately launched a barrage of leaves at the retreating Pidove. Move swiftly, Pidove. Roa urged, and Pidove, in a display of agility, soared through the air, evading the incoming Leaf Blade. Air Slash. While still in rapid flight, Pidove ascended above Gloom, unleashing several white air blades from its luminescent wings, targeting Gloom below. As the flying type does not have a disadvantage against the grass type, Gloom sustained only minor injuries from the Air Slash attack. Use Solar Beam. The arena above Rainbow Gym was constructed of tempered glass, allowing sunlight to permeate, thus enabling Gloom to harness Solar Beam. Under the sun's radiance, Gloom emanated a soft white glow, its previously waning vitality steadily revitalizing. Pidove, interrupt it with quick attack. Hearing Roa's command, Pidove became enveloped in white light once more, executing a high-speed strike against Gloom, disrupting its recovery and sending it tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Are you all right, Gloom? Elika inquired. Concerned upon observing Gloom's condition, Gloom shook its head a few times before struggling to rise, its gaze fixed intently on the airborne Pidove. Pidove, deliver the finishing blow with Aerial Ace. Following Roa's directive, Pidove rapidly soared through the air, crashing into Gloom, who could not evade, sending it sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Thank you for your efforts, Gloom. Elika gently spoke to Gloom's Pokeball, then turned to Roa. This is my final Pokemon. Go, Weepinbell. Pokemon, Weepinbell. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Level, 35. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Acid, Absorb, Bind, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Grassy Terrain, Swords Dance. With its elite aptitude, it was evident that Elika had trained Weepinbell as a primary contender. Roa mused upon observing Weepinbell's attributes. Weepinbell, unleash Stench. Upon hearing this, Weepinbell emitted a nauseating odor that swiftly reached Roa. Oh, how foul. The stench was reminiscent of socks left unwashed for months. Pidove, create a gust. Even Pidove seemed taken aback. Upon receiving Roa's command, it flapped its wings vigorously, dispersing the foul odor along with Weepinbell's offensive. Weepinbell, take root. Just as the command was issued, Weepinbell's roots extended from its feet, anchoring it firmly to the ground, rendering it impervious to the gust. Weepinbell, use acid. Noticing Pidove had halted its advance, Elika promptly commanded Weepinbell. It opened its mouth and spewed forth a stream of purple liquid towards Pidove. Pidove, summon a strong wind. Roa instructed, and Pidove flapped its wings, creating a cyclone that dissipated the incoming acid. Pidove, maneuver swiftly. Roa's words barely left his lips when Pidove took to the skies, soaring at incredible speed. Weepinbell, unleash Leaf Blade. Weepinbell unleashed a multitude of leaves directed at Pidove, who was soaring above. Dodge it, Pidove. In its rapid state, Pidove maneuvered effortlessly, evading all of Weepinbell's Leaf Blade attacks. Shadow Clone. As Roa's command resonated, Pidove executed Shadow Clone, creating multiple images that filled the airspace above. Pidove. Brave Bird. The Pidoves, including the clones, became enveloped in blue flames and charged toward Weepinbell below, launching it into the air. However, Roa sensed that Weepinbell had not yet lost consciousness, prompting him to pursue further. Pidove, finish with Hyper Beam. Upon hearing the command, Pidove unleashed a beam of orange light, striking Elika's Weepinbell and sending it crashing behind her, rendering it incapable of battle. With Weepinbell incapacitated, the referee promptly declared Roa the victor. You have won. Here is the rainbow badge, please accept it. Elika received the badge from the gym apprentice and approached Roa, presenting it to him. Thank you. Roa expressed gratefully before preparing to withdraw Pidove. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A brilliant white light enveloped Pidove, and within that radiance, its form began to expand. This is the light of evolution. Pidove is about to evolve. Elika revealed. As the light of evolution dissipated, a majestic Pidgeot materialized before them. Wonderful. You have finally evolved. Pidove. Roa exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to embrace Pidgeot. Pidgeot. The newly evolved Pidgeot spread its magnificent wings, spanning 2 meters in diameter. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Type, Flying Normal. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Male. Level, 40. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Quick Attack, Gust, Hurricane, Whirlwind, Air Slash. After recalling the newly evolved Pidgeot, Roa bid farewell to gym leader Elika and began his journey back to the Pokémon Center. However, upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy addressed Roa. Mr. Roa, someone wishes to see you. Roa paused momentarily, then inquired of Nurse Joy. Who is it? You'll find out when you go, Nurse Joy replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 46, Dragon's Crossing. As Roya returned to the Pokémon Center after securing the Rainbow Badge from the Rainbow Gym, he was beckoned away by Nurse Joy. Is there something you need from me, Nurse Joy? Roya inquired, gazing at her with curiosity. It is not I who seeks you, but another. Nurse Joy replied with an enigmatic smile, guiding Roya to the threshold of a room and encouraging him to enter alone before departing. After taking a moment to compose himself, Roya pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be astounded by the presence of a familiar figure. You are the Flying-type Elite Four member, Ryudo, Roya exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he beheld the man clad in a black cloak, his vibrant red hair cascading dramatically. It could be none other than Ryudo himself. The initially aloof demeanor of Ryudo shattered upon hearing Roya's words. What do you mean, Flying-type Elite Four? I am the Dragon-type Elite Four. Yet your main Pokémon are all flying types, and dragon types are rather scarce, Roya chuckled, delivering a playful jab that further deflated Ryudo's pride. Very well, Ryudo conceded, unable to counter Roya's assertion, reluctantly accepting the title of Flying-type Elite Four. By the way, what brings you here? After their light-hearted exchange, Roya redirected the conversation, genuinely curious about Ryudo's purpose. The reason for my visit pertains to Team Rocket, Ryudo replied, returning to the matter at hand. Team Rocket? Roya's heart raced upon hearing the familiar name, a flicker of concern igniting within him. Are they up to something again? Not quite. Ryudo shook his head, dismissing the notion. Our operatives uncovered traces of Team Rocket's presence within the gaming hall of Rainbow City, prompting us to investigate further. We have since learned that a substantial Team Rocket base is located here. The last incident involving Team Rocket on the S. And caused the League considerable turmoil. Thus the League has resolved to deliver a decisive blow to Team Rocket, targeting this very base. But how is this relevant to me? Roya still struggled to comprehend his connection to the situation. Please allow me to elaborate. The League has conducted multiple searches of this base, but has yet to locate an entrance. They assigned me to tackle this matter. Ryudo paused momentarily before continuing. Initially, I intended to seek an assistant, and Kona recommended you, fortuitously finding you in Rainbow City. So you requested Nurse Joy to contact me to avoid alarming Team Rocket with my presence, Roya concluded, understanding the sequence of events. Precisely, Ryudo affirmed. I see, Roya nodded, now grasping the situation, and inquired about any developments. Have there been any updates regarding this matter? None thus far. I have visited once and still failed to find the entrance, Ryudo sighed, displaying his exasperation. Unable to locate the entrance? Roya pondered for a moment before stating, I need to pay a visit to the gaming hall. Of course, Ryudo agreed, leading Roya to the gaming hall. Upon arriving outside, Roya noticed numerous concealed police officers and turned to Ryudo with a questioning gaze. This precaution is to prevent Team Rocket's escape and to secure the entrance to the base. Ryudo explained, having anticipated Roya's confusion. Understood, Roya replied, and together they entered the gaming hall. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, bustling with patrons, and there was no immediate sign of Team Rocket's interference. As Roya surveyed the hall's decor, his attention was drawn to a wall poster in the corner. He mused to himself, it appears just like in the game. The switch to the exit must be hidden beneath this poster. Feigning ignorance, Roya approached the poster, and with the aid of his aura, he swiftly discovered the concealed mechanism behind it. Armed with this newfound knowledge of the entrance, Roya exited the gaming hall and made his way to Ryudo's hiding place to relay his findings. Excellent. I shall lead the team to secure this location, Ryudo exclaimed with delight, promptly rallying a contingent of officers to apprehend everyone present. As Roya unveiled the poster, a switch emerged before them. Upon pressing the switch, a subterranean exit revealed itself, leading to an underground chamber. Indeed, this is the entrance to the base, Ryudo proclaimed, elated as he beheld the passageway. Thanks to you, we have discovered this entry point. He expressed his gratitude towards Roya. Not at all. I merely rendered a small assistance, Roya replied modestly with a faint smile. Let us proceed without delay, Ryudo urged, quickly returning to the matter at hand as he and his team surged into the clandestine base, with Roya trailing closely behind. Who goes there? The sudden intrusion caused Team Rocket members to take notice, shouting at Ryudo and the officers. Alert Apollo at once. The League has breached the base. They scrambled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Freeze. No one move. The officers swiftly initiated the apprehension of the Team Rocket members. Meanwhile, Roya, opting for a stealthier approach, navigated through the shadows, evading surveillance cameras with the assistance of his system as he ventured deeper into the base. In the innermost recesses of the base, a Team Rocket grunt reported urgently to Apollo, one of the organization's 4 commanders. Apollo, we have a situation. Ryudo has infiltrated the base with a large contingent of officers. What? Apollo, a formidable figure, sprang to his feet, alarmed. Ryudo is here? How could this happen? Is there a traitor among us? With chaos unfolding, a mysterious figure approached Apollo. What brings you here? Apollo inquired, glancing at the newcomer. I have matters to attend to, but the situation here is dire. Do you require assistance? The individual smiled lightly at Apollo. I will hold off Ryudo. You must erase these critical files, Apollo commanded, retrieving a pokeball and striding towards Ryudo's direction. What a hasty decision. It falls to me to handle this, the mysterious figure remarked, turning back to operate the computer, revealing their identity under the dim light. Who is this? Chapter 47, Collapse. I leave this to you. I will confront Ryudo, Apollo instructed the enigmatic figure. Leave it to me, the figure replied confidently. With that, Apollo departed with a group of men to intercept Ryudo, while the mysterious individual continued to eliminate vital data from the system. Meanwhile, Roya, undeterred by the commotion, stealthily advanced deeper into the base, guided by his system's alerts. After evading numerous cameras, he found himself before a door to a secure chamber. Is this the heart of the base? Affirmative, though there are signs of activity within. The system confirmed. Come forth, Jengar. Roya summoned his Pokémon, choosing to proceed with caution rather than recklessly storming inside. Once prepared, Roya kicked open the door and charged into the room. Cease your actions immediately. Upon entering the room, Roya immediately spotted a striking red-haired beauty engrossed in her computer activities. A fleeting thought made it evident to him what she was doing, prompting him to issue a sharp reprimand. To his surprise, Apollo had also let his guard down, allowing a young rogue to intrude. The beauty, upon hearing the scolding, paused her actions. It's you. As she turned around, her gaze met Roya's, and her expression shifted dramatically. It turned out to be Athena. What a twist of fate that we meet again here after our parting on the St. Anu. Roya couldn't help but reminisce about their days aboard the St. Anu, which soured his mood, causing him to glare at her with indignation. I have no desire to see you. Athena recalled Roya's overwhelming dominance over Lance, her tone losing its composure. Yet I desire to see you. Roya declared his eagerness to confront her, promising her a profound lesson. Oh, that simply won't do. Come forth, Venusaur. Athena responded with a playful smile, promptly summoning her level 62 Venusaur. Jengar, I entrust this to you. Upon witnessing Athena's Venusaur, Roya called forth Jengar, who had been lurking in the shadows. Thus, two formidable Pokémon faced each other, the oppressive aura of their presence enveloping the entire room, creating a tense standoff. Venusaur, Petal Dance. Unable to maintain her composure, Athena made the first move. At the sound of her command, Venusaur released a flurry of pink petals that floated gracefully in the air, then, under its control, launched them towards Roya and Jengar. Jengar unleashed Dark Pulse. Jengar waved its hands, quickly accumulating purple energy, which coalesced into a beam directed at the oncoming Petal Dance. Due to the level disparity, Jengar's Dark Pulse swiftly overpowered Venusaur's Petal Dance, continuing its trajectory towards Venusaur. Venusaur, defend! Athena urgently commanded, and as her words fell, a pale green barrier materialized between Dark Pulse and Venusaur, successfully intercepting the attack. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Observing that one attack had failed, Jengar, under Roya's directive, gathered ghostly energy in its hands, forming an orb the size of a basketball, which it hurled towards Venusaur. Venusaur, Mud Bomb. In response to Jengar's Shadow Ball, Venusaur unleashed a barrage of mud, meeting the shadowy orb in a clash that resulted in both dissipating in midair after a brief stalemate. Hypnosis. Noticing the smoke from the dissipated attacks, Roya swiftly commanded Jengar to initiate an offensive. Following Roya's command, Jengar vanished silently, reappearing before Venusaur, and with its crimson eyes, cast Hypnosis, lulling Venusaur into slumber. Not good. Venusaur, avoid Jengar's gaze. Athena quickly perceived Roya's intentions and urged Venusaur to evade, but it was in vain. Under the influence of Jengar's hypnosis, Venusaur immediately collapsed onto the ground, sound asleep. Jengar, use Flame Punch. Upon hearing Roya's order, one of Jengar's arms ignited with a ghostly blue flame, delivering a powerful strike to the slumbering Venusaur, sending it flying and incapacitating it. How infuriating! Realizing the predicament, Athena had no choice but to recall her unconscious Venusaur, substituting it with a Hypno. This time, consider yourself fortunate. Next time, I shall ensure your downfall. Athena swiftly approached Hypno, relaying commands to execute Teleport, vanishing from Roya's sight. Roya, feeling helpless, had intended to confront her further, but the capability of Teleport proved to be an effective escape, leaving him to watch Athena disappear before his eyes. After her departure, Roya approached the computer in the room, beginning to scour its contents for information. However, upon thorough examination, he discovered that a significant amount of crucial data had been deleted, leaving only some experimental records regarding Pokémon. Reluctantly, he decided to take the computer with him, intending to hand it over to Daiten, hoping they could glean something from it. Subsequently, Roya departed, heading towards the exit of the base. After a short while, he encountered Daiten and a throng of officers behind him. How did it go on your end, Daiten? Roya inquired as he approached. I encountered Apollo. Unfortunately, he managed to escape, leaving only a few low-ranking members in my grasp. Daiten expressed his disappointment before asking Roya, by the way, did you find anything? I met Athena, but she also slipped away, leaving behind this computer with some Pokémon experimental data. All the significant information was deleted by her. Roya produced the computer obtained from the base and handed it to Daiten. I see. Thank you for your efforts. Daiten accepted the computer, addressing Roya with gratitude. It's merely a trivial matter. I only hope for a reward. Roya waved dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Rest assured, your reward will be forthcoming. Daiten replied with a smile, then appeared to recall something, turning to Roya. By the way, would you be interested in becoming a League investigator? A League investigator? Roya asked, intrigued. Indeed, you would merely need to complete tasks assigned by the League. Daiten explained. Wouldn't that interfere with my travels? Roya expressed his concern regarding his journey. Not at all. You would only receive urgent tasks that are relatively close to your location. And I will register you under my name. Daiten assured him. Well, in that case, I'm agreeable. After some contemplation, Roya acquiesced. I will send someone to deliver your investigator credentials and relevant materials shortly. Daiten said with a smile upon receiving Roya's agreement. Very well. Roya smiled in return. The atmosphere between Daiten and Roya was harmonious, contrasting sharply with the scene elsewhere. Chapter 48. The Beauty Streets Xiaoxua. In stark contrast to the jubilant mood shared by Roya and Daiten, the other side presented a different picture entirely. Apollo and Athena, who had previously met at the underground base in Rainbow City, now stood before a figure stroking a large cat, none other than Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. So, the base has been destroyed. Giovanni narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the pair. Indeed, it was obliterated by Deities and a young rogue named Roya. Upon hearing Giovanni's words, both Apollo and Athena felt a tremor of anxiety coursing through their bodies. Roya, he has repeatedly thwarted our team rocket. Giovanni had heard Roya's name before, emphasizing it with a hint of disdain. Should we send someone to eliminate him? Apollo suggested, harboring resentment towards Roya for the destruction of his base. Let it be. The League has been tightening its grip recently, and our primary focus must remain on him without any missteps. Giovanni pondered before rejecting the idea. I understand. Apollo and Athena nodded in agreement. That concludes this matter. You have other tasks to attend to. With that, Giovanni dismissed them, sending Apollo and Athena off to carry out other missions. Yes, relieved that Giovanni would not pursue accountability, Apollo and Athena quickly exited, leaving Giovanni alone, his eyes glinting with determination as he murmured, Roya. After bidding farewell to Deities, Roya soon received the credentials he had been given, which he carefully stowed away, recognizing their significance as a marker of his new role as a public official. Subsequently, Roya recalled that his Pokémon had likely been in training for an extended period and needed a well-deserved break. Considering a nearby location, he resolved to take them there for some relaxation. The following day, Roya departed from the Pokémon Center in Rainbow City, making his way towards Beauty Street, a locale renowned for its gathering of breeders. The street earned its name due to the numerous breeders who established various Pokémon grooming salons, specializing in the aesthetic enhancement and maintenance of Pokémon, thereby achieving considerable fame within the Kanto region. Among them, the most illustrious breeder, Xiaoxue, operated her own salon, aptly named Xiaoxue Beauty Salon, which was precisely the reason for Roya's visit. After some time, Roya arrived at a rather unadorned establishment. In stark contrast to the lavish decorations of other salons, this one exuded a serene ambience. This was Xiaoxue Beauty Salon. Without pausing, Roya pushed open the shop's door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a meticulously groomed Ninetales, which was leisurely consuming Pokémon food on a table. The creature merely glanced at Roya before returning to its meal. Noticing Xiaoxue was absent from the main area, Roya called out, Is Miss Xiaoxue here? Hello. How may I assist you? Xiaoxue soon emerged from the back room in response to his inquiry. I'm Roya, the one who made an appointment for Pokémon maintenance. He explained upon seeing her. Ah, Mr. Roya, everything is prepared for you. Please, follow me, she replied, leading the way. As they walked, Roya took the opportunity to observe Xiaoxue. Her flowing long hair and the white nurse's dress accentuated her gentle demeanor beautifully. Now, please release the Pokémon you wish to have cared for, Xiaoxue instructed upon reaching the grooming room. Certainly, Roya replied, retrieving his 6 Pokeballs and releasing the first one. A Jolteon. It seems Mr. Roya has taken excellent care of his Pokémon, Xiaoxue remarked, quickly noticing the exceptional condition of the creature before her. You flatter me. I still have much to learn compared to you, Roya replied modestly, ruffling his hair. Mr. Roya, you are too kind, Xiaoxue said with a smile, her lips curving in delight at the compliment. After some light-hearted banter, Xiaoxue commenced her work, providing massages and care for Roya's 6 Pokémon. Due to the number of Pokémon, it was already evening by the time Xiaoxue completed her tasks. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Xiaoxue, Roya said to her, visibly exhausted from the effort. It's all part of my job, Xiaoxue replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Afterward, she led Roya to the front desk and presented him with the bill. Upon examining the charges, Roya noted they were somewhat steep, yet, seeing the revitalized state of his Pokémon, he felt the expense was justified. Content, he produced his bank card to settle the payment. Just as he was about to take his leave, Roya suddenly remembered something and turned back to Xiaoxue. Miss Xiaoxue, may I ask a rather bold question? Of course. Xiaoxue responded, a hint of surprise in her tone, yet her smile remained warm. Do you have any interest in becoming a dedicated breeder for me? I would like to extend an invitation for you to join me, Roya expressed, harboring a flicker of hope within. This request seemed rather abrupt, leaving Xiaoxue momentarily speechless. Please feel free to share your thoughts. Don't worry about my opinion, Roya encouraged, sensing her hesitation. My experience is not yet sufficient for such a role. I must decline your invitation, Xiaoxue ultimately conveyed, politely rejecting Roya's offer. I understand. My apologies for imposing, Roya said, accepting her decision without protest. Recognizing the impracticality of expecting someone he had just met to take on such a commitment. It's quite all right, Xiaoxue reassured him gently. With that, Roya bid her farewell and returned to the Pokémon Center. On his way back, the system suddenly notified him. You have not yet claimed your sign-in items. Having activated the automatic sign-in feature previously, The system had logged him in upon his arrival in Rainbow City. Roya quickly opened the system interface and discovered his sign-in rewards, a collection of healing potions, 5 luxury balls, and 200,000 league coins. After reviewing the items, he resumed his course back to the Pokémon Center. The next day, Roya arose and set off from Rainbow City, heading towards the next gym city. However, en route, his phone suddenly rang, piquing his curiosity. Chapter 49, The Zapdos of Black Cloud City. As Roya walked along the path to Shallow Pink City, his phone rang, stirring his intrigue. Who could be calling? He retrieved the device from his pocket and discovered the caller was Yulong-Du, although unaware of the purpose of the call. He answered, and soon Yulong-Du's visage appeared on the screen. "Champion, what can I do for you?" Roya inquired. "I'm reaching out regarding 2 matters." Yulong-Du stated. "What are those matters?" Roya asked, suddenly intrigued. "The first is that the rewards from the Rainbow Base have been transferred to your bank card," Yulong-Du announced, eliciting joy from Roya. "And the second? You should be departing from Rainbow City shortly, correct?" Though phrased as a question, the tone suggested certainty. "Is something amiss?" Roya asked, sensing urgency in Yulong-Du's voice. "Indeed. The power station in Black Cloud City has been experiencing outages, and we require you to investigate," Yulong-Du explained, detailing the task. "Why not send qualified technicians to handle it?" "I'm no electrician," Roya retorted, bemused by the assignment. "If it were merely a mechanical issue, that would suffice," Yulong-Du replied, shrugging in exasperation. "Is there more to the story?" Roya's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to press further. "Indeed, there have been sightings of a yellow, lightning-emblazoned avian Pokémon, suspected to be Zapdos. Thus, we thought it prudent to send you to assess the situation," Yulong-Du disclosed, leaving Roya momentarily stunned. "Understood. I shall investigate," Roya affirmed, now genuinely interested in the task at hand. "Thank you for your assistance," Yulong-Du said before promptly ending the call. With the mission assigned, Roya quickened his pace towards the nearby Black Cloud City. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived in the city, immediately struck by the dark, murky lakes and the pervasive scent of smoke in the air. The area was eerily desolate, with few inhabitants remaining. Once a vibrant hub of heavy industry, Black Cloud City had succumbed to severe pollution due to the overwhelming number of factories, leading to a drastic decline in its population. Rather than heading to the Pokémon Center upon his arrival, Roya made his way directly to the power station, eager to uncover the truth behind the rumored presence of Zapdos. "This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted," a guard promptly stopped him at the entrance. "I'm here to address the situation. Here is my identification," Roya asserted, presenting his investigator's badge, which allowed him passage into the facility. "Just follow this path straight ahead, and you will reach the location of the incident," the guard instructed. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff at the power station, Roya arrived at the entrance of a corridor. "Thank you for your assistance," he expressed gratefully. After thanking the staff member, he stepped into the passageway. This individual truly displayed a commendable politeness, far surpassing those who had come before. Upon hearing Roya's words of gratitude, the staff muttered something under their breath before returning to their duties. Meanwhile, Roya traversed the path leading to the engine room, attentively surveying his surroundings to avert any unforeseen incidents. Just as he was walking, a few small magnemites suddenly floated ahead, swaying gently as they swiftly darted towards the exit of the corridor, as if something dreadful lay within. The peculiar behavior of the magnemites piqued Roya's curiosity, compelling him to quicken his pace and venture deeper inside. Before long, he reached the exterior of the engine room, where he was greeted by the overwhelming crackle of electricity and the sound of chirping birds emanating from within. It appeared that Dewey had spoken the truth. Indeed, there was a Zapdos. Listening to the sounds from inside, Roya surmised the presence of the legendary creature. After taking a calming breath, he pushed open the door and entered, inadvertently drawing the attention of the creature within. Upon entering the room, he beheld a magnificent Zapdos, its body resplendent in golden hues interspersed with black stripes, shimmering with arcs of electricity, one of the legendary birds of the Kanto region. Seizing the opportunity, Roya activated his Eye of Insight to examine its attributes. Species, Zapdos. Type, electric. Flying. Ability, pressure. Level, 83. Aptitude, Tier 3 Divine. Moves, Peck, Thunder Wave, Thunderbolt, Light Screen, Ancient Power, Roost, Electro Ball, Thunder. This quasi-divine Zapdos was surely not the one from the Orange Archipelago. Through the Eye of Insight, Roya discerned that the Zapdos before him was a distinct entity. As Roya gazed intently at the Zapdos, it, in turn, noticed him, their eyes locking in a moment of palpable tension. Perhaps due to the radiant energy emanating from Roya, the Zapdos paid him little heed, continuing to absorb electricity from the engine. Zapdos, could you cease your energy absorption? Roya quickly recalled his mission and approached the legendary bird. Upon hearing his inquiry, the Zapdos hesitated momentarily, then halted its actions, directing its gaze towards Roya before shaking its head. Why are you absorbing electricity? Roya questioned, curiosity piqued by the earlier observation of its weakened state. The Zapdos responded with a couple of calls. With his radiant energy, Roya soon understood the reason. This Zapdos had suffered severe injuries and required a substantial amount of electricity to recuperate. What was he to do? With Black Cloud City in urgent need of power and the Zapdos needing to heal, Roya found himself at an impasse. Host, your Vitality Cube may provide assistance. The system reminded him, sensing Roya's dilemma. Can the Vitality Cube truly have an effect? Roya was uncertain whether it could aid a quasi-divine Zapdos. Indeed, it can. Any being below Tier 3 Divine can benefit from it, and it poses no issue for a quasi-divine Zapdos, the system assured him. Such potency in the Vitality Cube? Hearing that, I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with it, Roya mused. Nevertheless, he retrieved a Vitality Cube and presented it to the Zapdos, stating, "This is my secret medicine. It will restore your strength. Once healed, please refrain from absorbing electricity." The Zapdos recognized the value of the Vitality Cube and, as soon as Roya finished speaking, consumed it eagerly. Before long, under the influence of the Vitality Cube, the Zapdos's injuries swiftly mended. After expressing its gratitude to Roya, it bestowed a yellow-tail feather upon him before soaring away into the distance. This is a feather from Zapdos. What purpose does it serve? Could it be akin to the rainbow wing of Ho-Oh or the silver wing of Ligia? Roya contemplated wickedly as he examined the feather in his hand. This feather can enhance the potency of electric-type moves. However, it pales in comparison to the rainbow wing and silver wing, the system remarked derisively. Then I shall keep it, Roya decided, placing it alongside the previously acquired rainbow wing. After securing the Zapdos feather, Roya relayed the events that transpired to Dewey, omitting any mention of the Vitality Cube, before departing the area. Subsequently, he rested for a night at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, and the following day, he resumed his journey towards the gym in Shallow Red City. Chapter 50, The Shallow Red Gym in the Deep Mountains. Where on earth is the Shallow Red Gym? In the wilds outside of Shallow Red City, Roya was bellowing towards the heavens, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Upon his arrival in Shallow Red City, he had consulted a map and made his way to a great mountain outside the city, seeking to challenge the Shallow Red Gym housed within its heights. However, to his dismay, he found himself lost along the route indicated by the map, leading to his earlier outburst. Fortune favors the diligent. After retracing his steps and cautiously following the map, he swiftly discovered a mountain lodge nestled within the mountains. Indeed, the elusive Shallow Red Gym he had been searching for. Yet, before him lay another challenge, a precarious log bridge spanning the chasm between two towering cliffs. While termed a log bridge, it was merely a tree trunk precariously balanced between the cliffs, with a turbulent river rushing below. A single misstep could result in a swift and perilous descent. Fortunately, Roya was well trained. Despite the bridge's swaying, he successfully crossed it and reached the opposite shore. Upon arriving, he soon found himself at the entrance of the Shallow Red Gym, only to be halted by the imposing closed doors. Approaching, he knocked, but no response came. Noticing that the door was slightly ajar, impatience took hold of him, and he pushed it open, stepping inside. After traversing the courtyard, he entered a chamber within the gym, yet still encountered no signs of life. Thus, he pressed onward. Though he had entered this gym, he remained vigilant, activating his senses to perceive everything within. For he recalled that the original narrative depicted this place as rife with hidden traps that had posed significant challenges to Ash and his companions. As he walked through the corridor, he suddenly sensed an invisible wall ahead and cautiously felt his way forward. Upon entering a room, he detected the presence of an individual lurking in a corner, heightening his alertness. Sure enough, as he halted, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Thanks to his radiant energy, Roya effortlessly evaded the incoming projectile, only to discover it was a shuriken used by a ninja. "Who goes there?" he called out, directing his attention towards the source of the shuriken. Born in darkness, living in darkness, such is the fate of a ninja. A woman clad in a pink ninja outfit appeared before Roya. What a wonderfully cliché line, Roya remarked, bemused by both her flamboyant attire and her overdramatic words. "Mind your own business." The female ninja, clearly agitated by his derision, lost her composure. "Who are you?" Roya inquired, though he had already deduced her identity. "I am Ayako, the master of the Shallow Red Gym," she proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest. "Are you certain?" Roya's words carried a hint of jest. Of course. Perhaps sensing that she had been discovered, Her tone lost some of its assertiveness. Then tell me, who is Mr. Aki? Roya asked, stifling a laugh. You still ask after knowing. Upon hearing this, Ayako realized she had been played and, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, Can you at least tell me where Mr. Aki is? After sharing a hearty laugh, Roya turned to Ayako and inquired, To know my brother's whereabouts, you must first defeat me. Upon hearing that Roya was searching for her brother, Ayako produced a pokeball and declared, Are you sure? Roya raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Come forth, Caterpie. After speaking, she released her Pokémon, Caterpie, into the room. Pokémon, Caterpie. Type, Bug, Poison. Ability, Compound Eyes. Gender, Female. Level, 23. Aptitude, Gym. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Poison Powder, Leech Life. Very well, I entrust this battle to you. Incineroar. Roya glanced at Ayako's Caterpie and threw her own Pokeball, summoning Incineroar. As soon as Incineroar emerged, it stretched its arms wide and let out a fierce roar, causing Caterpie to cower behind Ayako, too frightened to face Incineroar. Do not be afraid. Rush in now, Caterpie. With Ayako's encouragement, Caterpie timidly approached Incineroar. Caterpie, quickly use Sleep Powder. Ayako commanded her trembling Pokemon. Despite its fear, Caterpie complied and released Sleep Powder towards Incineroar. Incineroar, use Ember. Initially intending to unleash Flamethrower, Roya reconsidered, fearing Caterpie might get hurt, and opted for Ember instead. The result was that Incineroar's Ember incinerated the Sleep Powder and struck Caterpie, causing it to faint and lose consciousness. Caterpie, are you alright? Ayako exclaimed, rushing to cradle her Pokemon. Now, can you tell me where Mr. Aki is? Roya asked Ayako. You wicked creature who harmed Caterpie. I will not divulge my brother's location. Ayako glared at Roya, still fuming over the fate of her Caterpie, unwilling to reveal Aki's whereabouts. Roya felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, gazing innocently at Ayako. Just as the tension between them reached a breaking point, a Thunderbolt Pokemon rolled in, exploding spontaneously and releasing a thick cloud of smoke. From within the smoke emerged a figure, the gym leader of the Shallow Red Gym, Mr. Aki. Ayako, as a ninja. You still lack maturity. Aki, clad in a blue ninja outfit, admonished his sister. I am sorry, brother. I've disappointed you. Ayako replied, quickly kneeling before Aki. It's alright. You must strive harder in the future, Aki said, looking at his sister with a mixture of affection and disappointment. Aki was on the verge of taking up the position of Elite Four in the Chengdu region, and he hoped to cultivate his sister to inherit the role of gym leader at Shallow Red Gym. Hello, Mr. Aki. I am Roya from the Alola region, here to challenge the gym. Roya introduced herself once the siblings had exchanged pleasantries. Greetings, I am Aki, the gym leader of Shallow Red. I accept your challenge. Please follow me, Aki replied, leading Roya to the courtyard of the estate, preparing for their gym battle. Let us begin, he declared, retrieving a Pokeball. Wait, Mr. Aki. I wish to challenge your strongest Pokemon, Roya interjected urgently. Are you certain? Aki asked, looking at Roya with incredulity. Even Ayako stood in shock, aware of her brother's formidable prowess. Yes. I am eager to gauge the strength of the soon-to-be Elite Four member of Chengdu, Roya asserted solemnly. Very well, even if you lose, I shall still award you the pink badge. Aki consented to Roya's request, readying his strongest Pokemon. In the courtyard of the Shallow Red Gym, Roya and Aki locked eyes, their respective auras radiating outward, intensifying the atmosphere to a palpable tension. Chapter 51. Battle with Aki. Are you serious? Aki asked, his eyes narrowing as the aura of a champion surged forth, bearing down on Roya. Of course, Roya responded, meeting Aki's formidable presence with calm resolve. A smile graced her lips as she too released her aura, the two forces clashing in a dramatic display. What an overwhelming aura. Even Ayako was taken aback, her eyes wide in astonishment. I had no idea your strength was so formidable. This is becoming quite interesting, Aki remarked with a grin, noting how Roya matched him in intensity. I feel the same way, Roya replied, her smile unwavering. Then, let the match rules be 2-on-2. Let us commence, Aki stated, outlining the rules of their confrontation. No objections here, Roya affirmed. All right, let the battle begin. Hearing no dissent, Aki threw out his Pokeball, calling forth, Come forth, Mothim. As Aki released his Pokeball, a pale purple Mothim materialized before Roya. A Mothim, I see, Roya remarked, observing the Pokemon before her, and employed her Pokédex to assess its attributes. Pokemon Mothim. Type, Bug, Poison. Ability, Dust Sense. Gender, Male. Level, 65. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Tackle, Supersonic, Psychic, Leech Life, String Shot, Confusion Ray, Telekinesis. An impressive level 65 Mothim, indeed. This is becoming increasingly engaging, Roya mused, retrieving her own Pokeball and tossing it onto the battlefield. I entrust this battle to you, Zerud. As the light faded, Zerud emerged, facing off against Mothim. What is this? Aki, unfamiliar with Zerud, sensed its formidable strength and inquired with curiosity. Its name is Zerud, Roya replied. Zerud. What a splendid name, Aki remarked with a smile before adding. But let us proceed with the match. Certainly, Roya responded with a grin, then commanded, Zerud. Unleash Volt Tackle to signal the commencement of battle. With a determined nod, Zerud charged forward, unleashing a torrent of electricity towards Mothim. Mothim, use Teleport. Unfazed by the incoming attack, Mothim executed a swift teleport under Aki's directive, evading the strike and reappearing behind Zerud. Mothim, utilize Energy Ball. Without hesitation, Mothim unleashed a barrage of energy spheres towards Zerud. Zerud, quick attack, Roya called out, and in an instant, Zerud darted aside, skillfully dodging Mothim's assault. Zerud, Shadow Clone. In a rapid motion, Zerud created multiple shadow clones that filled the arena. Mothim, use Bug Buzz. Under Aki's command, Mothim emitted a resonating sound wave, causing a cacophony that disoriented the shadow clones, leading to their swift disappearance. Jirachi, restrain yourself and unleash the electromagnetic wave to envelop the entire arena. Upon hearing Roya's command, Jirachi persevered through the pain inflicted by the Bug Buzz and emitted a potent electromagnetic wave that swiftly permeated the battlefield. However, Aki instructed Mothim to cease its Bug Buzz and to employ Protect, thereby shielding itself from the incoming electromagnetic wave and alleviating Jirachi's auditory torment. Now, we shall strike back. Jirachi, summon the electric terrain. Responding to Roy's command, Jirachi radiated shimmering golden ripples that soon enveloped the entire area. Mothim, use Psychic. Aki, witnessing Roy's establishment of the electric terrain, hastened his offensive, directing Mothim to use Psychic to gain control over Jirachi. Hell Spike. Charging towards Mothim, Jirachi executed Hell Spike, shattering Mothim's psychic hold and sending it crashing to the ground. Are you alright, Mothim? Aki inquired, and upon confirming that Mothim was unscathed, he prepared for the next round of attack. Mothim unleashed Dream Beam. Aki observed as the revived Mothim initiated another offensive. Jirachi unleashed Thunderbolt. As Dream Beam collided with Jirachi's Thunderbolt, neither attack managed to prevail, resulting in both spells dissipating into the air. Jirachi Thunder. No sooner had Roy spoken than ominous clouds gathered above Mothim, followed by a series of thunderbolts striking down. Mothim, Protect. Faced with the impending thunder, Aki had no choice but to command Protect, allowing Mothim to evade the assault behind a faint green barrier. Jirachi, Fire Punch. However, while Mothim was engaged in defense, Jirachi swiftly maneuvered to Mothim's forefront, igniting its right arm in crimson flames and delivering a powerful blow that sent Mothim sprawling to the ground. Now, Jirachi, unleash Plasma Fist. Seizing the moment while Mothim was momentarily grounded, Roy commanded Jirachi to execute its ultimate move, Plasma Fist. Following Roy's instruction, Jirachi concentrated immense electric energy in its right arm and leapt towards Mothim, landing a decisive strike that sent Mothim hurtling into the corner of the arena, its eyes swirling into a dazed state, devoid of battle consciousness. Impressive. Ayako marveled at the conclusion of the first battle, her awe palpable. Your strength is truly unimaginable. Aki reflected on the unconscious Mothim, recalling his own novice status compared to Roy, feeling a sense of admiration wash over him. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Aki. Roy responded with a smile, his tone remaining humble yet confident. Let the battle continue. Your next opponent is this one. Aki swiftly redirected his gaze from admiration to fervent determination. As Aki opened his next Pokeball, a creature emerged onto the battlefield. Chapter 52. Continuation of the battle with Aki. Let the battle resume. Your next adversary awaits. With these words, Aki dismissed his earlier admiration, replaced by a palpable intensity. As Aki's Pokeball opened, a purple bat-like Pokémon appeared, radiating an imposing aura. Crobat, level 67. Roy swiftly discerned its attributes through his scanning eye. Pokémon, Crobat. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Level, 67. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Supersonic, Cross Poison, Toxic, Black Glare, Scare, Air Slash, Poison Jab, Dark Pulse. Return, Jirachi. Observing Jirachi slightly out of breath from the previous battle, Roy withdrew it and released another Pokeball. Now, I entrust you with this task, Dragonite. As Roy tossed the Pokeball, a robust figure materialized before him, confronting Aki's Crobat. Dragonite, such a rare Pokemon you possess. I must admit, I underestimated you. Aki expressed his astonishment at seeing the renowned semi-divine Dragonite from the Kanto region. It is merely fortune, Roy humbly replied. However, since encountering Ho-Oh, my luck has improved, allowing me to encounter Dragonite and Gengar among others. Then allow me to witness Dragonite's prowess. Aki exclaimed with excitement. Dragonite, showcase our strength to Mr. Aki. Roy commanded. Roar. Dragonite nodded in response, clenching its fists with a fiery determination. Dragonite, flamethrower. With a sweeping motion, Roy signaled, and Dragonite opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Crobat. Crobat, Dark Pulse. Crobat, not to be outdone, unleashed a violet beam in retaliation, colliding with the flamethrower and resulting in a shared dissipation in the air. Crobat, Cross Poison. Aki, realizing the first strike had failed, quickly pivoted to the next attack. Upon hearing Aki's command, Crobat's claws glimmered with toxic energy as it soared towards Dragonite, ready to strike. Steel Wing. Hearing Aki's command, Roy swiftly directed Dragonite to retaliate with Steel Wing, avoiding the risk of being poisoned, especially since Aki was the Poison-type master. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. After several exchanges between Crobat's toxic claws and Dragonite's Steel Wing, both Pokemon retreated, assessing one another. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Observing the lack of decisive advantage in their exchanges, Roy pressed the assault. Gathering potent dragon energy, Dragonite unleashed a powerful Dragon Pulse towards Crobat, morphing into a white dragon as it surged forward. Crobat, ascend and evade this strike. Aki commanded, opting for a strategic retreat in the face of the formidable Dragon Pulse. Yet, under Dragonite's skilled manipulation, the Dragon Pulse altered its trajectory, relentlessly pursuing Crobat as it maneuvered through the air. Crobat, Poison Jab. Realizing evasion was futile, Aki commanded an offensive. Crobat, responding to Aki's directive, quickly accelerated and expelled a torrent of venomous liquid, colliding with Dragon Pulse and halting its advance. Quick Attack. No sooner had Roy issued the command than Dragonite darted like a shadow, swiftly appearing behind Crobat. Dragonite, Fire Punch. Following Roy's instruction, Dragonite ignited its arm in flames, striking towards Crobat. Crobat, Tailwind. In a bid to counter, Crobat flapped its wings, generating a gust of wind to evade Dragonite's Fire Punch. Rapid Spin. After dodging the attack, Crobat executed a swift maneuver, spiraling through the air before launching its counter-offensive towards Dragonite. Caught off guard, Dragonite was struck and stumbled to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Crobat unleashed Poison Jab upon the grounded Dragonite. Dragonite, Light Screen. Hearing Roy's command, Dragonite erected a series of white barriers before it, successfully intercepting the incoming Poison Jab. Dragonite, Draco Meteor. After successfully intercepting Venom's assault, Dragonite unleashed a formidable surge of Dragon-type energy into the sky, which transformed into a torrential meteor shower that rained down upon the evading Zubat below. The barrage swiftly struck the elusive Zubat, sending it crashing to the ground, while the remaining stones cascaded down, enveloping it entirely. Zubat, are you alright? Upon hearing Aju's call, Zubat emerged from the rubble, though not unconscious. It bore numerous wounds all over its body. Let us deliver the final blow, unleash the ultimate impact. Witnessing Zubat's injuries, Aju resolved to determine the outcome with a decisive strike. Zubat, responding to Aju's command, radiated a brilliant white light and charged towards Dragonite. Dragonite, let us also unleash the ultimate impact. No sooner had Aju uttered the words than Dragonite, too, emanated a luminous white aura and collided with the oncoming Zubat. In an intense clash, both Pokemon soared past each other, maintaining their composure in midair. Suddenly, Dragonite plummeted to the ground, kneeling and panting heavily. On the other side, Zubat, which had been poised in tranquility, fell alongside Dragonite. However, while Dragonite remained conscious despite its grievous injuries, Zubat had succumbed to unconsciousness, losing its will to fight. With Zubat incapacitated, the battle concluded with Roa's victory. Upon witnessing her brother's defeat, Ayako first stood in shock before announcing the results. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Your prowess is commendable. After recalling Zubat, Aju approached Roa. Not at all. I must express my gratitude for your guidance, Mr. Aju, Roa replied with humility. This is the fan badge of the Shallow Red Gym. Please accept it. Aju presented a pink badge retrieved from a scroll to Roa. Thank you, Mr. Aju. Roa graciously accepted the badge, expressing his thanks. It is well deserved, Aju responded with a smile. After engaging in conversation with Aju for a while, Roa bid farewell, departing under Aju's watchful gaze as he returned to Shallow Red City. Host, the sign-in at Shallow Red Gym is complete. Please review the rewards. The system spoke to Roa as he descended the mountain. I'm merely curious to see what treasures await, Roa mused, intrigued by the prospect of unveiling the rewards. Akin to unboxing a surprise. Following the system's prompt, he opened the system's space to explore the items. To his astonishment, he discovered a delightful surprise. Could it truly be this? Chapter 53, The First Mega Evolution. Upon exiting the Shallow Red Gym, Roa received a notification from the system. Do you wish to accept the rewards? Accept. Roa paused momentarily before continuing down the mountain, mentally affirming his acceptance to the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 keystone, 1 Venom Shock skill disc, and 500,000 League coins, the system declared, revealing the spoils of his sign-in. Initially nonchalant as he walked down the mountain, Roa's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing about the keystone. What? A keystone? His heart brimming with joy at the mention of the keystone. Roa recalled the Mega Stone for Gengar he had previously acquired in Ziyuan Town. Now, with a keystone in his possession, he had finally assembled the necessary components for Mega Evolution. At last, I can experience Mega Evolution, Roa exclaimed, filled with anticipation, eager to initiate the transformation with Gengar. Come forth, Gengar. As Roa summoned Gengar from its Pokeball, the ghostly Pokémon emerged, striking an imposing pose, ready for battle. However, upon surveying the surroundings and finding no adversary, Gengar cast a puzzled glance at Roa, even scratching its head in confusion. Here's the situation. I didn't summon you for a battle, but for something else. Roa quickly discerned Gengar's thoughts and clarified. GG. Gengar looked at Roa expectantly, awaiting further instructions. This is your Mega Evolution Stone. With this keystone and the bond we share, you can evolve once more, Roa explained, producing the keystone he had just received alongside the previous Megastone for Gengar. GG. Gengar's excitement grew at Roa's words, eagerly inquiring further. Indeed, that is precisely why I called you out. Roa chuckled at Gengar's enthusiasm. This has been prepared for you all along. With that, Roa retrieved a bracelet embedded with Gengar's Megastone from his backpack and adorned it on Gengar's arm. Once secured, Gengar beamed with joy, admiring the bracelet on its arm and gleefully waving its hand in delight. Now let us commence. Roa reassured Gengar, gripping the keystone tightly before calling out, Gengar, Mega Evolution. Though Roa's voice boomed loudly enough to startle the birds from the trees, nothing occurred, leaving him perplexed and slightly embarrassed at Gengar's own puzzled expression. System, what is happening? This keystone isn't a fake, is it? Roa pondered, seeking answers from the system. This is your own issue. Do not cast blame upon me, the system retorted defensively. Then what is the matter? Roa questioned, recalling the anime he had watched in his previous life, where such evolutions were straightforward. It's your emotional connection that's lacking. Do you truly believe it's as simple as shouting a few times like in the anime? The system explained, laced with a hint of disdain. What should I do then? Roa pressed for guidance. Reflect on your bond and express your feelings as you call out, the system instructed. While Roa engaged in this inner dialogue with the system, he remained momentarily still, causing Gengar to look on with concern. Upon snapping back to reality, Roa met Gengar's worried gaze and repeated, our bond. He reminisced about the adversities they had faced together and the joyful moments they had shared, stirring a deep sense of nostalgia within him. Once clarity washed over him, Roa tightened his grip on the keystone, allowing the fond memories to resurface, and passionately shouted, Gengar. Mega Evolution. As Roa's heartfelt declaration resonated, the keystone in his hand and the megastone on Gengar's arm erupted in radiant light, enveloping them entirely. Beams of energy intertwined between them, and soon, Gengar transformed amidst the dazzling light of evolution. Before long, a majestic Mega Gengar, with a purple upper body and red limbs resting on the ground, materialized before Roa. This is Mega Gengar? Absolutely stunning. Roa, usually composed, found himself overwhelmed with joy. After a while, when Gengar had settled from its euphoric transformation, Roa reverted it back to its original form. GG. Gengar, now returned to its previous state, gazed at Roa with a puzzled expression. Mega Evolution can only be sustained for a limited time before returning to its original form, Roa explained, perceiving Gengar's confusion and providing clarity. After completing the Mega Evolution experiment, Roa, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, returned Gung-Gue to its Pokeball and, content with his experience, made his way back to Qianhong City. There, he commenced his procurement of supplies and, after resting for a day at the Pokemon Center, He shouldered his backpack and set out towards his next destination. As Roya advanced further along his path, he arrived at a vast grassland. Before him stretched an expanse of lush, fragrant grass, extending to the horizon where it met the azure sky, creating a vivid contrast. The vibrant life of various Pokémon coexisting harmoniously in this locale infused the scene with an invigorating vitality. Not far off, a family of Nidoqueen and Nidoking thrived under the watchful eyes of Nidoqueen and Nidoqueen's parents, while Nidoran and Nidorino frolicked joyously in the thicket. As Roya immersed himself in the enchanting view, a commanding female voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. The scenery here simply breathtaking? Taken aback, Roya felt a twinge of annoyance and turned to ascertain the identity of the person who had intruded upon his moment of appreciation. To his surprise, he recognized the speaker. It was you, Miss Junsha? Chapter 54, The Pokémon Protection Area. Just as Roya was contemplating the interruption of his scenic admiration, he turned to find an unexpected figure. It was indeed Miss Junsha, who was approaching from a nearby jeep. Curiously, he inquired, Miss Junsha, what brings you here? I am on duty, she replied, addressing his question. On duty? Roya pondered, grasping part of the situation, yet failing to capture its essence. I am responsible for the protection of the Pokémon Protection Area, primarily to prevent the theft of Pokémon here, she elucidated. The Pokémon Protection Area? Could it possibly be? Roya quickly seized upon the key term. Indeed, this is the Pokémon Protection Area where capturing Pokémon is strictly prohibited. Violation of this law could result in severe penalties. Miss Junsha gently conveyed the grave consequences, causing Roya to feel a shiver run down his spine. I understand, he assured her, promising to refrain from any indiscretions. As they continued their conversation, a sudden urgent call emanated from Miss Junsha's communicator. Miss Junsha, poachers have been spotted in the Pokémon Protection Area. Please respond immediately. Understood, I'll head there at once. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Miss Junsha bid farewell to Roya and prepared to return to her jeep. Noticing her serious and urgent demeanor, Roya sensed that something significant was unfolding and hurried after her. Asking, Miss Junsha, what is happening? According to the ranger's report, a group of poachers has infiltrated the Pokémon Protection Area, and I need to respond immediately. She explained while walking. Is there anything I can do to help? Roya, upon hearing of the poachers, resolved to assist Miss Junsha. You are still quite young. It's best you continue your journey, Miss Junsha observed, recognizing that Roya was a novice trainer who had just embarked on his adventure and thus declined his offer. But I am an alliance investigator, Roya protested, producing his credentials for her to see. This indeed appears to be an investigator's certificate. Follow me, she conceded, confirming the authenticity of his credentials and allowing him to accompany her in confronting the poachers. With Miss Junsha driving swiftly, the jeep soon arrived near the poachers' location. To avoid alerting the poachers, Roya and Miss Junsha decided to approach stealthily. Once they confirmed their direction, they quietly advanced towards the scene. Before long, emerging from behind the thicket, Roya and Miss Junsha spotted 5 poachers capturing Pokémon in nets, including Nidoran and Nidoqueen, alongside a group of Kangaskhan. With their accomplices, 4 Rattata and a Gyarados, standing guard. It appeared the poachers had employed some nefarious method, rendering the captured Pokémon paralyzed. Helplessly watching as they were ensnared and confined within specially designed Pokeballs. What shall we do? Miss Junsha inquired, her brow furrowed at the sight of the 5 poachers. If we confront them, we may not be able to match their strength. Yet if we wait for assistance, they might escape. Perhaps we should launch a surprise attack? Roya, noticing her hesitation, offered a suggestion. But there are 5 of them. Miss Junsha expressed concern for Roya's safety, aware that he was still a fledgling trainer. Fear not. I am an alliance investigator, and they pose no threat, Roya reassured her, then summoned his Pidgeot from its Pokeball. Under Roya's guidance, Pidgeot executed a quick attack, charging directly at the poacher's Pokémon, sending several Rattata tumbling to the ground, unconscious. Who goes there? The poachers, alerted by the sudden assault on their Pokémon, turned their attention towards the source of the disturbance. It is us. Roya and Miss Junsha emerged from the thicket, Pidgeot returning to Roya's side. You are illegally poaching. You have violated alliance law and shall not be forgiven. Surrender now, Miss Junsha declared, releasing her elite-level Arcanine to confront them. It's Miss Junsha. Even with an additional person, we shall not yield. The leader of the poachers, a burly man with a thick beard, boasted defiantly. Go, Gyarados. The leader commanded his level 35 Gyarados to face off against Arcanine, while his 4 followers unleashed their lower-level Zubats. Gyarados unleashed Poisonous Wave. Zubats used Poison Sting. The poachers swiftly launched their assault against Roya and Miss Junsha. Pidgeot, use Whirlwind. Upon hearing Roya's command, Pidgeot flapped its wings, generating a powerful whirlwind that dissipated the poachers' attacks and surged toward the Zubats and Gyarados. In the wake of Pidgeot's whirlwind, several of the poachers' Pokémon were sent reeling, with all but one Zubat losing consciousness. Gyarados quickly used Acid. The leader, witnessing his Pokémon's distress, frantically urged Gyarados to counterattack. Pidgeot used Hyper Beam, but Roya was faster, unleashing a torrent of orange energy that overwhelmed the poachers and their Gyarados, leaving them all unconscious. Let us tie them up, Roya instructed Miss Junsha. Agreed. They promptly bound the 5 poachers with rope, while Roya recalled their Pokémon into their Pokeballs and handed them over to Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha then summoned a contingent of officers to apprehend the poachers, while the captured Pokémon were released by Roya and Miss Junsha. I am truly grateful for your assistance, Roya. Miss Junsha expressed her appreciation after the ordeal. It is my duty as an investigator, he replied. Roya shook his head in response and, under the watchful gaze of Miss Junsha, departed from the area, continuing his journey forward. Chapter 55, Pokémon Wilderness Area. After bidding farewell to Miss Junsha of the Pokémon Protection Zone, Roya set forth on his journey anew. Upon leaving the Pokémon Protection Zone, he soon arrived at the Pokémon Wilderness Area. This is indeed the Pokémon Wilderness Area, Roya remarked as he hurried to the entrance. Filled with a sense of awe at the sight before him, he then composed himself and stepped inside the building. Is anyone here? Upon entering the hall, Roya found himself alone and called out into the interior. How annoying. Who is it? An elderly voice echoed from a nearby room. Following the sound, Roya beheld an elderly man clad in denim, emerging from the chamber, yawning as he approached, 2 handguns holstered at his waist. Hello, I'm Roya. I came here because I heard that one can capture Pokémon here. Roya introduced himself to the elder. My name is Caesar, the administrator of the Pokémon Wilderness Area. The elderly man, Caesar, replied nonchalantly upon hearing Roya's introduction. Greetings, Administrator Caesar. Roya responded courteously before inquiring further, what should I do next? Anyone who comes here to capture Pokémon must adhere to our rules. Otherwise, I will expel you, Caesar cautioned Roya. What are the rules? Though aware, Roya asked for clarification. Here, capturing Pokémon is permitted only with the wilderness balls and fishing rods we provide. You are not allowed to use Pokémon to capture Pokémon. Additionally, we only supply 30 wilderness balls, so once they are exhausted, you must return here. Do you understand? Caesar outlined the regulations of the wilderness area. I understand, Roya replied, having no intention of violating the rules. Should you disregard them, be wary of my Thunder Brothers, Caesar warned, gesturing towards the guns at his waist. Right, I understand. Roya raised his hands in mock fear. All right, I will fetch the wilderness balls and fishing rods. Wait here and do not wander, Caesar instructed before heading into an adjacent room. Understood, Roya nodded. Once Caesar had departed, he began to survey the decorations of the hall and soon noticed a photograph on the wall, depicting a young Caesar alongside a Dratini, an image from his youth. What are you looking at? Caesar, carrying a box, noticed Roya's gaze and inquired. Upon reaching Roya, he saw the photograph and quickly tucked it away. Is there a Dratini here? Roya asked, intrigued by the image. No, Caesar immediately retorted. Then what is this photograph? Roya chuckled, pressing on. Never mind that. Beware of my Thunder Brothers, Caesar replied, waving the handgun in his hand. Relax, I have no intention of targeting your Dratini. Roya shook his head dismissively. Do you think I would believe your words? Caesar glared at him fiercely. That's because I already have a Dragonite, so I have no interest in your Dratini, Roya shrugged, disregarding Caesar's hostility and departing the hall towards the wilderness area. As Roya traversed the wilderness area, he observed various Pokémon cautiously glancing at him. Whenever he directed his gaze towards them, they scurried away in fright. Roya merely chuckled, choosing not to pursue them and continuing on his path. As he walked, the ambience of the surroundings gradually instilled a sense of tranquility within him. Suddenly, he sensed a lingering gaze fixed upon him from behind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. He turned to investigate the source of the gaze and discovered a pink figure shyly peering at him from behind a tree. As he approached, he recognized it as a Happiny. Pokémon, Happiny. Type, normal. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, female. Level, 26. Potential, near champion. Moves, Pound, Transform, Sweet Kiss, Charm. Heal Pulse, Healing Wave. To his surprise, a Happiny of near champion caliber existed within this wilderness area. After utilizing his Pokédex to discern its attributes, Roya approached the Happiny, who shyly glanced at him without fleeing, instead gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Perhaps it was the radiant energy emanating from Roya's presence that warmed the Happany's heart, drawing it closer to him. "Do you wish to leave with me?" Roya inquired with a smile, having understood Happany's intentions. "Luck." Happany nodded in response. "Then let us become partners," Roya declared, producing a wilderness ball and presenting it before Happany, who willingly tapped the ball, entering it of its own accord, thus becoming Roya's 7th Pokémon. After capturing Happany, Roya recalled the location of Dratini and Dragonair residing in Dragon Valley within the wilderness area, and he resolved to head there. Before long, Roya arrived at Dragon Valley. Admiring the azure lake and the stunning scenery surrounding him, he decided to rest for a while, hoping to encounter a Dratini. Meanwhile, Caesar remained in the hall, gazing affectionately at the photograph of himself with Dratini, tears streaming down his face. Just then, the front door was abruptly kicked open by an intruder, startling Caesar as he turned his attention to the entrance. A striking woman clad in a tight black outfit, her silver hair cropped short, entered and directed her gaze towards Caesar. "I heard there is a Dratini here, and I came to see it. Can you tell me where it is?" the woman in black queried. "I will not divulge that information. You might as well give up," Caesar replied, sensing the ill intent of the newcomer as he brandished his handguns threateningly. "Is that so? Then do not blame me for being rude," she retorted, narrowing her eyes at Caesar before tossing out a Pokeball, summoning a Pokemon into the hall, escalating the tension. Chapter 56, Hunter J Strikes. "I suggest you reveal the whereabouts of the Dratini, or I cannot guarantee your safety," the black-clad woman threatened, her Pokeball releasing a bug-type Pokemon, Ariados, which loomed menacingly at Caesar. "I will not speak," Caesar maintained his obstinate demeanor. This only provoked the woman further. She commanded Ariados, "Ariados, use string shot." Following her command, Ariados opened its mouth and shot out a barrage of silk, ensnaring Caesar. "I will give you one last chance. Reveal the location of the Dratini, or you shall experience the bite of Ariados's venom," she threatened, with Ariados baring its venomous fangs, instilling fear in Caesar. "Fine. The Dratini is hidden in Dragon Valley within the wilderness area." Caesar finally relented, disclosing the Dratini's whereabouts. "Well done for being sensible," the woman replied. Upon acquiring the location of the mini-dragon, the young woman departed from the scene, heading towards the Dragon Valley of the wilderness region, leaving Caesar ensnared by the threads of a bug. Soon, she arrived at the Dragon Valley described by Caesar and gazed upon the serene lake before her, remarking, "Surely, the mini-dragon resides within this very body of water." Consequently, she retrieved several electric devices from her backpack, intending to utilize them to summon the mini-dragon from the depths of the lake. Adhering to her original plan, she commenced the electric assault on the lake, causing numerous aquatic Pokemon to succumb to unconsciousness. As time passed, a mini-dragon began to silently float to the surface, having lost its consciousness, which did not escape the keen eyes of the young woman. Thus, she hurled a Pokeball in an attempt to capture it, yet the outcome was unexpectedly thwarted. Just as the Pokeball was about to make contact, a beam of light erupted from the water, shattering the Pokeball, and a Hakuryu emerged from the depths. To her astonishment, this encounter turned out to be a 2-for-1 deal. Elated at the sight of another Hakuryu, the woman, who was none other than Hunter J, dispatched her Pokemon, Salamence. Salamence unleashed Flamethrower upon Hakuryu. Upon hearing her command, Salamence opened its gaping maw and released a torrent of searing flames towards the airborne Hakuryu. Although initially obstructed by Hakuryu's water cannon, Salamence soon gained the upper hand, effortlessly knocking Hakuryu to the ground. As the woman prepared to throw another Pokeball to capture both Hakuryu and Mini-Dragon, a Dragon Pulse struck, shattering her Pokeballs. Who dares interfere? Frustration welled within her as she faced yet another obstruction. To her surprise, she encountered you here, the Hunter J from the Sinnoh region. At that moment, a handsome young boy approached, accompanied by a Dragonite, the very Pokemon that had disrupted the Pokeball with its Dragon Pulse. The newcomer was Roy, who had been resting in the area, awakened by the commotion of the explosion, leading him to the current scene. Today seems to be a buy-one-get-two-free affair. First a Hakuryu, now a Dragonite. What a stroke of luck, remarked the woman, Hunter J, with a smile. It shall depend on your prowess, Roy responded calmly, unfazed by her words. Salamence, unleash Flamethrower. With Roy's Dragonite now a target, Salamence launched its attack. Dragonite, Water Cannon. Dragonite retaliated fiercely, extinguishing the Flamethrower and rendering Salamance's assault ineffective. A champion-level Pokemon. The astute Hunter J quickly discerned Dragonite's formidable strength, recognizing it as a champion-level Pokemon, akin to her Salamence, rendering her momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Roy employed his Eye of Insight to assess Salamance's capabilities. Pokemon, Salamence. Type, Dragon, flying. Ability, overconfidence. Level, 63. Aptitude, champion. Moves, Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, Hurricane, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail. Draco Meteor, Hyper Beam. A level 63 Salamence, though it pales in comparison to Dragonite. Understanding Salamance's abilities, Roy felt more assured. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. With newfound knowledge of Salamance's strength, Roy launched an offensive. A beam of dragon-shaped energy surged towards Salamence. Salamence, use Dragon Breath. Sensing the incoming attack, Hunter J swiftly countered. Upon collision, it was evident that Dragonite's Dragon Pulse overpowered Salamance's Dragon Breath, striking the airborne Salamence and sending it crashing down. Big Fire Blast. Observing Salamance's precarious position, she pressed the assault further. A massive surge of fire energy coalesced in the air, forming a grand symbol that raced towards Roy's Dragonite. Dragonite, Light Screen. In an instant, several barriers of white light appeared before Dragonite, effectively shielding it from the impending Big Fire Blast without inflicting any damage. Dragonite, Hurricane. Roy retaliated promptly, commanding Dragonite to summon a whirlwind that surged towards Salamence. Salamence, we shall also invoke Hurricane. In a flash, two whirlwinds collided midair, yet Roy's Dragonite, possessing greater strength, began to overpower Salamance's Hurricane, subsequently lifting it into the air. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. Seizing the moment while Salamence struggled to regain its balance, Dragonite unleashed a powerful orange beam that struck Salamence, knocking it down and rendering it unconscious. Your Salamence can no longer battle. Allow me to capture you. Observing the defeated Salamence, Roy began to approach Hunter J with Dragonite in tow. Consider yourself fortunate this time. After recalling Salamence, Hunter J summoned a Bronzong and used teleport to escape the scene. Upon witnessing Hunter J's retreat, Roy chose not to pursue, but instead took out healing potions, administering them to both Mini Dragon and Hakuryu. Under the influence of the healing potions, both Pokémon gradually regained consciousness, expressing their gratitude to Roy for his assistance. At that moment, Caesar, the administrator of the wilderness region, stumbled into Dragon Valley, relieved to find Mini Dragon and Hakuryu merely injured. The subsequent events detailed the heartwarming reunion between Hakuryu and Caesar, as they embraced and reminisced about their cherished past. Take them with you, Caesar suddenly said to Roy, having regained his composure. What do you mean? Roy, taken aback by Caesar's unexpected request, inquired curiously. I cannot provide a safe environment for Hakuryu and its offspring, so I wish to entrust them to you, Caesar explained. Do Hakuryu and its offspring consent to this? Roy posed the critical question. They have already agreed, Caesar confirmed. Truth be told, I have no particular attachment to them. Roy had previously assessed Hakuryu and its offspring's attributes, determining their potential to be only intermediate champion level, which rendered them unappealing to him. What shall we do then? I cannot guarantee their safety here. Upon hearing Roy's intent to decline, Caesar became anxious. I have two options for you to consider, Roy stated. What options? First, I can contact the dragon champion, Yolongdu of the Johto region, to have them entrusted to him. Second, I could reach out to Professor Oak, allowing them to reside at the Oak Laboratory. How shall you decide? Roy laid out his proposals. After contemplating Roy's words, Caesar ultimately resolved to entrust them to Professor Oak. Following Roy's communication with Professor Oak and the explanation of the events that transpired, Professor Oak readily agreed to Caesar's request, assuring him that he could visit the laboratory to see Hakuryu and its offspring anytime. Ultimately, with Roy's assistance, Hakuryu and its offspring were successfully transported to Professor Oak's laboratory, where they would reside. As for Roy, the principal character of this narrative, after concluding his business, departed from the scene to continue his journey. Just days later, Ash, who arrived in the wilderness region, stumbled upon a photograph of Mini Dragon and Caesar, igniting his determination to capture the Mini Dragon, only to be met with Caesar's disdain. You have arrived too late. The Mini Dragon is no longer here. Caesar shattered Ash's hopes. Where's it then? Ash pressed, unwilling to accept defeat. It has already been sent to Professor Oak's laboratory, so you have no chance, Caesar replied. Professor Oak's laboratory. Upon hearing this, Ash and his companions were instantly taken aback. Chapter 57, The Battle on the Bridge. After repelling Hunter J in the Pokémon Wilderness region and bidding farewell to the administrator Caesar, Roy continued on his journey. One day, Roy arrived in a rather unique town. By a particularly expansive river near this town, a grand bridge is currently under construction. Even standing at the riverbank, Roya cannot glimpse the opposite shore, which underscores the river's vastness. Roya has previously checked the map and confirmed that this bridge is still in its construction phase and thus not yet open to the public. Consequently, he decides to bypass the town. However, As he passes by the bridge, he observes a number of individuals riding bicycles past the guardhouse, making their way across to the other side. This perplexes Roya, prompting him to inquire with the guard stationed by the bridge. "Good day. May I ask you a few questions?" Roya approached the guard and addressed him. "Feel free to ask any questions. I will share all that I know," the guard, a young man, replied with an air of camaraderie. "The map indicates that this bridge is temporarily closed to the public. Why are so many people crossing it on bicycles?" Roya posed his question, voicing his confusion. "Oh, I see. You must be from out of town," the guard exclaimed, finally understanding Roya's inquiry. Indeed, Roya nodded in affirmation. "Then it makes sense. The vehicular lane of the bridge is still under repair, but the bicycle path has been completed. Therefore, anyone riding a bicycle can cross over to Sunshine Town," the guard elucidated further. "May I walk across?" Roya immediately posed another question. "That is not permissible." The guard swiftly denied Roya's request. "Why is that?" Roya inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Sir, you may not be aware that this bridge spans over 20 kilometers. It would be impossible to reach the other side on foot before dusk," the guard explained. "I see." Roya acknowledged the guard's reasoning with a nod. "How then can I cross the bridge?" As he bid farewell to the guard and returned to the town, a sense of worry began to creep in. While purchasing a bicycle was within Roya's means, he grappled with the dilemma of where to store it after acquiring one. His inability to cross without a bicycle left him in a quandary. Suddenly, Roya passed by a shop, and upon discovering its offerings, he realized he had found a solution to reach the other side of the river. The establishment primarily rented bicycles, allowing patrons to traverse the bridge and return the bicycles in Sunshine Town. However, a hefty deposit was required, as the proprietors were wary of unreturned rentals. Without hesitation, Roya rented a bicycle and pedaled towards the bridge. After greeting the guard he had previously encountered, he mounted the bridge on his bicycle. Upon reaching the center of the bridge, Roya decided to take a brief respite on a bench. While resting, he was unexpectedly encircled by several figures, drawing his attention. He looked up to find a group of rebellious youths clad in alternative fashion, casting challenging glances in his direction. "Are you part of the racing crew?" Roya surmised the situation as he observed the aggressive demeanor of the group. "You must be a trainer on a journey. It's rather impolite to pass through here without acknowledging us," the leader, a boy with a striking red mohawk, remarked. "And what do you intend to do about it?" Roya narrowed his eyes at them. "We want to engage in a Pokémon battle. Only by defeating us can you proceed," chimed in a green-haired girl clad in leather. "Very well, let us begin," Roya replied nonchalantly, rising from the bench. "Then it's settled. I'll go first. Let's go, Geodude." The boy with the red mohawk threw his Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a level 28 Geodude materialized on the bridge, posturing aggressively towards Roya. "Come forth, Milotic," Roya responded, releasing his own Pokeball, and Milotic appeared before the group of racers. "What Pokemon is that? It's so beautiful," the green-haired girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Regardless of its beauty, it won't be a match for mine." "Geodude, use Tackle," commanded the mohawk-headed boy. "Milotic, use Confusion," Roya ordered as he watched Geodude charge forward. Milotic's eyes glimmered, and a wave of blue energy ensnared Geodude, levitating it into the air. "What? Break free, Geodude!" the red-haired boy shouted in panic. Despite Geodude's efforts to escape, it was futile. Milotic, Water Pulse. With Geodude immobilized, it was struck by Milotic's Water Pulse, crashing heavily to the ground and losing its ability to battle. "Geodude." The boy rushed to check on his fallen Pokemon, confirming it was all right before recalling it. "Now it's my turn. Come forth, Shelder," the next challenger declared, releasing a level 31 Shelder. "Shelder, use Icicle Spear." Upon hearing the command, Shelder opened its shell and launched a volley of icicles at Milotic. "Milotic, use Draco Meteor," Roya commanded, and Milotic unleashed a radiant beam shaped like a dragon, obliterating the icicles and striking Shelder, knocking it out cold. "Shelder, are you all right?" The girl examined her Pokemon before recalling it, turning to Roya with respect. "You're quite powerful. Would you consider becoming our leader?" "Indeed, if you were our leader, I would support you," the red-haired boy nodded in agreement. "And so would we," the other members chimed in. "I have no interest." Roya immediately shook his head in refusal. He then turned to his bicycle, ready to depart. He had rested sufficiently and felt invigorated. It was time to move on. As he pedaled away, leaving behind the awestruck gazes of the racing crew, he continued along the bridge. As dusk approached, he arrived at Sunshine Town. After returning the bicycle and reclaiming his substantial deposit, Roya made his way to the Pokémon Center, where he rested for the night, preparing to embark on his journey anew the following day. Chapter 58, Pikachu's Forest. Having traversed the remarkably long bridge, Roya reached the opposite bank at Sunshine Town. However, As night fell, he returned to the Pokémon Center to rest after returning the bicycle and receiving his hefty deposit back, ready to continue his travels the next day. By noon the following day, Roya found himself in a mysterious forest, having journeyed tirelessly throughout the morning. Both he and his Pokémon felt a pang of hunger. Thus, he quickly located a clear stream within the woods, where he decided to prepare their lunch. "Come out, everyone," Roya called to his Pokémon as he reached the stream. They gathered around him, eagerly vocalizing their hunger and waiting for their trainer to provide sustenance. "I understand you're all hungry, so I need you to gather some dry twigs. I will begin preparing our meal," Roya said with a wry smile, responding to their persistent calls. Subsequently, Roya instructed all the Pokémon, except for the Minccino and Chansey, to gather some dry twigs from the surroundings, cautioning them, "Do not wander too far." After the departure of several Pokémon, including Pidgeot and Blaziken, Roya retrieved an ample supply of berries and his own provisions from his backpack. He enlisted the assistance of Chansey and Minccino to commence the first step in preparing lunch by washing the berries. Next, he began to slice the berries with a knife, systematically categorizing and arranging them. He then took out an energy cube maker purchased long ago, proceeding to create energy cubes tailored to the distinct tastes of each Pokémon. In no time, under the swift operation of the energy cube maker, an array of high-quality energy cubes appeared in the dishes set before each Pokémon. While awaiting the return of the Pokémon with the dry twigs to prepare his lunch, a short while later, several Pokémon, led by Jolteon, returned to Roya, each carrying a handful of dry twigs for his culinary endeavors. Upon approaching Roya and catching sight of the enticing energy cubes arranged on the plates, they promptly set down their twigs at Roya's feet and eagerly fetched their respective bowls to commence their meal. Observing the Pokémon devour their food with such fervor, Roya could only shake his head in bemusement, a smile inadvertently creeping onto his lips. He then gathered the dry twigs from the ground, igniting a fire to begin cooking his own lunch. Before long, much like his Pokémon, Roya immersed himself in his meal, relishing the flavors. However, as he and his Pokémon enjoyed their lunch, an unfamiliar presence caught his attention, registering within his senses. There were dozens of them, piquing his curiosity, prompting him to investigate. Lifting his head from his food, he scanned the source of the aura but discerned nothing amiss. Just as he was about to return to his meal, a flash of golden hue emerged from the grass ahead, standing out strikingly amid the verdant backdrop. With a vigilant gaze, Roya soon beheld the creature responsible for the golden glimmer, which swiftly dissipated his wariness, eliciting an involuntary smile. It was none other than a Pikachu, a member of the same species as his cherished partner, gazing at Roya and the feasting Pokémon with eager eyes, its petite nose twitching as if drawn by an alluring scent. In that moment, it dawned on Roya. The name of this forest came to mind. It was well known as Pikachu Forest, a haven for an abundance of Pikachu. Realizing its intent, Roya surmised that it was lured by the aroma of the energy cubes, though he noticed several other Pikachu lurking in the underbrush, silently observing him. "Do you wish to sample the energy cubes as well?" Roya inquired with a smile directed at the Pikachu. "Pika." The Pikachu nodded in response. Roya then produced several surplus electric-type energy cubes, placing them before the Pikachu for its tasting. After sniffing the enticing aroma, the Pikachu could not resist taking a bite, its eyes lighting up in delight. After calling out to the Pikachu behind it, it began to devour the energy cube with gusto. Upon hearing the call, the hidden Pikachu emerged from the thicket, reassured of their safety, and approached the first Pikachu to join in the feast. However, with only a few energy cubes available, the Pikachu gazed up at Roya with pleading eyes, clearly unsatisfied. "I can provide you with energy cubes, but my supply of berries is dwindling." Roya quickly grasped their silent plea, realizing he would be unable to meet their needs. Upon understanding his words, the lead Pikachu called out a few times before all the Pikachu dashed into the forest. Before long, each returned with an abundance of berries and placed them at Roya's feet. Looking at the mountainous pile of berries before him, Roya could only chuckle in resignation. He then organized the already satiated Pokémon and the Pikachu to assist in washing and chopping the berries. Meanwhile, Roya retrieved the energy cube maker, commencing production of electric-type energy cubes. After approximately an hour, with the help of numerous Pokémon, Roya completed the energy cube assembly, dividing the cubes into equal portions for the Pikachu to enjoy as proper diners. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Roya settled down to watch the Pikachu joyfully consuming their lunch. His spirits lifted as a smile returned to his face. After a while, as he observed the Pikachu finishing off the last of the energy cubes, he felt sufficiently rested and prepared to rise and continue his journey. Just as he was bidding farewell to the Pikachu, one of them blocked his path. Signaling to the others to retreat into the forest, leaving Roya somewhat perplexed. Then, under Roya's inquisitive gaze, the returning Pikachu brought forth a plethora of berries, laying them at Roya's feet while persistently calling out to him. Are you offering these berries to me? Roya quickly deciphered their intentions. Pika. The Pikachu nodded affirmatively. Then I shall graciously accept them. Thank you, dear Pikachu. With a smile, Roya received their generous gift and stowed the berries into his backpack. As he departed, he noted the reluctant expressions of the Pikachu, setting off towards the next town. That day, Roya arrived at a new town, only to be greeted by an unusual sight, a throng of people congregating towards a particular location. What could be happening? Roya wondered with curiosity. Chapter 59, The Eevee Brothers of Stuntown. After leaving Pikachu Forest, Roya continued on his journey, arriving at a town known as Stuntown, renowned within the Kanto region. Stuntown is famous for its proximity to an evolution stone mine, yielding a bounty of evolution stones. 80 of the evolution stones in Kanto originate from this very town. Consequently, the residents here tend to be quite affluent, particularly the Eevee brothers, who are the wealthiest family in Stuntown, epitomizing the essence of privilege. As Roya entered Stuntown, intending to rest at the Pokémon Center for the night, he noticed the townspeople and passing trainers sporting smiles as they made their way toward a certain direction. Following their lead, Roya's gaze fell upon a lavish mansion at the heart of the town, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Intrigued, Roya approached a man also heading toward the mansion to inquire about the commotion. Excuse me, may I ask what is happening at that grand villa? You must be new here, the man replied, instantly recognizing Roya's outsider status. Indeed, I have just arrived in Stuntown, Roya admitted, albeit uncertain of the reason for the gathering. That explains it, the man said, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He then elaborated. The Eevee brothers are hosting a garden party here, extending an invitation to everyone. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this, Roya seemed to grasp the situation. Yet a lingering question troubled him. Why were the Eevee brothers hosting this garden party? It was explained by the man with a smile that they were celebrating their brother's inaugural battle following his evolution. Understanding dawned on Roya as he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. You're welcome, replied the man before departing towards the villa of the Eevee brothers. Curiosity ignited within Roya upon hearing the man's words, prompting him to decide to visit as well. With a firm resolve, he resumed his earlier stride, following the flow of people towards the nearby villa. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard of the Eevee brothers' residence. As he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed numerous attendees gathered, with tables laden with a variety of delectable foods. The Eevee brothers were distributing evolution stones to trainers wishing to evolve their Pokémon, fostering a warm and lively atmosphere. By the way, who are you? The eldest brother, Lezong, soon noticed the aura of Roya, which distinctly contrasted with that of the other guests, and approached him. My name is Roya, a trainer passing by. I stumbled upon your garden party and hope you don't mind my intrusion, he explained upon recognizing Lezong. Ah, I see. Welcome. Lezong welcomed Roya warmly and inquired. Do you have any Pokémon that require evolution? I can provide you with evolution stones. I appreciate the offer, but I do not require any, Roya replied, shaking his head in refusal. Then please stay for a while, and I invite you to participate in one of our upcoming activities. Would that be acceptable? Lezong extended a friendly invitation to Roya for the forthcoming battle event. I would be delighted, Roya responded with a smile. By the way, these are my younger brothers, Azumi and Achi. While Roya and Lezong were engaged in pleasant conversation, the two younger brothers approached, prompting Lezong to introduce them. Hello, I am Roya. He greeted Azumi and Achi. Hello, Roya, they replied with smiles. After a brief exchange, the trio bid farewell to Roya to welcome other guests, while he approached a table to indulge in the delicious offerings. However, after a short while, several individuals caught Roya's attention. Among them was a girl cradling an Eevee, and a boy with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, Roya recognized them as Ash, Misty, and Brock, who stood in the courtyard center, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, Ash noticed Roya, delight illuminating his face as he called out, Hey, Roya? Ash, Roya greeted back, having spotted them earlier. He set his food aside and walked over to join Ash. Soon, the Eevee brothers, noticing the Eevee in Misty's arms, approached Roya and Ash to inquire about the situation. Through their conversation, Roya and Ash learned that the matter revolved around the Eevee brothers urging their younger brother Tai to evolve his Eevee, while Tai himself was reluctant. I believe that a Pokémon's evolution should be a decision made by the trainer and the Pokémon together, rather than imposing one's desires upon others, Roya asserted to the Eevee brothers. I understand. Lezong nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Tai. Tai, what are your thoughts? Speak boldly. Tai, Misty encouraged him from the side. With a determined gaze, Tai clenched his fists, looked up at his brothers, and bravely declared, "I don't want my EV to evolve. I want to be EV's trainer." After speaking, he anxiously looked at his brothers, fearing their rejection. "Ah, is that so? You should have said so sooner, Tai. We will respect your wishes," Azumi chuckled. "What?" Tai was momentarily taken aback by the brothers' reaction. "We merely wish to understand your feelings. We thought you desired to evolve." Achi laughed heartily. "So, we are now the 4 brothers of EV." Leizong affectionately ruffled Tai's hair, smiling. Hearing that his brothers would not force him, Tai beamed with joy, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Team Rocket observed from a distance, their mood considerably less cheerful. "What a drag, that pesky kid is here too," Musashi remarked, peering through binoculars at the villa. "Should we go over?" Kojiro inquired. "Of course, we must. We are the notorious Team Rocket," Meowth interjected, chastising Musashi and Kojiro as it clawed at them. "Why don't you go defeat that annoying kid?" Musashi retorted as she dismissed Meowth's concerns. Perhaps that's not the best idea," Kojiro hesitated, recalling Roya's formidable combat prowess, causing him to shiver. Returning to the courtyard, after resolving the matter of EV's evolution, the 4 EV brothers gathered in the center and announced, "Now, let the festivities commence." Hooray! The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Chapter 60. The Battle Tournament of the Garden Party. Next came the most significant event of the Garden Party. The EV brothers stood at the courtyard center and proclaimed loudly, "Let us prepare to begin." Activities? What kind of activities? Roya and Ash pondered, intrigued by the brothers' announcement. "We will host a battle tournament during the Garden Party, open to anyone who wishes to register," they explained in response to their inquiries. "A battle tournament? I want to participate," Ash exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of a Pokémon battle. "What are the rules for the tournament?" In contrast to Ash's eagerness, Roya maintained a calm demeanor and inquired about the regulations. "The rules are simple, one-on-one battles. The winner is determined when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. The champion will receive a complete set of evolution stones provided by us," Leizong clarified. Soon, encouraged by the EV brothers, many trainers eagerly signed up for the tournament, including Misty and Brock, drawn by the allure of the evolution stone set, and of course, Roya joined as well. Before long, the battle matchups were arranged, and the trainers commenced their battles, creating a lively atmosphere. Frogadier has lost its ability to battle. Water-type Pokémon wins. Kabutops has lost its ability to battle. Electric-type Pokémon wins. Onix has lost its ability to battle. Incineroar is victorious. The tournament progressed swiftly, and soon only Roya, Ash, Misty, and Leizong remained in the competition. Roya's next opponent was Leizong, while Ash faced off against Misty. "Now, we will battle each other. I want to go easy on you, Roya," Leizong declared confidently. "Neither will I," Roya replied with a smile. "Very well, let the match begin. Go, Electrike." Leizong released his Pokeball, summoning his level 34 Electric Spirit. "I leave the next move to you, Blazing Roar Tiger," he declared. Roya also sent forth his own Blazing Roar Tiger. "Electric Shock, Electric Spirit," Leizong commanded. "Breathe Fire, Blazing Roar Tiger." Roya instructed his Pokemon in return. As their commands resonated in the air, the Electric Spirit unleashed a jolt of electricity towards the Blazing Roar Tiger, while the latter retaliated with a searing column of flame directed at the Electric Spirit. The clash of lightning and fire was imminent. Yet the prowess of the Blazing Roar Tiger evidently surpassed that of the Electric Spirit as the flames surged forward, overwhelming the latter. "Electric Spirit, use Quick Attack," Leizong urged. Seeing the flames approach, the Electric Spirit shimmered with a radiant light and evaded the fiery barrage with remarkable speed. "High-speed movement," Loya exclaimed, just as the Blazing Roar Tiger vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Electric Spirit. "Quick dodge," Leizong shouted in alarm at the sudden appearance of the Blazing Roar Tiger. Too late. Blazing Roar Tiger, DD Golden Hook. Upon hearing Loya's command, the Blazing Roar Tiger extended its arms and spun vigorously, striking the Electric Spirit and sending it tumbling several meters away. Flame burst. The Blazing Roar Tiger swiftly unleashed a flame in the shape of a large character, engulfing the incapacitated Electric Spirit, rendering it unable to battle. The Electric Spirit has lost its fighting capability. The Blazing Roar Tiger is victorious. The referee announced the outcome of the match. "Your strength is truly astonishing," Loya, Leizong remarked, recalling his Electric Spirit and giving Loya a thumbs up. "It's all thanks to the Blazing Roar Tiger," Loya humbly replied. "Now it's your turn, Loya. Give it your all." Leizong extended his right hand towards Loya. "Absolutely," Loya responded, shaking hands with Leizong. Meanwhile, Ash and Misty's battle concluded with Ash's Pikachu triumphing over Misty's Starmie, securing his place in the finals. Shortly thereafter, the stage was set for the final showdown between Loya and Ash, both standing resolutely in their respective positions. Loya, I eagerly anticipate our battle. This time, I shall defeat you, Ash declared with unwavering confidence. I do not concede easily. Unleash your full strength, Ash, Loya replied, a smile breaking across his face at Ash's declaration. Let us go, blazing roar tiger. Loya called forth his fiery companion. Then I choose you, Squirtle. Observing Loya's fire-type, blazing roar tiger, Ash sent forth his water-type Squirtle, hoping to leverage the type advantage. Squirtle, use water gun, Ash urged, unable to contain his excitement. Squirtle obediently opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of water towards the blazing roar tiger. Blazing roar tiger, release a jet of flames, Loya commanded. As the blazing roar tiger shot forth a torrent of searing fire aimed at Squirtle's water gun. As the two attacks collided, rather than extinguishing the flames, the water vaporized under the intense heat, transforming into mist that dissipated into the air, continuing its advance towards Squirtle. Squirtle, dodge quickly, Ash urged, witnessing the impending flames. In a moment of desperation, Squirtle managed to evade the fiery onslaught. Blazing roar tiger, thunder punch. Following Squirtle's evasion, the blazing roar tiger appeared beside it, its right arm crackling with electricity, delivering a powerful punch that sent Squirtle sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Squirtle has lost its fighting capability. The blazing roar tiger is victorious, and thus the champion is Loya. The referee, after assessing Squirtle's condition, announced the final result of the battle. You have won, Loya, but I shall defeat you next time, Ash declared, still brimming with determination as he recalled Squirtle. I await that challenge, Loya replied with a smile. Congratulations, Loya, the EV quartet approached, offering their heartfelt congratulations and presenting a beautifully crafted box. Upon opening it, they revealed a fire stone, water stone, thunder stone, leaf stone, and a moon stone. This is your prize. Please accept it, Loya. Lezong, the eldest of the group, said warmly. Thank you. Loya expressed his gratitude as he accepted the tokens of victory. Subsequently, the group celebrated exuberantly at the EV Quartet's villa, with Loya and Ash enjoying the festivities until evening before returning to the Pokémon Center for rest. The next day, Loya declined Ash's invitation to travel together, instead embarking on a solitary journey after a brief shopping spree in Stun Town, setting his sights on the next destination. On this day, Loya arrived at a peculiar town, one marked by dilapidated ruins and an overwhelmingly desolate atmosphere. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sudden downpour of stones rained down upon him. Chapter 61, Dark City. Having bid farewell to Ash and the EV Quartet in Stun Town, Loya continued his journey through the Kanto region. This day, he found himself in an unusual city, starkly contrasting with the vibrant locales he had previously encountered. Instead, it was a realm of crumbling edifices and a dismal ambience. Loya examined the map in his hand, which indicated that this city was known as Dark City. As he gazed upon the surrounding dereliction, memories began to resurface. I recall that 2 gyms were responsible for bringing Dark City to such ruin. Just as Loya was reflecting on the scene before him, a sudden barrage of stones plummeted from above, aimed directly at him. Fortunately, Loya's vigilance was heightened. He swiftly glanced upwards, spotting 3 children peering down from the rooftop. Realizing their ruse had been uncovered, the children brazenly approached Loya, with the leader among them stating defiantly, "You're a trainer, aren't you? You're not welcome here. You'd best leave." "Yes, get lost." The other 2 joined in, hurling stones at Loya. Upon witnessing the stones hurtling towards him, Loya narrowed his eyes and summoned his radiant power, causing the projectiles to levitate mid-air. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected them towards the trio, intent on returning the favor. "Ouch!" they exclaimed, retreating in disarray. Loya chose not to pursue them, instead continuing on his path. After a brief walk, Loya arrived at the entrance of a rundown restaurant. He did not hesitate, stepping inside. "Hello, is anyone here?" He called out into the empty dining area. "Hello, how may I assist you?" An elderly man, the proprietor, emerged from within, his voice trembling. "I need to purchase some food," Loya stated. "Please wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away," the man replied hurriedly, disappearing into the kitchen. Meanwhile, a small boy suddenly emerged and confronted Loya. "Trainers aren't welcome here. You should leave," he declared, his youthful face bearing an unexpected seriousness. At that moment, the child's mother, the proprietress, rushed out, pulling the little boy behind her, incessantly apologizing. "I am deeply sorry, dear guests. My child has acted thoughtlessly." "It's quite all right," Royan replied nonchalantly, then turned to the proprietress and inquired, "What transpired here? Why do you all seem to disfavor trainers? You must be from out of town. she remarked, noting Royan's demeanor. Indeed, I am journeying, he nodded in acknowledgement. The proprietress continued, the disarray you observe has been caused by the two gyms in Dark City. The Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym. Isn't it the responsibility of gyms to protect the city? How could it come to this? Royan, though already understanding the situation, feigned ignorance. The proprietress sighed, explaining, the League intends to establish a gym in Dark City, but with two contenders, neither side is willing to yield. Consequently, they summoned a host of trainers to engage in battles, wreaking havoc and destruction upon our buildings. Hence, the children here harbor animosity towards trainers, wishing to drive them away. The proprietor added as he approached with a tray of dishes. I see. Royan contemplated, now comprehending the unfolding events, and resolved to take action, for he was, after all, a benevolent gentleman. Leave this matter to me. I shall handle it. Ultimately, Royan decided to confront the individuals from both gyms. However, the trainers from Yas and Kaz gyms are formidable. You may not stand a chance against them, the proprietor cautioned. Fear not, they are no match for me, Royan asserted confidently. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted outside, drawing the attention of those within the establishment. The proprietor's family hastily retreated upstairs, intending to take Royan with them, but he declined. As they ascended, Royan stepped out of the restaurant and approached the site of confrontation between the two factions. Brothers, let us defeat the Yas Gym. Comrades, vanquish the Kaz Gym. Dark City shall be ours. The atmosphere between the two factions crackled with tension. I believe you are all unworthy of being gym trainers. Just as the standoff reached a fever pitch, a melodious voice shattered the silence. Who dares to speak? Step forth. Yas and Kaz halted their skirmish, searching for the source of the voice. It is I, Royan calmly emerged from the sidelines, addressing the gathered group. Ah, merely a child. You ought to play elsewhere, Yas scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, go amuse yourself, Kaz echoed. Let us settle this through our abilities, Royan declared, tossing forth a pokeball. Summoning his Blaziken, who roared defiantly at Yas and Kaz. Charge forth, Electabuzz. Scyther. Yas and Kaz unleashed their respective Pokémon, ready to confront Royan's Blaziken. Electabuzz, unleash Thundershock. Scyther, execute Fury Cutter. The duo swiftly advanced towards Blaziken. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. At Royan's command, Blaziken emitted a torrent of searing flames, obliterating the incoming attacks from Electabuzz and Scyther, continuing its onslaught unimpeded. In a matter of moments, it struck its targets, sending Electabuzz and Scyther sprawling several meters away, their bodies marred with various wounds. Fire Punch. As Royan's words fell, Blaziken raised its fiery fist and struck Electabuzz and Scyther with tremendous force, rendering them unconscious. Thus, I assert, in both virtue and skill, you lack the fundamental qualities to be gym trainers, Royan remarked, disdainfully glancing at them. Whether one can become a gym trainer is not for you to decide. Yas and Kaz, witnessing their Pokemon's effortless defeat, spoke with diminished bravado. Just as Royan prepared to deliver a retort, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Gyarados. What brings you to contact me again? Royan answered. The League intends to evaluate the two gyms in Dark City, selecting one to become an official League gym, Gyarados explained. You should be nearby Dark City. Originally, Miss Joy was to undertake this task, but she has encountered a situation, so I implore you to conduct the assessment. Understood, Royan replied, acquiescing to Gyarados' request. How fortuitous. As if the heavens conspired to align. Royan mused internally. Is this satisfactory? He waved his phone at Yas and Kaz. Please, grant us clemency and allow us to pass. They pleaded. Do you comprehend what it means to be a gym trainer? It signifies becoming a protector of the city and nurturing novice trainers. How can you aspire to such a role when you wreak havoc, exploiting passing trainers and leaving chaos in your wake? Royan admonished them. We acknowledge our mistakes. Grant us one more chance, Yas and Kaz implored earnestly. I may consider your request, but you must restore this place to its former glory. Royan gestured to the surrounding devastation. We understand, they conceded, realizing their errors and rallying their companions to commence repairs. Under Royan's supervision, Yas and Kaz collaborated to restore Dark City, and he deemed their efforts satisfactory, also suggesting that to avert future disputes, they merge into a double gym. Thus, under Royan's guidance, the conflict between the gyms in Dark City was resolved. The following day, Royan resumed his journey. As he traversed a canyon, a familiar voice called out, halting him in his tracks. Chapter 62, The Great Fool's Valley. After concluding his assessment of the gyms in Dark City, Royan departed, continuing his travels. One day, as he arrived at a canyon, he was startled to see throngs of people, each wielding shovels and clad in hiking attire, making their way toward the distant gorge. This sight struck a chord of familiarity within him. Could it be? Royan quickly recalled a significant plot point, understanding the situation at hand. Just as he prepared to advance, a familiar voice called out from behind, prompting him to pause. Hey, Royan. As he turned to investigate, he was unexpectedly embraced from behind, startling him. After finally breaking free, he looked up to find it was none other than his friend, Blue, whom he had parted ways with in Vermilion City. Blue, what brings you here? And what is with your attire? Royan questioned, noting Blue's hiking gear. Are you not aware of the monumental events unfolding? It's been all the rage online. Blue replied, astonished at Royan's ignorance. You mean someone unearthed Pokémon fossils in the Great Fool's Valley? Royan raised an eyebrow. Exactly. So why the inquiry? Blue chuckled. I was merely curious as to why you were dressed for such an occasion, Royan retorted, half teasing. Of course, I'm here to dig for fossils. What else would I be doing? Blue replied, revealing his intentions. Fossil hunting? Do you, the illustrious Blue, truly require funds? Royan feigned disbelief upon hearing Blue's purpose. Oh, be quiet, Blue shot back, rolling his eyes at Royan's antics. Shall we embark on a fossil excavation together? Proposed Xiaomao, standing nearby. Then let us proceed, replied Ruoya, who was quite intrigued by the ancient Pokémon slumbering within the subterranean caverns, and thus resolved to witness the sight firsthand. Just as Ruoya and Xiaomao were preparing to head to the location, a voice called out from behind them. Hey, Ruoya, Xiaomao. Upon hearing the voice, Ruoya and Xiaomao turned to see Ash, Misty, and Brock rushing towards them. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's our fourth member, Xiaomao remarked, his tongue sharp as he spotted Ash. What on earth has transpired here? Ash, seemingly unperturbed by Xiaomao's jibe, directed his attention to the crowd ahead. No way. Something so significant has occurred, and you are unaware? Xiaomao feigned astonishment upon hearing Ash's inquiry. What exactly has happened? Ash responded with a hint of exasperation after hearing Xiaomao's words. At this moment, Ruoya stepped forward to elucidate the situation to Ash and his companions, which left them in a state of realization. Then let us also partake in fossil excavation, Ash declared, taking the lead as he dashed towards the canyon. With Misty and Brock following suit after exchanging pleasantries with Ruoya and Xiaomao. Seeing Ash already sprinting away, Xiaomao felt a sense of urgency to head towards the canyon, but was unexpectedly halted by Ruoya. Ruoya, is there something amiss? Xiaomao inquired, noticing he had been restrained. Just wait a moment. I have something remarkable to show you, Ruoya said mysteriously, before moving forward. Intrigued by Ruoya's words, Xiaomao followed closely behind as they ventured towards the secluded valley. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, upon learning of the valuable Pokémon fossils in the area, were instantly elated. If we managed to excavate numerous fossils, we could amass a fortune. Musashi fantasized about her newfound wealth, quickly becoming enraptured by the thought. With money, we could feast and accumulate rare bottle caps, Kojiru chimed in, equally entranced. And we could fund the creation of machines. Nyarth eagerly anticipated the prospect of wealth, determined to acquire a plethora of Pokémon fossils and earn substantial riches. Team Rocket devised a plan to blast the site with explosives, thereby exposing all the fossils buried beneath. Without hesitation, they procured a considerable amount of explosives from an unknown source, set them in place, and prepared to ignite them. Hydro Pump, Blastoise. Just as they were about to light the fuse, a sudden voice interrupted, followed by a torrent of water that drenched them and extinguished their flames. Who dares to interfere with Team Rocket's endeavors? The trio of Team Rocket fumed, turning to confront the source of the disruption, only to find Ruoya and Xiaomao standing behind them, arms crossed and gazes fixed. It's us. Do you have any objections? Ruoya smiled at them. None at all. They responded hastily, shaking their heads in unison. Since there are no objections, allow me to escort you, Ruoya said, releasing his Infernape, and, after delivering a few powerful punches, sent Team Rocket flying. Subsequently, Xiaomao instructed Blastoise to douse the explosives, rendering them harmless to avoid any accidental detonation. Ruoya then led Xiaomao to a remote location, and upon confirming they were alone, finally halted his steps. Ruoya, what are you planning? Xiaomao asked, puzzled by Ruoya's actions. This is a matter of great significance. Quickly. Place your hands upon my shoulders, Ruoya urged. Although filled with curiosity, Xiaomao, trusting Ruoya, complied and rested his hands on Ruoya's shoulders. Once he felt Xiaomao's hand settle, Ruoya activated his radiant power, enveloping them both in its glow, and executed a teleportation, vanishing from their original position. As Ruoya utilized his teleportation ability, he and Xiaomao instantaneously arrived in a pitch-black locale devoid of any light. Where are we? Ruoya summoned his Infernape, commanding it to use flash. And Xiaomao soon realized they were within a sealed cavern. Where's this place? Xiaomao queried, intrigued. We are beneath the Great Fool's Valley, Ruoya answered, clarifying Xiaomao's confusion. Beneath? What brings you here? Xiaomao remained perplexed, unsure of Ruoya's intentions. You will understand once you look behind you, Ruoya replied with a smile. Upon hearing Ruoya's words, Xiaomao turned around, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. This is Chapter 63, Fossil Pterodactyl. This is. Upon hearing Ruoya's words, Xiaomao spun around, and the scene before him rendered him speechless. He beheld several Pokémon resting upon the cavern floor and rocks, including fossils of Kabuto, Scyther, Ammonite, and Anorith, all of which remained undisturbed even as Ruoya and Xiaomao entered the underground realm. Ruoya, am I seeing things? Xiaomao questioned incredulously, gazing at the long-extinct Pokémon. You are not mistaken. This is indeed real, Ruoya affirmed with a smile. This is simply magnificent. As the grandson of Professor Oak, Xiaomao understood the significance of these ancient Pokémon to the present world, and his excitement surged. But how did you know these extinct Pokémon were here? Xiaomao suddenly recalled a question and directed it at Ruoya. It is because my psychic abilities sense signs of life beneath the surface, coupled with the knowledge that fossils had been excavated above, leading me to suspect their presence, Ruoya explained, cleverly using his powers as a ruse. Should I reveal that I learned of this from an anime in my previous life? Ruoya mused to himself. By the way, Xiaomao, would you like to capture a few? Ruoya inquired, glancing at the slumbering fossil Pokémon. Absolutely, Xiaomao exclaimed, his excitement overwhelming any sense of caution. In his fervor, he failed to notice the pairs of crimson eyes behind him, fixated upon him. Xiaomao, Ruoya cautioned, observing the ominous gazes. What is it, Ruoya? Xiaomao, sensing Ruoya's unease, asked with curiosity. Behind you. Ruoya gestured toward Xiaomao's rear. Behind me? Xiaomao was momentarily confused but, trusting Ruoya, turned to look. The sight that greeted him was startling. The fossil Pokémon had awakened, glaring at Ruoya and Xiaomao with murderous intent. How did they wake up? Xiaomao panicked, hastily questioning Ruoya. Of course. It was your loud voice that disturbed them, Ruoya retorted, giving Xiaomao an exasperated look. What are you waiting for? Summon your Pokémon, Ruoya urged, seeing Xiaomao still in shock. Oh right. Come forth, Blastoise. Xiaomao responded to Ruoya's prompt, swiftly releasing his Blastoise to join Ruoya's Infernape in their assault. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. The blazing roar tiger unleashed a torrent of flames. Thus, Roy and Xiaomao commenced their counterattack, incapacitating all the awakened fossil Pokémon under the relentless assault of the blazing roar tiger and the water turtle, rendering them unconscious and transforming the scene before them into a swirling haze. Xiaomao, shall we capture a few? Roy inquired, glancing at the fossil Pokémon sprawled on the ground. Since they had ventured this far, it was imperative that they did not return empty-handed. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaomao replied, absolutely. In that case, let us hasten to capture them, Roy declared, swiftly retrieving several empty Pokeballs in preparation. At this moment, Roy activated his auxiliary device, employing the Eye of Insight to examine the attributes of these Pokémon, thereby selecting a few exceptional candidates. With the aid of his device, Roy successfully captured 2 Pokémon of Elite 4 caliber, the Scyther and the Spiny Trilobite, while Xiaomao, prompted by Roy's advice, also captured 2 fossil Pokémon of similar caliber, the Fossil Helmet and the Trilobite. Shall we proceed further? Xiaomao inquired after securing his captures. You can go ahead. I prefer to stay back for the moment, Roy swiftly rejected, having heard Xiaomao's question. Is there something further ahead? Clever Xiaomao quickly deduced Roy's intentions. I wish to see if there are any fossil pterosaurs. Roy articulated his forthcoming goal. Upon hearing this, Xiaomao was immediately intrigued and resolved to accompany Roy in search of the fossil pterosaur. At that moment, Roy summoned his radiant power, sensing the life within the cavern as he and Xiaomao traversed the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Roy detected a powerful life signal, prompting him to quicken his pace towards it. Soon, they arrived at a spacious cavern, where an intense life response emanated from within. Upon entering, they beheld a gray Pokémon peacefully slumbering atop a massive stone, instantly capturing their attention. It was the long-extinct fossil pterosaur. Is this the fossil pterosaur? Xiaomao marveled at the sleeping gray figure, his voice imbued with disbelief. Meanwhile, Roy's focus remained fixed on the fossil pterosaur. Pokémon, fossil pterosaur type, flying. Rock ability, hard head gender, male level, 53 potential, elite 4 moves, bite, primal force, wing attack, spike attack, quick move, ultimate charge, destruction beam. An elite 4 caliber fossil pterosaur. This journey has proven worthwhile. Roy's gaze was intently fixed on the slumbering creature, an urgent desire to obtain its swelling within him. Instinctively, He sent forth his blazing roar tiger, poised to capture it while it was still in a deep slumber, its strength temporarily diminished. Blazing roar tiger, use aura punch. Upon receiving Roy's command, the blazing roar tiger's right arm became enveloped in white light, leaping towards the fossil pterosaur and delivering an aura punch that knocked it from its perch. However, this sudden assault roused the fossil pterosaur from its slumber. Realizing it was under attack, it cast a fierce and blood-red glare at the blazing roar tiger and Roy, letting out a furious roar as it lunged towards them. Blazing roar tiger, unleash a flame attack. Roy commanded, initiating a counteroffensive. Responding to Roy's call, the blazing roar tiger roared in unison and released a torrent of flames directed at the fossil pterosaur. Due to the cramped confines of the cavern, the fossil pterosaur's agility was severely restricted, rendering it vulnerable to the blazing roar tiger's fiery onslaught, causing it to crash to the ground. Just as Roy prepared to continue his assault, a series of roars erupted nearby, piquing both his and Xiao Mao's attention. They exchanged knowing glances, sharing a moment of silent understanding before exclaiming in unison, "Could that sound be?" Chapter 64, Aftermath. Hearing the distant roars ignited a spark of excitement in both Roy and Xiao Mao. That familiar sound, could it be? Xiao Mao stammered, a quiver of anticipation in his voice. Indeed, judging by that sound, it must be another fossil pterosaur, Roy affirmed with conviction. Then that one shall be mine. With that, Xiao Mao dashed eagerly toward the source of the sound. Roy chuckled, playfully admonishing, "What's the rush? No one is competing with you for it." He then turned his focus back to the fossil pterosaur before him. Blazing roar tiger, execute explosive punch. For the rock-type fossil pterosaur, Roy opted to employ a fighting-type move. Following Roy's command, the blazing roar tiger summoned its strength, delivering a powerful punch to the rising fossil pterosaur, once again sending it crashing to the ground. Perhaps due to its lengthy slumber, the fossil pterosaur lacked the strength to rise again, succumbing to unconsciousness in its struggle. "Go, Pokeball!" Roy exclaimed joyfully, mimicking the gestures and words of Ash as he threw an empty Pokeball to capture the fossil pterosaur. The Pokeball landed with a thud, shaking vigorously as it emitted a persistent buzzing sound. Watching the swirling Pokeball, Roy felt a surge of tension, his heartbeat syncing with its rhythm. At last, the Pokeball emitted a resounding click, ceasing its tremors, a clear indication that the fossil pterosaur had been captured. "Fantastic! I have captured the fossil pterosaur," Roy exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, striking a pose reminiscent of Ash, with the blazing roar tiger beaming with delight alongside him. After a moment of jubilant celebration, Roy approached the Pokeball, picking it up from the ground. As he did so, something caught his eye, leading him to a surprising discovery, which he promptly stowed away in his backpack. Just as Roy was about to seek out Xiao Mao, he spotted him approaching with a gleeful expression on his face. "Did you capture it?" Roy could tell from Xiao Mao's smile that the outcome was favorable, his tone laced with certainty. "Of course," Xiao Mao replied, brimming with pride as he waved the Pokeball in his hand. "Now that we have achieved our goal here, let us depart," Roy suggested, seeing that both he and Xiao Mao had successfully captured fossil Pokemon. "Agreed," Xiao Mao nodded, placing his hand on Roy's shoulder as they prepared to leave. Once Xiao Mao's hand rested on Roy's shoulder, Roy activated his ability. In a flash of golden light, they vanished from their location, reappearing at the surface where they had once stood. This expedition to the Great Fool Valley has truly been rewarding. Upon returning to the surface, Xiao Mao could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into hearty laughter. Roy, observing Xiao Mao's exuberance, found himself laughing along. After a fit of laughter, Roy posed a pivotal question. "Given that the fossil pterosaurs are officially extinct, how shall we bring them back?" "There's no need for concern. I will entrust this matter to my grandfather, who will surely be delighted to assist." Xiao Mao waved his hand at Luoya, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Then I'll trouble you with it." Regarding Professor Okido's esteemed position, Luoya felt no anxiety. Thus, his previously restless heart began to settle. After speaking, Xiao Mao retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his grandfather, Professor Okido. Soon, the professor's face appeared on the screen, where he was indulging in a bowl of instant noodles. "Grandpa, are you eating instant noodles again?" Seeing his grandfather slurping noodles, especially using lab equipment to prepare them, Xiao Mao was momentarily rendered speechless. "Xiao Mao, what brings you to me?" Professor Okido inquired through the phone. "Grandpa, Luoya and I have captured several extinct fossil Pokemon." Transitioning to the main topic, Xiao Mao promptly shared his findings with the professor. "What? Fossil Pokemon?" Professor Okido exclaimed, astonished, nearly choking on his noodles, his face a canvas of disbelief. Indeed, Xiao Mao had anticipated his grandfather's reaction and remained unfazed. "Where did you find them?" Professor Okido asked both Luoya and Xiao Mao. In the Great Fool Valley, Luoya interjected, revealing the location. What on earth happened? Professor Okito had heard of Great Fool Valley, especially since the excavation of fossils there had previously caused quite a stir. Grandpa, here's the story. Xiaomao recounted every detail of their adventure to Professor Okito. How extraordinary. To think there were fossil Pokémon slumbering beneath the earth, Professor Okito marveled. However, we cannot bring these fossil Pokémon into the open, so we wanted to consult you on how to proceed, Luoya stated, addressing the crux of the matter. I understand. Leave this matter to me. I will inform the League, so you need not worry, Professor Okito assured them. Then we'll send the Pokémon over, Xiaomao said to the professor. Do hurry, Professor Okito urged, and with that, he ended the call. Once the call concluded, Luoya and Xiaomao began operating their Pokédexes to transmit their Omanite and Kabuto, leaving the fossil Aerodactyl with them for the time being. At Professor Okito's lab in Masera Town, he swiftly received the Kabuto and Omanite that Luoya and Xiaomao had sent over. Fossil Pokémon. I must invite Shinji over to examine these. He is an expert in this field. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Okito opened 4 Pokeballs. Instantly, 4 crimson creatures with fierce gazes emerged, causing Professor Okito to feel a wave of unease wash over him. As expected, having been awakened and confined within the Pokeballs, these Pokemon were far from pleased, redirecting their anger towards Professor Okito and launching an attack. Not again. Soon, anguished cries echoed from the outskirts of Masera Town, startling passers-by. Consequently, the notoriety of the elderly professor only grew. Meanwhile, after Professor Okito notified the League, a substantial police presence arrived to cordon off the area and establish a new protected zone. As a result of this newly designated area, excavators, including Ash, were promptly evicted. After bidding farewell to Ash and his companions, who had found nothing of value, Luoya and Xiaomao departed from Great Fool Valley, parting ways as they each embarked on their respective journeys. After leaving Great Fool Valley, instead of heading to the next town, Luoya ventured into a nearby forest. Upon finding a clearing within the woods, he halted and retrieved a Pokeball, preparing to release a Pokemon. Chapter 65, Taming the Fossil Aerodactyl. After saying his goodbyes to Xiaomao, Luoya entered the forest not far from Great Fool Valley. Upon discovering a clearing, he stopped and took out a Pokeball, releasing a Pokemon into the open space. Come forth, Dragonite, Luoya called out, and as the Pokeball opened, a brilliant light revealed the majestic creature. Upon emergence, Dragonite struck a spirited pose, scanning the surroundings as if searching for a worthy opponent. However, after several fruitless attempts, it turned to Luoya with a puzzled expression, seemingly asking, "Where's my opponent?" Luoya couldn't help but chuckle at Dragonite's endearing demeanor. After a moment, he calmed his laughter and said, "We have a new partner who is a bit reluctant to join us, so I thought it would be great for it to witness your prowess. Would that be all right?" Upon hearing this, Dragonite's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding vigorously in agreement. With Dragonite's consent, Luoya retrieved the Pokeball containing the fossil Aerodactyl and released it onto the ground. The Aerodactyl, having regained some strength, immediately let out a triumphant cry upon escaping the confines of the Pokeball. After a moment, it noticed the individual who had liberated it and charged towards Luoya, seemingly intent on demonstrating the might of a prehistoric aerial sovereign. However, the outcome was far from what Aerodactyl anticipated. The seemingly weaker Luoya launched an offensive. "Dragonite, use Dragon Claw," he commanded, and with that, Dragonite's forelimbs transformed into energy-formed claws, delivering a fierce strike to the approaching Aerodactyl, sending it crashing to the ground. "Dragonite, use Dragon Tail," Luoya shouted, and as his command resonated, Dragonite's tail glimmered with energy. It turned and struck Aerodactyl once more, sending the creature sprawling as it attempted to rise. "Dragonite, time for a heavy slam." Seeing Aerodactyl down again, Luoya decided to press the advantage. Dragonite flapped its wings and soared into the air before executing a dramatic freefall, landing heavily on Aerodactyl and pinning it down. Once the situation stabilized, Luoya approached Aerodactyl and leaned down, speaking directly to it. "Aerodactyl, I know you can hear me. If you agree to my terms, I will release you. What do you say?" Hearing the prospect of freedom, Aerodactyl eagerly nodded in agreement. "Aerodactyl, how about becoming my partner?" Luoya asked, straightforwardly. Aerodactyl froze at the proposal, shaking its head vigorously in refusal. "Now, consider the immense benefits of joining me." After saying this, Luoya produced a pre-prepared energy cube infused with rock-type energy, placing it enticingly before Aerodactyl. "With me, you'll never have to worry about your meals. Just think of the deliciousness of this. If you agree to join me, all of this will be yours, and you can enjoy it every day." Clearly captivated by the aroma of the energy cube, Aerodactyl's gaze fixated on it, its throat involuntarily swallowing, and its expression began to show signs of interest. Roya distinctly perceived the eager demeanor of the fossil pterosaur, prompting him to intensify his efforts to persuade the creature to become his companion. A sly smile crept across his face as he addressed the fossil pterosaur, saying, "You truly stand to gain from this arrangement. It is essential to recognize that your strength is no match for mine. If this continues, not only will you be unable to defeat me, but you will also miss out on delectable sustenance. Should you consent to become my partner, I shall release you immediately, and those energy cubes will be yours. Consider this, you stand to lose nothing." Roya continued to counsel the fossil pterosaur earnestly. The hesitation etched on the fossil pterosaur's face was palpable. Memories of previous encounters, wherein Roya had bested it, flooded its mind. Glancing at the fragrant food before it, the fossil pterosaur ultimately nodded in agreement, signifying its consent to join Roya as his Pokémon. After all, it could indulge in gourmet food without suffering, while also enhancing its abilities. What could be more agreeable? Observing the capitulating fossil pterosaur, Roya gestured for his Dragonite to release the creature from its prone position on the ground, allowing it to rise. Once upright, the fossil pterosaur eagerly grasped an energy cube with its sharp claws, stuffing it into its mouth with fervor. It quickly devoured the cubes scattered on the ground, letting out a satisfied burp as it settled down, displaying a demeanor of sheer contentment. The difference between the sustenance it had consumed in the depths of the earth and the delectable fare it had just enjoyed was as stark as night and day. "How does it taste?" Roya inquired playfully, noting the fossil pterosaur's evident satisfaction. "Roar." The fossil pterosaur responded with a series of calls directed at Roya, inquiring if such delicacies would be available daily. Understanding its intent, Roya replied, "Indeed, it will be a daily staple." Upon hearing this, the fossil pterosaur's eyes lit up, and it extended its claw toward Roya, signaling its goodwill. In response, Roya extended his right hand, resting it upon the fossil pterosaur's claw. The two exchanged smiles, solidifying their bond as partners and family. As dusk approached following the taming of the fossil pterosaur, Roya prepared to set up camp in the forest, intending to spend the night there. After arranging his dinner and the energy cubes for his Pokémon, Roya recalled his companions and retreated to his tent, donning his pajamas and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, Roya rose and departed, continuing along his predetermined path, embarking on his journey anew. After a considerable period of travel, he arrived in a quaint town. As he approached the Pokémon Center to secure a room for rest, his backpack suddenly emanated a brilliant white light. Chapter 66, The Birth of Bakubi. While preparing to rest at the Pokémon Center in the town, Roya's backpack unexpectedly burst forth with a dazzling radiance, captivating the curiosity of those within the center. Suddenly recalling something, Roya swiftly removed his backpack and retrieved a glowing object. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized it was a luminous Pokémon egg. The egg's radiance signified an imminent hatching, piquing the interest of everyone present, including Nurse Joy at the front desk, who approached to witness the spectacle of what Pokémon would emerge from the egg. Noticing her, Roya held out his Pokémon egg and said, "Nurse Joy, I entrust this to you." "Understood, please follow me." Nurse Joy replied with a smile as she took the egg from Roya and led him to the front desk. She then retrieved a damp towel from a nearby cabinet, laying it beneath the egg before placing it on the table. As Roya and Nurse Joy watched with hopeful anticipation, the egg's brilliance intensified, compelling them to shut their eyes momentarily. When the light began to diminish, Roya quickly opened his eyes, brimming with excitement at the sight of a diminutive form emerging from the white glow. "What Pokémon is this?" As the light faded, a small creature, adorned with fragments of its eggshell, stood before the crowd. However, none present could identify it. Only Roya knew its name, Bakubi. The newly hatched Bakubi opened its bleary eyes, gazing curiously at the assembly. Sensing a familiar aura emanating from Roya, it climbed onto the table and leapt into his embrace. Roya's face lit up with joy as he cradled the adorable little creature, which nuzzled against him, expressing its delight and dependency. "Excuse me, what Pokémon is this?" inquired a striking young lady, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Roya's handsome visage. "Its name is Bakubi, is it not, Bakubi?" he said, playfully teasing the creature, which responded with a cheerful smile. "So it is called Bakubi. How utterly adorable." The young lady was captivated by the little one in Roya's arms, her smile unwavering. At this moment, Roya pulled out his long-unused Pokédex from his pocket to learn more about his new companion. Bakubi, the egg Pokémon, can convert the warmth and joy emitted by humans and Pokémon into energy and distributes the happiness stored within its shell. Detailed information is currently unavailable. The Pokédex provided insights about Bakubi, clarifying the crowd's curiosity. By the way, young man, would you consider trading? After hearing the Pokédex's description, one affluent youth among the onlookers, clearly recognizing the rarity of the Pokémon, approached Roya with an offer. As Bakubi heard this, it grew anxious, casting a pitiful glance at Roya as if pleading not to be relinquished. Observing the adorable expression on Bakubi's face, Roya gently reassured, "Fear not, I would never trade you." This sentiment was directed both at Bakubi and the wealthy youth who had proposed the exchange. "Wait, trade with me. I'm willing to offer a rare Cardadog in exchange. What do you think?" The affluent youth, noticing Roya's refusal, urgently pressed his case, prepared to present a valuable Cardadog for trade. Yet, Roya remained composed, opting instead to produce a cup of moo-moo milk, which he began to offer to Bakubi. The little creature joyfully laughed, savoring the delightful taste of the milk. "How infuriating. Just you wait." Frustrated by Roya's persistent disinterest, the wealthy youth stormed out of the Pokémon Center in a huff. "Be cautious, young man. That individual is the child of the wealthiest family in this town. If he desires a Pokémon, he will go to great lengths to obtain it," warned the young lady to Roya. "Thank you. I appreciate your concern," Roya replied, continuing to feed Bakubi, seemingly unfazed by the earlier encounter. The young lady, noticing his indifference, sighed before departing. As Bakubi continued to enjoy its moo-moo milk, Roya activated his observation eye, eager to assess the attributes of his new companion. Pokémon, Bakubi. Type, Fairy. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, female. Level, 1. Potential, Champion. Moves, Pound, Growl, Sweet Kiss, Wish, Morning Sun, Psychic. With exceptional aptitude, coupled with 2 inherited moves. It is no wonder that this Togepi, tasked with safeguarding the kingdom of Marezu, possesses formidable strength. As Roya observed this Togepi, which seemed rather unremarkable in the original narrative, he was taken aback by its astonishing potential. After spending some time at the Pokémon Center, he retrieved a luxury ball to capture the Togepi, subsequently releasing it once more. Following this, Roya departed from the Pokémon Center, making his way into the town. Just as Roya concluded his purchases at a local shop, the previously encountered wealthy young man, accompanied by 5 henchmen, approached him. "Since you were unwilling to make a fair exchange before, I shall take it by force. Attack." With that, he gestured to his subordinates, who unleashed their Pokémon, an Arbok, a Rattata, and a Pidgey, among others, launching an assault on Roya. "Come forth, Pidgeot." In response to the aggressive, wealthy young man, Roya swiftly sent out Pidgeot to counter the attack. Under Pidgeot's overwhelming offensive prowess, the henchmen's Pokémon collapsed one by one, rendered incapable of battle. Realizing they had provoked a formidable opponent, the young man and his accomplices attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Pidgeot. As Roya prepared to teach them a lesson, Miss Junsha, the town's officer, arrived on her motorcycle. "What is going on here?" she inquired sternly, addressing both Roya and the wealthy young man. "Miss Junsha, save me. This man intends to harm me." The wealthy young man, upon seeing Miss Junsha, exaggeratedly relayed his grievance. "What is your name, and why did you lay hands on him?" After hearing the wealthy young man's deceitful claims, Miss Junsha turned to Roya for clarification. "Here is my identification." Roya, unfazed by the young man's lies, presented his League Investigator badge to Miss Junsha and stated, "They sought to steal my Pokémon. I was merely defending myself." Upon receiving the badge, Miss Junsha understood that Roya's words were truthful. After a thorough inquiry, she grasped the situation's context and proceeded to apprehend the wealthy young man and his henchmen. As they were taken away, Roya advised Miss Junsha, "Given their demeanor, they appear to be habitual offenders. You should investigate them thoroughly." With that, he departed, leaving the wealthy young man in a state of fear and returned to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 67. The Mysterious Garden of Bulbasaur. In an unnamed town, Roya successfully hatched a Togepi from the Pokémon egg he acquired from the Great Silly Valley, heightening his anticipation for the journey across the Kanto region. After bidding farewell to the nameless town, he embarked on his adventure. However, during his long trek, he inevitably encountered various challenges from Pokémon trainers along the way. At this moment, Roya found himself in a battle against a Mountaineer. Rhydon, use Ram. The Mountaineer commanded a level 31 Rhydon. Upon hearing his trainer's command, the Rhydon charged forward like an armored tank, aiming directly for Roya's Pokémon. Blaziken, jump to evade, then execute double kick. As the Rhydon bore down on Blaziken, Roya issued his command. Blaziken, responding promptly, leapt into the air just as Rhydon was about to collide with it, soaring above the charging Pokémon. It then unleashed a powerful double kick, sending Rhydon flying. Blaziken, use DD Arm. Seeing Rhydon go down, Roya quickly commanded. Blaziken immediately extended its arms and spun rapidly, striking the Rhydon, which had just regained its footing, and sent it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Rhydon. After checking on his Pokémon, the Mountaineer discovered that Rhydon was merely exhausted and, regaining his composure, recalled it to its Pokeball for rest. The Mountaineer then approached Roya, extending his right hand in a gesture of camaraderie. I never expected someone as young as you would possess such incredible strength. Truly impressive. I feel as though my previous days have been in vain. You flatter me. I still have much to learn, Roya replied humbly, shaking the Mountaineer's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Roya bid farewell and continued on his journey. After several days of arduous travel, the once pristine and dapper Roya now appeared disheveled, covered in dust as if he had emerged from a beggar's den. Fortunately, the remote wilderness was sparsely populated. Otherwise, he might have been mistaken for a vagrant. His Pokémon, too, reflected his weariness, lacking the vibrancy they once had. Even Togepi, usually brimming with joy, appeared listless. At long last, Roya, following the map's guidance, arrived at a Pokémon center situated in the wilderness, predominantly constructed of timber. He rushed inside, addressing Nurse Joy with urgency. Nurse Joy, please arrange a room for me, and I kindly ask for your assistance with my Pokémon. After handing over his Pokédex for registration and submitting his Pokeballs for care, he took the room key and retreated to wash away the grime of his journey. After refreshing himself, Roya returned to the lobby, where he found his Pokémon had regained their vitality. It was now evening, the perfect time for dinner, and he ordered a meal to satiate his hunger. While Roya savored his dinner, 3 trainers burst into the room, with the foremost one cradling a Bulbasaur, urgently calling out to Nurse Joy, Nurse Joy, please, take a look at my Bulbasaur. After finishing his meal, Roya raised his head to see that the trio was none other than Ash, Misty, and Brock, whom he had parted ways with in the Great Silly Valley. Upon recognizing them, he set down his utensils and approached. Ash, gazing at Bulbasaur on the counter, inquired anxiously of Nurse Joy, Bulbasaur seems very unwell. Is it sick? Could it be? Nurse Joy looked at the glowing seed on Bulbasaur's back with skepticism. It's on the verge of evolution, Roya interjected, stepping forward to address Ash and the others. It's you, Roya? Ash exclaimed upon hearing the familiar voice and turning to see Roya. Are you saying Bulbasaur is about to evolve? Ash, still worried, pressed for confirmation. Indeed, its current state is a clear indication of an impending evolution. Roya directed his gaze toward Bulbasaur, employing his Poke-Eye to assess its attributes for the first time. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Male. Level, 30. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Poison Powder, Seed Bomb, Growth, Growl. That's wonderful. Bulbasaur is about to evolve, Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable, and Misty and Brock shared in his joy. However, I fear you may be celebrating prematurely. Reflecting on the performance of Bulbasaur in the original work, alongside its subsequent complete oblivion by Ash at Professor Oak's lab, Roya quietly mused to himself. What a charming Pokémon. At that moment, Misty, feeling more at ease, also noticed the adorable Togepi in Roya's arms, her face lighting up with affection, inadvertently capturing the attention of Ash and Brock as well. This little one is called Togepi, Roya introduced to Ash and the others. Hello, Togepi. After saying this, Ash and his companions greeted Togepi with smiles. After a while, having confirmed that Bulbasaur was unharmed, Ash and his friends settled down to rest at the Pokémon Center. However, in the middle of the night, they were roused from their slumber by Pikachu's persistent nudging. Pikachu, is something the matter? Ash inquired of Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu gestured frantically, expressing urgency. Observing the bewildered expressions on Ash, Misty, and Brock, Roya translated Pikachu's message. Pikachu says that Bulbasaur has been taken away by many other Bulbasaurs. What? Ash exclaimed, immediately springing out of bed and rushing to inquire about the situation from Nurse Joy. Are you saying that Bulbasaur might be in the mysterious garden of Bulbasaurs? Ash asked Nurse Joy, his face a picture of disbelief. Precisely, Nurse Joy nodded in affirmation. But what exactly is this mysterious garden of Bulbasaurs? Misty and Brock asked curiously. Every year, many Bulbasaurs gather in this enigmatic garden, where they collectively evolve under the guidance of a Venusaur, Roya explained. So Ash hesitated, suggesting that it must mean Bulbasaur has been taken there to evolve together. Brock chimed in. We must hurry to find this mysterious garden. Upon learning Bulbasaur's potential location, Ash urged them to set off. But where exactly is this mysterious garden? Brock raised a critical question. How can we possibly locate this legendary garden? Misty added, voicing the most pressing concern. Well, I'm not sure either, Misty admitted with a shake of her head. Then, do you know, Roya? Ash looked at Roya with hopeful eyes, wishing for a definitive answer. I don't know where the mysterious garden is either, Roya shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. What are we going to do? Ash and the others felt a twinge of disappointment at the lack of specific information. However, I have a way to find that mysterious garden. Roya's words shattered the gloomy atmosphere. Really? What is your plan? Ash quickly grasped Roya's arm, eager for details. Today is the day of evolution for the Bulbasaurs, and the pollen here is becoming increasingly abundant. If we follow the trail of this pollen, we might just discover the mysterious garden. Roya articulated his strategy to Ash, Misty, and Nurse Joy. That is a splendid idea. Brock pondered for a moment and found it indeed feasible, thus sharing his thoughts with the group. Without further ado, let us set out at once. Impatient as ever, Ash dashed out of the Pokémon Center, heading towards the forest. Roya, Misty, and Brock exchanged glances filled with helplessness before promptly following suit. Thus, Roya led Ash, Misty, and Brock on a quest, tracing the direction of the drifting pollen towards the location of the mysterious garden. However, their journey was far from smooth. They encountered numerous obstacles along the way. Upon entering a narrow path in the woods, they found the surrounding trees extending their branches, relentlessly obstructing their passage. What are we going to do? Misty said with a bitter expression, staring at the towering wall of branches. I will never give up. I will save Bulbasaur, Ash declared, accelerating his pace and charging ahead, with Roya, Misty, and Brock following suit. In a moment of desperation, they leaped over the formidable wall of branches, narrowly escaping the tree's grasp. We made it, Ash exclaimed, glancing back at the wall of branches, still shaken by the close call. Had they not managed to leap past, they would have been trapped on the other side, unable to find the mysterious garden of Bulbasaur. Let us keep moving, Ash said, dismissing the wall and turning to continue forward. Just a few steps later, Ash was struck by a breathtaking sight that left him speechless. That is, noticing Ash's unusual reaction, Roya and the others hurried to his side, following his gaze to discover a valley filled with Bulbasaurs, an estimated 100 of them. That is the mysterious garden. Ash gazed at the scene before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Bulbasaurs in the valley were gathered around a majestic tree, calling out as if celebrating something. And the valley itself was adorned with blooming flowers. How magnificent! Ash exclaimed, captivated by the beautiful scenery. It's absolutely gorgeous. Misty, being a girl, was particularly enchanted by the sight. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound emanated from the center of the valley, drawing Ash's attention, while Roya remained unfazed, still cradling Togepi, fully aware of what was to come. As the footsteps grew louder, a shadow emerged from the great tree, quickly recognizable to Ash and his friends. It's Venusaur, Ash exclaimed, instinctively reaching for his Pokédex to scan the creature for information. Pokémon, Venusaur. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Female. Level, 79. Potential, Champion. Moves, Petal Dance, Roar. Sweet Scent, Poison Powder, Solar Beam, Frenzy Plant, Energy Ball. The impressive attributes of this dominant Venusaur appeared before Roya's eyes as the Pokédex relayed its information. Gazing at the illustrious attribute panel, he felt a sense of yearning. It's enormous. Misty marveled at the size of this Venusaur, which dwarfed those she had encountered previously. This is a dominant Pokémon, Roya clarified. Dominant Pokémon. Ash and his friends echoed in unison, intrigued by this new term. Dominant Pokémon are those that are significantly larger and more powerful than their counterparts, serving as leaders of their species. Roya explained the concept. I see, Brock noted silently, taking mental notes as he aspired to become a breeder. Where's my Bulbasaur? Ash, however, was undeterred by the information and began searching among the gathered Bulbasaurs. Over there. With Misty's guidance, he quickly spotted his Bulbasaur and was about to descend when Misty and Brock halted him. Let us not disturb them, Brock advised Ash. Subsequently, the group stood atop the rise, observing the scene below. They watched as the dominant Venusaur stepped onto a stump and let out a mighty roar. In response, all the Bulbasaurs in the valley, except for Ash's, began to glow with the light of evolution, transforming into Ivysaurs, while Ash's Bulbasaur struggled to hold on. Why does my Bulbasaur refuse to evolve? At this moment, Ash also noticed Bulbasaur and found himself perplexed. I believe this is Bulbasaur's own decision, explained Roya beside him. It was then that Venusaur, having sensed this unique presence, approached Bulbasaur and urged it to evolve, only to be met with refusal, which incited anger among Venusaur and several Ivysaurs. It seemed everyone was discussing Bulbasaur's situation. Misty perceived the general situation and remarked to Ash and Roya, Bulbasaur is truly stubborn. Brock echoed her sentiment, commenting on Bulbasaur's temperament. Meanwhile, Venusaur, infuriated by Bulbasaur's non-compliance, extended several vine whips from the flowers on its back, swinging them menacingly at Bulbasaur. "Stop!" Ash shouted anxiously, leaping from the hillside to intercept the vine whips, allowing them to strike him instead, with Misty, Brock, and Roya following suit. Fauna. The arrival of Ash and his companions only served to further irritate Venusaur and Ivysaur. "I realize my sudden appearance has upset you, but this Bulbasaur is my friend, which is why I intervened." Ash sincerely apologized to them. "While I understand that Bulbasaur's refusal has marred this evolution festivity, I must express my confusion as to why it is necessary for Bulbasaur to evolve at this moment," Ash continued, voicing his thoughts to Venusaur and Ivysaur. Fauna. Upon hearing Ash's words, Venusaur showcased its power, causing the tree behind it to bloom, astonishing Misty and Brock, and even eliciting admiration from Roya regarding Venusaur's prowess. "I am aware that Bulbasaur could gain tremendous strength through evolution, yet I wish to honor Bulbasaur's own desires." Ash did not seek to coerce Bulbasaur despite the allure of its potential power. Indeed, came the affirmation, one must choose their own path. At that moment, the familiar voices of Team Rocket echoed from above, heralding their trademark entrance, which I shall not detail further. "Now, those Ivysaurs and Venusaur shall belong to me." With that proclamation, they activated their balloon machinery to begin capturing the Ivysaurs from the ground, ensnaring many in the process. "Pidgeot, I entrust this to you." Roya called forth his Pidgeot. Upon its appearance, Pidgeot grasped the situation and took to the skies, soaring towards Team Rocket's balloon. "Pidgeot, Steel Wing," Roya shouted. And with that command, Pidgeot executed a Steel Wing attack, damaging the balloon and sending Team Rocket flying off as per their usual fate. The Ivysaurs were thus saved. Fauna. Venusaur called out to Roya, expressing its gratitude. "It's nothing, but I still hope you can forgive Bulbasaur," Roya replied, shaking his head to indicate they needn't dwell on it. While also advocating for Bulbasaur. "Please, Venusaur," Ash implored from the side. Fauna. After a moment's contemplation, Venusaur nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. Thank you, Venusaur," Ash exclaimed joyfully, embracing Bulbasaur and expressing his gratitude to Venusaur. Just as the situation concluded and Venusaur prepared to take the Ivysaurs away, Roya called out to Venusaur, "Wait, Venusaur." In Chapter 69, Capturing Ivysaur, as Venusaur and the Ivysaurs completed the evolution festivity and ready to depart, Roya's actions took everyone by surprise. He stepped forward from Ash's group and halted Venusaur, saying, "Venusaur, wait a moment. What are you up to, Roya?" Ash inquired, observing Roya's interruption. However, Roya paid no heed to Ash's question, instead addressing Venusaur directly. "I have a rather bold request, and I wonder if you would grant it." Venusaur nodded in response, indicating for Roya to proceed with his request. Seeing Venusaur's consent, Roya, under the curious gazes of Ash, Misty, and Brock, declared, "I wish to capture an Ivysaur as a new companion, if that is permissible." Fauna. Upon understanding Roya's intent, Venusaur tilted its head thoughtfully. Recognizing the prowess of Roya's previously cultivated Pidgeot, it nodded in agreement. Fauna. After Venusaur acquiesced to Roya's request, it turned to the Ivysaurs behind it and called out, asking which among them would be willing to follow Roya. Immediately, dozens of Ivysaurs stepped forward, eager to accompany Roya. They remembered how he had saved them during their capture, and inspired by the formidable Pidgeot, they wished to become equally strong. Subsequently, at Venusaur's signal, Roya approached the eager Ivysaurs and activated his Pokédex to identify one with superior qualities. As he surveyed the Ivysaurs that had stepped forward, he noted that most possessed gym-level aptitudes, yet he sought something even more exceptional. It wasn't long before he discovered an Ivysaur of the highest caliber, prompting an instant decision. Species: Ivysaur type, grass, poison ability, chlorophyll gender, female level, 25 quality, champion moves, vine whip, tackle, growth, leech seed, seed bomb, solar beam, petal dance, seed flare. A champion quality Ivysaur with the hidden ability chlorophyll. This is indeed promising. The attributes of this Ivysaur captivated Roya, stirring excitement within him. "I've made my selection. It shall be this one." He pointed to the chosen Ivysaur, addressing Venusaur. Then, at Venusaur's indication, he bent down to the Ivysaur, asking, "Ivysaur, do you wish to come with me?" "Ghana." The Ivysaur nodded eagerly, calling out to Roya to signify its willingness. Upon receiving the Ivysaur's consent, Roya produced an empty luxury ball and said, "Then let us look after one another from now on." "Ghana." The Ivysaur responded affirmatively, extending a vine from its flower bud to press the central button of the Pokeball, entering it without resistance, thus being captured effortlessly. "Ivysaur from now on." We shall be family, Roya said, gazing at the Pokeball in his hand. Afterward, the ball containing Ivysaur shook a few times, expressing its sentiments. And Roya instinctively tightened his grip around it. Congratulations on capturing Ivysaur, Roya. Ash, having witnessed the entire event, approached Roya alongside Misty and Brock to offer their felicitations. Indeed. Congratulations on capturing your desired Ivysaur. Misty and Brock chimed in, celebrating with him. Thank you. Elated by his acquisition of such a remarkable Ivysaur, Roya smiled and replied to Ash and the others. Bana. Just as the four were enjoying their conversation, Venusaur approached Roya, calling out to him. I understand. I will take good care of Ivysaur. Roya assured Venusaur, having grasped its meaning. Bana. After receiving Roya's affirmative response, Venusaur extended a sturdy vine, retrieving an object from its own body and presenting it to Roya. Although a bit apprehensive, Roya accepted the item from the vine and, upon opening it, was instantly filled with joy. This is Venusaur's Megastone. Roya swiftly recognized the object in his hand and exclaimed in delight. He then gazed at the Venusaur with astonishment, expressing his gratitude by bowing and saying, Thank you, Venusaur. The Venusaur, unbothered, merely called out before leading a throng of Ivysaurs away from the scene. At that moment, Roya's own Ivysaur emerged from its Pokeball, bidding farewell to the departing Venusaur and the Ivysaurs. Roya, what exactly is a Megastone? Ash inquired, observing the departing Venusaur. In response to Ash's question and the curious gazes of Misty and Brock, Roya elaborated. A Megastone pertains to specific Pokémon that, upon achieving their final evolution, can undergo a temporary evolution known as Mega Evolution or Super Evolution, when paired with their respective Megastone and the trainer's Keystone, augmented by the bond shared between trainer and Pokémon. How marvelous! I wonder if Pikachu can Mega Evolve, Ash exclaimed, immediately envisioning Pikachu's Mega Evolution. Raichu does not possess a Mega Evolution, and besides, your Pikachu is not its final form. Roya promptly dispelled Ash's fanciful daydream. I had no idea such a unique evolution existed. Relying on the bond between trainer and Pokémon, Misty and Brock marveled in unison. Mega Evolution originates from the Kalos region, where one can find an abundance of Megastones, though only a select few are aware of this. Dr. Bratano from that region is dedicated to researching Pokémon Mega Evolution. Roya continued. Ah, I see. Misty and Brock nodded, displaying a look of comprehension. What Pokémon can evolve in this manner? Ash asked eagerly. Well, aside from Ivysaur evolving into Venusaur, there's your Charizard, Squirtle's final evolution Blastoise, Misty's Gyarados, and Brock's Steelix, all capable of Mega Evolution. Roya shared the possibilities with the trio. By the way, Brock and Misty, you might want to ask your families to search for Megastones, Roya suggested, recalling that they were gym leaders. I understand. Misty and Brock nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Venusaur and its Ivysaur companions vanished from sight, having departed the enchanting garden. Having accomplished their purpose for being there, Roya and Ash decided to leave and return to the Pokémon Center. The following day, as Roya's Pokémon count had exceeded the limit, he decided to transfer his fossil Aerodactyl to Professor Oak for care. This decision stemmed from two reasons: the surplus of Pokémon and, more importantly, the fact that the fossil Aerodactyl had been dormant for an extended period. Although it had received nourishment from Roya's energy blocks, it was prudent to have it examined and treated by Professor Oak to ensure a brighter future. Before parting, Roya also presented the last quality enhancer he possessed to the fossil Aerodactyl, elevating its potential to champion level. Once all was concluded, Roya opened the system to check the rewards from his visit to the mysterious garden. Chapter 70, Red Lotus City. After ensuring everything was in order, Roya recalled whether there might be any sign-in rewards from the mysterious garden. In his mind, he inquired of the system, does the mysterious garden qualify as a special location? Indeed, as long as it is a place with significant presence in the original narrative, it can be signed in. Just like the previous Dusk Valley, the system replied. Does that mean the sign-in rewards from Dusk Valley are also in the system space? Roya asked eagerly. Correct. Along with the rewards from this mysterious garden, both sets of sign-in rewards are in the space for the host to claim, the system informed him. Thank goodness I activated the auto sign-in feature. Otherwise, I would have missed out tremendously, Roya thought, feeling quite pleased with his foresight. However, the system, unable to tolerate Roya's self-adulation, promptly brought him back to reality, restoring his composure. As he opened the system space, a now composed Roya cleared his throat and quietly addressed the system. Congratulations to the host for signing in at Dusk Valley, receiving 1 rare light stone, 5 luxury balls, and 300,000 alliance coins. Signing in at the mysterious garden for 5 vitality blocks, 5 luxury balls, and 500,000 alliance coins. Not too shabby. The Lightstone can be used for Togepi later. Roya mused, satisfied with the items in his space, as he had no aversion to wealth. After attending to all matters, Roya chose not to depart alongside Ash and his companions, but instead opted to rest for an additional day at the Pokémon Center in the wild, setting out the day after Ash's departure. This time, as he embarked on his journey, Roya refrained from walking and instead released his Pidgeot, riding it to a nearby town with a dock, where boats to Red Lotus City were available. Upon reaching the town, he quickly purchased a ticket for the next vessel to Red Lotus City and boarded the ship. As Pokémon battles permeated the world, the ship also hosted a small battle competition, offering an evolution stone as a prize for the victor. Adhering to the notion that every opportunity counts, Roya decided to participate in the event. Before long, he advanced to the finals, where he began his duel against his opponent. Onyx, use Tackle, commanded a robust man, directing his level 25 Onyx toward Roya's Pokémon. In response, Roya sent forth his recently captured Ivysaur. Against such a weighty opponent, he called out, "Ivysaur, use Vine Whip." The powerful strike tripped the charging Onyx, sending it crashing onto the deck. "Ivysaur, follow up with Leaf Blade," Roya instructed, prompting Ivysaur to unleash a flurry of glowing green leaves from its bud, bombarding the downed Onyx. Onyx has lost its fighting capability. Thus the victor is Roya and his Ivysaur. Let us congratulate Mr. Roya for winning this battle competition, the temporary referee declared after assessing Onyx's condition. Thus, Roya claimed his prize, a Fire Stone, which he subsequently placed alongside the evolution stones gifted by the EV's siblings. Not long after the battle concluded, the ship arrived at its destination, Red Lotus City, the very city Roya had set out to visit. Red Lotus City is a bustling urban area situated on a large island in the southern waters of the Kanto region, located south of Pallet Town. Due to its proximity to the renowned volcanic Mount Fire, Red Lotus City is famous for its hot springs, attracting numerous visitors each year who come to indulge in spa retreats. As such, it is advisable for travelers to book accommodations in advance. Otherwise, they may find themselves without a place to stay. Upon arriving in Red Lotus City and passing the Pokémon Center, Roya observed that the facility was teeming with people, with crowds gathering even in the lobby. This scene left him in awe of the city's thriving tourism industry, followed by a sense of relief. Thank goodness I was aware of this situation. Otherwise, I would have been left stranded. Indeed, prior to his arrival, Roya had made a reservation at a hotel, ensuring that he would not be at a loss for accommodations. After walking for approximately half an hour, Roya arrived at the hotel he had reserved. Upon presenting his identification, he smoothly checked into his room. The following day, Roya inquired with the hotel staff about the whereabouts of the Red Lotus Gym, but he only received information about its original location, the abandoned gym building. Once he learned the specifics of the location, Roya decided to visit it, recalling that in the original story, Ash and his companions encountered Professor Oak there. Thus, he swiftly made his way to the dilapidated Red Lotus Gym, and gazing upon the ruins before him, he felt a surge of nostalgia. "Young man, are you here to challenge the gym?" While Roya was lost in contemplation of the forsaken gym, an elderly voice called out from behind him. "Who are you?" Roya turned to see an elderly man with thick golden hair and a bushy beard addressing him. The sight of this figure struck a chord of familiarity within Roya. "I'm merely a passerby who noticed you here," the elderly gentleman explained. "I see," Roya replied dismissively, but then suddenly recalled something and asked, "Do you know where I can find Professor Oak?" "Well, if you answer a few questions, I'll tell you," the old man replied. "Go ahead, ask your questions," Roya said, feeling increasingly intrigued. "Cold head, warm body, what is it?" the golden-haired elder inquired. This riddle felt oddly familiar to Roya, and he quickly recognized the identity of the man before him. "It's an open-air hot spring," he answered playfully. "Impressive, young man. Now, what is it that is right before your eyes, yet remains unseen?" The elderly gentleman, pleased that his riddle had not stumped Roya, posed another question. "It's an islet," Roya responded without hesitation, feigning an air of understanding as he mused. "Could it be that you are?" Before Roya could finish his thought, the elder interjected. "Do you know the story of Professor Oak, the master of the Red Lotus Gym?" Roya shook his head and replied, "I do not. The city of Red Lotus thrives on tourism, yet an increasing number of visitors, seeking mere entertainment, came to challenge the gym, which Professor Oak could not abide. Thus, he closed the gym and chose to live in seclusion," the elderly man reminisced, gazing nostalgically at the decrepit gym. "So that is the reason behind your closure of the Red Lotus Gym, Professor Oak," Roya exclaimed, immediately identifying the man as the gym's master. "Ha. I didn't expect you to discover my identity." The elderly man, now revealed as Professor Oak, chuckled heartily. After all, you made it rather obvious, Roya responded, then stated his purpose for visiting. By the way, Professor Oak, I am here to challenge the Red Lotus Gym. With that, he initiated his challenge. This caught Professor Oak off guard for a moment, followed by another round of hearty laughter, before he accepted Roya's challenge. I accept your challenge. But it will take place tomorrow. Today, you may prepare as you wish. Come to this address tomorrow. After providing Roya with the address, Professor Oak left him to prepare for their duel. Recognizing that there would be no challenge today, Roya ventured to the local market to procure a substantial supply of provisions, as his previous reserves had nearly been depleted. Subsequently, he returned to the hotel, rented a section of the hot spring, and indulged in a relaxing soak with his Pokémon. Chapter 71, The Red Lotus Gym. The next morning, Roya departed the hotel and followed the address provided by Professor Oak, arriving at a hot spring inn, which was owned by none other than the professor himself. As he pushed open the inn's door and stepped inside, he encountered Professor Oak, who was reclining in a chair in the courtyard, resting. Noticing Roya's imposing figure, Professor Oak opened his eyes and greeted him. You have arrived. I have come as promised, Roya replied earnestly, meeting the professor's gaze. Follow me, Professor Oak instructed, rising to lead Roya to the battleground, situated above a volcanic crater, supported by iron chains. This is the battleground, Roya exclaimed, astonished by the arena built atop the crater. This is a place I have searched long and hard to discover. What do you think? Professor Oak said proudly, standing on the opposite side of the arena, observing Roya's amazement. Truly remarkable. Roya felt a deep admiration for Professor Oak. To maintain such composure in the intense heat of the volcanic crater was indeed worthy of the title of Elder Fire-type Champion. All right, let our battle commence. The rules dictate a 3-on-3 match, and my first Pokémon will be this one. Professor Oak interrupted their conversation, revealing a Pokeball and calling out, Come forth, Ninetales. As he opened the Pokeball, a Ninetales materialized from the red light. Pokémon, Ninetales. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 36. Qualification, Near Champion. Moves, Ember, Flamethrower. Fire Spin, Quick Attack, Overheat, Will-O-Wisp, Mystical Fire. An elite level Ninetales. Roya quickly assessed the Ninetales data using his analytical eye, then retrieved his own Pokeball. Come forth, Milotic. Roya pressed the button on Milotic's Pokeball, and with a flash of light, Milotic appeared opposite Ninetales, poised for confrontation. As I expected, you indeed utilize Water-type Pokemon. Go, Ninetales, unleash Fire Spin. Professor Oak commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting Ninetales to release a torrent of searing flames toward Milotic. Milotic, use Water Pulse. Roya ordered, as Milotic countered with a powerful jet of water that collided with Ninetales' flames. However, it was evident that Milotic's strength far surpassed that of Ninetales. Despite the advantageous volcanic environment, Ninetales could not withstand Milotic's attack. The Water Pulse extinguished the Fire Spin and surged forward toward Ninetales. Ninetales, dodge with Quick Attack. Upon seeing the incoming Water Pulse, Professor Oak instructed Ninetales to evade. Ninetales swiftly executed a Quick Attack, narrowly avoiding the Water Pulse and charging toward Milotic. Water Tail. Roya seized the opportunity and commanded Milotic to strike back as Ninetales approached. Milotic swiftly wrapped its tail in water and lashed out at the incoming Ninetales. Unable to escape due to its speed, Ninetales was struck and pushed back to its original position. Ninetales, are you alright? Professor Oak asked with concern as he observed his Pokémon being pushed back. Ugh, Ninetales groaned, indicating that it was indeed hurt, though it was determined to continue fighting. Very well, let us keep going. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. Professor Oak, aware of Ninetales' resilience, issued another command. Water Pulse. Roya responded, determined to counter the incoming flames. This time, the flames and water collided in midair, creating a standoff as the fire evaporated the water while the water extinguished the flames. This is quite unfavorable for me. I must resolve this quickly, Roya thought, realizing that the volcanic crater significantly enhanced Ninetales' firepower, presenting a considerable challenge for his water-type Milotic. Milotic, increase your power. With no other choice, Roya urged Milotic to give its all. Under the augmentation of the majestic Milotic, the water cannon surged forth with overwhelming force. Ninetales, utilize agility. In the face of the approaching deluge, Zabian made a swift decision, instructing Ninetales to evade. With grace and speed, Ninetales deftly sidestepped the water cannon and closed in on Milotic. Ninetales, unleash Will-O-Wisp. As Ninetales surged forward, it directed a ghostly flame at Milotic, aiming to inflict a burn. Milotic, use Misty Guard. Roya, understanding Zabian's intentions, simultaneously commanded Milotic to deploy Misty Guard, effectively intercepting Ninetales' malevolent flames. Milotic, use Psychic. Roya swiftly initiated a counterattack. With a surge of psychic energy, Milotic ensnared the fleeing Ninetales mid-air, rendering it immobile. Ninetales, break free. Although Zabian shouted in desperation, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Milotic, unleash Dragon Pulse. Observing Ninetales immobilized, Roya promptly ordered Milotic to execute Dragon Pulse for a decisive strike. As Milotic maintained its grip on Ninetales, it gathered draconic energy in its maw and unleashed a fierce attack. The dragon-shaped beam struck Ninetales, sending it hurtling away, unconscious and sprawled on the ground. Thank you, Ninetales. Sorrowfully gazing at his fallen companion, Zabian recalled Ninetales and retrieved another Pokeball, addressing Roya. This is my second Pokémon. Go forth, Tyranitar. With a press of the button at the center of the Pokeball, a gray Tyranitar emerged onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Tyranitar. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Volt Absorb. Gender, male. Level, 37. Aptitude, Near Champion. Moves, Arm Thrust, Tackle, Horn Attack, Heavy Slam, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Flame Burst, Stone Edge. At level 37, Tyranitar's strength is comparable to Ninetales. Roya quickly assessed Tyranitar's prowess and turned to Milotic, saying, I shall rely on you once more, Milotic. Tyranitar, use Horn Drill. As Zabian's command echoed, Tyranitar's horn began to spin rapidly as it charged towards Milotic. Milotic, use Dragon Tail. In response, Milotic coiled its tail, enveloping it in draconic energy, and struck out at the approaching Tyranitar. After a brief stalemate, both withdrew a few steps, each facing the other, the tension in the air palpable. Chapter 72, The Acquisition of the Red Badge. Following the clash between Tyranitar's horn drill and Milotic's dragon tail, both combatants found themselves at an impasse. Retreating slightly before resuming their standoff, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. Milotic, use Water Pulse. After a moment of contemplation, Roya took the initiative. Under his command, Milotic gathered water energy into a spherical shape and hurled it at Tyranitar. Tyranitar, use Iron Defense. Given Tyranitar's considerable weight, it struggled to evade the water pulse, compelling Zabian to bolster its defenses. Once fortified, Zabian countered with Tyranitar, use Rock Slide. Strengthened, Tyranitar unleashed a barrage of rocks, dispersing the incoming water pulse. Milotic, Psychic. Seeing his water pulse ineffective, Roya pressed on, commanding Milotic to release a wave of blue light that sent Tyranitar sprawling several meters back. Tyranitar, use Thunder Punch. Observing Tyranitar's slight retreat, Zabian chose to persist with his assault. Tyranitar, with electricity crackling around its fist, charged towards Milotic, swinging its arm. Defend. In the face of Tyranitar's fierce attack, Roya commanded Milotic to erect a protective barrier, a faint green shield intercepting Tyranitar's Thunder Punch. Milotic, unleash Dragon Pulse. With Tyranitar momentarily halted, Roya seized the chance to strike back. The draconic energy surged forth, striking Tyranitar with explosive force, leaving it battered and unconscious. Its eyes swirling in a daze. Thank you, Tyranitar. Zabian recalled his incapacitated Pokémon. What is the hottest flame in the world? The magma within molten rock. And the searing fire that moves within it? Zabian posed a question to Roya, but did not await a response, declaring, Come forth, Charizard. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the magma below, landing on the battlefield. It was indeed Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, male. Level, 42. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Glare Ember. Flame Burst, Flamethrower, Overheat, Fire Punch, Dazzling Gleam. Return Milotic. Aware of Charizard's attributes, Roya recalled his fatigued Milotic and produced another Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Incineroar. With a flash of crimson light, a red and black tiger-like Pokémon appeared on the field. It was Incineroar, Roya's pride. What Pokémon is this? Zabian inquired, unfamiliar with the Alolan creature. This is Incineroar, one of the starters from the Alola region, Roya explained. Incineroar, indeed, has been superbly cultivated. As a master of fire types, Zabian immediately recognized Incineroar's formidable strength. You flatter me, Zabian. You are the true master of flames. I am merely a novice, Roya humbly responded. I speak nothing but the truth. Now, let us commence our final battle. With that, Zabian launched his attack. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Hearing Zabian's command, Charizard unleashed a torrent of crimson flames directed at Incineroar. Incineroar, use Darkest Lariat. As Zabian's voice faded, Incineroar retaliated, spinning its arms to deflect the fiery onslaught. Charizard, Fire Punch. Incineroar, Thunder Punch. Both trainers issued commands simultaneously, resulting in a fierce clash as flames and electricity collided in a dazzling display. After realizing their attacks were evenly matched, both Pokémon retreated to their original positions. Charizard, use Overheat. Unable to contain his eagerness, Zabian initiated the assault. And Charizard unleashed a fiery attack that formed a massive letter in the air, hurtling towards Incineroar. Incineroar, use Foul Play. Following Roya's command, Incineroar countered, neutralizing the incoming flames. Incineroar, use Agility. Upon hearing Roya's instruction, Incineroar accelerated, swiftly positioning itself before Charizard and delivering a powerful kick that sent Charizard stumbling back. Brick Break. Seizing the moment while Charizard was off balance, Incineroar struck with a decisive blow, propelling Charizard several meters away. Charizard, use Flare Blitz. Observing Charizard's numerous injuries, Zabian decided to go all out, commanding a powerful Fire-type move against Incineroar. Incineroar, we shall also execute Flare Blitz. Both Pokémon became engulfed in flames, launching themselves at one another, leading to an explosive confrontation. However, it was evident that the strength of the blazing roaring tiger surpassed that of the duck-billed fire dragon, sending it flying once more before it landed heavily on the ground. Duck-billed fire dragon. Seeing the duck-billed fire dragon being hurled away, Xiaobo, in a moment of desperation, called out urgently. Amidst Xiaobo's anxious cries, the duck-billed fire dragon struggled to rise again, fixing a fierce gaze upon Luo Ya's blazing roaring tiger. I concede. Observing the duck-billed fire dragon, battered and bruised, Xiaobo hastily declared his defeat before it could collapse. I understand. In response, Luo Ya instructed the blazing roaring tiger to cease its assault and turned his attention to Xiaobo. You have aged, yet your prowess remains formidable. I hold great admiration for you, Xiaobo remarked after glancing at Luo Ya, simultaneously recalling the duck-billed fire dragon into its Pokeball for a well-deserved rest. This is proof of your victory over my Red Lotus Gym, the red badge. Please accept it. Xiaobo approached Luo Ya, presenting him with a crimson emblem. Thank you. Gym leader Xiaobo Luo Ya graciously accepted the badge, expressing his gratitude. Subsequently, after engaging in a brief conversation with Xiaobo at his inn, Luo Ya bid farewell and returned to his hotel. Having achieved his objective of obtaining the red badge, Luo Ya decided to take a few days of respite in Red Lotus City, for a balance of work and relaxation is indeed the wisest strategy. However, on the third day of his repose, an unexpected phone call disrupted Luo Ya's plans. Chapter 73, Twin Islands. Following his challenge at the Red Lotus Gym, Luo Ya chose not to depart immediately, but rather to rest for a spell. At this moment, he was indulging in a private hot spring at his hotel. Suddenly, the phone lying on the table rang, capturing Luo Ya's attention. Who could be calling me? Could it be that troublesome Yolongdu again? Upon grasping the phone, Luo Ya discovered, as anticipated, that it was indeed Yolongdu. With a hint of exasperation, he reluctantly answered, What is it this time? Are you seeking another task? Do you think I seek you solely for tasks? And what is with that expression? Yolongdu retorted, responding to Luo Ya's disgruntled tone and exasperated demeanor. If it's not about a task, then splendid. I'll hang up now. With that, Luo Ya made a move to disconnect the call. Wait. I do have something to discuss with you. Observing Luo Ya's intention to terminate the call, Yolongdu hurriedly called for him to stop. Speak then, what is the task? Noting Yolongdu's anxious expression, Luo Ya paused his actions and inquired. A large contingent of Team Rocket has been spotted on Twin Islands, and Miss Junsha has already mobilized a significant police force there. You need to go thwart Team Rocket's operations. The mere mention of Team Rocket elicited a grimace from Yolongdu. What about your Elite Four members? Isn't this their responsibility? Luo Ya asked upon hearing that the Elite Four would not be present. We have other pressing matters to attend to, so we must rely on you. I've already informed Miss Junsha. You just need to head over. When should I go? Luo Ya questioned Yolongdu. The sooner, the better. Yolongdu replied earnestly. Understood, I will head over immediately. Recognizing the gravity of the situation from Yolongdu's serious demeanor, Luo Ya adopted a more solemn tone. After Luo Ya agreed, Yolongdu ended the call, prompting Luo Ya to conclude his hot spring retreat, don his clothing, gather his Pokémon, and depart the hotel. Before long, Luo Ya arrived at the designated location previously outlined by Yolongdu, where he noticed a multitude of police officers gathering on Twin Islands. Upon sighting them, Luo Ya approached, only to be intercepted by the security personnel. I'm sorry, but the area ahead is currently sealed off and access is restricted. Presuming that Luo Ya was merely a trainer seeking to capture Pokémon eggs, the guards halted him, as the presence of Team Rocket posed a significant danger to an ordinary trainer. This is my League Investigator credential. I'm here to fulfill a mission. Please escort me to Miss Junsha. Luoya presented his credentials to the guards, requesting to be led to Miss Junsha for a briefing. Very well. The guard, surprised to see such a young face holding the title of investigator, led Luoya to Miss Junsha. Upon encountering the poised and striking Miss Junsha, Luoya extended his right hand in greeting, saying, "Hello, Miss Junsha. I am League Investigator Luoya." "Hello, Investigator Luoya. I am Junsha, responsible for this area. Towering Yolondu has briefed me about your mission, and I will cooperate fully." Miss Junsha reciprocated the handshake. "This operation will primarily be under your command. As you are the specialist, I am here to deal with the Team Rocket executives," Luoya stated. "Understood. Let us act swiftly." With Luoya's arrival, Miss Junsha initiated the offensive. Instead of joining Miss Junsha and her team, Luoya chose to venture into Twin Islands alone. Once inside, he was quickly spotted by a Team Rocket grunt. "Who goes there?" Without hesitation, the grunt summoned his Pokémon, a Zubat. "Come forth, Pidgeot." Luoya called forth his own Pokémon to retaliate. "Pidgeot, unleash Hurricane." However, this battle was decidedly one-sided, as Luoya's formidable Pidgeot swiftly overwhelmed the Team Rocket Zubat, leaving the grunt unconscious alongside his Pokémon, unlikely to awaken for several hours. After defeating this Team Rocket member, Luoya pressed onward, encountering numerous other grunts, all meeting the same fate, knocked unconscious and subsequently taken into custody by the arriving police. As Luoya advanced, he soon discerned the primary objective of Team Rocket's incursion on Twin Islands. While traversing deeper into the island, Luoya suddenly spotted a blue avian Pokémon engaged in battle with a Team Rocket member's Pokémon. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this individual as Lance, one of the Team Rocket's 4 commanders, whom he had previously encountered aboard the SS, and the opposing Pokémon was an Articuno, one of the legendary birds from the Kanto region, currently at a disadvantage against Lance's trio of Pokémon. Luoya quickly activated his Pokédex to scrutinize the Articuno's attributes. Pokémon, Articuno. Type, Ice, Flying. Ability, Pressure. Level, 71. Qualification, Level 3 Legendary. Moves, Mist, Ice Beam, Hurricane, Powder Snow, Blizzard, Ancient Power, Freeze Dry. A Level 71 Articuno. It seems this is not the one endowed with divine power. Reflecting on the information, Luoya mused aloud. But of course, if it were that one, Lance would have been encased in ice by now, rather than in such a predicament. It became apparent to Luoya that Team Rocket's target was Articuno. Observing the situation, he understood that he could not allow Lance to succeed. Upon reaching this point, Roya swiftly expressed his elation, while Jalala and Gung-Gue prepared to strike at Lance. Meanwhile, Lance and Articuno found themselves in dire straits as they faced the onslaught of Lance's 3 Pokémon, with Articuno's situation becoming increasingly precarious, ultimately succumbing to Lance's assault. Just as Lance was poised to deliver the final blow to Articuno, 3 beams of different colors surged forth, striking Lance's Pokémon and forcing them back several meters. "Who dares to interfere? Show yourself," Lance shouted in a fit of rage, scanning his surroundings. Chapter 74, Lance's Defeat and Retreat. Jalala, Dragonite, Gung-Gue. Launch an attack on those 3 Pokémon, Roya commanded, casting his gaze upon the approaching Zubat, Weezing, and Houndoom, which were closing in on the fallen Articuno. As soon as Roya's words left his lips, Jalala and the others surged forward, unleashing a barrage of colorful attacks upon Lance's unsuspecting Pokémon, sending them reeling. "Who dares to ruin my plans?" Lance exclaimed, noticing the sudden assault on his Pokémon, and began shouting angrily into the void. "Lance, it has been quite a while. Why do you appear so woefully inadequate?" Roya, swaying slightly, approached Articuno with a mischievous grin directed at Lance. "It's you." Lance recognized the individual who had embarrassed him aboard the Saint Anu, and the obstruction only fueled his fury further. "Indeed, it is I. Surprised? Did you not expect me?" Roya continued to jest at Lance's expense while stealing a glance at Lance's 3 Pokémon. He noted that Houndoom and Weezing remained at their previous levels of 65 and 63, respectively, while Zubat was a new encounter. Thus, Roya's attention was primarily fixed on Zubat. Pokémon, Zubat. Type, Poison, Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Level, 65. Potential, Champion. Moves, Supersonic, Absorb, Mean Look, Poison Fong. Air Slash, Sludge Bomb, Aura Sphere. It appears that Lance's trio is on relatively equal footing, Roya mused internally, having assessed Zubat's capabilities. How infuriating. Last time you were merely fortunate, but this time without Kana, we shall see how you fare. Lance glared menacingly at Roya. "Then let me witness your prowess, Lance." Roya replied, unperturbed by Lance's bluster. a slight smile gracing his lips as he issued a challenge. First, Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Weezing, Sludge Bomb. Zubat, Air Slash. Lance commanded his Pokémon. Upon hearing his orders, the three Pokémon executed their respective moves, launching a formidable assault towards Roya. Unfazed by the looming threat, Roya confidently directed his Pokémon. Jaleala, Thunderbolt. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. And Gungue, Dark Pulse. In response to the incoming onslaught, Roya's trio unleashed their own attacks, resulting in a fierce clash of 6 moves that lit up the battlefield. However, the confrontation did not last long. As soon the Pokémon on both sides ceased their relentless assault, retreating to their trainers' sides. Dragonite, Draco Meteor. Gungue, Psychic. Jaleala, Aura Sphere. After realizing one attack had failed, Roya promptly initiated the next while discreetly administering a healing item to the recovering Articuno, clearly unnoticed by Lance. Houndoom, Fire Spin. Weezing, Toxic Gas. Zubat, Sludge Bomb. Lance quickly retaliated. Yet, the offensive was short-lived. As Dragonite unleashed energy into the sky, a meteor shower rained down upon Lance's Pokémon, disrupting their prelude to attack. Now, Jaleala, Plasma Fists. Gungue, Shadow Ball. Dragonite, Hurricane. Seizing the moment of confusion, Roya swiftly commanded his Pokémon to initiate their assault. Meanwhile, with the aid of the healing item, Articuno's wounds were mended, and it unleashed a blizzard towards Lance. Thus, under the combined might of Roya's 4 Pokémon, Lance's trio fell, rendered unconscious and unable to continue battling. Curse you. Just wait, you little brat. Lance hastily recalled his fainted Pokémon and unleashed a Thunderball, disappearing in a flash of explosion. Return, everyone, Roya said, cautiously surveying his surroundings before calling back his battling Pokémon and approaching Articuno. Are you alright? He inquired. Noticing the residual injuries on Articuno's exterior, Articuno nodded, indicating it was unharmed, and presented a blue feather from its plumage, placing it in Roya's hand. Is this for me? Roya asked, gazing at the feather. Articuno nodded affirmatively in response. Thank you, Articuno. With Roya's words of gratitude, Articuno soared into the sky, departing the scene. System. What is this? Roya questioned, perplexed by the feather's purpose. It is Articuno's feather, which enhances the power of Ice-type moves, the system clarified. This is far inferior to the Rainbow Wing and Silver Wing, Roya remarked, casting a dismissive glance at its utility. Can Articuno even be compared to Ho-Oh and Ligia? The system responded with a hint of disdain. Well, that is true, Roya conceded, reflecting on the disparity among the three and finding solace in the realization. Shortly thereafter, Miss Junsha arrived with a contingent of law enforcement, surveying the area before inquiring, Mr. Roya, what transpired here? Lance, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, sought to capture Articuno, so I confronted him here, but ultimately, he managed to escape, Roya explained to Miss Junsha. I see. After Roya recounted the events, Miss Junsha set about addressing the aftermath. Meanwhile, Roya placed a phone call to Yulong-du. The mission has been accomplished. The moment Yulong-du answered, Roya relayed the news. I understand. What was Team Rocket's objective? Yulong-du queried. Most likely, it was to capture Articuno. Roya elucidated the sequence of events in detail. I see now. The reward for this mission will be swiftly deposited into your account. Yulong-du acknowledged with a nod, indicating his understanding. Very well, Roya concluded the conversation and hung up. Satisfied with the impending payment, he then bid farewell to Miss Junsha, mounted his Pidgeot, and departed Twin Islands, returning to his rented hotel to resume his delightful holiday. The following day, while wandering through Honglian City, Roya was suddenly drawn to a swift blue figure that darted past him, racing towards the shoreline. What is that? Chapter 75, Comex Island. On this day, as Roya strolled through Honglian City, a hurried young blue figure zipped by him towards the ocean. Is that Squirtle? With keen eyesight, Roya quickly identified the blue silhouette as Squirtle, one of the Kanto region's starter Pokémon. But what is Squirtle doing here? Roya was the first to dismiss the trainer's presence, pondering how a trainer's Squirtle could venture toward the sea. Intrigued, he resolved to follow it and uncover the mystery. With renewed determination, he quickened his pace in the direction the Squirtle had taken, soon spotting the very creature that had just leaped into the ocean. Suddenly, a memory flickered in Roya's mind. After Ash and his companions had challenged the Red Lotus Gym, they had visited an island teeming with Squirtless, Wartortles, and Blastoises, known as Cornbomb Island. This thought ignited a spark of interest in Roya, prompting him to embark on a journey to Cornbomb Island in search of a Squirtle that resonated with his aspirations. Without hesitation, Roya made his way to the seaside, retrieving his Milotic's Pokeball and releasing it. He then mounted Milotic, steering it along the path taken by the Squirtle. A peculiar scene unfolded upon the ocean. Ahead, a Squirtle swam vigorously, while not far behind, a Milotic gracefully carried a handsome young man, creating a harmonious tableau. Thus, the trio traversed the sea for over an hour, until a distant island came into view. It was Cornbone Island, adjacent to Red Lotus City. It was rather amusing how the Squirtle, seemingly oblivious, made its way ashore without noticing Roya's presence trailing behind. Upon reaching the land, it strode directly forward, neglecting to check for any potential threats. Such a lack of caution was astonishing. Had it not been for Roya, a poacher, the Squirtless on this island might have fallen prey to danger. Watching the Squirtle approach the island unguarded, Roya couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. Once the Squirtle ventured deeper into the island, Roya followed suit, trailing behind it into the interior. After a short while, he heard a chorus of Squirtle calls, instantly realizing he had stumbled upon their dwelling. He stealthily crept closer and concealed himself behind a large rock, peering out to observe the dynamic of the Squirtless. The very Squirtle he had followed was now encircled by a multitude of Squirtless and Wartortles, who seemed to be welcoming it back with enthusiastic calls. However, an odd occurrence unfolded nearby. A Blastoise lay motionless atop a large stone, its four cannons retracted into its shell, utterly unperturbed by the raucous commotion surrounding it. Then, an unexpected event captured Roya's attention. The Squirtless and Wartortles, once welcoming the returning Squirtle, now surrounded the Blastoise. What followed left Roya utterly bewildered. The Squirtless and Wartortles nestled against the Blastoise's shell, only to succumb to slumber moments later. This surreal scene puzzled Roya, prompting him to take advantage of the sleeping Squirtless and Wartortles to approach the Blastoise for a closer examination. Upon nearing the Blastoise, Roya faintly discerned a melodic sound that piqued his curiosity. Following the sound, he discovered it emanated from within the Blastoise's shell. Leaning closer, he placed his ear against the shell and confirmed that the source of the music was indeed coming from within. However, the melody possessed a hypnotic quality, swiftly lulling Roya into drowsiness. Fortunately, he managed to retreat just in time, invoking the power of Radiance to restore his alertness. This enchanting melody was undoubtedly produced by a Pokémon, yet it seemed implausible that a Pokémon could be contained within the Blastoise's shell. Where could it possibly be? Roya pondered this conundrum, resting his chin on his hand. Suddenly, he noticed the two cannon openings on the Blastoise's back, leading him to a revelation. With excitement, he exclaimed, "It must be within the cannon openings." Having identified the target, he returned to the Blastoise. To prevent being entranced again, Roya first summoned the power of Radiance, then pressed his ear to one of the cannon openings. As expected, the melody was now clearer than before, confirming that the Pokémon was indeed nestled within the cannon. Just as Roya was piecing together the reason for the Blastoise's slumber, the surrounding Squirtless and Wartortles stirred from their dreams and noticed him, issuing warning calls in response. "I mean no harm, rest assured," he reassured them, quickly realizing their cautious demeanor indicated their intent. Speaking in a calm and soothing tone, he conveyed his understanding of the situation, assuring them he had uncovered the reason for their leader's deep sleep. "I have discerned the cause of your leader's slumber." He addressed the now less wary Squirtless and Wartortles, explaining that a Pokémon had become lodged within the Blastoise's cannon. However, the pressing question remained: how could they extract the Pokémon? Roya began to contemplate this dilemma, realizing that if the Blastoise remained asleep, the Pokémon inside would languish in hunger, leading to dire consequences. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Roya's mind as he recalled a potential solution. "We can first put the Pokémon inside to sleep, thereby silencing the song. This way, the Blastoise will awaken, and with its water-type moves, it can launch the Pokémon from the cannon." He shared this strategy with the Squirtless and Wartortles, who unanimously approved. Roya promptly retrieved one of his Pokeballs, releasing his Ivysaur. "Please, Ivysaur, unleash sleep powder into the cannon," he instructed. Following his command, the enchanting melody ceased. Moments later, the Blastoise stirred from its slumber, and under Roya's guidance, as well as the detailed instructions from the Squirtless and Wartortles, it obeyed and unleashed a water gun attack toward the sea. With a powerful jet, a round, pink Pokémon was ejected from the cannon and soared into the ocean. "Goodness, is that not the notorious Jigglypuff?" Roya exclaimed, curiosity piqued by the unexpected reward. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. This was indeed the very Jigglypuff known for its tumultuous history with Ash. Fortunately, it was propelled away by the Blastoise's water gun and vanished from sight, unraveling the mystery of the slumber. Having assisted the Blastoise, Roya was soon greeted warmly by the Squirtless, Wartortles, and Blastoise. However, his initial purpose for visiting remained unfulfilled. Chapter 76. Capturing Wartortle. As Roya celebrated alongside the Blastoise, Squirtless, and Wartortles, he suddenly recalled his primary objective for coming here, to capture a Squirtle. Rising to his feet, he turned to the Blastoise and inquired, "May I capture a Pokémon here?" All the Squirtless and Wartortles, along with the Blastoise, froze momentarily, their expressions blank as if time had come to a standstill. After a brief pause, the Blastoise let out a couple of calls, signaling its intent. Roya quickly grasped the meaning. The Blastoise would permit him to take a Squirtle or Wartortle with him, should any be willing to leave. Upon receiving the approval of the Blastoise, Luoya turned his gaze towards the surrounding Squirtless and Wartortles, inquiring, "Is there anyone among you who wishes to accompany me away from this place?" Initially, he anticipated that, much like the Bulbasaur before, a number of Squirtless or Wartortles would express a desire to join him. However, the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. As minutes slipped by, not a single Squirtle or Wartortle was inclined to leave, for they were content to remain, disheartened by the lack of response. Luoya managed to conceal his disappointment behind a composed smile. At that moment, the Blastoise suddenly called out to him, "Wartortle, Wartortle." Could it be that there exists another Wartortle on this island, one who yearns for the outside world? Luoya gazed incredulously at the Blastoise. The Blastoise nodded in affirmation. "Where is it now?" Luoya inquired eagerly, his excitement rekindled at the prospect of a Wartortle willing to venture out, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. The Blastoise gestured in a direction, indicating, "It is over there." With newfound enthusiasm, Luoya bid a temporary farewell to the Blastoise and proceeded in the direction indicated. After traversing a short distance, he arrived at the location described by the Blastoise. Upon arrival, he beheld a Wartortle unlike the others he had encountered. This one was donning a pair of sunglasses, apparently acquired from an unknown source, lounging leisurely beneath a large tree, basking in the sunlight. Curious about this Wartortle's attributes, Luoya promptly examined its data, which soon materialized before him. Species, Wartortle type, water ability, torrent gender, male level, 31 potential, elite moves, water gun, bubble, hydro pump, withdraw, rapid spin, water pulse, rain dance, protect. A Wartortle of elite potential. Surely it could be captured. As he contemplated this, Luoya approached the Wartortle and asked, "Wartortle, are you willing to join me in exploring the outside world?" Upon hearing his words, the Wartortle pushed its sunglasses up with its diminutive hands, gazing silently at Luoya. After a moment of contemplation, it responded with a call. "Are you suggesting that if I defeat you, you will accompany me?" Luoya quickly discerned the Wartortle's intent. The Wartortle nodded affirmatively. "Very well, let us begin." With that, Luoya and the Wartortle moved to an open area, positioning themselves opposite one another, each sizing up the other. "Come forth, Bulbasaur." Luoya threw a Pokeball, releasing his Bulbasaur to face the Wartortle. The Wartortle initiated the assault, letting out a cry before unleashing a powerful stream of water, its water gun attack, towards Bulbasaur. Unfazed, Bulbasaur absorbed the impact. As the water-type move bore no effect on the grass-type Pokémon, causing it to merely stagger back a few steps without sustaining any real damage. "Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf." At Luoya's command, Bulbasaur unleashed a flurry of shimmering green leaves from its bud, launching them at the Wartortle. Sensing the impending threat, the Wartortle withdrew its limbs and head into its shell, allowing its sturdy exterior to absorb the blow. Indeed, the Razor Leaf proved ineffective against the Wartortle's shell. Vine Whip. Spotting the Wartortle sheltered within its shell, Luoya quickly devised another strategy. Bulbasaur understood the cue and extended 4 Vine Whips from its bud, ensnaring the Wartortle and lifting it into the air, shaking it vigorously to disorient it. Soon, the Wartortle could no longer endure the motion, exposing its limbs and head once more. Seizing the opportunity, Bulbasaur ceased the shaking and hurled the Wartortle back to the ground. "Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb." As Luoya's command echoed, Bulbasaur unleashed a barrage of seeds at the recovering Wartortle, which detonated upon impact, delivering a significant blow and causing the Wartortle to tumble once again. In that moment, Luoya seized a Luxury Ball, casting it towards the Wartortle, which was then enveloped within the confines of the Pokeball, causing it to shake incessantly on the ground. With a resounding click, the ball ceased its movement, indicating that Luoya had successfully captured the Wartortle. At this juncture, Bulbasaur promptly employed Vine Whip to retrieve the Pokeball and present it to Luoya. "Thank you, Bulbasaur," he said, affectionately patting Bulbasaur and showering it with praise before returning it to its Pokeball, replacing it with the newly captured Wartortle. As the red light of the Pokeball faded, the Wartortle emerged before Luoya, battered and bruised. Luoya, upon witnessing its condition, swiftly produced a healing spray, applying it to the Wartortle, which alleviated its injuries significantly. Standing before the Wartortle, Luoya extended his right hand, saying, "Wartortle, I look forward to our journey together." The Wartortle, meeting Luoya's smile, reached out its small hand to clasp his, returning a cheerful grin. Having received the Wartortle's affirmative response, Luoya returned it to its Pokeball for recovery and transported his Infernape back to Professor Oak's laboratory, leaving the newly captured Wartortle behind. He then departed, retracing his steps to the Blastoise's location. There, he spent time merrily engaging with the Blastoise, Wartortle, and Squirtless, before bidding them farewell and soaring towards Vermilion City atop his Pidgeot. Chapter 77. Return to Jubilife City after successfully capturing a Wartortle on Kame Island. Luoya took flight on his Pidgeot, making his way back to Vermilion City. Upon his arrival, the evening had already set in. Observing the encroaching dusk, he hastily made his way towards the hotel where he was staying, only to encounter an unexpected gathering at the entrance. "Ash, Misty, Brock, what brings you here?" Upon returning to the hotel, Luoya was surprised to find Ash and his companions, their expressions betraying a sense of unease. "It's you, Luoya." Ash, usually brimming with enthusiasm, appeared rather dejected, and Misty and Brock mirrored his demeanor. "What's wrong? You all seem rather glum," Luoya inquired, noticing their lackluster spirits. "We're just starving," Misty explained. "Starving? Why not head to a restaurant or the Pokemon Center?" Luoya asked, puzzled. "Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming number of people here, every place is packed, leaving us with nowhere to go and our stomachs growling," Brock interjected. "Ah, I see." Luoya realized the predicament and promptly said, "Follow me." With that, he led Ash and the others to his hotel, where he ordered a plethora of dishes, ensuring they would enjoy a hearty meal together. After their meal, Ash and his companions leaned back in their chairs, content and satisfied. Suddenly, Ash posed a question to Luoya. "By the way, Luoya, have you obtained the badge from the Vermilion Gym?" Indeed, it is none other than Ash, whose conversations invariably revolve around gyms and Pokemon. Roy silently mused within, all the while responding to his inquiries. "I have already obtained it." Ash, upon hearing this, immediately became animated and addressed Roy. "Could you tell me where the Cinnabar Gym is located?" "Of course. By the way, have you encountered a man with golden hair and a prominent beard today?" Roy inquired, hoping to ascertain whether they had met with Brock. "You mean that fellow who delights in riddles?" Misty interjected from the side. "Precisely. It appears that not only is the Cinnabar Gym accessible, but accommodation has also been arranged," Roy remarked, realizing from Misty's words that Ash and his companions had indeed crossed paths with Brock. This made taking them to Brock's accommodation a seamless affair. "Accommodation? Where will we be staying?" Ash and his friends exclaimed joyously, standing up in excitement at the prospect of a place to rest. "Follow me," Roy instructed. After settling the bill for their hearty meal, he guided Ash and his companions to the doorstep of Brock's lodging. "Here we are. You may enter now. I must take my leave," Roy said as he bid them farewell and returned to his hotel. The following morning, after saying goodbye to Ash and the others, Roy departed from Cinnabar City alone, setting his sights on the location of the final gym, which lay in the city of Pewter. Just as he stepped into the Kanto region, instead of opting for swift transportation via his Dragonite or Pidgeot, he chose to retrace his steps, allowing him the opportunity to train a few recently captured Pokemon along the way. Thus, as Roy journeyed towards Pewter City, he simultaneously trained his Pokemon and engaged in battles with trainers he encountered, thereby enhancing their experience. Not long after, he found himself on a mountain path not far from Nugget Bridge, accepting a challenge from a mountaineer. "Geodude, use Rollout." The mountaineer commanded his Geodude, which began rolling towards Roy's Pokemon. "Comex, unleash Hydro Pump." In response to the approaching Geodude, Comex heeded Roy's command, opening its mouth to release a powerful torrent of water that halted Geodude's advance and sent it sprawling away. "Geodude," the mountaineer exclaimed anxiously as he watched his Pokemon being swept away. However, Geodude was unable to heed his trainer's concerns, having succumbed to defeat. After assessing Geodude's condition and finding it uninjured, the mountaineer recalled it into its Pokeball for some much-needed rest. "That was a truly exhilarating battle. Thank you," the mountaineer said, shaking Roy's hand with a smile. "Likewise," Roy replied, equally pleased. After bidding farewell to the mountaineer, Roy resumed his journey towards Pewter City. After passing through Nugget Bridge and the Pewter Forest, he finally returned to Pewter City. "Pewter City, how I have missed you." Roy stood amidst the bustling streets, filled with nostalgia, before suddenly recalling, "Ah yes, Brock, I have arrived." Having expressed his sentiments, Roy made his way to the Pokemon Center to rest for the night, preparing to challenge the Pewter Gym the following day. "Well, if it isn't you, Roy, you're back." Upon arriving at the front desk of the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy recognized him instantly. "Nurse Joy, you remember me?" Roy responded with surprise. "Of course. After all, you saved our Pokémon Center." Nurse Joy playfully winked at him. "Oh, I see." Roy felt a bit bashful at her words, scratching the back of his head. "All right then, you're here to restore your Pokémon eggs, correct? Please hand them over," Nurse Joy instructed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Here you go," Roy said as he retrieved his Pokeballs and handed them to her, adding, "And I'll need a room for the night." "Certainly, please hold on for a moment," she replied, soon providing him with a room key. After accepting the key, Roy made his way to the cafeteria within the Pokémon Center, where he enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Once he finished dining, he collected his restored Pokémon and retreated to his room for rest. The next morning, Roy left the Pokémon Center and set off towards Brock's pewter gym. In no time at all, he arrived before a grand edifice. This is the pewter gym. Its grandeur truly befits Brock's stature. Roy marveled at the imposing structure. "What brings you here?" Two armored guards at the entrance queried. "I am here to challenge the gym," Roy declared with determination. "Then you may enter," they replied, opening the grand doors for him. As Roy stepped inside, the doors closed behind him, and the lights flickered on, momentarily blinding him, prompting him to shut his eyes. Once he adapted to the brightness, he opened his eyes to find himself on a battle arena, where Brock, the leader of the pewter gym and a former Team Rocket commander, sat in a loft above. "It's him." Brock immediately recognized Roy as the persistent thorn in Team Rocket's side, pondering, "Though he's made an appearance, I shall refrain from provoking the league." Thus, Brock resolved to engage Roy in a conventional gym battle to send him on his way. "Are you the trainer challenging us today?" Brock feigned ignorance as he addressed Roy. "Indeed, I am here to challenge the pewter gym. I am Roy from the Alola region," Roy responded, fully aware that Brock was familiar with his background. "I am Brock, the pewter gym leader, and I accept your challenge," he said, taking a sip from his glass of red wine. "Let the battle commence." With that, a referee stepped onto the battlefield, announcing the rules. "Today, we have Brock, the pewter gym leader, facing off against Roy from the Alola region. This will be a 3-on-3 battle with no time limit. The match officially begins now. Go Geodude." Brock released his Geodude into the arena. Species, Geodude. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Rock Head. Gender, Male. Level, 45. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Rollout, Tackle, Rock Slide, Mud Slap, Tackle, Rock Blast, Earthquake, Rock Smash. This Geodude embodies the typical strength of a gym Pokémon. It appears that Brock, having recognized my identity, is opting not to employ his full strength or his Mutuo to keep his secrets safe, Roy contemplated as he assessed Geodude on the battlefield. "Since it's Geodude, I entrust this battle to you." Milotic, Roy called forth his own Pokémon. Milotic, Brock recognized it immediately, commanding his Geodude, "Use Tackle." With that, Geodude charged towards Milotic with vigor. Milotic, "Use Confuse Ray." Roy countered. As the formidable Rhyhorn charged forth, Roya issued a command to his Milotic. Upon hearing Roya's words, Milotic's eyes shimmered with a cerulean glow, and it unleashed the psychic move, Psychic, forcefully repelling the oncoming Rhyhorn and slamming it against the wall behind. Milotic, "Use Hydro Pump." Seeing that Rhyhorn was momentarily dazed, Roya seized the opportunity to launch a further assault. As soon as he finished speaking, Milotic opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful jet of water that crashed into Rhyhorn, sending the creature, which had just regained its footing, crashing back against the wall. As Rhyhorn fell to the ground, its eyes spiraled like incense burners, rendering it unconscious. Rhyhorn was unable to continue the battle. The referee swiftly announced Rhyhorn's condition. Impressive strength. That makes it the second one. Banmu, observing the incapacitated Rhyhorn, first flashed a sly smile before releasing his second Pokémon. "Come forth, Kingler." With a flash of red light, Kingler appeared on the battlefield. Pokémon, Kingler. Type, Water. Ability, Hyper Cutter. Gender, Male. Level, 44. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Harden, Water Gun, Crab Hammer, Metal Claw, Mud Shot, Bubble Beam. Hammer Arm. Milotic, "Can you continue fighting?" After casting a glance at Kingler, Roya inquired of Milotic. "Me." Milotic nodded affirmatively, indicating its readiness to press on. "Since you are prepared, Kingler, use Crab Hammer." Banmu commanded, and Kingler swung its massive claws towards Milotic. Milotic, evade. At Roya's command, Milotic propelled itself into the air with a flick of its tail. Milotic, unleash Iron Tail. As Roya's words echoed, Milotic's tail glimmered with a metallic sheen, crashing down forcefully upon Kingler, sending it hurtling into the wall behind. Milotic utilized Draco Meteor. With Milotic now grounded, Roya promptly directed it. Hearing Roya's command, Milotic gathered immense dragon-type energy and launched it towards the still fighting Kingler. In an instant, the dragon energy coalesced into a silvery dragon that surged towards Kingler, striking it and propelling it back against the wall once more, rendering it unconscious. Kingler had lost the ability to battle, and Milotic emerged victorious. The referee again stepped forward, assessing Kingler's state before announcing the outcome. "You possess remarkable strength, young one," Banmu remarked, observing that he had lost 2 Pokémon. "You flatter me, Gym Leader Banmu," Roya replied with a faint smile, maintaining a composed demeanor. "By the way, would you consider joining me?" Banmu, impressed by Roya's prowess and talent, extended an invitation. "I appreciate the offer, Gym Leader Banmu, but I must decline." Roya swiftly rejected Banmu's proposition. "May I ask why?" Banmu inquired curiously. "It is because I do not wish to remain at the Tokiwa Gym as an apprentice. I aspire to travel the world," Roya replied enigmatically. Although Banmu had meant something entirely different. "Oh, that's truly unfortunate." Banmu maintained a neutral tone upon hearing Roya's refusal. "Thank you for your kind offer, and I sincerely apologize." Roya addressed Banmu calmly. "No need to dwell on it," Banmu replied nonchalantly, then produced another Pokeball, stating, "This one is my ace. Regardless of whether you can defeat it, I will award you the green badge." "I understand. I will demonstrate my strength and earn that badge honorably," Roya asserted, his demeanor growing serious upon learning it was Banmu's ace. "Such ambition. Let me witness your prowess." Banmu pressed the button on the center of the Pokeball, and a flash of red light revealed his Pokémon on the battlefield. Chapter 79, The Green Badge and the First Devastating Defeat. "Let me witness your true strength, Roya." Originally intending to hold back, Banmu decided to use this opportunity to gauge Roya's abilities. "Come forth, Nidoking." Banmu retrieved a luxurious Pokeball, pressing the switch to reveal a purple figure that emerged amidst the radiant glow, his Nidoking. Pokémon, Nidoking. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Rivalry. Gender, Male. Level, 75. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Horn Attack, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Toxic, Poison Jab, Toxic Spikes, Mega Punch, Fire Punch. Goodness, a champion-level Nidoking. What is Banmu planning? Roya thought to himself, his mind racing with unspoken exclamations upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of Nidoking. "No problem. Since it is the gym leader's request," he replied, masking his inner turmoil with an outward composure. "Please, Dragonite." Considering that Zeraora's electric type was at a disadvantage against Nidoking's ground type, Roya opted for Dragonite's appearance. As he released his Pokeball, Dragonite materialized on the battlefield, facing off against Nidoking. However, the aura of Nidoking's champion status left Dragonite momentarily breathless. "Dragonite, let us showcase our strength to Gym Leader Banmu." Roya called out to his slightly intimidated Dragonite. "Roar." At Roya's encouragement, Dragonite mustered its spirit, letting out a roar to assert its presence, though it could not quite match Nidoking's might. "Remarkable strength. No wonder you were able to defeat Apollo and the others." Banmu acknowledged, somewhat astonished by Dragonite's prowess amongst the elite. "Let the battle commence. You may attack first," he said, concluding his thoughts. "Then I shall comply, Dragonite. Use Hydro Pump." In the face of Nidoking's ground type, Roya initiated the assault with Hydro Pump. Rock Tomb. Despite the fierce onslaught of Hydro Pump, Banmu remained as serene as ever, calmly commanding Nidoking. With Nidoking's guidance, several boulders materialized in the path of the Hydro Pump, intercepting it and causing it to crash against the rocks. Nidoking, use Spike Cannon. Banmu swiftly counterattacked. With a stomp, Nidoking summoned a multitude of spikes that surged toward Dragonite. Dragonite, Light Screen. In response to the incoming spike barrage, Roya promptly commanded. Dragonite obeyed, erecting a protective barrier that absorbed the spikes, although the barrier shattered upon impact. Sand Tomb. Unfazed by the thwarted spikes, Banmu commanded Nidoking to unleash a Sand Tomb, causing a whirlpool of sand to ensnare Dragonite, destabilizing the creature. Dragonite, struggle free. Seeing the predicament, Roya urged Dragonite to lift off the ground, but it appeared too late. Nidoking, Ice Beam. Observing Dragonite trapped, Banmu launched his offensive. Following Banmu's command, Nidoking opened its mouth and unleashed a chilling Ice Beam, striking the immobile Dragonite and sending it hurtling away. Dragonite. Upon witnessing the scene, Roya felt an overwhelming sense of concern and called out, "Howl." After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Dragonite appeared before Roya, bearing numerous wounds. "Are you all right, Dragonite?" Roya inquired anxiously, to which Dragonite responded with a resolute shake of its head and a steadfast gaze. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse. Encouraged by Dragonite's unyielding determination, Roya issued the command. Following his instruction, Dragonite unleashed a dragon-shaped dragon pulse, directing it towards Nidoking, who stood not far away. Nidoking, use Evil Pulse. Bamboo promptly commanded his Pokémon to retaliate. Nidoking released a dark violet beam that collided with Dragon Pulse. However, it was evident that Dragonite's level was significantly inferior to that of Nidoking, leading to Dragon Pulse being swiftly overwhelmed and the residual force barreling towards Dragonite. Dragonite, evade. Observing the impending danger, Roya shouted urgently. Dragonite, sensing the approaching Evil Pulse, soared away just in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, Bamboo seized the opportunity and launched his counteroffensive. Nidoking unleashed Destruction Beam. Upon hearing Bamboo's command, Nidoking gathered an immense amount of energy and unleashed a robust orange beam towards Dragonite, striking it after it had just evaded Evil Pulse and sending it flying. As Roya witnessed this, he rushed to Dragonite's side, assessing its condition. Fortunately, Dragonite had merely fainted and appeared to be relatively unscathed. With relief, Roya retrieved Dragonite into its Pokeball. I concede defeat. You truly are the strongest gym leader, he remarked to Bamboo. Nonsense, you are still young. I am already past my prime. The future belongs to you, Bamboo replied with a subtle smile. But I assure you, I will defeat you next time, Gym Leader Bamboo. Roya declared, his eyes filled with determination. By then, it should be the league against Team Rocket, Roya pondered inwardly. I shall await your challenge, Bamboo said, dismissing Roya's declaration with a chuckle as he tossed a green badge to him. This is rightfully yours, accept it. I understand. Thank you, Gym Leader Bamboo, Roya replied, accepting the badge before turning to leave. I hope you won't become my adversary, Bamboo murmured, observing the talented youth as he departed. On the other side, as Roya exited the Tokiwa gym, he gazed at the green badge in his hand, silently vowing, next time, I will surely triumph. With that thought, he clenched the badge tightly and solemnly placed it in his badge case. He glanced back at the Tokiwa gym, standing tall and resolute as he made his way forward. System, what is this time's reward for signing in? Roya inwardly inquired as he walked along the path back to the Pokemon Center. Host, I didn't expect you to remember. The system responded with astonishment. Of course, what rewards do we have this time? Roya rolled his eyes, pressing the system for answers. This time, the sign-in reward for Tokiwa City is Chapter 80, A Call with Lily. Stop with the suspense. What are this time's rewards? Roya, slightly annoyed by the system's teasing, pressed further. Congratulations. The sign-in reward for Tokiwa City is a Pokemon Ranch, the system announced, revealing the prize. Is that all? Surprised and puzzled by the singular reward, Roya had never encountered such a situation before. This item is exceptionally valuable. I suspect the host might indeed be a lucky one. The system remarked. So what exactly is this Pokemon Ranch? Roya queried. The Pokemon Ranch is a miniature world, complete with forests, grasslands, rivers, and mountains. Your Pokemon can reside there, and you can cultivate trees and berries. It is also linked to your Pokeballs. When your Pokemon are stored in their Pokeballs, they will appear in the Pokemon Ranch, and when you release them, they will emerge from there. In summary, its functionalities are extensive, and you will need to explore them yourself, the system explained. Wow, that's incredibly impressive. I must truly be exceptionally fortunate, Roya thought, his spirits lifted, and his previously defeated mood transformed into a lightness as he cheerfully made his way to the Pokemon Center. Thank you, Nurse Joy, Roya said as he handed over the Pokeballs of Milotic and Dragonite, requesting her assistance in restoring their health. After glancing at the time and noting that it was already noon, he entered the Pokemon Center's dining area and ordered a plate of curry rice, commencing his lunch. After finishing his meal, Milotic and Dragonite had also regained their vitality. After retrieving their Pokeballs from Joy, Roya returned to his room. Inside, he took out the energy cubes he had prepared earlier and fed them to his Pokemon that had missed lunch. Once he finished feeding his Pokemon, he placed them into the newly acquired Pokemon Ranch. As it was their first encounter with such an environment, the Pokemon were initially a bit anxious. But under Roya's reassuring guidance, they soon settled in comfortably and happily embraced their new surroundings. How exhausting! After completing all tasks, Roya lay down in the field, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang up from his bed, exclaiming, "That's right. It's been ages since I last contacted Lily and Professor Kukui." Without hesitation, Roya retrieved his phone and dialed Lily's number. After a series of rings, Lily's image appeared on his screen, the backdrop showcasing the Pokemon school. "This is Lily. Who is this?" Lily greeted, momentarily caught off guard. "It's me, Lily," Roya replied with a smile. "Oh, it's you, Roya?" Lily exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she covered her mouth and added with a hint of wistfulness, "You haven't called in such a long time." "I'm sorry, Lily," Roya replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, it's no problem, as long as you're well. Lily generously forgave him and inquired, by the way, how is your journey going? I have obtained all 8 gym badges from the Kanto region and secured a ticket to participate in the Indigo Conference, Roya responded, showing Lily his badges. Congratulations. Lily beamed at the sight of Roya's badges, her face radiating a sweet smile. Just as Roya was about to continue their conversation, an unexpected commotion broke out on her end, and friends from the Pokémon school, Kaji, Mao, Swearin, Mamane, and Professor Kukui, along with Principal Okito, joined the call. Ah, it's Roya. Long time no see. Principal Okito greeted, spotting Roya on the screen. Indeed, it's been a while, Kaji added. Mataruku, it's been ages since you called. Mao and Swearin complained. Aloha, everyone. Roya greeted the familiar faces from the Pokémon school. I heard you've collected 8 badges. Congratulations. Kukui overheard the earlier conversation between Ria and Lily, learning that Ria had already acquired 8 badges. How impressive, Ria! Exclaimed the classmates, their astonishment evident as they lavished praise upon him. Oh, it's nothing much, Ria replied, feeling a bit bashful under the attention of his peers and teachers. So, that means Ria will be participating in the court's conference, Mamane remarked from the side. Indeed, Ria nodded in affirmation. That signifies Ria will be battling alongside many formidable trainers. It sounds exhilarating. Kaki's enthusiasm surged at the prospect. Yes, Ria responded, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he observed Kaki's excitement. You must win the court's conference. Ria? The classmates encouraged him fervently. That is a certainty, Ria declared, brimming with confidence. By the way, after discussing it with Principal Chang, we've decided to come and cheer for you in person, Ria, Kukui announced, revealing a remarkable decision. Really, Mr. Kukui? The companions, led by Lily, exclaimed in delight. Of course. Consider it an outdoor class to experience the atmosphere of the league conference. Principal Chung chimed in, playfully mimicking a bankulus. How wonderful. Lily and the others expressed their joy. Then I shall await your arrival at the quartz plateau, Ria said with a smile. After confirming their meeting at the quartz plateau, Ria ended the conversation with Lily and then lay back down on his bed to rest. After a brief respite, evening arrived, prompting Ria to leave the Pokémon Center and venture into a bustling mall in Hawali City, where he began to browse and purchase some items in preparation for his departure the following day to Professor Oak's location in Masera Town. After acquiring the essentials, Ria opted to dine at a restaurant before returning to the Pokémon Center for the night. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Nurse Joy, Ria set off with his backpack, embarking on the journey towards Masera Town. Chapter 81. Return to Masera Town. After obtaining the final green badge in Hawali City, Ria departed the Pokémon Center and made his way to the quaint Masera Town, nestled just below Hawali City. After chatting with classmates far away in Alola, Ria felt uplifted as he commenced his journey. Given that Masera Town is a small town located directly beneath Hawali City, Ria arrived quite swiftly without spending much time camping. However, he did not linger there, but continued onward to the esteemed Oak Research Institute situated on the outskirts of Masera Town. The distance was not great, and soon Ria found himself at the entrance of the institute. Without hesitation, he pressed the doorbell. After a brief ringing, the aged voice of Professor Oak emanated from the intercom. This is the Oak Research Institute. May I inquire as to who is calling? Professor Oak, it's me, Ria. He promptly replied upon hearing the professor's voice. Oh, it's you, Ria? What brings you here? Please come in. Upon recognizing Ria, Professor Oak swiftly opened the door, welcoming him inside. As Ria stepped into the institute's hall, Professor Oak emerged from his research room, and Ria greeted him warmly. Hello, Professor Oak. Hello, Ria, the professor replied, leading Ria to the sofa in the living room, where he offered him a cup of tea. Once seated, Professor Oak, curious, inquired, Ria? Is there something specific you wish to discuss? Indeed, Professor Oak. Ria cleared his throat and explained the purpose of his visit. I have acquired the 8 badges necessary to participate in the court's conference. However, with 3 months remaining until the event, I was hoping to stay here for a while and train. Would that be possible? I see. Professor Oak took a sip of tea and responded generously. Of course, there's no problem at all. You may stay for as long as you wish. Thank you so much. Professor Oak, Ria expressed his gratitude. Just a small matter, Professor Oak waved aside Ria's thanks, unconcerned. By the way, could you hand me your Pokédex? Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Ria. Is there something you need? Ria asked curiously, retrieving the Pokédex from his pocket and handing it to him. Of course. I wish to see how many Pokémon you've encountered, Professor Oak replied as he connected the Pokédex to the computer. Well, Ria admitted sheepishly. Recalling he had scarcely used the Pokédex during his travels, I've only encountered 8 species. Professor Oak gazed at Rhea with astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. Is that so? You've only encountered 8 species? Most of the Pokémon in the Kanto region are familiar to me, so I rarely utilize the Pokédex, Rhea explained honestly. I see. It appears your knowledge is quite substantial, Professor Oak acknowledged, relieved by Rhea's explanation. By the way, how many Pokémon have you captured? I noticed you've only sent a few. At that moment, Professor Oak recalled that Rhea had only transferred 3 fossil Pokémon and the 2 Dratini, and he inquired further. I currently have 9 Pokémon with me. Rhea replied truthfully. Only 9? Including the 6 here, you now possess a total of 15 Pokémon, Professor Oak remarked, slightly incredulous at the small number. Shigeru has captured over 200, and even Satoshi has caught over 30. You have the least amount. Professor Oak, each Pokémon I capture is an elite. And I do not simply catch Pokémon like others do. Moreover, I believe it's essential to be responsible for every Pokémon captured. One cannot just catch them and then abandon them. It's far better to let them live in the environments they desire. Rhea explained his perspective in response to Professor Oak's observation. Your viewpoint is commendable, Professor Oak concurred, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Now, quickly show me your Pokémon. The thought of Rhea's Pokémon excited Professor Oak, prompting him to urge Rhea eagerly. However, the space here is rather limited. Let us proceed to the backyard, Rhea suggested, realizing the living room could not accommodate his Pokémon. Certainly, and I would like to see the few Pokémon you left here as well, Professor Oak replied enthusiastically, leading Rhea to the Institute's backyard. Upon arriving in the backyard, Rhea, witnessing Professor Oak's eager expression, released all of his Pokeballs, summoning his Pokémon to the yard. As the red light flashed, Rhea's Pokémon appeared before them. The newly released Jolteon and Gengar surveyed their surroundings, realizing there was no battle awaiting them, and turned their curious gazes towards Rhea. Noticing their demeanor, Rhea explained, Today, there will be no training or battles. You may all take a day to rest. Rhea, do not forget my request, Professor Oak reminded him from the side. Acknowledging the reminder, Rhea added, and perhaps assist with your research as well. Upon hearing this, Professor Oak could no longer contain his excitement. He eagerly rushed to each Pokémon, brandishing a magnifying glass to scrutinize them, all the while murmuring to himself, is this truly the legendary Jirachi? And this Dragonite appears quite formidable as well. Thus, under the watchful gazes of the Pokémon, Professor Oak diligently examined each one. Were it not for Roy's prior warning to the Pokémon, Professor Oak might have simply succumbed to the overwhelming sensation of both pain and joy. In this manner, Roy and Professor Oak spent an extended period in the backyard of the laboratory. Roy also took the opportunity to catch up with the Pokémon he had left in Professor Oak's care. Following the completion of Professor Oak's assessments, the two returned to the living room. With the Indigo Conference merely 3 months away, Professor Oak inquired from Roy, Do you have any plans at this juncture? I believe I shall train for a while on the mountains behind Pallet Town, Roy replied. There is a location I recommend you explore, Professor Oak suggested to Roy. What location? Roy asked, intrigued by the professor's words. It is the Miacha Mountain, the grand mountain situated behind Pallet Town. Professor Oak slowly articulated the name of the place while under Roy's keen gaze. Miacha Mountain. Is there anything remarkable about it? Roy suddenly recalled that the fighting champion, Shiba, had recently been seen in that area, yet he feigned ignorance. Recently, one of the Elite Four, Shiba, has indeed made an appearance there. You should certainly pay a visit. Professor Oak confirmed what Roy had been pondering. I understand. I shall go and investigate. Roy nodded in agreement, his interest particularly piqued by the colossal onyx. That is splendid. Professor Oak remarked, rising from the sofa to observe the sky outside. He then turned to Roy and said, It is time for a meal. Would you care for a bowl of instant noodles? Instant noodles? Although Roy was aware of Professor Oak's penchant for them, he could not help but sigh at the prospect of such a meal for the evening. Professor, do you have any ingredients available? Roy inquired, wishing to avoid another instant noodle dinner. Ingredients? Of course I do. Although Professor Oak was not much of a cook, his refrigerator was stocked with fresh ingredients. Thanks to the frequent visits from Ash's mother, Hanako. In that case, I shall prepare dinner, Roy volunteered, eager to take charge. An hour later, Roy and Professor Oak sat down, thoroughly satisfied after enjoying their meal. Roy, with a slight bulge in his abdomen, retired to his guest room for rest, while Professor Oak returned to his laboratory to continue his research. Early the next morning, Roy bid a temporary farewell to Professor Oak and set off towards Miacha Mountain. Located behind Pallet Town, the soil of Miacha Mountain differed from other mountains. Its nutrient-rich earth supported a larger population of onyx compared to elsewhere. The most colossal among them was the very onyx captured by Shiba in the original story, towering several times larger than an ordinary onyx. However, it was now destined to become Roy's companion. Indeed, Roy's primary objective in visiting Miacha Mountain was to capture that gigantic onyx. Coupled with the metal coating he had acquired in Pewter City, it would enable the onyx to evolve into Steelix. Additionally, Roy sought to challenge the Elite Four member, Sheba, to a battle. Before long, Roy arrived at Miacha Mountain and commenced his search. After approximately an hour, he finally discovered an enormous trail. Surmising it to be the tracks left by the onyx, he followed the trail, which soon led him to the onyx's location. There, he beheld the onyx lounging in a clearing, basking lazily in the sunlight, its massive form resembling a small mountain from afar. Seizing the opportunity, Roy began to examine the data on this colossal onyx. Species, onyx type, rock, ground ability, sturdy gender, male level, 38 potential, elite moves, bind, tackle, rock slide, dragon breath, rock tomb, stone edge, stealth rock, iron tail. With the attributes of this onyx laid bare before him, Roy's heart raced with anticipation at the thought of capturing it. He approached the creature, catching its attention, and boldly declared, "Onyx, I wish to capture you as my new partner." Roar! The onyx bellowed, its face marked with a cross-shaped scar. "You must first battle me to witness my true strength," it seemed to convey. Roy, attuned to the onyx's thoughts through his radiant power, nodded in understanding. "Very well, let us begin. Come forth, Bulbasaur." Roy summoned his grass-type Bulbasaur to engage the onyx in combat. "Bulbasaur, unleash Leaf Tornado," Roy commanded, his voice ringing out. Bulbasaur responded with a cry, releasing a flurry of leaves from its bud, launching them at the onyx. Due to its immense size, the onyx was unable to evade the onslaught of Leaf Tornado and absorbed the full brunt of the attack. While grass-type moves deal normal damage to rock and ground types, the onyx still sustained considerable impact. Yet, it bore the pain, charging toward Bulbasaur with a force that echoed its massive stature. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip to ensnare the onyx. Then leap onto its back." Roy swiftly strategized in response to the onyx's advance. Bulbasaur obeyed, extending 4 Vine Whips to ensnare the rushing onyx. Just as it was about to strike, Bulbasaur leapt onto the onyx's back. "Now use Seed Bomb," Roy called out, and Bulbasaur swiftly executed the move, planting seeds on the onyx before jumping back to continue their standoff. The onyx, unable to contain its impatience, launched an attack first, using Tackle to rush at Bulbasaur. However, the seeds planted earlier began to sprout, entangling the onyx and restraining its movement. "Bulbasaur, unleash Energy Ball." Roy seized the opportunity. Bulbasaur opened its mouth, forming a sphere of grass-type energy, then hurled it at the onyx. With no escape, the onyx was struck once more, eliciting a painful roar. "Deliver the final blow with Leaf Storm," Roy commanded, and as he spoke, Bulbasaur released a torrent of leaves, enveloping the onyx in a whirlwind of furious attacks. As the leaf storm dissipated, the onyx collapsed, and at that moment, Roy threw a Pokeball, capturing the onyx effortlessly. After a moment of stillness, the onyx was successfully secured as Roy's Pokémon. Once he had captured the onyx, Roy released it from the Pokeball and began applying healing potions and using radiant power to assist in its recovery. The onyx recognized Roy's intent and coiled on the ground, peacefully accepting the healing treatment. After a short while, Roya completed the treatment of the onyx, and the creature subsequently regained its vigor. "Onyx, I look forward to our future endeavors together," Roya gently remarked, stroking the onyx. With a roar, the onyx acknowledged Roya's words, nudging its massive head against his hand in a tender response. Following the successful capture of Onyx, Roya chose to remain on Mount Miacha, embarking on his journey of self-improvement. However, on that very day, while training his Pokémon, a dark shadow loomed overhead. Chapter 83. The counterattack of Mutwo. After capturing the colossal onyx on Mount Miacha, Roya did not take his leave. Rather, he opted to stay. On one hand, he had yet to confront one of the Elite Four, the Fighting King, Sheba, and on the other, he wished to train his Pokémon. To facilitate this, Roya made a special trip back to Professor Oak's lab to retrieve all of his Pokémon. On a sunlit day, as Roya engaged in training on Mount Miacha, a sudden shadow obscured the sunlight above him, causing him to pause in surprise. Looking up, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A Dragonite, adorned with a package, was soaring above the mountain, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, it appeared to spot Roya and flew toward him. Before Roya could fully comprehend the situation, the orange figure had landed before him, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Unable to restrain his amusement, Roya quipped, "Thank goodness it's not 50 or 60 meters tall. Otherwise, it would be a true titan of the earth, despite having no relation to Mother Nature." The sudden arrival of Dragonite captured the attention of Roya's Pokémon, who approached him with wary gazes fixed on the newcomer. Roya quickly reassured his Pokémon and instructed them to disperse before stepping forward to meet Dragonite. Upon landing, Dragonite glanced at Roya and retrieved an envelope from its package. Presenting it to him. What is this? Roya pondered aloud as he examined the letter, then glanced back at the Dragonite, swiftly piecing together the situation. It was from that individual. Once he had grasped the context, Roya opened the envelope and discovered a postcard alongside a projection device. This is it. He recognized at once the central switch and pressed it, causing a figure to materialize above the device. Please forgive my audacity in contacting you. You are regarded as one of the most promising Pokémon trainers, and I would like to extend an invitation to you to attend my Master's prestigious Pokémon trainer party, to be held on New Island, Pokémon City. I hope you will consider attending. Please indicate your response on the postcard. This is an invitation for the foremost Pokémon trainers. Your presence is essential. After the individual concluded, they bowed, and the projection shifted to reveal a map. A postcard, you say? Roya retrieved the postcard emblazoned with yes and no, contemplating for a moment before marking a tick next to yes. Upon seeing the mark, Dragonite flexed its body, took several paces back, and then, with a powerful leap, soared into the sky, heading toward another trainer. Watching the retreating silhouette of Dragonite, Roya recalled how it needed a running start to take off. It appeared that the hefty name was not without reason. With his destination set for New Island, Roya swiftly recalled his training Pokémon into their Pokeballs, strapped on his backpack, and made his way toward a nearby port. As Roya approached the port, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, accompanied by rumblings of thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour that drenched him entirely. Fortunately, the port was not far off, and he quickly sought refuge in the waiting area. Upon opening the door, he discovered the room bustling with trainers eager to travel to New Island. Finding a quieter corner, Roya utilized his radiant power to dry his clothes and settled in to await the ferry. After a short while, the door swung open once more, drawing Roya's attention. 3 figures rushed into the waiting area, soaked and grumbling. Hey Ash, Misty, and Brock. Roya recognized them instantly and stepped out from his corner to greet them. Roya, you're here too, Ash exclaimed, his expression lighting up with surprise. Are you here for? Brock speculated, quickly guessing Roya's reason for being there. Indeed, Roya replied with a sly smile. Given that even Ash had received an invitation, it was only natural that he would be included as well. Misty shot Ash a sideways glance, retorting, Am I really that unworthy? Despite feeling a twinge of annoyance at Ash's dismissive comment, she could only mutter her discontent under her breath, considering Ash's fighting prowess. Meanwhile, the weather outside deteriorated further, fierce winds whipping up waves that crashed against the shore. Oh no, the ferry has been suspended, a trainer exclaimed in disbelief. So we can't reach New Island? A brown-haired female trainer voiced her disappointment to the port manager, Pacha, and her companion, Miss Junsha. How could this happen? We finally received an invitation. The trainers lamented. The weather here is exceedingly severe. Even I, who have grown up at the port, have never witnessed such a violent storm. This tempest is circling above New Island, and I cannot risk your lives, Pacha asserted firmly, refusing to let the trainers venture forth. Having overheard the conversation and observing the ominous skies and raging storm, Roya quickly deduced the responsible party behind it. Thus, the ferry must remain docked, Miss Junsha added. But I have my Pokémon. With their assistance, I can certainly cross the sea. Several trainers confidently boasted of their abilities, believing their Pokémon could conquer the tumultuous waters. Miss Junsha, however, urged them with concern. If your Pokémon sustain injuries, they may not recover. Miss Joy has been missing for several days now. Despite the earnest warnings from Miss Junsha and Pacha, the adventurous spirit of the trainers remained undeterred. They braved the tempest, rushing out of the waiting area towards the coastline. Upon reaching the shore, the trainers summoned their Pokémon, such as Pidgeot, Spearow, and Gyarados, to carry them toward New Island. Even with Miss Junsha's desperate attempts to halt them, including threats of arrest, nothing could deter their resolve. At that moment, port manager Pacha approached Miss Junsha, offering consolation. Indeed, attempts to stop them are futile. They are trainers, adventurers at heart. If they could be deterred, they would not be gathered here. Roya was no exception, joining Ash and the others in flowing with the crowd towards the shore. Observing the departing figures, Ash anxiously voiced, What are we going to do to get across? Leave it to me, Roya declared. Roya smiled faintly, and then summoned her trio of flying-type Pokémon, Pidgeot, Dragonite, and Aerodactyl. Together with Ash, Misty, and Brock, they soared through the storm towards New Island. However, as they traversed the tempestuous skies, a pink silhouette suddenly caught Roya's eye. Who could that be? In Chapter 84, Mutwo strikes back too, as Roya, Ash, Misty, and Brock rode on their flying Pokémon. A pink figure appeared above them, drawing Roya's attention. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the identity of the figure. It was none other than Mew, who had also come in pursuit of Mewtwo. Just as Roya prepared to approach, Mew vanished into thin air. Seeing Mew's disappearance, Roya had no choice but to abandon her earlier intention and continue her journey to New Island. Although they encountered increasingly fierce storms along the way, Roya's Pokémon overcame each challenge, allowing her, Ash, Misty, and Brock to reach New Island unscathed. Return, everyone. Upon arriving on the shore, Roya recalled Pidgeot, Aerodactyl, and Dragonite, sending them back to the Pokémon Ranch for some well-deserved rest. At that moment, a nun-like figure approached them and greeted, "Welcome. Please present your invitation letter." "Is this what you mean?" After hearing the nun's words, Roya retrieved the projection device that Dragonite had previously given her and presented it to her. These trainers indeed received an invitation. The device projected a figure that confirmed their status. Meanwhile, Brock scrutinized the nun's appearance, and after some contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "It's really you." "What?" The nun, a bit puzzled by Brock's words, inquired further. "The Miss Joy from the notice at the harbor." Brock swiftly revealed her identity. "Now that you mention it, she does resemble her," Misty chimed in after glancing over. "She is indeed Miss Joy," Roya affirmed, solidifying the nun's identity as the missing Nurse Joy. "What are you all talking about? I've been working in this castle since my arrival. Come, follow me." The other invited trainers have already arrived. After refuting their claims, Miss Joy led Roya and the others into the castle. Soon, they found themselves in a brightly lit parlor. Once inside, Miss Joy gestured towards the other trainers and said, "Those are the trainers who arrived earlier." Roya, Ash, Misty, and Brock turned to see three individuals soothing their Pokémon inside. Ash, astonished, exclaimed, "Only three? Where are the others?" "Trainers unable to brave the storm, even if invited. One team make it here," Miss Joy explained. "Was that storm a test?" Brock couldn't help but inquire. "Indeed. Without strength, it is impossible to reach this place," Roya added. "Please release your Pokémon and take a seat," Miss Joy continued, casting a glance at Roya and the group. "After all, you are the chosen trainers." With that, the doors of the parlor closed behind them. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket trio, having endured the storm, arrived outside the castle but found the doors barred, forcing them to seek an alternative route through the sewers. Inside the parlor, under Miss Joy's guidance, Roya, Ash, and their companions approached the center of the room. A trainer with a Pidgeot addressed them. "So, you've arrived as well." "And you are?" Ash queried. "I flew here on Pidgeot." For her, traversing the storm was effortless. Thus, Roya, Ash, and their companions engaged in casual conversation with the three trainers until familiarity settled among the 7 individuals present. Just as they were enjoying their discussion, the lights in the parlor dimmed, and a beam of blue light materialized in the center of the room. At that moment, Miss Joy announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The strongest Pokémon trainer is about to make an entrance." Then, before the gaze of the assembled trainers and their Pokémon, the castle's master, Mewtwo, who had extended the invitations, descended gracefully from the beam of light. Pokémon Mewtwo. Type, Psychic. Ability, Pressure. Level, 112. Aptitude, Legendary. Moves, Confusion, Telekinesis, Psychic, Psystrike, Origin Pulse, Aura Sphere. Teleport, Wave Bomb. The instant Mewtwo appeared, Roya utilized her Pokédex to glean detailed information. Indeed, this was not only the strongest Pokémon trainer, but also the mightiest Pokémon, Mr. Mewtwo. In response to the astonished expressions around the room, Miss Joy spoke with gravity. However, a provoking trainer, infuriated, stood up and addressed Mewtwo. "Pokémon are Pokémon trainers. Such a thing cannot be. Is that so? My rules are mine to dictate." Mewtwo responded through Miss Joy, subsequently delivering a harsh lesson to the trainer. Even his Gyarados was swiftly incapacitated. "Such ease," Mewtwo declared after effortlessly defeating Gyarados, releasing his hold on Miss Joy, who began to collapse. Seeing this, Roya swiftly caught the falling Nurse Joy before she hit the ground. Upon her awakening, Roya felt a sense of relief wash over him. "What just happened? Where am I? How did I end up here?" A bewildered Miss Joy looked at Roya, who offered her a reassuring smile. "To ensure your care, I brought you from the Pokémon Center. A doctor well-versed in Pokémon health was indispensable. You've aided me immensely, even if you may not recall any of it." Mewtwo explained from the side as Miss Joy expressed her confusion. "What do you mean?" Brock, who had been a moment too late, exclaimed in disbelief. "With my power, I can effortlessly manipulate mere humans," Mewtwo stated nonchalantly. "That is utterly outrageous." Misty interjected, her brow furrowed, and even Pikachu expressed its indignation. I once wished to coexist with humans, but I was let down. Humans are inferior beings compared to Pokémon. If such weak and unreasonable beings were to dominate, this planet would be doomed. Mutwo articulated his thoughts to the group. Are you suggesting that Pokémon should govern this planet? Brock immediately challenged Mutwo's assertion. Pokémon cannot either. The reason is that this planet has long been under human dominion. Pokémon living for humans are inadequate for the task, Mutwo replied, maintaining his calm demeanor in the face of Brock's inquiry. Your perspective is erroneous. I cannot accept your belief, Roya interjected, supporting the now upright Miss Joy, glaring sternly at Mutwo. What did you say? Mutwo directed his gaze towards Roya. Chapter 85, Mutwo Strikes Back 3. Your beliefs are mistaken. I absolutely will not concede, Roya asserted, standing resolutely beside Miss Joy. His previously casual demeanor had transformed into one of intense seriousness. What did you say? Under the scrutiny of the public, Mutwo found itself challenged by Roya, causing it to narrow its eyes, fixating intently on him. In that very moment, Roya felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Mutwo, compelling him to submit. Yet, Roya resolutely refused to relent, maintaining his steadfast gaze upon Mutwo, and vociferously declared his unwavering conviction. I shall never endorse your beliefs. The forceful proclamation from Roya not only momentarily stunned Mutwo, but it also elicited astonished expressions from Ash and his companions behind him. Then what is your perspective? Mutwo inquired after a brief pause, lifting the oppressive aura it had cast upon Roya. On this planet, both humans and Pokémon are indispensable. The harmony between the two is essential. Only through their collaboration can the world flourish under the bonds that unite humans and Pokémon. In response to Mutwo's probing, Roya articulated his viewpoint. However, all I perceive is the oppression and control exerted by humans over Pokémon. The notion of bonds between them is non-existent. Memories of his days with Banmu flooded Mutwo's mind, prompting it to retort. That is merely the behavior of a select few. Both humans and Pokémon harbor their shadows. Yet they represent a minority. The vast majority possess an immense love for Pokémon. He continued, take the Joy family you abducted as an example. They harbor a profound affection for Pokémon deep within their hearts. Upon hearing Mutwo's words, Roya shook his head in rebuttal and pressed on. Consider your own inception. Born amidst the ambitions of Banmu, you have only witnessed the darkness they wish to show you, experiencing solely the oppression and harm inflicted upon Pokémon, and have thus failed to recognize the love humans possess for Pokémon, akin to that for family. How could such bonds between humans and Pokémon possibly exist? Mutwo, having absorbed Roya's words, remained unconvinced. Do you not proclaim to be the strongest Pokémon trainer? Then allow me to demonstrate the bonds that exist between us. With that, Roya brandished a Pokeball, declaring war upon Mutwo. I shall prove you wrong. In the wake of Roya's challenge, Mutwo's eyes gleamed brilliantly, summoning 3 formidable, spotted starter Pokémon, Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, who materialized within the living room. These are my cloned Pokémon. Let us engage in battle. With a grand gesture, Mutwo conjured an arena. Go, Gengar. In response to Mutwo's invitation, Roya hurled his Pokeball, summoning Gengar to the battlefield. On my side is Charizard. As soon as Mutwo finished speaking, Charizard appeared, confronting Gengar. Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Roya initiated the assault, sparking the battle into action. Gengar gathered dark energy in its hands, unleashing a violet-black beam towards Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Mutwo commanded, prompting Charizard to retaliate with a fierce burst of flames, clashing violently with the approaching Dark Pulse. However, the disparity in strength between Charizard and Gengar was vast. Dark Pulse effortlessly pierced through Flamethrower, striking Charizard directly and sending it sprawling, incapacitated. Observing Charizard collapse beside him, Mutwo displayed no emotion, calmly directing the next Pokémon, Blastoise, Hydro Pump. In the face of the incoming Hydro Pump, Gengar floated effortlessly in midair, evading the attack without a hitch. Gengar, Thunderbolt. After dodging the water attack, Roya issued his command. Gengar radiated a golden light, unleashing a powerful electric current towards Blastoise. The speed of the current was remarkable, and it struck Blastoise swiftly, dealing a lethal blow due to the electric type's advantage, rendering it unconscious. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. Mutwo commanded, staring at the unconscious Blastoise. After a moment of silence, he directed the last remaining Venusaur. Responding to the command, Venusaur unleashed several Vine Whips from its flower, aiming at Gengar. Gengar, use Psychic. Upon hearing Roya's order, Gengar's eyes glowed faintly, summoning a light blue wave that ensnared the incoming Vine Whips. lifting Venusaur along with them into the air before slamming them forcefully into the ground. Gengar, use Will-O-Wisp. Seizing the opportunity while Venusaur lay stunned on the ground, Roya continued his assault. Under his command, Gengar unleashed several ghostly blue flames, targeting the downed Venusaur, inflicting a burn status. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Mute-Wo remained unfazed, issuing instructions to Venusaur. As the burned Venusaur prepared to execute Leaf Blade, the burn interrupted its attempt. Gengar, unleash a barrage of Shadow Balls. Observing Venusaur's momentary vulnerability, Gengar struck first, releasing several Shadow Balls that hit Venusaur directly, knocking it out of the fight. Bravo, Roya, you've triumphed. Ash cheered from the sidelines, while the others wore expressions of delight. You have lost, Roya stated, glancing at the incapacitated clone starters before turning to Mute-Wo. I have not lost. I can continue to fight. Mute-Wo replied, its eyes glowing faintly. Blue waves of energy enveloped Gengar, rendering it immobilized. Let me borrow your Gengar for a copy, Mute-Wo declared, manipulating Gengar towards a nearby machine. Gengar, Roya exclaimed, feeling urgency as he called out to Gengar. GGI. Gengar strained against Mute-Wo's psychic grip, but could not escape the higher power's control. Gengar, let Mute-Wo witness our bond. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Roya resorted to Mega Evolution. Raising his right hand to reveal a Mega Stone on his bracelet, pressing his left hand upon it, and calling out to Gengar, Gengar, Mega Evolve. Gengar, let Mute-Wo witness our bond. Roya pressed the Mega Stone, commanding Gengar. GG. Gengar, still restrained in midair, responded with effort. Gengar, Mega Evolve. As Roya activated the stone, the bond between them ignited, illuminating the previously dim surroundings with brilliant radiance. What is this? Mute-Wo gasped, momentarily halting its actions, transfixed by the dazzling light shared between Roya and Gengar. Ash and the others mirrored this astonishment, their expressions filled with wonder. This is the bond one share with my Pokémon. As Roya spoke, beams of light emanated from both him and Gengar, intertwining before Mute-Wo and the onlookers, growing ever brighter, resembling a miniature sun. After a brief moment, as the luminosity began to fade, it revealed Gengar's new form. Upon witnessing the transformation, the newly evolved Gengar not only exhibited a change in appearance, but also grew in size. Its entire body was adorned with sharp spines, the lower half displaying a deep crimson hue. Multiple spines sprouted from its tail, and a golden vertical eye emerged on its forehead, rendering it an imposing figure. Gengar, break free. Seizing the opportunity while Mute-Wo was momentarily stunned by Gengar's Mega Evolution, Roy commanded Mega Gengar to escape. True to Roy's expectations, Mega Gengar harnessed its newfound power to break free from Mute-Wo's psychic grasp and swiftly joined Roy's side. What is this? Mute-Wo inquired, finally regaining its composure. This is the symbol of the bond between humans and Pokémon. Mega Evolution, Roy explained. The bond between humans and Pokémon? Mute-Wo murmured, its previously outstretched hand dropping involuntarily. Mute-Wo, do you still not understand? The beauty of this world is a result of the joint efforts of both humans and Pokémon. Roy continued to impart his heartfelt wisdom to the now intrigued Mute-Wo. As Mute-Wo pondered Roy's words, a pink feline Pokémon suddenly appeared in the sky above the arena, captivating everyone's attention. You are Mew. Mute-Wo instantly recognized the figure, known as the progenitor of all Pokémon. Mew. Mew, however, paid no heed to Mute-Wo's words and gazed curiously around the arena. Indeed, I was created based on you, yet I am the true embodiment of strength. Mute-Wo retorted, a hint of indignation in its tone. Only I have survived. Mew. In response to Mute-Wo's declaration, Mew emitted a few curious sounds. What did you say? A copy can never surpass the original. Let us see who truly is the original. With that, Mute-Wo launched an attack, conjuring a Shadow Ball and hurling it toward Mew, igniting a fierce aerial battle between the two. A pink energy sphere, formed by Mew's gathered energy, collided with Mute-Wo's blue energy in a spectacular display, the shockwaves wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures. Roy, what do we do? Ash exclaimed, rushing to Roy's side, his gaze fixed on the battling Mute-Wo and Mew. Allow me to intervene, Roy replied, turning his attention to Gengar beside him. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Heeding Roy's command, Gengar unleashed a Shadow Ball, positioning it between the clashing Mute-Wo and Mew. Are you attempting to stop us, human? Mute-Wo questioned, while Mew regarded Roy with curious eyes. Please, cease this senseless conflict, Roy implored, stepping between them. You deem this a senseless fight? Mute-Wo scrutinized Roy, narrowing its eyes. What significance does your battle hold, whether original or copy? You both exist in this world, possessing your own thoughts. You are both living beings, There is no such thing as a mere copy, Roy asserted passionately. I am not a copy, Mewtwo stammered, momentarily taken aback by Roy's words. Indeed, Mew contains the genetic essence of every Pokémon in existence. By your reasoning, all Pokémon would then be considered copies, Roy paused before adding. Yet they are not. They are all beings living on this planet, all known as Pokémon. So, I am not a copy. Mewtwo's mind began to waver as it processed Roy's statements. Yes, I have always believed that every creature born into this world possesses its own significance, and so do you, Mewtwo. It is precisely for this reason that you came into being. Observing Mewtwo's shifting emotions, Roy continued to weave his heartfelt narrative. What, then, is the purpose of my existence? Mewtwo urgently inquired. That is something you must seek for yourself, Mewtwo. Venture forth into this beautiful world, and I am confident you will discover the meaning of your existence. Roy encouraged. Is that so? Mewtwo glanced at Mew and recalled the words of little AI, beginning to find clarity. Indeed, both you and I exist. We are both Pokémon. And thus the distinction between original and copy is rendered meaningless. Precisely, the world remains a wondrous place. Do explore it further, Ash chimed in. Mewtwo, go forth and seek the significance of your existence, Roy reiterated. I understand now. Mewtwo finally felt a sense of resolution, its previously bland tone now imbued with warmth. However, there is one more matter to attend to before I depart. Mewtwo surveyed the surrounding crowd of humans and Pokémon. What matter? Roy inquired, sensing something significant. Perhaps it is best that no one knows of this. Mewtwo responded, and then, using its psychic abilities, it levitated the 3 awakened starter Pokémon to its side. Preparing to leave. Mewtwo, where are you going? Roy asked, observing this unexpected scene. I shall take them to seek their homeland, to the corners of this world. With that, Mewtwo and Mew soared away, carrying the starter Pokémon into the distance. Meanwhile, all present, including Roy, began to glow and subsequently vanished from the island, reappearing in the port waiting area from whence they came. Where's this? Why have I found myself here? Ash pondered, bewildered by their surroundings. A sentiment shared by every trainer nearby. Only Roy remained gazing at the distant sky, seemingly observing something specific, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Mewtwo. Until we meet again. Chapter 87, Ash's Arrival. Following the Mewtwo incident, Roy bid farewell to Ash and his companions, embarking alone on his journey back to Mount Miacha to continue his training. After several days of normal training, an unexpected event shattered the tranquility of his routine. One day, as Roy trained his Pokémon on Mount Miacha, he suddenly heard a familiar cry that piqued his interest. Turning towards the source of the commotion, he quickly spotted his acquaintances Ash, Misty, and Brock being pursued by a colossal Onix, with Team Rocket hot on their heels. As time passed, the distance between them and the giant Onix diminished, escalating the perilous situation. Onix, use tackle. Seeing the dire circumstances, Roy immediately commanded his own Onix to launch an attack on the pursuing giant Onix. Upon hearing Roy's directive, his Onix ceased its training, confirmed the target, and charged forward with tackle. Just as Ash and his companions were about to be struck by the giant Onix, Roy's massive Onix emerged from the side, colliding with the pursuing Onix and sending it flying. Regaining its bearings, the knockback Onix sought out the assailant for revenge. However, upon noticing the immense size of Roy's Onix, it promptly cowered and fled in defeat. What a gigantic Onix! The rescued Ash and his friends were in awe as they beheld the newly arrived colossal Onix, left speechless by its impressive stature. It's even bigger than the one before, Misty exclaimed, equally astonished by the Onix's size. Well, this gigantic Onix belongs to us, Team Rocket, Meowth remarked, eyeing the enormous creature with intrigue. Indeed, all we need to do is capture it and present it to Boss Yamaki, and we shall surely ascend the ranks and amass wealth. Upon hearing Meowth's words, Musashi and Kojiro felt a surge of temptation. Just as they prepared to draw their weapons, a calm voice lingered in their ears. Oh, is that so? Who might it be? The moment they heard this voice, the trio of Team Rocket, along with Ash and his companions, instantly became alert, scanning their surroundings. As they heightened their vigilance, the previously withdrawn Roy emerged from behind a nearby rock and addressed them. It's me, Ash. Roy, is that you? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ash immediately relaxed his guard, greeting Roy with a warm smile. You, that formidable little rascal, Musashi remarked, her fervor dissipating upon realizing Roy's identity. She, along with Kojiro and Meowth, swiftly positioned themselves opposite Roy. Indeed, after hearing Team Rocket's inquiry, Roy nodded and continued, I believe I just overheard someone mentioning capturing my Onix. With that, He cast a gaze imbued with a hint of danger towards Team Rocket. That cannot be. You must have misheard, Musashi retorted defensively. Indeed, you merely misunderstood. Kojiro and Meowth echoed in unison. Is that so? Roy's tone shifted as he asserted. However, I still believe it would be in your best interest to leave this place. We would prefer to depart on our own, Team Rocket quickly replied, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Too late. Onyx, use Iron Tail to send them flying. Roy resolutely dismissed their plea, directing his Onyx. Upon hearing Roy's command, Onyx gently swung its tail, sending Team Rocket soaring through the air, transforming them into mere specks. Accompanied by the familiar exclamation, "What an abhorrent sensation!" Once the matter with Team Rocket was resolved, Roy turned to Ash and his companions, asking, Ash, Misty, Brock, what brings you to this place? Although Roy was aware of their intentions, he feigned ignorance. I heard from Professor Oak that you and the Elite Four Shiba were here on MT Majacha, so I came to find you, Ash promptly replied. You clearly came seeking Shiba for his ultimate techniques, Misty chimed in, casting a playful jab at Ash. Did you manage to acquire them? Roy inquired with a smile, as if recalling something. We obtained nothing, only a multitude of tasks, Ash lamented. I too have endured unmerited tribulations. Misty reflected on her inexplicable hardships, her mood darkening. While Brock's usual enthusiasm waned as well. What transpired earlier? Why were you pursued by Onyx? Roy observed their glum expressions and deftly shifted the conversation. It was all instigated by those three from Team Rocket. Misty exclaimed, her frustration palpable, recounting how they were chased by Onyx after their Starry Night Pokémon fainted. What happened? Roy inquired. They saw the gigantic Onyx on MT Majacha and decided to attack it with their rocket launchers, which enraged it, leading to their pursuit. My Squirtle and Brock's Onyx were both defeated. Ash explained the sequence of events. I see. You have my sympathy, Roy expressed. Feeling pity for Ash and his friends after learning the cause of their predicament. Reflecting on the myriad troubles caused by Team Rocket in the original storyline, his empathy deepened, further solidifying his resolve to distance himself from Ash, for the burdens were truly too great to bear. Especially as Roy had yet to attain the resilience of a new trainer from Pallet Town. Oh, by the way, have you encountered Elite Four Shiba? Roy abruptly recalled his purpose on MT Majacha and addressed Ash and the others. Yes, why? Where is Elite Four Shiba now? Upon hearing that they had met Shiba, Roy eagerly inquired, for he had been here for quite some time without yet having met him. Shiba is over there. Ash pointed in a specific direction. By the way, are you seeking Shiba for the ultimate techniques? Ash asked curiously. There is no such ultimate technique. Only through one's own efforts is true progress achieved, Misty advised Roy, recalling her own experiences. I am not here for the ultimate techniques, Roy responded, shaking his head at Ash and his friends. What then? Is your purpose for seeking Elite Four Shiba? Chapter 88, The Arrival of Elite Four Shiba. Do you have business with Elite Four Shiba? Just as Roy was inquiring about Shiba's whereabouts, a rugged voice resonated from behind him. Noticing the voice did not belong to Ash's trio, Roy turned curiously to see a muscular man, bare-chested and adorned with iron rings on his limbs, approaching them. You are Elite Four Shiba. Roy instantly recognized his identity. Indeed. You must be Roy, the one spoken of by Dato and Conan, Shiba remarked, swiftly identifying Roy as well. Yes, Roy nodded and asked, have Dato and Conan mentioned me? Indeed, they described you as a young man of considerable talent. It seems their words hold merit, Shiba said, eyeing Roy's formidable Onyx to ascertain his strength. They overstate my capabilities. I am merely an ordinary trainer, Roy humbly replied. By the way, Elite Four Shiba, what brings you to this place? Although Roy had an inkling, he felt compelled to inquire. For that, Shiba indicated Roy's Onyx. Are you here for the gigantic Onyx of MT Majacha? Roy asked. Indeed, but alas, you have already captured it. I originally came here to tame it. Shiba revealed his purpose for coming to MT Majacha. I apologize for that. However, there are many exceptional Onyx on MT Majacha. You might wish to explore, Roy suggested. For having already captured it, he could not part with it. Even for a member of the Elite Four. I understand. Thank you for the information. Shiba gazed longingly at the Onyx before seemingly recalling something. He then asked Roy, by the way, do you have something to discuss with me? Upon realizing Shiba had returned to the topic at hand, Roy responded, I wish to witness the prowess of the Elite Four. May I? So, you wish to battle me? Shiba discerned Roy's intent immediately. Indeed, Roy affirmed with a nod. In that case, let me see the strength that Dato and Conan praised, Shiba declared, leading Roy to an open space. Come forth, Macamp. Upon reaching the clearing, Shiba released his Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a robust Macamp appeared before Roy. Pokémon, Macamp. Type, Fighting. Ability, Iron Fist. Gender, male. Level, 72. Potential, champion. Moves, Drain Punch, Focus Punch, Vacuum Punch, Bullet Punch, Sonic Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Mega Punch. Wow, another champion-level Pokémon. It seems the Elite Four of Kanto are all at the champion level. No wonder Kanto lacks a champion. Roya successfully passed the scrutiny of the Eye of Exploration and soon discerned the prowess of Abelram. He resolutely decided that it would be you, Jolteon. Thus, he dispatched his very first companion, Jolteon, who emerged amidst a blaze of crimson light, immediately confronting Abelram. Indeed, it seems the esteemed trainers Dato and Kono were not mistaken about this unknown Pokémon of peak champion caliber. Recognizing Jolteon's strength at a glance, the champion Shiba praised Roya. Jolteon, unleash Thunder Punch. Roya commanded, observing Shiba's Abelram and initiating the assault. Upon hearing Roya's call, Jolteon's arms crackled with electricity, launching towards Abelram. Bring it on, Abelram. Use Fire Punch. Shiba erupted into laughter at the impending clash, then directed Abelram accordingly. Responding to his trainer, Abelram enveloped its arm in crimson flames, executing Fire Punch to counter Jolteon's Thunder Punch in a fierce collision. Although Abelram's strength was evidently superior, Jolteon, leveraging its spectral capabilities, managed to equalize the encounter before retreating to its trainer's side. However, the keen-eyed Roya noticed Jolteon's trembling arms, signaling a clear victory for Abelram in this exchange. Are you alright, Jolteon? Roya inquired with concern. Awoo, Jolteon reassured him with a gentle shake of its head, indicating that it was unscathed. Jolteon, employ Volt Tackle. With the realization that close combat was ineffective, Roya opted for a ranged assault. No sooner had he spoken than Jolteon radiated a brilliant golden aura, unleashing a powerful current directed at Abelram. Abelram, use Brick Break. Shiba smiled faintly at the approaching Volt Tackle and commanded Abelram. Upon receiving the directive, Abelram's right hand shimmered with a white glow as it executed Brick Break, effortlessly splitting the oncoming Volt Tackle in twain, dissipating into the ether. Jolteon, utilize Quick Attack. Observing the failed attempt, Roya pressed on with his assault. As soon as he finished speaking, Jolteon darted forward at astonishing speed toward Abelram. Jolteon, engage in close combat. As Jolteon closed in on Abelram with Quick Attack, the latter, under Shiba's instruction, prepared to engage in close quarters. However, it quickly became apparent that Jolteon was outmatched by Abelram, who swiftly subdued Jolteon and ensnared its limbs. Now is your chance. Use Thunder. Seizing the moment as Jolteon and Abelram were locked in contact, Roya called for a counterattack. Responding to Roya's command, Jolteon summoned all its strength to prevent Abelram from escaping. Unleashing Thunder. A formidable surge of electricity coursed from Jolteon, seemingly poised to strike the unsuspecting Abelram directly. Abelram, defend. Shiba swiftly countered the unexpected thunder with a protective maneuver. Just as thunder surged forth, a soft green barrier materialized, absorbing the attack without harm. Abelram, execute Aura Sphere. With one hand restraining Jolteon, Abelram conjured a glowing orb of energy and propelled it toward Jolteon, sending the latter flying back toward Roya. Are you alright, Jolteon? Seeing Jolteon battered and bruised, Roya steeled himself and declared to Shiba, Champion Shiba, this battle is my defeat. You are still young. One day you shall surpass me. And I must say, you performed admirably. Just look. Shiba gestured toward the flickering golden sparks emanating from Abelram. That indicates paralysis, Roya quickly deduced, recognizing Abelram's condition. Indeed, your prowess is truly remarkable. I finally comprehend why Dato and Kona hold you in such high regard, Shiba remarked, patting Roya on the shoulder. I will, without a doubt, defeat you one day. Inspired by Shiba's words, Roya boldly declared his intent. I shall await your challenge, Shiba replied before departing in search of his own onyx. After Shiba's departure, Ash and his companions approached Roya. Ash stepped forward, exclaiming, Roya, your strength is incredible. The display of skill between Roya and Shiba invigorated Ash, ever eager for competition. There are many stronger individuals in this world, and I shall defeat them all one day to become the ultimate trainer, Roya responded, gazing after Shiba. I will too. But the title of the strongest trainer shall belong to me, Ash retorted, brimming with determination. You had better step up your game, for I will not wait for you. Ash added. Chapter 89. Final preparations. After encountering the Elite Four Shiba and engaging in battle on Mount Mayacha, Roya had fulfilled his objectives there. With the Quartz Conference approaching swiftly, he made preparations to depart alongside Ash, Misty, and Brock, returning to Pallet Town. as they journeyed towards Professor Oak's laboratory. The quartet exchanged tales of their recent experiences. After approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the esteemed research facility. Roya, have you completed your training? Upon their arrival, they were greeted at the door by Blue, who opened it for them. Indeed, now only the final preparations remain, Roya replied with a smile, then turned to Blue. I presume you have also completed your training? Of course. I am not like that certain last-place contender. Blue puffed up his chest with feigned pride, casting a disdainful glance at Ash, who had been enjoying himself rather than training. Who are you referring to? Ash, who had never trained a Pokémon, bristled at Blue's snide remarks. I mean the one who only plays and never trains his Pokémon. Blue shot back, igniting a quarrel between the two. Fine. I shall train my Pokémon right now. Ash huffed angrily and stormed off, with Misty and Brock reluctantly trailing behind. That was intentional, wasn't it, Blue? Roya teased, raising an eyebrow at Blue as they watched Ash depart. Not at all. I simply cannot stand it, Blue retorted, somewhat contradicting himself. Oh, it seems our young Master Blue is quite the tsundere, Roya chuckled before entering the living room of the laboratory, ignoring Blue's flustered expression. Roya, wait. What do you mean by tsundere? I am not a tsundere, Blue shouted indignantly as he followed Roya inside, shutting the door behind him. By the way, where is Ash? I thought I heard his voice just now, Professor Oak asked, stepping out of the lab and glancing curiously at Roya and Blue. Noting the absence of Ash and the others, Ash just stormed off to train his Pokémon, spurred on by our dear Master Blue's well-meaning encouragement. Roya replied with a light chuckle. I see. Professor Oak, well aware of the camaraderie between Blue and Ash, quickly grasped the situation. By the way, have you completed your training? Professor Oak then turned his attention to Roya, seated comfortably on the sofa. Having completed the necessary preparations, only the final adjustments remained, especially with the Quartz conference fast approaching. After listening to Professor Oak's inquiries, Roya responded, I plan to depart the day after tomorrow. Shigeru, sitting nearby, inquired. When do you intend to leave? Indeed, I shall be a guest at your esteemed residence for a few more days, Professor Oak, Roya replied, revealing his intended departure for the Quartz Plateau. Oh, not at all. I find this place rather too tranquil, Professor Oak chuckled in response to Roya's words. Thank you for your hospitality, Professor, Roya expressed his gratitude. Coincidentally, I shall also be heading to the Quartz Plateau the day after tomorrow. Let us journey together, Shigeru decided. Upon realizing their departure coincided. That would be splendid. I have no objections to sharing a ride, Roya agreed amiably. By the way, may we take a look at your Pokémon? Professor Oak inquired. Of course, I have some adjustments to make to my team, Roya replied, as he, Professor Oak, and Shigeru made their way to the Institute's courtyard. In the courtyard, Roya released all of his Pokeballs, and he was promptly surrounded by his Pokémon. Among them were Zeraora, Dragonite, Venusaur, and Blastoise, all of whom had completed their evolutions. These are Roya's Pokémon, Shigeru exclaimed, visibly astonished by their impressive presence. Meanwhile, Professor Oak, undistracted by Shigeru's amazement, eagerly observed Roya's Pokémon before commenting, Your Pokémon have certainly grown stronger during our time apart. One must make progress, after all, Roya said, feeling pleased by the professor's praise. That onyx is remarkably large, several times the size of a typical one. It must be from Mount Maiachai. Professor Oak quickly identified the imposing creature. Your keen eye is impressive, Professor, Roya acknowledged, not surprised by the professor's recognition, given the proximity of Mount Maiachai to the Institute. After an extensive examination, Professor Oak returned to Roya and Shigeru, suggesting, It seems your onyx is due for an evolution. I am prepared. I was about to initiate its evolution, Roya replied, retrieving the metal coat he had earned from his bag and giving it to Onyx. Now, I would appreciate your assistance. Professor, he said. Understood. Follow me, Professor Oak instructed as he and Shigeru led Roya to the Pokémon exchange device. Let us begin, Professor, Roya stated, producing a Pokeball along with Onyx's. With Professor Oak's assistance, he completed the communication exchange for the evolution. Once the exchange was finalized, Roya returned to the courtyard with Onyx's Pokeball. Under the watchful eyes of Professor Oak and Shigeru, he threw the Pokeball, and Onyx emerged before them. Instantly enveloped in a pearlescent light of evolution, Onyx's form began to expand dramatically. When the luminous aura dissipated, a much larger Steelix stood before them. How magnificent! Shigeru gasped, his mouth agape in awe at the colossal Steelix. Even Roya and Professor Oak, who had anticipated the transformation, were taken aback. Following this, it was time for Roya and his Pokémon to rest. Thus, he and Shigeru began their final preparations for their Pokémon at the Institute until the day of departure. Note, to provide clarity on Roya's Pokémon levels, Zeraora, level 68, Dragonite, level 66, Gengar, level 66, Incineroar, level 55, Pidgeot, level 54, Milotic, level 54, Aerodactyl, level 55, Scyther, level 41, Shuckle, level 41, Venusaur, level 44, Blastoise, level 45, Steelix, level 45, Chansey, level 33, Togepi, level 21. Chapter 90, Quartz Plateau. After finalizing the adjustments to his Pokémon at Professor Oak's lab, Roya prepared to depart with Shigeru from Masera Town towards the Quartz Conference at Quartz Plateau. Ready to set off, Roya? Shigeru shouted from his sports car parked at the lab's entrance. Coming. Roya responded, emerging from the building to join Shigeru in the vehicle. It seems you are well prepared, Professor Oak remarked as he stepped out of the lab to see them off. Indeed, Professor, Roya affirmed. Make sure to give it your all and achieve a commendable ranking, Professor Oak encouraged, observing the determination radiating from Roya and Shigeru. Absolutely. The championship is already in my grasp, Shigeru declared confidently, bolstered by Professor Oak's words. Do not forget my presence, Shigeru. Remember, you have lost to me before, Roya interjected, teasingly undermining Shigeru's bravado. That was merely a fluke. My Pokémon's evolution has greatly accelerated, and this time, I will triumph in the league, Shigeru retorted. You still have a long way to go, Roya replied with a gentle smile. Time is of the essence. You should be on your way, Professor Oak interjected, chuckling softly at their banter. Very well, Professor, Roya nodded. We shall take our leave now, grandfather. Please inform Satoshi that we will not be waiting for him, Shigeru stated before driving off towards Quartz Plateau. As for Satoshi and his companions, they were likely continuing their own adventures in some distant wilderness. In an unusual turn of events, Roya hitched a ride with Shigeru, enjoying the changing scenery as they traveled. Hours passed swiftly, and soon they arrived at the bustling Quartz Plateau. Upon their arrival, they found the area teeming with excitement. Although the grand opening ceremony was still some time away, countless trainers had already gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. There are so many people, Shigeru exclaimed, astonished by the lively scene before him, even his typically composed demeanor faltering. Indeed, Roya marveled at the immense draw of the league conference. Let us proceed to register, Roya urged, shaking Shigeru from his astonishment. Right. Wait for me. Shigeru hurriedly followed after Roya, who had already begun to stride forward. Upon reaching the registration desk, they were relieved to find only a few individuals ahead of them, rather than the long line they had anticipated. It seems we arrived early, Shigeru observed, noting the mere 4 or 5 people in front of them. Indeed, arriving early has its advantages. It saves us time when the crowd swells, Roya remarked calmly. Additionally, it gives me a chance to gather intelligence, Shigeru noted, having planned to arrive early to gather information on the competitors. As they engaged in conversation, the line gradually progressed, bringing them closer to the registration desk. Greetings. We are here to register for the Quartz Conference, remarked Roy as he approached the charming receptionist at the front desk. Certainly, please present your gym badge. The receptionist replied with a warm smile. This is what true customer service looks like, Roy thought, captivated by the sweet smile adorning the receptionist's lovely face. He couldn't help but reminisce about the stark contrast with certain service personnel he had encountered in his previous life. All right. After a brief moment of reflection, Roy retrieved his badge case from his backpack and handed it to the receptionist. Upon examining the badges, she placed them on a machine and, after verifying their authenticity, continued. Could you please provide your ID or Pokédex? Here is my Pokédex, Roy responded, pulling it from his pocket and presenting it to her. Once the receptionist inserted the device into the machine, the computer displayed some of Roy's information. After a series of operations, she smiled at Roy and said, Mr. Roy from Alola, Meloetta Island, Hawali City, you have successfully registered for the Quartz Conference. I wish you the best of luck in the competition. Here are your Pokédex and gym badge, along with your key to the contestants' village. Please take care. With that, the receptionist returned Roy's gym badge and Pokédex, along with a key. Each contestant participating in the league conference is provided with a small building as temporary accommodation, but if a contestant happens to be eliminated prematurely, they must vacate the premises. It must be said, the league truly possesses considerable wealth. Thank you, Roy said, accepting the items and key from the receptionist with gratitude. After completing his registration, Roy successfully acquired a house in the contestants' village for temporary residence, and then waited for Green to finish his registration. All right, let us go, Green said shortly after completing his registration and approached Roy with his key in hand. Which building are you in? Green inquired as they made their way to the contestants' village. Building 36, and you? Roy identified his building number from the key and asked Green in return. Building 37, right next door to yours. After hearing Roy's words, Green glanced at his key and replied, "Isn't that just perfect? It's as if Chao's mother is opening the door for him. How coincidental." Roy jested upon learning that Green lived right next door. "Ha ha ha, that is true." Green responded with a chuckle after a moment of surprise. "Let us head back and rest for a bit. We can explore later tonight." After sharing a laugh, Roy and Green found their respective lodgings, made arrangements, and then returned to their rooms. Once inside his room, Roy organized his belongings and lay on the bed, inquiring of the system, "What rewards await from this quartz plateau?" "Host, your check-in for the quartz plateau has been completed. Congratulations, you have received." Chapter 91, Convergence. System, "What rewards have I obtained from this quartz plateau?" Roy asked again, reclining on the bed. "Congratulations, you have received 5 qualification enhancers, 10 rare candies, and 10 million league coins." The system enumerated the items acquired from the check-in. "Wow, is this rare candy what I imagine it to be?" Initially indifferent to the system's announcement, Roy sprang up from the bed upon hearing the mention of rare candy. "Indeed, it is as you surmised. Rare candy unconditionally elevates a Pokémon's level by 1. The system did not disappoint Roy's expectations, elucidating the function of rare candy. "Are there any side effects from consuming it?" Roy posed a question he was particularly concerned about. If there were significant side effects, he would choose to keep it stored away. "There are no side effects per se. Only some fluctuations in the foundation that require a period for digestion," the system clarified, assuaging Roy's concerns. "I understand." With that, Roy lay back on the bed, feeling content, and decided against using the items immediately, preferring to wait until after the league conference to utilize them. As time gradually slipped away, Roy unwittingly fell asleep. When he awakened once more, it was already past 6 in the evening. He quickly got out of bed, freshened up, and called out to Green, who was inside his room, so they could venture to the nearby shopping street together. After spending over an hour exploring, Roy and Green concluded their evening meal at a restaurant, having thoroughly familiarized themselves with the architectural layout of the quartz plateau. With their surroundings well understood, Roy and Green returned to their accommodations. Just as Roy was about to feed his Pokémon energy cubes and prepare for rest, he received a phone call from Lily. "Are you saying that your group will arrive at the quartz plateau tomorrow? What time can we expect you?" Roy inquired excitedly upon learning that they would be arriving the following day. "We should arrive around 10 in the morning." Lily quickly provided the specific time in response to Roy's query. "Got it. I will head to the airport to pick you up." After chatting with Lily for a while longer, Roy ended the call. "How wonderful. Lily and the others will be here tomorrow." Roy felt a surge of joy at the thought, causing his actions to become uncharacteristically hurried. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Roy bid farewell to Green, rented a large bus, and made his way to the Quartz Plateau Airport. By around 9 in the morning, Roy had already arrived at the airport. As Roy awaited the arrival of Lily and her classmates, he quickened his pace toward the waiting area, eager for their arrival. Time flew by, and before long, it was 10 o'clock. The airport's announcement system began to report that the flight from Alola had landed. Upon hearing the announcement, Roy promptly stood up from the waiting area and made his way to the passenger exit to await Lily and her party. Before long, he spotted Principal Kukui dressed in a blue short-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, followed by Professor Kukui in a white lab coat, leading several students toward the exit. The most eye-catching among them was Lily, adorned in a flowing white princess dress with cascading golden locks. "Hey, Principal Kukui, Professor Kukui." Upon seeing them, Roy waved to signal his presence. "Roy is over there." With keen eyes, Kaki immediately spotted Roy and pointed him out to Lily and Professor Kukui. With Roy's gesture, the group from the Pokemon school approached him. Alola. As they reached him, Roy greeted them in the distinctive salutation of the Alola region. Alola. He received their warm greetings in return. "Roy, it's been a while. You seem to have grown quite a bit, Bulbasaur." Principal Kukui was the first to comment, naturally accompanied by a Pokemon joke. "It seems you've made significant progress this time. Well done." Professor Kukui remarked as he looked Roy over. "Not too bad," Roy replied, feeling a bit bashful from the compliments of his teachers. "Roy, it's truly impressive that you can participate in the league conference," Kaki exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, your prowess is truly formidable," remarked the plump Marimane, marveling at the scene. "Roya, you must give your all in the Indigo Conference. We shall be cheering for you," added Mao and Swearin, who stood nearby, their voices filled with encouragement. "I will. I am determined to seize the championship at this Indigo Conference," Roya declared, brimming with confidence upon hearing his friend's well wishes. "I will also support you, Roya," chimed the adorable Lily-Eye softly from the side. "Thank you, Lily-Eye," Roya responded, clearly hearing her words. He approached her, gazing at her with gentle eyes, and spoke tenderly. The warmth of Roya's gaze made Lily-Eye blush instantly. She couldn't help but lower her head. her cheeks turning a delightful shade of crimson. I have already rented a bus. Let us return together, Roya announced, taking Liliai's small hand and leading her towards the bus he had secured. This act only deepened Liliai's shyness, prompting her to lower her head and follow closely behind him. Watching the pair, the students from the Pokémon school exchanged knowing glances, each sporting a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt, before they joined in behind them. Once aboard the bus, Liliai, Principal Chinya, and Teacher Kukui, along with their friends from the Pokémon school, soon arrived at the competitor's village. By the way, have you all booked your hotel? Roya suddenly recalled and inquired of Principal Chinya as they disembarked. Rest assured, we made reservations at a nearby hotel long ago. You need not worry about us, Kukui assured Roya, his tone calm and composed. Afterwards, Roya and Liliai, along with their companions, made their way to the booked hotel. After stowing their belongings, they found that it was just around noon, so they invited the still busy Lilimo to join them for a lively feast at a nearby restaurant. After an afternoon of rest, Roya took Liliai, Principal Chinya, Teacher Kukui, and Kachi on a leisurely stroll through the competitor's village, introducing them to the local sights. Eventually, after thoroughly exploring the area, Roya escorted them back to the hotel for some well-deserved rest. After a heartfelt farewell with Liliai, he returned to his own accommodations. That night, as Roya lay in bed, he found himself reflecting on the first time he met Liliai. Chapter 92, Memories and the Opening Ceremony. After returning Liliai and the Pokémon school group to their hotel, Roya made his way back to his own lodging in the competitor's village. That night, as he lay in bed gazing at the luminous moon, memories of his initial encounter with Liliai flooded back to him. He recalled that in the year he turned 8, he had taken his Jolteon to a forest on the outskirts of Melemele Island to train his Pokémon, challenging wild creatures to enhance Jolteon's experience. However, while training, a sudden scream pierced the air, signaling that someone was in peril. Driven by a desire to help and bolstered by confidence in his own abilities, Roya swiftly ran towards the source of the cry, accompanied by his Jolteon. The distance was short, and with his swift pace, he soon arrived at the scene. There, he beheld a charming golden-haired girl sprawled on the ground, her fair skin and pristine princess dress now covered in dust. Surrounding her were several Alolan Rattata, preparing to attack. Recognizing her immediately, Roya realized he was face-to-face with Liliai, the little princess of the Ether Paradise in the Alolan region, a classmate of Ash. Upon seeing her in danger, he immediately commanded Jolteon to launch an offensive. Jolteon, Thunderbolt. At Roya's command, Jolteon unleashed a torrent of golden lightning, striking the Rattata and rendering them unconscious. Are you alright? Roya asked, stepping over the fainted Rattata to extend his hand to Liliai. I'm fine, she replied timidly, placing her hand in his. With a firm yet gentle tug, Roya helped her to her feet, and due to the momentum, she stumbled into his embrace. He felt the warmth of her petite form against him, a sensation that lingered in his memory, though it soon faded. Regaining his composure, Roya inquired, My name is Roya. What is yours? I'm Liliai, she replied, her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at him shyly. What brings you to this place? Roya asked, curious about how she had ended up alone in such a location. After a brief exchange, he learned that Liliai had run away after a quarrel with her mother, Luzman, wandering into the forest where she encountered the Rattata. Eventually, through Roya's gentle persuasion, Liliai returned home accompanied by him, and from that day forth, they became good friends. In time, they both entered Pokémon school together, and their bond grew ever closer. As these memories washed over him, Roya couldn't help but muse to himself. Should I perhaps thank those Rattata? After all, they were the matchmakers for me and Liliai. With a smile creeping onto his lips, he drifted into a pleasant slumber. The following morning, Roya, along with Liliai and the Pokémon school faculty and students, made their way to the necessary route leading to the Indigo Plateau, patiently awaiting the arrival of the torch. However, they were not only greeted by the torchbearer, but also by the tardy arrival of Ash and his companions. True to the original tale, Ash, Misty, and Brock halted the torchbearer and his accompanying vehicles. After exchanging a few words with Liliai and the others, Roya approached Ash, exclaiming in a tone of mild exasperation, Ash, you've gotten yourself into trouble yet again. Roya, Ash exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him, but still insisted. I still want to be the torchbearer, just once. Then let him have a turn, came an aged voice from atop the vehicle, addressing both Roya and those present. You are President Damaranch? Kukui behind Roya immediately recognized the esteemed figure. And you must be Kukui. It has been a while, Damaranch acknowledged him. Recalling Kukui's previous visit to the Indigo Plateau in pursuit of establishing the Alolan League, which sadly did not come to fruition, leaving Kukui with a lingering regret. I am here to watch my student compete. Kukui explained his purpose for attending. I see. You must be Roya, the one Sheba mentioned, friend of Dato, Damaranch remarked. Turning his gaze towards Roya. Yes, he replied. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Would you care to take a turn as the torchbearer? Damaranch inquired of Roya. Is that possible? Roya asked, his interest piqued. Of course, the torch must be passed on to as many as possible. Damaranch laughed heartily at Roya's response, then spoke earnestly. I grant my consent. With Damaranch's approval, Roya changed into the appropriate attire and stepped forward, standing behind Ash as the torchbearer, ready to take the final leg of the journey. On the other side, the trio from Team Rocket, initially intent on seizing the sacred flame, was taken aback upon spotting the figure of Roya. Startled, Kojiro turned to Meowth and Musashi, inquiring, should we still attempt to snatch the sacred flame behind us? Upon hearing Kojiro's question, memories of Roya's past defeats sent a shiver down their spines, prompting Musashi to respond. That little rascal is quite formidable. Perhaps we should reconsider. Thus, the anticipated battle for the sacred flame quietly dissipated. Consequently, Roya successfully delivered the sacred flame into the hands of President Damalanki, completing the transfer. The following day, the Quartz Plateau's arena was set to host a grand opening ceremony. Lily and Kukui, along with the other Pokemon school attendees, occupied the elevated platform, their faces radiating with excitement as they beheld the vibrant spectacle before them. What a lively event! Exclaimed Kachi, who could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Even the typically serene Swearin and Mamane wore beaming smiles at the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Roya, accompanied by his fellow competitors, entered the venue alongside the sacred flame. The exuberant commentary from the event's host reverberated throughout the arena, eliciting cheers from the crowd and amplifying the lively ambience. Finally, the opening ceremony of the Pokemon League tournament commenced. Esteemed Pokemon trainers and their companions prepared to showcase their formidable skills in this contest, where the victor would not only earn the admiration of their peers, but also face a crucial trial on the path to becoming a Pokemon master. As the competitors gradually made their entrance, each boasting no less than 8 badges, Roya joined them in the main venue, arriving at the base of the Sacred Flame platform. In the audience, a group from the Alola Pokemon School spotted Roya among the throng. Look, there's Roya, Kachi exclaimed, quickly identifying his location. How impressive! Mamane, Swearin, and the others were equally captivated by the lively atmosphere, their faces adorned with smiles. Observing the excitement of the league's festivities only solidified Kukui's resolve to establish the Alola League. Thanks to Roya's formidable presence, Team Rocket's plans to seize the sacred flame evaporated, allowing the opening ceremony to proceed smoothly. Chapter 93, The Rock Arena Showdown. Following the grand opening ceremony of the Quartz Conference, the main event commenced. However, due to the overwhelming number of participants, exceeding 200, the main venue could not accommodate everyone, necessitating preliminary rounds in 4 separate arenas. Thus, the initial 4 elimination matches would take place outside the main venue in the water, grass, rock, and ice arenas, with the 5th match moving to the main stage. After the ceremony concluded, Roya, accompanied by Lily and the others, proceeded to the registration desk to enroll in the tournament and select their match venue. Hello. Welcome to the Quartz Conference. Please present your identification. The receptionist greeted Roya with a smile. Here is my Pokédex, Roya replied, handing it to her. After swiftly verifying his identity and completing his registration, the receptionist instructed, please press this button to select your first match venue. Very well, Roya responded. Pressing a red button on the desk, the screen behind the receptionist displayed 4 venue icons, which danced around until finally settling on the Rock Arena. Rock Arena, Roya? You're in the Rock Arena, Lily remarked excitedly. So who is my opponent? Roya asked, smiling at Lily before directing his question to the receptionist. Please hold on. The receptionist replied, promptly inputting Roya's information and conducting the matchup lottery. Soon, his opponent's name appeared on the large screen, a rather dark-skinned competitor. Roya, your match is in the Rock Arena, the 3rd match, scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Your opponent is Qianwu from Nibi City. Please do not be late. The receptionist informed him. I understand. Thank you, Roya acknowledged before departing with Lily and his Pokemon companions. We'll be cheering for you in the Rock Arena, 3rd match, Roya? Lily, Kachi, and Mamane encouraged him. Yes, I will secure victory in this match, Roya replied with a smile upon hearing their words. As Roya and his companions made their way to the Rock Arena, they encountered familiar faces, Ash and Gary. Hey, Roya, which arena are you competing in? Ash inquired upon spotting him. I'm in the Rock Arena, 3rd match. How about you? Roya responded, curious about Ash and Gary's locations. I'm in the Ice Arena. It seems we won't cross paths, Gary revealed. Do your best. Don't lose just because you didn't see me, Roya joked, bidding farewell to Ash and Gary as he continued towards the rock arena. Upon arriving at the rock arena, Lily adjusted Roya's attire, gently encouraging, do your best, before joining Principal Seiji and the others in the audience. Roya then entered the waiting room for competitors. Shortly thereafter, it was time for Roya's match. After submitting his tournament identification, he traversed a dark passageway before stepping onto the battlefield, taking his designated position as his opponent, Qianwu, arrived at his spot. Now, we begin the third match in the rock arena, featuring Roya from the Alola region and Qianwu from Nibi City. I am Roya. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qianwu, Roya greeted his opponent first. Likewise, I look forward to our match, Qianwu replied politely, despite his imposing stature. From the audience, the Pokemon School attendees cheered loudly, Go! Roya. Hearing their encouragement, Roya turned and waved to them in acknowledgement. Each trainer will use 3 Pokemon. The third match in the rock arena is about to commence. With the announcer's words, the referee signaled both trainers to release their Pokemon. Go, my partner, Onix. Qianwu called forth his rock-type Onix, a level 34 Pokemon characteristic of Nibi City. I entrust you, Steelix, Roya declared, sending forth his recently evolved Steelix. As the red light faded, Roya's massive Steelix materialized on the battlefield, drawing gasps from the spectators. What a colossal Steelix! It seems our participant Roya possesses formidable strength, the announcer exclaimed, astonished by the size of Roya's Steelix. Such a large Steelix. Kachi, Mamane, Swearin, and the others marveled at its impressive stature. This one is several times larger than an ordinary Steelix, Lily noted in amazement, comparing it to the data on her device. It appears that Roya has experienced tremendous growth during this time. As the esteemed Professor Kukui stood beside him, Kinyu wore a radiant expression, for he was the future of the Alola region. Despite the immense size of Steelix, they were not to be underestimated. Rhyperior, unleashing its offensive move, surged forward. With Kanyo's swift command, Rhyperior executed its attack. Upon hearing the command, Rhyperior transformed into a projectile, charging towards Steelix. Steelix, use Iron Tail. At Roa's command, Steelix swung its colossal tail, effortlessly swatting Rhyperior away, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. The referee glanced at the dazed Rhyperior and promptly announced, Rhyperior is unable to battle. Steelix is victorious. Your prowess is indeed formidable, but I shall not concede so easily. Come forth, Dugtrio. Kanyo's second Pokemon was a level 33 Dugtrio. Dugtrio use Rollout. Upon its arrival, Dugtrio swiftly commenced its assault. It obediently curled into a spiky ball and charged at Steelix with Rollout. Steelix unleashed Dragon Pulse. With Roa's words, Steelix released a tremendous surge of energy, directing Dragon Pulse at the rolling Dugtrio. It was evident that the incoming Dugtrio was struck by the Dragon Pulse, sent hurtling into the air before crashing into a rock, coming to a halt with its eyes swirling. Dugtrio is unable to battle. Steelix is victorious. The referee, observing the still energetic Steelix and the unconscious Dugtrio, proclaimed, What an impressive display. Roa has completed a 1 vs 3 challenge. Will he achieve a 1 vs 4? Let us await the outcome. With Roa's consecutive victories, the commentator exuberantly detailed the unfolding drama. Go Onix. After the previous 2 Pokemon were rendered unconscious, Kinyu sent forth his final Pokemon, a level 35 Onix. Onix, use Rock Slide. The moment Onix entered the fray, it launched an attack against Steelix. Steelix, use Hyper Beam. Faced with the incoming Onix, Roa resolved to dominate the battle, commanding Steelix to unleash Hyper Beam. Upon hearing Roa's command, Steelix released a robust orange beam that struck Onix, sending it crashing to the ground, defeated once more. Onix is unable to battle. Steelix is victorious. Steelix has achieved a remarkable 1 vs 3 triumph. Thus Roa is declared the winner. The commentator, witnessing another Pokemon fall, proclaimed Roa's victory with great fervor. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the overwhelming battle, including enthusiastic shouts from classmates and teachers at the Pokemon School, as well as Lily's voice. Following the audience's raucous applause, Roa exited the battlefield, rejoining Lily and the others to return to the contestant village. On their way back, Roa smiled at Lily and the group, exclaiming, Today marks my first victory, so I shall treat everyone to a grand feast. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Kachi, Mamane, and Swearin erupted with excitement, cheering joyously. Let us go together. Chapter 94, The Aquatic Arena. In the first battle of the Quartz Conference, Roa faced Kinyu from Nibi City on the rock arena. Roa, commanding the mighty Steelix, successfully executed a stunning comeback, advancing smoothly to the next round. The following morning, Roa and Lily arrived at the previous registration desk to draw for their next match venue and opponent. Hello, contestant Roa. Your second round battle will take place in the aquatic arena against contestant Bylan from Hualan City. It is the fourth match of the morning. Please do not forget the time. The receptionist said with a warm smile, informing Roa of the upcoming match details. I understand, thank you. After acknowledging her, Roa collected his Pokédex and walked outside with Lily. Hey, Roa, which venue is your second battle at? As soon as they stepped outside, Kachi and the others surrounded them, inquiring about the match details. It's the aquatic arena, fourth match. Lily informed them about the location and timing of the battle. Shall we watch the other battles first? Roa recalled that Ash was currently in the second match at the Rock Arena, so they still had ample time. Thus, Roa and his friends proceeded to the Rock Arena to watch Ash's battle. Coincidentally, they arrived just as Ash was entering the battlefield. Roa, is that Ash? The friend you mentioned? Kachi recognized Ash upon seeing him. Indeed, Roa nodded in affirmation. His strength is quite impressive, Mamane remarked as he observed Ash, who had just dispatched his opponent's Nidoking with a Squirtle, securing victory at the Rock Arena. Yet, he still pales in comparison to Roa and Lily, Mao teased. Glancing at Lily, my Roa, Lily's face flushed crimson, suddenly feeling bashful. Seeing Lily's embarrassment, Roa interjected. All right, Mao, cease your teasing. You must know Lily is quite shy. I merely stated the truth, Mao replied, smirking, prepared to continue. All right, I understand. Roa interrupted her, taking Lily's hand and leading her towards the aquatic arena. As they walked, he turned back to Mao and Kachi, saying, we should hasten back to the aquatic arena, otherwise, we might be late for the battle. Wait for us. With that, Kachi and the others rushed after them, leaving Kukui and Principal Qingyao exchanging glances. After waiting for a short while at the aquatic arena, it was finally time for Roa's fourth match. As the announcer called Roa's name, he emerged from the dark competitor's tunnel and took his place on the podium. While scanning the surroundings for Lily and the others, he unexpectedly spotted Ash and his companions, who had presumably come to watch Roa's battle. The aquatic arena features contestant Roa from Alola versus contestant Bylan from Hualan City. Each side will utilize 3 Pokémon. Now, let the battle commence. With the referee's signal, Roa and Bylan simultaneously released their Pokeballs. Come forth, Tentacruel. Bylan sent out a level 34 Tentacruel. Go, Milotic. Roa summoned his aquatic champion, Milotic, to the battlefield. What Pokemon is that? It's so beautiful. Many spectators were unable to identify Milotic. That is Milotic, renowned as the most beautiful Pokemon. It seems contestant Roa possesses hidden depths. The commentator shared some information about Milotic. Tentacruel, use Poison Sting. Bylan initiated the attack. Upon receiving the command, Tentacruel extended its tentacles in the water, unleashing a barrage of poisonous stingers aimed at Milotic. Milotic, Water Gun. Observing the incoming stingers, Roa quickly commanded Milotic, who opened its mouth and released a powerful stream of water, shattering the stingers as it surged towards Tentacruel. However, given Tentacruel's water-type nature, the water gun attack had little effect. Milotic, unleash Whirlpool. Amidst the moment when the venomous jellyfish was repelled by a water gun, Roa commanded his beloved Milotic to continue its assault. With a graceful flick of its fan-like tail, a formidable whirlwind was conjured, sweeping up the jellyfish in a watery vortex that incessantly battered it. By the time the tempest subsided, the venomous jellyfish was left defenseless, drifting lifelessly upon the surface of the water. With the jellyfish incapacitated, victory was claimed by Milotic. The referee glanced at the unconscious jellyfish before announcing, now, let us see what you've got, Krogunk. With the incapacitated jellyfish recalled, Bylan released her next Pokemon, a level 35 Krogunk. Krogunk, unleash Ice Punch. As soon as Krogunk plunged into the water, Bylan initiated her attack. Responding to her command, Krogunk gathered frigid energy in its fist and swam toward Milotic to deliver a strike. Milotic, use Dragon Tail. Roya swiftly countered. Upon hearing Roya's command, Milotic's tail shimmered with brilliance, and as Krogunk closed in, Milotic executed a Dragon Tail that sent Krogunk hurtling away. Milotic, use Dragon Pulse. Witnessing Krogunk being flung back, Roya seized the opportunity and unleashed another Dragon Pulse, striking Krogunk once more. Under the relentless barrage, Krogunk succumbed to its injuries and could no longer battle. Krogunk is unable to battle, Milotic wins, announced the tool referee nearby. It was evident that Roya's prowess was truly remarkable. He was on the verge of achieving a magnificent trifecta. The host seized the moment to elevate the atmosphere of the arena. Now it's your turn, Starmie. Faced with the overwhelming odds, Bylan resorted to her final Pokemon, a level 38 Starmie. Starmie, use confusion. Upon hearing her trainer's voice, Starmie unleashed a wave of psychic energy, ensnaring Milotic in its grasp. Milotic, break free. Noticing the predicament, Roya commanded Milotic, who effortlessly escaped the psychic hold. Milotic, unleash Ice Beam. Roya began his counterattack. As soon as the words left his lips, Milotic emitted a series of star-shaped energies aimed at Starmie. However, Starmie swiftly submerged in the pool, evading the assault. Milotic, use Ice Beam. Realizing the situation, Roya commanded Milotic to unleash Ice Beam. Instantly, a chilling beam of white light surged forth, striking the pool and encasing it in ice at a remarkable pace. Come out, Starmie. Bylan cried out anxiously upon witnessing this. Responding to her summons, Starmie emerged from the depths, only to be directly hit by Milotic's Ice Beam, becoming encased in ice. Starmie, Bylan shouted in desperation. But Starmie remained unresponsive. Finish it, Hyper Beam. Following Roya's command, Milotic unleashed a powerful orange beam that struck the frozen Starmie. With Starmie rendered unable to battle, Milotic emerged victorious, thus securing Roya's win. As the referee announced the outcome, it was confirmed that Roya had successfully claimed victory in the water arena. Chapter 95, The Grass Arena. After triumphing in the water arena, Roya returned to the registration desk to sign up for his next match. Following a thorough selection process, it was determined that his third round would take place in the grass arena, scheduled for the following morning at 8 a.m., being the first battle of the day. Following the draw for the match location, Roya and Lily made their way back to the contestant village, while Kahi and Kukui chose to remain and observe the ongoing matches under the guise of gathering intelligence, preparing their Pokémon for the upcoming battle. Roya ensured they were well rested for the next day's competition. As night fell, after feeding his Pokémon, Roya felt his stomach rumble, a clear indication of his hunger. However, upon checking with Kahi and the others, he realized they had already dined. Thus, he turned to Lily, who had also skipped dinner while keeping him company. And together they ventured to the village's commercial district in search of a restaurant for their meal. Soon, Roya and Lily found a quaint eatery, where they indulged in a hearty feast. In stark contrast to Roya's somewhat boorish demeanor, Lily's dining etiquette was nothing short of graceful, a juxtaposition that was quite evident. Lily, let us not return just yet. How about we go on a date? After finishing their dinner, Roya proposed a delightful outing instead of heading back immediately. A date? Lily blinked in surprise at his suggestion, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze and nodded in acquiescence. With Lily's consent, Roya took her delicate hand in his, and they strolled through the lively night market, savoring street food and enjoying various celebratory festivities along the way. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in front of a Pokémon Center. Just as Roya was about to continue onward, he suddenly spotted three familiar figures: Ash, Misty, and Brock. He observed as Ash swiftly broke away from the long queue at the Pokémon Center, leading Misty and Brock into a narrow alley. What is wrong, Roya? Lily asked curiously as she noticed him halt. I spotted some acquaintances, he replied promptly. Acquaintances? You mean Ash and the others? Lily recalled his friends, including Ash, Misty, and Gary, having been introduced previously. Indeed, let us follow them. It seems something unexpected is about to unfold, Roya remarked. Sensing the intrigue of Ash and his companions opting not to queue for Pokémon recovery, but instead venturing into a shadowy alley. After traversing a short distance, they witnessed a small wooden house abruptly collapse, accompanied by a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon ascending into the sky. Roya deduced immediately that Team Rocket was behind this mischief. Pikachu. Following Pikachu's capture by Team Rocket, Ash could only watch helplessly as it floated away, calling out in desperation. Beedrill, Steel Wing. Seeing the situation unfold, Roya released his Beedrill, which promptly attacked the hot air balloon, bringing it crashing down and allowing Pikachu to safely return to Ash's side. Thank you, Roya. Ash and his friends beamed with gratitude upon witnessing Roya's intervention. By the way, where's your next battle venue? Ash inquired, feigning forgetfulness. The grass arena, and you? Roya responded. I'm at the ice arena, Ash quickly replied. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ash and his companions returned to the contestant village, while Roya continued his delightful journey of courtship. The next morning at 8 a.m., Roya stood ready in the grass arena, facing his opponent, Abby from Viridian City. Go, Nidorino. Abby sent forth a level 32 Nidorino. Now, this is your domain, Venusaur. Roya summoned his grass-type powerhouse, Venusaur. Venusaur, use Vine Whip. Roya initiated the offensive. Upon hearing his command, Venusaur extended numerous vine whips from its blossoming petals, striking toward Nidorino. Nidorino dodged. Upon hearing Abby's words, Nidoking swiftly took a step to evade the oncoming Vine Whip from Venusaur. However, under the deft control of Venusaur, the Vine Whip soon ensnared the dodging Nidoking, lifting it into the air. Nidoking, use Shadow Claw. Abi commanded urgently upon witnessing Nidoking's predicament. No sooner had Abi's command been issued than Nidoking unleashed its violet-black claws, severing the bonds of the Vine Whip with remarkable prowess. Venusaur, unleash Leaf Tornado. Despite Nidoking's escape, Roya had already given the order for the next attack. Consequently, Venusaur released a multitude of glimmering green leaves from its bloom, enveloping Nidoking in a relentless assault. As the Leaf Tornado dissipated, Nidoking emerged battered and bruised before the onlookers. Venusaur, use Sunny Day. Rather than pressing the attack, Roya chose to invoke the Sunny Day technique, causing brilliant sunlight to illuminate the grassy battlefield. Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Upon witnessing the cessation of hostilities, Abi promptly organized a counterattack. Nidoking charged at Venusaur, its horn radiating a bright light. Venusaur, deploy Energy Ball. Observing the approaching Nidoking, Venusaur, having completed the Sunny Day maneuver, opened its mouth and unleashed a vibrant green energy ball, striking the charging Nidoking and sending it sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. Nidoking is unable to battle, Venusaur wins. The referee announced. Incredible, Roya. Keep it up, cheered Lily and Catch, along with Ash and his friends who had come to spectate, while the haughty young master, Green, remained in a corner, watching with quiet disdain. Go, Nidorina. After recalling Nidoking, Abi tossed out another Pokeball, revealing a level 34 Nidorina onto the field. Venusaur, use Solar Beam. At the onset of the battle, Venusaur harnessed the energy gathered during Sunny Day to unleash a powerful solar beam. Under its guidance, a robust beam of white light surged forth, striking the freshly summoned Nidorina. Overwhelmed by the assault, Nidorina collapsed, unable to rise again. Nidorina is unable to battle, Venusaur wins. The overwhelming victories had sapped Abi's confidence, leading to a loss of fighting spirit. Under Roya's formidable onslaught, even Abi's final Pokémon, Rhydon, succumbed to unconsciousness. Roya accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly, prompting cheers from the audience, with Catch and Ash's voices resonating the loudest. Chapter 96, The Icy Arena. Thanks to his extraordinary prowess, Roya effortlessly triumphed in the 3rd round of the Grass Arena, securing his place. Now, he needed only to conquer the Ice Arena to advance into the top 16 and continue to the main venue for the ensuing matches. Roya, having won the Grass Arena, only the final Ice Arena remains. Catch exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement as he addressed Roya. Indeed, once you conquer the Ice Arena, you will enter the top 32, added Marmain with a smile. All in all, you must give it your all, Roya? Even Kukui, standing nearby, encouraged him, delighted to witness his student's remarkable achievements. Roya, I believe you will certainly triumph. Lily, momentarily shedding her shyness, called out to Roya with fervor. I will claim the Quartz Conference Championship, Roya declared solemnly, grasping Lily's hand as he reassured her. According to the draw results, Roya was scheduled to compete first in the Ice Arena, and thus, he arrived at the venue with Lily and the others before 8 in the morning. The first battle of the Ice Arena commenced, featuring Roya from the Alola region against Kia from the city of Shallow Red, with 3 Pokemon each. The match began as the referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the first contest. Come forth, Zubat. Kia, with her purple hair, sent forth her first Pokemon, a level 35 Zubat. Go, Pidgeot. Roya countered with his own Pidgeot. As the 2 red beams materialized, both Pokemon appeared in the arena. Zubat, use Swift. Kia immediately commanded her Zubat, heeding her orders. Zubat flapped its wings and unleashed a barrage of energy stars toward Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack. In response to the incoming Swift, Roya gestured decisively. Upon receiving the command, Pidgeot spread its wings and effortlessly evaded the energy stars. Hurricane. As soon as Roya's words fell, Pidgeot darted towards Zubat, circling around it rapidly. Soon, a powerful whirlwind formed in the icy arena, engulfing Zubat, while the razor winds inflicted damage upon it. Zubat, fly out. Witnessing the dire situation, Kia's face turned pale as she shouted at her Zubat. However, the Zubat inside showed no sign of response, likely rendered incapable of action. As the whirlwind gradually subsided, Zubat descended from the air, motionless. Zubat is unable to battle, Pidgeot wins. The referee promptly approached to assess Zubat's state before announcing the outcome. Thank you, Zubat. Kia recalled her Pokemon and retrieved another Pokeball, announcing, next up, it's your turn, Mothim. Mothim, huh? It seems this Pokemon species is quite akin to Mr. Orange from Shallow Red. Roya thought to himself as he observed the level 35 Mothim that Kia had sent forth. Mothim, use confusion. Upon releasing Mothim, Kia initiated her attack. As her command echoed, Mothim's eyes glimmered, and it unleashed a blue wave of psychic energy that ensnared Pidgeot, attempting to smash it onto the icy surface. Pidgeot, break free. Upon hearing Roya's words, Pidgeot let out a cry and summoned all its strength, managing to escape the psychic grip just before hitting the ice. Pidgeot, use quick attack. After breaking free, Roya launched a counterattack. As his command echoed, Pidgeot glowed with white light, striking Mothim with blinding speed. Just as Pidgeot was about to continue its flight after colliding with Mothim, Roya suddenly commanded, return. Upon hearing Roya's words, Pidgeot immediately executed a return attack, catching Mothim off guard and sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Mothim is unable to battle, Pidgeot wins. The referee quickly recognized Mothim's state and announced loudly, come forth. Beedrill. Realizing that Pidgeot remained spirited in the air, Kia acknowledged her lack of victory and, with a sigh, called forth her final Pokémon, a level 35 Beedrill. Beedrill. Use Twin Needle. Although aware of her impending defeat, Kia steeled herself and continued to command Beedrill in battle. Upon receiving the order, Beedrill wielded its twin needles and approached Pidgeot to commence its attack. Pidgeot, use Steel Wing. As the formidable Beedrill surged forth, Roya remained as tranquil as still water, exuding an air of calm as he directed his trusty Pidgeot. Now Pidgeot. With a resounding cry, Pidgeot unleashed its Steel Wing move, the metallic sheen of its wings clashing against Beedrill's stingers. The overwhelming disparity in strength led to Beedrill being sent crashing onto the icy surface. Beedrill, are you alright? Kaya exclaimed in a state of concern, urgently calling out to the fallen Pokémon. Amidst Kaya's frantic shouts, Beedrill struggled to rise from the ground, albeit in a wobbly manner due to its injuries. Let us conclude this battle, Pidgeot. Execute Brave Bird. Upon hearing Roya's command, Pidgeot became enveloped in azure flames, charging forth with an imposing presence towards Beedrill. In a matter of moments, Beedrill found itself unable to evade the attack, once again being sent hurtling across the ice, shattering the surface beneath it and losing consciousness. Beedrill has lost its fighting capability, and Pidgeot is the victor, the referee declared promptly. With Pidgeot's final Brave Bird attack, it triumphed over Beedrill, achieving yet another remarkable feat of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly. This victory meant that Roya had successfully advanced to the top 16, prompting the announcer to exuberantly call for cheers in his honor. Splendid work, Roya. Truly worthy of my friendship, exclaimed the effervescent Kachi, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Indeed, Roya is exceptional, chimed in Mamane, Shui Lian, and Mao, all smiling in admiration. Even Cuckoo and Principal Chinya wore expressions of delight. How wonderful, Roya, remarked Lily, gazing at him with admiration, her voice barely above a whisper. After the match, Roya skillfully navigated through a throng of reporters seeking interviews and made his way to join Lily and the others. Congratulations, you've made it to the top 16, Roya? Kachi and Shui Lian approached him, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Well done, Roya, echoed Cuckoo and Principal Chinya from behind. Thank you, but you're all too kind, Roya replied, feeling a touch bashful at their praise. Congratulations, Roya, Lily joined in, stepping closer to him with a warm smile. Thank you, Lily, he responded gently, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Meanwhile, in the artificial island of Ether Paradise within the Alola region, Luzman sat in her office, captivated by the live broadcast of the Quartz Conference. Recognizing Roya from their encounter on Malay Island, she smiled and remarked, oh my. This is the young man Lily has taken a liking to. He is indeed quite handsome. Chapter 97, Breaking Destiny, The Advancement of Jangmo-o. Following his victory in the Icy Arena, Roya successfully entered the main venue, achieving the milestone of the top 32. After the competition, Lily and Kachi chose not to return to the competitor's village but instead accompanied Roya to the Rock Arena. Roya, what brings you to the Rock Arena? Mao inquired curiously. You must be aware of Jangmo-o, right? Roya replied, raising an eyebrow at Mao's question. Of course, he is your friend, Kachi interjected. So, you mean? Mao's keen intellect quickly grasped Roya's intentions. Precisely, Jangmo-o's next battle is in the Rock Arena, and I wish to observe, Roya elaborated, continuing in the vein of Mao's thoughts. Additionally, I am curious to see if the newly transformed Jangmo-o can defy fate and triumph over that trainer named Gikmu to advance to the main venue. Ah, I see. Let us make our way there, Kachi said, his expression one of realization, and thus he followed Roya to the Rock Arena. Upon their arrival, however, they did not encounter Ash, Misty, or Brock, but rather unexpectedly ran into two familiar faces. Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako. What brings you here? Roya exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako. We are here to cheer for Ash and Jangmo-o, Professor Oak explained. Cheering is one thing. But why is Aunt Hanako here as well? You two are inseparable, Roya mused inwardly, observing them. It has been a while, Snow City, Principal Chingya greeted Professor Oak, stepping forward as a cousin. Indeed, it has been quite some time. You are here to watch Roya's match, aren't you? Professor Oak remarked, reflecting on their shared history. By the way, who are these individuals? Professor Oak inquired, glancing at Kachi and the others. These are my students from the school I established in the Alola region. Kachi, Mamane, Lily, Shui Lian, and Mao, Principal Chingya introduced them. Hello, Professor Oak, the group greeted in unison. Greetings. By the way, how is the battle progressing? Upon entering the arena, Roya observed Jangmo-o commanding his level 43 Nidoking in a challenge against Gikmu's level 40 Lyron. This Nidoking was one of Jangmo-o's key Pokémon. Jangmo-o has already dispatched two of Gikmu's Pokémon with a single Executor, leaving only Lyron to confront Nidoking. Professor Oak promptly answered Roya's inquiry. I see, thank you. Professor Oak. Understanding the situation, Roya turned his attention back to the arena. Lyron, use Rock Slide. Gikmu commanded, and Lyron unleashed a torrent of stones towards Nidoking. Nidoking. Counter with Brick Break. Jangmo-o calmly directed as the rocks descended, commanding Nidoking to deflect the incoming barrage back towards Lyron, forcing it to evade the onslaught. Gikmu, recognizing the challenge, promptly altered his strategy. Lyron, use Rollout. Responding to Gikmu's command, Lyron curled into a rocky sphere and charged at Nidoking. Nidoking, use Earth Power. Jangmo-o confidently instructed as Lyron approached. With a powerful leap, Nidoking summoned the Earth's might, creating fissures as Lyron became ensnared, momentarily immobilized. Now, Nidoking, unleash Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity, Jangmo-o commanded without hesitation. Nidoking gathered immense energy and unleashed a brilliant orange beam that struck Lyron, enveloping it in a plume of smoke. Jangmo-o has emerged victorious. Through the radiance of his power, Roya discerned Lyron's incapacitated state. As the smoke cleared, Lyron lay motionless on the ground, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Lyron has lost its fighting capability, and thus Jangmo-o from Pallet Town claims victory. Let us congratulate Jangmo-o on advancing to the top 16, the announcer proclaimed with fervor. Thus, Jangmo-o triumphed over fate, defeating Gikmu, the very trainer who had once bested him in the original narrative, and secured his place among the top 16. After shaking off the swarm of reporters, the victorious Jangmo-o reunited with Roya and the others. Grandpa, Aunt Hanako, you made it, he exclaimed, spotting Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako, and greeted them warmly. Remarkably done. Our Pallet Town has successfully secured a place in the top 16, Professor Oak exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to his grandson. Congratulations, little Shigeru. At that moment, Roa approached to congratulate Sho. Thank you. And what about you? You didn't lose, did you? Shigeru teased, a playful glint in his eye. If you lose, I certainly won tea. Roa shot back with a roll of his eyes. All right, next up is your match, Ash. Let us head to the grass arena. Professor Oak announced to the trio, having exchanged pleasantries with them. I can't wait to see that forlorn face of yours when you lose. Shigeru couldn't resist poking fun at his rival, Ash. I shall not lose. I will secure victory for you to witness. Ash retorted, his frustration evident. Thus, a scene unfolded on the Indigo Plateau as a throng of individuals eagerly made their way to the grass arena. True to the original storyline, Ash's opponent was none other than Ms. Katsu from Viridian City, and predictably, the outcome remained unchanged. Ash employed his trusty Mook to unleash the mountain-crushing move, triumphing over the formidable Budu and advancing into the top 16. Consequently, both trainers from Pallet Town had made it to the top 16. Professor Oak, pleased with this development, proclaimed to the gathered crowd, today, Shigeru, Ash, and Roa have all achieved victory, so I shall treat you all to a celebration. What do you say? Absolutely, Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as the group joyously proceeded to a grand restaurant on the Indigo Plateau, in a manner reminiscent of the original tale. Aunt Hanako utilized the restaurant's kitchen to prepare a lavish feast, and they all celebrated in style. Chapter 98, The Sweet 16. Is this a trendy selection method? Roa marveled at the sight of several small fish ponds in the registration hall, each accompanied by a fishing rod. Indeed, this is how the selection for the main event is conducted. Please fish for your very own Kingler, the receptionist explained with a smile. This is rather peculiar. It's my first encounter with such a method, Kaji remarked, equally bewildered. Truly, The league conference is unique and extraordinary. Typically, selections are made through machines. However, this unconventional method of fishing for a kingler was indeed unexpected. Upon grasping the situation, Roa picked up the fishing rod and began to fish in the small pond. Shortly thereafter, he managed to catch a kingler, which bore a string of symbols. A1. The number on my kingler is A31, Roa announced to the crowd. Thus, your next opponent will be the player from A1, Mikazuki. As Roa's contestant number was revealed, the system swiftly matched him with his opponent. So, you are my adversary? A bespectacled blue-haired young man approached Roa from behind. Indeed, you are my opponent, Mikazuki. Roa recognized him instantly, as his profile had been displayed on the hall's screen. Yes, I am Mikazuki from Chengdu's Manjin City. I look forward to our upcoming match, he said, adjusting his glasses and extending his right hand towards Roa. Understood. I look forward to it, Roa responded, shaking Mikazuki's hand. The mutual respect between opponents was truly heartwarming. At that moment, my heart surged with fervor like the Vera volcano. Observing the camaraderie between Roa and his opponent, the passionate Kaji was immediately ignited with enthusiasm. Hey, Kaji, watch your demeanor. Mao complained, noticing Kaji's exuberance. Your friend is quite unique, Iasantihi, Mikazuki remarked, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. He is not usually like this. He is just overly excited. Roa explained, somewhat exasperated by both Mikazuki's comment and Kaji's antics. I see. We shall meet in tomorrow's tournament. I want to hold back, Mikazuki said, glancing at the time before bidding farewell to Roa and departing. Let us head back as well, Roa remarked, watching Mikazuki's retreating figure, addressing his classmates Lily and Kaji. Meanwhile, Principal Chung and Professor Kukui were engrossed in a discussion with Professor Oak regarding Pokémon research, remaining absent from this gathering. Time flew, and soon the day of the competition arrived. The main venue of the Indigo Conference was set to host the Sweet 16 matches, marking the commencement of the main event. Given that Roa's number was in Group A, he was set to compete in the first match of the tournament, standing in the main arena, eagerly awaiting the onset of his inaugural duel. Pokémon League, Indigo Conference, Round 5, Match B, begins now. The contestants are Roa from the Alola region, facing off against Mikazuki from Chengdu. Each contestant shall use 3 Pokémon in this battle, and the match officially commences. Go Roa! Cheered Kaji, along with Mamane and Lily, from the stands, voicing their support for Roa. Let us engage in an exhilarating battle. Mikazuki smiled at Roa from across the arena. Absolutely, I couldn't ask for more. Roa grinned back, eager for the challenge. Go Electrode! Mikazuki launched his Pokeball, revealing a level 39 Electrode onto the battlefield. I trust you, Incineroar. Roa simultaneously threw his Pokeball, summoning Incineroar in a blaze of red light. Electrode, use Thunderbolt. Mikazuki commanded as the battle commenced. The Electrode radiated a brilliant golden aura before unleashing a surge of electricity towards Incineroar. Incineroar, counter with Flamethrower. Roa reacted swiftly. Upon hearing the command, Incineroar unleashed a torrent of searing flames to clash with the oncoming Thunderbolt. With Incineroar's formidable power, the Flamethrower barreled through, overpowering the Thunderbolt aimed at Electrode. Watch out, Electrode! Dodge! Mikazuki shouted frantically, but Electrode, still in the midst of executing Thunderbolt, was unable to evade in time, resulting in a collision with the scorching flames. As the flames dissipated, Electrode emerged battered, yet still standing, albeit on the brink of defeat. Incineroar, use Fire Punch. Roa seized the moment, intent on finishing the battle swiftly. Incineroar, engulfed in flames, charged towards the injured Electrode, ready to strike with a fiery punch. Electrode, use Thunder Punch. Mikazuki countered, preparing for a retaliatory move. As the command was issued, Electrode's arm crackled with electricity, meeting Incineroar in a fierce confrontation, but was soon sent flying back. DD Gold Hook. Roa discerned that Electrode was still able to fight, and he continued to issue commands. Incineroar spread its arms wide and spun, launching itself at Electrode for a surprise attack. Undoubtedly, the battered Electrode could not evade the fierce strike of the flame-roaring tiger, resulting in a direct hit from DD's golden arm. After enduring multiple blows, the Electrode ultimately succumbed to the might of DD's golden arm, losing consciousness. With the Electrode incapacitated, the flame-roaring tiger emerged victorious. The referee glanced at the unconscious Electrode, waved the flag, and announced to Roya and Mikasa. With the fall of the Electrode, it signified that contestant Roya had successfully secured the first round. Truly deserving of the title of Roya, the host on stage passionately narrated the events. How impressive, Roya! Catch and Liliane were also cheering joyously at this moment. Thank you for your efforts, Electrode. Mikasa retrieved the fallen electrode and then produced a Pokeball, addressing Roya. What an extraordinary battle, but I shall not concede. Come forth. My partner. As Mikasa tossed forth the Pokeball, a figure emerged in a flash of red light. Chapter 99, 16 into 8-2. Come forth, my partner, Teddiursa. Bathed in the glow of the Pokeball, a level 41 Teddiursa appeared on the battlefield. Upon its arrival, Teddiursa thumped its chest and let out a fierce roar at the flame-roaring tiger, its eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Teddiursa, we must avenge Electrode. Unleash Fire Punch. Heeding Mikasa's command, Teddiursa swung its fiery paw towards the flame-roaring tiger. We too shall employ Fire Punch. As Roya's words concluded, the flame-roaring tiger enveloped its hands in flames and engaged in a fierce exchange with Teddiursa, clashing incessantly on the battlefield. Thanks to Roya's meticulous training, the flame-roaring tiger adeptly dodged Teddiursa's punches while landing ceaseless hits on it, eventually pushing it back several meters. Teddiursa, are you all right? Seeing Teddiursa retreat to its side, Mikasa inquired with concern. Upon receiving confirmation that all was well, Mikasa pressed on with the assault. Teddiursa, execute split. Responding to its trainer's command, Teddiursa charged towards the flame-roaring tiger, slashing with its gleaming claws. Flame-roaring tiger, use split. In response, the flame-roaring tiger swung its arm, radiating with dazzling white light, delivering a brutal flurry of blows to Teddiursa, the left punch striking its abdomen and knocking it to the ground, rendering it unable to rise. Flame-roaring tiger, mount and crush. Seizing the opportunity, Roya swiftly issued the command. Hearing Roya's call, the flame-roaring tiger leaped into the air, targeting the downed Teddiursa and crashing down with tremendous force, creating a crater in the ground as Teddiursa collapsed within, rendered unconscious. Teddiursa has lost its combat ability. Flame-roaring tiger is victorious. Confirming Teddiursa's incapacity to battle, the referee waved the flag to announce the result. Your strength is formidable. I have already grasped my fate. Yet I wish to fight until the final moment. Mikasa adjusted her glasses and said to Roya, I welcome the challenge. Roya replied with a smile. Come forth, Cacturn. Mikasa released her final Pokémon, a level 42 Cacturn, one of the starters from the Chengdu region. Alright, Cacturn, unleash Vine Whip. At Mikasa's command, Cacturn extended several vine whips from the flower on its nose, lashing out at the flame-roaring tiger. Flame-roaring tiger, unleash Flamethrower. In the face of the incoming vine whips, Roya immediately retaliated. The flame-roaring tiger unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, incinerating the approaching vines and surging towards Cacturn with relentless force. Cacturn, evade. Upon seeing the fire approaching, Mikasa urgently shouted to Cacturn. Although Cacturn managed to dodge to the side just in time, the flames, under the flame-roaring tiger's control, continued their assault. Cacturn, construct light wall. Observing the fiery onslaught, Cacturn conjured a wall before itself, successfully intercepting the incoming flames. Solar beam. Witnessing the halted flames, Mikasa began to restore Cacturn's injuries. Bathed in sunlight, Cacturn emitted a radiant glow, gradually healing its wounds. I cannot allow you to succeed. Flame-roaring tiger, execute Fire Punch. Roya commanded the flame-roaring tiger to continue its offensive, intent on interrupting Cacturn's recovery. The flame-roaring tiger dashed forward, shattering the light wall with its fiery fist and striking Cacturn, interrupting its healing process and knocking it to the ground. Flame Vortex. Roya issued the final command, and the flame-roaring tiger unleashed a powerful and searing flame, directly striking Cacturn, which collapsed in a charred heap. Cacturn has lost its combat ability. Thus, flame-roaring tiger is victorious. The referee announced the outcome loudly. With the fall of Mikasa's last Pokémon, Cacturn, it signified the first contestant to advance to the top 8. It is contestant Roya. Let us cheer for Roya's remarkable prowess. The host fervently declared the final result to the gathered crowd. Truly, Roya is exceptional. Mao, Catch, and others shouted joyfully. How splendid, Roya! Lillian beamed at Roya on the battlefield. The quasi-champion level flame-roaring tiger must be that child. It appears Roya's training has borne fruit, Kukui observed, looking at Roya and the flame-roaring tiger with pride. Roya, Roya. The audience erupted in applause for Roya, including Aunt Hanako and Professor Oak, who had come to witness the match. Congratulations on reaching the top 8, Roya. After a brief moment of dejection, Mikasa approached Roya, extending her hand in congratulation. Thank you, Mikasa. Roya promptly reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly together. Even in defeat, the spirit of friendship persists, friendship above all. Competition second. This embodies one of the primary purposes of our league tournament, and the encounter between contestants Roya and Mikasa exemplifies this beautifully. Let us give them a resounding applause. Following the host's words, the entire audience erupted into applause, celebrating both Roya and Mikasa. After the match concluded, Roya emerged from the contestant passage, and the first sight that greeted him was not Lillian or Catch, but an onslaught of reporters. Alarmed by the approaching journalists, Roya quickly gathered his wits and fled the scene as they closed in. Once he managed to evade the reporters, Roya joined Lillian and Catch to continue watching the subsequent battles. As in the original narrative, Ash's opponent was Ahong. After a fierce struggle, Ash's Squirtle and Pikachu were defeated by Ahong's Butterfree and Charmander, while Charizard disregarded Ash's commands, resulting in a loss, thus eliminating Ash from the competition at the 16th round, failing to reach the top 8. On the other side, in Group B, Green triumphed over his opponent, Lily, securing victory and advancing to the top 8. Upon learning of Ash's defeat, Green, as always, resorted to his mocking demeanor, relentlessly teasing Ash, which temporarily lifted Ash's spirits. Ultimately, with encouragement from Misty and Professor Oak, Ash regained his usual composure. Now, who will be Ahong's next opponent? Ash's first thought upon regaining his spirits was to discover Ahong's upcoming adversary. Chapter 100, Battle with Ahong. So, who is Ahong's next opponent? Under the comforting words of the crowd, the revitalized Ash's first inquiry was about his formidable rival, Ahong's next opponent. It is I. Upon hearing Ash's question, the crowd fell into a brief silence, before Luoya stepped forward from the throng and addressed Ash directly. It is you, then. But what about Ahong? Although the subsequent words remained unspoken, everyone present understood that Ahong's situation was precarious. After all, given Luoya's prowess, Ahong possessed no semblance of a chance. Even the somewhat dazed Ash was acutely aware of the disparity between them. The outcome of the match was an enigma that could only be unraveled through observation. Just witness it for yourself, Luoya remarked with a smile directed at Ash. I understand, Ash responded, falling into contemplative silence. Time sped by, and soon it was time for Luoya's quarterfinal match, with his opponent being Ahong, the very trainer who had bested Ash, a trainer remarkably similar to him. You must be Ash's friend. Although Ash spoke highly of your abilities, I am determined to claim victory in this battle, Ahong declared, brandishing his pokeball at Luoya. Then allow me to witness your strength, Ahong. Luoya replied, a grin spreading across his face as he tossed his pokeball into the air. After a long wait, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the 6th battle, featuring contestant Ahong against contestant Luoya. Each trainer will utilize 6 Pokémon, and the victor shall advance to the semifinals. I hereby declare the match to begin. Go forth, Charmander, Ahong exclaimed, releasing his Pokémon, a level 38 Charmander, onto the battlefield. I entrust you with this, Blastoise. Luoya simultaneously summoned his own Pokémon, the Blastoise he had captured on Canebaum Island. Strike first, Blastoise. Use Flamethrower. Ahong initiated the assault right from the outset. How audacious to challenge Blastoise with a fire type. Luoya countered, Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump. With that command, Blastoise directed its twin cannons toward the oncoming flamethrower and unleashed a powerful jet of water, extinguishing the flames and surging toward Charmander with unrelenting force. In a matter of moments, the Hydro Pump struck true, leaving Charmander unconscious from the impact. Charmander is unable to battle. Blastoise is victorious, the referee declared, glancing at the fallen Charmander. Thank you for your efforts, Charmander, Ahong said, recalling his Pokémon and producing another Pokeball. Since Blastoise is a water type, I shall call upon Rain. With that, a level 42 Pikachu appeared on the field, facing Blastoise. Return, Blastoise, Luoya acknowledged the challenge, recalling his Pokémon and releasing another ball. I entrust you with this, Venusaur. As the red light illuminated the arena, Venusaur emerged, locking eyes with Pikachu. Rain, use Quick Attack, Ahong commanded, and in an instant, Pikachu was enveloped in a brilliant white light, dashing toward Venusaur at an alarming speed. Venusaur, use Petal Dance, Luoya ordered with a gentle smile. Hearing the command, Venusaur released a flurry of petals from its buds, surrounding the oncoming Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu was besieged by the onslaught of petals, letting out a cry of distress. Pikachu! Ahong exclaimed anxiously, watching helplessly. Finish it off, Venusaur. Use Energy Ball. Luoya decided to deliver the final blow, eyeing the battered Pikachu as the petals dispersed. Venusaur opened its mouth, releasing a verdant energy ball that struck Pikachu, sending it hurtling to the ground beside Ahong. Pikachu is unable to battle, Venusaur wins, the referee announced. Pikachu, return, Ahong said, recalling his defeated Pokémon before summoning his final contender. Come forth, Barb. Go, Pidgeot. Luoya also called back Venusaur, sending forth his stalwart Pidgeot. Butterfree, use Whirlwind. Upon hearing the command, Butterfree flapped its wings, conjuring a tempest. Pidgeot, unleash Hurricane. Luoya commanded as the fierce winds approached. Pidgeot flapped its powerful wings, dispelling Butterfree's whirlwind and charging forward with unrelenting force. The violent gusts knocked Butterfree to the ground, rendering it temporarily unable to take flight. Such power! This Pidgeot is astonishing. Akong marveled at the might of Pidgeot, his eyes wide with surprise. Finish it off, Pidgeot. Use Brave Bird. With Butterfree's stamina waning, Luoya resolved to end the match decisively. Pidgeot, engulfed in azure flames, launched itself at Butterfree with ferocity. The impact was undeniable, sending Butterfree crashing to the ground once more. Butterfree is unable to battle. Pidgeot is victorious. The referee confirmed after assessing Butterfree's condition. Pidgeot, use Air Slash. Pidgeot flapped its wings, sending a barrage of white blades toward the fallen Tentacle. Tentacle is unable to battle. Thus, the victor is Luoya. The referee proclaimed. The exhilarating Pokémon battle has concluded. Under Pidgeot's overwhelming assault, Tentacle has succumbed. Let us all cheer for contestant Luoya, who advances to the semifinals. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. Well done, Luoya. This is from the Pokémon Academy in Alola, came the cheers from his friends. Akong has lost. After witnessing the match, Ash's spirits plummeted, though he had anticipated this outcome. You were right. Your strength is indeed formidable. I concede, Akong admitted, recalling his unconscious Tentacle and addressing Luoya. You flatter me. Luoya responded with a modest smile. Thus, Luoya effortlessly defeated Akong, securing his place in the top 4 of the Quartz Conference. Chapter 101, Advancing to the Semifinals. Throughout the Quartz Conference, Luoya triumphed over each opponent, successfully navigating the preliminaries and the 5th and 6th matches, thereby entering the top 4. Meanwhile, Green also emerged victorious against his opponent, qualifying for the semifinals. Today marked the commencement of Luoya's 7th battle, the semifinals of the Quartz Conference. Should he prevail in this encounter, he would face the strongest contender from Group B for the championship title. The match was now underway. Welcome to the 7th match of the Quartz Conference. Contestants Luoya from the Alola region and Akai from Shalar City will face off. Both trainers have crushed their opponents along the way. Which one will emerge victorious in this fierce clash? Let us await the outcome, the commentator announced with enthusiasm. I now declare the match officially begun. The referee signaled, raising his flag. Come forth, Fearow. Akai, brimming with confidence, released his Pokémon, a level 43 Fearow, as soon as the referee's words echoed through the arena. Since you have Fearow, I shall call upon you. Pidgeot. Observing the grandiose display of the formidable Talonflame, Roya had dispatched his own formidable contender, the Fearow, a rival to the Talonflame. As soon as Fearow emerged onto the battlefield, it fixated its gaze upon the Talonflame, emitting a series of sharp cries. The Talonflame reciprocated. Its eyes locked onto Fearow, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Talons of Fury. Roya broke the standoff, initiating the first attack. Upon hearing the command from its trainer, the eager Talonflame soared towards Fearow, its sharp beak shimmering with a glint of white light as it relentlessly pecked at its opponent. Fearow evaded swiftly. Noticing the aggressive approach of Talonflame, Roya commanded Fearow to take evasive action. The aerial Fearow flapped its wings with grace, effortlessly dodging the barrage of assaults from Talonflame, which continued until the latter was rendered breathless. Is dodging all you can do? Alka taunted Roya, observing the unfolding events. Fearow, unleash Starburst. Undeterred by Alka's jibe, Roya calmly issued his command. Upon hearing Roya's directive, Fearow flapped its wings, conjuring a flurry of star-shaped energy that surged toward the Talonflame. Dodge quickly, Talonflame. Alka shouted to his Pokémon, who promptly took to the skies to evade the impending strike. Fearow flash. Talonflame, we shall respond with Flash 2. Alka, having heard Roya's command, directed his Talonflame accordingly. In unison, both Fearow and Talonflame radiated a brilliant white light, charging at each other as they clashed, the intensity of their battle escalating. However, due to the disparity in their levels, Talonflame found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining increasing injuries. Fearow utilized Aerial Ace. Seizing the opportunity as the two Pokémon crossed paths, Roya issued his command. Upon hearing Roya's words, Fearow glowed even brighter, executing a powerful turn that struck Talonflame with tremendous force, sending it crashing to the ground. Fearow employed Air Slash. Spotting the fallen Talonflame, Roya pressed the advantage. Fearow flapped its wings vigorously, dispatching sharp blades of air towards the grounded Talonflame. unable to evade the attack. The Talonflame was struck by the air slash and collapsed onto the ground. With the Talonflame rendered incapable of battle, Fiero emerged victorious. The referee approached to assess the condition of the Talonflame, and upon confirming its unconscious state, announced the result. Return, Talonflame. Observing the fallen Pokémon, Alka retrieved it into its Pokeball and subsequently produced another, declaring, "Come forth, Gengar." As the radiant light from the Pokeball dissipated, a level 45 Gengar materialized in the arena. Return, Fiero. That fellow is about to lose control. Roya recalled Fiero into its Pokeball and presented another one. With Roya withdrawing Fiero, curiosity swirled among the spectators regarding his next Pokemon. What will Roya send out next? The announcer capitalized on the moment to build suspense. It must be that one. After all, Roya has been entangled for quite some time, Lily commented, recalling something amusing. Arise, Gengar. Roya hurled his Pokeball, and with a flash of brilliant red light, Gengar appeared in the arena. GG. As Gengar entered the main arena, it immediately noticed the multitude of spectators surrounding it, igniting a spark of excitement. Let us go, Gengar, Roya said with a smile, encouraging the exuberant Pokemon. Arbok, unleash Poison Sting. Upon Gengar's arrival, Alka initiated his attack. In response, Arbok opened its mouth, releasing a barrage of purple needles aimed at Gengar. Gengar Shadow Ball. Seeing the oncoming Poison Sting, a smirk graced Roya's lips as he directed Gengar. Upon receiving the command, Gengar conjured a purplish-black energy sphere and hurled it towards the incoming needles. The Shadow Ball shattered Arbok's Poison Sting, sending Arbok crashing against the arena wall, rendering it unconscious. Arbok has lost its ability to battle. Gengar wins, the referee declared, astonished by the display of strength. What an astonishing display! To incapacitate Arbok in a single blow. The announcer marveled, disbelief etched on his face. How is this possible? Alka, equally astounded, wore an expression of incredulity. Go, Nidoking. Reluctantly, Alka recalled Arbok and unleashed his next Pokemon, a level 44 Nidoking. Nidoking, unleash Flamethrower. Upon receiving the command, Nidoking exhaled a torrent of searing flames towards Gengar. Gengar, unleash Dark Pulse. Much like the previous encounter, Dark Pulse effortlessly pierced through the Flamethrower, striking Nidoking head-on, causing it to collapse. Nidoking has lost its ability to battle. Gengar wins. Thus, with each successive command from Roya, Gengar triumphantly defeated Alka's remaining Pokemon, leaving the audience and Alka in disbelief. Gengar, execute Shadow Punch. With those words, Alka's final Pokemon, Snorlax, fell to the ground. Snorlax has lost its fighting capability. Gengar is victorious, thus declaring Roya as the champion. The referee announced the final outcome. The semi-final victor had emerged, hailing from the Alola region. Let us cheer for him. Roya. Thus, Roya secured his ticket to the finals of the Quartz Conference. Meanwhile, the victor from Group B also advanced to the finals. Chapter 102. The finals. In a stunning display, Roya had effortlessly overwhelmed his opponent Alka in the semi-finals, claiming one of the two coveted spots in the finals. To Roya's surprise, his opponent in the final confrontation would be none other than Professor Oak's grandson, Blue. What? It's that Blue fellow. Upon hearing that Blue was in the finals, Ash's expression shifted from disbelief to indignation. What's the matter? Are you upset that I made it to the finals? Blue suddenly appeared from behind Ash, startling him. I'm just having a hard time believing it. Though Ash feigned indignation, he felt a sense of joy for Blue's achievement. Hey, Blue, give it your all in the match. Ash approached Blue, offering his encouragement. Of course. I'm not someone who can't even reach the top 8. Blue retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Ash. You brat, what are you saying? Ash's temper flared at Blue's words. Why should I listen to you? Blue shrugged, not even sparing Ash a glance. Blue, you scoundrel. Now, Ash and Blue. Let us not quarrel. Professor Oak intervened, hoping to quell the escalating tension. Roya, this time I will definitely defeat you. After their banter, Blue shifted his focus to Roya. Then let me witness your prowess, Blue. With a slight smile, Roya responded to Blue's challenge, anticipating to see the growth of his rival, who had defied fate by overcoming the original series runner-up, Gary. Until the finals then. After bidding farewell to everyone, Blue departed, returning to his abode. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the final match of the Quartz Conference arrived. The main venue of the Quartz Plateau Arena was already brimming with spectators, with every seat occupied. As Roy and Shigeru emerged from the contestants' corridor, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their voices rising and falling in a lively cacophony. Go, Roy! Lily, unmindful of her shyness, stood up to shout. Roy, go for the championship! Called out Kachi and the others. Roy, defeat that arrogant Shigeru. exclaimed a disgruntled Satoshi. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, we have now reached the most critical battle of the Quartz Conference, the final match. Who shall claim the title of champion? Let us await with bated breath. The host proclaimed passionately. The final match of the Quartz Conference commences now, with the combatants being Shigeru from Masera Town and Roy from the Alola region. Both trainers are remarkable in their own right, particularly Shigeru, the renowned grandson of Professor Okido, elevating the anticipation for this battle even further. That guy? Shigeru grumbled upon hearing himself introduced as Professor Okido's grandson. While accurate, the label irked him. Let me see how much you've grown during this time, Roy teased in response to the introduction. You. Shigeru was rendered speechless by Roy's banter. The two trainers sent forth their Pokémon, signaling the beginning of the match. The referee waved the flag in his hand and addressed Roy and Shigeru. Go, Alakazam. I count on you, Infernape. They both exclaimed simultaneously, tossing their Pokeballs into the arena. With two dazzling flashes of red light, Infernape and Alakazam materialized on the battlefield, locking eyes with one another as the atmosphere grew tense. These are the trainers you admire. Their strength is quite formidable, remarked an elderly lady seated in a balcony overlooking the arena, observing Roy. Don't be deceived, Grandma Kikuko. That isn't his true power. He possesses Pokémon of elite level. Something Dato and Shiba must already be aware of, chimed in the elegant lady with wine-red hair. As the other two figures emerged from the shadows, this balcony housed the current Elite Four of Kanto. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate his future, Kikuko expressed, her face reflecting a multitude of emotions upon receiving Dato and Shiba's affirmation. Meanwhile, far away on the artificial island of Ether Paradise in the Alola region, a few individuals were gathered in a room, watching the live broadcast of the Quartz Conference on television. Isn't that the child we met that day? Baiko, assistant to Luzman, exclaimed in astonishment as she recognized Roy. It seems he is still a student of Kukui, Barnett acknowledged, surprised at Roy's identity. I hadn't expected him to reach the finals of the Quartz Conference. It appears we have a promising trainer emerging from the Alola region, Luzman mused, recalling Roy's connection with her precious daughter, a smile gracing her face. Returning to the battlefield, Roy's Infernape and Shigeru's Alakazam faced off, and Roy seized the opportunity to utilize his Pokédex to assess Alakazam's attributes. Pokémon, Alakazam. Type, Psychic. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Female. Level, 46. Aptitude, Near Elite. Moves, Psychic, Teleport. Calm Mind, Psybeam, Psycho Cut, Recover, Psychic. Observing that Shigeru's Alakazam had progressed swiftly since awakening, Roy decided to initiate the attack. Infernape, use Flare Blitz. Upon hearing Roy's command, Infernape roared and, after a moment of self-empowerment, gathered fiery energy from its flame belt, launching itself at the distant Alakazam. Alakazam, teleport, Shigeru shouted decisively, instructing Alakazam to evade the incoming flames. Alakazam obeyed, vanishing from sight just in time to avoid the fiery onslaught. Infernape, unleash Heat Wave, Roy commanded, having detected Alakazam's reappearance behind Infernape. Trusting Roy's judgment, Infernape executed the Heat Wave move without turning around, striking Alakazam and sending her flying. How is that possible? Shigeru gazed in disbelief at his battered Alakazam. Now's our chance. Infernape, use Fire Spin. Seizing the moment, Roy commanded. Infernape unleashed a torrent of flames from its belt, striking the downed Alakazam. Under the combined assault of the intense fire and the previous heat wave, Alakazam succumbed to unconsciousness. Alakazam is unable to battle. Infernape wins, the referee declared after assessing the fallen Alakazam. Return, Alakazam. Shigeru, despondent at his Pokemon's condition, recalled her. Well done, Infernape. Roy too returned his Pokemon. Roy, your strength is indeed formidable, but I shall not concede so easily, Shigeru declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. Neither will I. With that, Roy produced another Pokeball and addressed Shigeru. Come forth, Arcanine. Simultaneously, Shigeru released his own Pokemon, a level 48 Arcanine entering the fray. Pokemon, Arcanine. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Level, 48. Aptitude, Elite. Moves, Extreme Speed, Flamethrower, Ember, Tackle, Agility, Bite, Fire Fong, Fire Spin. Arcanine, use Extreme Speed, Shigeru commanded. Launching the first strike, Arcanine immediately crouched low and dashed towards Water Turtle with incredible speed, colliding with it and forcing Water Turtle backward several steps. Fortunately, Water Turtle's robust physique meant it remained largely unscathed. Water Turtle, use Rain Dance. Following the hit from Arcanine, Water Turtle began its counterattack. It unleashed two streams of blue energy from its cannons, which exploded in the air, shrouding the battlefield in dark clouds and initiating a torrential downpour. Arcanine used Sunny Day. The rain was detrimental to Arcanine, prompting Shigeru to order the use of Sunny Day. Just as Arcanine prepared to execute the command, Roy's voice rang out, Water Turtle. Hydro Pump. Water Turtle, responding promptly, aimed its cannons at the Arcanine and unleashed two powerful jets of water, interrupting the Sunny Day and sending Arcanine reeling from the impact, sustaining considerable damage. Arcanine, are you alright? Shigeru expressed concern for his Pokemon's condition upon witnessing the aftermath. Water Turtle, finish it with Surf. As Arcanine struggled to rise, Roy seized the opportunity to command his final attack. As soon as Luo Ya's voice faded, Blastoise swiftly conjured a towering wave several meters high, surging towards the speedy Houndoom like a swarm of bees. Following a series of powerful surf strikes, Houndoom was forcefully propelled against the surrounding walls by the sheer force of the water. As the torrent receded, Houndoom collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious. With Houndoom's consciousness extinguished, Blastoise emerged victorious. Return, Houndoom. Observing the fallen Houndoom, Shigeru had no choice but to recall it, subsequently producing another Pokeball. I entrust you with this, my partner, Exeggutor. With a flash of red light, a level 46 Exeggutor appeared opposite Blastoise. Pokemon, Exeggutor. Type, Psychic, Grass. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Female. Level, 46. Qualification, Gym Leader. Moves, Psybeam, Psybeam. Hypnosis, Leech Seed, Seed Bomb, Seed Flare, Psychic. Exeggutor, unleash Leaf Blade. Upon summoning Exeggutor, Shigeru commanded, Exeggutor. After a call, Exeggutor released several leaf blades that tore through the air, racing towards Blastoise. Blastoise, withdraw into your shell. Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, Blastoise promptly retracted its limbs and head into its sturdy shell, successfully blocking Exeggutor's leaf blades without sustaining any damage. Blastoise, use Rapid Spin. Luo Ya shouted to Blastoise. Responding to Luo Ya's command, Blastoise began to spin within its shell, charging towards Exeggutor. Exeggutor, use Psychic. In response to Blastoise's advance, Shigeru waved his hand, issuing his command. Exeggutor's 3 pairs of eyes emitted a soft white light, followed by a wave of blue energy that seized Blastoise, hurling it down onto the battlefield. Despite the impact, Blastoise sustained some damage but remained conscious. Exeggutor, Magical Leaf. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Shigeru and Luo Ya simultaneously launched their attacks. Exeggutor's Magical Leaf, under its control, struck Blastoise, while Blastoise's Hydro Pump also hit Exeggutor. Following the mutual damage, both Pokemon collapsed onto the ground. Blastoise and Exeggutor simultaneously lost their ability to battle. The referee glanced at both Pokemon before raising the flag and announcing, Return, Blastoise, Exeggutor. Luo Ya and Shigeru recalled their incapacitated Pokemon simultaneously. Shigeru had now lost 3 Pokemon, while Luo Ya had only lost 1. This predicament posed a significant crisis for Shigeru. What could he possibly do now? The announcer began to heighten the atmosphere. Go, Aerodactyl! Both Luo Ya and Shigeru shouted in unison. As the red light from the Pokeballs dissipated, their respective Aerodactyls materialized in the arena. Yet Luo Ya's was notably larger than Shigeru's. My goodness, I never expected that both Luo Ya and Shigeru would unleash Aerodactyls. It is truly astounding. The announcer was equally taken aback by the sight of 2 Aerodactyls. Pokemon, Aerodactyl. Type, Rock, Flying. Ability, Rock Head. Gender, Male. Level, 50. Qualification, Elite 4. Moves, Ancient Power. Take Down, Stone Edge, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Flamethrower. Aerodactyl, use Stone Edge. Noticing Shigeru's Aerodactyl, Luo Ya initiated the attack first. Numerous fragments of rock swirled around Aerodactyl as it took flight, subsequently charging towards Shigeru's Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, use Steel Wing to shatter those rocks. Shigeru chose to confront the incoming Stone Edge directly. At his command, Shigeru's Aerodactyl utilized its metallic wings to obliterate the approaching rocks. Aerodactyl, maintain Stone Edge and follow up with Takedown. Observing Shigeru's Aerodactyl preoccupied with the debris, Luo Ya seized the opportunity to attack. Thus, Aerodactyl simultaneously executed Stone Edge to distract Shigeru's Aerodactyl while launching a Takedown, striking the beleaguered Pokemon and sending it crashing to the ground. Aerodactyl, use Rock Tomb. Seeing Shigeru's Aerodactyl grounded, Luo Ya pressed the assault. Commanding several rocks, he sent them crashing down upon Shigeru's Aerodactyl, which had just managed to rise again. Forcing it back down, Aerodactyl, deliver the final blow, Ultimate Impact. As Luo Ya commanded, Aerodactyl gathered its strength in midair before barreling towards Shigeru's Aerodactyl. executing ultimate impact against the downed opponent. Under the might of Aerodactyl's assault, Shigeru's Aerodactyl finally succumbed, unable to rise again. Shigeru's Aerodactyl has lost its ability to battle. Thus Luoya's Aerodactyl is the victor. The referee announced after confirming the status of Shigeru's Pokémon. Thank you for your hard work, Aerodactyl. Shigeru comforted the Pokeball that held his fallen Aerodactyl. Return, Aerodactyl. At this moment, Luoya also recalled his Aerodactyl and produced another Pokeball. Chapter 104, Finals 3. Despite having lost 4 Pokémon consecutively, Shigeru remained undeterred, producing his next Pokeball and publicly declaring, "Come forth, Nidoking." With a flash of brilliant light, a purple Nidoking manifested on the battlefield, roaring before directing its gaze at Luoya. "Come forth, Steelix." After placing Aerodactyl's Pokeball aside, Luoya retrieved Steelix's Pokeball, releasing it into the arena. A Steelix of considerable size appeared, distinct from others. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Shigeru had to admit, this Steelix was truly immense. Observing the imposing Steelix, Shigeru thought to himself, Pokémon, Nidoking. Type, Ground, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. Gender, Male. Level, 51. Qualification, Near Elite 4. Moves, Horn Attack, Super Horn Attack, Poison Sting, Toxic, Earth Power, Toxic Spikes, Flamethrower. Nidoking, Unleash Flamethrower. To counter the Steel-type Steelix, Shigeru commanded Nidoking to execute a Fire-type move. Witnessing the fierce Flamethrower, Luoya promptly countered, Steelix, use Dragon Pulse. At Luoya's command, Steelix swiftly gathered a massive amount of Dragon-type energy, launching Dragon Pulse to obliterate Nidoking's Flamethrower, though the Dragon Pulse dissipated thereafter. Steelix, Rock Slide. Upon hearing Luoya's directive, Steelix struck the ground with its colossal tail, causing dozens of rocks to levitate and launch towards Nidoking under Steelix's control. Nidoking, use Brick Break. Faced with the onslaught of rocks, Nidoking found itself with no means of evasion, compelling Shigeru to confront the barrage head-on. At the command of his trainer, Nidoking's hands radiated with brilliant white light, executing Brick Break to shatter the incoming stones. While Nidoking tirelessly shattered the rocks, Luoya seized the moment to strike. Steelix, use Sand Tomb. As Luoya's words fell, a pit of quicksand emerged beneath Nidoking's feet, causing the preoccupied Pokémon to inadvertently sink into it. Realizing its predicament, Nidoking struggled desperately, but to no avail, finding itself trapped. Steelix, use Iron Tail. Observing Nidoking immobilized, Luoya wasted no time in launching his attack. After hearing the call, Nidoking, with a mighty swing of its enormous tail, struck towards Steelix. Although Nidoking had emerged from the quagmire of despair, it was severely wounded by Steelix's attack and struggled for a considerable time before managing to rise. Nidoking, are you alright? Little Shigeru observed the battered Nidoking, with concern evident in his eyes. Steelix, deliver the final blow. Unleash the Hyper Beam. With a commanding gesture, Roya prepared to conclude Nidoking's role in this confrontation. Following Roya's command, Steelix gathered immense energy in the air and then unleashed a robust orange beam towards Nidoking. Under the formidable power of the Hyper Beam, Nidoking was utterly overwhelmed, collapsing onto the ground. With its fighting spirit extinguished, Nidoking succumbed, marking Steelix's victory. Thank you for your efforts, Nidoking, little Shigeru said sorrowfully to the Pokeball in his hand. I am aware that I am no match for your strength, but I shall not yield in this final battle, Roya. After declaring this, little Shigeru fixed a resolute gaze upon Roya. It seems you indeed embody the spirit of a true swordsman, little Shigeru, Roya remarked, sensing his determination and recalling a famous drama from his previous life, leading him to speak impulsively. Spirit of the sword? While I comprehend your words, I do not grasp their meaning, little Shigeru replied, perplexed. It signifies that a swordsman, encountering a foe of superior prowess, will nonetheless draw their sword in defiance, even in the face of inevitable defeat. That is the spirit of the sword, Roya elucidated. I see now. Then I too shall draw my final sword. I entrust this to you, Blastoise, little Shigeru declared, producing his last Pokeball and addressing Roya. As the Pokeball opened, Blastoise emerged in a dazzling red light. Pokémon, Blastoise. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Level, 53. Aptitude, Champion. Moves, Water Gun, Water Pulse. Hydro Pump, Cannon. Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Hydro Cannon. Return, Steelix. Acknowledging the formidable opponent with a type advantage, Roya chose to recall Steelix and summoned another Pokeball. Come forth. Milotic. Milotic, the Pokémon that had once vanquished him when he was merely a Wartortle, now stood before him. Upon seeing Milotic, Blastoise's fighting spirit ignited. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon. Little Shigeru commanded the moment Milotic appeared. As soon as the command was given, Blastoise radiated a brilliant white light and directed its twin cannons toward Milotic, unleashing a beam of white energy. Milotic, use Hurricane. Roya's command was swift. Milotic, with a flourish of its fan-like tail, conjured a tempest that dispersed Blastoise's Hydro Cannon and surged forward toward it. Blastoise, use Protect and withdraw. Witnessing the oncoming storm, little Shigeru instantly opted to bolster his defenses. Obeying his trainer, Blastoise first employed Protect to enhance its defenses, then withdrew into its shell. Although the hurricane battered against it, the turtle's shell absorbed the blows, leaving it relatively unscathed. Observing Blastoise retreat into its shell, Roya seemed to have an epiphany. Milotic, use Scald. He commanded. Milotic opened its mouth and unleashed a scalding jet of water upon the defenseless Blastoise. The intense heat forced Blastoise to emerge from its shell, releasing torrents of water to cool down. Milotic, use Attract. After uttering this command, Milotic emitted a bewitching sound, capturing Blastoise's attention. Enchanted by Milotic's allure, Blastoise's eyes sparkled with hearts, rendering it momentarily entranced and unresponsive to little Shigeru's commands. Milotic, use Ice Beam. Observing the entranced Blastoise, Roya smiled slightly and issued the order. Milotic unleashed a chilling beam of white light that struck the still enchanted Blastoise. Under the effects of Ice Beam, Blastoise was encased in ice, becoming an icy statue. Blastoise! Little Shigeru cried out in desperation upon seeing his initial Pokémon frozen, attempting to rouse it from its icy prison, but to no avail. Milotic, unleash Hyper Beam. Spotting Blastoise unable to evade, Roya gestured for the final strike. Milotic complied, releasing a powerful orange beam that shattered the ice encasing Blastoise, sending debris and smoke swirling, obscuring the battlefield. Chapter 105, Champion of the Quartz Conference. With a thunderous crash, Milotic's Hyper Beam not only obliterated the layer of ice, but also struck Blastoise directly, sending shockwaves of smoke that clouded the spectator's view. As the smoke dissipated, the situation became clear. Under the overwhelming assault of the Hyper Beam, Blastoise had undeniably lost its fighting spirit and lay defeated on the ground. With Blastoise unable to continue, Milotic emerged victorious. The referee glanced at Blastoise's state and waved the flag, declaring loudly, "Indeed, the winner is Milotic. It is only fitting that you, Roya, should emerge victorious." "I concede with utmost respect," little Shigeru remarked as he recalled the unconscious Blastoise and approached Roya, extending his right hand in camaraderie. "My strength is beyond question, is it not?" Roya teased, winking at little Shigeru as he clasped his hand firmly in return. With Milotic's final strike of the Hyper Beam, little Shigeru's last Pokémon, Blastoise, lost its capacity to battle, thus declaring Roya as the victor. As the results of the climactic battle were announced, the announcer's voice rose in enthusiasm, and so, the champion of the Quartz Conference is none other than Roya from the Alola region. Let us give him a resounding cheer. "Congratulations, Roya, on your triumph at the Quartz Conference," little Shigeru exclaimed, offering his heartfelt accolades. "Congratulations to you as well," Roya replied graciously to the runner-up. For little Shigeru had indeed defied fate, usurping Gikmu's position as the second-place finisher. "Roya, you were simply magnificent," Lily and Kachi exclaimed joyfully, celebrating Roya's championship victory. "I've made my decision. My future objective is to defeat Roya and become the island champion," Kachi declared, fueled by the cheers of the crowd. "Indeed, you have an exceptional student," Professor Oak marveled. "And you have an outstanding grandson." Principal Ching also congratulated Professor Oak. Meanwhile, in the Elite Force Chamber, the elegant Kana observed the now evident outcome and remarked to the others, "Undoubtedly, Roya has triumphed. This was to be expected, considering he is one of my elite agents." Dato commented, pleased by Roya's victory. "By the way, should we meet him? I wish to see this young man," Granny Kikuko suggested. "Since you have expressed such a desire, I shall not decline," Dato concurred. In the Ether Paradise, within the same room, Lily's mother, Luzamin, beamed with pride, exclaiming, "What a capable young man." The enchanting voice woven within the words stirred the heart. In the vibrant arena of the Indigo Plateau, jubilant cheers filled the air. "Loya, champion!" The chorus rose and fell, echoing endlessly. "Loya, congratulations on becoming the champion of this Indigo Conference. Now you and your Pokémon shall leave your mark within the Hall of Fame." As Loya reveled in his elation, President Damaranch approached him and spoke. "I understand," Loya replied, nodding as he regained his composure. "Follow me," Damaranch instructed, leading Loya towards the Hall of Fame. After traversing a short distance, an opulently adorned building came into view. This was the Hall of Fame of the Kanto region, a sanctuary where champions could immortalize their legacy. Upon reaching the entrance, several staff members approached Loya and Damaranch, carrying various items. Mr. Loya, please release the Pokémon you used in the competition to leave their marks on this slate, and then we shall take a commemorative photograph. Both the photo and the slate will be preserved in the Hall of Fame. Upon hearing the staff's instructions, and with a nod of affirmation from President Damaranch, Loya summoned his 6 Pokémon from the final match: the fiery Blaziken, the elegant Milotic, the formidable Steelix, the ancient Aerodactyl, the resilient Blastoise, and the swift Zeraora. Each Pokémon left its unique imprint on the slate, and under the staff's guidance, they gathered around Loya for a group photo. After the picture was taken, Loya inquired of the staff, "May I have a copy of this photograph?" "Certainly," the staff member readily replied. As Loya prepared to leave with the photo in hand, another staff member approached him, saying, "Mr. Loya, the Elite Four requests your presence." Although uncertain of the reason, Loya complied and entered a reception room where all 4 members of the Elite Four awaited him. "You've arrived, Loya," Kanna greeted with a smile upon his entrance. "So, you are Loya, truly a promising young talent," Koga remarked, casting an approving glance at Loya. "Kid, well done, though you seem a bit frail. Would you care to join me for some training?" The burly Shiba chuckled as he patted Loya's shoulder. "I think I'll pass," Loya responded without hesitation. Feeling the weight of Shiba's hand, and considering his imposing physique, "We've come primarily to congratulate you on your victory at the Indigo Conference," Dato added as he stepped forward. "Thank you," Loya nodded in appreciation. "By the way, you've assisted me immensely, and now that you've claimed the championship, I wish to present you with a gift." "What would you like?" Dato inquired. "Well," Loya pondered before deciding, "could you possibly give me a high potential Charmander? Compared to rare and elusive Pokémon of legendary status, Loya yearned for a Charmander, as it had always been his favorite among the starter trio. "A Charmander, you say? Not a problem at all." Dato agreed without a second thought. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time for the trophy presentation. Loya bid farewell to the Elite Four and returned to the arena. Inside the Indigo Plateau, contestants entered one by one, and after distributing commemorative badges to all participants, awards were presented to the top 3 competitors. "Congratulations, Loya. This is a testament to your prowess," President Damaranch stated as he approached Loya, handing him the trophy. "Thank you, President Damaranch," Loya replied, accepting the trophy and lifting it triumphantly. As he raised the trophy high, a multitude of dazzling fireworks erupted into the night sky, bursting forth in a brilliant display, heralding the official conclusion of the Indigo Conference. Loya. Following the closing ceremony, Lily and Kachi rushed toward him, their faces alight with joy. Chapter 106. Return to Alola. On the day following the Indigo Conference's conclusion, as Loya busied himself packing his belongings, he was visited by Shigeru, Satoshi, Brock, and Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, Shigeru, Satoshi, what brings you here?" Loya inquired with curiosity upon seeing them in his room. "We noticed Satoshi and Shigeru achieved remarkable results at the Indigo Conference. So we are returning to Masera Town to host a celebration. We would like to invite you to join us," Professor Oak explained, stepping forward. "Ah, I see," Loya replied, the purpose of their visit becoming clear. "Are you going to attend?" Satoshi asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Regrettably, I do not have the time to participate," Loya said, gently declining under Satoshi's eager gaze. "How can that be?" Satoshi's spirits visibly sagged at Loya's response. "Do you have other commitments?" The more composed Shigeru inquired. "Yes," Loya nodded. Continuing, "I plan to return to the Alola region with Lily and the others." "Ah, understood." Shigeru and the others comprehended the reason for Loya's refusal. "Having been away from home for so long, I yearn to visit, so I am seizing this opportunity to return with Lily," Loya elaborated. "Indeed, it is necessary to revisit home after such an extended absence," Professor Oak acknowledged. "Thus, I cannot attend your celebration. I sincerely apologize." Loya scratched the back of his head, expressing regret to Professor Oak and the others. "It's quite all right," Professor Oak reassured him with a shake of his head. "Make sure to join us next time," Satoshi said, his spirits revived. "Absolutely," Loya responded with a smile. While Loya conversed with Professor Oak and Satoshi, Lily suddenly entered his room. After greeting everyone, she turned to Loya, saying, "Time is running short. The bus is waiting for us outside. Then we shall take our leave. You are all welcome to visit us in the Alola region. I will gladly host you," she added, bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Satoshi, and Shigeru before departing with Loya. Together, they exited and joined Principal Kenji, Professor Kukui, and Kachi as they boarded a bus heading to the Indigo Plateau Airport. "Well, it is time for us to return to Masera Town," Professor Oak remarked, glancing back at the group. It is a pity Loya cannot join us, Satoshi lamented, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. One day, we shall meet again. We can speak of it then, Satoshi, Hanako consoled him. Mom, I understand, Satoshi replied, finding comfort in her words. Now, we must be on our way. With that, Professor Oak set off ahead, followed closely by Satoshi, Shigeru, and the others. The once bustling Indigo Plateau gradually returned to its serene state, devoid of the previous vibrancy, awaiting the lively scenes that would unfold again by the same time tomorrow. As for Loya, upon arriving at the airport, he did not wait long in the terminal before boarding the flight bound for the distant Alola region. After a flight lasting several hours, the passenger aircraft safely and smoothly arrived at the airport on Malay Island in the Alola region. Once the plane had docked, Roya and Lily swiftly descended, following the flow of passengers. Before long, they found themselves outside the airport, where they unexpectedly encountered a few familiar faces. Mom! Lily exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with surprise as she spotted the newcomer. Lily! Luzaman, upon seeing Lily, immediately broke into a smile and jogged over, enveloping Lily in a warm embrace while affectionately ruffling her hair. Burnett. Even Kukui couldn't hide his delight upon recognizing another figure. Luzaman, the president, and Professor Burnett. What brings you here? Principal Chinya asked, astonished. We learned that you were returning to Alola today, so we came to welcome you. Burnett explained with a friendly smile directed at Chinya. Mom, don't mess up my hair. Lily, feeling a bit embarrassed by Luzaman's affectionate gesture, wriggled out of her mother's embrace and dashed over to Roya's side. Honestly, Lily, you're becoming less adorable by the day. Luzaman feigned a pout as she watched Lily escape her grasp. So, you must be Roya. What a handsome young man you are. As she regained her composure, Luzaman turned her attention to Roya, smiling warmly at him. Yes, President Luzaman, Roya replied, nodding with a smile, acknowledging her as his future mother-in-law. Winning the court's conference is indeed a source of pride for our Alola region. Luzaman praised Roya with a beaming smile. It's merely a stroke of luck, Roya humbly replied. Do not be so modest. It is your talent that earned it, Luzaman said, casting a knowing glance at Roya before continuing. I have arranged a celebration at my home to honor your victory. Everyone is invited. All right, came the chorus of enthusiastic agreement from the gathered crowd. I have arranged transportation. Please follow me. With that, Luzaman led everyone to the bus she had brought, and they all boarded together, heading toward Lily's home on Malay Island. As Roya sat on the bus, he observed the elegant Luzaman in front of him, reflecting on how she had not displayed the possessiveness towards Lily that he had anticipated, and with her amiable demeanor. She resembled the loving character from the TV series rather than the one in the games who exhibited a fierce protectiveness over ultra beasts and her children. Upon coming to this realization, Roya turned his gaze to the window, taking in the familiar Alolan scenery, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, Luzaman brought Roya and the others to a villa, where the courtyard was already lavishly adorned with an array of food and beverages, with parents of Kaki, Mamane, and others already present, leaving only Roya and his companions to arrive. Afterward, a grand celebration was held at Lily's home, where the protagonist, Roya, received much attention, and the festivities continued until midnight. Chapter 107, The Dominant Zygarde. The day following the celebration, Roya did not rise as early as usual. Instead, he turned over in bed, drifting back to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, the shrill ring of a mobile phone jolted him awake. Reluctantly, he reached for the phone beside him, not bothering to check the caller ID before answering, still groggy. Hello, this is Roya. Who asked this? Roya, are you still in bed? The melodious voice instantly cleared the fog from Roya's mind. It's Lily. I haven't gotten up yet. Is there something you need? He replied, sitting up. I just wanted to ask if you have any plans for today. Lily looked at him with hopeful eyes. Seeing her eager expression and the pitiful demeanor she was putting on, Roya felt compelled to swallow the plans he had intended to share and smiled instead. I don't have any plans today. That is wonderful. Let us go shopping, Lily exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at his response. Sure, Roya answered, seeing her excited expression and yielding to her enthusiasm. Thus, the remainder of the day was spent with Roya accompanying Lily around Hawali City, purchasing various items such as clothing, sampling the local culinary delights, and enjoying various recreational activities until evening, when they reluctantly parted ways. The following morning, Roya awoke early, quickly preparing breakfast for himself and his Pokémon. He then released his Dragonite from the Pokémon Ranch and set off toward Pony Island in the Alola region. Upon arriving at Pony Island, Roya did not linger but continued flying towards the island's center, soon reaching his destination, the renowned Sun Altar. However, his primary objective was not the altar itself, but rather a cave situated not far from it, which was a necessary passage to reach the Sun Altar. Within this cave resided a multitude of Alolan demigods, specifically the fighting and dragon-type Zygarde and its juvenile forms, Zygarde 10 and Zygarde 50. Since the distance was brief, Roya arrived swiftly. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted by the sight of crumbled walls and moss covering the ground, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate and lonely. Yet, through the power of his aura, he detected a multitude of life signs, understanding that this was indeed the nesting ground of Zygarde. As he ventured deeper, strange noises suddenly erupted around him, prompting Roya to halt, raising his guard as he scanned his surroundings. In his cautious gaze, he soon caught sight of golden figures flitting behind the broken walls, and before long, they were standing before him, regarding him with wary eyes, signaling him to leave. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the creatures blocking his path were none other than his intended targets, Zygarde 10 and Zygarde 50. Just as he prepared to step forward to converse with them, a thunderous roar echoed through the cave. Roya immediately recognized the voice and halted his advance, heightening his vigilance. Soon, an unusually large Zygarde emerged into view, the reigning dominant Pokémon of this territory. Upon spotting Roya, the dominant Zygarde charged towards him with a fist raised in attack. Reacting swiftly, Roya dodged to the side, evading the strike, and began to assess the attributes of the dominant Zygarde using his Pokédex. Pokémon, Zygarde. Type, Dragon, Fighting. Ability, Bulletproof. Gender, Male. Level, 59. Potential, Champion. Moves, Scale Noise, Dragon Tail, Iron Tail, Outrage, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dive, Close Combat. A dominant Zygarde with the strength of a quasi-champion. Through the Pokédex, Roya quickly grasped its capabilities and readied a Pokeball, pressing the button in the center. Come forth, Flareon. As the red light faded, a red and black figure materialized before him, poised in confrontation against the dominant Zygarde. The blazing Roar Tiger unleashed the Flame Fist. Observing the formidable dominant tail-scale dragon before him, Luoya commanded the blazing Roar Tiger to test its counterattack. Upon hearing Luoya's words, the blazing Roar Tiger's hands became enveloped in a torrent of crimson flames, which it then swung towards the dominant tail-scale dragon. Unyielding, the dominant tail-scale dragon retaliated by channeling golden bolts of lightning around its arms, executing Thunder Fist to clash with the Flame Fist of the blazing Roar Tiger. Thus, within the cavern, the two mighty beings engaged in a relentless exchange, though the blazing Roar Tiger often found itself at a disadvantage due to the inherent disparity in strength. Before long, the blazing Roar Tiger retreated to Luoya's side, its hands trembling and adorned with fresh wounds. Blazing Roar Tiger, are you alright? Luoya inquired, his gaze filled with concern. Yet, the blazing Roar Tiger merely shook its head, its fierce eyes still fixed upon the dominant tail-scale dragon. Blazing Roar Tiger, unleash a torrent of flames. Realizing that close combat could not prevail against the dominant tail-scale dragon, Luoya resolved to switch to long-range tactics. Upon hearing his command, the blazing Roar Tiger released a surge of searing flames from its waist, directing them towards the dominant tail-scale dragon. The dominant tail-scale dragon, perceiving the incoming flames, opened its maw wide, gathering a vast amount of energy before unleashing a radiant beam towards the approaching inferno. As the two attacks collided, the Dragon Pulse and the flames dissipated into the air. Blazing Roar Tiger unleashed the Dark Pulse. Following the dissolution of the two techniques, Luoya pressed on with his assault. No sooner had he spoken than the blazing Roar Tiger unleashed a purplish-black beam aimed squarely at the dominant tail-scale dragon. In response to the incoming Dark Pulse, the dominant tail-scale dragon's right arm glowed with a dazzling radiance, and it cleaved the Dark Pulse in two. However, the force of the impact still sent the dominant tail-scale dragon staggering back several meters before it regained its footing. Seizing the moment, Blazing Roar Tiger, execute the Flame Charge. Luoya swiftly initiated an offensive as he observed the retreating dominant tail-scale dragon. With those words, the Blazing Roar Tiger was engulfed in fierce flames, encasing its entire form before surging forward to collide forcefully with the dominant tail-scale dragon, sending it careening several meters away. Had it not been for the wall, it might have traveled even farther. As the dominant tail-scale dragon lay fallen upon the ground, Luoya ordered the Blazing Roar Tiger to cease its assault and approach the dragon, invoking the light of healing to mend its injuries. Initially wary of Luoya, both the dominant tail-scale dragon and its kin soon relaxed their guard upon sensing the benevolent energy emanating from him, allowing Luoya to tend to its wounds. You are no longer in grave danger, Luoya assured the dominant tail-scale dragon after the treatment was complete. With a low growl, the dragon nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, I seek your counsel on a matter. If you would be willing to oblige? Luoya recalled the purpose of his visit and addressed the dominant tail-scale dragon. With a growl, the dragon nodded, encouraging Luoya to proceed. Chapter 108. The Capture of the Heart-Scale Pokémon. I wish to capture a heart-scale Pokémon. Do you think it permissible? Luoya articulated his intent to the dominant tail-scale dragon. Upon hearing Luoya's desire, the dominant tail-scale dragon contemplated momentarily before rising and striding towards a group of heart-scale Pokémon behind it. It selected a notably larger and well-developed heart-scale Pokémon, bringing it forth to stand before Luoya, accompanied by several calls. Are you suggesting that this one is available for capture? Luoya inquired, quickly grasping the dragon's intent through the light of healing. The dominant tail-scale dragon nodded in affirmation, indicating that Luoya could indeed claim the heart-scale Pokémon before him. With the dragon's consent, Luoya turned his attention to the heart-scale Pokémon, activating his Eye of Insight to examine its attributes. Species: heart-scale Pokémon. Type: dragon. Ability: soundproof. Gender: male. Level: 16. Potential: champion. Moves: tackle, leer, protect, dragon tail, scary face, headbutt, aura sphere, dragon breath, double return. What is this? After reviewing the heart-scale Pokémon's attributes, Luoya's expression reflected his astonishment upon discovering its champion-level potential. He looked at the dominant tail-scale dragon with curiosity. With a growl, the dominant tail-scale dragon quickly understood the source of Luoya's bewilderment and promptly elucidated. You mean it is your offspring? Luoya processed this revelation. Yet he remained puzzled. But why would you entrust your progeny to me? In response to Luoya's query, the dominant tail-scale dragon continued to articulate its thoughts, conveying its intentions. Through the translation of the light of healing, Luoya comprehended the dragon's genuine motives. The dominant tail-scale dragon had decided to entrust its young heart-scale Pokémon to Luoya because it recognized that the Pokémon's potential far surpassed its own. It did not wish for the heart-scale Pokémon to live a mundane existence, even if that meant inheriting its position as the reigning spirit of the area. That would only squander its innate gifts. Having encountered Luoya and witnessed his extraordinary prowess, coupled with his desire to capture a heart-scale Pokémon, the dominant tail-scale dragon wished to bestow the responsibility of nurturing the heart-scale Pokémon upon Luoya, with the hope that it would evolve into a being even more formidable than itself, rather than merely becoming a dominant spirit here. Upon absorbing the dominant tail-scale dragon's words, Luoya felt a profound sense of empathy. Much like human parents, it yearned for its offspring to achieve greatness, demonstrating that even Pokémon share such aspirations. After reflecting on the dragon's sentiments, Luoya raised his gaze to the dominant tail-scale dragon and solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing it, ensuring it grows ever stronger." With a growl, the dominant tail-scale dragon responded, gazing at its child with a mixture of pride and reluctance. "Fear not. I will return with it to see you," Luoya assured, noticing the dragon's wistful demeanor. Acknowledging Luoya's words, the dominant tail-scale dragon nodded, then gently nudged the heart-scale Pokémon forward, urging Luoya to proceed with the capture. At the dragon's encouragement, Luoya produced a luxury ball. Aiming it at the heart-scale Pokémon while smiling warmly, he gently spoke, "I look forward to our journey together, heart-scale Pokémon." Upon hearing Luoya's words, the heart-scale Pokémon instinctively glanced back at its father. Receiving a reassuring response, it turned back and pressed the button on the luxury ball, which emitted a beam of red light, drawing it in without a hint of struggle. "I have captured the heart-scale Pokémon," Luoya exclaimed joyfully, holding the luxury ball aloft. "Come forth, heart-scale Pokémon." After capturing the heart-scale Pokémon, Luoya released it once more to bid a final farewell to the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon. Following a tender exchange of parting words, the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon approached Luoya, bringing the heart-scale Pokémon along, and produced an object from its own being, presenting it to Luoya. Upon receiving the item, Luoya discovered it to be a Z crystal of the dragon type, a treasure that the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon had safeguarded. Contemplating the Z crystal in his hand, Luoya mused to himself, "It seems I shall have the opportunity to challenge the island trials. After all, this is the sole means to acquire the Z-ring." After devising his plans internally, he lifted his gaze towards the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon." Upon receiving the dragon-type Z-crystal, Luoya, wishing to show his appreciation, retrieved all of his fighting-type and dragon-type energy cubes from his bag and presented them to the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon, as well as to the gathered heart-scale Pokémon and armored dragons. After fulfilling his purpose on Pony Island, Luoya exchanged pleasantries with the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon before departing with his progeny, the heart-scale Pokémon, aboard his Dragonite, returning home. Upon arriving home, the evening had already set in. Luoya then released all his Pokémon in the courtyard and, after introducing the new member, the heart-scale Pokémon, he observed the harmonious interactions among his Pokémon. Subsequently, he returned indoors to prepare dinner and energy cubes for the day. After enjoying a delightful meal with his Pokémon, Luoya concluded this fruitful day and drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 109, The Island King Hala. The following morning, after capturing the heart-scale Pokémon and obtaining the Dragon-type Z Crystal, Luoya departed from his home, heading towards the Pokémon school. Upon arriving, he immediately sought out his instructor, Professor Kukui, in the office. "Oh, Luoya, what brings you here?" Kukui inquired as he noticed Luoya entering the office. "Professor Kukui, take a look at this." Luoya responded, producing the Dragon-type Z Crystal acquired from the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon, placing it before Kukui's eyes. "This is a Dragon-type Z Crystal." Kukui recognized instantly, then asked Luoya, "Where did you obtain this?" "I received it from the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon on Pony Island." Luoya explained the circumstances surrounding its acquisition. "So, it was gifted to you by the ruler of the Tail Stinger Armored Dragon," Kukui remarked, his understanding dawning upon him. "Exactly," Luoya affirmed with a nod. "Thus, you wish to challenge the island trials to acquire the Zering?" Kukui swiftly grasped Luoya's intentions and posed the question. "Indeed," Luoya confirmed, adding, "I wish to challenge Mr. Hala, the Island King of Malay Island, and I would like to request your introduction." "Ah, I see. That is certainly no problem," Kukui answered readily, agreeing to Luoya's request. "When would you be available?" Luoya inquired. "Today would be perfect," Kukui replied. Noticing Luoya's usual calm demeanor had turned slightly anxious, prompting him to respond without delay. "Professor Kukui, aren't there any classes today?" Luoya asked, curious since it was indeed class time. "Today's lessons are conducted by other instructors, so I have ample time," Kukui assured Luoya. "Understood. Thank you for your assistance." "Professor Kukui," Luoya expressed his gratitude. "Let us set off then," Kukui declared, rising and moving towards the door. "Very well," Luoya swiftly followed suit. As they traveled in Kukui's car, they soon arrived at a quaint, standalone villa. "Is this the residence of the Island King Hala?" Luoya inquired, gazing at the villa before him. "Indeed, let us proceed inside," Kukui replied, pushing open the door and leading Luoya within. Upon entering, Luoya beheld a robust elderly man with dark skin, seated comfortably on a sofa while sipping tea. This was Hala, the Island King of Malay Island. "Ah, Professor Kukui. What brings you here?" Hala greeted them upon noticing Kukui and Luoya's entrance. "I am here regarding his matter." Kukui indicated Luoya standing beside him. "Who is he?" Hala asked, his gaze falling on Luoya, finding him somewhat familiar. "This is Luoya. You should be familiar with him," Kukui said with a friendly smile. "Luoya? The champion of the Indigo League," Hala exclaimed, quickly recognizing Luoya's identity, having previously watched the broadcast of the tournament. "Aloha, Mr. Hala," Luoya greeted, pleased to have captured Hala's attention. "Aloha, Luoya. Congratulations on winning the Indigo League. You have brought great honor to our Alola region," Hala responded warmly, noting Luoya's spirited demeanor. He then invited Luoya and Kukui to sit, preparing them each a cup of tea. After settling, he inquired, "What brings you to seek me, Luoya?" "I wish to participate in the island trials, thus seeking to challenge you as the Island King of Malay Island." Luoya articulated the purpose of his visit. "You wish to undertake the island trials?" Hala asked, astonished by Luoya's ambition. "Indeed," Luoya affirmed. "I understand," Hala nodded, recognizing Luoya's determination. "Mr. Hala, what is the process to participate in the island trials?" Luoya inquired, feigning ignorance despite already knowing the answer, as he had not previously engaged with such matters. "Before challenging the Island King, one must undergo a grand trial," Hala explained in response to Luoya's question. "What kind of grand trial must I face?" Luoya asked, eager for details. "Originally, you would need to complete the grand trial. However, since you are already the Indigo League champion, we shall waive it," Hala stated after appraising Luoya. "Is that permissible, Mr. Hala?" Luoya questioned, surprised by the exemption from the grand trial. "Ha ha ha. Of course, that is no problem." Hala laughed heartily before addressing Luoya. "When shall we commence the battle?" Luoya promptly asked Hala. "Come back tomorrow morning. Take today to prepare thoroughly," Hala suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Very well." Luoya nodded in agreement with the timeline. Until tomorrow then, Luoya. At that time, I look forward to witnessing your strength, Hala remarked, fixing Luoya with a solemn gaze. Certainly, Luoya replied, meeting Hala's earnest stare with a nod of determination. As they concluded their business, Kukui and Hala exchanged farewells. Goodbye, Professor Kukui and Luoya, Hala bid them as he escorted them to the door. Goodbye, Mr. Hala, Luoya responded, departing with Kukui. After bidding farewell to Mr. Hala, Kukui and Roya departed in their car, heading back to the Pokemon school. During their journey, Kukui, while driving, remarked to Roya, Mr. Hala, as the Island King, is indeed formidable. Do not underestimate him, Roya. I understand, Roya nodded in response to Kukui's words. By the way, Kukui-sensei, have you come to a realization? Suddenly, Roya inquired, turning towards Kukui, who was focused on driving. Well, I'm afraid I might not have the time. I need to teach a class at the Pokemon school. Kukui replied apologetically. That's all right, Roya brushed it off. You must give it your all tomorrow. Of course. Chapter 110, Battle with Hala. Mr. Hala, are you inside? The following morning, adhering to their agreement, Roya arrived alone at the residence of the Island King, Hala, and knocked on the door. Is that you, Roya? Came Hala's voice from within, upon hearing Roya's call. It is I, Mr. Hala, Roya responded promptly. Come in. The door is unlocked, Hala invited from inside. Upon hearing this, Roya pushed open the door of the villa and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Roya spotted Hala working in his studio, seemingly engrossed in crafting something. Curiosity piqued. Roya asked, Mr. Hala, what are you working on? I am creating a Z-ring, Hala replied, pausing his task upon realizing Roya's presence. I see. Since you are here, let us commence our grand trial of the Island Challenge, Hala announced, stepping out of the studio. No problem. Where will the battle take place? Roya inquired eagerly at the prospect of the Island Challenge beginning. Follow me. The battlefield is outside, but before that, there is something we must do, Hala instructed, beckoning Roya to follow closely. Reflecting upon certain events from the original narrative, Roya quickly deduced that this was a moment to pray alongside the Island King. Understanding this, he hastily followed Hala to the war ruins of Melemele Island. There, both Roya and Hala prayed to the guardian deity of Melemele Island, Tapu Koko. Hala sat solemnly at the altar of the war ruins, eyes closed, murmuring, Today, I shall engage in a grand trial battle with the challenger Roya, guardian of battle. Tapu Koko, please bestow upon us the strength of the Alola Islands. After hearing Hala's invocation, Roya also closed his eyes, silently praying, Tapu Koko, I implore you to witness the battle between Mr. Hala and myself. As Roya completed his prayer, a surge of radiant energy revealed a powerful life force not far from them. Roya thought to himself, that must be Tapu Koko. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly attracted the attention of the guardian deity. After a moment of prayer, Hala chuckled softly and turned to Roya, saying, The prayer has concluded. Understood, Roya replied, opening his eyes. Just then, a sudden cry echoed from outside the war ruins. Tapu. Hala and Roya instantly recognized the sound. And though Roya was not surprised, having sensed its presence, he acknowledged, that is Tapu Koko. I didn't expect this grand trial to attract its attention. It must be because of him. With this realization, Hala couldn't help but glance at Roya. After completing their prayer, Roya accompanied Hala to a battlefield constructed of stone and brick, where they encountered an unexpected figure. Kukui-sensei, what brings you here? Roya exclaimed in delight upon seeing Kukui waiting at the battlefield. I have been appointed as the referee by Mr. Hala, Kukui explained in response to Roya's inquiry. I see, Roya replied, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. Now, let the grand trial battle commence between Hala, the Island King of Melemele Island, and Roya, the challenger of the Island Challenge. The rules are set for a double battle, Kukui announced as he positioned himself in the center of the arena. Please take care of me, both Roya and Hala said in unison. Come forth, Crabrawler. Hala tossed his Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a Crabrawler with a purple body and blue claws materialized on the battlefield. Pokemon, Crabrawler. Type, Fighting. Ability, Iron Fist. Gender, Male. Level, 43. Aptitude, Near Champion. Moves, Bubble, Rock Smash, Power-Up Punch, Drain Punch, Revenge, Meteor Mash, Shadow Clone. A Crabrawler of gym level. Then I entrust you with this task, Pidgeot. Roya promptly released his own Pokeball, summoning a robust Pidgeot opposite Crabrawler. Meanwhile, lurking in the nearby jungle, a shadow concealed behind a large tree, observing the battle between Roya and Hala. Crabrawler, use Bubble Beam. Hala commanded, raising his hand to direct Crabrawler to initiate the attack, heralding the start of the grand trial. Responding to Hala's command, Crabrawler leaped into the air, aiming its claws at the airborne Pidgeot, unleashing a flurry of bubbles that sparkled with light, targeting Pidgeot. Pidgeot, evade and then use Swift, Roya called out, watching the incoming bubble beam. Following Roya's command, Pidgeot soared high, effortlessly dodging the bubble beam, then spread its wings to unleash a barrage of swift stars that sped towards Crabrawler, striking it down to the ground. Well done, Pidgeot. Now unleash Hurricane, Roya instructed as he observed the downed Crabrawler. As soon as he uttered the command, Pidgeot flapped its mighty wings, conjuring a fierce gale to envelop Crabrawler, lifting it into the air and spinning it around, subjected to the relentless assault of the hurricane. Crabrawler, use Defense Curl, Hala shouted, witnessing his Pokémon being tossed about in the air. Upon hearing his trainer's command, Crabrawler executed Defense Curl, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen as its defensive capabilities surged. As the hurricane subsided, Crabrawler descended but, bolstered by its enhanced defense, remained conscious and ready to continue the fight. Crabrawler, use Rock Smash, Hala quickly commanded as Crabrawler regained its footing. Following Hala's directive, Crabrawler raised its fists towards the airborne Pidgeot and unleashed a powerful Rock Smash, summoning a flurry of stones that surged towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use Agility to dodge and close in on Crabrawler, Roya commanded, waving his hand. Responding to Roya's order, Pidgeot executed Agility, evading the incoming Rock Smash and swiftly closing the distance to Crabrawler. Pidgeot, use Peck Attack. Upon nearing Crabrawler, Pidgeot followed Roya's instruction and launched a Peck Attack, sending Crabrawler flying once more. Finish it, Pidgeot, unleash Brave Bird. As Roya's words fell, the majestic Pidgeot was enveloped in azure flames, subsequently diving from the sky towards the competitive Crabrawler below. It struck the Crabrawler directly, sending it hurtling through the air before it collapsed to the ground. The Crabrawler was unable to continue fighting. Kukui glanced at the state of the Crabrawler before announcing the outcome. You fought valiantly, Crabrawler. Hala then returned the Crabrawler to its Pokeball, allowing it to rest. He then turned to a nearby Pokémon and said, I shall now entrust the next battle to you. Chapter 111, Defeating Hala. I am counting on you, Conkeldurr. After Hala returned the Crabrawler to its Pokeball, he turned to his steadfast companion, Conkeldurr. Upon hearing his trainer's call, Conkeldurr promptly made its way to the battlefield, performing a series of warm-up exercises before fixing its gaze upon the airborne Pidgeot. Pokémon, Conkeldurr. Type, Fighting. Ability, Thick Fat. Gender, Male. Level, 48. Potential, Nearly Champion. Moves, Sand Attack, Heavy Slam, Hammer Arm, Focus Energy, Drain Punch, Close Combat, Brick Break, and Giga Impact. With a level 48 Conkeldurr, I entrust the next phase to you. Roya called out to the Pidgeot soaring above. Pidgeot. Upon hearing Roya's words, Pidgeot nodded in agreement, its vigilant gaze fixed on Conkeldurr. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. Observing Hala's Conkeldurr, Roya initiated the attack. Responding swiftly to Roya's command, Pidgeot flapped its wings vigorously, conjuring a tempest that surged towards Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr, use Protect. Witnessing the formidable hurricane approach, Hala opted to evade its full force and commanded Conkeldurr to employ Protect. Following Hala's instruction, the loyal Conkeldurr swiftly erected a pale green barrier that halted the oncoming hurricane, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Conkeldurr, it's time for us to counterattack. Use Stone Edge. With the hurricane dissipated, Hala immediately shifted to an offensive stance. Upon hearing his trainer's voice, Conkeldurr extended its robust arms towards Pidgeot. In a dazzling flash of white light, stones materialized from the air and, under Conkeldurr's command, flew menacingly towards the airborne Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack to evade. Spotting the impending Stone Edge, Roya waved his hand, directing Pidgeot to evade in midair. Upon hearing Roya's command, Pidgeot ignited with a brilliant light, enhancing its speed and maneuvering deftly to avoid all the stones launched by Conkeldurr. Once Roya noticed the Stone Edge attack had ceased, he directed Pidgeot to commence another offensive. Pidgeot, unleash Air Slash, he shouted to the airborne Pidgeot. Upon receiving the command, Pidgeot flapped its wings towards Conkeldurr, releasing a barrage of white, blade-like air attacks aimed at the ground-bound Conkeldurr. Due to its considerable size, Conkeldurr struggled with agility, rendering it unable to evade Pidgeot's Air Slash. As the Air Slash struck Conkeldurr, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring its condition from both Roya and Hala momentarily. Conkeldurr, Hala called out anxiously, concerned for his steadfast companion. Fortunately, upon hearing Hala's voice, Conkeldurr responded with a few weak calls, still clinging to its fighting spirit despite its fatigue. As the smoke cleared, Conkeldurr emerged, still determined to battle, exhibiting unwavering resolve. Conkeldurr, use Sing. Observing the resilient Conkeldurr and the airborne Pidgeot, Hala prepared for the next round of attack. As Hala's command echoed, Conkeldurr opened its mouth and began to sing. The melodic sound waves resonated through the air, affecting Pidgeot and causing its speed to notably diminish. Now, Conkeldurr unleashed Stone Edge. Seizing the opportunity as Pidgeot succumbed to the sound waves, Hala swiftly commanded Conkeldurr. Upon hearing Hala's command, Conkeldurr ceased its song, directed its hands towards Pidgeot, and unleashed Stone Edge. Due to the impact of the sound wave attack, Pidgeot's speed plummeted, leaving Roya helpless to witness as Pidgeot was struck and plummeted from the sky. Conkeldurr used Heavy Slam. Observing Pidgeot's descent, Hala rapidly initiated a counterattack. Conkeldurr leaped from the battlefield, crashing down towards the spot where Pidgeot was falling. Pidgeot used Quick Attack. Roya urgently instructed the grounded Pidgeot. In a moment of desperation, Pidgeot successfully executed Quick Attack, swiftly vacating its previous position and ascending into the air. As Pidgeot took flight, Conkeldurr landed heavily, shattering the cobblestones beneath it. That was a close call. Watching Pidgeot narrowly escape, Roya exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, it's time for us to strike back, Conkeldurr. Hala then began an awkward dance, and Conkeldurr mimicked his movements. This is a Z-move. Roya instantly recognized Hala and Conkeldurr's choreography. Merging his spirit with that of the island's protector, Tapu Koko, Hala declared that it was time to unite their powers. While dancing the Z-move, Hala recited an exuberant incantation, all-out pummeling. With the final flourish of their dance completed, Hala and Conkeldurr executed their Z-move. Upon Hala's declaration, Conkeldurr aimed its fists towards Pidgeot, unleashing a multitude of orange energy strikes directed at the airborne Pidgeot. If hit, it could spell disaster. Pidgeot, use agility to dodge. Roya commanded as the energy strikes hurtled towards them. In a dazzling display, Pidgeot deftly maneuvered through the barrage of strikes, successfully evading the full brunt of Hala's Z-move. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Pidgeot, brave bird. With Pidgeot having evaded the all-out pummeling, Roya called for an assault. In a radiant display of blue light, Pidgeot surged towards Conkeldurr below, striking with tremendous force and sending Conkeldurr crashing into the ground. Conkeldurr had succumbed to its injuries, declaring Roya the victor of this illustrious island challenge battle. Observing the fallen Conkeldurr, Kukui hastened over and, upon assessing its condition, announced the result. Well done, Pidgeot. You truly surpassed yourself. Upon hearing the outcome, Roya joyfully embraced Pidgeot, a beaming smile adorning his face. Thank you, Conkeldurr. You performed admirably. Hala returned Conkeldurr to its Pokeball and spoke to it with gratitude. Mr. Hala, Roya said, racing over to Hala after his celebration. That was an exhilarating battle, Roya. Your Pidgeot is remarkable, truly worthy of being the champion of the Indigo League, Hala remarked with a smile directed at Roya. Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Hala. Upon hearing Hala's words, Roya responded with a smile. I, Hala, the king of Melemele Island, hereby declare that Roya has successfully completed this grand trial. Hala opened his arms towards Roya and continued, Congratulations, Roya. It seems we shall have cause to celebrate tonight. At that moment, Kukui approached Roya, offering his congratulations as well. Roya, do not forget this. Hala then produced a Fighting Z crystal from his pocket, placing it before Roya. This is the Fighting Z, indeed. Roya instantly recognized the crystal in Hala's hand. Just as he was about to take the crystal, a shadow darted swiftly between him and Hala, drawing the attention of those present. Was that Tapu Koko? Kukui remarked, observing the fleeting figure. After a moment of watching, Roya noticed that the Fighting Z crystal in Hala's possession had mysteriously transformed into an Electric Z crystal. An Electric Z? Hala gazed in astonishment at the crystal in his hand and said, Though I do not comprehend the significance of Tapu Koko's actions, please accept this. I understand, thank you, Mr. Hala. With that, Roya accepted the Electric Z crystal bestowed upon him by Tapu Koko. Oh, and there's this as well. I assume you have come for it. Hala said once more, handing Roya a Z-ring he had crafted. Indeed. After receiving the Z-ring, Roya donned it upon his wrist. How about we celebrate together this evening? Hala recalled Kukui's earlier mention of a celebration. Of course. May I invite my friends as well? Roya inquired of Hala. Absolutely. Hala readily agreed. That night, Roya, along with Lily, Hala, Kukui, and Kaki, gathered at Hala's residence to host a joyous celebration, with everyone reveling in happiness. Following the festivities, Lily approached Roya, her demeanor suggesting she had something on her mind. Chapter 112. Farewell to Luzman. Is there something you wish to discuss? At Hala's celebration, noticing Lily's hesitance, Roya gently took her delicate hand and led her to a secluded corner, inquiring further. Well, it's just that my mother wishes to meet you. As Lily spoke, Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze lowered towards the ground. Since it is my future mother-in-law who wishes to see me, how could I possibly refuse? Observing Lily's bashful expression, Roya could not help but tease. Mother-in-law, you say? His playful remark rendered Lily even more bashful, prompting her to shyly retreat. Oh, that girl. Roya chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Lily's hasty departure. Roya, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and come over. If you don't, there won't be any cake left for you. Kaki's keen eyes spotted Roya lingering in the corner, prompting him to call out. Wait for me, I'm coming. With that, Roya rejoined the gathering, continuing the celebration until the late hours of the night when everyone finally departed. The following morning, Roya left his home. Adhering to the agreement made with Lily, he arrived at her residence on Mele Mele Island, and together they boarded a helicopter bound for Ether Paradise, an artificial island in the Alola region. Ether Paradise serves as the base for the Ether Foundation, a colossal floating structure that houses the Foundation's research facilities. It was established by Lily's parents, Moan and Luzamin. However, since Moan's mysterious disappearance, Luzamin has taken on the role of chairwoman of the Foundation. This visit to Ether Paradise with Lily was, in fact, a response to an invitation from her mother, Luzamin. As they flew in the helicopter, Roya and Lily soon arrived at the artificial island known as Ether Paradise. At that moment, Luzamin's assistant, Baiko, was already waiting for their arrival at the helipad. Long time no see, Lily. Upon spotting Lily and Roya disembarking, Baiko stepped forward to greet Lily. It's been a while, Baiko, Lily replied with a smile. And you must be Mr. Roya. I am Baiko, assistant to Chairwoman Luzamin. It is a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries with Lily, Baiko turned her attention to Roya. Hello, Miss Baiko, Roya responded politely. Chairwoman Luzamin has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, follow me. With that, Baiko led Roya and Lily indoors. What is this place? As they proceeded towards Luzamin's office, Roya noticed a small ecological area teeming with Pokémon joyfully playing. His curiosity piqued. He inquired of Baiko. This is the second level of Ether Paradise, where the Ether Foundation has established a sanctuary for rescued Pokémon. The sanctuary simulates various natural environments to aid in the rehabilitation of injured Pokémon, allowing them to acclimate to their new surroundings, Baiko explained in response to Roya's question. I see, Roya nodded, absorbing the information. The group continued toward the office, soon arriving at Luzamin's office. Luzamin, Lily, and Roya have arrived. Baiko announced as she knocked on the door. Come in, Luzamin's voice called from within. Upon receiving permission, Baiko ushered Lily and Roya inside. Once in the office, Luzamin gestured for them to take a seat before joining them, sitting opposite Roya. Her graceful figure and exquisite features stirred a flurry of emotions within him. Chairwoman Luzamin, you summoned me for a reason? Roya inquired, attempting to quell his eager anticipation. It seems our handsome Roya is rather eager, but I must say, it's quite endearing. Luzamin teased, having noticed Roya's anxious demeanor. Ah, well, that was unexpected, Roya thought, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Luzamin chuckled at Roya's flustered state before continuing. The purpose of today's meeting is twofold. What are the two matters? Intrigued, Roya asked. The first is that I entrust you with Lily from now on, Luzamin said, offering a knowing smile. Mother, what do you mean by that? Lily, feeling suddenly bashful, chided her mother playfully. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Lily has grown up and is now at an age where she can have a boyfriend. It brings me joy as a mother, Luzamin replied, affectionately ruffling Lily's golden hair. Lily rolled her eyes and escaped her mother's embrace, feigning exasperation. Having a boyfriend means I no longer need my mother. How sad. She pretended to lament. Mother, you are acting again. However, Lily remained unfazed, calmly observing Luzamin's antics. Honestly, Lily is becoming less adorable as she grows, Luzamin remarked, realizing her performance was in vain. Rest assured, I will take good care of Lily. After witnessing the heartfelt display of affection between my mother and daughter, Roya assured Luzamin, I will entrust Lily to you. Upon uttering these words, he regarded Roya with the scrutinizing gaze of a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. I will, Roya solemnly replied to Luzamin. Now what is the second matter? After making his promise, Roya continued to inquire of Luzamin. The second matter pertains to your victory in the Quartz Conference. Your prowess is undeniable, and I would like to invite you to join my Ether Foundation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Luzamin addressed Roya. That, I fear, is not possible. Roya immediately declined Luzamin's invitation. After all, he had no intention of serving under another, and his aspiration to become an alliance investigator was driven by personal ambitions and future considerations. Why not? Luzamin inquired, somewhat perplexed. For the Ether Foundation was renowned throughout the Alola region and the world. Can I confess that I wish to capture you? Roya mused internally, feeling an insatiable urge stirring within. It is because I wish to continue my journey, and having become an Alliance investigator, I believe I cannot accept your invitation. Although his thoughts wandered elsewhere, he maintained this explanation on the surface. You have indeed become an Alliance investigator, Luzman exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Indeed. I am currently stationed under the command of Drayton. Roya nodded affirmatively. I understand. Then I shall rescind the invitation, but I still entrust Lily to you. Acknowledging Roya's integration into the Alliance, Luzman found it inappropriate to press further. Is there anything else? Roya asked Luzman. No, Luzman replied, shaking her head. And as if recalling something, she added, why don't you and Lily explore the Ether Paradise today and enjoy a meal together before you depart? Certainly. Both Roya and Lily agreed to Luzman's suggestion. Subsequently, under the guidance of Baiko, Roya explored the majority of the Ether Paradise and enjoyed a meal with Lily, Luzman, Baiko, Barnett, and Zeraora before bidding farewell to Lily and leaving for home. In the following days, Roya diligently trained his Pokémon and practiced the newly acquired Z moves within the confines of his home. While engaged in the training of his Pokémon and savoring the pleasures of life, a sudden chime resonated in his mind. What is this? Chapter 113, Professor Oak's Call. System. Is there something amiss? Focused on training his Pokémon, Roya noticed an anomaly within the system and inquired internally. Have you forgotten to check in at the Ether Paradise? The system retorted with exasperation. Well, Roya felt a twinge of embarrassment and swiftly changed the subject. What items did I receive upon checking in? Upon checking in at the Ether Paradise, the host has received 1 Z crystal exclusive to the Incineroar and 1 million Alliance coins. The system enumerated the items obtained during the check-in. The exclusive Z crystal for Incineroar is indeed a splendid acquisition, Roya mused, toying with the Z crystal with great satisfaction. By the way, I almost forgot about the 10 rare candies I received from checking in at the Quartz Plateau. As he examined the items acquired, Roya recalled the rare candies and prepared to utilize them. He retrieved the 10 rare candies obtained from the Quartz Plateau, allocating 4 to Zerud, 3 to Dragonite, and 3 to Gengar, while also distributing 2 of the 5 quality-enhancing items to Blastoise and Steelix. After administering the rare candies and quality enhancers, the strength of Zerud, Dragonite, and Gengar visibly surged. Zerud transcended the threshold of the elite level, attaining champion status, while Dragonite and Gengar reached the pinnacle of the elite level. Meanwhile, Steelix and Blastoise also experienced a notable enhancement in their qualifications, achieving champion potential. Having completed these tasks, Roya resumed his daily life, sometimes basking in the Alolan sun and sand alongside his Pokémon, and at other times training them on the beach near his home. One day, while training his Pokémon on the beach as usual, Roya's phone unexpectedly rang, capturing his attention. Who could be calling me? He pondered as he retrieved the phone from his pocket to check the caller's identity. It's Professor Oak. But why would he be calling me? A sense of curiosity filled Roya as he pressed the answer button. As he accepted the call, Professor Oak's image materialized on the screen, and he addressed Roya. Roya, I hope I'm not interrupting. Not at all, Professor Oak, Roya replied, shaking his head, and proceeded to inquire about the purpose of the call. Professor, is there something you need from me? Indeed, I am calling to request that you travel to the Orange Archipelago to retrieve a special Pokeball from Dr. Nagi. Professor Oak revealed the main objective of the call. To the Orange Archipelago? Did you not already send Ash and the others? Roya was puzzled, recalling that Ash's group should have already set off for the Orange Archipelago, prompting him to wonder why he needed to go. I did send Ash, Misty, and Brock to Dr. Nagi, but they have been gone for several days with no word, so, Professor Oak explained. Thus, I kindly ask you to trace Ash's whereabouts. I appreciate your help. At that moment, Ash's mother, Delia, emerged from the side, interrupting Roya and Professor Oak's conversation. Her face a mask of concern, urgency evident in her tone. I understand. I will head over immediately, Roya responded gravely, realizing the seriousness of the situation after hearing the words of Professor Oak and Delia. Thank you, Roya. Delia expressed her gratitude upon hearing his commitment. It's no trouble. After all, Ash and his friends are my companions, Roya smiled reassuringly. By the way, you might also consider challenging the Orange League's Winners' Cup, Professor Oak suggested. I will think about it, Roya replied. Then I will leave Ash's matters in your capable hands. With that, Professor Oak ended the call. After placing his now-blank phone back in his pocket, Roya returned his training Pokémon to their Pokeballs and stored them in the Pokémon Ranch before purchasing the nearest flight ticket. After discussing with Lily and his classmates from Alola, as well as Professor Kukui and Principal Chung, Roya boarded a plane to the Orange Archipelago, embarking on a journey to locate Ash and his companions. After several hours of flight, Roya arrived at Digon Island, the very island where Dr. Nagi resides within the Orange Archipelago. The Orange Archipelago is a quintessential tropical archipelago located south of the Kanto region, a favored vacation destination for numerous trainers and travelers. And it is also the birthplace of Kanto's renowned Ice-type Elite Four member, Lorelei, further elevating its fame. Although the Orange Archipelago is publicly referred to as the Orange League, it remains a subordinate region under the Kanto League, similar to the Alola region, which has yet to join the League, rendering it incomparable to the Kanto and Johto regions. On the Orange Archipelago, there exists a prestigious tournament known as the Winner's Cup, as previously mentioned by Professor Oak. To challenge for this illustrious event, one must acquire all 4 gym badges from the Southern Cross of the Orange Archipelago. Upon conquering the esteemed elite trainer, Yuji, one is bestowed with the honor of becoming an honorary trainer of the region. In the original narrative, Ash successfully triumphed over Yuji, earning this distinguished title. However, due to the relatively low prestige associated with the Winner's Cup, Roya harbored no intentions of competing. Instead, he sought to relish his vacation and delve into the legendary Pokémon event concerning the birth of Lugia. Upon arriving at Digon Island, Roya planned to visit the Innerwood Research Institute before embarking on a quest to locate Ash and his companions across the various islands. Uncertain of the Institute's whereabouts, he resolved to inquire the location at the local Pokémon Center. Upon entering the center, he quickly spotted Nurse Joy at the front desk and approached her. "Hello. How may I assist you?" Nurse Joy greeted with a professional smile upon Roya's arrival. "Greetings, Nurse Joy. Could you kindly inform me of the location of Professor Innerwood's research facility?" Roya posed his inquiry. "The Innerwood Institute is in that direction. You can reach it by following that road." Joy promptly indicated the way after hearing Roya's question. "Understood. Thank you, Nurse Joy." Grateful for the directions, Roya expressed his thanks and prepared to set off for the Research Institute. However, just as he was about to leave the Pokémon Center, a few disheveled individuals burst through the doors. "Who are you?" Chapter 114, Professor Innerwood and the GS Ball. Upon recognizing the trio's bedraggled state, Roya's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Ash, Misty, and Brock." Roya, the trio, equally astonished, called out upon spotting him in the lobby. "How did you end up here?" Ash queried, bewildered. "Shouldn't that question be directed at you?" Roya replied, giving Ash an exasperated look. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Ash and his friends, Roya sighed and explained, "Professor Oak and Aunt Hannah have not received any news from you. And even Professor Innerwood has not seen you. Thus, I was tasked with finding you." "Oh, I see. I apologize for the trouble," Ash confessed, scratching the back of his head. "We were supposed to have a smooth journey, but those 3 from Team Rocket caused all the chaos." He grimaced at the thought. "What exactly happened?" Roya inquired, intrigued by the trio's beleaguered demeanor. After Ash and his companions recounted their ordeal, the circumstances became clear to Roya. It was indeed the fault of Team Rocket. They had boarded Team Rocket's dilapidated airship when departing from Pallet Town. But the trio's attempts to capture Pikachu resulted in the airship's damage, leading to a crash landing on an uncharted, deserted island. It was only now that they managed to reach Digon Island to ask Nurse Joy for directions to the Innerwood Institute, where they fortuitously encountered Roya. "I see. You have certainly been through a lot," Roya remarked, looking at Ash and his friends with pity. "To have caught the attention of those 3 is truly unfortunate." "Well, we should head to Professor Innerwood now," Roya asserted after listening to their tale. "All right." Ash and his friends readily agreed upon hearing Roya's intention to visit the Research Institute. Following Nurse Joy's guidance, Roya, Ash, Misty, and Brock made their way to the Innerwood Institute. "Excuse us, is anyone here?" Roya called out as they opened the door to the institute. "What is going on? Is nobody here?" Ash wondered aloud, observing the empty facility. As they surveyed their surroundings, Pikachu suddenly leaped off a wooden platform, eliciting gasps from the group, including Roya. A staircase then appeared, revealing 3 identical bespectacled women emerging from it. "Ah, guests. How may we assist you?" The 3 women chimed in unison, leaving the group momentarily speechless. "Nice to meet you. Could you tell us where we might find Professor Innerwood?" Brock was the first to break the silence. "We have come on behalf of Professor Oak to visit Professor Innerwood," Roya added, clarifying their purpose. "The professor is at the bay in the back, caring for the Pokémon." The 3 women responded in harmony, before collectively stating, "We shall lead you there." Indeed, the triplets exhibited an impressive synchronicity. Following them, Roya and the others arrived at the bay behind the institute. Upon reaching the bay, they were greeted by a stunning woman in swimwear, tending to several water-type Pokémon in the sea. "Is that a Gyarados?" Misty exclaimed. her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the magnificent water type, which also caught Ash's attention. Who is that? Brock's gaze was drawn to the alluring figure caring for the Pokémon, her captivating physique clad in a revealing swimsuit. Even Roya found himself momentarily captivated, not to mention Brock, who was known for his admiration of beautiful women. Incredible. Even a notoriously temperamental Gyarados is so obedient, Ash remarked, his focus unwaveringly on the Pokémon, a testament to his steadfast nature. Brock, meanwhile, wore an envious expression, wishing to receive such affection from the woman. Professor, the guests sent by Professor Oak have arrived. One of the triplets called out to her. Oh, upon hearing the call, Professor Innerwood finally noticed Roya and the others on the shore and returned on Gyarados. Wow, Roya exclaimed, taken aback by Professor Innerwood's stunning appearance in her revealing swimsuit. Once on shore, with the help of one of the triplets, Professor Innerwood donned a white lab coat and greeted them with a smile. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Professor Innerwood. After introductions, Roya and Ash followed Professor Innerwood into the Research Institute, where they finally laid eyes on their objective, the GS Ball. This is the Pokémon Ball. Professor Innerwood explained to Roya and the others. Is that so? Ash gazed in awe at the unique ball before him. It is composed of gold and silver. Misty remarked, her curiosity piqued. I've never seen a type like this before, Brock commented, intrigued. Fascinating, isn't it? I stumbled upon it by chance. It is the first of its kind I have ever encountered, Professor Innerwood remarked as she stood behind Roya and the others. Hey, what is this? There seems to be some writing on it, Ash pointed out, noticing the inscriptions on the ball. Though somewhat obscured, it appeared to be the letters GS. So, we refer to it as the GS Ball, he concluded. Rumor has it that it cannot be transported, correct? Roya interjected at this moment. Indeed, that is correct, Professor Innerwood affirmed. Under Dr. Naimu's indication, a bespectacled young woman manipulated the teleportation device to act upon the GS Ball, yet it yielded no results whatsoever. As anticipated, Royer swiftly discerned the information regarding the GS Ball, drawing upon his knowledge from a previous life. Although the TV series did not elaborate on it, the game depicted it as a pivotal item. It was rumored that the GS Ball was crafted from the feathers of Ho-Oh and Lugia, a special Poke Ball capable of capturing time itself, specifically the elusive Shalebi. Despite numerous attempts with a chainsaw, a hammer, a crowbar, a saw, a drill, and even a laser gun, they found themselves utterly perplexed. Dr. Naimu's expression of resignation was evident. This defensive capability is truly formidable. Upon hearing Dr. Naimu's description, Royer could not help but commend its impressive nature. Thus, when faced with such a conundrum, it was indeed prudent to consult the renowned Professor Oak, prompting their long journey to seek his expertise. As Dr. Naimu spoke, he retrieved the GS Ball from the machine and presented it to the most dashing Royer. I understand. Now it is time to inform Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako about this Pokeball and the situation of Ash and his companions. Royer accepted the Pokeball, casting a glance at Ash and his friends, who appeared slightly embarrassed upon hearing his words. After borrowing a phone from Dr. Naimu, he dialed Professor Oak. Chapter 115, Brock's Departure. Having acquired the GS Ball and located Ash and his friends, Royer promptly contacted Professor Oak. On the other end, Professor Oak, engrossed in his research on Magikarp, received the call and answered, Hello, this is Oak. Hello, Professor Oak, this is Royer. The image of Royer appeared on the line. Why? It's Royer. Professor Oak exclaimed with surprise before inquiring, How did everything go? Have you found Ash and the others? Rest assured, I have located Ash and his companions. They are right here. After saying this, Royer made space for Professor Oak to see Ash and his friends. Hello, Professor Oak. Ash and his friends greeted him sheepishly, aware of their previous mischief. You all are quite something. Upon confirming Ash's safety, Professor Oak exhaled in relief and continued, Ash, your mother has been quite worried about you. You should call her. I understand, Professor. At this, Ash handed the phone back to Royer and went to another phone to call his mother. Professor, I have secured the GS Ball. With that, Royer waved the golden and silver Pokeball in front of Professor Oak. GS Ball? Professor Oak questioned, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. I named it that, Professor, Dr. Naimu chimed in, standing beside Royer. Ah, Naimu. It has been a while, Professor Oak said, visibly delighted to see Dr. Naimu. It has indeed, Professor, Dr. Naimu replied warmly. By the way, I greatly enjoyed your midterm report on the regional differences and adaptations of Pokémon published in the Pokémon Research Journal, Professor Oak remarked. And I found your series on the coexistence issues between Pokémon and humans to be very intriguing as well, Dr. Naimu responded, and the two Pokémon professors began their scholarly discussion, leaving Royer feeling somewhat exasperated. Noticing that the two might delve into an extended debate, Royer interjected, "You won't be discussing this for too long, will you?" "Indeed. You are right. My apologies," Dr. Naimu said to Royer before addressing Professor Oak. "I will leave the next steps in your capable hands, Professor." "Of course. I will do my utmost," Professor Oak assured him. "Professor, I will ensure it is safely entrusted to you." Intrigued by the Pokeball created from Ho-Oh and Lugia's essence, Royer decided not to hand it over to Ash and his friends, but rather to present it directly to Professor Oak. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. And I trust you will take good care of Ash and the others as well," Professor Oak said with a smile. "I understand." With that, Royer ended the call. Following the resolution of the Pokeball incident, Royer and Ash's group, guided by Dr. Naimu and the trio of bespectacled young women, explored the research institute, observing various Pokémon that exhibited differences from those in the Kanto region. With Brock's assistance, they updated the dietary list for a picky Butterfree, helping it overcome its aversion to food and happily consume its meal. Impressive work, Brock. Even Dr. Naimu looked on in astonishment. Brock aspired to become the world's foremost Pokémon breeder, which Ash proudly shared with their companions. "Can you handle it?" Unlike the other two, one of the bespectacled young women inquired of Brock. "Handle what?" Brock asked, somewhat confused. Royer, too, felt curious, and thus followed the young women to the living quarters of the Research Institute. Upon entering, the scene that unfolded before them left Royer and Ash's group utterly astonished. The room was overflowing with garbage and disheveled clothing, with dirty dishes piling up in the sink, leaving no space unoccupied in the entire room. "This is my first time witnessing something like this." Observing the chaos, Royer's lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. "It's so filthy," Misty exclaimed, aghast at the sight. "We have no interest in anything outside of our research. As for other matters," Dr. Naimu said with a squint and a smile, "we just let it be." The three bespectacled young women echoed Dr. Naimu's sentiment without a hint of embarrassment. "However, this is just too much," Ash remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. In contrast, Brock, upon seeing the disarray, swiftly donned an apron and began cleaning the entire room with remarkable speed, simultaneously preparing a delectable dinner. "Brock is quite something, isn't he?" Observing his industriousness, Dr. Naimu and the trio of bespectacled young women expressed their astonishment. This is what Brock's mother taught him. Royer couldn't help but tease. Thanks to Brock's diligent efforts, Royer and the others enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After the meal, Royer and Ash's group decided to remain overnight at the Naimu Research Institute. Having hurried from the Alola region to the Orange Islands, Royer, Ash, and Misty quickly succumbed to slumber, while Brock stayed awake, accompanying Dr. Naimu in examining the Pokémon within the institute. Of course, their night was not entirely uneventful. Royer, Ash, and Misty, awakened from their sleep, beheld the scene of Dr. Naimu being cared for by Nurse Joy, alongside a Rattata, with Brock nearby. "It seems like a lot happened while we were sleeping," a drowsy Ash and Misty remarked, bleary-eyed, as they took in the scene. "Is Dr. Naimu all right?" Royer inquired, having grasped the situation. "He is fine now," Nurse Joy replied with a smile. After the incident was resolved, everyone returned to their rooms to continue their rest, and it was not until the following morning that they awoke from their slumber. However, at this moment, Royer and Ash's group received an important piece of news. "Are you saying you want to stay here?" Ash exclaimed, looking at Brock in disbelief. "Remaining here seems to unveil a plethora of new visages of the enchanting little sprites. As a trainer and breeder, this location particularly piques my interest," Brock explained to Ash and his companions. "It appears you are more intrigued by Professor Oak, isn't it?" Observing Brock's lingering presence, Royer couldn't help but internally scoff. "Is that so? Then farewell, Brock." As a companion, Ash extended his right hand towards Brock and said, "Do your best, Ash." Brock reciprocated the gesture, grinning back at Ash. "Indeed." Ash nodded in response. "Well then, I too shall take my leave." Roya chimed in from the side. "Where are you headed, Roya?" Upon hearing Roya's remark, Ash turned his head to inquire. "I am embarking on my vacation journey in the Orange Archipelago." Roya glanced at the distant sea before revealing his intentions and added, "Do not seek me out when you have nothing to do." After saying this, Roya waved goodbye to Ash, Brock, and Professor Oak, departing from the scene. Chapter 116, An Unexpected Encounter with the Dragonite Horde. After bidding farewell to Ash and the others, Roya set off alone with the GS ball given by Professor Oak, returning to the Pokémon Center he had visited earlier. As soon as Roya stepped into the Pokémon Center, he greeted Nurse Joy at the front desk. "Long time no see, Nurse Joy." "Ah, it's you, Roya." Nurse Joy clearly recalled their previous two encounters and remarked, "We only met just last night." "Absence makes the heart grow fonder," Roya replied with a smile. "Well then, what brings you here?" Nurse Joy rolled her eyes at Roya's words and asked somewhat irritably, I have a favor to ask of our gentle and lovely Nurse Joy. Roya said with a charming grin. Enough with the flattery. Just tell me what you need. Nurse Joy retorted, unimpressed. I wish to capture a Dragonite, but I am unsure of where they may appear. Thus I sought the assistance of the beautiful Nurse Joy. With Nurse Joy's consent evident, Roya proceeded to express his request. After all, having arrived in the Orange Archipelago, the allure of the stunning Dragonite and that unique shiny onyx was quite irresistible to him. As for Dragonites, I recall they frequently appear around Pomelo Island. You might want to check there, Nurse Joy stated after a moment of contemplation. Pomelo Island, I understand. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Now aware that Dragonites frequent Pomelo Island, Roya resolved to journey there. No need for thanks. I wish you success in capturing a Dragonite that meets your desires. Nurse Joy replied with her characteristic warmth. Understood, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Nurse Joy. After bidding farewell to Nurse Joy, Roya exited the Pokémon Center, preparing to head towards the next island, Pomelo Island. However, before that, he felt compelled to inform Professor Oak, as he had no intention of leaving just yet. The GS ball could be postponed for delivery. As he walked towards the beach, Roya suddenly remembered he needed to inform Professor Oak. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Professor Oak's number, which was quickly answered. Oh, it's you, Roya. What can I do for you? Professor Oak greeted him upon recognizing the call. I wanted to let you know, Professor Oak, that I plan to stay in the Orange Archipelago for a while, so the GS ball may be delayed in reaching you. Roya explained the purpose of his call. As for the research on the GS ball, I am in no hurry. Feel free to remain there for a time. Professor Oak readily agreed to Roya's request. Thank you, Professor Oak. After receiving Professor Oak's consent, Roya hung up. Now, it is time to head to Pomelo Island. Upon reaching the beach, Roya surveyed the map he had purchased in town and identified the direction toward Pomelo Island. Well then, I entrust this to you, Pidgeot. After confirming the direction, Roya released Pidgeot and soared towards Pomelo Island. Upon arriving at Pomelo Island, Roya immediately made his way to the local Pokémon Center and approached Nurse Joy inside. Hello, Nurse Joy. May I inquire if Dragonites are present here? What do you need Dragonites for? Upon hearing Roya's inquiry, Nurse Joy instantly became wary, questioning him. I merely wish to capture a Dragonite. I was informed by Nurse Joy from Tangerine Island that Dragonites could be found here, Roya explained, recognizing her vigilance. I see. Upon learning that he was referred by the Nurse Joy from Tangerine Island, the Nurse Joy of Pomelo Island relaxed her guard and smiled at Roya. You've come at just the right time. As a horde of Dragonites left here not long ago, you may want to go check it out. After saying this, she pointed in the direction the Dragonites had departed. Thank you very much, Nurse Joy. After expressing his gratitude, Roya exited the Pokémon Center and flew in the direction indicated by her. Following the direction given by Nurse Joy, Roya soon caught up with the Dragonite horde on an uninhabited island. However, from his vantage point on Pidgeot, he noticed something amiss among the Dragonites below. That's poachers. Roya squinted his eyes, quickly spotting a group of Dragonites trapped in iron cages, with two poachers attempting to capture the ensnared Dragonites using Pokeballs. Pidgeot, we must intervene. Use Quick Attack. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Roya swiftly commanded Pidgeot to attack. Responding to Roya's command, Pidgeot radiated a dazzling white light and charged toward the two poachers below, unaware of Pidgeot's impending assault. As they were solely focused on the Dragonite horde and the fact that the island was deserted, the two poachers were struck by Pidgeot's quick attack, sending them flying several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Roya leaped off Pidgeot's back and landed on the ground. Who are you? The two poachers, having been knocked down, glared at Roya with fury. I am merely a hero driven by curiosity. In response to their hostile inquiry, Roya answered calmly. What nonsense are you spouting, you vile brat? Though they did not comprehend Roya's words, they still launched an attack against him. They unleashed their Pokémon, a level 36 Tentacruel and a level 33 Victreebel. Pidgeot, unleash Brave Bird. Watching the approaching Pokémon, Roya commanded Pidgeot in midair. At Roya's instruction, Pidgeot executed Brave Bird, sending the Tentacruel and Victreebel crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. I advise you to surrender quietly, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Under the threat posed by Roya and Pidgeot, the two amateur poachers had no choice but to comply, allowing Roya to bind them to a tree with rope and confiscate all their belongings to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After securing the poachers, Roya freed all the Dragonites trapped in the iron cages. After expressing their gratitude to Roya, they quickly gathered together, comforting one another, except for one. That is a shiny Dragonite. Ruoya quickly noticed one Dragonite that stood out from the others, its coloration distinct and a rare pink hue. He immediately recognized it as a shiny Dragonite. At this moment, the shimmering shiny Lapras stood alone in a corner, casting envious glances at the other Lapras. Pokémon, Lapras. Type, Water Ice. Ability, Water Absorb. Gender, Female. Level, 31. Potential, Champion. Moves, Growl, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam, Aura Beam, Aqua Ring, Water Pulse. It seems the rumors hold true. Observing the solitary shiny Lapras, Ruoya recalled a previous paper he had read, which mentioned that shiny Pokémon are often regarded as outcasts by their kin, and indeed, it appeared to be the case. Feeling a surge of compassion for the lonely shiny Lapras before him, Ruoya approached and inquired, "Have you been ostracized?" Upon hearing Ruoya's words, the shiny Lapras paused in surprise, then silently nodded, its demeanor visibly subdued. "Would you like to become my partner?" Ruoya extended an invitation to the shiny Lapras. The shiny Lapras glanced towards the distant group of Lapras, then back at Ruoya, noticing the sincerity reflected in his eyes. Ultimately, the shiny Lapras nodded in agreement, accepting Ruoya's invitation. "Then I look forward to our journey together, Lapras," Ruoya exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to embrace the shiny Lapras, a smile brightening his face. Sensing Ruoya's affection, the shiny Lapras gently leaned its neck against him, reciprocating the joy. "So, we are now partners and family." After this exchange, Ruoya produced a luxury ball and addressed the shiny Lapras. Upon seeing the Pokeball in Ruoya's hand, the shiny Lapras, without a moment's hesitation, pressed the button and willingly entered the ball, offering no resistance. "Come forth, Lapras." Ruoya soon released his new Lapras and approached the group of Lapras for a final farewell. After bidding adieu to the Lapras, Ruoya released all his Pokémon, allowing them to become acquainted with the new Lapras. The likes of Zeraora quickly welcomed the Lapras into their midst, fostering a harmonious relationship. As for the two poachers, Ruoya subsequently escorted them back to Windan Island, delivering them into the custody of Miss Junsha. Chapter 117, The Mystery of the Vanished Pokémon. After capturing a shiny Lapras and handing over the poachers to Officer Joy, Ruoya returned to the deserted isle, releasing all his Pokémon to commence his holiday. At this moment, Ruoya reclined on a beach chair, cradling the adorable Buniri, basking in the warm sunlight and savoring the salty sea breeze, feeling utterly content. "Isn't this place wonderful, Buniri?" Ruoya teased, eliciting a joyful smile from Buniri, which snuggled closer, playfully nuzzling against him. However, this blissful respite was abruptly interrupted. "Hello, this is Ruoya. Who is this?" One day, while soaking up the sun, Ruoya was startled awake by the ringing of his phone. "It's me, Yolongdu." Upon pressing the answer key, the image of Yolongdu appeared on the screen. "What brings you to call me? Has the Charmander been found?" Ruoya immediately inquired about his beloved Charmander. "The Charmander you requested has indeed been located and should be on its way to you shortly, but I have another matter to discuss." Yolongdu responded, "Honestly, why must you always contact me during my leisure time?" Ruoya grumbled before asking, "What is the task this time?" "Miss Junsha from Kinkin Island has sent a request for assistance. All the trainers' Pokémon on the island have mysteriously vanished, and it is suspected that Team Rocket is involved. Hence the need for your investigation." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ruoya's comment, Yolongdu revealed the details of the mission. "I understand. I shall investigate the matter." After hearing the assignment, Ruoya agreed to take on the task. He then hung up and summoned all his Pokémon back into their Pokeballs, leaving only the recently captured shiny Lapras. "I will rely on you for this journey, Lapras." Indeed, Ruoya intended to ride the Lapras to Kinkin Island to fulfill this mission. After a considerable period of sailing, Ruoya arrived successfully at Kinkin Island, as mentioned by Yolongdu. Upon recalling Lapras and setting foot on the island, he immediately sensed a powerful psychic energy emanating from the surroundings. Filled with curiosity, Ruoya hurried to the local police station, eager to gather information from Miss Junsha. Upon entering the station, Ruoya caught Miss Junsha's attention, prompting her to approach with a hint of wariness in her gaze. "May I ask who you are?" "Greetings, Miss Junsha. I am Ruoya, an Alliance investigator. I have come at the request of Yolongdu to investigate the case of the missing Pokémon." Upon hearing her inquiry, Ruoya presented his investigator badge to Miss Junsha. "Oh, it's you, the champion of the court's conference, Ruoya." Recognizing his identity, Miss Junsha's demeanor softened, and her initial caution dissipated. "What exactly has transpired here?" Ruoya returned to the matter at hand, seeking clarity. "I am unsure," Miss Junsha replied, "but I can share what I know. Recently, the Pokémon here revolted against their trainers and subsequently vanished without a trace. Only my Ghastly has remained unaffected." "I see. After absorbing her information, Ruoya began to contemplate the situation's intricacies. Ruoya, my Pikachu has suddenly gone missing. At that moment, a few unexpected individuals barged into the police station, urgently calling out to Miss Junsha. Hey Ash, Misty. Ruoya turned to see Ash, Misty, and their new companion, Brock, had entered. Ruoya, what brings you here? Ash asked upon noticing Ruoya. Of course, it's for the matter you mentioned. Ruoya shrugged in response to Ash's inquiry. Then, where's my Pikachu? Ash pressed. I do not know, but I sensed a strong psychic energy on this island. Ruoya replied to both Ash and Miss Junsha. Psychic energy? Are you certain, Investigator Ruoya? Miss Junsha questioned, intrigued by his assertion. Indeed, I felt a potent psychic energy resonating throughout the island. Ruoya confirmed with a nod. It seems it must be the work of psychic-type Pokémon, Miss Junsha concluded, yet still puzzled. But where could these psychic Pokémon be? I am uncertain. Ruoya shook his head in response, admitting his inability to pinpoint their location. Let us search the streets. Perhaps we may find them, and my Pikachu will certainly be there. Ash suggested eagerly. That sounds reasonable. I agree, Miss Junsha replied, and thus they all set off into the city in search of the elusive psychic Pokémon. As Ruoya and Ash scoured the streets for traces of the psychic Pokémon, Miss Junsha's voice crackled through Ruoya's communicator. Investigator Ruoya, I have made an unexpected discovery. Is there significant progress? Upon hearing this, Ruoya hurriedly inquired. My GUIs encountered 2 members of Team Rocket in a state of unconsciousness on the street. I suspect this incident is related to them, Miss Junsha addressed Ruoya. Then you should escort them back to the police station. Ash and I will return there immediately. After listening to Miss Junsha's words, Ruoya instructed her to take the 2 Team Rocket members back to the precinct. Understood. After saying this, Miss Junsha ended the call. Subsequently, after reuniting with Ash and the others, Ruoya returned to the police station, eager to ascertain the connection between the 2 unconscious Team Rocket members and the unfolding events. It's them. When Ruoya, along with Ash, Misty, and Brock, rushed back to the police station, he instantly recognized the 2 Team Rocket members lying on the bed. Do you know them? Miss Junsha noticed the familiar expressions on Ruoya and the others' faces and inquired. Of course, we know them, Ash replied, his gaze complex as he looked at the 2 individuals. So who exactly are they? Chapter 118, the incident concludes. Do you recognize these 2 members of Team Rocket? Observing the perplexed expressions on Ruoya and Ash, Miss Junsha asked curiously. Indeed, their identities are rather intricate. Ruoya responded to Miss Junsha's inquiry. Who are they? Intrigued by Ruoya's comment, Miss Junsha pressed further. The male is known as Kojiro, the heir of the renowned Sasaki family from the Kanto region, Ruoya explained, pointing at Kojiro. That is indeed quite complex, Miss Junsha said, reflecting on the weight of being the heir of such a prominent family. Where is this? As Miss Junsha and Ruoya conversed, Musashi and Kojiro began to regain consciousness. This is the Golden Orange Island Police Station, Ruoya replied to their questions. You crafty little brat. Upon recognizing Ruoya, Musashi and Kojiro exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at him. How did you end up here, and in such a battered state? Ruoya questioned them. I want to tell you, Musashi turned his head defiantly, refusing to answer. This is the last shred of dignity for a villain. Are you certain? Your fiancée, Rumika, is still offering a high bounty for you. If you don't share, I will have to bring you back, Ruoya threatened Kojiro with a piercing gaze. No, I refuse to go back. I would be doomed. Kojiro trembled at the mere mention of Rumika. Then you must tell us the specifics, Ruoya urged him. Can you help us rescue Nyarth, Dakara, and Venusaur? Also, my Abagura and Ekans. Musashi and Kojiro looked hopefully at everyone present. Of course, we can, Ruoya assured them. This incident was orchestrated by 2 individuals named Yamato and Shinsuke. They exploited Sarupu's psychic abilities, amplified by a device, which has resulted in the current situation. Their hideout is located beneath the signal tower in the industrial zone. Kojiro detailed the circumstances surrounding the event. However, the area is heavily fortified, making infiltration exceedingly difficult. Musashi added, Do you have any suggestions? Ruoya asked Musashi and Kojiro. We could initially feign surrender and deceive them with fake Pokeballs. You could hide in a cart filled with these balls, and we would all enter together. This way, we could resolve the situation, Kojiro proposed. Oh, that's an excellent plan. Miss Junsha's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Let us proceed with this strategy, Ruoya decisively agreed. Thus, Musashi and Kojiro pushed the cart filled with fake Pokeballs, along with Ruoya and the others hidden inside, to the secret base. Ding dong, hello there. Musashi greeted the surveillance camera at the entrance with a cheerful smile. They returned, Yamato and Shinsuke, stationed in the indoor monitoring room, quickly realized Musashi and Kojiro's arrival. "Hi there. We're here to deliver some goods. We wish to turn over a new leaf and make a fresh start. So we brought a gift to join the operation," Musashi and Kojiro said earnestly, lifting the cover off the cart to reveal numerous Pokeballs. "What do you think?" Shinsuke asked Yamato. "Sure, let them in." Yamato pondered for a moment before allowing Musashi and Kojiro entry. Once inside the base, Yamato queried, "What brings you here today?" Musashi vaguely replied, "Oh, come on, don't be so ruthless. We genuinely accepted our defeat this time." Kojiro chimed in with a smile, raising a white flag. "What schemes are you two up to?" Yamato scrutinized Musashi and Kojiro's unusual behavior with suspicion. "What are you talking about, Yamato?" "That's quite rude," Musashi replied playfully. "Come, accept our gift." Afterward, Kojiro and Musashi pushed the cart toward Yamato and Shinsuke. "What?" Seeing the approaching cart and the unexpected leap of Roya, Miss Junsha, and Ash from within, Yamato and Shinsuke were left in shock. "You might as well surrender," Roya declared, aiming his Pokeball at Yamato and Shinsuke. "I'm here to arrest you, as per Miss Junsha's orders. Return my Pikachu," Ash warned them as well. After witnessing all this, "Do you still have the audacity to boast?" After saying this, Yamato and Shinsuke revealed the Pokemon they had captured along with Tsurupu. "This is nothing to worry about." Roya dismissed the scene before him. "Then let us see what you can do. Go, Tsurupu," Yamato commanded, directing Tsurupu to unleash an attack on Roya and the others. Under Tsurupu's control, the Pokemon charged forward with glowing red eyes. "Go, Jinger." As the horde of Pokemon advanced, Roya sent out his Jinger. "Jinger, use Hypnosis." Upon seeing Jinger emerge from the red light, Roya issued his command. Upon hearing Roya's words, Jinger unleashed a powerful hypnosis with its crimson eyes, putting all the approaching Pokemon into a deep slumber. How could this happen? Yamato and Shinsuke gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Jinger, use Shadow Ball to attack Tsurupu at the back. After incapacitating the controlled Pokemon, Roya commanded Jinger to target Tsurupu. Under the assault of Jinger's Shadow Ball, Tsurupu fell unconscious to the ground. "Tsurupu!" Yamato and Shinsuke cried out in panic, but their shouts proved futile. "Now it's your turn, Jinger, put them to sleep." Roya instructed Jinger to hypnotize Yamato and Shinsuke. Consequently, the two were effortlessly subdued by Miss Junsha, who apprehended them, while the controlled Pokemon returned to their trainers with the help of the police. "Thanks to your assistance, Officer Roya," Miss Junsha expressed her gratitude afterward, presenting Ash and the others with a certificate of commendation. As for the Team Rocket trio, Roya and Miss Junsha pretended not to notice, allowing them to slip away discreetly. "Is this situation acceptable, Officer Roya?" Miss Junsha inquired as she observed the retreating figures of Team Rocket. "There's no issue. After all, they aren't truly villains," Roya explained with a smile to Miss Junsha. "I understand." Chapter 119, Journey to Ponkan Island. "Hey, Roya, where are you heading next?" After rescuing his Pikachu from the clutches of Team Rocket's Yamato and Shinsuke, Ash strolled along the road to Citrus Island, glancing at Roya beside him. "What is on your mind? Is there something bothering you?" Roya inquired, noticing Ash's persistent questioning. "I was merely curious about your upcoming plans," Ash explained. "I see," Roya replied, comprehending Ash's intent. "I am preparing for a visit to Ponkan Island." "Ponkan Island?" Ash echoed, intrigued by the unfamiliar name. Ponkan Island is situated near Citrus Island and is renowned for its exquisite glass crafts. Most of its inhabitants are skilled artisans in glassmaking, attracting numerous tourists eager to purchase their cherished glass creations, Roya elaborated. "Ponkan Island sounds incredible. I wish to go as well. Let us journey there together, Roya." Upon finishing his sentence, Ash gazed at Roya with imploring eyes. "Very well," Roya sighed, somewhat exasperated by Ash's pleading demeanor, yet he acquiesced to his request. "Fantastic. Let us embark for Ponkan Island together," Ash exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he dashed towards the seaside. "Honestly, that Ash is always like this," Misty remarked with a hint of exasperation as she watched Ash sprint away, before following Roya and Brock in pursuit. Upon reaching the coast, Roya, Ash, and their companions confirmed the direction of Ponkan Island. They each released their Lapras, preparing to set sail. When Roya summoned his shiny Lapras, Ash, Misty, and Brock were taken aback by its beauty. What a stunning Lapras! Misty, who adored water-type Pokemon, was instantly captivated by Roya's shiny Lapras. Even Brock, brimming with excitement, took out his sketchbook to draw the magnificent creature. "Why is your Lapras a different color from mine, Ash?" Ash asked, noticing that Roya's Lapras was a lovely pink, unlike his own blue one. "My Lapras is a shiny Pokemon," Roya explained to Ash, who had limited knowledge on the subject. "A shiny Pokemon?" Ash asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. A shiny Pokémon refers to those whose coloration differs from that of their ordinary counterparts. Their physical attributes and overall qualities significantly surpass those of typical specimens, some even possessing unique effects, Roya clarified for the bewildered Ash. Ah, I see now, Ash replied, finally grasping the concept of shiny Pokémon after Roya's thorough explanation. All right, let us hasten our journey to Pokken Island, Roya urged as he observed Ash, Misty, and Brock still in a state of astonishment. With that, he mounted his Lapras, ready to depart. Wait for me, Roya, Ash called out, roused from his reverie as he, Misty, and Brock hurriedly climbed onto their own Lapras, paddling quickly toward Roya. As they traveled towards Pokken Island, an unusual sight caught their attention, a drifting bottle bobbing on the water's surface. They decided to retrieve it. There's a letter inside, Misty exclaimed, spotting the note contained within the bottle. Perhaps it was sent by someone from a nearby island, Brock speculated. I'll take a look, Ash said, opening the bottle and retrieving the letter, which he then read aloud. If anyone knows about the crystal onyx, please let me know. I beg you, Jangmo from Pokken Island. A crystal onyx? Misty's interest piqued, focusing on the word crystal. It's a colossal onyx composed entirely of crystal, Brock explained. Does such a Pokémon actually exist? Misty inquired, her curiosity growing. I'm not sure, but I've heard that some have spotted it, Brock replied. I would love to see it. Don't you agree? Pikachu? Ash exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He then turned to Roya and asked, what about you, Roya? I am heading to Pokken Island because I heard there is a crystal onyx there, and I wish to see it and attempt to capture it, Roya stated, revealing his purpose. I understand now, Ash said, finally grasping Roya's intentions. There's an island ahead, Misty suddenly announced, spotting the landmass in the distance. That must be Pokken Island. Let us hurry ashore, Roya declared, recognizing the island. All right. Shortly thereafter, Roya, Ash, Misty, and Brock arrived at Pokken Island, marveling at the various glass crafts displayed along the roadsides. Indeed, this is an island renowned for its glass artistry, Misty noted, recalling Roya's earlier description. Wow, look at all these different glass creations, Ash exclaimed, astonished by the array of glass items along the path. I wish I could have one, Misty said, her eyes wide with wonder at the beautiful glassworks. What are you doing? Why isn't your shop closed yet? As they immersed themselves in the beauty of the glass crafts, a voice of complaint broke their reverie. The group turned to see an adult man arguing with a pink-haired girl, his tone filled with discontent. But the little girl was retorting something, Ash observed. You have nothing to sell, so what is the point of this? The adult scolded. Go tell your brother that he should give up, as he has no talent. The girl, feeling hurt, began to tear up. That's not true, she protested, her voice trembling. No, I didn't mean it that way, the adult man softened, realizing he may have been too harsh. What happened? Did she do something wrong? Ash and Misty rushed over, unable to witness the scene any longer. Chapter 120, Crystal Onyx. Who are you? Are you her friends? The adult man asked as he looked at Ash, Misty, Brock, and Roya. Actually, we don't know her, Ash replied honestly. If you're not related, then don't interfere. A shop like this won't attract any customers, the adult man retorted before returning to his own store. Are you all right? Ash asked the girl, concerned as the adult walked away. I'm fine, she replied. Are you running the shop all by yourself? Misty inquired. No, my brother, Agon, is the glassmaster, the girl clarified. Ah, I see, Ash replied gently, feeling a sense of warmth towards the adorable girl. But my brother can't make very good glass products, the girl lamented, her spirits visibly dampened. Who are you? Roya asked curiously. My name is Jangmo. The girl introduced herself. You are Jangmo. Ash suddenly recalled the message in the bottle, pulling it from his pocket. Did you read this letter? Are you here to tell me about the crystal onyx? Upon witnessing the letter she had penned clasped in Ash's hands, May gazed eagerly at Ash and Roya, her expression brimming with anticipation. No, actually, I am aware of the location of the crystal onyx. Just as Ash was about to utter something, Roya interrupted him. Is that true? May's face lit up with joy upon hearing Roya's words. Indeed, but you should first take us to meet your brother, Roya said with a smile directed at May. All right, she replied, and promptly led Roya to find her brother. Roya, do you truly know where the crystal onyx is? Ash inquired as they traveled to meet May's brother. Of course, Roya responded confidently, recalling some details from the original story, accompanied by the little girl May. They soon arrived at her home and were greeted by her brother, Agon. I apologize for the trouble my sister has caused you, Agon said, looking apologetically at the group that May had brought along. Not a bother at all, Misty chimed in cheerfully from the side. By the way, with such a wonderful workshop, why aren't you producing glass products? Ash asked, surveying the facilities around him. Actually, Our shop thrived when my grandfather was at the helm. He was an exceptionally skilled glass artisan, crafting glass products daily. After his passing, I inherited the shop, but I have yet to create anything worthy of display. Agon explained to Roya and Ash. But your work seems quite commendable, Ash and Misty remarked, admiring the glass items on display. No, these are hardly sufficient. They pale in comparison to my grandfather's creations. With that, Agon threw a glass figurine of a mosquito frog to the ground, shattering it. But what exactly is lacking in these pieces? Brock inquired. It is the soul, Roya interjected from the side. Precisely. Every piece my grandfather crafted was imbued with life. While I am devoid of inspiration, Agon admitted, a hint of despondency in his voice. This can all change upon encountering the crystal onyx, Agon continued. Why do you believe that seeing the crystal onyx would make a difference? Roya asked Agon. Because my grandfather encountered the crystal onyx during his training, and since then, he successfully completed several outstanding works. He then showcased a glass sculpture of the crystal onyx that his grandfather had left behind. This is the statue of the crystal onyx. It is said to be the deity of glass and is regarded as a symbol of glass itself. I believe that encountering it might spark inspiration, Agon elaborated. But this brother claims to know where the crystal onyx is, May pointed at Roya, adding to the conversation. Is that true? Agon gazed at Roya with hopeful eyes. I do indeed know, Roya nodded affirmatively. Could you take me to see it? Agon asked eagerly. Certainly, but afterward, will you carve a statue for me? Roya inquired with a smile. No problem at all, Agon readily agreed. Then follow me, Roya instructed, taking the lead as they set out together with Ash, Misty, Agon, and May to a seaside location, where a small island lay across the water. The crystal onyx resides on that island, Roya pointed towards the distant isle. At that moment, a path unexpectedly emerged between the two islands, prompting the group to race toward the small island. Meanwhile, hidden in the nearby bushes, the trio of Team Rocket observed Roya and the others. That formidable little brat is here too. Should we approach? Musashi asked helplessly. Perhaps we should reconsider, Kojiru replied, shivering at the thought of Roya's terrifying presence. Indeed, Nyarth added glumly. What a peculiar feeling. They all echoed before departing from their hiding spot. Returning to Roya and Ash's group, upon entering the uninhabited island, Roya led them to another cave. Inside, they discovered a cavern adorned with numerous crystals and a stunning small lake, a sight of breathtaking beauty. How marvelous! Perhaps the crystal onyx truly exists, May exclaimed. Indeed, the crystal onyx lies beneath this lake, Roya pointed at the shimmering waters. As if sensing the presence of strangers, the crystal onyx emerged from the lake. Roaring at the group, behold the crystal onyx, composed entirely of crystal. The awestruck group exclaimed, Come forth, Milotic. Upon seeing the crystal onyx, Roya summoned Milotic to the fray. The crystal onyx, upon spotting Milotic, charged at her with a powerful attack. Milotic, use Dragon Tail, Roya commanded as the crystal onyx approached. Following Roya's directive, Milotic enveloped her tail with dragon energy and swung it at the charging crystal onyx, sending it crashing into the cave wall. Use Dragon Pulse, Roya instructed as the crystal onyx flew back. Milotic executed the move, striking the crystal onyx against the wall. Under the assault of Dragon Pulse, the crystal onyx lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Go, Pokeball. Seizing the opportunity, Roya threw a Pokeball to capture the crystal onyx. Congratulations, Roya. You have captured the crystal onyx. Ash and the others congratulated him as they approached. Thank you, Roya replied, grateful for their commendations. He then turned to Agon and said, I apologize. My intention in coming here was solely to capture the crystal onyx. That is of no concern. I have already found inspiration. All thanks to you, Roya. Agon said with a smile. What about that promised Pokémon sculpture? Roya asked playfully. Rest assured, it will not be overlooked, Agon assured them. With smiles on their faces, the group departed from the cave. Having encountered the crystal onyx, Agon successfully crafted a soul-infused piece and sculpted a crystal version of Gyarados, alongside a statue of Ash's Pikachu. Once Agon completed his work, Roya and Ash continued their journey together. As for the crystal onyx, it was sent to Professor Oak, given its modest potential, confined to gym-level capabilities, thus leaving it for Professor Oak's research. Meanwhile, upon receiving the Pokémon from Roya, Professor Oak's face gleamed with anticipation as he commenced his own studies. Chapter 121. Farewell, Kanna. After capturing the crystal onyx on Tangerine Island, Roya bid farewell to Ash and his companions, embarking on a journey across the Orange Archipelago. Time swiftly passed, and several days flew by. One day, while sailing on his shimmering Dragonair, Roya arrived at an island known as Citrus Island. While wandering about, he suddenly overheard two individuals whispering, catching snippets of conversation that included the name of Champion Kanna, piquing Roya's curiosity. With caution, Roya approached to eavesdrop on their discussion. "Are you aware of that matter?" One asked. "What matter?" The other responded. "It's about our pride, the Ice-type champion Kanna, who has returned to Citrus Island." "Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. Champion Kanna has returned primarily to host a seminar. This news was relayed to me by my uncle's second cousin's third cousin's daughter's younger son, who happens to be the security for this very event. Naturally, I must attend to witness the seminar of my idol." "You're talking nonsense. She is my idol." After this declaration, the two engaged in a spirited argument over their shared admiration. "I see. Kanna has indeed arrived on this island." After overhearing their conversation, Roya realized that Kanna had reached Citrus Island. This implies that Ash must also be on this island, as he is invariably present wherever significant events unfold. Roya mused thoughtfully while stroking his chin. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly spotted a Charizard soaring through the skies nearby, unleashing flames with abandon. It appears that Ash has already made his way to this island. Recognizing the Charizard as Ash's, Roya made his way in that direction. "Hurry up and think of a solution, Ash." Meanwhile, as the Charizard wreaked havoc and nearly caused harm, Ben urged Ash. "Isn't that your Pokémon?" Misty also called out to Ash. "Return, Charizard." Hearing Ben and Misty, Ash attempted to recall Charizard, but was unable to hit it with the Pokeball. As it continued to fly freely and unleashed a flamethrower directed at Ash. Jengar used Dark Pulse. Just as Ash and his companions were consumed by anxiety, a familiar voice resonated from behind them. As the words fell, a purplish-black beam suddenly emerged from behind, striking the Charizard mid-flight, causing it to crash down, rendered unconscious. Charizard. With the unconscious Charizard before him, Ash had no time to acknowledge the familiar voice and rushed to check on its condition. "Rest assured, it has merely lost its fighting capacity temporarily," the familiar voice reassured them once more. Turning to see the source, Ash and his friends were greeted by the sight of a person they recognized well. "Roya?" "Oh, Ash. It's been a few days. Why do you appear so worn?" Roya greeted with a smile and away from behind Ash and the others. "It seems you still have much to learn in commanding Charizard," Roya remarked as he approached Ash. "But I thought I would surely be able to master Charizard this time," Ash replied, slightly disheartened by Roya's words. "A trainer must also act according to their Pokemon's feelings. You should consider Charizard as perspective," Roya advised after listening to Ash. "Of course, I understand that," Ash retorted immediately. "You don't truly grasp Charizard's thoughts. It would be wise for you to spend more time conversing with Charizard. Perhaps then you will comprehend its heart." Roya dismissed Ash's rebuttal lightly, continuing, "But before that, let us recall Charizard for a rest." "Conversing with Charizard?" "Understood." After hearing Roya's words, Ash appeared contemplative, as if beginning to grasp Roya's intent. "By the way, Roya, what brings you here?" Ash inquired, looking at Roya, who was still smiling. "Of course. I came upon hearing that Champion Kanna would be hosting a seminar here," Roya answered in response to Ash's question. "So, you two have come for Champion Kanna's seminar?" Ash exclaimed, realizing the situation. "Naturally, it's a seminar by Master Kanna. It's an opportunity not to be missed," Roya replied with a grin. "How fortunate it is for me, Roya." Just as Roya and Ash were enjoying their conversation, a gentle voice wafted toward them from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Roya, Ash, and Misty immediately turned to see the Ice-type Champion Kanna, adorned with flowing burgundy hair. "Ah, Champion Kanna, your prowess attests to this. I still have much to learn," Roya acknowledged, having sensed Kanna's arrival through the power of Radiance. "Then, I invite you all to attend my seminar together. Come along." Kanna beckoned to Roya and Ash. "Is it true? Master Kanna, that is simply wonderful." Upon receiving Kanna's invitation, Misty, an avid fan, exclaimed with delight. Subsequently, Roya, Ash, and their companions followed Kanna to the arena on the island, where they witnessed Kanna's seminar and her battle guidance with a local trainer. Aside from elucidating numerous invaluable training insights, she effortlessly overwhelmed each of her opponent's Pokémon in battle, displaying a grace that, in Roya's memory, only slightly fell short of the renowned Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. After the seminar concluded, Kanna extended an invitation to Roya to visit her villa, also inviting Ash and his companions to join. "It has been quite some time since we last met at the Indigo Plateau, hasn't it, Roya?" Kanna remarked, sipping tea on the living room sofa. "Indeed, I never anticipated encountering you on this island, Champion Kanna," Roya replied with a slight smile. "What brings you to the Citrus Islands?" Considering Roya's prowess, Kanna speculated that he would not be challenging the Citrus League's 4 gyms. Her curiosity piqued. "I am here to take a brief respite. After an extensive journey, relaxation is essential," Roya explained after taking a sip of tea. "What are your plans moving forward?" Kana inquired of Roya. After resting here in the Citrus Islands, I intend to challenge the Silver Conference. Roya shared his upcoming journey. The Silver Conference? What is that? Ash asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. It is held in the Chengdu region, near our Kanto region, much like the Indigo Conference we previously participated in. One must collect 8 gym badges from the Chengdu region to qualify for the Silver Conference, Roya clarified, observing Ash's confusion. Ah, I see. Then I shall participate as well. Ash declared, enlightened by Roya's explanation and resolved to join the Silver Conference. You should first complete the Victory Cup of the Citrus League, Misty interjected, attempting to temper Ash's enthusiasm. By the way, there is something I wish to request of you, Champion Kana. Suddenly, Roya recalled something and addressed Kana earnestly. What is it? Kana asked, intrigued by Roya's serious demeanor. May I challenge you to a battle? Roya inquired. Of course. I too wish to gauge your strength. Kana replied with a smile, readily accepting Roya's request. Follow me. With that, Kana led the way out of the villa toward the battle arena. Let us go? As he observed Kana stride ahead, Roya urged Ash and the others to follow, promptly arriving at the battle arena. Shall we settle this with one Pokémon? Kana proposed from across the arena. Certainly, Roya nodded in agreement. I will not hold back. Prepare yourself. Kana's demeanor had shifted significantly from the gentle champion they knew to a more formidable presence as she stood upon the battlefield. Bring it on. Roya became earnest about the examination and summoned a Pokeball, casting it forth with a fervent plea. I entrust you with this task, Zeraora. As the Pokeball burst open, Roya's indomitable ally, Zeraora, materialized onto the battlefield. In that case, I shall deploy it, Kona exclaimed, observing the formidable Zeraora, and promptly released his own Pokeball, revealing a robust Shellmet. Pokémon, Shellmet. Type, Water, Ice. Ability, Shell Armor. Gender, Female. Level, 71. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Ice Shard, Tackle. Water Gun, Hydro Pump, Aurora Beam, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Horn Attack, Light of Ruin. A level 71 Shellmet indeed demonstrates that the Elite Four of the Kanto region are not to be trifled with. As Roya regarded the champion-level Shellmet before him, he contemplated silently. You may strike first, Roya. During Roya's observation of Shellmet, Kona discerned Zeraora's prowess and addressed Roya. Then I shall not hold back. Nodding at Kona's words, Roya instructed Zeraora. Zeraora, let us initiate with a Volt Tackle to test the waters. Upon hearing Roya's command, Zeraora radiated with a brilliant golden glow and unleashed a powerful Volt Tackle towards the awaiting Shellmet. Shellmet, use Iron Defense and retreat into your shell, Kona commanded as the Volt Tackle approached. In response, Shellmet executed both Iron Defense and withdrew into its shell, effortlessly absorbing the impact of Zeraora's attack. Impressive. Both Roya and Master Kona are formidable, exclaimed Xiao Jian, astonished by the battle between Roya and Kona. Look at that. Ash, you still have a long way to go. Misty chimed in, reminding Ash of his shortcomings. Shellmet, unleash Ice Shard. Following the futility of Roya's attack, Kona commenced his counteroffensive. Shellmet, with precision, launched an Ice Shard attack directed at Zeraora. Zeraora, use Quick Attack, Roya commanded with a flourish. As his words fell, Zeraora glimmered with white light, darting across the battlefield and evading every Ice Shard hurled by Shellmet. Zeraora, deploy Aura Sphere. After successfully dodging all the Ice Shards, Roya issued another command. Responding swiftly, Zeraora gathered immense energy in its paws, forming an energy sphere, which it then hurled towards Shellmet. Aurora Beam. Kona reacted promptly, instructing Shellmet. As Kona's words echoed, Shellmet unleashed a beam of white light to collide with the incoming Aura Sphere, resulting in a spectacular explosion that dissipated both attacks into the ether. Now Zeraora, utilize Electro Web. Seizing the opportunity amidst the clash of moves, Roya commanded Zeraora to initiate the next maneuver. Zeraora conjured a ball of electric energy in its hands and threw it toward Shellmet. The energy ball formed an intricate web of electricity midair, ensnaring Shellmet and rendering it immobile. Shellmet, break free. Kona urged desperately as Shellmet struggled against its confines. It's too late now. Zeraora, establish electric terrain. Then unleash Volt Switch, Roya shouted emphatically. As his command resonated, Zeraora glowed with a radiant golden light, spreading the energy throughout the battlefield until it enveloped the entire arena. Once the electric terrain was established, Zeraora surged forth, crackling with powerful lightning towards the ensnared Shellmet. The ensuing Volt Switch not only shattered the electro web, but sent the trapped Shellmet flying, crashing heavily against the ground. Due to its remarkable defensive capabilities, Shelmet withstood Zeraora's full-force assault, though it struggled to rise. Shelmet, are you all right? Kona inquired with concern upon witnessing the situation. Zeraora, let us demonstrate that move. After stating this, Roya showcased his Zering to Zeraora. That move. The mention piqued the curiosity of Kona, Ash, Misty, and Xiaojian alike. Upon hearing Roya's words, Zeraora leapt forward, poised to execute the special move. Zeraora, unleash our Z-move. Following this command, the Z-ring and Z-crystal on Roya's wrist radiated a dazzling light. Z-move. All present, including Kona, gazed in awe at the unfolding spectacle. Beneath the brilliance, Roya commenced the exclusive movements of the electric-type Z-move, crossing his arms before his chest and rhythmically performing the gestures. Remarkably, Zeraora mirrored Roya's motions flawlessly. Upon completion of the choreography, a resplendent golden light enveloped Roya, flowing towards Zeraora and forming an electric apparition. Ultimately, a colossal electric sphere materialized before Zeraora. Go forth, Zeraora. This is our ultimate strike, Supreme Volt Fury, Roya bellowed, delivering a powerful punch forward. Zeraora mirrored his action, hurling the crackling electric sphere towards the immobilized Shelmet with unstoppable force. Boom. The moment Shelmet was struck, an explosion reverberated throughout the villa, sparks flying and dust billowing. As the haze gradually cleared, a gaping crater came into view, with the unconscious Shelmet lying within. Thank you for your efforts, Shelmet, Kona remarked, recalling the fainted Pokémon into its Pokeball before approaching Roya. This time, I concede defeat, Kona stated with a smile directed at Roya. That was merely luck, Roya humbly replied. By the way, what was that move? Kona's inquiry ignited the curiosity of everyone present, including Ash, who regarded Roya with intrigue. That is a Z-move unique to the Alola region, Roya explained to the group. Z-move? What is a Z-move? Ash inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. In the Alola region, one can acquire a Z-ring and various Z-crystals from the Island Kings by participating in the island trials and overcoming significant challenges. By combining the appropriate movements with synergy between trainer and Pokémon, one can execute the corresponding Z-move, Roya elucidated. And what about that powerful move from earlier? Kona asked, recalling the formidable attack. That was an electric-type Z-move, Supreme Volt Fury, Roya clarified. Are there Z-moves for other types? Kona's interest in Z-moves was piqued, prompting further questions. Certainly. Each type possesses its own Z-move. For instance, there is the Water-type Z-move, Hydro Vortex, the Ice-type Z-move, Glacial Lance, and the Fire-type Z-move, Inferno Overdrive, among others, Roya continued. I see. Kona nodded in understanding. Believing in Konoha's prowess, Roya was confident that she could acquire Z-crystals and Z-moves by venturing to the Alola region. Observing the spark of ambition in Konoha's eyes, Roya smiled and remarked, I believe you will succeed in your endeavors. I understand. I shall make time to visit. Kona replied with determination. After concluding a battle with Kina, the sun had begun to set, prompting Roya to bid farewell to Kina alongside Ash and his companions. While Ash and his group continued their journey to challenge the Southern Cross, Roya remained on the island, seeking Kina's wisdom regarding the cultivation of dragon Pokémon. Chapter 123. The emergence of Lugia. Once Roya had gleaned the secrets of dragon Pokémon cultivation from Kina on Citrus Island, he once again took to the skies aboard a dragon Pokémon, continuing to enjoy his holiday in the Orange Archipelago. Thus, he drifted across the ocean, landing on various islands to rest for a few days, and time passed leisurely. On one particularly serene day, an enormous aerial fortress suddenly intruded upon the skies of the Orange Archipelago, yet it went unnoticed by anyone below. Within this fortress, a man clad in scholarly robes was deciphering an ancient inscription that lay before him. It warned, the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice must not be trifled with, lest the wrath of heaven and earth lead the world to ruin. The god of the sea appears only in times of desperate salvation, yet cannot avert the impending doom. Only a worthy controller can quell the fury of the gods. After pausing to reflect on the inscription, the scholarly man continued, What I seek is not the god of fire or the god of thunder, nor the god of ice, but rather the god of the sea. A sinister smile crept across his face as he spoke. Through meticulous investigation, it was determined that the god of fire is none other than the mythical firebird, residing near Asia Island in the Orange Archipelago, while the god of thunder is the Zapdos, and the god of ice is the Articuno. Each of these legendary beings is believed to inhabit only the unique vicinity of Asia Island. Following the man's proclamation, the artificial intelligence of the fortress reported its findings to him. At this moment, the man revealed his true identity. Had Roya been present, he would have instantly recognized him as the collector, Giratina. Indeed, It is all within Asia Island. While these are the Pokémon I desire, my ambitions stretch far beyond. Giratina mused, seated before the control panel, gazing intently at the display. 3 life forms resembling mythical Pokémon detected: Firebird, Zapdos, Articuno, the AI reported in a mechanical tone. Ah, they have appeared, Giratina exclaimed, swiftly maneuvering the aerial fortress to launch an assault on the nearest Firebird, successfully capturing it in short order. However, on the same day, as Roya sailed across the waters of the Orange Archipelago aboard his dragon Pokémon, a significant anomaly struck. The previously calm sea, bathed in sunlight, was suddenly engulfed by ominous clouds and fierce winds, transforming the tranquil waters into a tumultuous storm. Towering waves surged relentlessly toward Roya and his dragon Pokémon. Dragon, swiftly head towards that island, Roya commanded, spotting a small island ahead, instinctively urging his dragon Pokémon forward. With a vigorous surge, they reached the island just in time to evade the oncoming tidal wave. What in the world is happening? Roya pondered, standing at the shore, observing the escalating tempest and the ceaseless waves, his mind awash with confusion. Simultaneously, he caught sight of a multitude of king carps fleeing frantically beneath the waters, as if sensing impending danger. This sight deepened Roya's perplexity. Could it be? Just as he contemplated the bizarre turn of events, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. "Greetings, young one." The unfamiliar voice startled Roya from his reverie, drawing his attention. Turning around, he was met by the sight of a king hippo standing behind him. Pokémon, king hippo type, psychic, water ability, oblivious gender, male level, 78 qualification, champion moves, teleport, Psybeam, water cannon, power gem, yawn, disable, water pulse. Was that voice yours? Roya inquired, astonished to find that the champion level king hippo could speak. Indeed it was. The king hippo affirmed with a nod. A talking king hippo? Roya exclaimed, suddenly recalling something, and asked, could this be Asia Island? Indeed, you are correct. This is Asia Island, the king hippo confirmed. Then, this scene before me suggests someone is plotting against the 3 legendary birds, Roya asserted confidently, deducing that Giratina was behind it, marking the onset of Lugia's emergence. Precisely, one of the legendary birds has already been captured, disrupting the balance of the 3 powers and causing this meteorological chaos, the king hippo explained, gazing out at the vast ocean. How can we avert this catastrophe? Roya asked urgently. Only by obtaining the 3 gems from the 3 islands and placing them upon the altar behind us, followed by the ceremonial maiden playing a melody. Can we restore balance? The king hippo instructed, gesturing toward an altar behind Roya. Simultaneously, the imbalance of the 3 powers led to extraordinary weather phenomena across the Kanto region. Orange Archipelago and Chengdu, with thunderstorms and torrential rain one moment, followed by heavy snowfall the next. A multitude of wild Pokémon began racing towards Asia Island, signaling that something momentous was about to transpire. Far away in Pallet Town, Professor Oak noted these unusual occurrences and received word from Professor Elm. The Pokémon in the Orange Archipelago are exhibiting strange behavior, flocking towards Asia Island. It is the same here. I suspect Asia Island is the source of these disturbances, Professor Oak replied. Could it be that the legendary birds there have sensed the anomaly? Professor Elm pondered aloud, fully grasping the implications of Oak's words. The existence of the 3 legendary birds on Asia Island was well known to the League. However, due to their immense significance and unparalleled strength, they had not been overly monitored. We cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment. We must investigate Asia Island to unveil the truth, Professor Oak concluded. Meanwhile, after hearing the king hippo's words, Roya prepared to depart in search of the 3 gems when his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 124. The Emergence of Lugia Part 2. Ding ding ding. Just as Roya was about to heed the king hippo's advice and venture to the 3 islands to retrieve the gems, his phone emitted a ringing sound. Who could be calling at this time? Roya mused, puzzled, as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he was astonished to see that the caller was none other than Dr. Yulong. Realizing it was Yulong on the line, he promptly pressed the answer button. Yulong, what brings you to contact me? Roya inquired, looking at the figure of Yulong displayed on his phone. In the Chengdu and Guangdu regions, a significant number of wild Pokémon have been observed advancing towards the Orange Archipelago's Asia Island, coinciding with the emergence of extreme weather conditions. What exactly has transpired there? This requires further investigation. Given the gravity of the situation, Du earnestly addressed Roya. There is no need for investigation, Roya replied, shaking his head after hearing Du's words. Why? Do you possess some knowledge? Du inquired. What has occurred there? Upon hearing Roya's response, Du was momentarily taken aback, then immediately engaged Roya with a flurry of queries. It appears a rather foolish individual has commandeered a large aerial vehicle and has successfully captured the Molters from Fire Island. Roya paused for a moment before adding, "Now? This individual's next target is the Zapdos." "Good grief, that person truly is a fool," Du exclaimed, his usually composed demeanor giving way to exasperation. "Doesn't he realize that the Molters, Zapdos, and Articuno cannot be disturbed? If he provokes these legendary birds, it would spell disaster for Guandu, Chengdu, and the Orange Archipelago." His expression darkened at this thought. "Which is precisely why I deem that individual a typical fool," Roya remarked, unable to suppress a shrug. "Roya, as you are currently the closest to that location, I must entrust you with addressing the situation there. I will be on my way shortly. And I will also contact Kona to head to Asia Island," Du said, fully aware of the severity of the matter. "Not a problem. I was just about to set off," Roya nodded in agreement. "Then I leave that place in your capable hands, Roya." With that, Du ended the call. After putting away his phone, Roya turned to his King Hippo and said, "I shall now procure those 3 orbs. You might want to make a quick stop at Thunder Island to retrieve the orb there first," suggested King Hippo. "Why is that?" Roya inquired, intrigued. "Since the Molters has been captured, the Zapdos has likely moved to Fire Island to claim its territory," King Hippo explained. "I understand now. Thank you, King Hippo." With that, Roya released his Dragonite from its Pokeball. "Dragonite, I need you to head to Thunder Island." As Dragonite emerged, Roya swiftly mounted its back, urging it onward towards Thunder Island. Meanwhile, Ash, guided by the local priestess Flura, was aboard a boat bound for Fire Island. Roya, flying on Dragonite towards Thunder Island, soon arrived at the abode of Zapdos. As the Zapdos had already departed for Fire Island, Roya was able to access the shrine on Thunder Island unimpeded and retrieve the orb that belonged there. After stowing the orb in his system space, he braved the elements once more, riding Dragonite towards the neighboring Fire Island. Upon reaching the shrine above Fire Island, Roya discovered that Zapdos had already arrived and was attacking several individuals. "That is Ash," Roya recognized, spotting Ash at the forefront. Simultaneously, he sensed through his energy perception that a colossal fortress was slowly approaching Fire Island. Undoubtedly the Collector Giraluta's flying machine. Dragonite unleashed Dragon Pulse. As Zapdos prepared to unleash a thunderous strike against Ash and the others, Roya commanded Dragonite, "Danger! Quickly, take cover." Ash warned as the impending attack loomed over him and Pikachu. But it was too late. As Ash braced himself for the strike, a brilliant beam descended from the sky, dispersing Zapdos' attack. "What was that?" Ash murmured, momentarily stunned, as he regained his composure. "Ash, it's been a while. You still seem to be struggling." A teasing voice snapped Ash from his daze. "Roya," Ash exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing his friend. "Look who it is. The little genius." The Team Rocket trio shouted upon seeing Roya's appearance. "Who is he?" Flura, unfamiliar with Roya, turned to Ash for clarification. "This is Roya, our good friend and an exceptionally powerful Pokémon trainer," Ash explained to Flura. "Roya, what brings you here?" Ash asked, still astonished by Roya's sudden arrival. "With such a significant and dire situation unfolding, how could I possibly stay away?" Roya replied, rolling his eyes at Ash's incredulity. "By the way, how are things on your end?" Roya dismounted from Dragonite and approached Ash to inquire. "As you can see, Zapdos intends to seize this island while Moltres is absent." Ash recounted the current predicament. "Have you managed to secure the orb here?" Roya pressed, already aware of Zapdos' claim over Fire Island, but keenly interested in the orb's status. "The orb?" Ash looked puzzled. "This one." Seeing Ash's confusion, Roya retrieved the orb he had acquired from Thunder Island, displaying it for Ash. "Oh, I see. Here, take this." Upon recognizing the orb in Roya's hand, Ash quickly produced the orb he had recently obtained and handed it to Roya. "Now, only the orb from Ice Island remains," Roya noted, glancing at the 2 orbs he now held. Zapdos, observing Roya and Ash's friendly exchange, felt disregarded and, enraged by the recent disturbances, launched an attack against them. As Roya and Ash prepared to counter, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 125. The Birth of Lugia. Just as Zapdos unleashed its thunderous assault on Roya, Ash, and the Team Rocket trio, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. A massive flying machine suddenly pierced the skies above Fire Island, hovering over Zapdos. It activated a device that absorbed all of Zapdos' electricity and released multiple capture traps, initiating a capture operation against the legendary bird. Despite Zapdos unleashing its formidable thunder, the flying machine absorbed its energy effortlessly, leaving no impact. Realizing its most reliable power was rendered useless, Zapdos frantically evaded the traps, but gradually found itself ensnared. Unable to move, Ultimately, the captured Zapdos was taken back to the flying machine. Simultaneously, Roya, Ash, Misty, Flura, and the Team Rocket trio also fell victim to the traps, being drawn into the flying machine alongside Zapdos. Roya could have used his radiant power to escape swiftly, but in pursuit of the mastermind behind this chaos, the collector Zeraora, and to free the captured Moltres and Zapdos, he refrained from resistance and followed Ash into the flying machine. At that moment, before the control panel of the flying machine, Zeraora gazed at the captured Zapdos with a smile and remarked, "Once I capture the remaining Articuno, it shall emerge." As his words fell, a small Pokémon sculpture appeared on the control panel. Meanwhile, deep beneath the uncharted depths of the ocean, the currents surged incessantly, and suddenly, a shadow glimmering with blue light darted past, swiftly navigating the seabed. Within the confines of the aircraft, Zeraora found himself lost in reverie. Envisioning the exquisite treasures he was about to seize, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the artificial intelligence jolted him from his daydream. A malfunction during the capture of the Zapdos had resulted in the acquisition of something extra. Extra? The message piqued Zeraora's curiosity, prompting him to rise and investigate this unexpected addition. In the aircraft's hold, not only was the recently captured Zapdos contained, but also the long-captured Moltres. To his surprise, an accidental catch included Roy, Ash, Flura, Misty, Brock, and members of Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, all confined within a steel cage. Zapdos, Moltres. Brock gazed incredulously at the legendary birds ensnared beside him. As the priestess of Asia Island, Flura noticed the ancient inscriptions nearby and began to translate. The god of fire, the god of thunder, the god of ice, must not be touched without permission. Just as Flura prepared to elaborate, the aircraft's master, Zeraora, descended via an elevator to confront the gathered individuals. "You are the first group to arrive without an invitation. What do you think? The god of fire, Moltres. The god of thunder, Zapdos, my new collectibles," he declared, his tone almost gentlemanly, observing the confined individuals. "Wait a moment, sir. Why not use Pokeballs to capture the Pokémon? Isn't this an insult to them?" Misty boldly questioned Zeraora, while Ash gritted his teeth in agreement, and Roy regarded Zeraora with calm composure. "I am not a Pokémon trainer. I am a collector. Only tangible entities that I can observe with my own eyes are deemed collectibles," Zeraora proudly proclaimed. Introducing himself to Roy and Ash, he then gestured to his collection. "Behold, my treasures, but do refrain from touching them. That is merely a matter of courtesy." Afterward, Zeraora manipulated the machinery to release Roy, Ash, and the others from their confinement. "Who are you?" Ash demanded, his voice rising. "He is the world-renowned collector, Zeraora." In response to Ash's inquiry, Zeraora remained silent, while Roy spoke up, revealing her identity. "Indeed, that is me. I didn't expect there to be someone among you who recognized me." Zeraora smiled upon hearing Roy's words. As Roy and Ash confronted Zeraora, a projection of Articuno appeared before him, accompanied by a mechanical voice. "Articuno is on the move." Upon witnessing the flying projection of Articuno, Zeraora promptly seated himself, declaring, "It is about to emerge, the god of ice." With that, he rode the elevator back to the control panel. Flura, now collapsed on the ground, muttered, "The god of ice, Articuno," capturing the attention of Roy and Ash. Meanwhile, outside the aircraft, Articuno, having emerged from Ice Island, began to assert dominance over the territories of Moltres and Zapdos, unleashing icy beams that encased them in ice. Simultaneously, heavy snow began to fall, and the number of wild Pokémon heading towards Asia Island surged. Water-type Pokémon crossed the sea, while those unable to swim congregated on the nearest land to Asia Island. At the altar of Asia Island, the Elite Four's Kona had arrived, standing beside the Hippowdon that Roy had encountered previously. Shaking off the snow, Hippowdon remarked, "This is quite a conundrum. Kona, is there anything I can assist you with?" Kona appeared anxious as he addressed Hippowdon, indicating they were already acquainted. "All that could be done has been done, the rest is up to them." With that, he turned his gaze toward the aircraft. Inside, Roy and Ash peered through the window at the ocean below, their disbelief palpable. "Wah! The Southern Ocean has frozen over," exclaimed Jessie, wide-eyed, her voice filled with astonishment. "The god of fire, the god of thunder, the god of ice must not be touched without permission, otherwise the wrath of heaven and earth will bring about the world's demise." Flura's translation of the inscriptions drew Roy and Ash's attention, and they quickly gathered around her. "The legends have materialized." Flura frowned after translating the inscriptions. "If the world ceases to exist, there will be no Pokémon left to steal." Team Rocket, ever diligent, expressed their concern for their profession. "This is all the doing of that Zeraora fellow. Roy felt a surge of anger, although she had anticipated this outcome. Experiencing it firsthand ignited her frustration. We must take action, Ash suggested. Let us save Moltres and Zapdos. Misty chimed in. But how? Brock inquired. At this, Ash turned and charged towards the cage containing Moltres, only to be violently rebuffed. Meanwhile, Gilruda, having located Articuno, grinned and stated, only fire can melt ice. With that, the aircraft unleashed a barrage of cannon fire toward the airborne Articuno, the situation growing increasingly dire. Regardless of the circumstances, we must rescue Moltres and Articuno. Ash clenched his fists, addressing Roy and the others. Pikachu, it's time for you to shine. Thunderbolt, he commanded, directing his Pokémon towards the trapping device surrounding Moltres. Pikachu nodded, releasing a thunderbolt that struck the trap, but to no avail. Charizard, I count on you as well. Ash called, releasing Charizard from its Pokeball. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames upon the trap, yet it remained impervious. Despite continuous attacks from Pikachu and Charizard, their efforts yielded no results. Fire and electricity are ineffective. The powerful shield is impenetrable. Misty and Brock cried out in frustration. Then we shall join the fray, Jessie declared, initiating her own offensive and instructing James, Weezing, go. Right. James responded, unleashing Weezing, but predictably, it merely collided with the barrier before being sent reeling back, utterly exhausted. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Seeing Weezing fail, Jessie resorted to her Arbok, launching a Poison Sting attack, but again, it proved futile. Allow me to take over. Roy stepped forward, determination in her eyes. Come forth, Zeraora. As she summoned Zeraora from the Pokémon Ranch, she commanded, Zeraora, unleash thunder. With a swift motion, Roy directed Zeraora to target the barriers surrounding Moltres with a thunder attack. Upon receiving the order, Zeraora released a powerful thunderbolt that struck the barrier, and in a matter of moments, it shattered, liberating Moltres. Meanwhile, the newly freed Moltres spread its wings, gathering a massive amount of flame in the air before launching it at the barrier encasing Zapdos. Following a tremendous explosion, the capture device for the legendary Zapdos was rendered inoperative, allowing the creature to escape. The liberated Moltres and Zapdos wasted no time in wreaking havoc upon the walls, breaching the confines of the craft and launching a fierce assault against Galuda's vessel. The formidable currents unleashed by Zapdos obliterated all the wings of the craft, while Moltres unleashed searing flames that incinerated everything in proximity to the aircraft in a conflagration of intense heat. Witnessing such devastation from the control panel, Gilruda initially stood in stunned silence before succumbing to despair. The vessel's artificial intelligence then blared a warning, flight impossible, emergency landing on Thunder Island. No sooner had the warning sounded than the craft, enveloped in smoke and debris, began its descent toward Thunder Island, crashing violently upon its surface and leaving the vessel in ruins. We must vacate this place swiftly. Roa called out to Ash, Misty, Flura, and Team Rocket as they raced toward the grounded craft. Without hesitation, Roa led them down the wing of the aircraft, successfully reaching the ground. Yet, they did not relent upon touching the earth. Instead, they continued to sprint, for the aircraft was tilting dangerously, threatening to collapse. Fortunately, one wing had lodged against the altar of Thunder Island, stabilizing the craft momentarily. As Roa and Ash hastily evaded the falling aircraft, they found themselves under assault from Zapdos. In this dire moment, Roa and Ash knew they had to rise and press onward. After a frantic escape, Roa and Ash arrived aboard a small yacht bobbing upon the sea. Meanwhile, Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos were engaged in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging powerful moves without yielding an inch to one another. Oh dear, those creatures are utterly furious. At times like this, it's best to pretend we haven't seen anything. Team Rocket lamented, observing the titanic clash above. Initially, they had believed their safety was assured upon reaching the boat, but they were soon dismayed to find that Zapdos had inadvertently destabilized a mountain, causing torrents of water to surge down the island and sweep the yacht away, plunging them once again into peril. Just as the vessel was about to capsize and plunge into the depths, a sudden waterspout erupted, breaking through the icy surface of the sea and lifting the boat to safety. Strangely, this waterspout did not dissipate but instead carried the yacht across the ocean, and upon reaching the altar of Asia Island, it suddenly surged, propelling the entire vessel onto the altar itself. Roa and Ash, along with Misty and Brock, were fortunate enough to land safely upon the altar, while the unfortunate Team Rocket trio was flung to a higher tier, landing heavily upon the ground. Master Kona, Roa, Ash, Misty, and Brock exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Kona standing on the altar. It's wonderful to see you. Kona greeted them warmly. What brings you here? Ash inquired, perplexed. How could the League remain unresponsive in the face of such chaos? Roa rolled his eyes at Ash's question, responding with a hint of irritation. I see, Ash said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. Roa, place the treasures there. Kona's Hippo King gestured toward 3 holes on the altar. Understood. Roa nodded and promptly approached the altar, retrieving 2 orbs from his system that corresponded to the locations of Fire Island and Thunder Island, placing them within the holes. 2. We're still missing 1. Hippo King remarked, appearing behind Roa. The orb from Ice Island has yet to be obtained, Roa stated. 3 are required, Hippo King affirmed. Just as Roa was about to speak again, the 3 legendary birds emitted a piercing cry, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to witness the fierce battle between the legendary birds drawing ever closer to Asia Island. Just as they neared the altar, the water spout that had previously rescued Roa and the others reappeared, propelling the 3 birds away. Simultaneously, a radiant white figure emerged from the water spout, capturing everyone's gaze. That figure was Chapter 127. The emergence of Lugia as the water spout swept away the 3 legendary birds. A striking white figure materialized before the astonished crowd. Its graceful form captivating all who beheld it. Ash, confronted with a Pokémon that exceeded his knowledge, could only murmur in disbelief, that is. Kona, recognizing the entity, adjusted his glasses and exclaimed in awe, the sea god, Lugia. Hippo King stared in amazement at the soaring Lugia. The sea god, Lugia, Ash and his companions echoed, equally astonished. This is the legendary Pokémon, the sea god Lugia. Roa marveled, his eyes wide with amazement. Though he had witnessed Lugia's appearances countless times in anime, seeing the real Lugia before him felt like a momentous occasion, akin to a maiden's first foray into a grand carriage. As Lugia faced off against the 3 legendary birds in the sky, Gilyuda on Thunder Island, peering through his telescope, fixated on his coveted prize, the sea god Lugia. That is my target. I desire that Lugia. In the midst of this confrontation, Zapdos could no longer contain its aggression and unleashed a powerful electrical surge toward Lugia. While Moltres and Articuno followed suit, unleashing scorching flames and frigid beams of ice, respectively, directing their attacks at the formidable Lugia. However, the power of Roa far surpassed that of the 3 birds, and he deftly evaded their strikes without inflicting significant harm upon them. The sea god only appears in times of dire need, yet cannot prevent the world's demise. Flora recalled the inscriptions she had seen earlier. Oh, what a conundrum, Hippo King remarked, displaying a pained expression at the complexity of the situation. As the aerial battle between Lugia and the 3 legendary birds intensified, their relentless attacks ravaged the ocean's surface, at times nearly striking the altar on Asia Island. Fortunately, Lugia managed to shield itself with its body, but it ultimately sustained severe injuries and plunged into the sea. Meanwhile, Pokémon from the Chengdu, Kanto, and Orange Archipelago regions, who had hastily arrived at Asia Island, found themselves powerless to intervene in the divine conflict, relegated to praying from a distance. It is a troublesome predicament. Only the emergence of an exceptional controller can quell the wrath of the gods, Hippo King declared, sharing ancient wisdom passed down through generations. An exceptional controller? Flora inquired. Her curiosity piqued. We have obtained 2 orbs, yet we are still missing the final one. Hippo King then turned his gaze toward Roa. An exceptional controller can save this world, Flora added. Wait, are you suggesting that Roa is the one? Misty exclaimed. Her initial reaction to the term exceptional controller being a realization directed at Roa. Me? Roa questioned, noticing the collective gaze upon him. Why not me? Ash retorted, feeling a competitive spark as everyone's attention shifted to Roa. Do you consider yourself a rival to Roy? Misty inquired, her voice laced with challenge. It's merely a few losses. I will surely triumph in the future, Ash replied, his voice diminishing as he spoke. After all, among us, Roy undoubtedly stands as the most exceptional, remarked Brock from the side. I apologize for involving you in this matter, Furulous said, casting a hopeful gaze towards Roy. Oh. Occasionally playing the hero who saves the world isn't too shabby. Roy responded with a smile, meeting the expectant looks of Furula and the others. Then I shall entrust this to you, Roy. Kono approached, addressing him earnestly. Indeed, Roy nodded in agreement. What must we do? Misty inquired. Wait a moment. If the legends thus far hold truth, this flute Furula suddenly recalled something, retrieving the ancestral flute from her satchel, and began to play. The melodious notes floated gracefully through the air, reaching the ears of the wounded Lugia submerged in the ocean, awakening it from its stupor. And it soared majestically into the skies. I owe my gratitude for the soothing melody of your flute, exclaimed Lugia, radiating a spectrum of colors as it expressed its thanks. Before continuing, however, This flute alone cannot pacify the three birds. What shall we do then? Roy promptly asked Lugia. Only when the jewels of the gods of fire, lightning, and ice harmonize with the sea flute can their wrath be quelled, Lugia revealed to the group. After a brief pause, it added, only an adept controller, a human, can accomplish this task. Then allow me to take on this challenge. Roy stepped forward, smiling confidently at Lugia. You possess 2 jewels. The remaining one is the ice jewel located on Ice Island, Lugia continued. Leave it to me, Lugia, but the 3 birds will be entrusted to you, Roy replied, gazing earnestly at Lugia. Then I shall rely on you, Lugia affirmed, resuming its role in mediating the conflict. Now, I entrust this to you, Dragonite. With Ice Island in sight, Roy released his Dragonite and soared towards the icy realm. Fortunately, Lugia had already captured the attention of the 3 legendary birds, allowing Roy to travel safely on Dragonite's back. All depends on you, Roy, the group shouted, their voices echoing as Roy departed from the altar. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Lugia, who had been evading confrontation, could not attract the attention of the birds, leading to Roy being unexpectedly spotted by Articuno. Swiftly escaping the attacks of Moltres and Zapdos, Articuno darted towards Roy and Dragonite, unleashing an ice beam upon them. Dragonite, use Flamethrower, Roy commanded urgently as he assessed the incoming ice beam. Dragonite promptly released a torrent of searing flames, intercepting Articuno's attack mid-flight. Just as Articuno prepared to launch another assault, Moltres appeared, engaging in a fierce struggle with it, while Zapdos suddenly materialized before Roy and Dragonite, radiating a golden light and unleashing a thunderbolt, targeting the unprepared Roy in a precarious situation. Chapter 128, The Emergence of Lugia 6. At that moment, as Roy seized the opportunity presented by Articuno being preoccupied with Moltres, intending to stealthily escape with Dragonite, Zapdos materialized before them, charging its power and preparing to unleash a thunderbolt that would be unavoidable for Roy and Dragonite. As the imminent thunderbolt loomed, Roy instinctively prepared to teleport, when suddenly, a pure white figure descended before him and Dragonite, emanating a radiant light that intercepted Zapdos' thunderbolt. Lugia. Roy was taken aback at the sight of Lugia shielding him. You must flee. I will handle this, Lugia declared, unfurling its wings and drawing Zapdos away. While the battling Moltres and Articuno abandoned their clash to pursue Lugia once more. Dragonite, let us hasten to Ice Island, urged Roy, spurred by Lugia's reminder, as he urged Dragonite to press forward, hoping to reach Ice Island sooner. Thanks to Lugia's diversion of the 3 legendary birds. Although Roy's journey to Ice Island was not entirely without peril, he only needed to evade the residual turbulence of their clash. Thus, Roy navigated through the chaos, successfully arriving at the temple on Ice Island atop Dragonite. Upon dismounting, Roy immediately spotted the statue of Articuno at the altar, with the ice jewel nestled in its beak. Upon seeing his target, Roy rushed to the statue, retrieving the jewel from its grasp. Though the task proved somewhat challenging, he ultimately succeeded. Just as Roy prepared to depart with the jewel, he was spotted by Articuno, which broke off from its previous skirmish to launch an attack on him. A frigid ice beam shot forth from Articuno's beak, aimed directly at Roy below. Dragonite, use Fire Blast, Roy commanded urgently, his eyes locked on the incoming ice beam. Complying with the order, Dragonite unleashed a blazing inferno, forming a fiery symbol in the air that intercepted Articuno's attack. However, no sooner had one threat been averted than another arose. Shortly after Articuno disengaged, Moltres and Zapdos detected its presence, rapidly breaking free from Lugia's grasp to renew their assault on Ice Island. Although the onslaught from Moltres and Zapdos was fierce, these attacks were mere trifles for the agile Articuno, which effortlessly evaded their strikes. For Roy on Ice Island, however, it was a harrowing ordeal. The attacks that Articuno dodged struck the ground with tremendous force, wreaking havoc upon the earth, but fortunately, Roy and Dragonite managed to evade the chaos. Just as Roy stealthily attempted to slip away, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground before him, startling Roy profoundly. Regaining his composure, he looked closer to discover it was none other than Articuno, which had fallen to the ground, while Moltres and Zapdos resumed their fierce battle overhead. Seizing the moment when both Zapdos and Moltres were preoccupied, as well as Articuno momentarily incapacitated, Roy swiftly recalled Dragonite into its Pokeball and dashed towards Azure Island. Thank goodness I've been training. Otherwise, this would have been disastrous. I should have let Ash take this hero role, Roy muttered amidst his sprint. As he continued to run, Lugia suddenly appeared beside him, soaring gracefully as it inquired, "Have you secured the ice jewel?" "Of course," Roy replied, producing the jewel from his pocket and smiling at Lugia. Upon seeing the jewel in Roy's hand, Lugia nodded approvingly, drawing closer as it urged, "Climb aboard. I will take you away from here." "Absolutely," Roy exclaimed with delight, promptly leaping onto Lugia's back, thus achieving the milestone of riding a legendary Pokémon for the first time. Although he felt slightly guilty for usurping Ash's chance to claim this experience, overall, it was indeed a splendid moment. Upon ascending upon the back of Lugia, Roya felt the legendary Pokémon accelerate, departing swiftly towards the altar of Asia Island. However, the journey back was fraught with peril, proving to be far more treacherous than anticipated. As Lugia soared through the skies, it soon caught the attention of the three legendary birds embroiled in a fierce battle. Without hesitation, Zapdos launched a bolt of electricity towards the soaring Lugia. Thankfully, Lugia, with its remarkable agility, merely swayed slightly and effortlessly evaded the strike. After dodging the thunder, Lugia increased its speed, leaving Zapdos trailing behind. Yet, Moltres was equally relentless, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the airborne Lugia, which was anticipated and deftly avoided by the adept creature. Nevertheless, the tumultuous evasion took a toll on Roya, who clung tightly to Lugia's back, narrowly avoiding being thrown off. "Hold on tight," Lugia urged, feeling the strain from the incessant attacks of the three birds. Unable to retaliate, it reminded Roya to maintain a firm grip before ascending to greater heights, skillfully dodging the assaults from Zapdos and Moltres. Ultimately, Lugia effortlessly evaded the trio's pursuit, reaching the heights of the clouds. "Truly remarkable, Lugia. You are indeed a legendary Pokémon," Roya exclaimed, unperturbed by the earlier chaos. "Your praise is unwarranted. I am merely a Pokémon living on this planet, just like everyone else," Lugia replied with a humble demeanor, disregarding Roya's admiration. "But why do you engage in such actions?" Roya posed a question reminiscent of Ash's original inquiry. "Because we coexist, and thus, I must protect our home from destruction," Lugia elucidated gently. "What do you mean?" Roya inquired, intrigued. "Each of us inhabits our own world. You have yours, and I have mine, comprising a myriad of realms," Lugia explained with tender words. "I understand now. Thank you." "Lugia," Roya nodded appreciatively. Just as Lugia successfully shook off the three legendary birds and neared the altar, Roya suddenly sensed a malevolent presence emanating from behind. "What is that?" Chapter 129. The emergence of Lugia's power. As Roya and Lugia approached the altar on Asia Island, the brilliance emanating from Roya's form intensified, and he felt a surge of malice approaching. The memory of Giratina's mischief from the original story flashed through his mind, and he recognized the source of the ominous energy. Anger welled within him as he thought, "That scoundrel Giratina. Once this is over, I will see you face justice." Turning to Lugia, he instructed, "Lugia, please follow my lead for a moment." Though Lugia was uncertain of Roya's intent, it held enough trust in its capable companion and nodded in agreement, "Of course." With Lugia's affirmation, Roya sensed Giratina's capture device drawing closer, and at the critical moment before it could strike, he shouted, "Lugia, unleash your most powerful cyclone attack," towards the rear. Upon hearing Roya's command, Lugia comprehended the strategy and, under Roya's guidance, unleashed its mightiest cyclone attack towards the incoming device. The overwhelming force of the cyclone obliterated Giratina's contraptions, and its residual power surged toward the three troublesome legendary birds. As Roya had anticipated, Lugia's cyclone not only dismantled Giratina's capture devices, but also struck the three birds, sending them crashing onto the icy surface, rendered unconscious. "Truly impressive, Lugia. The might of a divine being is undeniable," Roya marveled, glancing back at the spectacle. "Your older brother is indeed formidable. Despite his earlier ruckus, he refrains from engaging unless provoked, but once angered, he will swiftly bring you down." With this thought, Roya couldn't help but silently commend Lugia, exclaiming inwardly, "Well done." With the three legendary birds incapacitated and Giratina far away on Thunder Island, devoid of further means to capture them, Lugia and Roya ascended gracefully to the altar. "Thank you for your efforts, Roya." Kona approached Roya as he reached the altar. "Outstanding work, Roya." Ash, Misty, and Brock joined in, giving him a thumbs up. Upon arriving at the altar, Roya leaped off Lugia's back and swiftly placed the final ice gem in its designated spot. As he positioned the last gem, the three gems radiated a dazzling brilliance, red, gold, and blue, intermingling and coalescing into a vibrant green, enveloping the entire altar, melting away the snow and allowing flowers to bloom anew, revealing the altar's full splendor. From the altar's center, a vibrant and life-infused spring began to overflow, cascading outward and soon reaching the surrounding 7 stone pillars. which sparkled as if encased in ice. What extraordinary technology! Such marvels existed in ancient times, Roya remarked, captivated by the transformation of the pillars. Meanwhile, standing beside Flura, Misty said, Flura, the next steps are yours. Indeed, Flura, the priestess, nodded in agreement. She then took her flute to the altar's center, commencing a melody that had been passed down through her lineage, harmonizing with the ice pillars surrounding her. As the enchanting notes filled the air, the dark clouds above were pierced by warm sunlight, bathing the entire sea in radiant light. The tempestuous weather dissipated, awakening the 3 dormant legendary birds once more. With the melody growing ever more enchanting, a torrent of green spring water surged forth from the altar, flowing toward the vast sea, healing the injured legendary birds, who then took flight, dancing joyfully in the skies, free from their previous conflicts. Even Lugia's injuries were healed, and it soared into the air once more. As the 4 legendary beasts danced in the sky, the dark clouds continued to vanish, and warm sunlight spread across the world. The sky and sea regained their azure splendor, as all extremes of weather faded away, leaving behind a serene landscape. As Roya continued to marvel at the scene, Lugia descended upon the altar, bowing before him in acknowledgement. Understanding Lugia's intent, Roya promptly climbed onto its back, and together they ascended into the skies. Riding atop Lugia, with the assistance of the 3 legendary birds, they began to soothe the wounded sea. Lugia unleashed its power, transforming the tumultuous currents into a magnificent aerial flow, ultimately restoring balance to the ocean. Seizing the moment, Roya took the opportunity to examine the attributes of the 3 legendary birds in Lugia, as he had been too preoccupied earlier. Pokémon, Moltres Zapdos Articuno. Types, Fire Electric Ice. Flying. Abilities, Pressure. Level, 95. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Pokémon, Lugia. Attributes, Superpowers, Flight. Characteristics, Sense of Oppression. Level, 115. Qualification, Level 1 Divine. Abilities, Cyclone Attack, Psychic Force. Primal Power, Divine Power, Water Cannon, Water Gun, Self-Regeneration. With the assistance of Roa, Ash, and the legendary Lugia, the world ultimately regained its former beauty. As the sun set, Lugia returned Roa to the altar and addressed them. Consider me a legendary existence. This is a blessing for this planet. After leaving Roa a silver feather, it vanished back into the ocean. Subsequently, Ash encountered his mother on Orange Archipelago, accompanied by the ever-reliable Professor Oak. Amidst the discussions, the flight master, Lance, arrived aboard his iconic Dragonite, surveying the restored peaceful skies, and remarked to Roa and the others, "It seems the turmoil has come to an end, thanks to the efforts of Roa and Ash and their companions." Witnessing all, Kona approached Lance and said, "It appears there is no longer a need for my assistance." Lance, pleased by the harmonious scene, responded, "How could that be? I will never forget our flight master." After hearing Lance's words, Roa playfully retorted, "Is there anything else?" Having grown accustomed to being referred to as the flight master, Lance remained unfazed by Roa's playful jabs and calmly inquired, "What is it?" "That troublesome fellow is currently on Thunder Island. You should apprehend him and ensure he serves a lengthy sentence." Roa pointed towards Thunder Island. He would not forget the trouble that individual had caused, endangering his own safety. "Understood. I won't let him escape," Lance declared, mounting his Dragonite and heading towards Thunder Island to capture the culprit, Gerudo, thus bringing closure to the matter. After bidding farewell to Roa and Flura, Ash, Misty, and Brock continued their journey through the Orange Archipelago, while Roa began organizing the items acquired from his sign-ins. Chapter 130, Conclusion and Commencement. Following the emergence of Lugia, the perpetrator, Gerudo, was apprehended by the righteous messenger, Lance, who could be expected to serve a lengthy sentence. At that moment, Roa summoned the system to tally the items signed in from the Orange Archipelago. System, what rewards have I obtained during my time in the Orange Archipelago? Each island in the archipelago had a modest proportion, allowing sign-ins only at the Daition Island Research Institute in the Divine Domain of Asia Island. "I see. Understood," Roa acknowledged. Then continued, "What items did I acquire during these 2 sign-ins?" Upon Roa's inquiry, the system promptly replied, "Sign-in at Daition Island Research Institute awarded 1 GS Pokeball and 5 million League coins. Sign-in at Asia Island awarded 3 Master Balls, 1 Water-type Z Crystal, and 50 million League coins. With 3 Master Balls in hand, I shall promptly throw one at Lugia," Roa mused, glancing at the Master Balls in the system's space. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Master Balls were only capable of containing legendary Pokémon, not ensnaring them. As for the GS Ball, it was just perfect to return to Professor Oak, and the water-type Z crystal was quite valuable as well. After organizing the items from his 2 sign-ins, Roa began to pack up and prepare for departure. After leaving Asia Island, Roa reported the entire ordeal to Lance before departing the Orange Archipelago, embarking on his journey back to Pallet Town in the Kanto region atop his Dragonite. After several hours of long-distance flight, Roa arrived over Pallet Town. Confirming the location of Professor Oak's laboratory, he gently patted Dragonite's back, signaling it to descend towards the research facility. Once on the ground, Roa recalled Dragonite and approached the entrance of the laboratory, ringing the doorbell. "Who is it?" A gentle female voice inquired as the door swung open shortly thereafter. "Roa, what a delightful surprise!" Hanako exclaimed, her face lighting up as she saw him. "We just met not long ago." Roa couldn't help but retort, recalling their recent encounter on Asia Island. "Is that so?" Hanako replied, slightly embarrassed. "By the way, Hanako, what brings you to Professor Oak's lab?" Roa asked, curious as any Pokémon enthusiast would be. "Oh, I'm just bringing some meals for Professor Oak. He can't survive on instant noodles alone." Hanako responded with a smile. "Would you like to join us for a bite? Is that all right? It's already noon. And I'm feeling a bit hungry," Roa admitted. "Of course, there's plenty to go around. I made a lot," Hanako cheerfully replied. "Then I shall not be polite," Roa said, following Hanako into the lab. "Ah, Roa, you're back," Professor Oak exclaimed from the dining room, still chewing his food, as he acknowledged Roa's presence. "Yes, Professor Oak. Come join me for a meal," he invited, continuing to eat. "Certainly," Roa agreed, taking a seat at the table and accepting the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Hanako. After thoroughly enjoying the meal, a satisfied Professor Oak and Roa settled onto the sofa in the living room while Hanako tidied up the dishes in the kitchen. "By the way, Professor Oak, this is the GS ball that Dr. Naoki mentioned," Roa suddenly recalled and retrieved the Pokeball he received from Dr. Naoki, handing it to Professor Oak. "Thank you for bringing this to me, Roa," Professor Oak said, placing the GS ball into the pocket of his lab coat. "You flatter me. It was a mere errand," Roa replied, shaking his head. "Nonetheless, I appreciate your efforts." After securing the GS ball, Professor Oak inquired, "Without your journey, I wouldn't have encountered so many fascinating experiences." Roa reminisced about his time in the Orange Archipelago, recalling how he captured a shiny Lapras and a crystal onyx, challenged Kona, and fought alongside the sea deity Lugia. Realizing he had gained much, young people should experience more, Professor Oak said with a knowing smile, then continued, "So, what are your plans next?" "I plan to head to the Johto region to challenge the 8 gyms there and earn badges to participate in the Silver Conference," Roa replied, sharing his ambitions with Professor Oak. "The Johto region, you say?" Professor Oak mused, reflecting on the area. "Is there something on your mind?" Roa asked, intrigued by Professor Oak's contemplative expression. "Oh, nothing in particular. Just some memories resurfacing," Professor Oak responded. "Memories?" Roa recalled the story of how Professor Oak encountered Shalebi as a child and traveled through time to meet Ash and the others, wondering if he had a part in that tale. "When do you plan to set off?" Just as Roa was lost in thought, Professor Oak's question jolted him back to reality. "I still need a few days of rest, so I may trouble you during this period, Professor Oak." After a vacation, Roy is somewhat fatigued following the recent events surrounding the birth of Lugia, prompting him to seek a brief respite. "Not a problem. I have plenty of vacant rooms here, so there's no need for formality," Professor Oak responded with a hearty laugh, readily acquiescing to Roy's request. "Thank you, Professor Oak," Roy expressed his gratitude. "Feel free to visit my home for a meal." Roy, Aunt Hanako, having tidied up the dishes, chimed in as she stepped out of the kitchen. "I will, Aunt Hanako." Roy nodded in agreement. After a pleasant exchange, Professor Oak, brimming with eagerness, hurried off to his laboratory to study the GS ball, while Hanako returned to her own home. Roy, on the other hand, made his way to the courtyard of the Oak Research Institute, releasing all his Pokémon from the Pokémon Ranch. After providing each with their respective energy cubes, he allowed them to indulge and play within the courtyard, taking refuge beneath the shade of a large tree. Roy reclined on the grass, closed his eyes, and began to doze off. Meanwhile, Roy's Jolteon and Togepi, having finished their meals, scampered over to him, curling up by his side in a scene of exquisite harmony. Professor Oak, passing by, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the peaceful coexistence between Roy and his Pokémon. Chapter 131, An Encounter in the Mist. "So, do you plan to challenge the Chengdu League next?" Inside the Oak Research Institute, Roy engaged in a phone conversation with Lily. Indeed, Roy nodded in affirmation. "I'm sure you will clinch the championship," Lily exclaimed with a cheerful tone. "Absolutely. This championship is already reserved for me. Please don't fall for me. I'm merely a legend," Roy jested back with a smile. "Best of luck." After a delightful exchange, They reluctantly ended the call. It seems you're heading to the Chengdu region. Professor Oak observed as he sipped his tea in the living room, noticing Roy hanging up the phone. Yes. Aren't you waiting for Green and Ash? Professor Oak inquired. Ash has just completed the Orange League Winners' Cup, defeating the local champion Yoji, and is currently rushing back to Masera Town. As for Green, he is training elsewhere but will return shortly, Roy replied. I'm not waiting. I can hardly contain my excitement to explore the new region and encounter new Pokémon. The enthusiasm radiated from Roy as he spoke. I understand. Since you have made your decision, please visit me before you leave. I have a favor to ask. Professor Oak said, lifting his teacup for another sip. Understood, Professor Oak. Roy nodded in agreement. The following morning, Roy arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory, his supplies prepared and ready. At that moment, Professor Oak was already engrossed in his research. Good morning, Professor Oak, Roy greeted as he entered the room. Oh, Roy, you're already up. Professor Oak looked up from his work upon hearing Roy's voice. Did you need something from me, Professor Oak? Roy inquired. This is the latest Pokédex. I have upgraded it to a national version. I believe you will find it useful, Professor Oak said, handing Roy a new Pokédex from the workbench. Thank you, Professor Oak. Roy accepted the new Pokédex with gratitude. By the way, there's one more thing I would like to ask of you. Professor Oak retrieved a document from a nearby cabinet and presented it to Roy. What is this? Roy asked. A look of curiosity crossing his face as he examined the document. This is a research document. I would like to ask you to deliver it to Professor Kumquat at the Kumquat Research Institute in Yoha Town, Professor Oak explained. The Kumquat Research Institute? Roy inquired, intrigued. Yes, Professor Kumquat resides in Yoha Town. He is one of my proudest disciples, and I believe you can learn a great deal from him, Professor Oak said fondly. I understand, Roy nodded in acknowledgement. Please be careful while in the Chengdu region, Professor Oak reminded him. Yes, I will. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Roy set off on his journey to Yoha Town in the Chengdu region. After several days of arduous travel, Roy found himself in a dense forest. It was morning, and a thick mist enveloped the area, rendering it a white expanse that obscured direction. However, thanks to his innate sense of direction bestowed by the power of light, Roy navigated through the forest without difficulty. As Roy progressed towards Yoha Town, he suddenly heard a crisp voice of complaint nearby. What a nuisance. It's foggy here. The voice belonged to a young girl. Realizing someone had become lost in the misty weather, Roy, embodying a spirit of helpfulness, decided to assist the girl. With purposeful strides, he approached the source of the voice, finding it was not far from his location. Upon arrival, his eyes were immediately drawn to a pair of strikingly beautiful long legs clad in black stockings. As he looked up, he noticed her characteristic hairstyle and her figure, which seemed incongruous with her age, leaving him momentarily spellbound. In that moment, he recognized her identity. She was May, the female protagonist from Pokémon Black and White. The appearance of her character in this world bewildered Roy, yet he chose to ponder no further. Who was there? May, still aggrieved, suddenly heard footsteps and immediately heightened her vigilance, scanning her surroundings. My apologies, it's just me. Roy stepped out from the mist, greeting May. And you are? May asked, her wariness still evident as she scrutinized Roy. My name is Roy. I heard someone was lost and came to investigate, he replied, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Ah, I see. May's apprehension lessened upon hearing Roy's friendly tone. I am May from Haiyan City in the Unova region. Unova? What brings you to the Chengdu region? Roy inquired. I came to challenge the Silver Conference. I heard from Professor Red Cedar that there's a remarkable Pokémon researcher in Yoha Town, so I decided to pay a visit, May explained, her voice trailing off with a hint of embarrassment, as admitting to being lost was not something easily confessed. So, you are also here to see Professor Kumquat, Roy deduced, understanding the reason for May's presence. You are here to meet Professor Kumquat as well? May's curiosity piqued, her caution dissipating as she stepped closer to Roy. Indeed. At the behest of Professor Oak, I am delivering some documents to Professor Kumquat, Roy confirmed, nodding. Professor Oak, the renowned Professor Oak? Then you must be from the Kanto region. May exclaimed with excitement upon hearing his name. Not quite. I hail from the Alola region. I merely competed in the Kanto region previously, which is how I came to know Professor Oak, Roy clarified. I see. May nodded, her interest piqued. Since we are both heading to meet Dr. Komoku, let us journey together. After making this suggestion, Roy extended an invitation to May. Certainly, May replied with a cheerful smile. Then let us set off. With that, May and Roy began their trek towards Routeleaf Town. What? Roy has already ventured to the Chengdu region. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's laboratory in Shinshin Town, Ash gazed at Professor Oak with an incredulous expression. Indeed, he departed several days ago. He is likely already in Routeleaf Town. Professor Oak responded calmly. Then I shall set off as well. With that exclamation, Ash hurried home to prepare for his journey to the Chengdu region. Wait for us. Brock and Misty exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a sense of resignation before they hurried after him. Youths possess such vigor. Professor Oak mused as he watched the trio disappear into the distance. However, Ken, who had just become an assistant, wore a similarly resigned expression. Chapter 132. Route Leaf Town. Roy, when shall we arrive at Route Leaf Town? May's voice, tinged with distress, echoed through the mist-laden forest. Patience, we shall arrive shortly. Roy's voice resonated back from within the woods. What is that? May suddenly exclaimed, her attention caught by a cerulean figure at a small lake not far away. Her exclamation not only drew Roy's attention, but also caused the figure to lift its head and glance towards them before gracefully leaping out of their sight. Pokémon, Suicune type, water ability, pressure level, 95 qualification, level 3 divine moves, Hydro Pump, Mist, Absolute Zero, Water Pulse, Mirror Coat, Rain Dance, Blizzard, Psychic. That is Suicune. Roy elucidated to May, having discerned the figure through his observation eye. Is that the legendary Pokémon, Suicune? May inquired eagerly. Indeed, it is known as the Messenger of the North Wind, one of the 3 sacred beasts of the Chengdu region, and a guardian of the fabled Ho-Oh. Roy expounded on Suicune's details. Thus, as Roy and May conversed about their recent encounter with Suicune, they continued their journey towards Route Leaf Town. Before long, they emerged from the foggy forest onto a hillside. Is that? May gazed at a town in the distance, her eyes glistening with tears. Have we finally made it? That is Route Leaf Town, the city where the winds of beginnings blow, and the location of Dr. Kamoka's laboratory, Roy remarked, surveying the city from the hillside. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten our departure. With that, May, previously fatigued, suddenly burst with energy and dashed towards Route Leaf Town. Really now? Weren't you just lamenting your exhaustion? Roy observed her energetic demeanor with a bemused expression. As he watched May sprinting ahead, Roy called out, "Slow down. May, wait for me." He quickly fell silent and began to chase after her. Honestly, does she not realize to wait? Roy grumbled as he caught up to May. Who told you to dawdle? May retorted. What are we to do first? Roy inquired. Of course, we need to register at the Pokémon Center for the Chengdu League. Did you not know? Roy glanced at May. Of course I know. May replied defiantly. Thus, the two continued their banter as they made their way to the Pokémon Center in Route Leaf Town. Hello, how may I assist you? Nurse Joy greeted them with a gentle smile as they entered the Pokémon Center. Please register me for the Chengdu League. I wish to participate in the Silver Conference, Roy stated, presenting the new Pokédex that Professor Oak had recently given him. And mine as well, May added, producing her own Pokédex obtained from Professor Hinoki and handing it over to Nurse Joy. Please follow me. Nurse Joy led Roy and May to a registration machine. At the machine, Nurse Joy placed their Pokédexes into the registration slot, and, after a series of operations, the machine announced, Roy from Alola's Hawali City, May from Unova's Hyoshi City. You are now officially registered for the Chengdu League. Once the registration was complete, the machine returned their Pokédexes. And Nurse Joy remarked, there you have it. Your records are now logged in the Pokémon League's main computer. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Roy and May expressed their gratitude as they received their Pokédexes. And here are your guidebooks. Do not misplace them. Nurse Joy handed each of them a guidebook. We understand. They replied, accepting the books. By the way, Nurse Joy, could you tell us where Dr. Kamoka's laboratory is located? Roy inquired. Just follow this road straight ahead. And you will arrive, Nurse Joy indicated with a smile. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Grateful for the directions, Roy exited the Pokémon Center, making his way towards Dr. Kamoka's laboratory. Is Dr. Kamoku in? Roy rang the doorbell upon arriving at the laboratory. I am Kamoku. Who might you be? After a brief moment, a tall researcher in glasses and a white lab coat appeared before Roy and May. I am Roy, he introduced himself. My name is May, she added. Please, come in. Sensing that Roy and May were not ill-intentioned, Dr. Kamoku stepped aside to allow them entry. Roy and May, what brings you to me? Doctor. Kamoku adjusted his glasses as he inquired. I have come to challenge the Chengdu League. I heard about you from Professor Hinoki, so I decided to pay a visit. May responded first. Ah, so it is Professor Hinoki. Dr. Kamoku said, his expression brightening as he turned his attention to Roy. In the gaze of Dr. Kamoku, Roy articulated his purpose for the visit. I am here on behalf of Professor Oak to deliver some research materials. With that, Roy retrieved the documents Professor Oak had entrusted to him and presented them to Dr. Kamoku. Ah, you are the Roy that Professor Oak mentioned. Doctor. Kamoku suddenly recalled a prior conversation with Professor Oak. That is correct, Roy nodded in affirmation. Wait, when you mentioned Professor Oak, May interjected, suddenly grasping a connection. Oh, I used to lecture at Rainbow University in Rainbow City, and Professor Oak was my mentor. Those were truly nostalgic times. Dr. Komoku reminisced, a sense of warmth filling his voice. I see. May understood immediately upon hearing Dr. Komoku's words. Indeed, Professor Oak is not only my esteemed teacher, but also my most respected rival. Dr. Komoku's excitement grew as he spoke, his words tumbling forth without pause. It seems this could go on indefinitely. Roy and May exchanged a glance, their exasperation evident. Is anyone there? A clear, melodious voice rang from outside. Chapter 133. The novice trainer Nana, is Dr. Oak in? A lively female voice interrupted Professor Oak's lengthy discourse on his research, as Roy and May sat there, bored. Professor, may I go see who has arrived? Roy felt an opportunity for escape, and promptly stood up to address Professor Oak. With that, he swiftly vanished from the sight of Professor Oak and May, hurrying to the door. Professor, I'll go take a look as well. It might be something important, May said with an awkward smile before she too slipped away. Goodness, am I truly that terrifying? Professor Oak pondered, stroking his chin as he watched Roy and May depart. Once Roy and May exited Professor Oak's vicinity, they reached the entrance and opened the research facility's door. Outside, they noticed a girl with purple hair wearing a cap. Who are you? Roy inquired with curiosity, observing the girl clad in a yellow and black striped outfit, holding a megaphone. I am Nana from Leaf Town. Here to receive my initial Pokémon as a novice trainer. The girl, the novice trainer Nana, replied to Roy. Understood, please come in. Roy nodded and stepped aside to let her enter. Is Dr. Oak here? Nana asked Roy and May as she stepped inside the research facility. Professor Oak is just inside. May promptly answered Nana's question. Professor Oak, a novice trainer has come to receive her initial Pokémon. Roy bellowed towards the inner room. I am aware, came Professor Oak's immediate response as he emerged from his laboratory. You must be Nana, the one here to receive your initial Pokémon today, Professor Oak said, confirming her identity with the documents in his hand. Yes, Professor Oak, please grant me an initial Pokémon. Nana bowed respectfully after speaking. Very well, follow me. He instructed as he led Nana into the hall, with Roy and May following curiously to see the starter Pokémon of the Chengdu region. Here are the starter Pokémon of the Chengdu region, the fire-type Cyndaquil, the water-type Totodile, and the grass-type Chikorita. Which one will you choose? Professor Oak explained, releasing the Pokémon from their Pokeballs for Nana to select. Are those the starters of the Chengdu region? They are absolutely adorable, May exclaimed, unable to resist the charm of the cute creatures. Meanwhile, Roy began to examine the attributes of the three Pokémon. Pokémon, Cyndaquil. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, Male. Level 5. Potential, Gym Leader. Moves, Tackle, Leer, Scratch. Pokémon, Totodile. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Female. Level 5. Potential, Gym Leader. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Ancient Power. Pokémon, Chikorita. Type, Grass. Ability, Overgrow. Gender, Female. Level 5. Potential, Almost Elite. Moves, Tackle, Leer, Vine Whip. With 2 Gym Leaders and 1 Almost Elite, it seems the potential of these starters is quite formidable. Roy mused to himself, contemplating the prospects of the 3 Pokémon. Nana, which one will you choose? Professor Oak inquired of the still observing Nana. I'll choose that one. It seems to be the best fit for me, Nana declared after carefully assessing her options, settling on Chikorita as her initial Pokémon. Very well, then I entrust Chikorita to you. Nana, do take good care of it. Upon seeing Nana's choice, Professor Oak retrieved Chikorita's Pokeball and handed it to her. By the way, here has this as well. Professor Oak then produced a Pokédex from a nearby cabinet and presented it to Nana. Thank you, Professor Oak. After expressing her gratitude, Nana turned her attention to Chikorita, crouching down to gently stroke it. From now on, I'll rely on you, Chikorita. After a few cheerful calls from Chikorita in agreement, Nana pulled out a headband adorned with a lightning bolt pattern from her bag and placed it on Chikorita's head. This is a gift for you. Henceforth, you will be a member of our Electric Beast Club support team, Chikorita. Chikorita, now sporting the headband, bounced around joyfully, expressing its delight. Are you a trainer too? After establishing a bond with Chikorita, Nana turned her gaze towards Roy. Indeed, Roy nodded in affirmation. May I challenge you? Nana pointed her small finger at Roy, issuing a challenge. That might be a bit premature for you. Roy declined, indicating that she was still too inexperienced for such a battle. The battles of trainers do not distinguish between novices and veterans. Upon hearing this, Nana realized it was due to her status as a novice trainer, and she felt a surge of indignation. Roy is the champion of the Indigo Conference. It would be too much for you at this stage. Professor Oak intervened swiftly, aiming to prevent Nana's confidence from shattering. Roy, you are the champion of the Indigo Conference? That's incredible. May's eyes lit up upon learning of Roy's achievements. So, you also? I participated in the Hoenn region's Evergrande conference, but I was merely the runner-up. May revealed her own accomplishments. That's quite impressive too. Roy smiled in response. How amazing! Nana exclaimed in admiration upon hearing of Roy and May's feats. I've made my decision. You two shall be my future rivals, and you will undoubtedly fall to my prowess. With that, Nana struck a victorious pose. Then, best of luck. Roy encouraged her with a smile, not wishing to dampen her spirits. I'll take my leave now, Professor Oak. Nana waved goodbye to the professor. We shall take our leave as well, Professor Oak, Roy said as he and May prepared to depart alongside Nana. Very well, may we meet again in the future. With that, Roy and May exited the Oak Research Facility together. What are your plans now? As they walked back to the Pokémon Center, Roy asked May. I intend to travel with you, may I? May looked at Roy with hopeful eyes. Of course, that would be no problem. Roy readily agreed to May's request. His intentions were purely to ensure that a young lady would not wander alone. After all, it could be quite perilous. Then it's settled. Upon hearing Roy's affirmation, May raised her fist in a gesture of excitement. Indeed, Roy reciprocated by bumping his fist against May's. Where shall we go next? May inquired of Roy. Let us first visit the Pokémon Center, and we can depart from Leaf Town tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Roy suggested. Roy, do you have something to attend to? May asked curiously. We still need to purchase some supplies for outdoor living, Roy replied with a smile. Then let us go together. Let us proceed. Chapter 134. Toko, by the way, May, have you prepared the tent? While shopping for outdoor supplies, Roy glanced at the tents available in the store and asked May. A tent? I don't think I have one. May tilted her head, contemplating before responding with uncertainty. How do you plan to spend the night outdoors without a tent? Roy questioned, rubbing his temples at May's reply. I have a sleeping bag. I used to share a tent with Toko, so I only have one sleeping bag. Having parted ways with Tsukasa, May explained, there is no longer a tent. Tsukasa? Who is she? Roa inquired, having heard a familiar name from May. Tsukasa is my friend. Like me, she hails from Hiwa City as a trainer. We have traveled together throughout the Unova region, May elaborated in response to Roa's question. I see. Roa nodded in understanding. Tsukasa is quite formidable. She is the champion of this year's Hiwa Cup in the Unova region. As she spoke, a sense of pride radiated from May for her friend. I recall you mentioning that you were the runner-up. Roa recalled a conversation they had at the Ecology Research Institute. Indeed, I was defeated by Tsukasa, May admitted, her earlier pride swiftly diminishing. Why are you not traveling together then? Roa asked curiously, given that they had previously journeyed together. It seemed odd for May to now travel alone. Tsukasa has some matters at home, so she is currently occupied and unable to travel. May glanced at Roa as she explained. I understand. Do you need a tent then? Roa pointed towards a stack of tents ahead, having grasped the situation. Of course. I do, May replied, promptly selecting a tent to her liking. Well then, we have completed our purchases. It is time for us to depart. After May chose her tent, Roa informed her, but I still want to buy some snacks. May exclaimed, batting her eyelashes at Roa as they prepared to leave. You have already acquired enough snacks. We can purchase more in the next town, Roa remarked, his brow furrowing at the sight of the mountainous pile of snacks in May's cart. But, Roa, not waiting for May to finish, took her by the hand and led her to the checkout, swiftly paying for all their items and placing them into their backpack before exiting the store. What a pity, there were so many snacks I wanted to eat. May lamented as they walked back to the Pokémon Center. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight from all those snacks? Roa queried, listening to May's incessant chatter about the store's treats. Not at all. I am the type who doesn't gain weight, May replied with a cheerful grin. That doesn't mean you can have them as meals. Besides, those snacks are sufficient to sustain you until the next town, Roa retorted, exasperated. All right then, May pouted playfully, sticking out her delicate tongue. Just as Roa and May were engrossed in conversation, a sudden ringtone interrupted their exchange. Is that your phone? Roa asked, dismissing his own device upon hearing the unfamiliar tone. Ah, it's mine. May pulled out her phone from her pocket, glancing at the screen before exclaiming, oh, it's Tsukasa. Is she the friend you mentioned earlier? Roa inquired, intrigued. Yes, May confirmed before pressing the answer button. Yaho, Tsukasa-chan, May greeted enthusiastically, while Roa fell silent to avoid interrupting their conversation. Hello, May, came the voice of a beautiful girl from the other end. I heard from Auntie that you have traveled to the Chengdu region. Are you currently in Chengdu? Tsukasa asked May. Yes. I have arrived at Rui Town in the Chengdu region, May replied, a hint of pride in her tone. It seems our May is quite impressive. Tsukasa chuckled, covering her mouth as she looked at May's proud expression. Of course. May beamed. So, our impressive Ms. May, have you purchased a tent? Tsukasa, knowing May's sweet and somewhat naive nature, reminded her. Absolutely, that's something I wouldn't forget, May responded, casting a glance at Roa. You actually remembered to buy a tent? Tsukasa expressed surprise. Well, it was my traveling companion who reminded me, May admitted, noting Tsukasa's skeptical expression. Companion? Is it a boy or a girl? Tsukasa's demeanor shifted to one of slight vigilance upon learning that May had a companion. Roa is definitely a boy, May stated, revealing her companion's name, which piqued Roa's interest. Roa? Tsukasa echoed. He is, like you, the champion of the Quartz Conference in the Kanto region. And he even knows Professor Oak. May gushed about Roa, her words tumbling out in excitement. Can I meet him? Tsukasa's curiosity was piqued upon hearing that Roa knew Professor Oak, and her guard lowered as she asked May. Of course, that is no problem. After confirming with Tsukasa, May turned to Roa and said, Roa, Tsukasa wants to meet you. Hello, I am Roa. Nice to meet you, Ms. Tsukasa. Roa greeted the phone screen with a smile. Hello, Roa. I'll be counting on you to take care of May from now on, Tsukasa said, her eyes sizing up Roa, assuring herself he was not a bad person. You trust me so easily? Roa teased, recalling Tsukasa and May's earlier conversation. Of course. A bad person wouldn't look like you. Besides, you know Professor Oak, which reassures me, Tsukasa replied confidently. Understood, I will take good care of her, Roa promised with a smile. That puts my mind at ease. Tsukasa sighed in relief. Now, please hand the phone back to May. With her worries alleviated regarding May's traveling companion, Tsukasa resumed her conversation with May. After their chat, they arrived at the Pokémon Center, and after dining, each returned to their respective rooms to rest. Chapter 135, The Enigmatic Forest. So, Roa, where are we headed next? May asked as they left the Rui Town Pokémon Center the following morning. The nearest gym from Rui Town is the Kikyo Gym in Kikyo City. Let us head there first, Roa replied, glancing at the map gifted by Nurse Joy. Then our first destination is the Kikyo Gym. Go. May declared, marching ahead with determination. Wait for me, May, Roa called out, retracting the guidebook and hastily catching up to her. What kind of Pokémon are those? They seem to be sipping tree sap, May exclaimed, observing the Heracross perched on a tree trunk as they passed through the Heracross forest. Don't you have a Pokédex? Roa shot her a sidelong glance. Oh, right. May quickly retrieved her Pokédex, aiming it at the Heracross on the tree. Heracross, bug and fighting type, the horn Pokémon. Known for its gentle nature and great strength, it excels at impaling enemies with its horn and lifting them. With a fondness for sweet tree sap, the device chimed in a mechanical voice, satisfying May's curiosity. So that's a Heracross. But is it alright for them to consume tree sap like that? May asked, noticing several Heracross on the tree. It's perfectly fine. Heracross are quite protective of trees. If all the trees were to wither, they would have no food, Roa explained with a smile. I see, May nodded in understanding. Let us continue on our way. After explaining the situation to May, the two continued their journey towards Kikyo City. Along the way, they traversed the valley of Duanjia, marveling at the vibrant array of agates that May found utterly enchanting. That evening, Luoya and May arrived at a seemingly eerie forest. As May gazed upon the foreboding woods before her, she furrowed her brow and remarked, What is this place? I sense an ominous presence. While May surveyed the forest, she suddenly stumbled upon a terrifying sight. What is that? What have you discovered, May? Before Luoya could comprehend the situation, a shrill scream escaped May's lips as she fearfully leapt into his embrace, clutching his shirt tightly, too frightened to open her eyes and face the forest. The sensation of her warm and delicate form nestled against him nearly caused Luoya to lose himself in the moment. However, his resolve remained steadfast, allowing him to quickly regain composure and reassure May. Once comforted by Luoya's gentle words, May gradually eased away from his embrace, leaving him with a tinge of reluctance. Though the thought dissipated swiftly, now liberated from Luoya's hold, May clung tightly to his arm, the fullness of her presence stirring something within him, prompting Luoya to muse. This seems more enticing than Lilith. What was that just now? May, still shaken from the earlier fright, inquired. That was merely an illusion. Luoya had already discerned the truth through the power of Radiance. An illusion? May questioned. This forest is known as the Bewildering Forest, inhabited by ghost-type spirits that often play tricks on passing trainers with their illusions for amusement, Luoya explained to May. How can we possibly navigate through this bewildering forest? The earlier horrifying scenes still haunted May. I've heard there's a place to rent a Gugu. With its unique abilities, we can safely traverse this forest, Luoya, who was well acquainted with the area, declared, giving a thumbs up. Where can we rent a Gugu? May inquired. Follow me, Luoya replied, taking her soft hand and leading her in a certain direction. Before long, they arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. Upon entering, They were greeted by a group of Gugu and an elderly woman. "You're here to rent a Gugu, aren't you?" The old woman asked as she observed Luoya and Mei entering. "Indeed, we are, ma'am," Mei nodded in response. "Not at all. I am the most beautiful woman in this forest, Miss Swearin." The old woman, Swearin, erupted in indignation upon hearing Mei refer to her as ma'am. "Apologies, Miss Swearin." Mei quickly apologized, realizing the woman's ire. "Very well, I forgive you." Swearin relented graciously after Mei's contrition. "By the way, Miss Swearin, may we rent a Gugu?" Luoya asked. "Of course. We wish to traverse this forest," Mei chimed in. "Certainly," Swearin nodded, gesturing towards the group of Gugu. "Choose one." Under Swearin's guidance, Luoya selected a robust Gugu, and after completing the transaction, he and Mei departed. "Upon exiting the forest, do not forget to return the Gugu to my sister, Jinling." Swearin reminded them before they left. Understood. Luoya and Mei waved goodbye as they ventured forth. Re-entering the bewildering forest, Luoya and Mei were once again greeted by the ghostly spirits. Suddenly, a swarm of Beedrills charged towards them. Observing the aggressive approach of the Beedrills, Luoya addressed the Gugu beside him. "Gugu, I entrust this to you." "Gugu." The Gugu called out before unleashing a beam of red light from its crimson eyes. Under the influence of this light, the mischievous Beedrills vanished, revealing a host of ghastly, haunters, and Jengars before Luoya and Mei. "Oh, it's the ghastly." The appearance of the ghastly, illuminated by Gugu's light, instantly quelled Mei's lingering fears. "Should we capture one?" Luoya inquired, glancing at the ghastly, haunters, and Jengars. "Perhaps not," Mei replied, still shaken by the earlier terrifying visions. Very well, Luoya decided not to pursue the retreating ghastly as he watched them flee. "Let us hurry and leave this place," Mei urged, eyeing the departing spirits. "Onward," Luoya declared, and together they pressed on. With the help of Gugu, Luoya and Mei successfully traversed the bewildering forest and arrived at the other side. After returning the Gugu to Jinling, Luoya suddenly posed a question to her. "Miss Jinling, may I ask which of you and Miss Swearin is the fairest in this forest?" Ignoring Jinling's irritated expression, he and Mei chuckled as they made their exit. Chapter 136, The Evolution of Piku. Having crossed the bewildering forest, Luoya and Mei continued their journey through the Chengdu region, heading towards the first gym located in Kikyo City. Naturally, challenges and training were an essential part of their adventure. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a traveling trainer who, upon spotting Luoya, eagerly issued a challenge. "Go, Fire Mouse." The trainer, a girl in shorts, sent forth her Pokémon, a level 23 Fire Mouse. "What kind of Pokémon is that?" Mei asked, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the creature. Fire Mouse, Fire type, a volcanic Pokémon, the evolved form of Fireball Mouse. Its fur is impervious to flames. It is immune to any fire attack, the mechanical voice of the Pokédex informed Mei. "So this is Fire Mouse," Mei remarked after glancing at the information displayed on the device. "I'm counting on you, Piku," Luoya called to the Piku nestled in his arms. "Piku." Upon hearing Luoya's summons, Piku leaped from his embrace, standing poised against Fire Mouse. "What a cute Pokémon. What is it?" the camping boy exclaimed, intrigued by the unfamiliar Piku. "It's called Piku," Luoya replied with a smile as he observed the little creature. "So adorable. I can hardly bear to attack it." "You may go first," the camping boy decided, allowing Luoya the initiative. "Very well, then. Piku, unleash your origin power," Luoya responded, seizing the opportunity to act. Upon hearing Luoya's command, Piku radiated a brilliant white light, which cascaded to the ground, causing small stones to levitate into the air. "Go." At Luoya's urging, Piku manipulated the floating stones, hurling them towards Fire Mouse. "Fire Mouse, use Quick Attack to evade. Don't get hit," the camping boy urgently commanded as Fire Mouse nimbly dashed to avoid the descending stones. "Piku, use Psychic." Taking advantage of Fire Mouse's evasive maneuvers, Luoya directed Piku for the next move. As soon as Roya's words fell, the two small eyes of Pocky emitted a faint glow, subsequently generating a blue ripple that ensnared the evading Fire Rock Mouse, rendering it immobile. Helplessly ensnared, the Fire Rock Mouse ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of Pocky's primal force, swiftly succumbing to the incoming rocks and being buried beneath them. With its combat capabilities extinguished, the victor was declared to be Pocky. Approaching the site where the Fire Rock Mouse lay buried, Mai assessed its condition and, upon discovering it had fainted, announced the result. "Fire Rock Mouse, return." The camping boy, having grasped the situation, produced its Pokeball to recall it for rest. "It appears that not only is your girlfriend stunningly beautiful, but your prowess is equally impressive." "I concede defeat with utmost admiration," the camping boy remarked, extending his right hand towards Roya. Thank you for the compliment, Roya replied with a smile, shaking the camping boy's hand. Meanwhile, Mai felt a tinge of embarrassment from the camping boy's words, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson as she mumbled, girlfriend. And all that. After bidding farewell to the camping boy, Roya affectionately patted Pocky's little head, gently saying, well done, Pocky. Pocky, Pocky. In response to Roya's praise, Pocky joyfully chirped, bringing a smile to Mai's previously flushed face. In that harmonious moment shared among Roya, Mai, and Pocky, an astonishing transformation began to unfold. Pocky was enveloped in a radiant, milky white light, and its diminutive form began to evolve within the luminous glow. This is evolution. Pocky is evolving, Roya exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. It was known that Pocky's evolution required not only strength, but also a high degree of intimacy and friendliness. What Pokémon would Pocky evolve into? The anticipation was palpable, mirrored in Mai's gaze as she watched Pocky. Soon, the radiant light dissipated, revealing a small white creature adorned with a pair of tiny wings. Pokémon, Pokajai. Type, Fairy, Flying. Ability, Serene Grace. Gender, Female. Level, 33. Potential, Champion. Moves, Fairy Wind, Angel's Kiss, Life Dew, Primal Force, Psychic, and Finger Flick. Congratulations on your evolution, Pocky. I believe you are now called Pokajai, Roya said as he approached Pokajai, gently stroking its small head with a smile. In response to Roya's tender words, Pokajai nuzzled against his hand, its face radiating joy. What kind of Pokémon is this? Mai, having never encountered Pokajai before, quickly pulled out her Pokédex, which promptly provided a response. Pokajai, Fairy and Flying-type Pokémon, the happiness Pokémon, the evolved form of Pocky. Without a gentle person by its side, it becomes listless. It can float in the air without flapping its wings. Upon hearing the Pokédex's description, particularly the part about floating without flapping its wings, Roya instinctively recalled a certain non-flying Pokémon from the Hoenn region. Why does that come to mind? What a strange thought, he mused, reflecting on the crimson silhouette in his memory. It's simply adorable. I want one too. The cuteness of the evolved Pokajai struck a chord in Mai's heart, igniting a fervent desire within her to capture either a Pocky or a Pokajai of her own. Where did you capture it, Roya? Mai inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with hope for information about Pocky's habitat. I'm sorry, this little one was raised from an egg during my examination, so I have no knowledge of its habitat, Roya replied apologetically, casting a sympathetic glance at Mai. All right then. Hearing this, Mai's spirits visibly dimmed, her demeanor reflecting disappointment. Well, if I encounter a Pocky, I'll be sure to let you know, Roya reassured her from the sidelines. That I promise, Mai exclaimed, lifting her head with a hopeful gaze directed at Roya. Indeed, Roya nodded in agreement. Now, let us make haste towards Kikyo City. Following Roya's affirmation, Mai's previously despondent spirit was instantly revitalized, her head held high as she marched forward with determination. Wait for me, Roya. Observing this, Roya swiftly caught up to her. Chapter 137, Kikyo Gym. We are almost at Kikyo City, Roya remarked, gazing at the towering edifice in the distance. Roya, how do you know we are nearing Kikyo City? Mai inquired curiously, noticing that Roya held no map. It's because of that tower, he pointed out, indicating the structure ahead. What is that? Mai asked. Her curiosity piqued as she stared at the tower. It's called the Bell Tower, a landmark of Kikyo City. Once you see the Bell Tower, it signifies that Kikyo City is just around the corner, Roya explained to Mai. Then let us hurry. With this, Mai quickened her pace towards Kikyo City. This is Kikyo City. It feels even more bustling than the previously encountered Yoko Town, Mai exclaimed, observing the throngs of people around her. Indeed, this city is home to one of the region's notable gyms, Roya responded, emphasizing the city's significance. Shall we head to Kikyo Gym first? Mai inquired about their next destination. Let us visit the Pokémon Center first. Our Pokémon are quite fatigued, Roya suggested in response to Mai's query. All right then. We shall go to the Pokémon Center first. With that, they proceeded together towards the Pokémon Center to restore their Pokémon's energy and satisfy their own hunger. After rejuvenating their Pokémon and filling their stomachs at the Pokémon Center, Roya and Mai exited, heading towards Kikyo Gym. This is Kikyo Gym. It appears taller than any gym we've encountered before, Mai observed as she gazed up at the grand building. Kikyo Gym specializes in flying-type Pokémon, so it's perfectly reasonable for the structure to be elevated, Roya explained with a smile. Flying type, huh? The gym leader must be quite fond of bird Pokémon, Mai remarked. Absolutely. Bird Pokémon are truly remarkable. Just as Roya prepared to elaborate, a sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted from behind them. Turning around, Roya and Mai spotted a young man clad in pale blue attire, his hair a striking azure hue. Upon recognizing him, Roya immediately identified the individual. Do you have a fondness for bird Pokémon? Mai tilted her head, addressing the blue-haired man. Of course, he nodded, continuing. My dream is to become the greatest bird Pokémon trainer. Why the devotion to bird Pokémon? Mai inquired curiously. Well, the young man said, pointing toward the azure sky. I have always admired the blue sky, and over time, I became enamored with the birds soaring through it. Then you share a passion for bird Pokémon with the gym leader here, which means you must be an apprentice at Kikyo Gym. Mai smiled at the young man. The young man hesitated, finding it difficult to respond to Mai's assumption. Enough, Mai. He is not an apprentice at Kikyo Gym, Roya interjected, interrupting her. Then who is he? Mai asked, her eyes wide with confusion as she turned to Roya. He is Mr. Asu, the gym leader of Kikyo Gym, Roya revealed, looking at the blue-haired man with recognition. You are the esteemed leader of the Kikyo Gym. After listening to Roya's words, Mai displayed an expression of disbelief. Indeed, I am the gym leader of the Kikyo Gym, Asu. In light of Roya's inquiry, Asu acknowledged his identity. You have come to challenge the Kikyo Gym, haven't you? Although directed at Roya and Mai, his tone carried an air of certainty. Indeed, both of us have come to challenge the Kikyo Gym. Upon hearing Asu's words, Roya nodded in affirmation. Since you are here to challenge the Kikyo Gym, please follow me. With that, he led Roya and Mai into the gym, taking the elevator to the rooftop. What is this place? Gazing at the battle arena constructed atop the roof, Mai's eyes shimmered with astonishment. Welcome to our Kikyo Gym. The gym leader Asu, accompanied by a group of apprentices, extended a warm welcome to Roya and Mai. Who might you be? Asu then inquired about their names. I am Roya from the Alola region, Hawali City. I am Mai from the Unova region, Hyan City. Roya and Mai introduced themselves to Asu. Roya and Mai. May I ask who will challenge the gym leader first? With that, Asu fixed his gaze upon them. I shall initiate the inaugural battle of the Chengdu region gym. In response to Asu's inquiry, Roya stepped forward and addressed Asu. Very well, let the battle commence. The official match begins now, featuring Asu, the gym leader of Kikyo Gym, and the challenger Roya from the Alola region, with the stakes being a badge. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon. Are both competitors ready? The referee announced the gym's rules. I am fully prepared to obtain the badge. Roya stood on the arena, a smile adorning his face as he looked across at Asu. I shall not permit you an easy victory. In matters concerning the honor of the Kikyo Gym's trainers, even if you are the champion of the Indigo League, I shall not yield easily. I will demonstrate the true prowess of flying-type Pokémon. Asu proclaimed with a fervent spirit. To start, my first contender is this. As his words fell, Asu hurled his Pokeball, and with a flash of crimson light, a Pidgey materialized before all present. Pokémon, Pidgey. Type, normal, flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, male. Level, 30. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Growl, Peck, Tackle, Confusion, Air Slash, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, and Aerial Ace. A level 28 Pidgey. Roya immediately discerned the strength of Pidgey and retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket, tossing it onto the arena. The instant the Pokeball opened, a dazzling beam of red light emerged, revealing a yellow figure to all onlookers. What Pokémon is this? Do you know? I have not seen it before. What about you? The apprentices of Kikyo Gym began to murmur among themselves, gazing at the unfamiliar Pokémon. This Pokémon isn't from the Chengdu or Kanto regions, is it? Asu, who was well-versed in Pokémon from both regions, was momentarily perplexed regarding its identity. Indeed. Then what is it? Chapter 138, Battle with Asu. What is it? Asu inquired of Roya, eyeing the Pokémon he had never encountered before. Its name is Drampa, a Pokémon from our Alola region. Roya chuckled softly, revealing its name. Drampa, you say? I see. Then you shall attack first. Asu responded with a smile. Very well, Drampa, use Dragon Claw. Upon hearing Asu's words, Roya quickly issued a command to Drampa. Upon receiving Roya's command, Drampa dashed towards Pidgey, launching a Dragon Claw attack. Pidgey, fly up quickly. Asu reacted swiftly. The moment Asu's order was given, Pidgey spread its wings and soared into the air, evading Drampa's Dragon Claw strike. Did it escape? Drampa, use Work Up. Observing Pidgey flying above, Roya continued to direct Drampa. The instant Roya's command was issued, Drampa let out a howl, bolstering its attack power. Pidgey, use Peck. Asu commanded, prompting Pidgey to initiate its assault on Drampa. Pidgey honed in on Drampa, diving down with a sharp beak aglow with white light, aggressively attacking Drampa. Drampa, use Iron Defense. Roya called out loudly to Drampa. Upon hearing Roya's command, Drampa immediately utilized Iron Defense, enveloping itself in a radiant white light, significantly enhancing its defense and easily absorbing Pidgey's peck attack. Drampa, seize it. Spotting Pidgey entangled in Drampa's grasp, Ruoya commanded Drampa to capture Pidgey. With Ruoya's order, Drampa swiftly clutched Pidgey's wing, rendering it incapable of flying freely. Pidgey. Upon witnessing this, ASU grew anxious and urgently called out to Pidgey, but to no avail. Drampa. Use Headbutt. Capitalizing on Pidgey's capture, Ruoya commanded Drampa to execute a headbutt attack. Following Ruoya's directive, Drampa charged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Pidgey, sending it crashing several meters away. Now, use Dragon Breath. As Ruoya's words fell, Drampa opened its mouth, unleashing a beam of white light that struck Pidgey, who had just risen, causing it to be defeated once again, losing its ability to battle. Pidgey has lost its ability to battle. Drampa is victorious. The referee cast a glance at Pidgey's state and declared, "You performed admirably, Pidgey. Return and rest for a while." ASU recalled Pidgey into its Pokeball. "Alright, now it's your turn. Show them the might of avian Pokemon," ASU proclaimed, tossing out his next Pokeball. As the red light from the Pokeball faded, a brown Pokemon appeared on the arena. Pokemon Doduo. Type: Normal, Flying. Ability: Run Away. Gender: Male. Level: 31. Qualification: Gym. Moves: Fury Attack, Growl, Peck, Quick Attack, Peck Drill, Triple Attack, and Rage. This is Doduo. May instantly recognized its identity, while Ruoya quickly assessed its strength, noting it was a level 29 Doduo. Doduo represents the essence of avian Pokemon for me, embodying the shared aspiration to soar through the skies one day. ASU exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at Doduo. Doduo. Use Quick Attack. ASU commanded, prompting Doduo to launch an assault on Drampa. Drampa. Use Disarming Voice. Observing Doduo rapidly approaching Drampa, Ruoya swiftly issued his command. Upon hearing Ruoya's words, Drampa opened its mouth and unleashed a piercing sound wave, affecting not only Ruoya and ASU, but also causing Doduo, caught in the throes of Quick Attack, to falter and shake its head in confusion. This is bad. Run, Doduo. Seeing Doduo distressed by the noise, ASU anxiously urged Doduo, but his voice was drowned out by Drampa's sound wave. Drampa, use Headbutt. Upon receiving Ruoya's command, Drampa sprinted forward, leaping into the air and crashing its head into Doduo, sending it reeling backward. Doduo, are you alright? ASU inquired with concern as he observed Doduo's retreat, confirming that Doduo was unharmed. ASU continued to direct Doduo to attack. Doduo, use Fury Attack. Upon hearing the words of his trainer, the Dodu suddenly began to peck incessantly at the Jangmo-o with its 3 sharp beaks. Meanwhile, Jangmo-o gracefully evaded the attacks while executing a dragon dance. Just as Loya's voice fell, Jangmo-o performed a mysterious dance on the battlefield, remaining ever vigilant against Dodu's relentless assaults. Fortunately, the majority of the attacks were deftly dodged, and the few that landed were trivial for the Jangmo-o, which had already invoked Iron Defense. Now, Jangmo-o unleashed Dragon Claw, Loya commanded swiftly, seizing the opportunity as Dodu closed in. Responding to Loya's directive, Jangmo-o leaped into action, enveloping its claws in draconic energy, and struck down fiercely upon the approaching Dodu, sending it crashing to the ground. Dodu, are you alright? As he witnessed this scene, ASU's heart raced, and he called out anxiously to Dodu. Fortunately, Dodu did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, it rose to continue its standoff with Jangmo-o. Dodu, execute Tri-Attack. Upon seeing Dodu regain its footing, ASU's heart settled, and he continued issuing commands. The moment ASU's words left his lips, Dodu's 3 beaks opened simultaneously, preparing to unleash Tri-Attack. Jangmo-o use Echoed Voice. Upon hearing Loya's command, Jangmo-o emitted a piercing sound, abruptly interrupting Dodu's Tri-Attack. Now's our chance, Jangmo-o. Use Dragon Pulse. With Dodu's attack thwarted, Loya immediately countered. Jangmo-o opened its mouth and released a beam of white light that struck the weary Dodu. With a resounding explosion, Dodu collapsed onto the battlefield, rendered unconscious. Dodu has lost its ability to battle, therefore Jangmo-o is the victor. The referee announced the outcome after assessing Dodu's condition. Splendid work, Jangmo-o. Loya praised his Pokemon, which had secured 2 consecutive victories. Come back and rest, Jangmo-o. Just as Loya reached for the Pokeball to recall Jangmo-o, an unexpected transformation occurred. Chapter 139, Obtaining the Wing Badge. It's evolving. As ASU retrieved the unconscious Dodu, he beheld Jangmo-o enveloped in a radiant white light. As the luminescence faded, a majestic figure emerged before everyone. What is that? May inquired curiously, gazing at Jangmo-o's evolved form. It is called lineage long, Loya explained, responding to Mei's curiosity as well as ASU's intrigued gaze. Pokémon, lineage long. Type, dragon, fighting. Ability, soundproof. Gender, male. Level, 35. Potential, champion. Moves, tackle, echoed voice, dragon tail, headbutt. Dragon claw, dragon pulse, revival, brick break, iron tail. So its name is lineage long. Mei exclaimed, realization dawning upon her after hearing Loya's words. Come back and rest for a while, lineage long. Despite its evolution, Loya recalled it without hesitation. Ultimately, it will be you. Go forth, BB. After recalling lineage long, ASU threw his last Pokeball, summoning a particularly robust BB onto the field. Pokémon, BB. Type, normal, flying. Ability, keen eye. Gender, male. Level, 36. Potential, near champion. Moves, quick attack, hurricane, wing attack, peck, agility, double team, brave bird. What a sturdy BB. Though it seems not as large as Loya's, Mei remarked, recalling the impressive BB she had seen previously. Do you also have a BB? ASU inquired upon hearing Mei's comment. Indeed, Loya nodded in affirmation. May I challenge your BB to a battle? ASU asked Loya. Certainly, come forth, BB. Loya responded to ASU's request, releasing his BB from the Pokeball. As the crimson light dissipated, a BB emerged, towering over ASU's. What a magnificent BB. Compared to yours, mine still falls short. ASU marveled at Loya's larger BB. Let us continue our gym challenge, Loya said with a slight smile at ASU's compliment, urging him to proceed with the battle. Let the match begin, announced a nearby gym apprentice, striking a large drum. BB, take to the skies. ASU commanded, and his BB soared high, while Loya's BB ascended to confront it in the air. BB, use agility. Observing the standoff, Loya directed his BB. Upon hearing Loya's command, BB executed agility, instantly vanishing from sight and darting towards ASU's BB at incredible speed. BB, we shall also use agility. ASU ordered, prompting his BB to perform the same, and a fierce aerial clash ensued. However, due to the disparity in power, ASU's BB struggled to keep pace with Loya's, which relentlessly struck with tackle. This won't do. Witnessing his BB at a disadvantage in the air, ASU swiftly altered his strategy. BB, unleash whirlwind attack. Upon hearing his trainer's voice, ASU's BB halted its agility, aimed at Loya's BB, and flapped its wings to summon a fierce gust. Unfortunately, Loya's BB was simply too swift, and ASU's whirlwind could not connect. BB, use wing attack. As ASU's BB ceased its attack, Loya initiated a counteroffensive. With the command issued, Loya's BB maintained its agility and struck ASU's BB with a wing attack, knocking it down and sending it plummeting towards the ground. BB, ASU cried out in alarm. Now's the time, BB. Finish it with brave bird. Loya seized the opportunity, commanding his BB for the final blow. In midair, Loya's BB, upon hearing the command, enveloped itself in azure flames and charged towards ASU's BB. Just before ASU's BB could land, Loya's BB executed brave bird, crashing into its target and sending it crashing down, rendered incapable of battle. BB has lost its ability to fight, thus the victor is Loya from the Alola region. The referee declared the result after examining BB's condition. Well done, BB. Loya praised as his BB landed beside him. Thank you for your efforts, BB. ASU recalled his unconscious BB and approached Loya, stating, in this battle between BB, I was defeated. Your BB has been trained exceptionally well. Thank you for the compliment. Your BB is also quite impressive, Loya responded with a smile. This gym challenge has taught me much. I shall strive to become the strongest avian trainer. You too, continue to work hard in the Chengdu region. With your prowess, I believe you will achieve great success, ASU remarked to Loya. Thank you, ASU. This is proof of your victory over me. Please accept this wing badge. ASU presented a wing badge to Loya. Thank you. After receiving the wing badge, Loya carefully placed it within the badge case. When shall my gym challenge commence? Mei inquired of ASU, who stood nearby. Given that all my Pokémon have lost their combat capabilities, let us schedule it for tomorrow afternoon, ASU replied after a moment's contemplation. It's settled then. Mei nodded in agreement upon hearing ASU's words. We shall take our leave now, Mr. ASU. With the time arranged, Loya arose to bid farewell, escorting Mei away from the Kikyo gym and back to the Pokémon Center. I am truly looking forward to tomorrow's battle. It will be my very first gym challenge in the Chengdu region, Mei remarked as they walked along the path to the Pokémon Center. I believe that with your prowess as the runner-up in the High Gang tournament, you will undoubtedly triumph over ASU, Loya said with a smile directed at Mei. Of course. My strength is formidable, Mei declared, playfully waving her petite fists at Luya. Indeed, our Mei is exceptionally strong, Luya thought, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her endearing demeanor. Just as Luya and Mei engaged in their lively conversation, the sound of Luya's phone ringing interrupted their exchange. Chapter 140, Charizard Valley. As Luya had just vanquished the gym trainer ASU at Kikyo Gym and was en route to the Pokémon Center with Mei, his phone emitted a series of ringing tones. It's Yulong-du. Upon seeing the call from Du, Luya couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who is calling you? Mei asked gently, noting Luya's conflicted expression. It's Yulong-du, Luya answered after a brief pause. Yulong-du, the Dragon-type Elite Four from the Kanto region and the champion of Chengdu? Mei exclaimed in surprise upon hearing his name. Her loud outburst drew the attention of passers-by. Yet Mei, lost in astonishment, paid them no heed. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Luya. Indeed, Luya confirmed, nodding under Mei's expectant gaze. How do you know him? Mei inquired, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to learn more. We met during a mission and became acquainted thereafter. Luya shrugged nonchalantly. I see. Just as Mei was about to ask further, Luya answered the call, addressing Du with a playful tone. I wonder what prompts the illustrious dragon-type champion Yulong-du to call me today? As Du prepared to complain about the delay in answering, he was abruptly met with Luya's teasing remark, which darkened his previously cheerful demeanor. He shouted from the other end of the line, I am the dragon-type champion, not the flying type. All right, I understand. Flying-type champion Du, Luya replied, unfazed by Du's reaction. By the way, what is the purpose of your call? After their light-hearted banter, Luya's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired. It's nothing significant, just. If it's not important, then don't bother me. Luya interrupted before Du could finish. Your Charmander is ready. Just as Luya was about to hang up, Du leisurely revealed his intention. Upon hearing this, Luya abandoned the thought of disconnecting, grinning as he asked, why didn't you mention this sooner? Where's my Charmander? I have already spoken with Jiku, the manager of Charizard Valley. You can go there to select a Charmander, Du continued, rolling his eyes at Luya's enthusiasm. Understood. Thank you for your generosity, Luya replied, beaming at the news of his Charmander's arrival. I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. With that, Du ended the call. What Charmander? Mei, who had been listening to their conversation, queried Luya. It's the Charmander that Du promised to give me after the court's conference. Elated at the prospect of finally obtaining his long-desired Charmander, Luya responded cheerfully. Is it in Charizard Valley? Mei asked, recalling what she had overheard during the call. Precisely. When shall we head there? Mei inquired. After you receive your badge, we will depart from Kikyo City and proceed to Charizard Valley, which conveniently lies along our intended route. Luya explained while glancing at the map on his phone. Got it. Let us rest at the Pokémon Center for the night, challenge the gym tomorrow, and leave Kikyo City the day after, Mei suggested, and with that, Luya and Mei made their way back to the Pokémon Center. The next day, at the outdoor battle arena of Kikyo Gym, a fierce confrontation unfolded between Mei and gym trainer ASU, reaching its climactic finale with ASU struggling to maintain his ground. Mei commanded a Cryogonal from the Unova region, while ASU continued to deploy his Pidgeot. Pokémon, Cryogonal type, Ghost. Fire ability, Infiltrator gender, female level, 49 potential, champion moves, Flame Burst, Spark, Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, Nightshade, Strange Light, Mist. After assessing the attributes of Cryogonal, Luya observed Mei directing the battle with a solemn expression reminiscent of a battle goddess. Cryogonal, unleash Psychic. Mei commanded as Pidgeot soared swiftly through the air. Upon hearing her command, Cryogonal emanated a ghostly blue light, creating a wave of ethereal energy that ensnared Pidgeot in mid-flight. Pidgeot, break free. ASU urged frantically. Now, Cryogonal. Execute Flame Burst. With Pidgeot immobilized, Mei moved to deliver the final blow. As her words fell, Cryogonal unleashed Flame Burst, striking the helpless Pidgeot directly. The attack landed with a resounding impact, rendering Pidgeot unconscious as it plummeted to the ground. Pidgeot is unable to battle. The victor is Mei from the Unova region. The referee declared solemnly. Your strength is commendable. Here is the wing badge. Please accept it, ASU said as he approached Mei with Pidgeot returned. Thank you. Mei replied graciously upon receiving the wing badge, and together with Luya, they departed from Kikyo Gym, heading to the market to replenish their supplies. Early the following day, Luya and Mei set out from Kikyo City, embarking on their journey to Charizard Valley. When will we arrive at Charizard Valley? Mei asked, gazing at the barren mountains surrounding them. We are nearly there. It is not far from Charizard Valley, so please bear with me, Luya assured her, glancing at the map. You've said that numerous times. When will we actually arrive? Mei retorted, rolling her eyes at Loya's repeated reassurances. This time, we are genuinely close, Loya insisted, feeling slightly embarrassed by May's comment. Honestly, where exactly is Charizard Valley? May exclaimed, unable to contain her impatience. Are you seeking something in the Valley of Charizards? At that moment, an unfamiliar voice reached the ears of Roya and May. Chapter 141, Capturing the Charmander. Are you seeking something in the Valley of Charizards? Just as May was fretting over when they would arrive at the Valley of Charizards, a strange feminine voice echoed to Roya and May. They turned towards the sound and beheld a green-haired woman, clad in red garments and red shoes, leaning on a cane while standing atop a rock, gazing at them. Who are you? May inquired, regarding the sudden appearance of the woman. My name is Jiku, and I am a trainer of Charizards. Upon hearing May's question, Jiku introduced herself and continued. Do you not know that entry is prohibited for ordinary people here? Jiku then approached Roya and May, sniffing the air with her nose, and remarked, Moreover, you bear no scent of Charizards, which means you cannot enter the Valley of Charizards. How do you know that? Upon hearing Jiku's assertion that they could not enter the valley, May furrowed her brow and questioned Jiku. That is because I am the guardian of the Valley of Charizards. I can detect the scent of Charizards. Anyone who spends considerable time with them will inevitably carry their fragrance, Jiku pointed out to May with her cane. So, you are the renowned guardian Jiku of the Valley of Charizards. After Jiku's introduction, May nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, Miss Jiku. I was referred here by Mr. Yulong-Du upon seeing Jiku. Roya explained the reason for their visit. Oh, so you are the one named Roya that Du mentioned. Jiku immediately understood upon hearing Roya's name. Indeed, my name is Roya, he affirmed with a nod. I heard from Du that you wished to capture a Charmander? Jiku inquired of Roya. Yes, I have long desired to capture a Charmander, but I have yet to encounter one, so I asked Mr. Du for assistance, Roya replied with a smile. The Charmander you seek has already been prepared by Du, so please follow me. After speaking to Roya and May, she called out to the sky, My Lisa, come here. Following Jiku's call, a plume of flame shot into the sky, revealing a Charmander adorned with a pink bow, pulling a shopping basket attached to a hot air balloon, which then flew towards Roya, May, and Jiku. As the Charmander descended with the shopping basket, Jiku introduced, This is my Charmander, the adorable Lisa. After the introduction, she mounted the back of the Charmander and said to Roya and May, All right, young lady and young man, please take a seat in the shopping basket. Have we just become luggage? May muttered as she and Roya climbed into the basket. Take off, Lisa. After Roya and May settled into the basket, Jiku commanded the Charmander to ascend, soaring towards the Valley of Charizards. Shortly thereafter, Jiku led Roya and May into a valley filled with statues of Charizards. Come in. Upon reaching the entrance of the Valley of Charizards, Jiku pushed open the gate and guided Roya and May inside. So this is the Valley of Charizards. There are so many Charizards, it's simply marvelous, May exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the multitude of Charizards scattered about. Do you also adore Charizards? Jiku asked May, noticing her excitement. Of course, Charizards are incredibly cool, May replied instantly. Then, shortly, you and Roya shall capture a Charmander together. Upon hearing that May also cherished Charizards, Jiku smiled. Is that permissible? Roya interjected. Certainly, I still possess that authority. Aside from Charizards, you may capture anything else here. Jiku paused momentarily before giving a thumbs up and adding, However, you must first gain their consent. Understood. Roya nodded in agreement. Thank you so much, Miss Jiku. Realizing she could also capture a Charmander, May was instantly thrilled. It's no trouble at all. Jiku shook her head and continued. This is the habitat of the Charizards. The dwelling places of Charmanders and Charmeleons are situated further ahead. Follow me. Afterward, she led Roya and May to the residence of the Charmanders and Charmeleons. In this area, numerous Charmanders were seen, some resting on the ground, others playing with their peers, while a few were diligently training. There are so many Charmanders, May exclaimed, her eyes wide at the sight of nearly 100 Charmanders before her. Indeed, each year, the Charmanders distributed to various regions are sourced from our Valley of Charizards. Jiku explained with a smile to Roya and May. So, the Charmander we wish to capture is among them? Roya inquired. Yes, however, you must personally select and defeat one, Jiku confirmed with a nod. With so many Charmanders, all looking remarkably alike, how do we choose? May asked Roya, gazing at the throng of identical Charmanders. After hearing May's question, Roya activated his Pokédex, examining each Charmander individually, discovering several of them with King-tier potential, yet none with champion potential. That one looks quite promising. Roya pointed to a female Charmander with King-tier potential and said to May, Then I shall go and capture it. With that, he dashed toward the selected Charmander, clutching a Pokeball. Meanwhile, Roya approached another male Charmander of king-tier potential and addressed it. Charmander, I wish to capture you. May I? Charmander. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Gender, male. Level, 15. Potential, King. Moves, Tackle, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Iron Tail. The Charmander, currently engaged in training, paused its activities upon hearing Roya's words, adopting a battle stance. Realizing the Charmander's intent, Roya understood that he must first defeat it. Go, Shereldon. Roya threw the Pokeball containing Shereldon into the fray. Upon seeing Shereldon, the Charmander immediately opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Shereldon. Shereldon, use Force Palm to cleave through the flames. Roya shouted at Shereldon, who, with a glowing white fist, executed Force Palm, shattering the Charmander's flames. Dragon Pulse. After dispersing the flames, Roya continued his assault. Hearing Roya's command, Shereldon targeted the charging Charmander and unleashed Dragon Pulse, sending it crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Roya quickly retrieved a healing spray and rushed to the injured Charmander, spraying it gently. Are you alright, Charmander? Roya inquired with a smile. Cha. The Charmander shook its head and emitted a sound. Then, do you wish to become my partner? Roya presented a luxury ball to the Charmander. Cha. The Charmander nodded enthusiastically, pressing the button on the luxury ball, and was enveloped in a red light, captured without any struggle. Come forth, Charmander. After capturing the little fire dragon, Roya released it from its confines. From now on, I shall rely on you, little fire dragon, he said, gently stroking its head. The little fire dragon responded with a joyful cry. By the way, this is for you. Drink it, Roya continued, presenting a previously acquired aptitude enhancer from his system space. Upon consuming it, the little fire dragon's aptitude surged, evolving into a champion-level creature. Meanwhile, May also successfully captured her own little fire dragon and joyfully hopped over to Roya's side. After both Roya and May had secured their little fire dragons, they bid farewell to Jiku and departed from the Fire Dragon Valley. Do come often. Jiku called out to Roya and May as they stood at the entrance of the valley. I understand. In the wilderness, while camping, Roya began to organize the items he had obtained from sign-ins at several previous cities during the night. Chapter 142. A father seeking retribution for his son? System. What items did I acquire from sign-ins in Leaf Town, Kikyo City, and Fire Dragon Valley? Roya inquired of the system under the night sky. Host. From the sign-in at Leaf Town, you received a learning device, 5 luxury balls, and 1 million league coins. From Kikyo City, a Beedrill Mega Stone, 5 healing potions, and 500,000 league coins. And from Fire Dragon Valley, a Fire Dragon Mega Stone, 5 healing potions, and 1 million league coins. The system enumerated the items acquired during this period upon hearing Roya's question about the sign-in rewards. I understand the functions of the other items. But is that learning device what I envision it to be? Seeing the learning device among the items, Roya instinctively recalled the one from the game and thus inquired of the system. Indeed, the learning device allows accompanying Pokémon to gain experience points without battling. Although the experience gained is minimal and becomes ineffective for Pokémon of elite level and above, the system elucidated to Roya. It is only beneficial for novices and ordinary levels. In the game, isn't it applicable to Pokémon of any level? Comparing it to the game's learning device, Roya found the system's offerings somewhat lacking. You are aware that it is a game, and if you don't want it, you may return it to me, the system retorted promptly in response to Roya's remarks. No, I want it. Roya quickly countered at the thought of the system reclaiming it. By the way, how do I use this learning device? Is it simply carried like in the game? Roya asked, gazing at the learning device stored in the system space. Just activate the switch and place it in the system space, the system instructed. Ah, I see. After comprehending the instructions, Roya activated the learning device and placed it within the system space. Once he had organized the items acquired from the previous sign-ins, Roya closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast with May, the two set off on their journey towards the Hinoki Gym. As they traversed a forest that day, Roya and May suddenly caught sight of a red figure darting through the underbrush, alerting their senses. What was that just now? It was so fast, May exclaimed, her eyes following the fleeting red silhouette. I'm not sure. It moved too quickly for me to see clearly, Roya admitted, equally perplexed by the swift apparition. Let us not dwell on it. We should hasten our pace, May suggested, dismissing the red figure and urging Roya to continue their journey. However, Roya, feeling a sense of vigilance, remained watchful of their surroundings, ignoring May's words. What's wrong? Noticing Roya's unease, May heightened her alertness and scanned the area before inquiring. Blazing Roar Tiger, use Flame Punch towards 11 o'clock. Without answering Mei's question, Roya summoned the blazing roar tiger and commanded it to unleash a flame punch in the direction of the earlier sighting. As the blazing roar tiger struck, the red figure was suddenly pushed back several meters, revealing its form to Roya and Mei. That SA Scyther. Mei recognized it instantly. Indeed, it is a remarkably high-level Scyther, Roya confirmed after utilizing his scouting eye to determine its strength. Species, Scyther. Type, Bug, Steel. Ability, Bug Sense. Gender, Male. Level, 51. Aptitude, Semi-King. Moves, Bullet Punch, Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Air Slash, Thunderbolt, Fury Cutter, Metal Claw, Cut. Are you not coming out? That Scyther must be your Pokémon. Roya called out, surveying the surroundings. Ha ha ha. Today's youth truly possesses remarkable vigilance. Following Roya's inquiry, a man clad in a samurai outfit emerged before Roya and Mei. Are you the trainer of this Scyther? Roya asked, furrowing his brow as he regarded the newcomer. Indeed, my name is Muramasa, and I am the trainer of this Scyther, which I have named Seiho. The man introduced himself to Roya and Mei. Muramasa, what is it that you seek? Mei questioned, still perturbed by the earlier encounter. I apologize. I merely wish to test your abilities, Muramasa replied, somewhat sheepishly. Is that what you call it? That was clearly an ambush. Roya exclaimed coldly, feeling quite irked at having been caught off guard. My sincerest apologies. Muramasa bowed in genuine contrition towards Roya and Mei. Sir, do you have something you wish to discuss? The earlier tension dissipated from Mei's heart, prompting her to inquire of Muramasa. Your Pokemon's strength is impressive. I have been searching for trainers like you. Muramasa responded to Roya after hearing Mei's comment. What do you mean by that? Roya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I wish to ask you to defeat my son. Muramasa stated plainly. Defeat your son? Why would you want that? Mei asked, taken aback by this revelation. Roya, too, was astonished by the request to have someone defeat his own son. Such an unconventional maneuver. My son's name is Shinichi. He is a trainer who relies solely on data to battle and thus refuses to train, believing that victory can be easily achieved through data alone. Muramasa slowly explained the situation in response to Mei's probing. Relying on data for battle? Mei inquired, curiosity piqued. Yes. He analyzes each trainer's data via a computer to identify weaknesses and conquer his opponents, Roya clarified for Mei's understanding. It seems rather unreliable to depend on data for battles, Mei remarked, sharing her thoughts. I share that sentiment, which is why I wish for you to defeat him. This may awaken Shinichi to the reality of training. Muramasa conveyed the purpose of his request. But why should I assist you? After all, we are strangers, Roya stated, expressing his disinterest in an unreciprocated endeavor. I assure you, I will not ask for your efforts without recompense. Upon completion, I will offer you a metal film as a reward, Muramasa promised, recognizing Roya's reluctance to assist without incentive. Roya, feeling the gaze of the kind-hearted Mei upon him, found himself swayed by her hopeful expression. Well, considering the metal film, I shall acquiesce, he relented, agreeing to Muramasa's request. Then, please follow me. Chapter 143, Defeating Shingo. After Roa acquiesced to Muramasa's request to defeat his son Shingo, he led the way, guiding Roa and Mei to a dojo he had established. This dojo was not constructed by the official league like the Kikyo dojo, but rather built privately, its primary aim being the cultivation of exceptional trainers. Upon entering the dojo alongside Mei and Muramasa, Roa beheld several apprentices diligently training with their Pokémon in the courtyard. At the center of the arena, a fierce battle unfolded between a Nidoking and a Scyther. What is this place? Mei inquired, observing the lively scene in the courtyard, turning to Muramasa beside her. This is the Pokémon dojo I have established, Muramasa replied, pointing proudly at the courtyard as he addressed Roa and Mei. Young trainers hone their skills here, training their Pokémon with the hope that one day these disciples might emerge victorious in competitions worldwide. This is my dream. Muramasa's face radiated with a smile as he gazed at the fervent training taking place before him. With so many disciples, is there truly none who can rival your son Shingo? Roa asked, glancing at the trainees still engrossed in their drills. Upon hearing Roa's question, Muramasa initially offered a wry smile and shook his head before responding. It is precisely because Shingo effortlessly defeats them with data that he has become increasingly reliant on it, neglecting the true training of his Pokémon. Thus, you wish for US to defeat Shingo, awakening him to the realization that mere data cannot lead him further on the path of a trainer, Roa surmised, understanding Muramasa's intent. Indeed, that is my hope. And I entrust this task to you, Muramasa said, delegating the hospitality of Roa and Mei to his apprentices while he attended to other trainees. Welcome to our humble dojo, greeted one of the summoned apprentices, bringing tea for Roa and Mei. However, The overly enthusiastic reception left them somewhat overwhelmed. There's no need for such formality. May promptly stood and remarked, "Nonsense. You two are esteemed guests of our master, and we must treat you with utmost respect." The apprentice responded earnestly. "It seems you hold your teacher in high regard," Roa observed, noting the deep respect the apprentices had for Muramasa. "Of course. Our teacher is a trainer with a wealth of championship experience. He established this dojo to impart his knowledge to novice trainers, guiding them to become Pokémon masters." The apprentice elaborated, "Especially his scyther, known as the Red Flash, which has significantly contributed to his victories. Moreover, our teacher is exceptionally caring towards us, which earns him our utmost respect." "I see," Roa nodded in understanding. Just as he, May, and the apprentice were engaged in pleasant conversation, a young man with purple hair entered the room. "So, you are the challengers my father found. You seem quite impressive," he remarked. "Young master." The apprentice greeted the newcomer promptly. "This is our teacher's son, Shingo," the apprentice introduced. "You must be Roa, the champion of the Indigo Conference. You appear to be a worthy opponent, though you are not yet my match," Shingo arrogantly assessed Roa. "What do you mean by that?" May retorted, indignant. "Simply put, the previous Indigo Conference was lacking in skill. Even as the champion, you are far from my equal." Shingo continued with an air of superiority. "As you say, while the level at the Indigo Conference may not have been high, it is more than sufficient to deal with a trainer of your caliber," Roa replied dismissively, meeting Shingo's gaze. "What did you say?" Shingo's anger flared. "I said you are an inconsequential trainer, merely exerting your influence in this small pond. A frog in a well," Roa stated with disdain. "Then let us battle and see who the true inconsequential trainer is," Shingo asserted, drawing a pokeball and pointing it at Roa. "Go, Scyther." He unleashed his ace Pokemon. A level 36 Scyther. "Go, Venusaur." Roa countered by sending out his veteran, Venusaur. "With such a massive Venusaur, I shall rely on speed to secure victory." "Scyther, use quick attack," Shingo commanded, activating his computer for data analysis. Following Shingo's command, Scyther executed quick attack, enhancing its speed and closing in on Venusaur. "Too slow. Especially compared to your father's Scyther," Roa remarked, observing the sluggishness of Shingo's Pokemon post-attack. "Venusaur, use Vine Whip," Roa ordered as he watched the approaching Scyther. With a mere extension of its vines from the flowers on its back, Venusaur effortlessly ensnared Scyther's limbs. "Scyther, break free," Shingo shouted urgently. "It's futile," Roa responded blandly. Issuing another command to Venusaur, "Venusaur, unleash Solar Beam." As the words left his mouth, Venusaur absorbed the sun's energy, directing a searing beam towards the ensnared Scyther. Under the intense onslaught, Scyther promptly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. "Scyther is unable to battle. Venusaur wins," announced the referee, Muramasa. The sight of such a swift defeat left the dojo's apprentices in disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Young Master was taken down in a single move. "How astonishing. Young Master is utterly outmatched. I can't believe I lost," Shingo murmured, staring blankly at his computer. "In true battle, your data is but child's play." Roa approached Shingo and said, "Moreover, in a real confrontation, your opponent will not afford you the luxury of time to consult your computer. Remember, sometimes a split second can determine victory or defeat." "I understand now. Thank you, Roa," Shingo replied, reflecting deeply on Roa's words. He put away his computer and stood before Roa. "Well then, my task is complete," Roa announced as he approached Muramasa. "Here is the metal plate. Please accept it." Muramasa produced the metal plate and handed it to Roa. "Now, we shall take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality during our stay." After receiving the metal plate, Roa departed with May, resuming their journey. As they walked away, Shingo turned to his father, Muramasa, and declared, "Father, I have decided to embark on a journey." Muramasa paused, taken aback, then smiled with understanding. "I see." Chapter 144, Hinoki Town. After assisting Muramasa in defeating his son Shingo, Roa and May continued their journey through the Chengdu League. "It's so hot. I feel like I'm turning into jerky," May complained as they approached Hinoki Town, squinting at the blazing sun. "There's nothing I can do about the weather," Roa replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Look, the crops in the adjacent fields are all withered. It's clear there hasn't been rain for many days." Subsequently, Ria cast a glance around the fields and explained to May beside him, "What shall we do? I can barely endure this situation any longer. You must think of a solution." May gently shook Ria's arm, playfully pleading with him. "I understand. It seems I am at your mercy." Ria found it impossible to refuse May's charming demeanor and the tender sensation of her arm wrapped around him, so he reluctantly agreed to contemplate a way out. "How splendid. I knew you would come through for me, Ria." After uttering those words, May, unable to contain her excitement, planted a kiss on Ria's cheek. Realizing her impulsiveness and the impropriety of her action, she immediately blushed, avoiding Ria's gaze. "Oh dear," Ria remarked, feeling the lingering warmth on his cheek, his smile betraying his amusement. He then retrieved the Pokeball containing his Dragonair and released it, saying, "Dragonair, I entrust the next task to you." "What do you need Dragonair for?" May, having recovered from her blush, inquired curiously upon seeing the glimmering Pokémon. "You'll find out shortly," Ria replied before turning to Dragonair and commanding, "Use Rain Dance." Upon hearing Ria's command, Dragonair opened its mouth and unleashed a burst of blue energy toward the sky. The energy exploded in the air, and soon dark clouds began to gather above Ria and May. Subsequently, a gentle rain began to fall, quenching the heat that enveloped them. "How refreshing!" May exclaimed as the cool raindrops cascaded over her, instantly dispelling the earlier discomfort. "This is much more comfortable. Thank you, Dragonair." Ria too appeared to revel in the soothing rain and expressed his gratitude to Dragonair. After basking in the rain's refreshing embrace, Ria and May continued their journey toward the nearby town of Hainwood. "Is this Hainwood? It seems the drought here is rather severe." Standing on a small bridge at the outskirts of Hainwood, May observed the dry creek, its bed cracked and devoid of water, and remarked to Ria, "Let us venture into Hainwood and see for ourselves," Ria suggested, pointing toward the town. "Look at all the slowpoke." Upon entering Hainwood, Ria and May noticed the absence of townsfolk and instead encountered numerous slowpoke. "So many adorable slowpoke. I want to catch one," May exclaimed, eager to seize a slowpoke with her Pokeball. "If you're not afraid of being reprimanded by the locals, then by all means, go ahead and try to catch a slowpoke," Ria cautioned, recognizing the peculiar situation. "Is there a problem?" May tilted her head, puzzled by Ria's hesitation. "In Hainwood, the locals revere the slowpoke as divine beings. To show any disrespect toward them could result in severe consequences," Ria explained. "Really? How alarming." Upon hearing Ria's words, May promptly stowed her Pokeball and patted her unusually prominent chest, asking, "Why do the locals hold the slowpoke in such high regard?" Taking a moment to compose herself, May inquired further. "Approximately 400 years ago, Hainwood experienced a drought akin to what we see now, days without rain, with the sun scorching mercilessly. The town was on the brink of devastation. Then, one day, a slowpoke appeared and yawned, which miraculously summoned clouds and torrential rain, saving Hainwood from its plight. Ever since, the townsfolk have venerated the slowpoke as deities." Ria recounted the tale he knew. Such an extraordinary event. May listened intently, her eyes wide with realization, before asking, "Do slowpoke truly possess such powers?" "I cannot say for certain. That is merely what is recorded in the texts," Ria shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. "All right then. What shall we do next in Hainwood?" Having set aside the matter of the slowpoke, May pressed on with her inquiry regarding their plans. "Of course, our objective is to challenge the Hainwood gym. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Ria affectionately ruffled May's hair, smiling. "I certainly have not forgotten," she responded, swatting away Ria's playful hand and setting off toward the gym. "Wait, let us first visit the Pokémon Center. Our Pokémon need to recuperate, and besides, aren't you hungry?" As May moved toward the gym, Ria quickly stopped her and took her hand, guiding her towards the Pokémon Center. After restoring their Pokémon and satisfying their hunger at the center, Ria and May proceeded to the Hainwood gym. "Is this the Hainwood gym? It resembles a botanical garden." Following the map, Ria and May arrived at a circular building, observing the interior filled with towering trees and lush foliage, lacking any semblance of a traditional gym. The Hainwood gym specializes in bug-type Pokémon, hence the decor resembles a forest, Ria explained to May as he surveyed the surroundings. "Since this is indeed the Hainwood gym, let us enter," May declared, stepping inside before Ria could respond. "Wait for me, May." Ria hastily followed her inside. "Is anyone here?" May called out as they ventured deeper into the gym. "Who are you?" A voice echoed from above as Ria and May explored the indoor forest. They looked up to find a young man perched on a sturdy tree branch. "Who are you?" May inquired. "I am the master of this gym, the bug-type gym leader, known as Obby, the living encyclopedia of bug Pokémon." The gym leader introduced himself from his lofty perch. "By the way, who might you be?" "I am Ria from the Alola region, here to challenge the Hainwood gym," Ria responded, stepping forward. "I am May from the Unova region, also here to challenge the gym." May followed suit. "Ah, so you have come to challenge the gym. Please hold on, I shall descend at once." Obby then climbed down a ladder to greet Ria and May. Chapter 145. The Battle with Obby. As Obby descended from the tree, he addressed Ria and May. "Since you are here to challenge the gym, I shall accept your challenge. It is the duty of a gym leader after all. Where shall we battle?" Looking around, Ria asked Obby, "Where is the battle arena?" Follow me, Abi instructed, leading Rhea and Mei to the heart of the forest, where the battle arena of the Hainwood gym awaited. Along with Rhea, Mei, and Abi, a referee stood in the center of the arena, ready to announce the rules of the match. Now, we have a formal match between Abi, the gym leader of Hainwood, and the challenger Rhea from the Alola region, with one badge at stake. Each of you will use 3 Pokémon. Are you both ready? I'm quite eager, Rhea replied with a grin. I am ready as well, Abi affirmed. Have you heard the saying, to conquer bug Pokémon is to conquer the world? Abi suddenly posed a question to Rhea before the match commenced. I have not. And surely, you don't mean to claim that as your own? Rhea raised an eyebrow at Abi. It is I, who shall now unveil the formidable prowess of bug-type Pokémon. As Abi spoke, he produced a Pokeball. Entering the fray first is the silent warrior among bug types. Go forth, Shuckle. Upon the release of the Pokeball, a level 25 Shuckle materialized upon the battlefield. This is my contender. Now take the stage, Charmeleon. Roy also summoned his Charmeleon from its Pokeball. The little fire type had evolved after rigorous training and battles with other trainers encountered along the way. Now standing at a formidable level 25. Though we are of fire type, we shall not be defeated. Abi commanded, Shuckle, unleash String Shot. At his command, Shuckle opened its mouth, expelling a torrent of white silk towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. In the face of the impending silk, Charmeleon remained unfazed and, obeying Roy's directive, unleashed a searing flame that incinerated Shuckle's threads, continuing its fiery assault toward Shuckle. Shuckle promptly severed its silk and evaded the oncoming attack. Observing this, Abi swiftly ordered Shuckle to cease its string shot. The obedient Shuckle complied and scuttled aside, narrowly avoiding Charmeleon's fiery blast. Shuckle, employ Poison Sting. After evading the flamethrower, Abi commanded Shuckle to press the attack. Shuckle dutifully launched a barrage of toxic needles at Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Spark. Responding to Roy's command, Charmeleon unleashed a dazzling spark attack, obliterating Shuckle's Poison Sting projectiles. Smokescreen. As soon as the words left his lips, Charmeleon expelled a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping the arena and obscuring Abi and Shuckle's line of sight. Shuckle, remain vigilant. Faced with the obscured view of Charmeleon, Abi and Shuckle heightened their alertness. Charmeleon, fire Flamethrower at 11 o'clock. Roy, having discerned Shuckle's position, issued the command. Charmeleon complied, directing its flamethrower towards the indicated direction, the intense heat striking the unsuspecting Shuckle, which collapsed to the ground. Shuckle is unable to battle. Charmeleon is victorious. The referee promptly declared the outcome. Your strength is indeed formidable. Now, for my second contender. The proud and pristine warrior of bug types, go. After recalling Shuckle, Abi tossed another Pokeball, and a level 28 Kakuna appeared on the battlefield. A Kakuna, it appears no different from the others. Mei, observing from the sidelines, noted the lack of distinction. Kakuna, utilize Harden. Following Abi's command, Kakuna glowed with a radiant light, bolstering its defensive capabilities. This, however, posed no threat to Charmeleon. Roy merely smiled at the sight of the hardened Kakuna and continued to issue orders. Charmeleon, unleash Fire Spin. Charmeleon immediately executed a flamethrower aimed at Kakuna. In response, Kakuna jumped and executed Tackle. Abi's unexpected command caught Roy by surprise. At the moment Abi spoke, Kakuna leaped, evading Charmeleon's flame, and charged at Charmeleon with a Tackle attack. Remarkable, yet ultimately ineffective, Roy said calmly. Charmeleon, deliver a Fire Punch, double the power. As Kakuna soared in midair, Roy remained composed, directing Charmeleon. Upon Roy's command, Charmeleon's arms ignited with intense flames, skillfully dodging Kakuna's tackle, and then struck down upon the descending Kakuna with a powerful blow. The fiery fist, combined with Charmeleon's strength, sent Kakuna crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Kakuna is unable to battle. Charmeleon is victorious. Well done, Kakuna, Abi said, recalling the unconscious Pokémon. You are indeed impressive, Roy. It has been a long time since I encountered a trainer who could compel me to unleash my third Pokémon. Now, step forth, the magnificent bug-type warrior, Scyther. With that, he released his ace, a level 33 Scyther. Charmeleon, take a breather. Roy first recalled Charmeleon, then summoned his next Pokémon. I place my trust in you, Gyarados. Under the radiant glow of the Pokeball, a dazzling shiny Gyarados emerged onto the battlefield. A shiny Gyarados. Yet, even a shiny Pokémon cannot rival my Scyther. Abi expressed his astonishment, yet remained self-assured. Let the battle commence. Gyarados, unleash Water Gun. As the referee announced the start, Roy commanded Gyarados to attack. Gyarados complied, targeting Scyther and firing a Water Gun. Scyther, use Double Team. To evade the incoming water gun, Scyther swiftly created multiple clones, dodging the attack. Gyarados. Aim for the third clone on the right and use Hydro Pump. Roy expertly identified Scyther's true location and ordered Gyarados to launch a more powerful Hydro Pump towards Scyther. Scyther used Cut. Under Abai's command, Scyther executed a cut attack, slicing through Gyarados' Hydro Pump, though the force of the water pushed Scyther back several meters. Gyarados. Use Ice Beam. Seizing the opportunity while Scyther was momentarily retreating, Roy pressed the attack. Following Roy's order, Gyarados unleashed a chilling beam of ice that struck the unable to dodge Scyther. The ice beam encased Scyther in a solid block of ice. Gyarados, follow up with Hyper Beam. Under Roy's command, Gyarados unleashed its finishing move. An orange beam of destruction that shattered the ice encasing Scyther and sent it flying off the battlefield. Scyther is unable to battle. Therefore, the victor is Roy from the Alola region. The referee announced the final result. Well fought, Scyther, Abai said, recalling the Pokémon. He approached Roy, saying, Your strength is truly impressive. I concede defeat. This bug badge is yours. With that, Abai presented the bug badge to Roy. Thank you, Abai. Roy replied with a smile as he accepted his hard-earned prize. Roy, would you care to engage in another battle with my bug-type Pokémon in the future? Abai challenged. Absolutely. I would be delighted, Roy replied with a grin. Now it shall be my turn, Mr. Abai. At that moment, May joined Roy and Abai, producing a Pokeball and addressing Abai. No problem. Chapter 146, Steel and Team Rocket. The following day, within the confines of the Pinewood Gym, May was engaged in an intense battle against gym leader Abai. With a commanding shout, Dugtrio, conjure a sandstorm. Dugtrio stirred a tempest of sand upon the battlefield, severely obstructing Scyther and Abai's visibility, while continuously inflicting damage upon Scyther. Scyther, hold on, May urged, knowing that if Scyther were to evolve into a Scizor, the steel type would render the sandstorm ineffective. Alas, there are no ifs in this battle. The dragon-headed mole delivered the final blow with a force of 100,000 horsepower. Under May's command, the dragon-headed mole deftly navigated through the sandstorm, swiftly arriving before the flying mantis. It unleashed its formidable technique, channeling all its strength into a powerful strike against the ensnared flying mantis, sending it hurtling away until it crashed against a tree trunk, finally coming to rest on the ground. The flying mantis, stripped of its combat capability, resulted in May from the United Regions emerging as the victor. The referee, as he did the previous day, announced the final outcome. Your prowess rivals that of Mr. Roya from yesterday. Here is the bug badge. Please accept it. With that, he placed the bug badge into May's hands. Thank you, Master Abi. After expressing her gratitude to Abi, Roya departed the Hinoki Gym alongside May. Where shall we head next? May inquired as they walked through Hinoki Town. There is a renowned Pokeball craftsman, Mr. Steel, in Hinoki Town. We could pay him a visit. After pondering for a moment, Roya replied to May's suggestion. Mr. Steel? May asked curiously, having never heard that name before. Indeed, Mr. Steel is a master who creates various specialty Pokeballs using the round citrus fruit. These Pokeballs differ from the ordinary ones we are accustomed to, such as the Quick Ball designed for speedy Pokemon and the Heavy Ball for those of greater weight. Roya explained to May about Mr. Steel and his unique creations. Is that so? It sounds rather impressive. Let us hasten our visit. Eager to meet Mr. Steel and see the special Pokeballs, May expressed her impatience. Then follow me, said Roya, leading the way to Mr. Steele's residence. Is anyone home? Upon reaching Mr. Steele's house, May stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who are you? After some time, the door swung open, revealing not Mr. Steele but a vigilant little girl who scrutinized Roya and May. My name is Roya, and this is May. We are here to visit Mr. Steele. Roya introduced themselves as he stepped forward. Are you looking for my grandfather? The little girl asked Roya and May. Grandfather? May inquired with curiosity. My name is Chi-Hui, and my grandfather is Mr. Steele. Sensing that Roya and May were not threats, little Chi-Hui relaxed her guard. Where is your grandfather? Roya asked Chi-Hui. My grandfather went to the Drowsy Well. He is responsible for managing it. There seems to be some commotion there. So he hurried off and hasn't returned yet, which worries me a bit, Chi-Hui explained to Roya and May. Chi-Hui, there is no need to worry. We shall go to the Drowsy Well to check on him. You can wait here, May suggested upon seeing Chi-Hui's anxious expression. Meanwhile, within the Drowsy Well, two individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms were relentlessly capturing Drowsy with their machinery. Behind them was an elderly man, bound and gagged, who was none other than Mr. Steele, the very person Roya and May sought to rescue. What do you intend to do with all these Drowsy? A green-haired Team Rocket member inquired of his golden-haired female counterpart. Naturally, we plan to sell them for profit. The tails of Drowsy fetch a high price on the black market. Once we sever these drowsies' tails and sell them, we can amass a considerable fortune, which we can then present to Boss Giovanni for a reward, the blonde female Team Rocket member replied, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, this could lead to promotions and raises. The thought alone is exhilarating, the green-haired member concurred. And what shall we do with this old man? We will keep him confined here. His identity is too significant for us to act recklessly, the blonde member stated. Understood, the green-haired member nodded in agreement. Let us hasten our pace to avoid complications, the blonde member urged, immediately increasing the pace of their captures. The only one left was Mr. Steele, struggling against his bindings. After bidding farewell to Chihui, Roya and Mei departed Hinoki town, heading towards the Drowsy Well. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Drowsy Well, Mei did not pause but boldly strode inside. Wait, Mei, we are unaware of the situation inside. We must proceed with caution. Cautioned Roya as he carefully surveyed their surroundings while entering the well. As they stealthily advanced deeper into the Drowsy Well, Roya heightened his alertness, ever watchful for any signs of danger. Just as they were nearing the bottom of the well, Roya's keen ears detected peculiar sounds, accompanied by snippets of conversation. He abruptly halted, motioning for Mei to follow him cautiously as they made their way down. Upon reaching the bottom of the Drowsy Well, Roya and Mei swiftly concealed themselves behind a large rock, peering out to observe the source of the noise. There, they spotted Mr. Steele bound on the ground, and the two Team Rocket members continuing their capture of Drowsy. Who are they? Mei, visiting the Chengdu region for the first time, inquired of Roya, having never seen Team Rocket before. They are members of Team Rocket, Roya answered. Team Rocket? Mei echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Team Rocket is a nefarious organization active in the Kanto and Chengdu regions, notorious for opposing the Pokémon League and perpetrating harm against trainers and their Pokémon, Roya elucidated. What are they doing? Mei asked curiously, observing the two as they captured Drowsy. I have heard rumors that some individuals sever Drowsy's tails for profit. It seems they are engaged in that very act, Roya recalled from the games. Such a thing exists. Upon hearing this, Mei indignantly exclaimed, stepping out from behind the rock to confront the two Team Rocket members. What do you intend to do? I seem to have heard something intriguing. Since you have earnestly inquired, we shall make an exception and enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of Earth, to safeguard the peace of our planet, we embody the essence of love and honesty in our villainous pursuits. We are the charmingly comedic antagonists, Yamato and Kogain. We traverse the cosmos as Team Rocket. For a vibrant crimson and rosy tomorrow awaits us. Upon hearing Mei's question, Yamato and Kogain habitually responded in unison. What on earth are you talking about? Mei gazed at the two, bewildered by their strange dialogue. Of course, it is our splendid opening statement, one we have meticulously crafted, Kogain exclaimed, affronted by Mei's lack of appreciation. Moreover, what do you intend to do, little girl? Yamato directed his gaze at Mei, questioning her intentions. Naturally, I aim to stop you, Roya declared as he stepped out from behind the rock to confront the duo. You insolent brat. Amato and Sotaro instantly recognized the identity of Roya, the very individual who had previously thwarted their plans on Golden Orange Island. We meet again, Amato and Sotaro, Roya greeted the two with a smile. How infuriating. My name is Sotaro, not Sotaro. Sotaro retorted with indignation. Although I am unaware of how you managed to escape, it does not impede my intent to capture you today, Roya declared to them. This time, we shall avenge our previous grievances. Let us proceed, Sulap. Go forth, Rada. With that, Amato and Sotaro summoned Sulap and Rada from their pokeballs. Come forth, Dragonite. Go, Dratini. In response to Amato and Sotaro unleashing Sulap and Rada, Roya and Mei released Dragonite and Dratini in kind. Rada unleashed Tackle. Sulap utilized Confusion. As the antagonists, Amato and Sotaro initiated the assault, Rada charged toward Dratini, while Sulap emitted a wave of blue energy, targeting Dragonite. Dragonite, deploy Ice Beam. Dratini, use Dragon Pulse. In the face of the advancing Rada and Sulap, Roya and Mei swiftly counterattacked, two beams of white light piercing through Rada and Sulap's moves, striking them down and rendering them incapacitated on the ground. This little brat is as formidable as ever. What shall we do? Sotaro inquired of Amato. Naturally, we make our escape, Amato replied, swiftly recalling Sulap and Rada into their pokeballs, preparing to flee from this predicament, abandoning the captured Drowsies to prevent further capture. Dragonite, aim Ice Beam at their legs. As the Ice Beam struck, the legs of Amato and Sotaro were encased in ice, leaving them immobilized on the ground. It appears you are unable to escape now, Roya remarked with a smile, producing several ropes from his backpack to bind Amato and Sotaro. After securing the two, Roya instructed May to release the captured drowsies while he hurried to assist Mr. Steele in freeing himself from his bindings. Thank you, who are you? The liberated Mr. Steele asked Roya. We came to visit you. My name is Roya, and this is my companion May. We heard from your granddaughter that you were here investigating unusual occurrences. So we came to check on you, Roya explained with a smile. I see. I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, these drowsies would have perished, Mr. Steele expressed his appreciation for Roya and May's intervention. After releasing all the drowsies, Roya, May, and Mr. Steele brought the bound Amato and Sotaro to the police station in Hinoki Town, handing them over to Miss Junsha before proceeding to Mr. Steele's residence. I truly appreciate your assistance. Without you, we would have been doomed. By the way, what brings you to seek me? Mr. Steele inquired as he settled comfortably in his home. We heard from Professor Oak that there is a master Pokeball craftsman in Hinoki Town. So we thought we would pay a visit, Roya replied after taking a sip of tea. We heard you craft various unique Pokeballs using citrus fruits. And we were curious to see for ourselves, May added with a smile. Ah, I see. While I may lack expertise in other crafts, my specialty lies in forging Pokeballs. Allow me to demonstrate shortly, Mr. Steele responded with a smile. He then led Roya and May to his workshop, where he crafted several Pokeballs before their eyes. Before they departed, Mr. Steele presented them with some of his crafted Pokeballs, stating, These are my fastballs, heavy balls, and lure balls. Please accept them. Thank you, Mr. Steele, Roya, and May replied. Their faces lit up with smiles as they accepted the Pokeballs and bid farewell to Mr. Steele and Chiharu. Let us return to the Pokemon Center to rest for the night before departing Hinoki Town in the morning, Roya suggested as they made their way back. All right, but where shall we head next? May inquired. Our next destination is the Mankin Gym in Mankin City, Roya answered. Thus, the two continued on their journey, conversing as they returned to the Pokemon Center. That night, as Roya lay in bed, he reflected on his experiences in Hinoki Town. Checking in at Hinoki Town. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. The system chimed in his mind. System, what rewards did I receive in Hinoki Town? Roya inquired as he reclined in bed. The host received a certificate of kingship, 5 healing potions, and 300,000 league coins upon checking in at Hinoki Town, the system replied. The certificate of kingship, when held by a Pokemon, it may instill fear in the opponent upon inflicting damage. Moreover, it is essential for certain Pokemon evolutions, such as Drowsy evolving into Hypno and Froakie evolving into Greninja. Overall, it is a commendable reward. Satisfied with his gains from Hinoki Town, Roya drifted off to sleep. The following morning, after replenishing their supplies, Roya and May resumed their journey through the Chengdu region, with Mankin City as their next target. On the road to Mankin City, they engaged in battles with passing trainers, during which both Roya's and May's Pokemon experienced significant growth. May's Charmander successfully evolved into Charmeleon. After traversing numerous locations, the duo finally arrived at Mankin City, standing amidst the bustling streets, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and a sea of people. Both Roya and May were awestruck by the city's vibrancy. So many people, it's so lively, May exclaimed, her eyes wandering over the bustling scene. Mankin City is the most prosperous city in the Chengdu region, much like the golden grandeur of Guandu and the cloud-swept skies of your Unova's floating city. Roya explained with a smile. No wonder it feels so familiar here, May remarked, realization dawning upon her as she turned to Roya. Afterward, May continued to gaze at the storefronts lining the streets, her eager expression revealing her excitement to Roya. Since we've arrived in Mankin City, shall we check into the hotel we reserved beforehand and then explore the city thoroughly? Roya suggested, well aware of May's enthusiasm. The reason for not staying at the Pokemon Center was that, in bustling cities, the rooms at the Pokemon Centers are often fully booked. Therefore, Roya had made reservations prior to coming to Mankin City. Otherwise, they would have faced a predicament similar to Ash and his friends in Red Lotus City, without shelter, if not for Xiaobo's offer of accommodation. Really? That's fantastic, May exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting into joy upon hearing Roya's confirmation. Let's hurry to the hotel, she exclaimed, grabbing Roya's hand and dashing toward their reserved accommodation. After successfully checking in, an eager May dragged Roya into the vibrant streets of Mankin City, immersing themselves in shopping and exploration. From eateries to clothing stores, beauty salons to cosmetic shops, and even the bustling shopping mall, Roya and May were seen enjoying the lively atmosphere together. From the bright daylight until dusk, May had not once complained of fatigue, her vitality unwavering even as evening approached. Had it not been for Roya's interruption, she might have continued her exploration well into the night. If only he had such vigor while traveling, Roy mused. He could have easily reached Silver Mountain. Observing May, who appeared as energetic as ever, contrasted with her previous complaints of weariness during their journey, left Roy in deep contemplation. Indeed, the potential of every woman is boundless. Though interrupted by Roy, May still felt a lingering desire to explore, as if she could stroll through 3 more streets. However, glancing at the now darkened sky and her empty stomach, she reluctantly ceased her shopping and returned to the hotel to commence their dinner. After replenishing the food for the Pokémon residing at the fairy ranch, a weary Roy collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, despite the radiant power coursing through him, Roy felt utterly drained, while May remained as spirited as ever, leaving him incredulous. After breakfast, they navigated a convoluted route before arriving at the entrance of the Golden City Gym, only to find a sign indicating it was closed for the day. Just as they were about to leave, a pink figure dashed out from the gym and collided with May's embrace. Upon gently extracting the pink creature from her arms, May squinted and smiled, exclaiming, "Why? It's a Clefairy. How utterly adorable." Instantly enamored by the charming creature, she couldn't resist nuzzling her face against it. "Clefairy, so this is where you've been." At that moment, a pink-haired woman emerged from the gym, resembling Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center. "Who are you?" May inquired, gazing at the woman who had just retrieved Clefairy from her arms. "My name is Xiaoqian, and I am the trainer of this Clefairy." The woman introduced herself after calming the Pokémon. "Greetings, Xiaoqian. I am May, hailing from the Unova region." May stepped forward to introduce herself. "Nice to meet you. I am Roy, from the Alola region." Roy recognized Xiaoqian as the gym leader of the Golden City Gym and stepped up to introduce himself. "By the way, what brings you here?" Xiaoqian inquired, tilting her head towards Roy and May. "We're here to challenge the Golden Gym." "Of course," May replied confidently. "I see. But the gym is closed today?" Xiaoqian nodded in understanding. "You must be Xiaoqian, the gym leader of Golden City," Roy remarked, confirming her identity. "Indeed." Xiaoqian responded with a smile. "How did you know?" May asked Roy, astonished by his recognition of the gym leader. "Of course, I did my research beforehand." Roy rolled his eyes at May, who often overlooked such details. "Oh, I see." May felt slightly embarrassed by Roy's comment. "Since we cannot challenge the gym today, we will take our leave," Roy said as he prepared to bid farewell to Xiaoqian. "I would love to battle you, but I must attend to a ranch today." "I apologize. Please come back tomorrow." Xiaoqian expressed her regret. "Oh, that's quite all right." May waved her hand dismissively, indicating no need for concern. "Then we shall return tomorrow." Roy and May bid farewell to Xiaoqian and returned to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 149, Battle with Xiaoqian. The next morning, Roy and May left the hotel and made their way back to the Golden City Gym. "Roy, May, you've arrived." As they entered the gym, they encountered Xiaoqian, who was cradling her Clefairy. "Good morning, Gym Leader Xiaoqian." They greeted her warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoqian led them to the battle arena within the gym, where the referee was already stationed at the center of the field. "Now, let the battle commence." Roy from the Alola region shall face Xiaoqian, the gym leader of Golden City, for the gym badge. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon. "Is that acceptable?" the lovely referee inquired, holding her flag. "I want to hold back, Roy," Xiaoqian declared, her eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. "That's precisely what I hoped for," Roy replied with a slight smile, reciprocating her enthusiasm. "All right, let the match officially begin. First up, Night Arena go," Xiaoqian announced as she sent out her first Pokémon, a level 28 Night Arena. "Then I shall call upon my Lyron." "Let us go," Roy responded, retrieving his own Pokeball, which released his Lyron onto the battlefield. "Night Arena, use Poison Sting," Xiaoqian commanded, taking the initiative to attack. Night Arena, robust in stature, opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of poisonous stings towards Lyron. "Lyron, counter with Dragon Pulse," Roy commanded, swiftly directing his Pokémon to retaliate. Under Roy's guidance, Lyron unleashed a fierce beam of energy, obliterating Night Arena as Poison Sting and continuing its assault towards Night Arena. "Night Arena, dodge quickly," Xiaoqian urged, her voice filled with urgency. Unfortunately, Night Arena was paralyzed by the overwhelming force of Lyron's attack, trembling in place and unable to move. Consequently, Lyron's Dragon Pulse struck true, knocking Night Arena to the ground, unconscious. Night Arena is unable to battle, Lyron wins, the referee announced after examining the fallen Night Arena. "Come back, Night Arena." Xiaoqian recalled her Pokémon, offering words of comfort. "You did wonderfully, Night Arena." "Clefairy, you're up next," Xiaoqian called as she sent out Clefairy from her side. Clefairy hopped excitedly onto the battlefield. Pokémon, Clefairy. Type, Fairy. Ability, Cute Charm. Gender, Female. Level, 25. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Sing, Pound, Growl, Sweet Kiss, Kiss of the Angel, Charm. Clefairy, Roy assessed its capabilities, turning to Lyron. I'll need you to hold strong. Clefairy used Sing. Xiaoqian instructed, aiming to lull Lyron into a slumber with its melodic voice. As Clefairy began to sing a delightful tune, May found herself yawning in response to the enchanting melody. However, Lyron remained alert, seemingly unaffected by the lullaby. What is happening? Xiaoqian wondered, perplexed as her sing move failed to impact Lyron. Lyron used Rock Slide. Roy seized the opportunity to attack, directing Lyron to unleash its own offensive. Suddenly, a multitude of boulders began to levitate above the battlefield, controlled by Lyron. Now, Lyron, unleash them, Roy commanded, and Lyron hurled the rocks towards Clefairy. Clefairy, evade quickly, Xiaoqian shouted, urging her Pokémon to dodge the incoming barrage. Amidst the fervent cries of Xiaoqian, Pippi dashed frantically across the arena, desperately attempting to evade the oncoming rocks. However, after a brief moment of frantic movement, it was struck by a boulder and tumbled to the ground. Subsequently, a multitude of rocks, all under the command of the armored dragon, rained down upon Pippi. Under the barrage of the rocky assault, Pippi was buried beneath the pile of stones, its consciousness fading away. Pippi. Upon witnessing Pippi's emergence from the rubble, Xiaoqian called out with concern, then promptly returned it to its Pokeball for a much-needed respite. Pippi had succumbed to exhaustion, declaring the victory for the armored dragon. The referee proclaimed the outcome. This is my last Pokemon. Go forth, Snorlax. Xiaoqian released her ultimate Pokemon from its Pokeball. Observing the amiable Snorlax on the battlefield, Luoya did not let his guard down. Instead, he regarded Xiaoqian's Snorlax with solemnity. After all, in his previous life as a gamer, this particular Snorlax had given him quite a headache. Pokemon, Snorlax. Type, normal. Ability, thick fat. Gender, female. Level, 35. Potential, semi-champion. Moves, rollout, defense curl, tackle, body slam. Heal bell, headbutt, confusion. Armored dragon, continue the battle. Luoya commanded, urging the armored dragon to press on against the formidable 35-level Snorlax. My Snorlax is no ordinary one, Xiaoqian playfully declared to Luoya, then directed Snorlax. Snorlax, use rollout. Heeding her trainer's command, Snorlax took a short run up, curled into a ball, and unleashed the rollout attack, barreling towards the armored dragon. Armored dragon, leap over it. Just as the rolling Snorlax approached, Luoya gave his command. Upon receiving the order, the armored dragon sprang into the air, evading Snorlax's rollout and landing safely behind it. Snorlax. At Xiaoqian's call, Snorlax pivoted once more and rolled toward the armored dragon. Armored dragon, use Rock Tomb. The moment Luoya's words left his lips, the armored dragon executed Rock Tomb, placing several boulders in Snorlax's path. With no time to halt its momentum, Snorlax collided with the rocks, abruptly coming to a stop in its rollout. Now, armored dragon, use Rock Smash. Seeing Snorlax halted, Luoya swiftly commanded the armored dragon. Upon hearing the directive, the armored dragon swiftly approached Snorlax and unleashed Rock Smash, striking Snorlax with considerable force and sending it tumbling several meters away. Armored dragon, finish it with close combat. Following Luoya's command, the armored dragon unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Snorlax, ultimately bringing it to the ground. Snorlax lost its fighting capability, declaring Luoya the victor. Upon the final announcement, the referee raised the flag and proclaimed the result. Your prowess is truly remarkable. Here is the official badge of the Manjin Gym. Please accept it. After retrieving her unconscious Snorlax, Xiaoqian approached Luoya and presented him with her official badge. Thank you, Xiaoqian, Luoya responded graciously. Tomorrow, it will be our turn, Xiaoqian. May, who had been watching from the stands, approached and addressed Xiaoqian. Indeed, but I shall not go easy on you, May, Xiaoqian replied with a cheerful smile. That's just what I desire, May responded with a smile of her own. Chapter 150, The Arafu Ruins. Snorlax, use rollout. The following morning, within the Manjin Gym, May was engaged in a battle against gym trainer Xiaoqian, commanding her last Pokemon, Snorlax, to fight. Drillbur, use Dig. At May's command, Drillbur created a broad trench in Snorlax's path. As Snorlax traversed the area, it inevitably fell into the trench, interrupting its rollout attack. Now unleash Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity, May directed Drillbur. At her command, Drillbur fired a robust orange beam directly at Snorlax, striking it squarely. The immense force of the Hyper Beam created a sizable crater in the ground, leaving Snorlax unconscious within it. Snorlax has lost its fighting capability. Thus, the victor hails from the Unova region. May, the beautiful referee declared, waving the flag to announce the outcome. Well done, Snorlax. After recalling her Pokemon, Xiaoqian retrieved the official badge and presented it to Mei. I have never encountered trainers as formidable as you. I can only imagine how effortlessly you would handle even more powerful gym trainers, Xiaoqian remarked, filled with admiration as she handed the badge to Mei. You flatter us. There is still much we need to learn, Luoya replied with a modest smile. Thus, Luoya and Mei successfully defeated gym trainer Xiaoqian in Manjin City, earning the official badge. Just as they prepared to explore the vibrant metropolis of Manjin City for a few days, a phone call interrupted their plans. Yulong, what do you need from me? Luoya asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he regarded the caller, Yulong Di. A situation has arisen that requires your assistance, Yulong replied solemnly. What has happened? Luoya inquired. You should be aware of the Arafu ruins, Yulong began. Indeed. What about it? Luoya asked, curiosity piqued. According to the findings of the Alliance's exploration team, a large number of ancient Pokémon, specifically Crustle and Shuckle, have been discovered at the Arafu ruins, Yulong explained. Shouldn't that be good news? Luoya questioned. However, the issue is that these ancient Pokémon have attracted the attention of numerous opportunists. Reports indicate that poachers have begun to swarm around them, Yulong stated with a serious expression. Isn't it simply a matter of bolstering security against these poachers? Luoya remarked, dismissing the threat. However, Hunter J from the Sinnoh region has also set her sights on these Crustless and Shuckles, and I, along with 4 other champions from the Chengdu region, are currently ensnared by Team Rocket, unable to assist. Hence, I am relying on you. Yulong explained his purpose for the call. Hunter J? She is quite the troublesome character. Luoya recalled his previous encounter with Hunter J in the Pokemon wilderness. You've met her? Yulong asked, intrigued. I encountered her once in the Kanto region. Luoya shrugged in response to Yulong's inquiry. I see. Then I must trouble you once again, Yulong said. All right, I understand, Luoya conceded. I have already dispatched several Alliance trainers to the Arafu ruins, and you will be leading them. Therefore, you should make haste to reach the Arafu ruins, Yulong urged. Understood. I will set off shortly, Luoya replied before ending the call. Luoya, are you going on a mission? Mei, who had been eavesdropping, inquired. Yes, so you. I want to go with you. Mei interrupted before Luoya could finish. But, keep in mind, I am the runner-up of the Guiguan conference. My skills are formidable, and I am certain I can be of assistance, Mei insisted, her eyes filled with determination as she gazed at Luoya. Very well. Recognizing her resolve, Luoya relented, knowing he could not dissuade her. Then let us set off. After speaking, Roya, accompanied by Mei, arrived at the outskirts of Manjin City. Due to the lack of permission to ride Pokémon within the city, Roya was unable to set off on his journey from Manjin City. Instead, he and Mei traveled to the outskirts, where he released his Pidgeot, while Mei summoned her Talonflame. Together, they proceeded towards the Arufufu ruins. With the swift flight of Pidgeot and Talonflame, they soon reached the Arufufu ruins, which were already cordoned off with a security perimeter, heavily guarded by law enforcement. As Roya and Mei descended, Miss Junsha approached them, accompanied by several Alliance officers. Hello, this area is temporarily closed off. Trainers passing through are kindly requested to take an alternate route, she informed them. Greetings, Miss Junsha. Here is my identification, Roya replied, producing his Alliance Investigator's badge. Oh, Investigator Roya. Miss Junsha saluted him immediately after reviewing his credentials. I am here in response to the task from Yulongdu. To address the poachers as well as the Omanite and Kabuto, Roya explained. Very well, please follow me, Investigator Roya, she said, confirming his identity and leading Roya and Mei to their temporary accommodations. During their journey to the temporary site, Miss Junsha elaborated on the details of the operation. Upon reaching the camp, she introduced Roya to the primary individual in charge of the Arufufu ruins, Dr. Satake, a graduate from Rainbow University and a student of Professor Okido. Much like Dr. Soramaki. Hello, Investigator Roya. I entrust you with the Omanite and Kabuto, Dr. Satake requested upon learning of Roya's arrival for assistance. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost care, Roya assured him. Subsequently, Roya learned from Dr. Satake that the Omanite and Kabuto would only appear over the next 3 days before returning to their original resting places. Thus, after comprehending the situation, Roya and Mei settled near the Arufufu ruins, remaining vigilant against potential poacher attacks. However, during these 3 days, everything appeared remarkably peaceful and quiet, as if the poachers would not come at all. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. On the final night, the situation finally escalated. Chapter 151, The Return of Hunter J. As it was the last night before the Omanite and Kabuto returned to their slumber, Miss Junsha led a substantial number of officers to patrol the area, signaling the imminent storm. Roya and Mei, not idle. positioned themselves by the lake where the Omanite and Kabuto temporarily resided, remaining alert for sudden poacher incursions. Time passed slowly, and soon it was midnight. Just as the officers began to feel weary and drowsy, a small aircraft silently hovered above the lake. After lingering briefly, it released a significant quantity of sedative into the water. Following this, a massive fishing net unfurled, enveloping the entire lake. The sound generated by the net hitting the water caught Roy's attention, and he quickly discerned that the aircraft was capturing the Omanite and Kabuto. Upon witnessing this scene, Roya immediately summoned his Dragonite and issued a command. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse upon that aircraft. At Roya's command, Dragonite promptly directed a beam of white dragon energy towards the aircraft. Boom. The moment the aircraft was struck, a colossal explosion reverberated, causing it to begin a rapid descent towards the ground. The nearby patrolling officers were drawn to the sound of the explosion. Quickly, enemy attack. Miss Junsha urgently dispatched a large contingent of officers to the riverside, surrounding the aircraft. Roya and May swiftly approached the vessel as well. Listen up. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Miss Junsha shouted through a megaphone at the aircraft. How troublesome. I didn't expect you to discover us. A chilling female voice emerged from within. I wasn't planning to resort to force, but you've left me no choice. Just then, Hunter J, a silver-haired figure adorned with sunglasses, emerged from the aircraft. Flanked by dozens of poachers. Hunter J? Roya recognized the notorious fugitive immediately. Ah, you're that brat from the Kanto region's Pokémon wilds, Hunter J retorted, her tone laced with irritation, for Roya had previously disrupted her poaching activities. I didn't anticipate encountering you again, but this time, I won't let you escape, Roya declared. His gaze fixed on Hunter J. Let us see what you're capable of, Hunter J replied, her eyes glinting with malice. Attack. At her command, the poachers behind her unleashed their pokeballs and charged at the police. We'll join in. Roya rallied his fellow officers. As he spoke, Miss Junsha sent forth her Pokémon, a level 56 Arcanine, while a multitude of officers launched assaults against the poachers, with May following suit. Meanwhile, Roya confronted Hunter J directly. This time, I won't allow you to sabotage my efforts. Go, Sizer. Hunter J released her Pokeball, summoning a Sizer before Roya. Pokémon, Sizer. Type, Bug, Steel. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Level, 63. Potential, Champion. Moves, Bullet Punch, Flamethrower, Swords Dance, Toxic Bite, Bind, Fury Cutter, Bug Buzz, X-Scissor. Level 63 Sizer. I entrust this to you, Dragonite. Roya called upon his Dragonite to engage. Sizer, use Bullet Punch. Hunter J commanded, as Sizer opened its pincers wide and unleashed a torrent of swift punches directed at Dragonite. Dragonite, use Flamethrower. In the face of the incoming assault, Roya calmly instructed his Pokémon to retaliate. Dragonite opened its mouth, releasing a searing flame that not only obliterated the approaching punches, but continued onward towards Sizer. X-Scissor. Under Hunter J's command, Sizer deftly countered, slicing through Dragonite's flamethrower with its gleaming pincers. X-Scissor. Another command from Hunter J saw Sizer launch itself at Dragonite, with its dazzling pincers raised. Dragonite, use Dragon Claw. As Sizer charged, Roya instructed Dragonite to counterattack. Responding to Roya's command, Dragonite enveloped its claws in energy, engaging in a fierce clash against Sizer's X-Scissor. Ultimately, Sizer's X-Scissor struck Dragonite, while Dragonite's Dragon Claw also landed a hit on Sizer. Both Pokémon retreated to their respective trainers. Sizer, use Bug Buzz. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse. As the Pokémon returned, Roya and Hunter J issued their commands simultaneously. Dragonite emitted a beam of white dragon energy aimed at Sizer. The Dragon King Scorpion unleashed a torrent of violet venom, which collided with the wave of draconic energy, resulting in a resounding explosion that dissipated both attacks. Dragonite, accelerate. Seizing this moment, Roy commanded Dragonite to hasten its speed. In the blink of an eye, the swift Dragonite found itself behind the Dragon King Scorpion. Dragon Tail. Without a moment's hesitation, Dragonite executed its Dragon Tail, sending the unprepared Dragon King Scorpion soaring through the air. Dragonite, Draco Meteor. Just as Roy's command echoed, a shadow resembling a dragon emerged behind Dragonite, propelling it toward the airborne Dragon King Scorpion with great force, causing it to crash onto the ground, unconscious. Observing the fallen Dragon King Scorpion, Hunter J remained silent. Her expression hardened as she recalled it into its Pokeball, subsequently producing another one to release her next Pokémon. In a flash of red light, a Bug-type Ariados materialized before Dragonite. Pokémon, Ariados type, Bug, Poison ability, Bug sense gender, female level, 61 potential, Champion moves: Poison Sting, String Shot, Bind, Nightshade, Agility, Night Slash, Psychic, Pin Missile. Dragonite, take a moment to rest. Aware that Hunter J still possessed a Salamence, Roy instructed Dragonite to recuperate as he prepared to summon his next Pokémon. Chapter 152, The Retreat of Hunter J. Go Blaziken. In response to Hunter J's level 61 Ariados, Roy dispatched his Blaziken, now at level 59. Ariados used Poison Sting. Hunter J, recognizing the potential threat posed by Blaziken's near-elite level, maintained her vigilance and approached the battle with caution. Blaziken unleashed Flamethrower. As Ariados launched its Poison Sting, Roy commanded his Blaziken with a sweeping gesture. Upon hearing Roy's command, Blaziken released a searing column of flame aimed directly at the Poison Sting. After a brief stalemate, both attacks ultimately dissipated in the air, as Blaziken's strength was significantly inferior to that of Ariados. Ariados employed Agility followed by String Shot. Noticing the ineffectiveness of the first attack, Hunter J initiated another round of offense. Ariados, responding to her command, swiftly circled around Blaziken while launching String Shot attacks. Just as the strands of silk were about to ensnare Blaziken, Roy issued a directive. Blaziken, execute the DD Golden Hook. Blaziken, upon receiving the command, extended its arms in an attempt to strike Ariados. However, Ariados, utilizing agility, evaded the attack with ease and ensnared Blaziken in the white silk of its String Shot. Ariados, now, Pin Missile. Seizing the opportunity, Hunter J commanded a strong offensive. Ariados opened its mouth, releasing a barrage of venomous needles towards Blaziken, which cried out in agony as it was struck. Flare Blitz. Witnessing Blaziken in a precarious position, Roy furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of concern for his Pokémon, yet maintained his composure and continued to issue commands. Upon hearing Roy's words, Blaziken unleashed Flare Blitz, enveloped in searing flames, incinerating the restraining threads and charging toward Ariados. However, Ariados, with its agile movements, effortlessly avoided Blaziken's Flare Blitz, rendering it ineffective. Ariados used Psychic. Following Hunter J's command, Ariados unleashed a wave of light blue energy directed at Blaziken. Perhaps due to the unavailability of the Alola region, Hunter J was unaware of Blaziken's dark typing, leaving Roy to silently observe as Ariados attacked. Impossible! Hunter J exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of Blaziken remaining unscathed. Could it be a dark-type Pokémon? Blaziken, unleash Overheat. Ignoring her astonishment, Roy seized the moment to strike. As his command resonated, Blaziken released a torrent of intense flames that formed a large character Da in the air, soaring toward Ariados. Protect. Hunter J quickly regained her composure, instructing Ariados to use Protect just in time. Thus, Ariados successfully blocked Blaziken's fiery assault. Fire Punch. Yet, Blaziken had already closed the distance, striking Ariados with its flame-wreathed fist, sending it flying. Blaziken, finish it with Flamethrower. At Roy's command, Blaziken unleashed a wave of scorching flames upon the recently grounded Ariados. Overwhelmed by the flamethrower's intensity, Ariados succumbed to its injuries, collapsing to the ground. Useless creature. Hunter J frowned, recalling Ariados. In that moment, Roy also withdrew his weary Blaziken. Go, Salamence. Reluctantly, Hunter J summoned her ace Pokémon, Salamence. Pokémon, Salamence type, Dragon, Flying ability, Intimidate gender, female level, 65 potential, Champion moves: Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Wing Attack, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Crunch. It seems you have indeed improved since our last encounter. Observing Salamance's enhanced prowess, Roy smiled faintly. Salamence, use Dragon Pulse. Without acknowledging Roy, Hunter J commanded Salamence to attack. Dragonite, we shall also employ Dragon Pulse. As Salamence surged forward with its assault, Roy directed Dragonite to retaliate with its own Dragon Pulse. The two waves of draconic energy collided in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Salamence, Draco Meteor. Following Hunter J's command, a dragonic silhouette appeared behind Salamence, propelling it toward Dragonite with great ferocity. Dragonite, evade with agility. Responding to the incoming threat, Dragonite flapped its wings, executing agility with grace, effortlessly dodging the attack. Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam. After successfully avoiding Salamence's Draco Meteor, Dragonite aimed its Ice Beam at Salamence. Salamence, Flamethrower. Reacting promptly, Salamence unleashed a torrent of flames under Hunter J's command. A brilliant white beam clashed with the fiery inferno, resulting in another explosive confrontation, after which Salamence returned to Hunter J's side. This time, we shall let you go. We shall meet again. Hunter J declared ominously before leaping onto Salamance's back, soaring into the distance. Watching Hunter J retreat, Roy recognized that pursuit was futile, especially with uncertainty regarding any hidden cards Hunter J might possess. Therefore, he opted to abandon the chase. Dragonite, return and rest for a while. At this moment, Roya recalled his Dragonite, allowing it to return to the Pokémon Ranch for some much-needed rest. As soon as Roya summoned his Dragonite back, Miss Junsha arrived by his side, accompanied by a substantial police force. Roya, where is Hunter J? Miss Junsha inquired, surveying the area for any sign of the elusive hunter. She has fled, Roya shrugged. Then turned to Miss Junsha to ask, what is the situation on your end? We have apprehended all the poachers, Miss Junsha informed him. Roya. Just as Roya was about to respond, my returned to his side. Are you all right, Roya? She asked with concern. What could possibly happen to me? It is Hunter J who faces trouble, Roya replied, feeling a warmth in his heart at Mai's worried gaze, and then smiled. Miss Mai has been of tremendous help to us as well. She has defeated several poachers, Miss Junsha chimed in, grinning as she acknowledged Mai's contributions. Miss Mai is truly formidable. Miss Junsha continued to praise her. It seems that Miss Mai is indeed quite impressive, Roya said, chuckling at the compliments directed towards Mai. Of course, I am quite remarkable, Mai replied playfully, striking a proud pose. Haha. Observing Mai's haughty demeanor, Roya and Miss Junsha exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Roya, how is everything here? Just as they were enjoying their banter, an elderly voice called out from behind. Roya, how have things fared here? The familiar voice belonged to Professor Oak, who had just arrived. Professor Oak. Upon hearing the voice, Roya turned around to see the esteemed professor, the source of the previous elderly call. What brings you here, Professor? Roya asked, intrigued by the professor's unexpected presence at the Alufo ruins. Dr. Satake, who is responsible for this area, is my student. He informed me of the situation here and invited me to come take a look, Professor Oak explained, clarifying Roya's curiosity. I see, Roya nodded in understanding. By the way, how are things on your end? Professor Oak, aware of the poaching incident, inquired about the situation. Currently, aside from the escaped Hunter J, all other poachers have been captured, and both the Ammonite and the Omanite are safe. Roya recounted the circumstances to Professor Oak. That's a relief. Professor Oak sighed with a sense of ease upon hearing that the Ammonite and Omanite were unharmed. By the way, who is she? At that moment, Professor Oak pointed at Mai and asked Roya. Her name is Mai, hailing from the Unova region, and she is currently my traveling companion. Roya introduced Mai to the professor. Hello, Professor Oak. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mai greeted him as well. Hello, Mai, Professor Oak replied with a warm smile. I have heard about you from Professor Hojo, who mentioned that you are an expert in Pokémon research. I never had the chance to visit you, so it is quite a surprise to encounter you here, Mai expressed, delighting in the unexpected meeting. Ha ha ha, Professor Hojo has perhaps overstated my expertise. Professor Oak chuckled in response to Mai's words. Since it is getting late, I presume Hunter J will not return. You all should take a moment to rest. I will arrange for the night watch, Miss Junsha suggested from the side. Then we shall take our leave to rest, Roya said, feeling a hint of fatigue, and thus did not decline. He and Mai followed Professor Oak back to their temporary lodging for some rest. After a night of repelling Hunter J and capturing numerous poachers, the atmosphere was serene. Consequently, both Roya and Mai enjoyed a particularly restful slumber. They slept soundly until the following noon, only to be awakened by a commotion outside. After freshening up, Roya and Mai stepped out of their room and stretched. Outside, Roya was soon spotted by someone who exclaimed, Hey Roya? The voice belonged to Ash, who dashed towards him, causing Roya to nearly stumble in surprise. Ash, what brings you here? Roya exclaimed, finally recognizing the familiar face of Ash from their parting on Asia Island. I came here with Professor Oak, Ash explained, recounting the sequence of events that led him to this place. It turned out that Ash, Misty, and Brock had been traveling in the Chengdu region and had come to visit after receiving an invitation from Professor Oak. Before long, Misty and Brock joined Ash. Greeting Roya. And who is this? Misty asked, eyeing Mai, whom she had not seen before. This is Mai, my traveling companion. Roya introduced her to Ash and his friends. Hello, Mai greeted them after Roya's introduction. After a brief exchange, Misty and Mai quickly found common ground, engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, from the nearby bushes, two familiar heads and a Meowth peered out. It seems that little troublemaker is also here. Musashi, peering through binoculars, remarked to Kojiro. Should we go and catch Pikachu? Upon hearing that Roya was present, Kojiro shuddered, gulping nervously at the prospect. I think it's best we don't go, Meowth interjected, shaking his head vigorously, unwilling to venture forth. Very well, We'll have to wait for another opportunity to capture Pikachu, Musashi sighed. The two exchanged glances, both expressing in unison, what is this feeling? After that, Team Rocket quietly departed from the scene. Subsequently, Roya, Mai, Professor Oak, Dr. Satake, and Ash all observed as the Ammonite and Omanite departed from the Alufo ruins, returning to their respective habitats. At that moment, a Dragonite descended from the sky, and a red-haired man leaped off its back. After conferring with Miss Junsha and Dr. Satake about the situation, he greeted Professor Oak before approaching Roya. Once again, I owe you my gratitude, Roya, Dato said, patting Roya on the shoulder. So you came merely to commend my efforts? Roya replied with a grin. All right then, what do you desire? Dato asked, shaking his head at Roya's teasing demeanor. It's not about what I want. It's about her, Roya stated, pointing at Mai. Me? Mai looked puzzled at Roya's gesture. Her? Dato also turned his attention to Mai. Mai has been immensely helpful this time, and as an unofficial member, I believe she deserves a reward, Roya suggested to Dato. Certainly, what would you like? Dato inquired. Glancing at Mai. My request is modest. A Dragonair with good potential would suffice. It shouldn't be too difficult for you, Dato, as a Dragon Master. Roya said with a cheerful demeanor. It seems I have no choice but to oblige, Dato chuckled in response. Then I shall rely on you, Roya concluded. As you pass by Yanma City later, do seek out the dojo trainer, Xiaochun, to claim what is rightfully yours. I will inform her in advance. Du nodded in agreement. Then I shall first attend to the matter concerning those poachers. With that, he departed to address the poacher issue with Miss Junsha. Roya, This is what you deserve, May. Before May could finish her sentence, Roya interrupted her. Thank you, Roya. After expressing her gratitude, she pecked Roya on the cheek and, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurried away. The warmth of her kiss lingered on Roya's cheek, stirring something within him. Once he regained his composure and glanced at May's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 154, Battle with Ash. Roya, what brings you here? Just as Roya was savoring the lingering warmth on his cheek, Ash suddenly appeared from behind, inquiring about his presence. Oh, nothing much. Upon hearing Ash's question, Roya snapped back to reality. By the way, Ash, did you come here for a specific reason? Roya awkwardly shifted the topic. Of course, it's to battle you, Ash declared, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit. A battle? Indeed. I must inform you that I have already secured the Winner's Cup of the Orange League and have obtained 3 badges from the Chengdu region. My strength has grown considerably, and I am determined to defeat you this time. Ash spoke with unwavering confidence. Very well, I accept your challenge. Observing Ash's resolute demeanor, Roya felt compelled to agree. That's fantastic. Let us begin at once, Ash exclaimed, eagerly retrieving his pokeballs. Let us first find a suitable arena. With that, Roya took the lead, guiding them to a clearing near the Alufo ruins. Upon learning of Ash's challenge to Roya, May, Professor Oak, Misty, and Brock all gathered at the designated area to spectate. I shall officiate this match. Each participant may utilize 3 Pokémon and may freely switch them. Professor Oak volunteered to be the referee and announced the rules of the battle. Go, Croconaw. Ash was the first to send forth his Croconaw, a Pokémon he had captured during his travels. Immediately upon its entrance, it began to bounce energetically across the clearing. Pokémon, Croconaw type, water ability, torrent gender, male level, 26 potential, elite moves, scratch, leer, water gun, hydro pump, bite, headbutt, dig, protect. That Croconaw resembles the one from the original story. Roya discerned its attributes at a glance, and then summoned his own Pokémon. The majestic Lurantis appeared opposite Croconaw. What Pokémon is that? Ash, unfamiliar with Lurantis, activated his trusty Pokédex, only to receive no information. Its name is Lurantis, a Pokémon native to the Alola region. Roya explained with a smile, enhancing Ash's knowledge. I see. Ash nodded, though somewhat bewildered by the new information. Let the battle commence. With the pleasantries concluded, the battle was officially underway. Croconaw, use water gun. At Professor Oak's signal, Ash commanded Croconaw. The Pokémon promptly halted its playful antics and unleashed a water gun attack towards Lurantis. In response to Croconaw's water gun assault, Roya and Lurantis opted not to retaliate, instead crossing their arms to block the incoming attack. Lurantis, use Dragon Breath, Roya instructed. Upon hearing the command, Lurantis opened its mouth wide and released a wave of Dragon Breath towards Croconaw. The white, searing beam surged forward, closing in on its target. Croconaw, evade! Ash shouted as he recognized the imminent danger. Croconaw swiftly dodged the attack, but Lurantis had already advanced towards it. Lurantis, unleash Thunder Punch. Following Roya's command, Lurantis's arms crackled with golden electricity as it swung towards Croconaw. The impact sent Croconaw flying, rendering it unconscious. Thank you for your hard work, Croconaw. Witnessing the outcome, Ash promptly returned Croconaw to its Pokeball. Croconaw is unable to battle. Lurantis is the victor. Professor Oak announced the result. Then I choose you, Cyndaquil. Ash summoned his next Pokemon, a Fire-type Cyndaquil from the Chengdu region, a fellow starter alongside Croconaw. Pokemon, Cyndaquil type, Fire ability, Blaze gender, male level, 28 potential, near elite moves, Ember, Flamethrower, Tackle, Quick Attack, Flame Wheel, Swift. Cyndaquil, use Flamethrower. Ash commanded as Cyndaquil entered the fray. Flames ignited on its back, and it unleashed a flamethrower towards Lurantis. Lurantis, use Leaf Blade. Roya calmly directed. Under Roya's guidance, Lurantis's arm glowed white as it sliced through the incoming flames, dispersing them harmlessly into the air. Finish it with Dragon Pulse. As soon as Roya's command was issued, Lurantis released a powerful Dragon Pulse, targeting Cyndaquil directly, striking it down. Cyndaquil is unable to battle. Lurantis is victorious. Professor Oak declared once more. Come back, Cyndaquil. Ash, seeing his Pokemon defeated, returned it to its Pokeball. For my final choice, I select you, Chikorita. Ash sent forth his last Pokemon, the proud little princess. Pokemon, Chikorita type, Grass ability, Overgrow gender, female level, 30 potential, elite moves, Vine Whip, Tackle, Body Slam, Leaf Blade, Poison Powder, Synthesis, Solar Beam. Return, Lurantis. Observing Ash's Chikorita, Roya recalled Lurantis and readied his next Pokemon. Go, Charmeleon. In a flash of red light, Charmeleon's fiery form materialized in the arena. Ah, Charmeleon, how nostalgic. Ash recalled memories of his own Charizard upon seeing Roya's Pokemon. Chikorita, use Leaf Blade. After a moment of reminiscence, Ash commanded Chikorita, wielding the leaves atop its head. Chikorita launched a flurry of Leaf Blades towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Ember. Roya ordered with a sweeping gesture. Charmeleon opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of flames that incinerated the incoming Leaf Blades. Charmeleon, use Smokescreen. Once the Leaf Blades were dispatched, Roya directed Charmeleon to envelop the arena in smoke. As the black smoke obscured Ash and Chikorita's vision, Ash, unable to discern the battlefield, cautioned, Chikorita, stay alert and watch for Charmeleon's ambush. Charmeleon, target the 9 o'clock position and unleash Flamethrower. With a surge of clarity, Roya swiftly instructed Charmeleon, knowing exactly where Chikorita was positioned. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon immediately opened its mouth, unleashing a searing flame that struck the unsuspecting Chikorita, who collapsed onto the battlefield under the weight of the elemental disadvantage. Chikorita. At this sight, Ash had no choice but to recall his Pokemon. Chikorita has lost its fighting capability, thus the victor is Roy. Professor Oak waved his hand and announced, I've lost again. Ash lamented, holding Chikorita's Pokeball with a hint of despondency. Ash, you must continue to strive. Neither I nor Gary will wait for you ahead. Roy said as he recalled Charmeleon and addressed Ash. I understand. I will definitely defeat both you and Gary. Ash responded, his spirits lifted by Roy's words. I'll be waiting. With that, Roy departed alongside May. Chapter 155. Farewell to Clear Cliff and Mutuo. That mountain is so tall, May remarked as they journeyed towards Celadon City, gazing at a looming mountain in the distance. That is the legendary Clear Cliff, Roy said, glancing at the guidebook in his hand. Clear Cliff? May asked with curiosity. Due to its terrain and airflow, the weather here is exceedingly unstable. A mere drizzle can escalate into a torrential downpour, triggering mudslides. And winds can reach speeds of 40 meters per second, with tornadoes being a frequent occurrence. Therefore, few dare to visit this place, Roy explained, looking at the travel guide. 40 meters per second. Does that not mean it's quite perilous here? May exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, Roy nodded. So can we not go there? After saying this, May looked at Roy with a pitiful expression. Beyond that mountain lies our next destination, Celadon City. Roy pointed toward Clear Cliff. So, we must pass through here, May sighed. Her spirits visibly dampened. Precisely, Roy chuckled. Well then, seeing no change in circumstances, May resigned herself. Are we truly going to traverse this road? Upon observing the winding path of Clear Cliff, May hesitated. There is a bus service. A bus circles the mountain once a week. We merely need to board it. Roy informed May. How do we catch it? May inquired. The bus station is at the foot of the mountain. We can head there. Roy indicated toward the base of the mountain. Then let us set off swiftly, May declared, beginning her journey toward the foot of Clear Cliff. All right. Just as Roy took his first step, he sensed a familiar psychic wave. This psychic energy unmistakably belonged to Mutuo. Roy quickly realized that the source of this psychic presence was indeed Mutuo, whom he had parted ways with on New Island. I never expected Mutuo to appear here. The narrative's corrective power is quite formidable, Roy mused while gazing toward the distant clear cliff. However, I remember Team Rocket will soon arrive here as well. Roy pondered before deciding to investigate the presence of Mewtwo. Roy, are we not leaving? May noticed Roy's hesitation and approached him. Let us first visit a friend. Roy replied with a smile. A friend? Where? May asked, intrigued. Right over there. Roy pointed toward Clear Cliff. Clear Cliff? Do we have friends here too? May's mind was filled with questions. After speaking, Roy released his Dragonite, and, accompanied by the puzzled May, they leapt onto its back, soaring toward Clear Cliff. Upon reaching the summit of Clear Cliff, Roy and May found themselves at the center of a serene lake. What a clear lake! May exclaimed, admiring the azure waters. The water here is remarkable. Not only does it taste sweet, but it also possesses healing properties for certain injuries. Roy recollected the lake's significance from the original tale. It really is sweet, May remarked after taking a sip. By the way, where is your friend? May inquired as she approached Roy. He has already arrived, Roy said, directing his gaze toward a corner with a smile. Arrived? Where? May looked around but saw no one, prompting her to question Roy. Right here, isn't it Mewtwo? Roy addressed the spot where Mewtwo was present. Mewtwo? As May expressed her confusion, a gray figure materialized before them. It was Mewtwo. Who is that? May asked, instinctively retreating behind Roy at the sight of Mewtwo. This is the friend I sought, Mewtwo. Roy reassured May and greeted Mewtwo. It has been a while. How did you know I was here? Mewtwo inquired, nodding at Roy. This is a telepathic connection, May thought, slightly startled. I passed through here and sensed your psychic energy, which led me to your location, Roy explained to Mewtwo with a smile. I see, Mewtwo responded, nodding in realization. Then turned its gaze toward May, asking, who is she? She is my companion, May, Roy introduced her. Hello, Mewtwo, May greeted, but the aloof Mewtwo did not respond. What brings you here? Mewtwo questioned in a chilling tone. I came to visit an old friend and to share some news, Roy replied with a smile. News? Mewtwo asked, intrigued. The leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni, is on his way here, seeking you, Roy stated, glancing into the distance. He is coming again? Is there truly no place for our cloned Pokémon to exist in this world? Mewtwo pondered, appearing somewhat lost after hearing Roy's words. Ah, you are still so stubborn. Roy sighed, exasperated. What do you mean? Mewtwo gazed intently at Roy. I once told you that since you have arrived in this world and possess your own consciousness, it signifies that you are not merely a clone, but a genuine being, equally deserving of existence in this world, Roy affirmed, locking eyes with Mewtwo. Do we have the right? Mewtwo murmured to itself. In this world created by Arceus, your very existence indicates that you, like us, are a part of it. Including those 3 children, Roy smiled as he glanced at the trio of starter Pokémon nearby. After hearing Roy's words, Mewtwo was momentarily taken aback. But after a moment of contemplation, it finally understood. So, we are indeed a part of this world. With this realization, Mewtwo's demeanor softened, shedding the gloom that had previously enveloped it. Who is Arceus? May timidly asked, having never heard of Arceus, while Mewtwo cast a curious glance at her. The creator deity of this world, Roy explained with a smile. The creator deity, Arceus. How impressive! May exclaimed, astonished. Go explore this world. Do not confine yourself to a small corner, Roy encouraged Mewtwo. I understand, Mewtwo nodded in agreement. Then, I have one more favor to ask of you, if I may. Roy inquired of Mewtwo. What is it? Could you transport us to the other side of the mountain? A storm is approaching. Roy indicated toward the fierce winds that had begun to blow. No problem, Mewtwo responded with a smile. Subsequently, under Mewtwo's psychic influence, Roy and May effortlessly crossed Clear Cliff and arrived on the other side of the mountain. You should depart from here as well, and be cautious of Giovanni, Roy advised Mewtwo. I understand, Mewtwo nodded. Then, farewell. After saying his farewells, he waved to Mewtwo, Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. Goodbye, Roy. With that, Mewtwo vanished from Roy's sight. We should take our leave as well and continue our journey. After witnessing Mewtwo's silhouette fade away, Roy, accompanied by May, resumed their adventure. Chapter 156. Pearl City. Having bid farewell to Mewtwo at the Clear Cliff, Roy and May departed, heading towards Pearl City on the other side of the cliff. Is this Pearl City? After a considerable journey, Roy and May arrived at Pearl City, where May stood on the road, gazing at the city. This place feels remarkably different from other cities, was May's first impression of Pearl City. Indeed, Pearl City is an ancient city with a rich history, Roy informed May, who nodded in understanding. No wonder it has such a vintage appearance. Shall we visit the Pokémon Center first? May asked Roy, recalling their customary routine. We won't head to the Pokémon Center just yet. Instead, let us explore another famous site in Pearl City, Roy replied, shaking his head. What place is that? May inquired, tilting her head curiously. The Scorched Tower, Roy answered. The Scorched Tower? What is that place? May, hailing from the Unova region, had never heard of it, and thus asked Roy with intrigue. It is the iconic structure of Pearl City, known as the Scorched Tower, Roy explained. Is that the tower over there? May pointed to a notable tower within Pearl City. Yes, but that one was rebuilt later. Its original name is the Silver Tower. We are heading to the adjacent Scorched Tower, Roy smiled as he spoke. Is it that dilapidated tower next to it? May glanced towards the crumbling structure. Indeed. As Roy and May chatted, they soon arrived at the foot of the Scorched Tower. This place looks so decrepit, May remarked, standing outside the tower and surveying its worn facade. Though it may appear in ruins now, it was once the legendary dwelling of the Phoenix King, Roy said with a smile, casting a glance at May. The Phoenix King? Is that for real? Though May was not from the Chengdu or Guangdu regions, she was still familiar with the legendary beast. Thus, upon hearing Roy's words, she was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. Absolutely true, Roy chuckled. Centuries ago, the residents of Pearl City revered the Phoenix King here, making it the sole place for communication between the Phoenix King and humanity, which is why this tower gained worldwide fame. The Phoenix King was seen as a symbol of peace for humankind, and only a select few could communicate with it. Among them was the ancestor of the Pearl City gym leader, Xiaosong. However, this peace was short-lived. One day, a group of individuals sought to harness the Phoenix King's power, provoking conflict with the locals. In that confrontation, the tower was set ablaze, claiming the lives of 3 unknown Pokémon. The Phoenix King, deeply saddened by humanity's actions, revived and empowered those 3 Pokémon before severing ties with humankind, never to be seen again. Those 3 Pokémon later became the legendary beasts of Chengdu, Nti, Suicune, and Raikou. The remorseful humans chose not to restore the Scorched Tower, but rather preserved it as a warning for future generations, while simultaneously rebuilding the Silver Tower in hopes that the Phoenix King might return one day. Alas, the Phoenix King has yet to reappear. Roy recounted the tower's history to May. How intriguing. May nodded in understanding before asking, but why hasn't the Phoenix King returned? The Phoenix King witnessed the strife among humans and thus chose not to manifest before them. It has been searching for those with pure hearts, yearning for the day when humanity can restore its former peace, Roy explained with a smile. All right, we should head inside, said Roy, leading May into the Scorched Tower. This place feels so eerie, May remarked as she clutched Roy's arm, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Even in daylight, it remains shrouded in darkness, and with so few visitors. It has become a haven for Ghastly and their kind, Roy chuckled. Ghastly? Oh no, May's expression changed dramatically as she recalled her experience in the bewildering forest. And just as she was about to speak, an unusual phenomenon occurred around them. Suddenly, flames erupted around them, encircling Roy and May. This is bad. They're SA fire. May exclaimed in panic, rushing into Roy's embrace. Calm down. This is merely an illusion conjured by Ghastly, Roy quickly reassured May. Oh, upon hearing this, May hurriedly extricated herself from Roy's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. What should we do now? After regaining her composure, May turned to Roy for guidance. Simple, Roy replied. Producing a Pokeball, I leave this to you, Jengar. In an instant, Roy's Jengar appeared before them. Jengar, disperse those Ghastly and Haunter, Roy commanded. With that, Jengar emanated a powerful aura, causing the fiery illusions surrounding them to vanish, prompting the Ghastly and Haunter to flee. Well done, Jengar, Roy praised his Pokemon after the ordeal. Your Jengar is quite formidable. A stranger's voice echoed, and a young man with orange hair descended the staircase. Who are you? May asked, not recognizing him. I am Xiaosong, the gym leader of Pearl City. The orange-haired youth introduced himself to Roy and May. Hello, gym leader Xiaosong. I am Roy from the Unova region. My name is May. Also from the Unova region. We have come to challenge the Pearl Gym. They both stated their purpose. Unfortunately, today may not be feasible as I have other matters to attend to. How about tomorrow? Xiaosong suggested. That works for us, Roy nodded in agreement. Then we shall meet again at the Pearl Gym tomorrow, Xiaosong said before vanishing from their sight. Let us leave this place, Roy stated. All right, May replied. And together, they exited the Scorched Tower, making their way to the Pokemon Center in Pearl City. Chapter 157. The Challenge at Pearl Gym. Who are you? On the morning of the following day, at the invitation of Xiaosong, Roy and May arrived at Pearl Gym for their challenge, where they were greeted by the staff. We are here to challenge Pearl Gym, Roy stepped forward to explain. Ah, you must be Roy and May, as mentioned by gym leader Xiaosong. Please, follow me, the staff member said, leading them into the gym. Meanwhile, Xiaosong was imparting knowledge about Pokemon to a group of children. Hey Xiaosong, Roy greeted as he entered with the staff. Oh, Roy and May, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you, Xiaosong exclaimed, a smile brightening his face upon their arrival. What are you doing? Are we disturbing you? Asked Roya and Mei, having noticed that Komatsu was currently conducting a lesson. No. I'm merely introducing some knowledge about Pokémon to the children, Komatsu replied, shaking his head before continuing. By the way, I would like them to witness a gym challenge. Is that permissible? Of course. Roya and Mei responded with smiles. Then let us commence the gym challenge, Komatsu declared as he made his way to the arena of the Orb Gym. All right, Roya responded, promptly taking his position as well. The ongoing gym challenge featured Komatsu, the gym leader of the Orb Gym, pitted against Roya from the Alola region. The battle would involve 3 Pokémon from each side, and victory would be declared when one side's Pokémon were all rendered unable to battle. Let the battle begin. The referee of the Orb Gym announced the rules. Go, Ghastly. As the gym leader, Komatsu was the first to send out his Pokémon. With a flash of red light, a level 28 Ghastly floated above the arena. Since it's Ghastly, I entrust you with this, Seadra. Roya summoned his shiny Seadra to the field. Seadra, unleash Water Gun. Following the competition rules, Roya launched the first attack as the challenger. Ghastly dodged quickly, Komatsu calmly commanded. Upon hearing his trainer's words, Ghastly promptly vanished from the arena, evading Seadra's Water Gun attack. Disappeared, have you? Seadra, utilize Psychic to scour this arena. Seeing Ghastly vanish, Roya gestured dramatically, issuing his command. Upon receiving Roya's instruction, Seadra's eyes sparkled with a cerulean glow, sending out a wave of blue energy that revealed the hidden Ghastly, restraining it in midair. Ghastly, evade, Komatsu shouted urgently, though Ghastly struggled to obey Komatsu's command. It remained ensnared. Finish it, Seadra. Use Dragon Pulse. As soon as Roya's command was issued, Seadra maintained its grip on Ghastly while unleashing a Dragon Pulse attack. Unable to evade, Ghastly was struck directly by the white energy and fell to the ground. Ghastly has lost its ability to battle. Seadra is victorious, the referee proclaimed. Return, Ghastly. Komatsu recalled Ghastly into its Pokeball and then retrieved another Pokeball, tossing it forward. Now, it's your turn, Gengar. In a brilliant flash, Gengar, the evolved form of Ghastly, materialized in the arena, its level revealed to be 31 through Roya's analysis. Seadra, unleash Ice Beam. Roya initiated the second round. Following his command, Seadra released a chilling Ice Beam towards Gengar. In response to the incoming Ice Beam, Gengar vanished from the arena, evading the attack before reappearing. Gengar, use Hypnosis. Komatsu clenched his fist, commanding Gengar. Upon hearing Komatsu's command, Gengar's eyes glowed with a crimson light as it attempted to lull Seadra to sleep. Seadra, employ Misty Terrain. Roya, undeterred by the impending hypnosis, commanded Seadra to create a protective barrier to shield itself from the sleep-inducing effects. Gengar, use Lick. Seeing his first move fail, Komatsu initiated a subsequent attack. As soon as Komatsu finished speaking, Gengar extended its long tongue towards Seadra. Seadra, use Freeze Dry. As Gengar's tongue made contact with Seadra, Roya seized the opportunity to instruct his Pokémon to unleash Freeze Dry. The white frost rapidly spread along Gengar's tongue, freezing it in place. Oh, it's caught. Gengar, retract your tongue, Komatsu called out urgently. However, it was too late. Roya directed Seadra. Seadra, unleash Blizzard. Upon receiving Roya's command, Seadra conjured a fierce blizzard that swiftly encased Gengar in ice. Finish it, use Horn Drill. Following Roya's command, Seadra executed Horn Drill, shattering the ice encasing Gengar and sending it flying. Gengar has lost its ability to battle. Seadra is victorious. The referee raised his arm to announce. Go, Gengar. After recalling the fainted Gengar, Komatsu unleashed his Gengar. Pokémon, Gengar. Type, Ghost, Poison. Ability, Cursed Body. Gender, Male. Level, 35. Qualification, Semi-Champion. Moves, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Nightshade. Hypnosis, Strange Light, Shadow Punch. Level 35 Gengar. It seems smaller than the one Ash captured during his journey, Roya mused, observing the diminutive size of Komatsu's Gengar compared to Ash's. Return, Seadra. Aware of Komatsu's Gengar, Roya decided to withdraw Seadra and retrieved another Pokeball. Go, Bakekagu. In a radiant glow, Bakekagu appeared above the arena. Bakekagu, use Fairy Wind. Roya commanded. Upon hearing Roya's order, Bakekagu conjured a gentle pink breeze directed at Gengar. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. In response to the incoming Fairy Wind, Komatsu initiated his counterattack. Gengar formed a spiraling orb of purple-black energy and hurled it at the Fairy Wind, causing both moves to collide and dissipate in the air. After the two moves clashed, Gengar vanished from sight. Gengar, use Nightshade. While Bakekagu searched for Gengar's whereabouts, Komatsu issued the command. The invisible Jengar launched 2 beams of purple-black light towards Bakekagu. Bakekagu quickly dodged, following Roya's command. Bakekagu maneuvered gracefully in the air to evade Jengar's nightshade. Although Jengar remained elusive, it was still present in the arena. Despite being unseen, Jengar is still here, Roya remarked with a smile. Bakekagu, use Psychic to blanket the arena. At Roya's command, Bakekagu unleashed a series of blue waves that quickly spread throughout the arena, revealing Jengar's location. Bakekagu, unleash Psychic. Roya gestured decisively, instructing Bakekagu to create a psychic shockwave that sent Jengar plummeting from the air. Finish it with Flamethrower. After issuing his command, Bakekagu released a torrent of flames towards Jengar on the ground. Overwhelmed by the searing heat of Flamethrower, Jengar succumbed to defeat. Jengar has lost its ability to battle. Thus, the victor is Roya. The referee raised his arm to announce the final outcome. Your strength is formidable, I concede. Komatsu remarked as he recalled his fallen Jengar and approached Roya. Oh, you flatter me, Komatsu, Roya replied as he returned Bakekagu. Here is the phantom badge from the orb gem. Please accept it. Komatsu presented a badge to Roya. Thank you, Komatsu. Roya accepted the token of his victory. Our rematch is set for tomorrow. Mei, Komatsu then addressed Mei, who stood beside Roya. Not a problem, Mei replied with a smile. Farewell. Goodbye. With that, Roya and Mei departed from the orb gym, making their way back to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 158, The Deceptive Bear Cub. System. I would like to collect the items from Manjin City and Yuanju City, said Luoya, reclining on his bed as he addressed the system. Host. Signing in at Manjin City has yielded a mandatory training device, 10 Moo Milks, and 5 million Alliance coins. Signing in at Yuanju City has granted you 10 speed enhancers, 10 luxury balls, and 10 million Alliance coins. The system informed Luoya of the items acquired from the 2 cities. What purpose do the mandatory training device and the speed enhancers serve? Luoya inquired, glancing at the unique items in his possession. The mandatory training device exerts a significant suppressive effect on Pokémon of elite rank and below. Although carrying it will greatly reduce speed, it will facilitate growth more than usual. The speed enhancer, on the other hand, is a nutritional beverage for Pokémon, capable of boosting the speed of a Pokémon only up to the champion level, and each Pokémon may use it only once. The system elucidated the functions of the 2 items. Ah, I see, Luoya pondered, firmly deciding the utility of the items. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and at the Yuanju Gym, Mei was engaged in a battle against Xiaosong, with the match nearing its climax. Junjin Snake, unleash your final magical leaf. At Mei's command, Junjin Snake released a flurry of radiant leaves towards the airborne Gingue. Struck by the magical leaf attack, Gingue plummeted to the ground, rendered unconscious. With Gingue incapacitated, Mei emerged victorious. The referee, as he did the previous day, announced Mei's triumph. After defeating Xiaosong and claiming the Phantom Badge, Luoya and Mei replenished their supplies in Yuanju City before setting their sights on the next gym, Qingsui City. Along the way, Luoya distributed the items acquired the previous day among several Pokémon, giving the mandatory training device to Charizard and the speed enhancers to Blaziken, Milotic, Salamence, Venusaur, Blastoise, Aerodactyl, Steelix, Dragonair, and Porygon-Z. How adorable. On this day, as Luoya and Mei journeyed towards Qingsui City, they stumbled upon a charming little Cumabear amidst a forest, instantly captivating Mei. What kind of Pokémon is this? Mei wondered, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the unfamiliar creature. Cumabear, the bear cub Pokémon. When it finds honey, the crescent pattern on its forehead glows. It is constantly licking its paws, which are drenched in sweet honey, the Pokédex responded. Hi there. Upon noticing Luoya and Mei, Cumabear immediately put on an endearing facade, melting Mei's heart completely. Cumabear, you are simply adorable. Unable to contain her affection, Mei bent down to scoop up Cumabear, showering it with gentle strokes on its small head. In that moment, Cumabear quietly revealed a mischievous grin. Seeing this expression caused Luoya, who had been enviously observing Cumabear, to feel a twinge of unease. He activated his aura to listen to Cumabear's thoughts. Hi there. Cumabear, pretending to enjoy Mei's embrace, emitted a series of charming sounds. However, to Luoya's ears, it translated as, another one has fallen for my ruse. Humans are truly easy to deceive. Realizing that the seemingly innocent Cumabear was, in fact, a clever trickster, Luoya chose not to expose it, but rather to observe its next moves with a curious gaze. I shall capture you, Cumabear, Mei declared, cradling Cumabear in one arm while retrieving an empty Pokeball with the other, preparing to catch it. Upon witnessing this, Cumabear feigned a pitiful demeanor. its eyes glistening with moisture, prompting Luoya to mentally commend its performance. What a true actor. Cumabear's charming act softened May's resolve, and she consoled it, saying, I don't intend to capture you. You're so adorable and approachable. Surely you can accompany us without needing to be captured. With a smile, May continued. So come along with us. We should set off. May, Luoya remarked, glancing at the sky. All right, let us go. Afterward, May embraced Cumabear as they followed Luoya deeper into the forest. However, due to the vastness of the forest, they found themselves still wandering as evening fell, leading them to establish camp near a water source for the night. Before darkness enveloped the land, Luoya and May prepared dinner together and retreated to their tents for rest. In the dead of night, Cumabear, awakening in May's tent, stealthily snatched May's and Luoya's bags before quietly departing. However, Luoya, ever vigilant, had already sensed the disturbance. Once Cumabear exited, he opened his eyes, stepped out of the tent, and observed Cumabear making its escape, before soaring into the sky atop his Pidgeot to monitor Cumabear's movements. Thus, Luoya discreetly followed Cumabear to a hidden tree hollow, where Cumabear stashed the bags before covering the entrance with leaves, yawning and skipping away merrily. From his vantage point on Pidgeot, Luoya watched Cumabear until it vanished from sight and perception, then descended to unveil the secret hollow. Inside, he discovered a treasure trove of bags filled with various items, Pokeballs, food, berries, healing potions, and alliance coins among them. Upon seeing the contents of the cave, Luoya exclaimed that he had struck gold, promptly collecting all of Cumabear's hoarded treasures into his own bag before recovering the entrance and returning to the campsite. Arriving back at the campsite, Luoya swiftly roused May from her slumber. Initially disoriented, May panicked upon noticing Cumabear's absence and the disappearance of her bag. However, after Luoya explained the situation, she realized they had been duped by Cumabear. We should leave here quickly. If Cumabear discovers our absence and brings its family, we'll be in trouble. Luoya urged May to pack up and depart. Okay, May agreed, hastily gathering her belongings while processing the situation surrounding Cumabear's deceit. Together, they mounted Pidgeot and Talonflame, flying away from the forest to seek a new campsite for rest. The following morning, Cumabear awoke, as was its routine, to check on its treasures, only to discover that all of its hoard had vanished. Enraged, it let out a howl of frustration. After venting its ire, Cumabear deduced that Luoya and May were responsible, heading back to their previous campsite, only to find that they had long since vacated the area, intensifying its fury. Meanwhile, Luoya and May, having awoken, began to tally the spoils they had acquired from Cumabear. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, reveling in their unexpected windfall.